This young man is Ning, the one with the greatest god-level talent on the continent. Just as a monster was rampaging through Huaxia, on the capital's final battlefield, he tore it to pieces with a single strike, saving 3 Tier 3 individuals who were about to meet their end. Normally, this would be no time to let one's guard down, as a mutated creature appeared right above them, and it was a type Ning had never seen before. But the Tier 3 Divine Archer and the Tier 3 Heavy Mace Warrior recklessly charged forward to their deaths. Before the two could even touch a single hair on it, they were obliterated by the monster in one breath. The Tier 3 Psychic Support, unable to bear watching her comrades die so senselessly, also rushed forward to risk her life, unleashing a continuous stream of fire from her outstretched hands, but it had no effect. Just as she was about to be wiped out, Ning blocked the attack for her. This monster could take down 2 peak Tier 3 members with a single move, so it was definitely not an ordinary Tier 3 mutated creature. He told the woman to leave first, thinking she would only be a burden if she stayed, and that he would face it alone. After blocking just one attack, Ning's sword broke in half. This was something the military had speculated about countless times, something thought to exist only in legends, a Tier 4 mutated creature. To fight this thing, he would have to use all his strength. Ning leaped up, determined to unleash his strongest attack ever, but he failed. Stabbed through the heart, the young man collapsed completely. So this is Tier 4? It seems humanity knows nothing about the power of Tier 4. I couldn't protect the world. I truly can't accept this. However, at that moment, the familiar sound of a system notification rang in Ning's ears. He woke up with a splitting headache, dazedly thinking, "Didn't I already die?" Seeing this, 2 guards approached him. Someone wants to prevent him from taking the test. They claimed he was infected with a virus, and that's why he was unconscious. But the testing is happening outside. If he makes a scene in a bit, we're screwed. They started looking for a way to finish Ning off. Let's make our move. After all, he's just an ordinary person, not a descendant of an awakened one, just an insignificant nobody. If he dies, we can just blame it on him turning into a zombie. It was then that Ning shockingly realized he had been reborn 3 years in the past. On the very day of the talent test, the young man understood the situation. So the reason he couldn't take the talent test before was because someone was plotting against him. How could he let them succeed like before this time? Ning immediately snatched the gun from the guy in front of him and took them out one by one. In his previous life, he missed the test and had to struggle to survive by scavenging corpses. He wandered for 3 years before the military discovered his god-level talent. But by then, the Huaxia war zone had already fallen, and there was basically no time or resources for him to grow. Ning only took 7 months to reach Tier 3, still far from reaching his full potential, yet he had to go to the battlefield to fight a Tier 4 mutated creature. He deeply regretted not being able to save his mother and his younger sister, Xiao An, but now things are different. There's still time. As long as he passes the test and becomes the strongest, he can save the important people in his life and end this apocalyptic era. Just then, the system announced, "Apocalyptic Sword God has been bound. Bound user, Ning. Mission content. In 30 minutes, the bound user must touch the testing crystal to unlock and activate the system's functions. If the testing crystal is not touched, the system will disappear at the 31st minute. Mission notification, complete the system activation mission, and any sword skill will receive a 100-fold enhancement, upgrading you to a forbidden swordsman." This was completely different from the apocalypse system that every awakened person had in his previous life. Ning wondered if this change was due to his golden finger or because of his rebirth. After thinking for a moment, he decided that as long as he could get stronger, it didn't matter what kind of damn system it was. He had to hurry and start the test, and then find the person behind all this. The 31-minute countdown began. Just then, a group of people ran out and blocked Ning's path, warning of an infected person. "Fugitive, you are ordered to stand still with your hands on your head." Ning stood still and assessed the situation. The leader was a low-level awakened one, while the others were all ordinary people. The best method right now was to use the leader as a hostage to get him to lead the way out. In an instant, Ning snatched the captain's gun and immediately took him hostage. "Don't move. Take me to the testing square. You have 3 seconds to think. After 3 seconds, I'll shoot." Everyone looked at Ning like he was some kind of lunatic. The captain shouted in panic, "What are you doing there? A normal person wants to take the test?" The captain tried to de-escalate, saying there might be a misunderstanding and they should talk it out, but Ning defiantly pressed the gun to his head, insisting the captain lead him. The captain broke out in a cold sweat again. "Kid, you'd better hope you can awaken, but even if you do become an awakened, you'll still have a hard time escaping death." Meanwhile, at the testing plaza, everyone's faces were tense with concentration. A century ago, in the year 2042, the apocalypse descended, and the entire globe entered an era of disaster, with the population of tens of billions reduced to less than 1/10. It was then that the first awakened appeared, and the Allied military saved Huaxia, Today was the important day for testing whether people had aptitude. Success meant becoming a combat type, awakened, a protector of a region, while failure meant leaving to live a normal life. The man speaking into the microphone was the military committee representative of the Tianfeng safe zone, named Liao Tian. We will now begin with the descendants of the awakened. As everyone was lining up for their turn, a soldier rushed in to make an announcement. An infected person was threatening a hostage and forcing their way into the testing area. Everyone was bewildered until Ning walked in with his hostage. Liao Tian ordered him to drop his weapon and give up resisting, threatening to execute him on the spot if he didn't surrender. The soldiers immediately drew their weapons. But Ning's face screamed, "I've already made it in here. Who the hell should I be afraid of?" He bluntly declared, "I'm not infected, and I'm not here to disrupt the awakening ceremony. I'm here to take the test." Liao Tian, however, was still losing his composure, and he furiously ordered the soldiers to subdue him immediately. Ning then dropped his gun and recited loudly and clearly, according to Article 137 of the Safe Zone's regulations, the awakened are entitled to preferential treatment. Disobeying a military order is a capital offense, but it can be absolved with sufficient contribution. The captain, no longer a hostage, furiously rushed over and punched Ning square in the face, sending him tumbling. He didn't stop there, getting on top of Ning to threaten him. "Is this any time to be quoting regulations?" Liao Tian roared, demanding that Ning be executed at all costs. The moment the sword was about to plunge down, a helicopter, which they called a supersonic psionic fighter, flew in. From above, the highest commander of the Tianfeng military region, a level 3 awakened, Great Commander Xiao Hai, jumped down. The powerful energy radiating from this man suppressed everything. The oppressive feeling was overwhelming. The test hadn't even begun, so why was the Great Commander here? Xiao Hai, with a stern expression, spoke up. "The military region already has many high-level awakened, so if this boy is willing to bet his life, we might as well give him a chance. If he fails to awaken, execute him on the spot." Ning was visibly delighted, grinning like an idiot. "Well then, go ahead and arrange the test for me right now." The people in line started to part, actually making way for Ning to take the test first. The others looked at him with contempt. A normal person fantasizing about becoming an awakened? What a daydreamer. He's from the lowest rungs of society, yet keeps insisting he has aptitude. It's disgusting. Ning ignored their comments and stood proudly in the middle of the testing area. In his past life, he was framed and missed this opportunity. One wrong step led to a lifetime of regret. This life, he was determined to do it all over again. Ning held out his hand, ready to seize his own destiny. In that instant, an incredibly powerful energy radiated from his body. The onlookers stared with tense faces and wide eyes. Once again, Ning experienced this sensation, the feeling of psionic energy entering his body. He wanted to see how this would go. The system announced, testing aptitude, current aptitude is D rank. Testing aptitude, current aptitude is C rank. Testing aptitude, current aptitude is B rank. The system continued its announcements. Liao Tian was stunned, shocked that the rank kept rising. This kid couldn't possibly have a high-grade aptitude, could he? His aptitude had now reached A rank, and the psionic energy flooding his internal organs felt incredible. He declared, "Testing crystal, give me even more psionic energy." The energy eruption grew increasingly powerful with no signs of stopping. Liao Tian's jaw was on the floor. A normal person like him actually possessed an A-rank aptitude, a probability of less than 1 in 10,000. Xiao Hai watched intently, somewhat surprised, as the final result had yet to be determined. Could his talent be even higher? It really is. His rank is still rising. Ning knelt amidst the gasps of amazement. The talent test has now reached S rank. Xiao Hai's jaw dropped. No, that's not right. The crystal hasn't declared the test over, which means it's still ongoing. So, this Ning has S-rank talent, a seed for a level 3 awakened. This crucial moment absolutely cannot be missed. Xiao Hai began issuing emergency orders. Underground armored troops deploy to the city's defense to prevent mutant attacks, deploy psionic fighter jets, and conduct aerial military patrols in the vicinity to prevent any unforeseen incidents. All non-military access roads to this area are to be blocked. Lock down the airspace above. Ning was still in the process of transforming, letting out a savage roar. Planes roared overhead on their mission, and finally, the test concluded. Xiao Hai was so shocked he dropped the tablet he was holding. He's actually a pure-blood SS rank. If an S rank is considered a reserve for a level 3 awakened, then an SS rank is, without a doubt, guaranteed to become a level 3. It seems this entire Tianfeng is about to change. Xiao Hai was so excited he couldn't stop laughing with joy, looking absolutely thrilled. Excellent, excellent. My Tianfeng safe zone has finally produced a true talent. The people below waiting to awaken couldn't help but be in awe. My God, to be praised like that by the great commander is surely a once-in-a-millennium dream, truly worthy of admiration. This sudden change of heart made the young man standing next to him speak up. What a quick turnaround. Didn't you just call him disgusting and a loser? Stop being so jealous. Who knows? He might become our superior in the future. While everyone was flabbergasted, Ning was a little disappointed. His talent was clearly the highest theoretical SSS rank for humans, but unexpectedly, the ultimate inheritance of this test crystal could only measure up to SS rank. Oh well, the influence of an SS rank is powerful enough. The most important thing right now is the Sword God system's mission. Sword God system has finished loading, bound to user Ning. Current effect, increases skill power by 10,000%. After learning any sword type skill, it will be unconditionally enhanced to SSS rank. Every 48 hours, you can use a skill once with no cost and no level restrictions. Ning breathed a sigh of relief for finally completing the mission, but after taking a closer look, he was stunned. Wait a minute. In my past life, even with the power of a nation, they could only produce 2 S-rank individuals and one with an A-rank skill. Now, the Sword God system can arbitrarily enhance skills to SSS rank. Ning's current mission is to learn a sword skill. The mission reward will be an additional 4 free attribute points. Note: do not disclose any information about this system. Violators will be eliminated. Ning was determined to find a way to get a skill book. Xiao Hai approached him, his face full of excitement. Young Ning, congratulations on testing as an SS rank talent. Tell me, what reward do you want? This uncle will grant it to you. The man was so enthusiastic and cheerful, but Ning just stared blankly in one direction. After all, he was still contemplating the system's mission. Since it was so awkward, Xiao Hai had to make an excuse. He's not responding at all. It seems he's just become an awakened and hasn't adapted yet. Haha, it's all right, son. Back in the day, your Uncle Xiao was also dazed for a long time just like you. Come on, stop spacing out. Let's go to my office and talk. As soon as they returned to the private room, Ning was greeted with a warmth completely different from before. You were falsely accused, which delayed your test. I've already had my men detain all related personnel. I will definitely investigate this thoroughly and give you an answer. Furthermore, I've decided to make you the first choice for the seed project. Once the higher-ups review it, a professional level 3 will come to guide you. Supplies and equipment will also be prioritized for you. Now, tell me about the situation regarding your talent, and your Uncle Xiao will map out a plan for you. Ning remained silent, thinking to himself, the matter of the Sword God system cannot be told to anyone. I'll just tell him about my original talent. He began to speak. It's a spiritual system. Its effect is psychokinesis. Xiao Hai stroked his chin, deep in thought. Oh, a spiritual system, that's very rare. We'll likely need an expert from the capital to advise you. Ah, that's right. What reward do you want? Commander Xiao, if possible, I'd like a sword skill book. Xiao Hai immediately agreed, even thinking this reward was too easy. He sent someone to bring the highest grade book. After a difficult search, the person brought the book, Commander Xiao. This is the highest level book in our supply reserve. Xiao Hai didn't hesitate and immediately gave it to Ning. Thank you, Commander Xiao. If there's nothing else, I'd like to head back for a bit. In a hurry to go home and share the good news with your family? I can understand that. Xiao Hai then immediately assigned several elite soldiers to protect Ning 24/7, making sure his safety was guaranteed. If any unusual situation arose, they were to report it immediately, bypassing the chain of command. Regarding the incident where Ning almost lost his qualification for the test, a report was required within 24 hours. Regardless of who was involved, they were to be arrested first and questioned later. After the order was given, Ning was protected like precious cargo, escorted every second of the day. He felt they were being a bit excessive, so he told them to just station themselves here, and he could go home on his own. As soon as he appeared, everyone started whispering, Look, isn't that Ning? Has he become a big shot? He even came back in a military vehicle? Keep your voice down. He has so many awakeners protecting him, he's definitely not someone ordinary. Just as he got home, he saw his little sister taking out the trash. The little girl was Xiao An, Ning's sister. Ning froze, recalling horrifying memories. Xiao An, in my past life, I couldn't protect you. I'm so sorry. In this life, I will definitely not let any harm come to you. Just then, the young man ran over and hugged his sister tightly. The little girl smiled and patted her brother. Come on. We haven't seen each other in a year. Aren't you supposed to be at the training camp? When did you get out? Ning was still overcome with emotion, saying through his tears, I've already taken the test. Then why are you crying? It's nothing. I'm just so happy to see you. Xiao An innocently took her brother's hand. Let's go home quickly. After you left, Mom was always worried about you. Look, I was lucky enough to find some components today, so we can trade them for a few buns. You can eat your fill today. Her innocent maturity was heartbreaking. Ning smiled and announced, Silly girl, we can eat well today. Xiao An was overjoyed. Really? Is there meat today? Of course you can eat as much as you want. Just like that, he showed off his skills and cooked a lavish meal for his mother and sister. The family had never actually eaten this well before. His mother asked caringly, How did that test for the Awakener training go, son? Many of the neighbors had been asking about it. Ning excitedly announced to his mother, I passed the test. I've become an Awakener. His mother was so moved she started to cry. So did little Xiao An. As expected of my brother, you're truly my pride and joy. Oh, right. Now that you're an awakener, can our family eat meals like this every day? Yi Ning's heart ached, but he still managed to nod. After his mother and sister were asleep, he quietly went into the kitchen and opened the system. System. Learn skill book. A notification appeared. Mission completed. Received 4 free attribute points. Acquired C-rank skill. Assault. A rare type skill. You have successfully upgraded the skill. The assault sword skill has been enhanced into the SSS rank skill, Sword Flow Storm. An orb radiating powerful energy appeared in Ye Ning's hand. The Sword Flow Storm skill, after consuming 4,500 spiritual energy points, can summon a torrent of sword chi and unleash a devastating attack on the target area in an extremely short amount of time. The skill comes with traits such as super speed, armor penetration, destruction, cutting, and splitting. One thing to note is that the destructive power of this skill has increased 10,000 times. Compared to your current level, it must be used with caution. Ye Ning still couldn't believe his eyes. He had really enhanced a C-rank skill to SSS rank. No matter what grand situations he had encountered in his past life, he had never come across something this unbelievable. Yi Ning read it carefully one more time. A single use required 4,500 spiritual energy points. Without the support of equipment, to use Sword Flow Storm once, theoretically, one would need to be at the intermediate 3rd rank. Fortunately, Ye Ning's innate talent allowed him to use any skill once every 48 hours. Otherwise, even if all his spiritual energy was drained, he wouldn't be able to use it even once right now. But the trouble was, the Sword God system did not allow any information related to it to be revealed. He also couldn't explain the origin of his powers and skills to others. This also meant that before ascending to level 2, he had to avoid using the Storm Sword Flow in front of anyone. The young man sighed, knowing this was a critical time. The great commander had reported the seed project to the higher-ups, so it was best not to cause him any more trouble. But in his past life, he never had such an advanced sword skill. He was itching to try it out right away. Just as he held it, he suddenly remembered, that's right, doesn't the military district have one of those? When the apocalypse descended, spiritual energy appeared, causing all sorts of random dungeons to pop up everywhere. Later, through extensive exploration and training, humanity gradually came to understand the information related to these dungeons. The military, in particular, had expended vast amounts of manpower and resources to research and develop training dungeons used for the practical combat training of their troops. Unlike the naturally formed dungeons, you could exit a training dungeon at any time if your life was in danger, making them extremely safe. That's why Ye Ning decided to head to a training dungeon to test his new skill. This was the training dungeon of the Tianfeng safe zone. Ye Ning arrived and requested they open a solo-level dungeon for him. Any type would be fine. The dungeon support staff stared wide-eyed at Ye Ning, thinking to himself, this is that spiritual type Ye Ning who just tested as an SS rank talent. The great commander had already given instructions to open a dungeon for him. The staff member looked worried and asked Ye Ning again, are you planning to go in alone? Someone should really be going with you. With your current strength, it's too dangerous to enter a dungeon alone. I'm just going in to test a few things. I'll be out soon, so don't worry. And just like that, he entered the training dungeon. He appeared in a city with a low-level danger difficulty. This was a simulation of the world, not long after the apocalypse began. The weapon provided to Ye Ning by the dungeon was a dagger. He reached into a virtual space to pull it out. This is perfect. The weaker the weapon, the better for testing his skills. Just then, he detected a strange movement. The first monster appeared, leaping right at him. Ye Ning made his first move, leaping up to dodge its attack. Are you here to offer me free points, you little punk? He plunged the dagger straight into its bulging eye. In an instant, the monster collapsed. Only one down, I'm not even warmed up yet. The young man decided to hurry and start the hunt. He spotted a door marked as an emergency exit and saw a few crimson lights gleaming on the other side. The moment he opened the door, a multi-eyed monster that was lying in wait immediately lunged at him. It opened its massive maw, ready to swallow him whole. He stared it down, surprised to find another one. He moved in close, its saliva splattering on his face as he slit its throat with a single slash. Even though his current physical attributes weren't that strong, relying on his combat experience from his past life made dealing with these types of zombies quite easy. Looks like to properly test my skill, I need to find the mutant leader in the boss area. First, he decided to exit the building using the stairwell, then cross the street. The boss area was to the right, in front of the plaza. The moment he opened the door, he was surprised to see that the zombies here were already mid-tier level 1. The dungeon was starting to ramp up the difficulty. Yi Ning didn't want to waste any time on them. The moment they sensed a human presence, they began to roar, opening their maws and chasing after him chaotically. Yi Ning swung his knife in a wide arc and then took off running. I need to find the boss as fast as possible, so I have to get out of here quickly. The number of zombies noticing him was now increasing exponentially. Unfortunately, killing more zombies wouldn't grant him any ability experience points. So, Ye Ning decided to head straight for the boss area. But first, I'll just shake these guys off. He utilized his jumping skills, leaping onto the roof of a car, and successfully entered the boss area. The young man was on high alert when the system announced that a peak level 1 mutant, the Corpse Ripper, was approaching. It moved with such incredible speed that Ning couldn't react in time. The Corpse Ripper boss of this test dungeon was a peak level 1 mutant. He immediately leaped back, dodging its strike. Generally speaking, to deal with a peak level 1 mutant, it would take at least 3 awakened individuals of the same rank. If he weren't here to test his skills, Ning would only be at level 0. No matter how powerful his talent was, he couldn't possibly face a peak level 1 mutant head-on. Moreover, countless regular zombies were swarming in alongside the Corpse Ripper. Even an elite level 1 combat squad would have a hard time escaping this. Ning still decided to charge forward. If the skill wasn't as strong as he imagined, the worst-case scenario was just escaping the dungeon. He activated the skill, preparing to launch it, and began his attack, unleashing the power of Sword Storm. A massive explosion erupted, sending earth and rock flying. Through the hazy smoke, the young man strained to see clearly. It was a move that truly wiped the slate clean. If he hadn't come to test it himself, he could never have imagined the sheer destructive power of Sword Storm. This power could instantly annihilate even a slightly weaker peak Tier 2 mutant, and he was currently only at Tier 0. Upon defeating the peak Tier 1 mutant, Ning immediately received 5 Spirit Energy Experience Points. The artificial dungeon had deducted a 50% penalty. All the experience in the artificial dungeon comes from the Spirit Energy Stones provided by the War Zone, and the item drop rate is also lower than in a normal dungeon. In his past life, he had never heard of anyone getting equipment from a test dungeon, yet here he was with a drop. The item Ning received was a white-grade piece of equipment called the Gloves of Agility. It added 1 point to agility and increased attack and firing speed by 15%. In this apocalypse, even a Tier 2 awakened person might not have a full set of white-grade equipment. Getting one piece now was a decent start. The test had achieved its purpose, and he was even lucky enough to get some equipment. There was no point in staying any longer. Ning immediately exited the dungeon. As soon as he returned, he nonchalantly handed the token back to the technical department. The tech department staff came out quickly, probably having seen the horde of zombies get scared off. Just then, a white-haired man rushed over in a panic. "Who let a Tier 1 squad into the solo dungeon? Haven't I told you before? A solo dungeon can't accommodate that many people. It's very difficult to maintain. How many times do I have to tell you people? Why don't you listen?" The technician still didn't understand what was happening, but I didn't let any squad into the solo dungeon. No one? You're sure there was no squad? Then how did the Tier 1 mutant in that solo dungeon get wiped out? Even its unique equipment dropped. It's not like a Tier 2 awakened person would be bored enough to run a solo dungeon. The technician broke out in a cold sweat, his face twisting. A moment ago, only Ning had entered the dungeon. He said he was running some kind of test. Don't tell me he went in and single-handedly defeated the dungeon boss as a test? On his way back, Ning saw people struggling everywhere. "Guns for sale? Get your guns here. 15 kilograms of flour for 1 gun comes with 2 free bullets. Mantis meat, 1 credit point for half a kilo, for sale." Ning thought that even though he could now easily handle a peak Tier 1 mutant, the overall situation was far from optimistic. This didn't even account for the cataclysm that would happen in 1 year. The Tianfeng safe zone would be attacked by a massive number of Tier 3 mutants, leaving corpses scattered everywhere. And in just 10 days, a zombie outbreak in the Tianfeng city area would form a massive horde that would attack the Tianfeng safe zone. Ning couldn't help but worry, as the danger to Xiaoan and his mother was far from over. He had to get stronger, and fast. Meanwhile, at the capital safe zone base, the Central Group Army Command was in a meeting. Urgent intelligence from the Tianfeng safe zone. They've discovered an individual with an SS rank talent. Have you all seen the report? An SS rank talent, and a pure blood on top of that. This is an excellent prospect. We've lost a lot of Tier 3 personnel recently. Having such a talent join our ranks would be a great boon. Yes, we must accelerate his training. The corresponding resources must be provided immediately. How about we bring him directly to the capital military region and have the marshal train him personally? Are you suggesting he could break through the impossible barrier from Tier 3 to Tier 4? As of now, none of our high-ranking awakened, not the 4 great commanders, nor the dozen or so peak Tier 3 experts in the military. Not even our own marshal has been able to reach Tier 4. It's because none of us had access to the best training resources from the start. After some thought, everyone unanimously agreed. Focusing on resources from the beginning is a solid proposal. It's well worth a try. Ning, the SS rank talent, will be selected for the plan as our top prospect. Transfer him to the capital military region immediately. Just as everyone was in agreement, one person voiced an objection. This dissent caused a stir among the others. What's the meaning of this, objecting to a talent like him? You, from the 4th military region, are you getting ready to perform your traditional song and dance of dissent again? The man in glasses retorted sharply. It seems none of you read the urgent intelligence report to the very end. He is an awakened with the will attribute, which belongs to the spirit system. Historically, in the last 70 years, there has never been a Tier 3 psychic type. The physical constitution of a psychic type awakened is very weak, so they usually need support. If there's no other awakened to protect them, fighting alone makes them a burden. As for individual advancement missions, advancing from Tier 1 to Tier 2 is already a gamble. For a peak Tier 2 to advance to Tier 3, as you all know, the success rate is 0. After hearing this, the chairman did a complete 180 and downgraded Ning's importance level. Important resources cannot be wasted. The next day, Xiaohai received the returned notification. Ning's Fire Seed project was cancelled, and his importance level was even downgraded. A psychic type can't become a Tier 3. His potential is only rated as A class, or even lower, so there's little point in training him. The close aide asked, "So, will we treat him as we previously discussed?" It seems the backstabbing has begun. The higher-ups have determined that Ning has no potential. If that's the case, then revoke Ning's original benefits and help the people who were sent to protect him. What about the investigation into the incident that prevented Ning's test? The suspect committed suicide, so the lead went cold. Should I continue the investigation? Xiaohai sighed wearily. We agreed to investigate before because we saw his potential. Now that he has no potential, what's there to investigate? Shortly after, they drove over to inform him. Ning, the results from the capital's experts are in. Your potential is only Tier 2. The safe zone has revoked your benefits. You no longer need to participate in the Seed project either. I've told you everything I needed to. Goodbye. Ning was stunned. How could his potential only be Tier 2? He knew full well his talent had reached SSS rank. Even if the test showed SS rank, that would have been enough to prove his potential. After thinking for a moment, he understood. During this time, the Tian safe zone was being attacked by a large number of mutants, and psychic-type awakened are still considered trash. The theory that awakened can't break through to Tier 4 because their will attribute is insufficient, requiring a psychic-type supplement, is still unknown to anyone. Everything was truly unexpected. I can't believe that even in this life, unforeseen events would prevent them from realizing my importance. Do I have to go to the capital and reveal that I have SSS rank talent? That psychic awakening is the key to breaking through to Tier 4? After some thought, the young man decided against it. After all, who would believe words without proof? The most important thing now is to figure out how to quickly restore my strength to Tier 3. By then, everything will be revealed. With the Sword God system and the Storm Sword flow, just those two things alone have given me a much better start than in my previous life. I can't hesitate any longer. I'll set out immediately to hunt mutants. This is a wild forest, and as soon as I arrived, 2 young men tried to recruit me. Hey, kid with the gun, you want to join our team? We're a party hunting low-level Tier 1 mutants. If we succeed, we'll give you 1 credit point. Stick with us, and we guarantee your safety. Ning flatly refused. A party? The experience from a Tier 1 mutant isn't even high. With so many people, how much experience could we possibly split? I'll go on my own. I don't need you. Well now, you're a surprising one, kid. We saw you were alone and wanted to help, but you're so ungrateful. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you've become an awakened. We were kind enough to invite you. Is that attitude of yours a death wish? Their constant nagging gave Ning a headache. Shut up and get the hell out of my way. The moment their eyes met Ning's, the loudmouth staggered back. They were spooked. That cold gaze felt like being targeted by a wild beast. Could it be that only someone who has been through many life or death situations would have such eyes? This kid is definitely something else. Ning immediately ignored them and walked straight in. He stopped at the Rotten Corpse Forest, one of the most dangerous areas outside the Tianfeng safe zone. If I remember correctly, in the deepest part of this forest, there are 2 Tier 1 mutants, one of which is a peak Tier 1. An awakened needs to kill 3 Tier 1 mutants to advance from Tier 0 to Tier 1. I already took down a peak Tier 1 mutant in the test instance. Although the experience was halved, it's still equivalent to a normal Tier 1. If I take care of 2 more in this Rotten Corpse Forest, I can level up. Just then, he encountered a monster. He decisively chose not to use the Storm Sword flow and instead opened fire with his gun. You don't just need spirit energy experience, you also need to strengthen your physical functions. Monsters came rushing out of nowhere. Ning knew that the physical constitution of psychic-type awakeners was the weakest. He had to change the higher-ups' impression. It wasn't just him. All capable 3rd-tier awakeners had to find a way to awaken their psychic abilities. Otherwise, it would be too late by the time the 4th tier descends. He had to find a way to make the higher-ups realize the importance of the psychic system. The moment Ning fired his gun, birds scattered everywhere, and the group from before also panicked. Did you hear that? It's a gunshot. Could it be from that kid from earlier? That sound came from the direction of the tree demon. It sounds like it's not far from here. Everyone, let's go. We can't let that brat get us killed before we even find the spirit energy fruit. Meanwhile, Ning was dodging every attack and sweep. A peak 1st-tier mutant, the tree demon, was relentlessly attacking him. It wasn't just one, but 2 of them attacking together, its mouth wide open, ready for battle. But Ning was confused. Looking left and right, He couldn't see the other one anywhere. Right now, he could only see and sense the one in front of him, but looking closely, something seemed a little off. Dozens of its tentacles plunged straight into the ground at incredible speed. Ning ran as fast as he could, dodging whatever he could, but when he looked around, it was gone, having actually jumped right above his head. It swung its tendrils with great force. It was unbelievable that such a large, heavy body could jump like that. Moreover, the second one still hadn't appeared. Ning suspected it was waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The monster grew more enraged by the second, and at this point, there was no time to dodge, nor was there time to think of a solution. He could only brace for impact. He slammed his gun into its body with all his might, and suddenly noticed a strange eye-shaped object right in its center. Ning's wrist was torn open by the attack, so he was sure he wasn't seeing things earlier. The subjugation squad for mid-tier second-stage mutants was highly skilled, yet they were severely injured and even lost 2 members while facing 2 first-tier ones. If the second one hadn't been hiding so well, they wouldn't have been this badly hurt. In his past life, the Tree Demon and the Disturber here were eliminated by an elite military squad. Their words at the time had led him to a misunderstanding. In reality, one was always hiding deep inside, and the answer was right in front of him. The Disturber was on the Tree Demon's body. Its body began to swell. Ning finally understood. The Disturber's scream was a buff that strengthened the Tree Demon, but it seemed the buff's duration wasn't very long. Furthermore, when using the buff, the Tree Demon intentionally took a step back. Right now, there was no change. It was still using the same attack pattern as before. If his guess was correct, it would jump next to Ning again, just as expected. Ning immediately jumped onto its tentacle. Your biggest weakness is that Disturber, you B times Ch. This was his moment to shine. He leaped high and plunged his sword straight into the center of the Disturber. The Tree Demon let out a massive roar as green slime oozed out. In Ning's hand was the Disturber. When it wasn't on the Tree Demon's body, the Disturber was incredibly weak. He could definitely crush it with one hand. Seeing this, the Tree Demon became even more frantic, thrashing about defiantly. Now it was its turn. Ning drew his sword, and with just a few slashes, he shredded the tentacle into 100 pieces. Unexpectedly, without the Disturber's buff, the Tree Demon completely lacked the strength of a peak first-tier mutant. The young man decisively charged forward again. The more it screamed, the more he enjoyed turning it into a crippled monster. Now the Tree Demon was left bare. All of its majestic, thrashing tentacles were F times kecking chopped off. Ning said gently, "Come on now. Stop struggling. Goodbye, darling." Immediately after, a sword plunged straight into the center of its face. Green fluid gushed out, and its entire body exploded. The system announced you have successfully eliminated the mid-tier first-stage mutant, the Disturber, and received spirit energy experience. You have eliminated the peak first-tier mutant, the Tree Demon, and received spirit energy experience. You have obtained white-grade Tree Demon bark material and white-grade withered wood armor equipment. In addition, you have obtained white-grade giant claw material and 1 corpse spirit fruit. Ning was quite pleased. Although it has side effects, it's a pretty top-tier item for normal combat. However, the rarest item was still the spirit fruit. After using this spirit fruit, it permanently increases constitution by 1 point and boosts life recovery speed by 20%. Ning decided to use it right away. For an awakened one, advancing a major tier only grants 4 attribute points. He had already defeated 2 bosses, so gaining 1 point was a pretty good haul. The 3 members of the other team looked on, dumbfounded. The boss's energy pressure had vanished. Could that gunshot have been from that second-tier awakened one? But besides that useless teenager from before and us, there's no one else here. I had a feeling that kid was shady. It couldn't have been him, could it? This is too hard to believe. Half an hour later, inside the Tian safe zone, at a mutant material purchasing point, Ning brought a few things he had collected. The moment the owner saw the large bag, he eagerly greeted him. "Do you want to sell all of these materials? What's the estimated price for the whole lot?" Although Ning could sell directly through the system's trading channel, at this stage, he couldn't afford to waste any resources. Every penny had to be spent wisely, so an offline transaction was the most suitable option. After an inspection, the shop manager enthusiastically announced, "Hello! These 4 materials from a peak first-tier mutant can be used to craft a set of armor and an offensive weapon. Their value is around 697 credits. It looks like this is your first time here, so we'll use our new customer promotion and round it up to 700 credits. How does that sound?" Ning was stunned. He thought to himself that in the apocalypse, 700 credits could be exchanged for over 200 kilograms of meat or used to hire 7 to 8 mercenaries to fight for him. This was considered a very high price. Ning had no reason to refuse. He immediately agreed and told the owner to process the payment. "Yes, the credits have been transferred. Please check to see if you've received them. We also sell equipment, supplies, and firearms, and can even take special custom orders. Sir, is there anything else you need? Do you have any skill books? The sword skill type?" The owner hesitated. "We do have sword skill books, but their rank is a bit low. Actually, it's not just our guild. The entire Tianfeng safe zone is the same. We only have D-rank sword skill books. An employee immediately brought out 3 books and asked if Ye Ning was interested. He took them for a look. One was the D-rank skill, Rage Slash. The skill effect consumes a portion of stamina and spirit power, then unleashes a charged forward attack that deals 1.2 times your strength attribute in damage. The second book was the D-rank skill, Quick Draw Slash, which consumes a significant amount of stamina to increase your attack speed and deal 1.2 times your agility attribute in damage on the first strike. The third book was the D-rank skill, Continuous Slash, which consumes a high amount of stamina and spirit. When attacking, it executes 3 rapid slashes, each dealing 0.6 times your strength attribute in damage, with a chance to apply a bleeding effect. These were all the lowest tier books, basically trash. Although he didn't have to worry about the power of the skills after they were modified by the Sword God system, the effects of the modified skill were still heavily tied to the original, so he couldn't just choose one at random. Take Crimson Sword Aura, for example. Its power was terrifying, but it had a short casting delay and wasn't very flexible due to its massive area of effect. If he were to face a high-level agility-type mutant in the future, once it dodged the Crimson Sword Aura, it could strike while Ye Ning's skill was on cooldown. The owner was still wearing a sycophantic grin, trying to make a sale. Esteemed customer, aren't you going to pick one? Actually, if you're not in a hurry, I can order a skill book from another safe zone. You just have to pay the processing fee, and we can find you a C-rank skill. If you don't specify the type, we might even get a B-rank one. Ye Ning didn't hesitate and made his decision instantly. No need, I'll take this Quick Draw Slash book. He was actually very curious to see how much a skill that increases attack speed could be enhanced. The owner thought to himself, this guy has the power to sell materials from a peak first-tier mutant, yet he's picking such a garbage skill. Is he just rich and reckless? Oh well, a sale's a sale, so who cares? He put on his saccharine, enthusiastic face again. Quick Draw Slash for 600 credits. Let's get this skill book packaged for our esteemed guest. Selling this book was like striking gold for them. Ye Ning strolled home, thinking to himself, I still have 100 credits left. I should buy some delicious food for Xiao An. As soon as he got home, his sister was stunned, wondering why her brother had brought home so much food. The young man explained confidently, I'm an awakened one. Didn't I tell you last time? From now on, we'll only eat good food. Ye Ning even bought some extra snacks. In the apocalypse, just ensuring survival is already incredibly difficult. Snacks are an absolute luxury. As soon as she saw them, Xiao An screamed with delight. Wow, I heard only officials' families have snacks. No one on our streets has ever seen snacks before. He patted his sister's head encouragingly. Go on and eat. Xiao An will have plenty of things like this in the future. I promise and guarantee it. 2 hours after eating, the little girl went to bed. Mom was working overtime today, so she came home late. Now that no one would bother him, he could finally learn the skill book, so he started to open it. In an instant, he successfully learned the D-rank skill book Divine Sword Draw. Current skill slots 2 out of 4. The skill transformed into the SSS rank Celestial Flowing Light. Ye Ning closed his eyes tightly, feeling the skill's effect consume 4,000 mana points, unleashing a single slash. While that attack's power and agility would be increased by 600% for 1 second. The attack, carrying a destructive sword aura, could inflict irregular limb-severing effects on the first target hit, with a certain probability of triggering a special fatal blow effect. I can't believe it can increase agility by 600%. Even if it's just for 1 second, it can compensate for the skill's slow attack speed. I really made the right choice. Next, I should find a place to test this sword skill. He suddenly remembered something and opened the cabinet to find an item, taking out a poison-proof mask. I remember now. If I want to test speed, only that place is suitable. 2 hours later, on the outskirts of Nguyen Thien Phong's city, thick fog swirled mysteriously, with monsters crawling everywhere. This is the place. The Kim Nguyen residential area. It seems that in both my past life and this one, the Kim Nguyen residential area has remained an unexplored zone. Ye Ning recalled an old memory. In his past life, by chance, he discovered that this residential area housed a Tier 2 mutant that had nearly maxed out speed and agility, and it also carried an extremely valuable piece of blue-grade equipment. A careless glance down and he was already covered in its sticky slime. It stalked Ye Ning from behind, and as soon as he turned around, he saw it lunging at him. Its suction cup mouth opened wide, trying to swallow his head whole. Ye Ning quickly drew his sword and with a few basic slashes, made it collapse. Luckily, it was just a zombie. If it had been the climber, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fighting it in this swamp would be beyond hell mode, so he immediately moved to another location. In a flash, he was inside a deserted warehouse. The moment he entered, monsters were lurking everywhere. In my past life, when I fought it, I was already Tier 2, fully equipped with blue-grade gear, and I still got seriously injured fighting it. Now, with my current physical stats being a bit slow, I'm afraid the climber would tear me to shreds. If I remember correctly, the climber should be somewhere around here. Turning his head, the young man spotted a ventilation fan. I don't know if this was here in my past life, he thought, making use of the iron rungs. Maybe I just didn't notice it back then. It feels like I can use this to set a trap. Ning bent them, pointing them outwards like sharp spikes. It seems he planned to lure the monster over and use this to skewer it. From a puddle below, a hidden elite monster struggled to emerge. It saw Ning and charged at him with incredible speed. He quickly dodged the attack, letting it smash its head straight into the wall. I have to finish it off quickly. If the climber shows up too, I'm screwed. The elite monster roared in pain. It fell for it that quickly. This trap is actually useful. Something was leaping rapidly behind the building. The one thing he didn't want to happen, happened. The system announced that a mid-tier, second-stage mutant, the climber, had appeared. At this point, he was screwed. The young man never expected a 1 versus 2 situation like this would still happen. Standing between two massive monsters, Ning was completely bewildered. He even felt that the climber's speed was faster than in his previous life. Because it was so close, his proximity to the climber made its next attack easier to dodge. However, predicting where the other elite monster would focus its attacks was not so easy. There was no time to think too much. He absolutely had to dodge the climber's attacks. But dodging one meant the other would rush in, forcing him to block depending on the situation. His excitement didn't last long before Ning was disappointed. Setting that trap was completely useless, and now he was even more seriously injured. Damn it, it completely backfired. Although I came here to test a skill, the situation is too dangerous now. Using Sword Wind Storm would be much safer. But now, using the Sword Storm to wipe them out seems impossible. The climber's speed is too fast, the Sword Storm can't hit it, and I also have to dodge the attacks of the two mutants at the same time. A rankless person's physical stats can't handle that. So, I can only use the sky-piercing light ray skill, but it's a quick draw slash, a single target attack. Ning had no choice but to sheath his sword again. The two monsters got feisty and charged at him simultaneously. The young man suddenly remembered, wait, I recall the skill description saying that the sky-piercing light ray's attack carries its own sword aura. Although I don't know how long the sword aura is, to be safe, I'll just calculate based on the shortest length I know. If my guess is correct, the length of my arm plus the length of the sword, combined with the length of the sword aura, means that even if sky-piercing light ray is a single target skill, it should be enough to hit both monsters at once. Ning decisively activated the quick draw slash, sky-piercing light ray, attacking them both at the same time, the powerful impact causing energy to radiate everywhere. The fact that several parts of the monster's bodies fell off says it all. Ning, standing right between them, managed to cut down both monsters with a single attack. Not only did the skill description mention it could cause irregular dismemberment on the first target hit, but the sword aura even had a splash effect. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have risked attacking both at once. But on second thought, the young man had his doubts. That's not quite right either. The attack's effect isn't guaranteed to activate. This skill still needs more research. The system immediately sent notifications. You have killed a higher-level climber, a mid-tier rank 2 mutant, and received a huge amount of spiritual energy experience points. You have killed a river guide, a high-tier rank 1 mutant, and received spiritual energy experience points along with a white-grade mutant material, the climber's leg. You have received a blue-grade mutant material, the Jin Shi core. You have received the blue-grade equipment, numbing wind claws. Although it was risky just now, the rewards were well worth it. At the Tianfeng Military District Guard Post, they detected a massive energy wave fluctuating throughout the entire area. What is this? An unprecedented abnormal energy fluctuation? We must sound the alarm immediately. As soon as the alarm rang, all personnel were in an uproar. What's happening? Why did the alarm suddenly go off? We've detected an abnormal energy fluctuation in the suburbs. Could it be that some rank 3 awakened person took action in the suburbs? None of our Tianfeng military district's rank 3 awakened are recorded as being out today. Could it be a high-ranking official from another military district visiting, or some special operation from another country? Quick, send someone to the scene to investigate. 20 minutes later, they had tracked down the area where the traces originated. I've never seen battle traces like this before. I don't seem to recall any rank 3 awakened in the military district using this move recently. Wait, take a look at this. Based on the residual energy, the spiritual energy used in this person's skill was at least over 4,000. To unleash 4,000 spiritual energy without being paralyzed on the spot and still be able to act, only a mid-tier rank 3 master could do that. Looking more closely, the inspector was startled. This is an emergency. It's beyond our authority. We must report to the Grand Marshal immediately. After cleaning everything up, Ning casually strolled back through the Tianfeng safe zone. He was very excited. It can both teleport and deal explosive damage, truly worthy of being a top-tier piece of equipment that could sell for 60,000 credit points in his past life's memory. I hope it can sell for a good price in this life too. It's too late now, so the offline shops are all closed. Ning decided to try listing it for sale online. The moment he hit the submit button, someone asked for the price a second later. Isn't that a bit too fast? Hello, I want these numbing wind claws. Can you sell them to me at a discounted price? Ning replied bluntly. 60,000 credit points. No bargaining. Hey buddy, can I use other resources like skill equipment and food to substitute for part of the credit points? Seeing that Ning wasn't replying, the person was worried they wouldn't be able to buy the item. Boss, are you still there? Can you sell it to me for 30,000? Please. Ning was actually finding this amusing. So many people want to buy it, looks like I don't have to worry about whether it will sell. He started to negotiate. Brother, add me as a friend. Let's discuss the details. The specific price will definitely satisfy you. If you really want it, the credit points can't be less than 30,000. Other items, including white-grade equipment, are also acceptable, but I only need sword-type skills, and spirit fruits would be best. The guy on the other side of the screen sounded extremely eager, absolutely determined. This top-tier piece of equipment, even if I have to sell everything I own, I must buy it. He immediately ordered his subordinates. All right, take inventory of all the equipment in the tribe, especially anything related to the swordsman class. Understood, Chief. We guarantee it'll be done. After half an hour of scouring, they returned with the results. Chief, all the equipment we could find is here. After thinking for a moment, the chief still felt it wasn't enough. I feel like this still isn't enough. I need to make a down payment to reserve the item. Now, go gather the money, quickly. After a short wait, Ning's deposit of credit points was transferred. The young man looked very satisfied. Heh, does this guy really love equipment that much? In my past life, until the day I died, my mother and Xiaoan always lived in fear, without a single good day. Now that I'm reborn and have resources, making them suffer again would make this rebirth meaningless. I must let my mother and Xiaoan live the best life possible, the chief messaged back. Boss, the rest is being gathered. It will definitely be sent over tomorrow. The next morning, at the Tian real estate company, the place was crowded with people. As soon as he walked in, a staff member greeted him very enthusiastically. Hello. May I ask what type of house you two are looking to buy? Have you looked here before? Ning led his little sister, who was bewildered by all this splendor. I want to buy the best house available, as soon as possible because I'm in a hurry. Is there anything ready for immediate move-in? The female employee looked at him with disdain, thinking to herself, a level 0 awakened one dares to come look at houses. You can't even afford a single brick here, she replied. The best type of house costs 40,000 credit points. It's very expensive. Why don't you go over there and look at the 2,000 point options? I have other customers to attend to. Ning boldly declared. No need, 40,000 credit points is fine. Let's transfer the money right now. The female employee challenged him. If you have the money, then transfer it. You can move in today. How about that? She said it out loud, but in her heart, she was filled with contempt. This guy reeks of poverty, coming here to spout nonsense. If you don't have the money, then get lost and stop wasting my time. Ning opened his device and told her to wait a little longer. The phone displayed his current balance as 13,000 credit points. Insufficient credit points, transaction failed. The employee became even more annoyed. Hey buddy, did you come here to mess with me because you're broke? Your few minutes must be really valuable. Just wait a bit and tens of thousands of credit points will appear. Huh. Xiaoan looked completely confused and pitiful, and just as she finished speaking, a new message arrived. The other party was negotiating with Ning. Boss, time was a bit tight. I only managed to gather 39,375 credit points, plus some equipment and spirit fruits. Do you think we can make a deal? The equipment sent included a white-grade tactical armor made from mutated beast hide, 2 white-grade shoulder pads, a white-grade arm guard, a pair of tactical leather pants, a white-grade ring, and 6 white-grade spirit fruits. Ning immediately accepted the trade. The ding of the notification message was the moment the female employee's face showed utter shock. 39,375 credit points have been transferred to your account. She began her face-changing act, turning to him with her phone out, unusually cheerful. Big brother, you're truly a young talent. So wealthy at such a young age, I'm truly stunned by you. Ning, with a confused look, asked back, can the transfer be made? If not, I'll find someone else. The female employee eagerly replied, Big brother, I can do it. I really can. Whatever you ask, I can do it all. My esteemed big brother, I am honored to serve you. I will ensure you are absolutely satisfied. After the successful transfer, Ning and his sister were led to a magnificent and splendid house. Xiaoan still couldn't believe her eyes. Brother, are we really going to live here from now on? From now on, Xiaoan won't have to go scavenge in the junkyard anymore. Take the keys, and bring Mom over here later, okay? He told her to handle it herself, as he had some business to attend to outside. Night had fallen, and the young man climbed to the rooftop of a building. The resources gained from killing the climbers were almost gone. I need to restock quickly. The high-level mutated beings around Tianfeng have all been cleared out by the army. The remaining grinding spots will automatically refresh, but they can only be used to train low-level awakeners. Right now, the only option is Corp C Academy. That's a dungeon outside the Tianfeng safe zone, the only place where spirit energy fruits can drop, and it also has Tier 2 mutants. Furthermore, there's a special reward based on the clearance rating. No one has achieved the highest rating for the dungeon yet, which means the special reward is still available. And since I have an SSS rank skill, I can definitely conquer Corpse C Academy. The young man did a few flips and jumped down. Do you wish to enter the C rank dungeon, Corpse C Academy? The current level restriction for the dungeon is Tier 2. Ning immediately confirmed, and the system announced that he was successfully matched. The current number of people in the dungeon is 14. The Corpse C Academy dungeon will start in 1 minute. The current setting is a normal background with no supernatural or special events. The enemies in the dungeon are zombie mutants and a few humans. The dungeon's timeline is set 7 days after the apocalypse broke out. The people who turned into zombies have already taken over the academy. Completing the basic mission allows you to leave the dungeon. Ning found himself in a classroom with several other people. He was still staring intently at the system notification panel. The current basic mission is to survive in the academy for 12 hours. During this time, you cannot leave the academy. The mission reward is a random white grade item and 4 spirit energy experience points. You can choose any of the following missions. Eliminate the headless female zombie, D rank difficulty. Eliminate the butcher mutant, C rank difficulty. Eliminate all zombies in the academy, C rank difficulty. A blonde young man named Gao Yun was standing behind Freak. Has anyone here run this Corpse C dungeon before? I've done it once. If no one else has, I can nominate myself as the team leader for everyone. A bald-headed guy chimed in with support. I heard the academy's difficulty is very high. If you have experience, then please lead the team. Gao Yun put on a serious expression. The difficulty of this dungeon is considered high among all Tier 2 dungeons. If we don't coordinate well, it's very easy to get wiped out. After talking for a while, he noticed Ning still had his back turned, seemingly uninterested. Gao Yun had no choice but to call out to him. Hey you, level 0, a level 0 kid coming to this dungeon. Aren't you just looking for a quick way to die? You're in the wrong dungeon, kid. Didn't anyone tell you this is a Tier 2 dungeon? Ning didn't say a word. Just a slight glance back was enough to make the guy flinch. Holy crap, this level 0 kid looks a bit sinister. What's a level 0 doing here? We don't have time to babysit you, so if you can't handle it, stay far away. Don't drag us down. After a moment, Gao Yun waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Just follow behind us and leech some experience points. After all, a level 0 needs a chance to improve. But everyone, the basic reward for this dungeon is just 1 white grade item. I'm sure you all came here for the high difficulty missions, so you all must remember my warning very carefully. Absolutely do not accept any missions on your own. Understand? Last time I ran this dungeon, I didn't understand these things and ended up pulling 2 bosses at the same time. As a result, most of my teammates fell. We had to rely on 2 peak Tier 2 teammates, risking their lives just to barely clear it. I was scared to death back then and got nothing out of it. I don't even dare to think about it now. Ning was still focused on the system screen. If that's the case, my stats are still a bit lacking. Looks like I can't be stingy with the spirit energy fruits. As far as I know, many Tier 2 awakeners don't even have a total of 18 stat points, but my strength stat has already reached 17. My stat panel isn't much different from a Tier 2 ability user's. These stats, plus my 2 SSS rank skills, are definitely enough to sweep through Corpse C Academy. Now, Ning's entire body was brimming with power and momentum. Gao Yun arrogantly instructed everyone. The protective barrier is about to disappear. Everyone, accept the headless female zombie mission first. This boss is a mid-tier 2. With 14 of us taking it on together, we shouldn't suffer too many losses. Captain, we'll all listen to your commands anyway. The only curvy girl in the group started using her feminine wiles to play mind games. Captain, if there's any danger later, you have to help little old me, okay? The group set out immediately after. The protective barrier around the academy vanished, and before anyone could do anything, they saw Ning dashing forward. Their faces were filled with question marks. What the heck? Isn't that the level 0 guy up ahead? He charged in all by himself. Damn it, what is he trying to do? Does he have a death wish? What should we do now? Will his actions affect us? Cao Van raised his hand and shouted, he's just a level 0 player. Ignore him. Everyone just follow me, and don't break formation. Focus up, let's move out together. The area grew increasingly desolate and cold. Ning was running up the stairs when he suddenly heard cries for help. Big brother, please save us. We're trapped in here. Can you lead us out? They looked human, but Ning had already seen through to their true forms. He casually ran right past them, even giving each of them a kick. My teammates from my past life thought you were side quest NPCs for the dungeon, so they stopped to save you, only to be ambushed by you, losing their lives after being brutally torn apart. I can't forget that scene, even when I close my eyes. The Butcher Dungeon is the easiest place to get the best gear. I'll go to the rooftop to find it first, then lure out the hidden boss and use the Storm Sword to finish them all off. Meanwhile, the other team was still sneaking around. This junkyard is the spawn point for the headless female corpse. Before we engage, try to avoid fighting other smaller mobs. The whole group moved slowly, following Cao Van and his commands completely. The more dungeon mobs you kill at the beginning, the more frenzied the mobs will become later on. Fighting the boss directly is actually the lowest difficulty. After dealing with the first boss, the dungeon mobs will go into a collective frenzy. When that happens, we'll hide. We'll wait for the frenzy buff effect to wear off, then proceed deeper. The black-haired girl following him tried her best to flatter him. With you here, Captain, clearing this dungeon will definitely be easy. The young man behind her told her to shut up, be quiet, look over there. Is that the boss? The system announced the attack of the headless female corpse, a mid-tier stage 2 mutant. There it was, on the roof of a wrecked car, with the face of a demon, holding a skull in its hand. The headless female corpse glanced over at Cao Van, who was peeking out with the lamest shield ever. He stepped forward, stammering, I'm a defense type. I can hold the monster's aggro, everyone attack now. This team couldn't be more of a mess. The player with the archer class charged forward to open the attack. The bald guy shouted worriedly, Captain, move a little to the right to avoid getting hit by the magic attack's friendly fire. After the shield temporarily contained the female corpse's magic, Cao Van thought he saw a good opportunity. He jumped up, intending to counterattack, but in an instant, the female corpse was gone. After disappearing for about 3 seconds, it reappeared out of nowhere above the archer's head. Captain, what's happening? Why did the boss come over to us? Cao Van stammered awkwardly. Sorry, I couldn't hold it just now. Cao Van tried to activate his shield again. It's fine now, everyone. Continue attacking with the same rhythm as before. At the same time, Ning was standing alone, observing and thinking deeply. The butcher mutant should be here. Why can't I see it? Let me check the quest. What's this? Wait a minute. The optional quest to kill the butcher is gone. I didn't accept the quest, so who did? As for the other group, everyone looked dumbfounded, not understanding why a second boss had appeared. It turns out that this Cao Van guy had been sneaky. He had accepted the quest on his own without asking anyone. He thought to himself, as someone who awakened as a natural defense type, there's no way to deal high damage when fighting monsters. At the moment of quest settlement, it's very difficult to get priority for good gear. But if the boss has just a sliver of health left, and all my teammates are wiped out, the sole survivor who completes it will receive good gear even if the clear rating isn't high. Right after that, Cao Van put on a great act, pretending to know nothing, and even shifted the blame. Who accepted the quest? Could it be that level 0 guy who ran off earlier? Damn it, is he trying to screw us over or what? Cao Van, will definitely not let that guy's treacherous plan succeed. He feigned bravery and rushed towards the monster, holding out his shield convincingly. Let me hold the monster's aggro. You all don't need to worry about anything. Just attack with all your might as fast as possible. Seeing Cao Van risk his life to charge forward, the group was once again manipulated. Captain, is there anyone in this world better than you? Ning, watching from above, had heard everything. He felt a surge of anger. Wow, so you want to blame me and take all the gear for yourself? Not a bad plan. Unfortunately, you picked the wrong guy. There are 2 hidden bosses in this instance dungeon. He decided to accept the Class C mission to eliminate the Withered Bone Mutant, and also accepted the Class B mission to eliminate the Corpse Lord. The 2 monsters were summoned in an instant. Ning fearlessly drew his weapon. Don't just stand there gawking. Come play with me. As they charged at him in unison, Ning did a flip and jumped down, just as he planned. It seems they all followed, and they're all in a berserk state. Excellent. Cao Van looked up in confusion. Isn't that the level 0 guy? Ning landed right next to him. Cao Van's face immediately turned pale. Why? Why is he here? Just then, the 2 monsters also landed. Cao Van froze on the spot, seeing him stunned. Ning even patted his shoulder comfortingly. Didn't you say you like to play? Go have a blast with these 4 bosses. Cao Van was utterly horrified when he realized Ning had accepted all the missions. Ning slipped past and whispered in his ear, I have to apologize for putting you in such an unfair situation. Cao Van was so furious he could spit blood. He originally planned to fight these awakeners, spend the last 3 hours dealing with the boss, but his entire plan was ruined by this level 0 guy. He had no choice but to run for his worthless life. Everyone, run to the rooftop! The others saw their leader running and followed suit. Ning was a bit smug. This is fine. Gathering them all at the lecture hall will make cleaning up easier. As soon as they ran inside, a young man on the team went crazy and took out all his frustration on Ning. You piece of trash who drags everyone down. I won't let you get away with this. As this person attacked, Ning easily dodged the attack. What's going on? I'm a level 2 slasher, and he's just a level 0. He shouldn't have been able to dodge that, right? Ning then spoke up. Your teammate died at the hands of Tu Chi, right? I wasn't the one who accepted that mission. Everyone's faces went blank. What? They turned to criticize Cao Van. You intentionally released that disabled female student to harm Zhang Dao, didn't you? You wanted to use us as cannon fodder, and then take all the experience points for yourself? Cao Van stammered, not knowing how to explain. Now is not the time for infighting. That kid has already accepted all the subsequent missions. The mutants will be here soon. We have to defend this place if we want to survive. Defend my A****. 4 enhanced, level 2 mutants. We can't possibly defend against them. Not to mention the Corpse Monarch. That thing is at the peak of level 2. One person in the group, seeing them being too noisy, impatiently shouted, "Stop arguing! This building can't be destroyed unless it's by a level 3. That disabled girl and the other 3 have large bodies, so they can only climb up from the outside. We'll split into 2 teams and block all ranged attacks from the 3-headed mutant. The others will block the disabled girl at the main entrance and the horde of zombies. If we can make it out of here alive, I'll definitely chop off the heads of Cao Van and that level 0 kid." Monsters swarmed up the building. This guy seems to talk a big game, Ning thought to himself. Let's see if he can even last that long. The entire team coordinated their attacks, unleashing radioactive flames and ice tentacles. The power of the fire caused a huge explosion. In just a moment, the 4 bosses had already climbed up. They couldn't believe how fast it was. They started to panic. Our full power attacks can't stop them at all. At this rate, we're done for. We're running out of energy. Cao Van was also facing several monsters at once. "I'm screwed. I have to fight. It's all over." After a good number of them had arrived, Ning pulled another trick, calling out, "If you want to live, jump down after me." Everyone was confused as they saw the young man crouch down. What's going on? Is he giving up first? What a lunatic. A total waste. Ning did a few flips, and a massive explosion shook everything. They looked up at an overwhelmingly powerful energy pressure. Did that level 0 guy cause that explosion? How is that possible? At this point, they had to go all in. They charged forward to take the gamble, jumping after Ning in unison. Now, only Cao Van was left standing there dumbfounded, afraid that jumping down would lead to an even more miserable death. "I'm a defense type. If I stay here, I might just be able to hold on." Ning looked smug. "Cao Van, you were right not to jump." He began to activate Sword Flow Storm to blow up the entire rooftop. Cao Van tried to block with his shield, but it seemed to be too much for him. The others, mid-jump, still couldn't believe this was the work of the level 0 guy. White smoke billowed everywhere. With such a massive explosion, the boss was annihilated in an instant. Cao Van was also vaporized. The group finally understood why Ning dared to come and face the challenge. This level of power had to be at least 3rd rank. After taking care of business, Ning appeared looking incredibly badass, completely unharmed without a single scratch. "Is everyone all right?" One person stepped forward to represent the group and bowed in apology. "Master, we were blind to your greatness and were disrespectful to you earlier." The archer stammered an explanation. "When I mentioned a level 0 dog earlier, I wasn't actually talking about you. It's fine. That doesn't matter. Next, find all the remaining zombie stragglers here and take care of them. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" They all bowed in unison and immediately followed Ning's orders. The moment he left, they couldn't stop praising him, calling him handsome, young, and incredibly strong. It looked like that young man had completely fallen for Ning. Meanwhile, Ning was still completely focused. He remembered hearing in his past life that the headless female zombie carried a hidden blue-grade piece of equipment. He stopped and spotted half a skull lying around. The battle had been so destructive that searching for anything was difficult. Suddenly, he saw a faint glint of light. He went over to check and finally found it. "You have obtained a blue-grade item, the Resentful Skull. The item's effects have 2 branches, psychokinesis and mental probe. You must place it on your forehead to use it." This skull was indeed very useful for a psychic type. Up until now, psychic types had always been looked down upon, mainly because they couldn't materialize a concrete ultimate skill like other awakened types. Furthermore, they couldn't inflict tangible damage. Now, with this buff, the rise of the psychic types was finally within reach. The moment Ning placed it on his head, the item released a powerful energy that sent agonizing pain through his entire body. He was now surging with psychokinetic power. He immediately tested it on a massive falling boulder. After concentrating for just a second, he was able to make it shatter. He tried to regain his composure and shouted an attack command. Pockmarked holes were created, smoldering with smoke. Ning thought to himself, "Not bad power. It'll definitely be stronger once I level up. Now, let's test the mental probe." He placed both hands on his forehead to check on the other group. The entire situation, including the movements of every single person, appeared in Ning's mind. This included their exact positions and their distance from him. It seemed the maximum detection range was 29 meters, but that was more than enough for now. Just as he thought that, the system announced that all zombies in the Shihai Academy had been completely eliminated. All missions were now complete. The option to exit the dungeon has been initiated. Upon exiting, rewards would be calculated based on his performance in the dungeon. For Ning, his completion rate was 100%, earning him an SSS rank. The random rewards were 1 blue-grade equipment, 6 white-grade equipment, and 3 random attribute points, and 1 B-rank skill book. For defeating the headless female zombie, the bloody butcher, the withered bone, and the corpse monarch while under-leveled, he received an additional 2 attribute points. The rewards sounded very generous. He could sell the white-grade equipment online when he returned. Ning's current level had also reached the peak of level 1. He needed to accept a rank-up quest soon to advance. He eagerly checked to see what blue-grade item he got. Upon opening it, he found the blue-grade item was the Thundering Boots. Equipment attributes: Agility +2, Running speed increased by 20%, and jumping power increased by 20%. For its equipment effect, it carries a paralysis effect. This effect has no cost. As for its equipment skill, activating Thunderstep increases agility by 10 points for 2 seconds and grants 1 charge attack. An attack with 10 bonus agility points. Wouldn't that basically make him an agility type? He decided not to sell it, put on the thundering boots, and went to accept the rank-up quest. Shortly after, he went to the Tianfeng Night Mission Center and, while yawning, asked the staff member to give him a rank-up quest. The girl asked, a level 0 ranking up to level 1? After reading the quests, he decided to accept all 4 of the second rank quests. The female staffer was stunned, thinking she must have misheard. What did you say? Accept all 4 quests? Are you insane or am I dreaming? After double-checking Ning's information, the girl laughed incredulously. He's really level 0? Haha, so you're the one who's dreaming. But even setting that aside, accepting 4 quests at once, is there something wrong with your head? Besides System Awakeners, everyone else takes 1 quest at a time. Don't you know the penalty for failing a quest is very severe? Ning replied calmly. Failing a single quest will deduct 50% of my main attribute, and if I fail all of them, I'll become a cripple or even die. I can indeed bear this consequence. Ning was determined. The test results show that you are at the peak of the first tier. Now, can you process the quests for me? The female staff member had no reason to refuse. Just then, a man walked over. Iro, isn't this Ning, the one with the SS rank talent? This person was the captain of the Tianfeng Safety Zone's reconnaissance team, named Huaxia. It's so late. A tier 0 like you is still here to accept quests. Why do you need to be so reckless? After all, no matter how hard you struggle, what can a mental type system possibly achieve? The female staff member stammered an explanation. Sir, actually. Before she could finish, a group of people had assembled behind him. Reporting, Captain, everyone has assembled. We suspect we found traces of a 3rd-tier combat awakened at Shihai Academy. The higher-ups have ordered us to investigate immediately. Everyone, move out. Let's go. Ning stood there and just smiled faintly, not expecting that news of his destructive power had reached them so quickly. The former zoo was now Tianlei Park. Commander, aren't we going to inform the Tianfeng safety zone? I've seen Tianfeng dispatching troops everywhere these past few days. It seems like they're looking for something. It couldn't be us, could it? The man in iron armor, wielding a massive broadsword, was the commander of the Jiang Town area, a 3rd-tier awakened named Hong Gang. Hong Gang boasted confidently, my son, Hong Xing, was just selected for the Project Fireseed A-list. I want to find some blue-grade equipment for him. It's no big deal. Besides, a while ago, the Tianfeng zone was extremely dejected because the higher-ups rejected the SS rank Ning. Telling them about this now would just be rubbing salt in their wound, wouldn't it? Yes. You're absolutely right, Commander. Hong Gang turned back with a scowl. But is your intel accurate? Is there really only one peak 2nd-tier beast here about to advance to the 3rd tier? I don't want to have come all the way from Jiangtown to this remote Tianfeng area for nothing, the subordinate confidently replied. Rest assured, Commander, the intel is definitely accurate. That Corpse Tiger is guaranteed to drop blue-grade equipment. With that, the group got straight to work. Meanwhile, Ning was standing on high ground, surveying the entire scene. A system quest appeared before him, Strength System Advancement Quest. Eliminate a peak 1st-tier mutant, the Corpse Hound. Agility System Advancement Quest. Obtain a wing feather from a 2nd-tier mutant, the Wind Vulture. Constitution System Advancement Quest. Form a team to eliminate a 2nd-tier mutant, the Blood Bear. Willpower System Advancement Quest. Survive a low-level supernatural event for 24 hours. Among those advancement quests, 2 of them were in Tianlei Park. Ning figured he could find a way to complete them both at the same time. He activated his mental probe to scan the surroundings, and suddenly discovered another squad of ability users who wanted to steal his mobs. Among them, he spotted Hong Gang, the 3rd-tier awakened. For some reason, the man glanced up, giving the young man a huge scare, so he quickly retracted his mental probe. That was a close call. He was almost discovered. Ning was filled with anxiety. This was a tricky situation now. If they really steal my quest objectives, I'll definitely be judged as having failed. No, I have to act fast. Immediately after, he jumped down. At the same time, the Corpse Hound and the Blood Bear appeared, surrounding the squad of ability users. They scrambled to fight the monsters. Everyone, split up and attack immediately. Lure them away from the commander first, and focus on fighting flexibly to buy time. A young man and a girl named Aru volunteered to handle the Corpse Hound, while the rest would take on the Blood Bear. Aru confidently taunted it. Come here, little doggy. Big sis has a bone for you. Hong Gang was suddenly alarmed when he felt an overwhelmingly powerful pressure. It seemed the Corpse Tiger had appeared. As soon as he turned his head, it was looming right behind him. Hong Gang was extremely calm, and even looked excited, right on time. With his sword in hand, he was ready to fight the Corpse Tiger solo. Ning was hiding in the bushes. It seems this 3rd-tier guy is most likely here for the blue-grade equipment on the Corpse Tiger. I have to complete my quests. As for the blue-grade equipment, although I really want it too, Sneak attacking to steal a kill is just immoral. There's no need to confront a Tier 3 over this. Now, if he couldn't even beat the corpse tiger, that would be a different story. Right now, these monsters aren't lined up, and the distance between them is over 100 meters. And I only have one use of Heavenly Rift Flash, so if the distance is too great, something might go wrong. I have to wait for a guaranteed opportunity to use it. The corpse tiger is currently in a berserk state, growling as it charges forward. Hong Kuang continuously activates Wind Slash. Assessing the situation, Ning decided he had to steal this monster. He focused on them and activated Provoking Light Stream. An overwhelming amount of power descended immediately after, leaving the group confused and unsure of what was happening. Is this a mid-tier or high-tier Tier 3? Hong Kuang was also panicking, and when he looked back, the corpse tiger was already gone. The squad of ability users was furious. Who dares to steal my kill? Hong Kuang, however, calmed down, knowing his place. He realized this person's strength was far superior to his, and he couldn't confront them head-on. It would be better to find the Tian Feng commander, Xiao Hai, to sort this out. Meanwhile, after stealing the kill, Ning happily skipped away, his face beaming with joy. The system announced that he had defeated the Blood Bear Corpse Dog and the Corpse Tiger, which were above his level, earning him 3 attribute points. He also received mutated materials, Dog Fangs, Bear Paws, and Tiger Eyes. He got the item White Assimilation Blood and the equipment White Giant Bear Helmet and the Blue Resentful Tiger Gauntlets. As soon as he landed, Ning opened the info panel for the blue-grade Resentful Tiger Gauntlets. Resentful Tiger Gauntlets, an auxiliary weapon. Its attributes increase strength by 3 points, increases agility by 2 points, and boosts attack speed by 30%. Using the gauntlets inflicts one-time mental damage on the target, causing a short stun, and having a chance to inflict fear. The cooldown is 24 hours. The equipment evaluation reads, a pair of gauntlets filled with resentment, and those who face it must endure the fear of a ferocious tiger. After reading the description, Ning understood. No wonder that Tier 3 commander wanted it. Ning immediately equipped the gauntlets. Meanwhile, at the Tianfeng Investigation Department, Huang Xiao, captain of the Tianfeng Safe Zone Investigation Unit, was yawning, frustrated that he couldn't find any leads. He had been investigating the Corpse C incident all night, but just like with the rotting corpse forest before, there were absolutely no clues about the mysterious Tier 3 individual. He didn't even know if it was the same person. Just then, an officer rushed in. Captain, the reconnaissance team just detected 2 Tier 3 energy fluctuations in Tianluo Garden. What? Again? And 2 of them this time? Did our Tianfeng just poke a Tier 3 nest? Huang Xiao couldn't hesitate. Hurry, tell everyone to stop resting and assemble now. If we don't get to the bottom of this, the commander will have our hides when he gets back. Just then, Hong Kuang stormed in, looking for Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai, get out here! What's going on? Isn't this Commander Hong from the Zhenjiang district? Our Commander Xiao has already left for the front lines. What has made you so furious? Hong Kuang looked at Huang Xiao's clueless face. Who are you? Is it even worth talking to you? I am Huang Xiao, captain of the Tianfeng Investigation Unit and Commander Xiao's right-hand man. Commander Xiao isn't here, but if you don't mind, you can tell me what happened, and I'll see if I can help. Hong Kuang angrily began to explain. This morning I was hunting a corpse tiger in Tianluo Garden to get some equipment for my son, but just as I was about to succeed, a Tier 3 from your district stole the kill. Huang Xiao was startled. It seemed Hong Kuang was one of the 2 Tier 3s detected earlier. Hong Kuang continued fuming. I'm telling you, a Tier 3 from your Tianfeng district has no martial honor, daring to steal a kill. Do you get it? Haha, Commander Hong, you must be joking. Everyone knows our Tianfeng only has 1 Tier 3, Commander Zhao. Hong Kuang immediately grew even more furious. I knew talking to you would be useless. I'm going to the front lines to find Xiao Hai and demand justice. Let's go. Huang Xiao grew worried, not expecting the matter to escalate this quickly. It looked like he had to report this to Commander Xiao immediately. After receiving the report, Xiao Hai was also stunned. What did you say? A mysterious Tier 3 appeared in Tianfeng again, and they managed to steal a kill right from under Hong Kuang's nose? 1, or possibly even multiple Tier 3s, are hiding in Tianfeng. This is a huge hidden threat. This time, investigate it thoroughly for me. Now is not the time to worry and cause a panic. Yes, Commander. I will dispatch people to investigate throughout the city and gather clues related to the equipment received. Ning was still sitting relaxed, eating a pastry at the Youth Learning Center. Only 2 more tasks left. A Wind Vulture's Feather and the Spirit Dungeon are what I need to advance to the 2nd stage. The Wind Vulture's Feather isn't hard to get. I can buy it online. Although the Wind Vulture is rare, its feather is essentially a low-level material. Lucky people might just pick one up, and it doesn't have any major uses, so it's better to just sell it. Ning's trade request for a Wind Vulture feather was received by the system. Just as he posted the request, someone contacted him. Hello, are you looking to buy? Make an offer. This thing wasn't easy for me to get. Ning, with his mouth full of pastry, was still sharp enough to notice that this person wasn't being very honest, but time was of the essence. so there was no need to waste words. Ning immediately made an offer. Oh, is that so? I'll pay 800 credit points. How about that? On the other side of the screen, the man selling it was ecstatic. 800 credit points. That was an amount that a C-rank, first-stage person like him couldn't even earn in a whole year. To be blunt, the person on the other end was a big spender, and it would be a shame not to fleece him. Immediately, the man countered, 900. No, I'll sell it for 1,000 points. I really risked my life to get this feather. Ning was fed up with this bluff, and after swallowing his pastry, he immediately shot back. What's this? What's this? If I'm not mistaken, you're only at the first stage, right? What could you possibly risk your life against a wind vulture with? You definitely just picked this up somewhere, didn't you? You saw my straightforward offer and got greedy, trying to rip me off. It's not like you don't know the market price for a wind vulture feather, do you? I was in a hurry, but now I'm not. If you don't want to sell, you can just keep it for yourself. After getting a full lecture, the other guy had to back down. All right, say no more. Ahem, just pay the 800 like you said. Even though he was making the deal, Ning was still annoyed. People's greed truly knows no bounds. He decided to teach the guy a lesson. I've changed my mind now. I'm only paying 400. If you don't sell, someone else will. The other guy, full of regret and whining, still accepted. Yes, you can have it. With the transaction complete, now only the spirit dungeon at the Youth Learning Center remained. It said that this dungeon is unlike other combat dungeons, and in its entire history, no one has ever received an SSS rank evaluation. That's because this place doesn't test combat ability, but rather mental fortitude. Right now, Ning was about to enter the Youth Learning Center and take this opportunity to test just how strong his own willpower was. As soon as he entered, the sky changed, and the young man was stunned to find that besides him, other people were also challenging this dungeon at the same time. However, their conditions weren't looking good. A girl named Huang, he was suffering from a severe headache. A man named Fang Yuan had collapsed without a sound. A young man named Liang Tengfei was exhausted and scowling. This spirit dungeon was truly bizarre. Even the teleportation was different from other dungeons. A mature, white-haired man with glasses spoke up. Everyone, I am a peak first-stage willpower type. My name is Li Jiping. Everyone here is a willpower type awakened, right? Liang Tengfei jumped. Big bro, do you even need to ask? Besides willpower types, who would choose this bizarre advancement mission? The girl, Huang He, also nodded. That's right, our willpower type's combat power is weak. We usually can't fight the mutants outside, and other awakened teams look down on us. Alright kids, even though we can't fight, I believe that in this dungeon that tests our will, we can definitely pass it smoothly. Besides, I have experience clearing other spirit dungeons twice. How about I lead the team this time? The others were excited. Uncle Li has experience, that's great. Li Jiping noticed Ning wasn't saying anything and asked, Young man in the back, you haven't said a word. Do you have any good ideas? Ning just smiled faintly. I have no opinion. I'm just in a bit of a hurry. Can we start the mission soon? The mission activated. Find the ghost hidden in Fanghua High School and seal it. Mission reminder. Through clues, you can deduce who is definitely the ghost. Warning, do not believe the ghost's words. Once the sealing talisman is activated, the mission will be considered a failure if it doesn't hit the ghost. As soon as they heard the word ghost, the faces of the group members turned pale. Li Jiping tried to reassure everyone, telling them not to worry. He said that although they're called ghosts, they're actually just humans who were transformed by a spiritual energy infection before losing consciousness. In essence, they are mutated entities of the will attribute, but ghosts are still quite formidable. They can not only block physical damage but also control human will. According to the first mission prompt, we'll head to the academic building first to search for clues. If you encounter a ghost, don't attack recklessly. Just run and call for help. I have a special technique to deal with them. Now, we'll split into 3 groups to search the classrooms, the records room, and the teacher's office. The girls are weaker, so they'll be in my group. Tengfei and Fang Yuan will be one group, and Ning will go alone. If anyone finds anything, share it in the group chat immediately. Don't hide any information. And so, Ning went to the records room alone, shining his flashlight on a piece of paper on the floor. The room was basically empty, with only this newspaper clipping remaining. It stated that the homeroom teacher, Tao Guosheng, was suspected of assaulting Wang Feng, leading her to take her own life. Just then, a ghost swooped down from above, trying to bite Ning's head off, but failed. He immediately froze it. A female ghost? Could it be Wang Feng? He activated his full willpower. Will materialization. The energy immediately affected the female ghost. She turned and fled. She's gone. Could it have just been a spiritual force sent to scout me out? Just then, the group chat started buzzing with information. A message from Huang He. Uncle Li and I found a report stating that 1 year ago, a fire broke out in the teacher's dormitory, leading to a terrible tragedy for several teachers. A message from Liang Tengfei. I found a contract demanding the school pay compensation for emotional damages. The only signatory was Wang Feng's family. A message from Fang Yuan. I discovered that after the fire, the school found records of Taoist priests who drew sealing talismans. A message from Ye Ning, a female student, was harassed at the school 1 year ago. The victim, Wang Fang, is suspected of taking her own life. The alleged perpetrator is the homeroom teacher, Tao Guosheng. Li Ziping nodded. The clues seem very clear now. Wang Fang was assaulted by Tao Guosheng. Her family's request for compensation failed, and after she died, she became a vengeful spirit, creating the fire to take revenge on the teachers. Later, a Taoist priest sealed her away. Now that the talisman's power has weakened, our mission is to find it and seal her again. Huang, share my analysis with everyone and tell them to gather at dormitory 2011, where the fire was. I'm guessing the sealing talisman is there. But Ye Ning thought differently. He felt this judgment was too simple and straightforward. But how could they have guessed dormitory 201? Liang Tengfei immediately followed the order to gather, certain that the ghost was indeed Wang Fang. Just then, something started following them, lurking behind with long, flowing hair. Brother Fei, I think something is following us, Tengfei screamed. It's Wang Fang! Run! They ran, screaming for their lives. Meanwhile, Yi Ning, Uncle Li, and Huang, he had arrived at the teacher's dormitory building. Those two still aren't here. I'll wait outside while you two go in and find the talisman. This iron door is stuck. I'll try to open it with my will. Ye Ning watched them struggle, and not wanting to waste time, he walked right up and kicked the door open with a loud bang. Uncle Li and Huang, he were stunned for a few seconds. With that kind of strength, is he really a will type? Ye Ning wasn't trying to show off, he just did it to save time. After searching for a moment, Huang he shouted, Uncle Li, we found the talisman. Ye Ning kept his flashlight aimed at a human-shaped scorch mark on the wall. Huang, did the clues you found earlier mention any teachers being burned alive in that room? No. Why are you asking? Just then, Teng Fei's group came running for their lives. Help, my friend. The female ghost was right behind them. Just moments ago, Fang Yuan had been possessed by the ghost. He lunged forward and bit Teng Fei right on the neck. Li Jiping said urgently, the ghost is possessing Fang Yuan now. I'll go hold him off. You two, quickly activate the talisman and prepare the seal. Before Huang, he could do anything, Ye Ning brought the talisman to his mouth and activated it. Li Ziping activated his will chains, trying to hold the ghost back. It struggled so violently that it seemed he couldn't hold on for much longer. Hurry up, I can't hold on for long. Seal it now while you have the chance. Yi Ning rushed forward decisively with a dangerous look on his face. Shockingly, he slapped the talisman directly onto Li Ziping's back and declared, Here I am, Teacher Dao Quaxin. Li Ziping was stunned and broke into a cold sweat, not expecting to be exposed so easily. Finally, with everything settled, Ye Ning had completed the instance. The system announced the completion progress was 100%, awarding an SSS rank evaluation and a specialized item, the Wrath Pearl, which increases spiritual energy recovery speed by 20% and boosts resistance to mental attacks by 25%. When hit by an attack from a supernatural entity, it can block one fatal blow. After blocking the damage, the item will disappear. The Wrath Pearl, condensed with resentment, could very well become Ye Ning's second life. The young man seemed very pleased with this reward. This is some good stuff. It could save his life if another supernatural event occurs. This was the mission center of the Tianfeng safe zone. It was now midnight, and Ye Ning returned to turn in his missions, much to the staff's astonishment. Didn't you just accept 4 Tier 2 advancement missions last night? Could he have finished them already, that fast? After checking the system, the female employee was even more stunned to see that all 4 were completed. Ye Ning's face was tense. Can you please hurry up? The girl sped up, typing continuously. Click 1, Strength System Advancement, mission complete. Received +1 strength point, credit points increased. Click 2, Agility System Advancement mission complete. Received +1 agility point, credit points increased. Click 3, Constitution System Advancement mission complete. Received +1 Constitution point, credit points increased. Click 4, Willpower System Advancement mission complete. Received +1 willpower point, credit points increased. The total credit points received from the 4 missions was 7,300. Yi Ning breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't even take a week to reach Tier 2. Having the Sword God system really made advancing much faster than in his previous life. After Ye Ning left, the staff member immediately called to report to her superiors. Regarding his personal information, Ye Ning's current stats were Strength 19, Agility 18, Constitution 15, and Willpower 35. Not counting the attribute points from equipment, his base stats were considered not bad for a Tier 2 individual. But to learn the B-rank swordsmanship skill book he bought last time, his attributes were still short by 25 points. Before an attribute reaches 20 points, 1 spiritual energy fruit can increase it by 1 point. After reaching 20, it would require more. In total, he would need at least 35 fruits. 1 fruit already cost 6,000 points, so he needed to prepare at least 210,000 credit points. Right now, he was still far short on credit points. The relatively good instances in the Tianfeng area had all been cleared. Now, only the death factory adjacent to Zhenjiang remained. If he remembered correctly, there was a top-tier blue-grade piece of equipment inside, which should sell for a good amount of money. Without hesitation, the young man hopped on his big bike and sped off. Just then, a red vortex swirled in the sky, covering the entire area. It seemed to be an omen of a violent zombie tide. Although in his past life, the great zombie outbreak didn't start until a year later, the Tianfeng safe zone had actually suffered an attack from a zombie tide before that, resulting in heavy casualties. If he recalled correctly, it would happen next week. Ning had good intentions. He had to quickly inform Xiao Hai so he could prepare in advance. At that moment, Xiao Hai's helicopter flew by. He had also received Ning's message. In the coming week, the Tianfeng safe zone will face 3 violent zombie tides. Please set up defenses quickly to ensure there are no losses. Xiao Hai was only startled for 3 seconds. Immediately after, he thought Ning was just trying to get attention because he didn't receive SS rank treatment. He became dismissive and completely ignored the warning. His strength is still too low. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't seem right. After the last great war between humanity and the zombie tides 40 years ago, the apocalypse has been peaceful for a long time. The zombies are all contained in the cities where they first appeared. How could a tide break out so easily? Instead of wasting resources to prevent such things, the most important task at hand is to find the hidden Tier 3 individual of Tianfeng. In the Tianfeng Safe Zone's conference hall, Xiao Hai rushed back after receiving a report. Huaxia, did you say you found an important clue about the mysterious Tier 3 individual? Is that true? Yes, Commander. We've investigated and found that the most suspicious person is Ning. Xiao Hai was a bit surprised to hear this. How could that be? Huang Xiao continued to explain. We were also skeptical and thought it was impossible, but after investigating, to be precise, the materials Ning has been selling coincide with the time the third-tier individual took action. Furthermore, our investigation revealed that he recently purchased a spirit energy house, which is not something an ordinary person can afford. Xiao Hai now found this a bit more credible. Could that third-tier individual really be Ning? How is that possible? Liao Tian, a representative from the military safe zone, also pointed out that it has only been 1 week since Ning awakened. Even with an SS rank talent, it's impossible to level up that quickly. Zhang Lin, General Zhang's son, is also an SS rank awakened with a dual system of strength and agility, and with abundant resources, he has only managed to reach the first tier. Liao Tian stated firmly, "As I see it, it's highly likely that a third-tier individual is secretly helping Ning." Xiao Hai pondered for a moment and felt it made sense. That could be the case. Although the military doesn't think highly of Ning, that third-tier person certainly doesn't think the same. Truly, an SS rank is extremely rare, so it's not impossible that someone is trying to secretly nurture him. If that's the case, we don't need to worry too much. We just need to find this third-tier individual and figure out a way to get them to help us. Just then, Huang Xiao received a notification from the mission center. Commander Xiao, news just came in that Ning has completed 4 missions to advance to the 2nd tier. Everyone was stunned and horrified. What? Ning again? 4 missions to reach the 2nd tier, that's impossible. Xiao Hai's thoughts began to twist in another direction. Wait a minute, old Liao. Based on your judgment, a third-tier individual must have taken Ning to complete the missions. After they did the work, they let Ning take the credit, allowing him to advance to the 2nd tier. Doesn't that prove Ning isn't the 3rd-tier one? Huang Xiao, send 2 people to stake out Ning's house and see who is backing him. Also, send more men with me to inspect the nearby cities with outbreaks to prevent a zombie tide uprising. Suddenly, Xiao Hai started to believe in the zombie tide. If a third-tier individual was backing Ning, then the news of a zombie tide uprising might have come from them. It's better to be safe than sorry. Huang Xiao immediately accepted the mission. Xiao Hai also remembered to buy some blue-grade equipment for that bastard to stop him from causing trouble. This place is the Death Factory, an area between the Tiangang and Zhenjiang safe zones. After a short wait, Swordflow Storm was finally off cooldown, and it was time to enter the dungeon. In an instant, Ning entered the Death Factory. The minimum level requirement was met, and there were 15 second-tier individuals present. The Death Factory is a competitive dungeon with no specific mission objectives. The dungeon has a total of 7 rounds, and surviving each round grants corresponding rewards. After each round ends, there will be a 3-minute period to vote on whether to continue or stop the dungeon. If more than 70% agree to stop, everyone will withdraw. The dungeon is automatically cleared after passing all 7 rounds. The first round will begin in 5 minutes. All players are now getting ready. Ning scanned the group and determined that the people who entered this time were no simpletons. Not only were there teams of equal strength, but a third-tier awakened named Lin Lan was also present. This third-tier individual gave off an unsettling feeling, a bad premonition. Another young man stepped forward and announced, "Everyone, I am Zhang Lin, a high-level 2nd tier. As we all know, a battle dungeon requires unity to survive multiple rounds. I originally intended to nominate myself as the leader, but there is a third-tier master among us. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Lan for some reason became enraged and lunged forward, punching Zhang Lin in the face and making him spit blood. The speed of this female third tier was so fast that even Ye Ning became a little wary. She didn't stop there. Lin Lan walked over and bluntly stomped on Zhang Lin's head, warning, "Move again, and I'll finish you." No one understood what Zhang Lin had done to anger the female third tier so much. Zhang Lin ordered his subordinates, "Control this crowd for me. Anyone who causes trouble, take them out. Those who want to stay out of trouble, gather in one place and don't make a scene." The people here were all big shots, but they were also afraid of Lin Lan. The young man with the shield was the peak second tier, Song Gang, and the white-haired guy was the peak second tier, Lin Teng. "I'm afraid we've run into the legendary farming team. What do we do now? We're only at the peak of the second tier. There's no way we can stand against a third tier." Yi Ning remained silent, standing still and thinking. The breeder team is said to specialize in trapping awakeneds, using them as cannon fodder up front, and then finishing off and hunting the big monsters themselves. If awakeneds and mutants are food for each other, then the breeder team are simply cannibals. Song Gang decided to speak up. Zhang Lin is definitely not dead. The best thing to do now is to vote as a group and escape this dungeon immediately, because we have the advantage in numbers. Before he could finish, Lin Lan silenced him with a light stomp on the ground, shutting Song Gang up. "Let me introduce us. We are the Blood Wolf team, and I am the captain, Lin Lan. I'm in charge of this operation, so your lives are in my hands now. But I can guarantee that as long as you survive the 6th round and hand over all your rewards and credit points, I will let you live." Ye Ning saw right through her intentions and her character. "Like hell, I'd trust you. It would be strange if your group actually let anyone live. Unfortunately, Heavenly Fissure Flowing Light is still on cooldown. Otherwise, it would only take 2 strikes to insta-kill this whole group. Now, all I have left is the Flowing Wind Sword Storm skill, which has strong attack power but isn't a precise strategic move. I don't have any life-saving blue-grade equipment on me either. If it's not a one-hit kill, I'm afraid I'll lose my life this time. The best thing to do now is to just lay low. I'll take it one step at a time." Yi Ning decided to stay quiet and secretly follow his own plan. Lin Lan crossed her arms, acting all high and mighty. "Round 1 is about to begin. Hurry up and report your strengths so I can divide you into groups." One by one, they followed her order and introduced themselves. "I'm Song Gang, Peak Stage 2, Constitution type, specializing in close combat. Lin Teng, Peak Stage 2, Agility type, specializing in ranged attacks. Jiang Tao, High Stage 2, Strength type, specializing in close combat." When it was Ye Ning's turn, he calmly introduced himself. "I'm Ye Ning, Early Stage 2, Willpower type, specializing in ranged attacks." Upon hearing this, Lin Lan walked over and caressed his face. "A willpower type in this dungeon? That's really rare, and you're quite cute too. But it's a pity. A pity that you're just a piece of trash." Ye Ning smirked and replied, "Fine, for the first few rounds, you'd better treat me like I'm trash." Just then, the system announced the start of the first round, with 100 enemy zombies and 2 Stage 1 mutants. She ordered, "The Peak Stage 2 Awakeneds will form a group and prepare for battle. Everyone must fight with their full strength. If I find anyone intentionally holding back their mana, I, Lin Lan, will personally smash their head in." Song Gang seethed with anger. "Damn it, they're deliberately not joining the fight and just want to wear us down. With zombies in front and the breeders behind, do we really have a way out?" Lin Teng jumped onto a barge above to assess the situation. "There's no other way right now. We can only survive a few rounds and then see." His teammates below held their weapons defensively, but they could also see the extreme danger of the situation. The sharp-toothed lizard monsters were ready to lunge and attack. He drew his bow, focusing his power to clear out the monsters. "Song Gang, the 2 of us, 1 above and 1 below, will target the lickers. The rest of you take care of the zombies." Song Gang raised his hammer, ready to give the monsters a good beating. "Come on, you lickers, have a taste of this old man's hammer." The people behind focused their power to support them, and Xiao Ba unleashed his ice-type ultimate move. Streaks of ice shot towards the monsters, but it seemed to only injure them slightly. He hastily turned to Ye Ning. He really is a useless willpower type. 1 attack can only kill a single zombie. Lin Lan stood on a platform observing the battle, her expression full of contempt. "This Ye Ning guy is hilarious. How did he even dare to come here?" She waved her hand as if watching some kind of joke. "If it weren't for the other Awakeneds forming a team, I'm afraid he would have died in the very first round. This is only the first round. Let's see what he can do next." The system announced that the round 1 mission was complete. The lickers lay scattered on the ground after being eliminated. Half an hour later, the system announced that the 3rd round mission was over. The 4th round would begin in 3 minutes. Yi Ning's group was assessing the aftermath. Song Gang cursed angrily. "Damn it. The difficulty keeps increasing. I'm afraid a Peak Stage 2 mutant will appear in the next round. Are Lin Lan and her group still not going to make a move?" Lin Teng also felt aggrieved. "She won't make a move. We'll hardly get a chance to deal with her." Just as he was mentioned, Lin Lan appeared before them, acting arrogant. "This is only the 3rd round. Are you already this exhausted?" She crossed her arms condescendingly. knowing no one dared to oppose her. I don't know if you level 2 folks are just pretending or are actually this useless. Let me tell you, I won't make a move until the 6th round. If you want to live, stop hiding your strength. Lin Lan turned to praise Ye Ning. You're not dead yet? Not only are you not dead, you're not even injured. He gave an awkward laugh. Just lucky. Hearing this, Xiaoba immediately shot back. Lucky my A***. Wasn't it all thanks to our efforts? Besides hiding and launching useless long-range attacks that do no damage, what else can you do? But Songgang, assessing the situation, felt it wasn't that simple. No, this kid definitely has an ultimate skill up his sleeve, or he wouldn't have reached level 2. His ultimate can probably only be used once or twice. That's good too. Maybe there's a chance to turn the tables. The system issued the next mission. The 4th round was about to begin. 400 peak level 2 zombies, 1 level 2 mutant type, 2 level 1 mutant types, 6. A horde of zombies was released. Song Gang rushed forward to fight and gave orders. Lin Teng, let's focus on the peak level 2 zombie king first. Have the high level 2s hold back the 2 level 2s. Those 2 witches, and everyone else, deal with the other level 1 zombies. The zombie king's tentacle nearly struck Song Gang. Lin Teng, providing cover from behind, shouted and shot an arrow at the boss. Brother Song, be careful! A zombie lunged at the archer. It licked across the man's face, catching him off guard and defeating him. Jiang Tao charged in with his spear, delivering a fatal blow to the cloth-wrapped zombie, but the poison that sprayed from its body caused Jiang Tao excruciating pain. A worried Xiao Ba rushed forward. Jiang Tao! He spewed ice at the zombie attacking his teammate. Xiao Ba tried his best to approach the target, but its speed was too fast. He couldn't even touch it. Huang Yan was killed. Jiang Tao was severely injured, and the other group wasn't helping at all. This time they were surely dead. Ye Ning immediately judged the situation to be critical. If the casualties keep piling up like this, the group will probably be wiped out before the 6th round. If that happens, I won't be able to use my ultimate skill. He unleashed his ultimate skill right in front of the monster, his feet beginning to crackle with electricity. Ye Ning thought for 2 seconds, I have no choice but to act. He then dashed to Xiao Ba, grabbing and pulling him away. Get back! Xiao Ba was stunned. Is that you? Then, a sword-shaped light appeared in Ye Ning's hand. Psychokinesis. He decisively launched the attack at the zombies. Ye Ning's attack even changed direction to pursue the fleeing zombies, piercing the ugly zombie's heart with a single strike. Xiao Ba trembled. He insta-killed a level 2 mutant in just one move. Is this the same useless guy from before? He then stammered out a thank you. Ye Ning's face was grim. No need. Just watch your mouth from now on. Ye Ning controlled purple threads of power that danced among the ferocious zombies. Don't get distracted. There are still plenty of zombies and mutants left. Xiao Ba immediately understood. No problem. I'll go clean up the level 1 grunts behind us. Lin Lan found the recent display very interesting. Not bad. This kid really does have an ace up his sleeve. His speed? Are those shoes on his feet blue-grade equipment? No wonder he dared to come here. Her subordinate became wary. Boss, should we take him out now? Lin Lan gave a wicked smile. Don't be hasty. We're short on manpower right now, so let him harvest the next wave. Psychokinesis is probably his limit. It's just a weak will-based power. We could kill him in a few seconds. But those 2 peak level 2s, keep a closer eye on them for me. They're definitely hiding their true intentions. The subordinate obeyed. Yes, boss. Half an hour later, the system notification appeared again. The 4th round mission was complete. The 5th round would begin in 3 minutes. At Song Gang and Lin Teng's feet lay the massive corpse of the zombie king. Song Gang tallied the casualties so far. This round, we lost 1 melee fighter and 1 ranged attacker, and another melee fighter is severely injured. I have 2 uses of my ultimate skill left. I hope we can survive until the 6th round. Lin Teng gritted his teeth in anger. It's the same for me. No matter what, I have to last until the 6th round. As long as Lin Lan makes a move, we'll take advantage of her being unprepared and team up to kill her. Song Gang now has a very different view of Ye Ning. When that kid made his move just now, did you see it? Compared to a normal will-based system, there should be a cooldown period after using a skill. But he was firing almost continuously. Lin Teng agreed with his opinion. That's right, he's very special, but hopefully he still has another ace up his sleeve. In the next round, to not affect the plan, it's best to ensure he makes it to the 6th round too. The system flashed red. The 5th round mission begins. 500 peak level 2 zombies, 2 mutated variants, 3 level 2 variants, and 8 level 1 mutated variants. A horde of ugly mutated zombies appeared. There was a giant 2-headed monster, a man-eating demon bat, a giant demon spider, a 26-foot-long centipede, and many new species. The giant spider dropped down and attacked first. Xiao Ba was snatched up by the centipede. Yeah, Lin, be careful. He couldn't react in time. Damn that many-legged freak. Ye Ning unleashed his skills while dodging the centipede's attacks, trying to come up with a plan to save his teammate. As expected, without using an ultimate move, dealing with such a giant mutated creature is still too difficult. Half an hour had passed, and they still hadn't found their weaknesses. Desperate screams echoed everywhere. Help me. Someone help me concentrate fire. With so many mutated monsters like this, there's no way to focus our firepower. Damn it. Those breeders, those bastards, they have no intention of letting us survive until the 6th round. Over here, Songgang was also dealing with the two-headed demon and the blood-sucking bat. He discussed with Lin Teng, we have to use our ultimate moves, otherwise we can't fight back at all. Then he shot his ice arrow towards the bat. Ice arrow! Songgang charged forward, aiming for the head of the two-headed monster. Die! Battle Water Spirit Energy. Linlan revealed a wicked smile. With just that little bit of strength, you still want to conserve your spirit energy? Truly a bunch of fools dreaming. The spider suddenly attacked Ye Ning from behind. It took a huge bite out of the ground, causing the surface to crack wide open. Songgang's face turned pale. Oh no, we're too late! Lin Teng's face was just as grim. Is that kid dead? Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Ye Ning flew out, tearing the giant monsters apart. The other two were endlessly surprised. This is... Even that witch Lin Lan stared in astonishment. This kid still has an ace up his sleeve? Lin Teng's arrow hit the giant spider monster right between the eyes. Corpse Grudge, take one of my arrows! He and Songgang, who was holding a hammer and shield, charged forward together. Quick, let's kill the Corpse Grudge together. Yi Lin might make it. Yi Ning was still dealing with the giant centipede. He unleashed a purple attack while moving along its body to find a weak spot. He threw a purple sword towards the area near the middle of the centipede's head. Found the weak spot. Ye Ning launched a whirlwind punch, determined to destroy it. The purple ultimate move created a vortex that engulfed the centipede, flinging it off the ground and shattering it. Lin Teng's jaw dropped, a counter-kill against a higher-level opponent. It's the sorrowful Banshee. Before, others had to focus fire, but this time it's different. Songgang's expression was just as priceless. Lin Lan looked at him like he was her prey, a mere beginner level 2, yet he has 2 sets of blue gear on him, looks like a fat sheep. She gave a vicious order. The next combat round, begin the harvest. Don't kill the brat called Ye Lin just yet. Crush his limbs. Keep him alive for me to torture slowly. Her subordinates shouted in unison. Yes, boss. Songgang's face darkened when he saw the other side starting to move. In the next round, only we and Ye Lin will be left. Lin Lan and her group will definitely join the fight. At that time, we'll take the opportunity to kill her. Lin Teng shared the same opinion. Even if we can't kill her, we must injure her severely, and Ye Lin can land the finishing blow. The mission notification board appeared. The 6th attack round begins. Peak level 2, 3-star level 2. This time the number of mutated monsters has tripled, and they are even more ferocious. On Lin Lan's side, the zombies had also attacked, so she charged forward to lead. This is the final round. Give it your all for me. With one hand, she could slice through zombies like paper. As long as you guys can carry your weight, I promise I'll only take the money and not your lives. Lin Lan continuously punched and kicked the giant zombie as if it were a punching bag in a gym. I'll take care of the peak level 2 mad zombie first. The rest of you focus fire on the resistant monsters. The sword-wielding zombie with blood-red eyes swung its sword. It slammed it down right next to her, forcing her to dodge quickly. Lin Lan angrily swung her leg up, preparing to take down the monster. A single chop downward split the creature in 2. Behind her, another ghastly zombie appeared, but it seemed Lin Lan had already anticipated this. Just as that monster was about to bite down, she deployed a red protective layer around herself, the illusory shield defense. Meanwhile, Ye Ning, who was dealing with the giant scorpion, couldn't help but be impressed. Dual system strength and agility, an acceleration skill, a burst skill, and a super strong defense. She was much more formidable now than before. He considered it carefully. Besides all this, she definitely had another trump card hidden. I can't act rashly this round. Lin Teng discussed the battle plan while shooting arrows. Let's hold off the Blood Butcher monster first. After Lin Lan is done, the Mad Corpse Guild will surely come to steal our kill. Songgang was doing his best to attack the wild boar monster. He replied clearly, that's our chance to counterattack her with our ultimate moves. Lin Lan defeated another monster, but her fighting style was almost playful. As soon as she was done, she immediately dashed towards Lin Teng and Songgang. He glanced over. It was time to execute the plan. She's here. Get ready to charge your power. But unexpectedly, what Lin Lan targeted was that giant wild boar. You hold off the monster. I'll go kill it. Songgang frowned deeply. Right. Immediately, Lin Teng launched a blue flaming arrow toward Lin Lan. Now's the time, Spirit Flame Arrow. Songgang also swung his shield in coordination. Shield Bash. Both attacks were aimed right at her. Yi Ning saw the situation was not good. This is bad. They're making their move now. There's no way Lin Lan is unprepared. A loud explosion tore through the space. Lin Teng's eyes widened in worry. Brother Song. On the other side, the boar had been taken down, but at the same time, Songgang was also defeated. His shield shattered into pieces. Lin Lan propped herself up and sneered. Fools, did you really think I had no defense? But Ye Ning, who was cutting the scorpion's tail, saw through her trick. Just now, Lin Lan and Song Gang had swapped positions. That was the substitute damage ability. Taking advantage of the momentum, she kicked Song Gang repeatedly. You made me waste my life-saving substitute damage skill. Suddenly, Lin Lan dashed in front of Lin Teng, her eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Teng, you've got some nerve. She delivered a fatal punch right to his stomach. Lin Lan viciously stomped on his right hand, making him scream in agony. I'll cripple your right hand first. Let's see what you can fight me with then. She casually ordered her subordinates. Leave the challenger to me. You guys clean up the battlefield. Start the harvest. They immediately acknowledged the order. Yes, boss. One of them quickly grabbed Lin Teng, pointing a needle at his eye. Hand over your equipment and credit points. I'll let you live. Otherwise, I have ways to make you wish you were dead. Without another word, he grabbed his left hand to threaten him. Still not talking? Then I'll cripple your left hand too. Song Gang roared in anger. If you're going to kill us, then do it. I won't let you off even as a ghost. Yi Ning suddenly raised his hands in surrender. I'll give it to you. I'll give it all to you. Just don't kill me, and don't torture me. The subordinate beside him smirked. You're a smart kid, but unfortunately, the boss has ordered us to crush your limbs. Ye Ning stalled for time. Wait, even if you want to cripple me, you have to wait until I'm done transferring the credits. But he had already figured out a way to deal with them. The chance to counterkill is in the 7th round. I have to find a way to drag this out until the final round. The system announced the next round. The 6th round has ended. Everyone, please vote on whether to proceed to the 7th round, the final battle. Ye Ning grimly made his move. Now is the time. His eyes glinted with murderous intent. Proceed to the 7th round, highest difficulty. Very few people knew that if you register for the highest difficulty, the instance will continue without a vote. The system displayed the voting results. Someone has confirmed entry into the next round. The 7th round battle, highest difficulty, is about to begin. The first subordinate's jaw dropped. Entering the next round? Didn't the boss say we disperse after the harvest? The second one was just as confused. What's going on? Don't you need a 70% vote to decide? The third one started sweating bullets. I heard the 7th round can have level 3 mutations. Even the boss can't handle that. Song Gang laughed heartily in front of the subordinate right next to him. Fate is messing with you all. Let's all go down together. Lin Lan's face was distorted with anger. Song Gang, was this your doing? She dashed towards him at top speed. I'll kill you. But from beneath the ground, a giant worm-like monster with a mouth full of sharp teeth suddenly emerged. It burst from the ground, blocking her path, its size overwhelmingly superior. A single purple strike had taken down Lin Lan's subordinate with Lin Teng, and another had pierced through the one with Song Gang. Yi Ning stood high above and shouted, Song Gang, Lin Teng, are you all right? If you can still move, get out of here as fast and as far as you can. Lin Teng supported Song Gang as they fled from the giant worm monster. It seems Ye Lin has made his move. He held the divine sword, pointing it forward. Lin Lan, I bet you still don't know, do you? Yi Ning stood tall, holding his superior sword and looking down on them like insects. A level 3 mutant possesses intelligence and will prioritize killing high-level ability users first. As long as she gets tied up and can't escape, I'm confident I can take them all down in a single blow. The beast opened its massive maw. Lin Lan gritted her teeth, looked back, and changed her position. She dashed forward at full speed. Yi Ning was still observing everything. Just as I thought, her injury-swapping ability has a range limitation, so she can't transfer damage over here at all. The monster's mouth closed in on Lin Lan, and she hastily jumped up to dodge the attack. But the monster was faster and swatted her down. Yi Ning immediately raised his sword. This is the moment! He unleashed countless slashes, sword flow, storm. Lin Lan was horrified when she saw it. What is this? This is 10,000 times more terrifying than that level 3 mutant. Could it be that besides me, there's another level 3 being here? The monster was sliced into countless pieces. She looked at the monster and shuddered. The range of this attack was too vast. There was simply no way for her to escape. At that moment, the system made an announcement. Death construction site cleared. You will be teleported out of the instance in 5 minutes. Ye Ning looked down from above. Song Gang couldn't believe his eyes. Did he just one-shot both a level 3 awakener and a level 3 mutant with a single attack? Lin Teng's jaw also dropped in astonishment. Could he be a mid-tier 3? No. A high tier 3? Ye Ning looked down with cold eyes. It seemed there was still a human presence below. Could it be that she's not dead yet? Ye Ning immediately launched his dagger. Mental scan, telekinesis. Lin Lan was now heavily injured. She saw the dagger approaching. Her eyes were fixed on it. This dagger. Could it be from Ye Lin? How is this possible? He looked at Lin Lan with a sharp, cold gaze. As expected, she's not dead. She must have some life-saving equipment, right? Well then, take this blade first and we'll talk. The dagger was about to touch the center of Lin Lan's forehead, but she seemed to be protected. It didn't pierce through? In that case, I'll drill. Lin Lan broke out in a cold sweat seeing the dagger spinning relentlessly. Luckily, I spent a fortune last time to buy this Class A single-use passive defense item. Yi Ning charged forward with his longsword. It seems telekinesis alone isn't enough to pierce through, but she looks very weak right now and has no strength left to counterattack. In that case, I'll finish this myself. She couldn't believe it. That ultimate move just now. Was it really you who launched it? You're a hidden tier 3, aren't you? Even though he tried with all his might, he still failed. What is this barrier? I can't seem to break through it at all. Lin Lan was feeling extremely indignant. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why do you have to humiliate me like this? Yi Ning was also quite confused. Oh, so she thinks I'm humiliating her. Not that I'm unable to kill her? He suddenly broke into a sly grin. If that's the case, in other words, it seems she's more afraid of being humiliated than of dying. That makes things easy for me, although this is quite shameless. I'll have to play along to get the loot. He gently lifted Lin Lan's chin. Oh, you want a quick and clean death? Then when you were torturing those other awakeners, did you ever think you'd end up like this today? She said furiously. Bastard, what are you trying to do? Yi Ning was still grinning mischievously. Can't take just this? Just wait. You'll soon find out what true humiliation is. She gritted her teeth. What will it take for you to just give me a quick death? He immediately stated his demand. Simple. Just like you asked of us, hand over all your equipment, items, and credit points, and I'll grant you a swift death. But Lin Lan was suspicious. How can I trust you? He lightly touched her thigh. You have no choice but to trust me. Lin Lan was terrified. Don't! I'll hand them over. If you dare to trick me, you'll die a horrible death. Just then, the system made another announcement. IDA 178391 wants to trade with you. Blue-grade Blood Soul Armor. IDA 178391 wants to trade with you. Blue-grade Frostflame Gauntlets. IDA 178391 wants to trade with you. Blue-grade Windbreaker Armor. IDA 178391 wants to trade with you. Transferring 13,000 credit points to you. Yi Ning seemed satisfied with this trade. This haul of equipment isn't small at all. As expected, robbing people is the fastest way to get rich. Lin Lan had already accepted her fate. I've given you everything, so hurry up and kill me. But he just said coldly, is that everything? You only have a little over 10,000 credit points. How can I believe that? If you don't hand it all over, what do you think I'll do next? Yi Ning gripped Lin Lan's hand tightly. You bastard, that's everything I have, believe it or not. He quickly pinned her down. Still talking tough? Then I won't be polite anymore. Lin Lan didn't even bother to resist. Come on, you bastard, if you have the guts, then come at me. But then he got up, disappointed. Looks like there's really nothing left. She was still screaming at him. Why are you getting up? Don't you dare anymore. Lin Lan then realized something. Wait, you're not killing me, and you're not violating me. So what the hell do you want from me? The truth is, that ultimate move can only be used once. You're only level 2, so you can't break through my defense at all, can you? The system displayed a message, preparing a 10-second countdown to exit the dungeon. 10, 9, 8, 7. Lin Lan stood up and mocked him for being so stupid, and here I actually thought you were a level 3. Yi Ning thought to himself, she figured it out. Right now, I really have no way to kill her. Lin Lan was furious now. You're Ye Lin, right? I'll remember you. I'll find you, even if I have to search to the ends of the earth. She screamed relentlessly. Just wait, I'll chop you into a million pieces and turn you into a pig. But Ye Ning just silently turned back to look at her. Do I remember my name being Ye Lin? By the time you find out who I, Ye Ning, really am, it's not certain who will be killing whom. The system appeared once again. Exiting dungeon. Calculating rewards. Dungeon completed by Ye Ning. Completion rate. Basic completion rate 70.3%. Main quest completion rate 20%. Defeated the hardest boss, the Sand Worm. Accumulated total completion rate 90.3%. Rank S-class. Gained spiritual energy experience points, calculating a 10% bonus for defeating a higher level enemy. Equipment obtained. White grade Weeping Mask, white grade Sin of the Centipede, blue grade Boss's Desire. Items obtained. White grade Corrosive Acid, white grade Exoskeleton Segment, white grade Compound Eye Insect Skin. Materials obtained. With all this plus Lin Lan's stuff, selling it all will be enough for me to buy a spiritual energy fruit, and all my attributes have increased by 25 points. Ye Ning rode a very impressive motorcycle. Tonight, I have to get to Zhenjiang and find a hotel to practice the B-rank sword skill scroll, scene practice. Then tomorrow, I'll head to the legendary ruins battlefield to get some equipment, and while I'm at it, I can familiarize myself with the battlefield. Just then, a man blocked his bike. Help me! The man kept begging Ye Ning for help. Help! Our car flipped over. He got off and observed. Oh, are you sure this car just flipped over? Just then, a group of armed men appeared. This is a robbery. Ye Ning remained very calm. Oh my, a roadside robbery? The masked man was getting impatient. Cut the crap. Hand over your credit points, and I'll let you live. He immediately drew his knife and took them all down. There's really no need to waste words. Ye Ning looked at the one who was running away. There's still one left? Where do you think you're going, you worm? He threw his knife straight at the man. Let's see where you can run to now. Swish! The knife grazed the man's leg. He immediately tumbled to the ground. Yi Ning looked at the man's leg in surprise. The wound isn't bleeding? The man slowly got back up. This isn't a human, nor is it a zombie or a mutant. He cried endlessly and begged, Sir, please spare me. I know where they hide their loot. I'll tell you everything. Ning angrily grabbed him by the shirt. I was really forced into this. Please don't kill me. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Hurry up and tell me what the hell you are. Faced with Ning's interrogation, the man was terrified and quickly opened his attribute panel. Don't kill me. I'll open my personal attribute panel so you can see for yourself. The system immediately displayed his personal information. Identity, Li Fugui, Dungeon NPC, Level 0, Talent, Golden Flower Sense of Smell. A skilled merchant, his Golden Flower Sense of Smell skill allows the user to detect anything in a target's inventory. Skilled merchant. When trading, the price is automatically increased by 10%, and the other party won't notice it until the transaction is complete. Membership fee. During a transaction, 5% of the money is automatically deducted and kept for yourself. This effect is immune to any trading rules. Ning was still skeptical, reading the information panel while asking non-stop, You're an NPC? How did you manage to escape the dungeon? Don't tell me you gained sentience the moment you were created? Fugui replied tremblingly, To be honest, I don't know how I got here either. I've been out here ever since I gained consciousness. My lord, can you please spare me? Despite his pitiful appearance, Ning had no intention of letting him go, already plotting something in his mind. His 3 skills were all system bugs, the kind that awakeners could never learn. If he could make him handle his trades and business, he could save a fortune. With that thought, Ning took out a blank scroll. He held it in front of Fugui and ordered in a stern voice, Sign this contract, and I will spare your life. Fugui was horrified by the condition, a slave contract, but in the end, he had no choice but to sign. A system notification then appeared. Li Fugui has signed the deed, opening the party interface. Master. Ning, low tier rank 2. Servant. Li Fugui, no level. Loyalty, 60 out of 100. Ning smiled with satisfaction and told him, From now on, you'll follow me. We're teammates. In contrast to him, Fugui couldn't hold back his tears and lamented, Teammates? This is forced labor. Why am I so unlucky? First I run into Two House, and now an evil tyrant. Seeing his distress, Ning made an offer. All the items those Two House stole from you are yours to keep. Hearing this, his eyes lit up, joyfully hugging Ning's leg and saying, Really? Thank you, master. You're the most generous master in the world. Fugui's loyalty increased accordingly. Servant, Li Fugui's loyalty +1/+1. Ning could only smile wryly and say, His loyalty is surprisingly easy to raise. Fugui, help me sell all the equipment except for the armor, the blood soul, and the shattered armor, and use the money to buy true fruits. Also, get a larger storage space, and find a room for yourself. You'll be staying here to help me manage my assets. Not even the massive city could drown out Fugui's cry of joy. Master is so kind! Just leave the management to me! In a flash, they were back home. Ning sat casually on the sofa, gobbling down food. Seeing this, Fugui began to complain. Master, you're the most wasteful person I've ever met. Most people can't even afford one true fruit in their entire lives, and yet you're eating them like they're common snacks. Before he could say more, Ning pushed Fugui back into his own world. Go back and balance your books. Ning was finally full, and the system displayed a series of stats. True fruit consumed, strength 25, agility 25, constitution 25. He let out a satisfied hum, finally got another 25 points. He stood up and opened the system panel to check his progress. Cultivate B-rank sword skill, Shadow Strike. The system responded instantly. New sword skill learned, Shadow Strike. Skill upgrade successful. The Shadow Strike skill has been upgraded to the SSS rank skill, Dimensional Slash. Dimensional Slash. The skill's effect creates a rift in space, grants invincibility for 1 second, and bypasses all defenses. After reading the description, Ning grinned gleefully, thinking to himself, Dimensional Slash? It breaks space and bypasses all defenses. That's just insane. I'll go to the ruined battlefield dungeon tomorrow to test it out. In the blink of an eye, the next day came, and the system presented Ning with a choice. Do you wish to enter the ruined battlefield? Difficulty, B rank. After he selected yes, he was transported to another dimension. As soon as he arrived, a man introduced himself. Hello, I'm Chen Yang, and this is my younger sister, Chen Jiao. We're both low-tier rank 2. But Chen Jiao didn't seem very friendly. She spoke in a sarcastic tone. The system notified us about a high-tier rank 2 teammate. I'm guessing that's you? But you look awfully young. Could his strength have been misjudged? Hearing this, Chen Yang immediately turned to scold her. Sis, don't talk nonsense. Ning had been secretly sizing them up all this time, silently reminding himself to judge them by their attire. They were probably 2nd generation, or perhaps even 3rd generation, military kids. I'd better be more cautious. After lecturing his sister, Chen Yang turned to explain, Please don't mind her. My sister has been spoiled rotten by our family since she was young, Ning replied. You two can just call me Ye Lin. Suddenly, the system unexpectedly announced, Ruin Battlefield, A special event will commence, starting in 3 minutes. All participants, please prepare. He wondered aloud. A special event? I've only ever heard that special events, supernatural events, and viral events are considered the 3 great mysteries of the apocalypse. This is my first time encountering a special instance event. Chen Yong comforted him, saying, Brother Ye, don't worry. Although special events are products of supernatural forces, from what I know, the Ruin Battlefield is a relatively safe special event. It has no mission restrictions. You can leave at any time, as long as you disengage from combat. This special event is a historical reenactment of the wars that occurred when the apocalypse first broke out. But when it comes to the enemies, his expression suddenly soured. Our enemies are regular corpse soldiers and mutated zombies. The countdown ended, and a horde of mutated zombies began to swarm in. All 3 of them quickly got into a fighting stance. Chen Yong turned to Ye Ning and his sister, saying, Brother Ye, let's go down and deal with the mutated zombies. Chen Zhao, you stay up here. Ignoring his words, Ye Ning jumped straight down among the zombies, leaving them stunned. How could he be so decisive? Brother, that guy is way too reckless. Without a hint of fear, he charged toward the biggest one, swinging the sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the creature was hit with 2 slashes from Ye Ning, finishing it off on the spot. Seeing the huge monster taken down by Ye Ning in seconds, Chen Yong exclaimed in admiration, Brother Ye is truly a high-level second tier, finishing it off so quickly. But my sister and I won't be outdone. He became even more energized, swinging the axe in his hand and mowing down the surrounding zombies. Chen Yong shouted, Brother Ye, let's try to hold the line for as long as possible. When we can't hold on any longer, I can still summon undead soldiers to fight for us, to maximize our gains. Hearing this, Ye Ning was surprised. Summon undead soldiers? In my past life, I only heard rumors that skills like this were secretly held by the military. I can't believe it's actually real. But Chen Yong quickly added, however, this is a top military secret. He warned in a loud voice, when we get back, don't you dare tell anyone. However, a zombie suddenly lunged, about to pounce on Chen Yong. Seeing this, Ye Ning quickly threw a knife at it, shouting a warning, watch your back! Just as Chen Yong turned around, the knife was already piercing through its head. He couldn't help but be astounded by Ye Ning's power. Void object control? You killed a high-level first tier with just one move? After they finished off the horde of zombies, another system notification appeared. The warm-up battle has ended. A large-scale continuous battle will begin in 3 minutes. Chen Yong walked over to him, taking out a pack of cigarettes to offer as thanks for before. Brother Ye, do you smoke? These are specially supplied by the military district. Thank you so much for saving my life just now. But Ye Ning politely refused. I don't smoke, but thank you. I hear these things are very rare in the apocalypse. It seems your status isn't so simple, is it? Hearing this, Chen Yong waved his hand, taking the chance to boast and invite him to his team. To be honest with you, Ye Lin, my grandfather is the deputy commander of the North China military region, and my father is the security commander of Zone 191. They are both 3rd tier. Right now, I'm also organizing my own force. I see that you're alone, Brother Ye, so I assume you haven't joined any force yet. How about? Before he could finish, Ye Ning cut him off bluntly. Sorry, I'm used to being alone, which stunned him so much that he dropped his cigarette. But he wasn't one to give up so easily. Chen Yong tried to persuade him with benefits. Brother Ye, it's not too late to refuse after you hear me out. If you're willing to be my second in command, I'll give you official member treatment right from the start, with 3,000 credit points a month. I'll personally add another 1,000 points for you. Seeing that he still said nothing, Chen Yong continued with a higher offer. Also, I can register a blue weapon for you, free of charge. Even your family members can join the military. Seeing her brother going a bit overboard, Chen Jiao quickly tried to stop him. Brother, are you out of your mind? Even if his strength is decent, it's not worth all that. Ye Ning finally couldn't take it anymore, turned around to leave, and shouted a reminder to them. I'm not interested in this. A large-scale zombie tide is about to begin. Let's prepare for battle first. But he thought to himself, still trying to rope me in? Once I reach Tier 3, the rewards I get won't be any less than what you're offering. Chen Yong couldn't help but feel a sense of loss as Ye Ning left, sighing. Those conditions were a heavenly offer for a Tier 2, something many would beg for, and yet he just turned it down. Chen Jiao, on the other hand, loudly cursed Ye Ning for being ungrateful. Who does he think he is? Let alone a high-level Tier 2. Our family has plenty of peak Tier 2 experts. In a flash, half an hour had passed, and the main battle officially began. On Chen Yong's side, a mutant was relentlessly overwhelming him, making it impossible for him to fight back, forcing him to call for help. Brother Yi, I can't hold on over here anymore. Let's summon the soldiers and retreat. Yi Ning replied while slicing off a zombie's head. Wait a little longer. Lure that monster a bit closer to me. Seeing that Chen Yong had done it, he leaped up and shouted, All right, get up on the city wall and hide. With that, Ye Ning unhesitatingly dove straight into the gathered horde of zombies, the sword in his hand glowing brilliantly as he slashed down at the mutants below, splitting each of their bodies in two. with not a single one able to escape. Standing from a distance, Chen Yang and Chen Jiao couldn't help but be stunned by this terrifying power. They could only gape in amazement. Is he a Tier 3? Impossible. An ordinary Tier 3 couldn't insta-kill several mutated zombies with one move. Besides, there was even a peak Tier 2 among them. No wonder he didn't care about my offer. This move is even more powerful than my father's and grandfather's. After Ye Ning finished annihilating them, he landed gently next to the two siblings and said, "Now you can summon the soldiers." Chen Jiao was still in shock, asking with a puzzled look, "Why? You're so powerful. It's not a critical moment yet, so there's no need to." Chen Yang waved his hand to stop his sister. "If His Excellency Ye says so, then let's just do it." He then raised the axe in his hand and loudly chanted the summoning spell, "Maran, Maran." In an instant, the soldiers quickly appeared. One of them reported loudly, "Prepare for battle. Defend the line. The 1st Artillery Regiment is ready to open fire. Kill them!" The heroic spirit soldiers then charged in to clash with the mutants, quickly turning the area below into a fiery battlefield. Seeing this, Chen Yang said, "Your Excellency Ye, from now on, we can just sit back and watch." However, these soldiers can only hold out for a while. They'll disappear after killing one wave of the zombie tide. Yi Ning turned as if to leave, telling the siblings, "You two wait here." He walked deep into the city, to a desolate place filled with nothing but ruins. Ye Ning stopped and began to activate his search ability, thinking to himself, "When I killed that peak Tier 2 mutant just now, I didn't see any legendary blue equipment. I guess it only appears after the soldiers are summoned. My intuition tells me it must be in this area." His eyes suddenly lit up. He finally had a result. Yi Ning glanced in that direction and said aloud, "Found it, just as I thought." He quickly walked over, where a blue orb and a tattered old diary were waiting for him. The blue orb suddenly spoke, announcing the activation of a special quest. "Last wish, last wish. Find the cause of the ruined battlefield and resolve the issue. Upon completing the quest, you will receive a special reward." Yi Ning picked up the old notebook, examining it for a moment, and speculated aloud, "A special quest, a last wish? It must be related to this diary." But in the following days, a tragedy occurred. On the 25th of that month, the first zombie tide began. I never thought things would happen so quickly. A Yan is dead. We couldn't even find his body. Amidst the faded ink in the old diary, only a single photo, yellowed with age, remained. The author continued writing below in their final moments. I asked them, "Do you have any last words?" They were usually just a bunch of kids who loved to joke around, but these people only said one thing to me. On the last page of the diary, amidst the empty and silent space, a single line was written in bold, "Maran, come home," which was also the author's final words. After Ye Ning finished reading the will, he stared intently at the jade bracelet in his hand, muttering nonstop, "The will's pact." As he spoke, he clenched the bracelet in his hand, origin dust form. Over with the Chen siblings, they were watching the battle below while discussing Ye Ning's identity. "Brother, could it be that Ye Lin isn't a level 3 at all? Is it possible he has some kind of equipment that can only use an ultimate move once?" "Maybe, but we can't verify it. Once you provoke a level 3, there's no telling if we'll die here." Hearing her brother say that, Chen Jiao frowned and replied in an angry tone, "He wouldn't dare. With Grandpa around, the entire North China region wouldn't let him off." Chen Yang, seeing his sister's bad temper, tried to persuade her. "My dear sister, you really need to change that attitude of yours, or you'll suffer the consequences sooner or later. Let's not even talk about whether he'll attack us. If he really is a level 3, we should find a way to recruit him into our faction. I believe Grandpa and Dad would approve of this too." Just as he finished speaking, Ye Ning returned. Seeing this, Chen Yang hesitantly asked, "Lord Ye, are we ready to go?" As he spoke, he pointed down below to update Ye Ning on the situation. "These soldiers can't last much longer. After the level 3 mutant appeared, they'll at most hold on for a little while longer before disappearing. Therefore, we have to leave before these soldiers vanish. Otherwise, it'll be a huge hassle if we're targeted by the level 3 mutant." But Ye Ning didn't look happy at all. He asked in a serious tone, "Do you know about the outcome of the battlefield ruins? What happened to these soldiers in the end?" Chen Yang was a bit surprised by the question but still answered him. "My father hadn't even been born back then, but I heard from my grandfather that the battle was a catastrophic failure. Not a single person survived. But thanks to their support, the safe zone behind them was evacuated back then. That year, my grandfather was one of the lucky survivors from that safe zone." Yi Ning continued to press. If it was a catastrophic failure, then how did the final zombie tide subside? But this time, Chen Yang hesitated for a moment. The details about that are still unclear, but legend has it that the zombie tide seemed to just disappear on its own. Hearing that, he finally understood everything. Disappeared on its own? So that's how it was? So that's what happened? Seeing Ye Ning's strange attitude, the two siblings couldn't help but ask wonderingly, "Lord Ye, what's wrong with you?" "That's right. Why are you suddenly asking about things from so long ago?" He didn't answer, just continued to ask them. "So, do you know what the phrase Maran means?" Chen Yang answered honestly. "The meaning? That phrase is a secret code passed down within our ranks. I don't really know its specific meaning," his sister added. We only know that as long as we shout this phrase, these soldiers will appear to fight for us. After saying that, she sternly warned him, "This is a military secret. My brother only told you because he admires you, so you'd better not leak it." Seeing this, Chen Yong quickly said, "Calm down, sis. Sister, don't interrupt us." Ning turned and asked, "How many times can you guys use this method?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but be startled and replied, "A few hundred times, but it's usually just used when we want to loot equipment. However, each person can only use it once. If the same person shouts it again, it won't have any effect." After hearing this, Ning's expression turned grave, and he asked a series of questions. "Hundreds of times? So, have you ever helped these soldiers eliminate the final mutant?" Chen Yong calmly replied, "No, because usually only level 2s come here. We've never seen a level 3 before. You're the first level 3 to ever come to this place." Just as he finished speaking, Ning suddenly leaped down. Before the two siblings could understand what was happening, he had already charged towards the horde of zombies. He couldn't help but wonder, is this the origin of the relic battlefield? Chen Jiao scowled and said loudly, "Brother, what is he trying to do now? Why aren't we leaving?" She couldn't stop thinking about the dying wish from earlier, piecing everything together. It was clearly their obsession that turned them into these soldiers and transformed this battlefield into a special event. But with his combat instincts, Ning reacted swiftly, swinging the sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, with just a few slashes, the creature's head was severed from its body. He remained calm, his thoughts constantly on those soldiers, those heroic spirits. That was because they knew that once the Tier 3 mutant here was killed, their secret phrase would no longer have any effect, and they could no longer help their descendants reap the benefits. Thunder echoed across the sky as rain poured down in a deluge, making the place even more desolate. Ning dashed through the puddles, his heart filled with rage as he realized the deceitful, exploitative scheme behind it all. In an instant, he launched himself high into the air, clutching his weapon without a hint of hesitation. He brought it down upon the creature before him, as if unleashing all his fury after discovering the truth. The word Moran held all the hopes of the fallen heroes, yet the army had used it as their most shameless trump card, hundreds, even thousands of times. With a single slash, the zombie was cleaved in two, his eyes hardened with immense determination. He promised himself that this time, even if it meant death, he would bring them home. Chen Jiao was terrified by the sight of him, saying worriedly, "Brother, has he gone crazy? Does he really intend to fight the final Tier 3 mutant?" Chen Yong also found Ning's behavior strange. He quietly reasoned to himself, if he wanted to fight the final Tier 3 mutant, there was no need to summon the soldier spirits this early, right? There's no need to help the soldiers fight monsters anymore, is there? Doesn't he want to conserve his stamina? She quickly grabbed her brother's shirt, trying to persuade Chen Yong. "Brother, the Tier 3 mutant is about to appear. Even if Ning is a Tier 3 himself, there's no way he can kill it. We should leave now." He saw his sister's point, but he was still reluctant to abandon someone like Ning. Leaving now was indeed the safest option, but if they left, it would be very difficult to build a relationship with this Ning. With that thought, Chen Yong turned to his sister and said, "Let's wait a little longer. We can escape this place in just 10 seconds if we have to. If he really can't handle it, we'll still have time to escape from up here." Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. The building they were on began to tilt sharply to one side. Chen Jiao screamed in panic. In the distance, a colossal figure began to emerge from the thick fog. Its every footstep made the ground tremble more violently. The two of them slowly realized what it was and shouted, "It's here!" The monster ignored everything in its path, ready to trample anything that stood in its way. Its body was grotesquely huge, its long arms covered in a thicket of sharp spikes, and it walked with slow, heavy steps. As it moved, it exhaled thick plumes of smoke from its mouth. As it drew nearer, the siblings finally recognized it and screamed in terror. "That's the Tier 3 mutant? Its body is absolutely massive." The monster rampaged through its surroundings, heading straight for Ning. Up close, his figure was like a mere speck of dust to it. A flicker of fear crossed Ning's mind, but it vanished just as quickly. He spoke with confidence. "I only have one-dimensional slash left." He took a deep breath, murmuring to himself as he planned how to defeat it. However, he wasn't yet sure how effective the dimensional slash would be, so he couldn't afford to attack recklessly. After a moment of contemplation, Ning let out a quiet breath. He had finally made his decision. He slowly raised his sword, sinking into a combat stance. It would be safer to wait for it to get closer before he made his move. He stood his ground without a trace of fear as the monster closed the distance. 70 meters, 59 meters, finally, 40 meters. The monster was upon him. Showing no mercy, it swung its deformed, spike-covered arm, bringing it down like a living mace. But Ning stood his ground, showing no intention of dodging. His eyes flashed brightly as he prepared to counter. This was the moment. In the blink of an eye, the colossal body was somehow already split in two by Ning's sword. Amidst the thick cloud of dust and smoke, Ning landed gently as if nothing had happened, his eyes still fixed on the monster, never letting his guard down. He spoke aloud. All things are still. Everything seems to have stopped. Yi Ning's silhouette stood alone on the rooftop of a building, surrounded by a scene of desolation and ruin, facing a colossal and dangerous zombie. Is this the primordial space? My timeline is completely different from everyone else's. Ye Ning frowned, his sharp, cold gaze staring straight ahead. Not only that, but he also discovered he could see the skeleton through its body, instantly realizing he could see through it. Yi Ning moved slightly, a growing stream of energy radiating from his feet. I can choose any part of this source space to manifest. Without hesitation, he immediately launched himself straight at the monster's body, formulating a plan in his mind, able to move through its body without any obstruction. Suddenly, a brilliant green burst of energy erupted from Ye Ning's shoes. In this moment, I am invincible. At that very instant, he powerfully thrust his sword straight into the zombie, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Then, Ye Ning continued to teleport at an astonishing speed through its head. That fatal blow caused the zombie's head to explode, creating a massive disturbance in the sky before it crashed down heavily, kicking up ash and spreading destruction everywhere. Chen Yong's eyes widened in horror. That was a Tier 3 mutant, a level of mutant more than capable of destroying a safe zone. How was it killed just like that? Chen Zhao's jaw dropped in disbelief. The move was too fast. I couldn't see a thing. It's already dead? Suddenly, she covered her mouth, frowning and whispering, "Brother, I was wrong. He really is a Tier 3. And he's even stronger than Grandpa's and Dad's Tier 3. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He agreed. That's right. We've seen Tier 3 combat in the military district many times since we were kids, but we've never seen anything on this level. Could Ye Lin be a high-level Tier 3? At this rate, isn't he already a national treasure? A moment later, the system updated. Event concluded. You will exit this place in 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the battlefield remnant will disappear forever. The spirit soldiers paused for a moment upon hearing this announcement, all of them bewildered. The battlefield remnant is disappearing? What's going on? At the same time, both Chen Yong and Chen Jiao rushed over when they saw Ye Ning land on the rooftop. They called out loudly, "Ye Lin!" Tsk! He raised his hand, on which was a turquoise stone necklace, as Ye Ning shouted, "Maran!" That sound immediately caught the attention of the spirit soldiers. They quickly formed ranks, saluted solemnly, and said in unison, "Captain, thank you." Chen Yong, standing behind, couldn't help but be confused. "Ye Lin, why are you still using that incantation now? This place is about to." He quietly cut him off. "We'll talk after we get out. This place is about to disappear." Just then, the system issued a notice and ordered the exit from the dungeon, calculating the rewards for the dungeon completer. Ye Ning, dungeon completion rate, basic completion 70%, additional completion 30%, cumulative total 100% completion, SSS rank evaluation, equipment received, items received, materials received. Despite hearing the news of his level up, Ye Ning sat silently amidst the ruins of the battle. He thought to himself, I've really become a high-level Tier 2. I should be happy about this, but why do I feel no joy at all? Besides freeing the seniors, what else could I have done for them? Not long after, a new notification appeared from the system. This event has disappeared and the Last Wish quest has been updated. You can choose to continue the quest, which is to return home with the soldiers from the special event, or you can stop the quest and receive the special rewards first. Warning: after continuing the quest rewards will change and skills may also undergo unpredictable transformations. Please choose carefully. As he observed these lines of information, Ye Ning smiled faintly with relief. This is good. Even without this quest, this is something I wanted to do anyway. Finally, Chen Yong and Chen Jiao found him in a secluded spot. He said with a smile, Ye Lin, you're really too amazing. Since we entered the dungeon from different directions, I was worried I wouldn't be able to find you. As he walked closer, Chen Yong reported, I've just transferred all the loot from this run to you. This is what you deserve. Hearing this, Ye Ning calmly replied, Oh, thanks. Right after that, the two of them extended an invitation. We siblings would like to invite Ye Ning of Zhenjiang to lunch. Would you consider it? He politely declined and took the opportunity to ask, Let's skip lunch. I want to do something else first. Can you help me? He happily agreed. It would be my honor. Please just ask. Ye Ning. Ye Ning made his request clear. Help me find the hometowns of the soldiers from this battlefield. I want to go there myself. Immediately, Chen Yong contacted someone for assistance. Adjutant Xu, help me check the hometowns of the Zhuang soldiers from the ruined battlefield. Send me the information as soon as possible. The person complied. Yes, young Master Chen. A short while later, he reported the good news. Ye Ning, I've found it. The place is about 186 miles from Zhenjiang. I'll send a helicopter to take you there. He expressed his sincere thanks. As Ye Ning boarded the helicopter, Chen Jiao watched quietly, unable to hide her regret. Brother, are you really just going to let him go like that? The ruined battlefield is gone, so what are we supposed to do? How are we going to explain this when we get back? You know how much the military values the ruined battlefield, right? Wasn't it grandfather who secured this summoning quota for us? She frowned, glancing at Chen Yong beside her and chiding him. I won't even mention you giving him all the rewards from this trip, but are you also planning to help him cover this up? He kept his eyes fixed in that direction, answering slowly. Little sister, although this matter is indeed very serious, you're not wrong. Not only will I help him cover up what happened at the ruined battlefield, but I also can't shirk my own responsibility. A moment later, the helicopter began to take off. Chen Zhao was still puzzled, and that's not even mentioning the rewards from this trip. What's the big deal if we give him 10,000 or even 100,000 points? Then she wondered. Brother, I know he's very powerful, but from what we've seen, he hasn't shown any sign of wanting to get close to us. Is doing all this really worth it? But Chen Yong smiled faintly and replied meaningfully, It's very worth it. Let me tell you something. Regarding this incident, first of all, we won't be able to escape the consequences. After all, our political rivals will blame us no matter what. Instead of being passive, it's better to proactively use this to build a good relationship with Ye Ning. He tilted his head to look at Chen Zhao and pressed on. Another thing is that Ye Ning asked me to look up that information for him. What does that mean? It proves that he doesn't belong to any faction within the military yet. The helicopter sped away, leaving streaks of light and a powerful vortex of air in its wake, as Chen Yong's words echoed. Although he doesn't say much, you can tell he's definitely someone who values relationships. If we want to build a good relationship with someone like him, we must be completely sincere. Inside the helicopter cabin, Ye Ning gazed at the sky through the window, gently clutching the jade necklace and whispering, Oh, nameless seniors, I wonder if you're still out there. If so, please fly home with me. In the Wenshan Zhuang village, a small town nestled in a valley, surrounded by majestic mountain ranges and an emerald river, a gentle voice spoke up, Grandma, do you remember the soldiers who left here 60 years ago? The ones who went to defend Zhenjiang. A pair of calloused hands lifted an old photograph of soldiers, comrades in arms, laughing and joking together. It was a silver-haired old farmer, leaning on a cane, who frowned slightly as he tried to recall, This is a Yan, and this is Ma Ranci. Ye Ning stood up and nodded in confirmation. That's right, they've all come home. They're home now. Not long after, Xiao Chen cheerfully led another old man over to report. Yi Ning, after checking everything, there are only 5 families who know what happened 60 years ago and still have elders living today. Furthermore, following your instructions, a large amount of supplies has been distributed to the villagers to help improve their lives. Then he turned to introduce, This is the village chief you mentioned. I've brought the village chief here. He smiled and thanked him. Thank you for your hard work. The village chief replied sincerely, Please, Ye Ning, there's no need for formalities. This is what young Master Chen tasked me with. Everything will be done according to Ye Ning's arrangements. After Xiao Chen left, Ye Ning pointed into the distance and asked for his opinion. Old village chief, I'll send you another 4,000 credit points. Please have your people build a martyr's monument there. Do you think that's enough? Hearing that number, he hurriedly waved his hands. 4,000 credit points? That's too much. We won't be able to spend it all. The young man then gently suggested, then just give whatever is left to the children in the village. Although he couldn't convince Ye Ning to change his mind, the village chief emotionally grabbed his hand and said gratefully, Officer, on behalf of everyone, I thank you. I will make sure to carve each and every name perfectly. Ye Ning bowed his head in response. Old village chief, please don't be like that. Back in the helicopter, he continued to gaze at the distant sky, whispering softly, Seniors, you can all rest in peace now. Suddenly, the system displayed the results. The last wish mission was completed, rewarding 100 reputation points. The oath was fulfilled, and a blue necklace was obtained. All stats, +1. Equipment effect, health and spiritual energy recovery speed +33%. Equipment skill, Unyielding Faith for 10 seconds. Instantly restores 15 willpower attribute points. Equipment evaluation. The necklace, having received a blessing, has become stronger than it was originally. Yi Ning's eyes widened with emotion. Thank you for your blessing, seniors. I will carry it with me forever, until the day the war is completely over. Additionally, looking at the notification panel, he thought to himself that this reputation reward was definitely not something money could buy. Perhaps for me, cultivating influence within the military would be very beneficial. Suddenly, Ye Ning thought of Chen Yong. Speaking of influence in the military, Chen Yong wasn't a bad choice. After leaving the instance, he didn't mention anything about the battlefield's disappearance. Moreover, he even met my demands. Although I don't particularly like him, thinking it over, he doesn't seem to understand much about this battlefield of ruins. In the end, he decided to go back and test him further, and maybe get a few more benefits for himself in the process. The scene shifts to a large, intricately carved wooden door set in an ornate wall, exuding an air of luxury, mystery, and solemnity. Inside that room, Chen Yong jumped to his feet as the person he'd been waiting for contacted him. Yilin, you were looking for me? Ye Ning got straight to the point. I want to borrow 2 blue-grade swords from you, preferably ones with short cooldowns. Can you manage that? Thinking he'd misheard, he asked again. Borrow? Immediately after, Chen Yong waved his hands in denial. No, not at all. That's not what I meant. What I mean is, I'll definitely find a way to get them and give them to you. There's no need to borrow. As the system screen was about to close, the other person's voice came through. Then I'll leave it to you. Chen Yong clenched his fist in triumph. Yi Lin actually came to me for help so soon. It seems I'm gaining more and more of his trust. When I go back and tell Grandpa and Dad, they'll definitely be thrilled. At the authentic Lanzhou hand-pulled noodles shop, Ye Ning slurped his noodles and nodded. This Chen Yong kid is surprisingly straightforward. I only got 3 free attribute points from this instance. Not counting the blessing on the blue equipment, my base stats, excluding willpower, are only at 26 points. Strength 26, Agility 26, Constitution 26, and Willpower 31. The blue necklace isn't for sale, and the other materials aren't worth much either. It's not enough to buy a spiritual energy awakening fruit. I'll wait 2 days for my ultimate skills cooldown to finish. Then I'll take the blue equipment from Chen Yong, and then find a way to clear a high-level instance to earn as much as I can. Suddenly, he recalled something from his past. When I level up to level 3, there will be a chance to double my attributes. In my past life, all my Tier 2 stats were only at 20 points when I reached level 3. This resulted in my base stats not being very high after level 3. On his way back, Ye Ning walked with his hands in his pockets, thinking, this life, I must raise all my stats to the maximum Tier 2 limit of 31 points before taking the trial to advance to level 3. By my calculations, that should be around the time the beast tide erupts in the Tianfeng safe zone. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Oh, the killing intent of a level 3. As that savage aura drew closer, Ye Ning had a sudden realization. This is bad. My ultimate is still on cooldown. Facing a level 3 right now is certain death, Ye Ning thought as he walked. Who is it? Who wants to kill me? He silently wondered. This is the inner city of the Zhenjiang safe zone, and no one except Chen Yong knows he's here. Could it be the Tier 3 commander of Zhenjiang that he robbed earlier? Or maybe Chen Yong has had a change of heart. But he dismissed that thought. Chen Yong wouldn't do that. Impossible. Chen Yong is trying to recruit him, so there's no reason to kill him. And the commander of Zhenjiang doesn't even know he was the one who stole the monster. A thought suddenly flashed through Ye Ning's mind as he recalled Lin Lan's hateful gaze. Could it be that hag Lin Lan from the Blood Wolf squad? Could she have found him this quickly? Right now, all his skills are on cooldown, so he can't rush out to confirm it. Setting aside the speculation about who wants to kill him, he was now looking for a way to escape the person tailing him. The top priority was, how to get out of this place? Should I activate the lightning boots and run? I need to stay calm first. The fact that the opponent chose to follow me before making a move proves they're still wary. In other words, the enemy doesn't know my skills are on cooldown, so if I run away hastily, I'll just expose myself, and that person will surely make their move and kill me. The best thing to do now is to act like nothing's wrong and see if he can find a place to hide. Ye Ning looked around, and his eyes suddenly landed on a nearby bar. Ah, there it is. In these times, anyone who can still afford to go to a bar for a drink must be extremely rich, he chuckled to himself. I'll have to go in and use someone else's power as a shield. Inside the bar near Ye Ning, Yu Qing was saying with a bored tone, why is everyone at the bar today so crude? Just then, her bodyguard approached and asked, Miss, after this drink, shall we head home? Impatiently, she waved her hand, telling him to get lost. Then suddenly, as if she saw something, Yu Qing looked towards Ye Ning. He sat nearby with a calm expression, but was secretly observing her. She looks young, with dyed hair and heavy makeup in this nightclub. She's most likely going through a rebellious phase. Yu Qing walked over. Hi, handsome. He looked her up and down, thinking to himself, the earrings and rings on this girl are all just cosmetic equipment. Looking at the bodyguards behind her, there were 4 peak Tier 2 individuals, who seemed to be her bodyguards. Right now, no one dared to provoke her, which proved that this girl's identity and background were definitely very complex. Yu Qing moved closer and said softly, Are you here alone? Let's have a drink together. Meanwhile, Ye Ning was still observing the person tailing him. The killing intent of that Tier 3 individual was still outside, not too far away. At this moment, he replied, I can drink, but I don't have any money, Yu Qing said cheerfully. I do. As soon as she finished speaking, she called the waiter. Waiter, bring me 2 glasses of not going home tonight, and put it on my tab. Looking at Yu Qing, he apologized silently. I'm so sorry, but tonight I have to use you to get away. With her unknown trump cards, plus 4 high-level Tier 2 bodyguards, even a Tier 3 would have to think twice. At this moment, holding a glass of red wine, she said, Little brother, I wonder if you have the guts to get a room with Big Sis tonight? Ye Ning hesitated slightly. Well, his cold eyes looked at her as he thought, if she enjoys being the hunter so much, then I'll just play the prey for now. A moment later, outside the bar, a bodyguard asked worriedly, Brother Li, the young lady has taken someone with her again. Should we stop them? Brother Li snapped. You dare stop her? Have you forgotten what she told her father about us last time? Hearing this, another bodyguard said in alarm, Then what should we do now? Brother Li turned and ordered, What else can we do? Hurry up and follow them. Just protect the young lady well and make sure nothing happens. Looking back, Ye Ning silently calculated that killing intent was following not far behind the bodyguards, and it still hadn't left. I can only go to the hotel with her first and figure things out from there. Arriving at a luxurious hotel, Yan Yu-ching was pushing him onto the bed. He sized up the room. Yan Yu-ching. No wonder she's the daughter of Yan Li-jun, the leader of Security Zone number 317 and the president of the Xingyao Merchant Guild. The cost of one night in this type of hotel is what a normal person would earn in half a year. Remembering his past life, he was a refugee. To make a living, I worked my butt off in the Starlight Merchant Guild's guard team, cleaning up zombies, and now I'm standing in front of her. He said, to be precise, your father is actually my boss. Hearing this, Yan Yu-ching shouted, don't mention that old geezer anymore, that evil man. Then, she leaned close to Ye Ning and whispered, hold me. Seeing her like this, he became interested in teasing Yan Yu-ching. Well now, she was clearly arguing with her boss. Tonight, she's intentionally acting like this, just to deliberately provoke him. How childish. Maybe I should scare her a little, to test her sincerity. With that, Ye Ning forcefully pushed her onto the bed. Are you really serious? Then I won't be polite anymore. Yan Yu-ching yelped in surprise. She looked at the face leaning close to hers and stammered, I'm too embarrassed. Yan Yu-ching pushed him away and quickly ran to the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower first, Ye Ning thought with a chuckle. As expected, the most amusing prey often appears in the guise of a hunter. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Ye Ning stepped out onto the balcony. He guessed that a paper tiger like her probably wouldn't dare to come out for a while. Looking at the alley in front of him, Ye Ning thought to himself, the killing intent of a Tier 3 is still down there. That shadow looks very suspicious. But that figure doesn't look like a woman. Could it be that it's not Lin Lan? Then who could that person be? He wondered. Thinking about his past 2 lives, he still hadn't come to a definite conclusion about being knocked unconscious before taking the test. It's hard to understand why a stranger would go out of their way to commit a crime against me. It's truly baffling. But if the person behind this wanted to kill me, they could have just poisoned me back then, right? So why go through all that trouble? Then, another thought flashed through his mind. Thinking back, the last time Lin Lan was seriously injured, she must still be recovering. But I can't rule out the possibility that she colluded with another farming team and commissioned another Tier 3 to kill me. Putting all speculation aside, he immediately thought of a way to escape. Never mind who it is. First I have to find a way to shake off this tail, then leave this place and figure things out later. With that said, Ye Ning summoned Fugui. Li Fugui, help me buy a disguise kit as soon as possible. Remember, it has to be extremely realistic so that no one can recognize me at all. He quickly replied, yes, master. Then, he walked out. The bodyguards asked in confusion, why so fast? He said, your young lady is drunk. Remember to take good care of her and don't let anything happen. Stepping into the elevator, Ye Ning tapped on his status panel, prepare disguise kit. Instantly, he took on a different appearance. Stepping outside, Ye Ning observed his surroundings. That Tier 3 isn't following anymore. It seems the disguise was a success. Luckily, there was no danger this time. Next, I have to do everything I can to quickly advance to Tier 3. Otherwise, there's basically no way to defend against that enemy lurking in the shadows. As for that Yan Yu-ching, I hope she takes good care of herself. Back at the hotel, Yan Yu-ching was sitting silently on the bed. She frowned at the letter Ye Ning had left behind. In the letter, Ye Ning had left a message. I don't want to take advantage of the situation. You don't have to worry. Thanks for tonight. And so, time passed quietly. 2 days later, at a base, Ye Ning's cheerful voice rang out. Chen Yong, you truly live up to your reputation as a second-generation soldier with abundant resources. He praised him profusely. You got me blue-grade equipment so quickly. Holding the 2 swords in his hands, he marveled at the Crimson Flame longsword and the Yuchang short sword are both top-tier blue equipment. Ye Ning held the flaming sword in his hand, the Crimson Flame enchantment. He swung it once, consuming 270 mana points per second. The highest temperature on the blade can reach 2,000 degrees. After testing the first one, Ye Ning immediately tested the other, the Yuchang enchantment. He swung the blade down, consuming 240 mana points per second. This sword is as sharp as a laser beam. When he was done, he noted that based on his mana reserves, it was enough to handle a small-scale battle. Looking at his equipment, Ye Ning calculated that with these 2 new swords, plus the lightning attribute of the Lightning Piercer boots, the protective barrier of the Blood Soul armor, the armor-piercing gauntlets, and the necklace of the Unyielding Vow, adding in his other skills, plus the 3 ultimate moves that are still on cooldown, he could barely pass as a Tier 3 and enter the high-level dungeon of the Gates of Hell. Then he mumbled about the dungeon he was about to enter. The Hell's Gate dungeon is a type of underground instance. Every time you descend a floor, you'll encounter zombies or be ambushed by mutants. After every 7 floors, special mutants will appear on the middle floor, known as elite monsters. And the final floor is a confrontation with a peak 3rd-rank mutant. His voice droned on. Besides the rich rewards from the mutants, there are also energy crystal materials different from other dungeons. If you're lucky enough to get a large piece, it'll be worth much more than blue-grade equipment. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Do you wish to enter Hell's Gate? Minimum entry level, mid-2nd rank. The dungeon difficulty is extremely high. It is recommended to form a party of 3 or more members. Ye Ning shouted, "Confirm!" The system then confirmed entry into Hell's Gate. Current number of entrants, 40 people. As soon as the notification ended, Ning said with determination, reaching the max attribute points for the second rank all depends on this run. Inside the Hell's Gate dungeon, the Awakeners were excited by the spirit crystals all around. One of them cheered, "Why are there so many spirit crystals here?" Another person agreed while mining the spirit crystals with him. "Yeah, a single spirit crystal can be worth 7,000 to 8,000 credit points. Just getting a few chunks means we'll be set for life." Just then, an Awakener spoke up to stop them. "Stop hitting them. All the spirit crystals in Hell's Gate can only be obtained from monsters that explode. You can't take them even if you pry them out." Mixed in with the crowd, Ning was assessing his surroundings. There were a total of 40 Awakeners this time, with 21 from the military alone. A resolute voice rang out, "Enough nonsense. This Hell's Gate dungeon run will be led by our military. You people are really lucky." The speaker stood before the other Awakeners and said sternly, "My name is Wang Yangping, a colonel of the 7th Legion, 3rd rank." Yangping explained the situation inside the dungeon. "There are 18 tunnels around us, filled with zombies. As long as we survive and get out, there will be rewards. Teams of 3 will work in each tunnel to maximize profits. Any more than that and the income will be reduced accordingly," he said calmly. "On the 7th floor, the tunnels converge and we will fight the elite mutants together." Next, he introduced the people from his military unit. "Among the 21 people in our military unit, there are 4 3rd-rank warriors and 10 peak 2nd-rank warriors. Therefore, you can work in pairs and follow one of our military's Awakeners." The crowd cheered, with someone saying, "That's great!" Another said excitedly, "We've hit the jackpot, but nothing is free." Yangping told everyone the price for their protection. "But first, let's make a deal. If you choose to follow our 3rd-rank members, 70% of the income must be handed over to us. If you choose a peak 2nd rank, it's 50%. Of course, we will do our best to keep you alive," he shouted. "3rd ranks, step out. Peak 2nd ranks, step out too. The rest of you, step back." The military Awakeners stood in formation, their presence overwhelming. "Yes, Colonel," Yangping shouted. "Everyone choose freely." After hearing him, the remaining Awakeners discussed amongst themselves. "Relying on the military is good, but it's too expensive," one person said thoughtfully. "Who enters a dungeon without the mentality of trading their life for resources?" Hearing this, another person offered their opinion. "But, judging by the aura coming from the 3rd ranks, following them really does feel much safer." Suddenly, a tall man stepped out from the ranks. He said, "I am Yun Ming, an early 3rd rank. From the Demon Hunt Legion, I only take 50% and will only take high 2nd ranks with me." Hearing this, Ning looked over, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect there to be a 3rd rank among the unaffiliated Awakeners, and he's even from the Demon Hunt Legion, the most famous of the non-governmental organizations." At the same time, another man stepped forward and said, "Huang Kai, early 3rd rank. I only take 50% and will only lead high 2nd ranks." When he appeared, Ning was startled. "Huang Kai? I feel like I've encountered this unaffiliated Awakener's aura somewhere before." Huang Kai had already spotted him in the crowd. His face darkened as killing intent radiated from him. Looking towards Ning, he thought, "Is that Ye Lin?" But thanks to that killing intent, Ning realized that this was the man who wanted to kill him 2 days ago. This killing intent, could he be the mysterious 3rd tier who was following me 2 days ago? He looked at the man and silently assessed him. A farming group probably wouldn't come to a 3rd tier dungeon like this, right? He's here alone, so it must be a coincidence. Ning calmly met Huang Kai's hateful gaze. He was no less intense, staring right back at him and frowning as he thought, "Lin Lan, even though he inexplicably disappeared 2 days ago." She suddenly couldn't resist sending people to find him. Then I heard her say that he has some very powerful skills, so I have to wait for him to use his ultimate skill first before I can plan to kill him. At that moment, Ning broke the tension by stepping forward to introduce himself. Ye Lin, low-level 3rd tier, taking 40%, no level restrictions. Looking at him, the people around whispered their assessments. "He doesn't have any medals, and he doesn't have an external aura like other 3rd tiers." Someone agreed, replying, "And he looks very ordinary, not like a 3rd tier at all. Although he's a bit cheaper. The safety level is questionable." On the side, Huang Kai couldn't help but burst out laughing, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Ye Lin, are you really a 3rd tier? I don't believe it. In this dungeon, claiming to be a 3rd tier is just asking for death." Ning glanced at him and said calmly, "Oh?" Seeing this, a soldier from the army turned to Yangping and asked, "Colonel, you have the highest detection ability. Can you see what level of power Ye Lin has?" He replied with a serious face, "For now, I can't see it. But the blue-grade equipment he's wearing isn't something an ordinary 2nd tier could obtain. Besides, he's not wrong. Only a fool would falsely claim to be a 3rd tier." Suddenly, a system notification appeared. "The dungeon will begin in 1 minute. Please prepare." Seeing this, Yangping spoke up. "The mission is about to start. Everyone form a team quickly." The surrounding Awakeners bustled to form teams. "Lord Huang Kai, please let us follow you." "Your Excellency Yun Ming, I want to follow you." Colonel. Everyone had found their teammates, leaving only 3 lonely figures, including Ning. He scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Is no one picking me?" At that moment, Huaxia turned to mock him. "What kind of bullsh times T third tier is this? Who would believe you?" He laughed loudly, pointing at the other two and shouting, "Now you're only left with these 2 second tiers from the army. Do you want to take these 2 pieces of trash that nobody else wants?" The 2 of them looked a bit flustered, but they approached Ning anyway. The girl spoke first, Lord Lin. "My name is Li Ke. I'm a ranged spellcaster. Can I join your team?" The man followed. "I'm Zhang Bin, a willpower type." He didn't mock them and agreed to take them along. "All right, you 2 can follow me," they exclaimed happily in unison. "Thank you, Lord Lin." Once the teams were formed, Yang Ping announced, "Now that the teams are set, each team will choose a tunnel." Ning led his 2 teammates to tunnel number 18 and said, "Let's enter the cave. Come on, we're entering passage number 18. First, tell me what your specialties are." Li Ke answered first. "I'm a mage type and can use my skills a maximum of 3 times, but they're all only at the beginner level, so my abilities are relatively weak." Zhang Bin, holding a machine gun, said hesitantly, "Although I'm a willpower type, I have a psionic Gatling gun in my hands, so suppressing first-tier mutants isn't a big problem." Hearing this, he said hesitantly, "You 2, with this level of strength." She didn't know what to say and could only apologize to Ning. "I'm truly sorry, my lord." He also said awkwardly, "Hey, we actually didn't want to come here if it weren't for life forcing our hand." However, Ning turned back to comfort and reassure them, "Actually, our team isn't bad at all. Don't worry. I've already collected your protection fee, so I will definitely get you both out of here alive." The 2 said gratefully, "Lord Lin." Suddenly, a sound echoed, as if they sensed something approaching. He called out a warning. "They're here. Prepare for battle." Looking at the monsters rushing towards them, he said, 473 zombies. 2 of them are first tier," Zhang Bin said in astonishment. "Lord Lin, how could you count the number of zombies so accurately?" Li Ke was just as surprised. This must be the power of a tier 3. Ning skillfully wielded the sword in his hand, slaughtering all the monsters. He assessed the situation as he fought. "It's pretty simple for now. I need to conserve as much spirit energy as possible." While fighting, he didn't forget to instruct his 2 teammates that before reaching the 7th floor, they should only rely on basic skills to clear the stages without using any equipment or ultimate moves. Seeing Ning's skills, Li Ke exclaimed in admiration, "His movements are so agile." At that moment, he was rushing to kill a giant centipede. Zhang Bin, seeing this, remarked, "Why does it feel like Lord Lin isn't using even a bit of spirit energy, and is only relying on his body's combat skills?" A moment later, the system's voice rang out, "Floor 1 has been cleared. Please proceed to the 2nd floor." The battle ended, but the 2 of them still couldn't compose themselves after Ning's swift combat display. "Is it over just like that? We didn't even have a chance to lift a finger." The system's notification sound played continuously. "Defeated a Tier 1 mutant, Mineral Softworm, obtained 170 spirit crystal fragments. Defeated a Tier 1 mutant, Two-Headed Wolf, obtained 2 spirit crystal fragments. Stage clear reward, rewarding all members with 100 spirit crystal fragments." Looking at the points she received, she was astonished. "We didn't do anything on this floor, but we still got 60 spirit crystals and 600 credit points?" Zhang Bin was overjoyed beside her. "Looks like we not only came at the right time, but we also chose the right person." Ning was also checking his earnings from the battle. 1 spirit crystal fragment is worth 10 credit points. On this floor, my personal income is 4,800 credit points, plus commission. Elsewhere, on the 7th floor, Yunming started grumbling about Ning's delay. "We've been waiting for 5 minutes. Why hasn't that Tier 3 guy, Lin, shown up yet?" Huaxia also chimed in, but his tone was full of sarcasm. "Tier 3, my A****, I already told you he's a fake." Hearing this, Yang Ping frowned and retorted, "That can't be right. It takes even a peak Tier 2 half a day." Looking at tunnel number 18, Huaxia calculated inwardly. It seems this kid can't even handle a Tier 1 mutant without using his ultimate move. So if he has to face a peak Tier 2 mutant, if he gets killed by the monster for not using his ultimate, he'll be killed by my ultimate move anyway. At that moment, Ning and his teammates appeared, with him leading the way and saying, "We're here." Once everyone had gathered, Yang Ping announced, "Everyone's here. The 7 floors have been cleared. Next, we have to kill 5 peak Tier 2 monsters. To maximize profits, the 7 of us Tier 3s will form one group, while the other small teams can form an alliance." He turned to Ning's group and asked, "If your group is having trouble, you can ask for our help at any time, as long as you share the spoils with us." But he immediately refused. "Thanks, but that won't be necessary." Meanwhile, Li Ke, recalling what happened on the previous floors, said worriedly to Zhang Bin, "On the first few floors, Lord Lin fought very quickly, but when facing the peak Tier 1 star pattern monster on the 6th floor, it was clearly a struggle. He was agile, but his damage output wasn't high. He was also worried but still trusted him. That's true, but he might have just been conserving his strength. We have to trust in Lord Yi Lin. Suddenly, the system made an announcement, and at the same time, the monsters appeared, growling menacingly. 8 peak-level mutants have been activated. Please prepare for battle. Looking at the monsters before him, Ning was secretly pleased. The monsters are almost all lined up in a straight line. If I take advantage of the moment everyone carelessly charges forward and insta-kill all the monsters, they'll probably be left speechless. Meanwhile, Huang Kai was also plotting his revenge against Ning. Ye Lin, just you wait until I deal with this bunch first, then I'll secretly eliminate you. Ning quickly assessed the situation and leaped straight towards the horde of monsters. Too bad. This means I can't kill Huang Kai for the time being, but to avoid accidentally injuring the soldiers, I'll have to hold back for now. With that, he slashed down, and with a single sword strike, all the monsters were annihilated. Sky-slitting light stream. After Ning used just one move to slaughter all the monsters, everyone started buzzing with commotion. Did Ye Lin just kill them all with one sword strike? How is that possible? A normal Tier 3's move can barely even insta-kill a single one, let alone all of them. Huang Kai stared at the scene. He felt a bit anxious. Damn it. Lin Lan only said his ultimate was strong, but she never mentioned it was on this level. Li Ke exclaimed in amazement. Oh my god, is this Lord Yi Lin's true power? Zhang Bin was also very surprised. I told you he was holding back in front of us. Just then, Ning landed from above. He thought to himself, this haul should probably net me 50 to 60,000 credits, right? The system's mechanical voice rang out, killed the peak stage 2 mutant, the multi-headed blood corpse, and obtained 680 spirit fragments. Killed the peak stage 2 mutant, the giant demon scare corpse, and obtained 720 spirit fragments. For the full clear, everyone receives 150 spirit fragments. Li Ke hugged Zhang Bin and shouted, Brother Zhang, am I dreaming? We really hit the jackpot this time. He replied, overjoyed. That's right. We just earned 900 credits for nothing. It would normally take us half a year to earn that much. Yang Ping stepped forward and began, Lord Ye Lin, you hide your strength well, but you're truly formidable. Yi Ning calmly replied, My apologies, everyone. I can't quite control the power of that move. I haven't fully mastered it, so it was a bit reckless. Hearing this, Huang Kai retorted sarcastically, Reckless? With you doing that, are the rest of us supposed to just stand around and get nothing? No matter how powerful you are, you should still be reasonable, especially in front of the military. Looking at him, Ye Ning narrowed his eyes and thought, this Huang Kai is clearly trying to cause trouble. Does he want to use the military to test my limits? Meanwhile, Huang Kai looked smug, a cunning smile spreading across his face. His ultimate is used up now. He probably can't handle a stage 3 military personnel. I'll test him first. Ye Ning spoke up to calm the situation. Please be patient, everyone. This floor requires voluntary activation. There's no way to force our way through right now. That means there are still peak stage 2 monsters remaining. Just ignore me. If another wave is triggered, I simply won't participate. Huang Kai refused to accept this, pointing straight at Yi Ning's face and shouting, How arrogant! Do you think you can look down on everyone? Forget the others. Are you going to disrespect Lord Wang Yangping as well? At that moment, Yangping cut in to stop their argument. Shut up. Internal conflict is the biggest taboo during a dungeon raid. Isn't it a good thing to have such a powerful teammate? Besides, Ye Lin has a point. We just need to go and trigger the next wave. Huang Kai saw that Yang Ping was defending Ye Lin. Although he agreed with him, he still complained. Lieutenant Colonel Wang is right, but if he's not going to compensate us, then he must fight a peak stage 2 monster on his own. The bonus reward for everyone can hardly be considered his compensation. Left with no choice, Yang Ping had to talk to Ye Ning to quell the public anger. Lord Ye Lin, would you mind fighting one more? He thought to himself. His recent performance was a world away from how he acted before. It would be a good opportunity to see how he really fights. Ye Ning smiled and replied, no problem. But inwardly, Ye Ning thought, this bastard Huang Kai failed to stir up conflict, so now he wants to use a peak stage 2 monster to test my trump cards. I need to save Swordflow Storm for the 14th floor to deal with the stage 3, and I have to keep Dimensional Slash in reserve. At that moment, the system announced again, this wave of 8 peak stage 2 mutant beasts has been fully activated. Prepare for battle. Watching the monsters charge forward, he thought, alright then, this time I'll have to rely on my skills and enchanted equipment. Killing one monster shouldn't be a big deal, and it'll give me a chance to expose Huang Kai's weakness. A giant crocodile appeared, and he looked at it, assessing. This is a large, defensive-type mutant, very difficult to defeat. Ye Ning quickly leaped away as its massive foot slammed down, thinking to himself, the best strategy is to use guerrilla tactics and wear it down. A powerful slash landed on the crocodile's back, but the attack didn't even make it budge. Ye Ning was shocked. It's no good. My power is still too low. A single strike can't even break its defense. I can't deal any damage at all. While fighting his own monster, Huang Kai didn't forget to glance over at Ye Ning. He smirked sinisterly. Just as I expected. He's already used up his ultimate move. Is now a sitting duck. Once I'm done with this monster, it'll be your time to die. Ning, facing the roaring giant crocodile, he quickly rushed forward. Jia Yan Fu Mo, Yu Chang Fu Mo. He dashed past its leg, his speed so fast that only a streak of light remained, but it was still unharmed. Someone shouted, "Damn it, the skin of this crocodile corpse is way too thick. How can an attack with a blue-grade enchantment not even cut its leg?" It roared in anger, whipping its massive tail towards Ning. He quickly raised his hands to block, and once again, the crocodile roared loudly at him. Li Ke and Zhang Bin shouted from behind, "Lord Ning, it's dangerous!" He immediately used his machine gun to attack the crocodile. Rat-a-tat-tat! The woman next to him also took action. Bing Ling, the skills rushed forward to attack the crocodile, but that did nothing to it, and instead enraged it, causing it to charge towards the two of them. Zhang Bin panicked. "Our skills are basically useless against it," Li Ke said in fear. "We're dead for sure this time." At that moment, Ning appeared and blocked the crocodile. He said, "You two get back. I can handle this alone." With a slash, he silently assessed his two swords. Even after being enchanted, there was no way to kill it in one hit. Although the effect wasn't as expected, he didn't stop, but overall, the damage was still higher than before. He continued to attack the crocodile relentlessly, thinking that if he fought a war of attrition, he could slowly kill it. Elsewhere, Yang Ping had defeated a monster, Zhan Shi Cheng Sheng. Yun Ming had also finished off his enemy, as had Kai Tian Fu and Huang Kai, Wang Jin Chui. Seeing that the others had all defeated their monsters, Li Ke couldn't help but worry. The other third rankers are all done fighting. Why is Lord Ning still fighting a war of attrition? Zhang Bin added, "That's right, Lord Ning's fighting style is really strange. He was able to one-shot 8 of them before." He frowned and wondered, why is he having such a hard time with just one now? Looking at Ning still struggling with the giant crocodile, Yang Ping wondered to himself, why is his damage so low right now? Even without the blue-grade enchantment, he should be at least at the peak of the second rank. Isn't this completely illogical? Seeing Huang Kai behind him, he deduced that the others must be finished. Huang Kai is definitely preparing to make a move. I have to be on my guard. Just then, Huang Kai rushed forward, shouting, Ning, you've been fighting forever and you're still not done. Let me give you a hand." Seeing this, he sneered inwardly. Here he comes. Trying to kill Steel, are we? Sparks of lightning erupted from his feet. He thought, good thing I'm almost done. Don't even dream of it. Ning shot forward like a bolt of lightning, unleashing all his enchanted equipment, Si Lei Wa Lei Xing. Instantly, he appeared above the crocodile. Plunging his two swords down, he shouted, Jia Yan, Yu Cheng, strike for me. Suddenly, Huang Kai appeared behind Ning, Wang Jin Chui. Unfazed, he used a skill to create a defensive shield, Shui Hun Kai Jia. He immediately dodged Po Kui Kai Jia Kui Dao. A powerful slash cut across the crocodile's head. Huang Kai was thrown back by the force of Ning's shield, and he struggled to resist the inertia to avoid crashing into the troops behind him. Yang Ping, who had witnessed the whole thing from nearby, couldn't help but taunt, Hey Huang Kai, it looks like Ning doesn't need your help. He just turned back and snorted, not bothering to waste his breath arguing with him. Then he focused on his defensive stance, watching Ning while thinking to himself, damn it, this is Lin Lan's equipment, based on Ning's spiritual energy. He definitely can't use it for long. I'm afraid he'll leave the instance dungeon soon. I need to deal with him as soon as possible. Taking a defensive stance, he spoke calmly. It seems you're determined to have a dispute with me today, aren't you, Huang Kai? Yang Ping couldn't take it anymore and grabbed his shoulder, trying to persuade him. Huang Kai, the monster has already been killed by Ning. Don't be so shameless and try to fight over it. But Huang Kai wouldn't have it, he retorted immediately. Colonel Wang, this is a personal grudge between me and him. Please stay out of it. Hearing this, Ning sheathed his swords and spoke coldly. Although I don't know what you're talking about, but if it's a personal grudge. As he spoke, he smirked challengingly. Why don't we wait until the 14th floor to settle this, to save everyone's time? Huang Kai was momentarily stunned and asked, You're not planning to withdraw on this level? He frowned, trying to guess the hidden meaning in his words. He's already used his ultimate move. Relying only on talisman equipment to pass the next round is just asking for death. Is he an idiot, or does he still have an ace up his sleeve? The two quickly locked eyes with each other. Ning continued to taunt him. Don't you worry. I won't withdraw until the 14th floor. Huang Kai was not to be outdone. That's for the best. See you on the 14th floor. If you can survive until then. Two hostile auras enveloped the two who looked like they wanted to eat each other alive. On the other side, Yang Ping hurriedly commanded the group. All right. If that's the case, then choose a tunnel and let's proceed to the next round. All the soldiers shouted in unison, Yes, Colonel Wang. As everyone entered tunnel number 9 on the 10th floor, in a hidden corner, several ugly monsters quietly observed the group of people running for their lives nearby. They secretly calculated the right moment to ambush the group. In the tunnel, hundreds, even thousands of glowing eyes stared at the group from the darkness. Perhaps to them, even the sparkling crystals weren't as attractive as these mud-covered humans. Huang Kai, who was charging ahead, cursed up a storm. Damn it, after the 8th floor, there are always monsters ambushing us. It's so hard to guard against them. You guys hurry up, or don't blame me if you die. The two men with him immediately replied in unison. Yes, sir. Lord Huang Kai, a long, grayish arm suddenly appeared from behind and reached out. It shot towards the group at a terrifying speed. Its nails were hideously sharp. Just looking at them was enough to make someone faint from fear. An unlucky fellow was struck as the terrifying thing rushed past, slicing off half of his arm, causing him to scream in agony. The other guy nearby saw this, cursed out loud, "Damn it," and sped up, running for his life. Fortunately, Huang Kai managed to dash out in time. Using his shield to block the monster's arm, he yelled to the troops behind him, "Damn it, it's a claw demon again." After saying that, Huang Kai immediately swung his hammer and slammed it on the ground, causing the claw demon to retreat in fear. But behind him, countless other claw demons were lurking, ready to charge at a terrifying speed. The soldiers could only shout a warning, "My lord, watch your back!" As soon as Huang Kai turned around, he saw a claw demon with its claws out, just a few millimeters from his eyes. Huang Kai reacted just in time to dodge to the side, still cursing, "Damn it." The soldier he had just saved nearby immediately unleashed his skill, spirit energy bullets, rapid fire. It pushed the claw demons back. Huang Kai turned angrily to the people behind him. "Damn it, I almost got my eyes gouged out just now. I want to charge a 90% fee for this trip. If you don't agree, then get the hell out." The other two were stunned, then angrily spoke up. "What, my lord? What if I wasn't there just now?" He immediately retorted. "That last move was probably your final skill, right? And the other guy is crippled now. From now on, won't you have to rely on me?" Hearing that, the other guy couldn't help but yell angrily, "You're completely dependent on Heisei Kiao too." The one who was just attacked also chimed in, "My lord, I'll be a cripple if I go outside." "If I don't have any money," Huang Kai shouted in annoyance, "cut the crap." He pointed his hammer at them and challenged, "So, do you want money or your lives? Think carefully before you speak." Then Huang Kai quickly turned and walked away, his voice echoing from behind. "If there are no other objections, then let's get a move on." And so, the three of them, one in front and two behind, continued this arduous journey. He hadn't been running for long when he warily spun around. As soon as he encountered those terrifying dark figures, he was momentarily surprised but quickly got into a defensive stance. On Yang Ping's side, they had just taken down a monster, and clouds of smoke still billowed, filling the narrow space in the cave. The two soldiers behind Yang Ping spoke up cheerfully. "The next floor is just ahead. Only 2 more floors to go and we're done. Looks like this dungeon run is going smoothly." He remained on guard and reminded everyone, "Stay focused, no more talking." Suddenly, something flashed by and pierced through the head of the talkative soldier, stunning everyone. Looking closer, it was a monster shaped like a stingray. The thing that had shot out was its sharp tail. Everyone warned each other, "Be careful, there's a stingray corpse demon above. Dodge now." In another corner, in tunnel number 18 on the 12th floor, Ye Ning's group of 3 dashed forward. He swiftly took the lead, directing them, turn left, then right, then urged them on again, a little faster. "Don't get left behind!" A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out. "Help me!" "Ah!" Li Kei turned on guard. "It seems the other tunnels are in a terrible state. But why haven't we encountered any monsters on our path?" Zhang Bin added. "Yeah, that's right. Other than being a bit tired from running, this is much easier than the first 7 floors." Li Kei couldn't help but worry, voicing her suspicion. "Could it be that there are fewer monsters in our tunnel?" He immediately refuted her. "That's impossible. They probably just sense Lord Ye Ning's aura and are staying away." Suddenly, Ye Ning stopped in his tracks. Zhang Bin asked worriedly, "What is it, Lord Ye Ning?" His eyes glowed as he turned to warn everyone with a vigilant look. "Li Ke, right in front of you. There's a corpse ghoul on the cave ceiling at a 97-degree angle. Don't let it entangle you." He calculated silently in his mind. "No matter what, there's no avoiding what's ahead, right?" Using his penetration vision, one hideous monster after another appeared before his eyes. He observed and warned them. In the second cave 16 meters to the left, a blood maiden is hiding. Underground to the right is a bone-shattering worm, and it's about to move towards us. It was like a revelation for Zhang Bin, who exclaimed in astonishment, "So it's not just sensory perception. He can actually see everything?" Li Ke was also stunned. How terrifying. Does an ability like that really exist in this world? Yi Ning remained coolly indifferent, speeding forward while giving instructions as he went. "I'll rush in first and one-shot the corpse ghoul. You two charge in exactly 3 seconds later. Then, I'll lure away the bone-shattering worm. We'll meet in 30 seconds at the 3rd fork to the right up ahead." He quickly unleashed his demon-sealing twin swords, slicing the monster in half the moment it lunged at him. As he attacked, he urged them, "You two, run now!" While busy fighting the monsters, he still gave them careful instructions. "You must be fast. No matter what you hear, don't look back." Zhang Bin and Li Ke sprinted forward for their lives, shouting in unison, "Understood, Lord Ye Ning." At the Convergence Cave on the 14th floor, a limping soldier helped his comrade rejoin the Legion. Seeing that only 2 had returned, Yang Ping hurriedly asked, "Where are the people you were leading?" The green-haired soldier struggled to report, "They're all dead." Dealing with sneak attacks from low-level monsters turned out to be much harder than fighting high-level ones. I had to use a ton of skills just to barely drag this one agility type back. Hearing this, his brow furrowed deeply. He said angrily, "This makes things very difficult. We were ordered by the higher-ups to bring back enough spirit crystals, but now I'm afraid we won't be able to gather enough." A soldier from behind suggested, "If we really can't manage, our only option is to buy them from other third rankers." Just then, he saw Huang Kai's group arriving. A soldier's voice rang out, "Yun Ming and Huang Kai are out." Yun Ming brought one other person with him. "It looks like Huang Kai is seriously injured." Huang Kai cursed out loud in frustration. "This damn dungeon!" A rotworm appeared out of nowhere. Yang Ping looked towards the entrance of Cave 18, who had been silent until now, spoke. "The only team left is Ye Ning's. If he can bring his people out, we might just have enough. But his combat power is really hard to gauge." He shouted furiously. "Gauge my ass! I'll tell you straight, he's just a fake third ranker who's coasting on his gear. That time he one-shotted the monster, that was just a one-time use ultimate skill, nothing more." As he spoke, he pointed to his own face and declared boldly, "I bet they've already been wiped out, and I'd stake my own face on it." The words had barely left his mouth when Yi Ning's footsteps stopped. He smirked, taunting Huang Kai. "Well then, it looks like you won't be needing that face of yours anymore." All three of them walked out completely unscathed. Seeing Ye Ning's group emerge without a scratch, everyone was stunned. Huang Kai's eyes widened as he yelled, "Ye Ning, you're actually still alive?" Yang Ping, who was standing nearby, was also surprised. Not only were they alive, but they weren't even injured. Yun Ming was also dumbfounded, wondering, how is that possible? "Weren't you guys ambushed?" Li Qi and Zhang Bin took turns puffing their chests out to boast. "Lord Ye Ning led us to avoid most of the mutants." "Why do you all look so pathetic? Couldn't you manage to dodge them?" The crowd was speechless, only managing to stammer. Well, Ye Ning suddenly pulled out a dagger and held it in front of Huang Kai with a provocative smirk. Who was it just now saying our team was a total disaster? Staring at the gleaming dagger pointed right at his face, he broke out in a cold sweat, terrified but still talking tough. "You guys must have run this instance many times before, memorized the route, and are just pretending to be new." Duong Bin, who was nearby, immediately refuted him. "That's impossible. Ever since the hell difficulty instances were created, the terrain completely changes every time someone enters." As he spoke, he couldn't help but think to himself, he must have a special evasion skill. If we could recruit him, he would be an immense asset to the army. Huang Kai angrily stepped back, cursing under his breath. "This isn't cheating. Ye Lin's strength is completely different from what Lin Lam said. I can't act rashly right now. I have to wait until the level 3 mutated beast appears to test him again." Meanwhile, Ye Ning continued to taunt him. "Brother Huang, you dare to make accusations but not face the consequences. Is that it?" Duong Bin quickly changed the subject. "Your Excellency Ye Lin, we're about to fight a level 3 mutated beast, so why don't we focus on the bigger picture for now?" Ye Ning obediently agreed. "Since Colonel Wang has spoken, let's follow his arrangements first." Duong Bin continued to lay out the plan for everyone. "There are 2 early-stage level 3 mutated beasts on this floor, and our army will take care of one. The rest of you will deal with the other one together, and after the battle, we'll exit this instance." Huang Kai angrily objected. "I don't agree with this arrangement. Our army has 4 level 3 members and 6 peak level 2 members." Then he turned and pointed directly at Ye Ning's group, spouting nonsense. "Your group only has 3 level 3 members, and one of them is probably a fake. As for the 5 level 2 members, 2 of them are useless." Ye Ning didn't hold back and retorted directly. "Huang Kai, tell me, can a fake level 3 instantly kill 8 level 2 monsters? It's come to this. If we really can't handle it, it's not too late to call for reinforcements. We just need to pay for it." Ye Ning smiled confidently at him and said, "Colonel Wang, we have no problem on our side. If you guys over there need help, just give us a shout." His words made Huang Kai think to himself, with this level of confidence, he must have another ace up his sleeve. Yun Ming also couldn't help but ponder, Ye Lin's strength is truly unfathomable. Meanwhile, Duong Bin rallied everyone's morale and raised his hand to start the battle. "All right, let's begin." They were 2 gravedigger worms. The entire force split into 2 groups, attacking the 2 monsters on opposite ends of the battlefield. Huang Kai, Yun Ming, and Ye Ning charged toward one of the roaring gravedigger worms. Countless skills were unleashed on the monster. He suddenly noticed that the army's group hadn't attacked yet, but Ye Ning wasn't given a moment's peace. As their gravedigger worm charged forward to attack, Huang Kai quickly blocked with his shield and turned to urge him on. "Ye Lin, aren't you going to make a move?" Ye Ning rushed forward, shouting, "I'm coming!" Ye Ning quickly drew his twin swords. Meanwhile, Yun Ming leaped into the air toward the monster's head. He unleashed his skill, Spirit Energy Battle Axe, bringing his axe down hard on its head, but the monster was unharmed and furiously swatted him away. Ye Ning continued to charge headfirst toward the rampaging monster. 2 powerful slashes cut across the gravedigger worm's body. Seeing it about to counterattack, Ye Ning quickly used a skill, Lightning stab boots. He dodged the lightning-fast attack. Then he quickly kicked off Huang Kai's head to gain momentum, not forgetting to taunt him. Brother Huang, make way. As Ye Ning shot past, Huang Kai furiously cursed from behind. Damn it, Ye Lin, are you trying to die? Then, the gravedigger worm suddenly lunged forward. He only had time to swear. Damn it, he managed to raise his shield to block the monster's razor-sharp claws. The gravedigger worm retracted its claws, then suddenly attacked again with those same claws. Huang Kai desperately defended with his shield, but this time the force of the attack was too great, sending him tumbling to the ground. Ye Ning noticed and asked with mock concern, Brother Huang, are you all right? This only made him angrier, and he screamed, You bastard, you did that on purpose, didn't you? The two groups fought on bravely, unleashing all sorts of skills on the two gravedigger worms, but it seemed to have no effect. Some people from Ye Ning's side rushed out to protect Huang Kai. Brother Huang, I'm here to cover you. Ye Ning silently calculated. The distance between the two monsters is still 200 meters. As long as they're within a 100-meter range, they can be insta-killed simultaneously. Yun Ming, up ahead, reminded him, Ye Lin, let's focus on this one first. I can't possibly block it alone. He turned and ordered the soldiers behind him, all Tier 2 members, go support Yun Ming. As for this side, don't worry, Brother Huang and I will handle it. The two of them were then chased relentlessly by the monster. Huang Kai was furious, yelling as he ran for his life. Ye Ning, damn it, you sent all the Tier 2 members over there. How are we supposed to fight without any support? Ye Lin calmly explained. As long as you can hold it off for 3 seconds, I can kill it. Seeing his confidence, he had to compromise. I'll trust you this one time. After we kill the monster, I'll settle the score with you later. He activated his shield while thinking to himself, he really does have a trump card. I'll wait until he uses it before making my move. After struggling to block the gravedigger worm's attack, he urged, I blocked it. Use your ultimate move now. Although it was a bit different from what he expected, he decided to take the risk. 50 meters to go, I have to give it a shot. When he didn't see him make a move, he cursed angrily. Ye Lin, you, I. Ye Ning dashed straight towards Yang Ping and shouted, Colonel Yang, watch your back! We can't hold it back over here anymore! Yang Ping turned around in surprise. What? Immediately after, he was sent flying by the gravedigger worm. Ye Ning shouted, Everyone, fall back! I'm about to use my ultimate move. Be careful not to get hurt. As he gathered his energy, he thought to himself, First, I'll trick them a little more. Luring them a bit closer will guarantee success. Then he threw his two swords to either side, straight towards the two monsters. The red sword grazed the face of one gravedigger worm, while the blue one slashed across the other's body. Yang Ping's eyes widened in horror. Isn't the insta-kill effect completely different from last time? Huang Kai was also stunned and shouted, This isn't an ultimate move at all. Ye Ning stood between the two monsters and shouted as the two gravedigger worms cornered Huang Kai. This was the moment. He unleashed his blade storm, and the two swords decapitated both monsters. The terrifying power that erupted forced everyone nearby to struggle to stay on their feet. Yun Ming frowned, marveling at the terrifying move. That power is truly frightening. Even if he really intended to steal the kill, we couldn't say a thing, because he could have wiped all of us out just now. His eyes widened in shock again as he realized, it seems he's not just a Tier 3, but possibly a mid or even high-tier Tier 3. All of us low-tier Tier 3s are no match for him at all. Huang Kai, caught in the collateral damage from the attack, lay on the ground with his eyes rolled back. Ye Ning spoke up reproachfully. Brother Huang, didn't I tell you to get out of the way? Why did you do that? He acted concerned but didn't approach, instead fumbling around in the thick smoke to pick up Huang Kai's equipment. You died for me, so rest assured. I will definitely put your equipment to good use for you. The onlookers who witnessed this were speechless and didn't bother to say anything. A notification screen appeared. This round is complete. Reward for all members, 300 spirit crystals. Individual rewards will be calculated based on performance and distributed separately. You can choose to proceed or exit. Yang Ping called out to him, Your Excellency, Ye Lin, if we go deeper, there will be mid-tier Tier 3 mutants. He continued, Our military has decided to stop here. But with your abilities, Your Excellency Ye Lin, he quickly refused. I'm also tired today. Let's all withdraw together, he thought to himself. Right now, all I have left is the dimensional slash. I still need to save a life-preserving move. Yang Ping then gave an order. All right then, everyone gather up first. Before we exit, I have something to discuss. He made an offer to everyone. Our military wants to buy all the spirit crystals you have. The market price is 10 credit points per piece, but we are willing to pay 11 points to buy them. Zhang Bin's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly and happily agreed. That's great. We can earn a little extra. Yun Ming also accepted. I have no problem with that. Selling is selling, no matter who the buyer is. Yang Ping continued. Those who agree can leave after completing the transaction with our people. Then he turned to continue the discussion, inviting Ye Ning to join. What are your thoughts, Your Excellency Ning? You have the most spirit crystals here, which is what our military needs the most. He didn't answer right away, just asked. First, tell me why your military is in such a hurry to collect so many spirit crystals. Yang Ming explained. We need a large number of spirit crystals for our project to level up low-level awakened ones. We've already bought up all the spirit crystals on the market, but it's still far from enough. Hearing this, Ning couldn't help but ponder. Although spirit crystals can indeed enhance strength, the consumption and effectiveness are not proportional at all. For an initial stage 1 to advance to the intermediate stage, it would take at least 10,000 spirit crystals, and to reach the peak of the second stage would cost at least hundreds to tens of millions of credit points. Seeing him hesitate, Yang Ming called his name, pulling him from his thoughts. Your Excellency Ning. But he was still lost in his own world, thinking the military was being very generous for this plan. He suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment while I calculate. I have a total of 27,000 spirit crystals. So can you round it up to 300,000 credit points for me? Is that okay? Yang Ming happily agreed. No problem. In fact, even if Your Excellency Ning hadn't mentioned it, I was already planning to do so. Also, is Your Excellency Ning interested in running this dungeon multiple times? He coldly refused. Not interested at all. If you enter a dungeon with the same person multiple times, the drops will get progressively worse, so I don't think it's necessary. Yang Ming still tried to persuade him. Your Excellency Ning, if you're willing to lead other members of the army into this dungeon multiple times, you will definitely earn Captain Tang's favor. His eyes lit up when he mentioned Captain Tang. To be honest with you, this time, we're collecting all these spirit crystals for Captain Tang's son. He was chosen to be third on the list, and in the future, he will definitely become a third stage, and might even break through to the fourth stage. Ning suddenly erupted in anger, shouting, Stop! Finish the transaction and get the hell out of here. Yang Ming was a bit stunned by his reaction, as dark smoke continued to rise and cover his house. He sped down the road, lost in thought, thinking that his money-making speed was already fast this time. He never expected that it would be nothing compared to the resources provided by the military. With that thought, Ning pondered Yang Ming's offer again. Those in the Seed Project are waiting for resources to accumulate power. Their combat effectiveness is unstable, and they'll just get wrecked the moment they step onto the battlefield. The military right now is simply wasting resources. He recalled his past life. It was thanks to his previous life that he could now earn so many resources. Thinking back, he was truly poor back then. Compared to the resources now, it's simply not worth mentioning. Now, even a cat or a third-rate dog could get more than what he received back then. The more he thought about it, the more furious Ning became. This is pure bureaucracy. I need to max out my attribute points as quickly as possible so I can participate in the third stage trial. Then I can take first place on the list, and I'll have a say in changing the current situation. In a lavish and luxurious house, Ning sat counting the spirit energy fruits scattered on the table. He calculated to himself. Right now, besides will, all my attributes are at 26 points. To increase them further, I'll need a lot of spirit energy fruits. The status window displayed his stats. Strength 26, Agility 26, Constitution 26, Will 31. He quickly popped a spirit energy fruit into his mouth to taste it. I have to eat all of these first, and see if it's enough. Ning's hands continuously grabbed one fruit after another, his mouth chewing and swallowing non-stop. The system notifications popped up continuously. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Strength +1, Agility. The more he ate, the more notifications appeared. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Strength +1, Agility. He ate and ate until he felt like his stomach would burst, but he still gritted his teeth and thought to himself, damn it, I'm really down to the last fruit. I'm about to reach 30 points. I have to force myself to eat it. Using all his strength, he managed to swallow the last fruit. A system notification appeared. Constitution +1. All attribute points have reached 30, initiating one prize draw. Ning was surprised. A prize draw? Oh, you get a prize draw for reaching 30 points? He quickly pressed the prize draw button. Then let's do it. Hopefully, I can pull an epic grade item. The wheel kept spinning and spinning, carrying all his hopes. An epic-grade weapon like a sword would be great too. My combat power would increase by a lot. The system announced. Acquired epic-grade equipment, the Ring of Spiritual Peace. He was stunned. I didn't get a weapon, just a single ring. But he quickly composed himself and seriously studied the ring in his hand. Well, this is fine too. A ring-type item is also considered a Ring of Spiritual Peace. Could it be related to spiritual will? The system quickly displayed the detailed information for the epic-grade Ring of Spiritual Peace. Jewelry. Equipment. Attributes. None. Equipment trait. Storage space. You gain a 100 by 100 by 100 cubic meter storage space, and it can even hold living beings. Ning fell silent, deep in thought. A storage ring, even without any attributes. A 1 million cubic meter storage space is still quite impressive. In that case, I can carry an entire warehouse with me. Carrying a few dozen nukes wouldn't be a problem at all. The The system then continued to display more information. Equipment skill, will conversion. You can convert will attributes into other attributes, and the effect lasts for 3 seconds. Tier 2 conversion limit, 5 points. Tier 3 conversion limit, 10 points. Tier 4 conversion limit, 20 points. Tier 5 conversion limit, 100 points. He was overjoyed. Will conversion? This ability is absolutely heaven-defying. I'm currently at the peak of Tier 2. Does that mean during a battle, I can summon my will attribute points at any time and add them to other attributes? But right after that, Ning had a realization. Wait a minute, it mentions not only Tier 3 and 4, but also a Tier 5? Could Tier 5 be the true limit of humanity? Or does that mean besides Tier 4 mutants, Tier 5 mutants also exist? The system continued its task, evaluating the exclusive equipment in the spiritual peace world. Wearing this ring automatically grants the privilege of an adventurer when entering the spiritual peace world. Note, this is an SS class privilege. Please use it with caution. Reading this, Ning couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is the spiritual peace world? In my past life, I'd never even heard of it, right up until humanity went extinct. He took off the ring, thinking, this ring is probably connected to a mysterious future. I definitely can't sell it. With that said, Ning ordered Li Fugui, sell the newly acquired battle axe, the golden shield, and the other enchanting materials, and then exchange it all for spiritual energy fruits for me. He quickly obeyed. Right away, master. The system then issued a reminder. Normal spiritual energy fruits can satisfy the enhancement of basic attributes over 30 points. Reminder, if you wish to advance again, you need to purchase high-grade spiritual energy fruits. He then turned to give another order. Li Fugi, use all the money from selling the equipment to buy high-grade spiritual energy fruits. He cheerfully obeyed. Understood, master. Once he was alone, Ning was lost in thought again. I've almost reached the attribute limit for the second transition, 31 points. The beast tied in the Tian Feng safe zone is definitely happening the day after tomorrow. By then, my ultimate skill will have just finished its cooldown. Thinking about that scene of standing above thousands of people, he became even more determined. Today, I must max out my Tier 2 attribute points. Then, I'll first use my ultimate skill to awe everyone, and then I'll propose to take the Tier 3 trial. At that point, no one will be able to refuse. Fu Gui suddenly rushed out in a panic, announcing, Master, I can't find any high-grade spiritual energy fruits on the market. Ning was also alarmed. What? The man hurriedly explained. I heard the military bought them all. Hearing this, he rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Can I only ask Chen Yong to figure something out for me? Just then, a call came in. It was Chen Yong. He quickly greeted him. Your Excellency Ye Lin, this is Chen Yong. Do you still remember me? Ning casually replied. Of course, but cursed inwardly. Speak of the devil. This kid calls the moment I think of him. Can he read minds or something? Chen Yong explained the reason for his call. The Tiancheng Merchant Guild just discovered the prototype for a spiritual anomaly dungeon, at least A rank. They want me to lead the team, so I'm inviting you to come explore it. The risks are low, but the rewards are very high. Hearing this, Ning was also surprised. An A rank is the prototype for a supernatural instance? From the screen, Chen Yong heard his question and replied with a laugh. That's right, Your Excellency Ye Lin. This supernatural instance currently has a boundary, and its system quests haven't been officially formed yet. He raised his hand and continued to explain. Therefore, it's much safer and easier for us to go now than after it's fully formed. If anything happens, we just need to run outside the boundary. And generally, A-rank supernatural instances have many supernatural entities, but this one currently only has one supernatural entity, while the others are still in the process of being converted. After hearing this, Ning nodded. I understand what you mean. Just state your conditions directly. A second later, Chen Yong grinned and replied, As long as you agree to go this time, even if we fail, I'll give you 100,000 credit points. If we succeed, not only will 70% of the haul be yours, but the Tiancheng Merchant Guild will also pay you an additional 300,000 credit points. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning rested his chin on his hand and said bluntly, Quite generous. I guess you guys want to use this as a strategy for future long-term business, don't you? Chen Yong frowned slightly, hesitated, looked away, and replied, You've guessed correctly, Your Excellency Ye Lin. If you have any other conditions, please feel free to state them. Without making the other party wait long, Ning spoke up. You're really smart. In addition to what you've offered, I also want 20% of the income from future runs, as well as some high-level spirit energy fruits. Scene changed to Bihi Village, surrounded by rolling hills and a sky slowly turning orange, creating an incredibly peaceful scene. A gray car was moving along the long, winding path, heading towards the complex of buildings ahead. Ning sat in the car, gazing into the distance, many thoughts running through his mind. The riot in Zhenjiang town would happen the day after tomorrow. Da Xiao was also laying low, taking this opportunity to enter an instance that doesn't require physical skills. That way the investment wouldn't be a loss. Upon arrival, the car braked sharply, its 4 wheels screeching against the road, kicking up smoke and dust. In front of them, a group of 5 people seemed to be waiting. Chen Yong, sitting in the front seat, turned his head back and said to him, "Your Excellency Ye Lin, we've arrived." The two of them got out of the car together, and the group approached as if they had been waiting. The man in green placed a hand on his chest, smiled at him, and spoke first. "This must be His Excellency Ye Lin, correct? I am the son of the Vice President of the Tiancheng Merchant Guild, Wang Zheng. It's an honor to meet you." Ye Ning replied immediately, "Ah, Chen Yong has told me about you." Wang Zheng turned to point at the man beside him and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Fang He, an awakener of the willpower and agility type, and also an expert we hired at a high price, while the others are my subordinates." Fang He immediately frowned and replied, "I'm just a second rank. I don't dare accept such a title." He wasn't finished, he continued. "When it comes to a high price, I'm a far cry from our Lord Ye Lin." He didn't reply, just silently watching the two of them. Seeing this, Wang Zheng waved his hand to break the awkward atmosphere. He laughed. "Lord Ye Lin, please don't mind him. Brother Fang is a straightforward person, but he has experience clearing 3 or 4 supernatural instances. He's practically a machine in there." He extended an invitation to Ye Ning. "Now that we're acquainted, let's head inside and take a look." He lowered his head and agreed softly. "All right, I'll follow your lead." His foot stepped into a small puddle. Fang. He turned his head back, frowned at him, and warned, "After we enter, follow my instructions. You must follow the system prompts that I receive. Don't think you'll be fine just because you're a 3rd rank. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die." Hearing this, Ye Ning was very surprised and asked, "System prompts? Isn't this a prototype of an instance? Shouldn't there be no system quests?" A glint of amusement appeared in Fang He's eyes. He pointed to himself and explained arrogantly, "That's my ability. When I get close to a main clue, I receive some system prompts, which are equivalent to quest information." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Ning tilted his head, his eyes sharpening as he thought to himself, "This kind of talent is quite rare, isn't it? This is almost equivalent to knowing the quest without having to formally accept it." It seems Chen Yong and Wang Zheng have prepared a lot for this prototype instance. Wang Zheng continued to introduce, "This place was built along the river. The villagers make a living by selling water in the safe zone. But we discovered that the tricycles they used to transport water were rusted, which means they haven't been out in a long time. Nearby, 2 villagers were diligently scooping water from the river." He continued, "Do you see that? They don't realize they should be taking the water to sell." They then passed a villager pouring water into a large urn, which was already overflowing. The man's expression was vacant, his face pale, but his hands never stopped. He continued, "It's like they're stuck in an endless loop. He just kept bringing water from the river and pouring it into the full container. Suddenly, a man in white approached them. The man greeted them politely. 'Are you gentlemen from the military?' Chen Yong spoke first. 'Ah, we're from the Zhenjiang Safety Zone's army. Some villagers reported that the water source here is contaminated.' The man's face darkened as he replied without hesitation, 'I know. If we let that witch jump into the river and die, it will bring great disaster upon us.' As soon as he heard that, Ye Ning lunged forward, his face tense, and asked through gritted teeth, 'So the river water is really contaminated? What do you mean she jumped into the river? When did this happen? What was the reason?' Startled by him, the man trembled as he replied, 'No, I was just talking nonsense. The river here is very clean.' Ye Ning stared at him and said, 'If you can't explain clearly, we'll have to take you with us.' The frightened man waved his hands in protest. 'Officer, Zhang Shui's death 7 days ago has nothing to do with us. She just stole something and then committed suicide by jumping into the river. It was raining heavily that day. The river was flowing very fast, and she was swept away in an instant.' Hearing his explanation, Chen Yong found it completely illogical. He also approached the man and asked in a low, threatening voice, 'Why would she jump into the river after stealing something? Did you people force her to do it?' The man took a step back, his whole body trembling, his voice barely calm. 'You've got it all wrong, officer. This really has nothing to do with us. Really, not you.' Chen Yong lost his cool, pointing straight at the man's face, pressing him through gritted teeth. 'If it wasn't you, then what is that behind you?' Seeing he was being rash, Ye Ning stopped him. 'Don't make a move.' He tried to observe the man in front of him carefully. This man looks normal, but his hands have clearly been soaked in water for a very long time. If there's something wrong with him, we'll suffer heavy losses if we attack." Fang He, who had witnessed everything from behind, couldn't help but praise, "I didn't expect your reaction to be so quick." Hearing this, Ye Ning just glanced at him before turning to the man and saying, "Don't worry. Where is the deceased's family? Please take us there. If we find out this has nothing to do with you, we will never bother you again." The man helplessly agreed. "All right." Then, he led the 4 of them to an old, desolate house. The man pointed inside, from where an indescribably gloomy aura was emanating. "This is the house. Only her mother and her daughter, Li Ru, are left in the house. It's very cold inside. You should go in by yourselves." After he finished speaking, the 4 of them went inside. Wang Zheng exclaimed, "It's really cold. Why does it feel like we've stepped into winter?" Chen Yong heard this and agreed. It seems this house really does have a huge problem. As they went deeper inside, they saw many water urns in front of them. Seeing this, Ning thought, why are there so many urns full of water? The space fell silent for a moment. Then suddenly, an old woman emerged from one of the urns, and water spilled out from it. He maintained a serious expression, but the other three couldn't help but scream, "Holy crap!" Fang. He quickly regained his composure and reassured them, "Everyone, don't be afraid. From what I can sense, she's just more severely affected, but she hasn't transformed into a supernatural entity yet." The toothless old woman with wrinkled skin and tightly shut eyes asked, "Who are you people?" Ning calmly replied, "Ma'am, we've come to investigate your daughter's jumping into the river. Is it true that someone forced her to do it? If so, we will get justice for you." After hearing this, the old woman lowered her head sadly and replied, "My daughter is in the water. You must help me find her. In the water, you have to help me find her. You must help me find her." Seeing the old woman like this, Chen Yong said quietly, "Sir Ning, it seems she's completely disoriented. We won't be able to get any information from her." Ning acted as if he hadn't heard and continued to ask, "Ma'am, where is your granddaughter?" In response to that, the old woman raised her hand. "My granddaughter went to get water from the river and won't be back until dark." Ning suddenly asked Fang He, "Did your system give you any notifications?" He replied, "Not yet. My ability requires me to be close to the key person to get information, so I'm guessing the granddaughter, Li Ru, is the key." Chen Yong suggested, "Then let's go to the riverbank and look for her now." He immediately objected. "We can't," he asked back. "Why not?" Fang. He glanced to the side, his forehead sweating as he hesitantly corrected himself. "I mean, it's getting dark, so we might as well wait here first and see." Hearing this, Ning also gave him a meaningful glance. He was a bit suspicious of him. This Fang, he seemed to be hiding something, drowned without a body, a mother and child fetching water. Could it be that the villagers are constantly fetching water because the ghosts are influencing them, bringing them up from the river? Just then, a little girl in a blue dress, carrying a bucket of water, pushed the door open with a bright smile. Fang. He turned his head and recognized her immediately. "Li Ru is back?" The little girl quickly brought the water closer. Ning covered his nose, thinking to himself, the smell of blood is so strong from the bucket the girl is carrying. Then his eyes lit up, his investigative spirit fully activated. From inside the girl's bucket, a patch of red water and something strange was surfacing. A tongue was sticking out, and a scream echoed in his mind. Is that a human tongue? Night had fallen, and a thick fog covered everything. Li Ru stood in front of a traditional wooden house, her eyes wary, frowning as she stared at the group of strangers before her. "Who are you people?" Fang. He raised his hand and shared the information. "I just got a notification from the system. Don't anger the girl." Therefore, Ning had to soften his tone. Dropping to one knee on the ground, he politely introduced himself. "We are a military patrol from the Zhenjiang safe zone. Someone reported that your mother has gone missing." The girl reacted immediately, her voice ice cold. "She didn't go missing. She was murdered by the villagers. They made up terrible things about my mother and forced her to her death." He frowned, seeming to understand the situation a little better now. Ning probed further. "So that's what happened. We're very sorry for your loss. Do you know who killed your mother? We can help you catch them." Without hesitation, Li Ru immediately pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him. "Of course I know. I've written down all of their names." Ning gently took it and reassured her. "Okay, then we'll go catch them after we find your mother." But the little girl shook her head firmly. "My mother is already home. You don't need to look for her. You can go arrest them now." Her words left him momentarily confused. "We don't need to look? Didn't they say her body was washed away by the river?" Her saying she's home means. Li Ru stared straight into his eyes and pressed, "Are you hesitating? You just said you'd help me. You're not a liar, are you?" Suddenly, Ning remembered the earlier warning from Fang He not to anger her, but arresting people now might be too rash. So he smiled reassuringly and waved his hand. "Of course not. It's just that we need to follow certain procedures to arrest people. We guarantee we'll take care of it tomorrow morning." At that moment, the little girl's eyes flashed with a brilliant purple light, her face filled with killing intent as she threatened in a low voice, "Fine then. If you lie to me, I will definitely kill you." Hearing this, the others couldn't help but shiver and break out in a cold sweat. Finally, Fang. He decided, "Tonight, we'll stay temporarily in this abandoned house next door. Chen Yong and Wang Zheng will share a room. The rest of us will sleep separately." The other three replied in unison, "Okay." But Ning wondered, in this situation, why did the others have to sleep separately? He explained in a serious tone. "At night, ghosts usually prioritize attacking the strongest or the weakest. We absolutely must have a direct confrontation to find more clues." It was only then that he understood, letting out a bitter laugh. "Ah, so that's how it is. You called me here to be the bait for tonight?" Chen Yong panicked and quickly tried to dissuade him. "Lin, you've misunderstood." Wang Zheng also chimed in. "That's right, Lord Lin. We mainly thought you were quite strong." But Ning seemed unbothered, casually waving his hand. "There's nothing wrong with saving people for money. I'll do my part." The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "Thank you for your understanding, Lord Lin." In contrast, Fang, he looked annoyed and judged. Wait until you've managed to survive until morning. It won't be too late to say these things then. Then he continued smugly. All right. Based on the current clues, we can deduce that Zhang Shui was driven to her death by the villagers and turned into a ghost, but since it's still in the early stages, her ability can only influence the villagers, while also influencing her daughter to exact revenge for her. So now we just need to do two things, and we'll definitely solve this case. Next, Fangxia proposed the first task. Find Zhang Xue's body. Tonight, I'll go to Li Nu's house to investigate. If it's not there, I'll have Ye Lin search the river. Second, we help them get their revenge. After we find the body, tomorrow morning, we'll arrest the people on the list and hand them over to Li Nu to deal with. Ye Ning looked up doubtfully. Isn't that a bit too simple? It doesn't seem to fit the difficulty of an A-rank spiritual instance, does it? He immediately disagreed. Simple? Don't forget, this is the dungeon's initial form. The important clues are still tied to it. During the formation event, no one would have known that Zhang Shui was the first victim, and the villagers would have likely turned into ghosts as well. Hearing this, both Zhen Yang and Wang Zheng's faces turned pale. Back then, entering this place would have been a death sentence. He whispered, Luckily, we got here early. The night grew quiet, with the moon hanging in a silver-gray sky, and a gentle breeze rustling the bare branches. Yi Ning lay on the bed with his arms folded, muttering to himself. Although Fangxia's analysis made some sense, something still felt off. Recalling what had just happened, he considered what information the man had hidden by the riverbank, and now he was suggesting, I go there to find the body. Ye Ning continued to ponder. On top of that, with the way he's targeting me, he definitely wants me dead, probably for money. In that case, the riverbank must be pretty dangerous. Thinking this, he came to a conclusion. Tonight, he'll risk going to Li Nu's house alone. There must be something valuable there. If I don't die and he doesn't make a move first, then that treasure will naturally be mine. Thinking this way, everything became much simpler. A flicker of suspicion appeared in Ye Ning's eyes as he recalled those crimson, malevolent eyes. Besides, Li Nu's expression earlier wasn't like someone who was merely being influenced. And then there was that tongue inside the fantastical swirling vortex. And that tongue in the bucket. A normal little girl, even one seeking revenge, definitely couldn't do something like that, right? Suddenly, he detected a strange noise. Yi Ning immediately shot up, glancing at the wooden roof where faint footsteps had just echoed. It's here. He stood tall, ready for battle, as streams of brilliant purple energy swirled around his body, emitting a chilling aura. Fine by me. Let's see who you really are. Spiritual power. Reveal your true form. From the shadows, a ghost suddenly crawled down from the ceiling, its eyes glowing blood red, its long arms reaching out to snatch its prey. Are you Zhang Shui? At that moment, the system presented him with a brilliant purple jade bracelet. The pearl of resentment from the last spiritual instance can finally be used. Yi Ning then raised the jade bracelet, channeling immense spiritual energy into it and commanding, Pearl of Resentment, infused with spiritual power. The system provided more information. Pearl of Resentment attribute, increases spiritual attack power by 25%. Special effect, can automatically block one fatal attack from a spiritual entity, after which the item will be consumed. Immediately, he swung his sword, charging straight at his opponent and yelling, Sword Transformation Slash. The ghost bared its fangs and let out a ferocious roar, trying to intimidate Ye Ning. Then, it quickly flew away. Without hesitation, he kicked the wooden door open and gave chase. Where do you think you're going? When he reached the courtyard, the ghost was gone, but a blood-curdling scream suddenly pierced the air. How can this be? Stay away! Yi Ning's eyes darted toward the source of the sound. Chen Fang and Fang Jia were in the adjacent courtyard at the same time, and just a few seconds later, everyone else rushed over. Wang Zheng panted. Who was that screaming? Zhen Yang asked in confusion. Ye Ning, what happened? He calmly replied. A ghost just came by. Chen Fang and Fang Xia might have been attacked at the same time. Hearing this, they were all stunned. One of them stared wide-eyed, his jaw agape. Attacked at the same time? That ghost is nothing like Fang Xia's analysis. Its killing power isn't weak at all. Another one was skeptical. Could the ghost have gotten stronger right after we arrived? I can understand the weakest, Chen Fang, being killed, but why Fang Xia? Ye Ning frowned, thought for a moment, and then slowly replied, the previous analysis was likely flawed. This place is extremely dangerous now. It's better if you all retreat from the area first. I'll stay behind and continue the investigation. See you tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Vuong Tran and the others waved goodbye and left. Well then, we'll have to trouble you, Lord Ye Lin. We'll be taking our leave. Tran Dung was still worried and hesitant, but Ye Ning cut him off. I have a protective item with me. You all don't need to worry about me. He finally left. Ye Ning frowned, his gaze fixed in that direction. His body began to activate a mystical and powerful purple energy. The Oan Chao can only save my life one time. I still have to be more careful. He fully activated his mental probe, and a stream of energy spread towards the injured leg of a victim lying motionless on the ground. Tran Fuang only has one leg left. Was he mentally controlled by the female ghost and then eaten? If so, It must have taken some time between when Tran Fuang screamed and when he was devoured. In that case, she couldn't have killed Fuang Ha at the same time. Ye Ning's gaze landed on a large vat full of water, where the man lay unconscious, surrounded by wreckage. Fuang Ha's body wasn't eaten, so it's very likely there's more than one ghost here. What about the hall? Was Fuang Ha trying to dig something up in the yard when he encountered the ghost? Then he looked over at a deep, freshly dug hole. The clue might be what's underground. Mental probe. Penetrate. Instantly, a gruesome corpse appeared, floating in a pool of water. It had ashen skin and pitch-black eye sockets, looking absolutely terrifying. This was the body of the female ghost in white. Suddenly, Ye Ning noticed something strange about her slender hand and sharp claws. Wait a minute, she has 6 fingers. Having 6 fingers can be a hereditary trait, but Li Nu doesn't have that. This proves she isn't Trung Tu yet. So who is she? Just then, the ghost's ghastly green eyes snapped open, an utterly terrifying sight. Crap! She spotted me. In an instant, she shot up and lunged to attack, but he kept his focus, carefully observing the ghost's features. Her eyes must be the blue-grade equipment that Fuang Ha risked everything to get. As danger closed in, Ye Ning suddenly raised the beaded bracelet high and shouted, "Oan Chao, infuse spiritual power." Immediately, immense streams of dark purple energy surged forward, drawing her attention and making her turn back. However, the ghost still managed to swing its arm, launching a highly toxic green counterattack, its voice dripping with malice. The damage from its physical form is far greater than that of spiritual energy. Suddenly, the jade bracelet in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Just as she lunged forward with her sharp fangs, the bracelet created a defensive barrier, shielding Ye Ning from her attack. The Oan Chao had passively activated its ultimate ability, but unfortunately, the ghost's power was too immense. Her body began to swell in size, and the force of its punch shattered the protective barrier, sending even him flying backward. I have to get out of here now! Ye Ning quickly activated the power within his Teach Loi Noah shoes, and with a burst of speed, he launched himself out of there. Behind him, the ghost had spotted his escape and gave chase relentlessly. The ghost was chasing Ye Ning relentlessly. Fortunately, he managed to leap through the barrier just in time, blocking its path. He thought to himself, that was too close for comfort. Even though he wasn't heading in the same direction as Tran Dung's group, he had finally escaped the barrier. After shaking off the ghost's pursuit, he continued to race forward and began his analysis. The woman in white isn't Trung Tu yet. It's highly probable that she was washed downstream to this location by the last heavy rain. That means the real Trung Tu yet must be somewhere further downstream, and there's even a chance she's still alive. Ye Ning silently made up his mind. I have to use the time before dawn to investigate the area further downstream. Meanwhile, Tran Dung spoke up. Lord Ye Lin has been in there all night and still hasn't come out. Vuong Tran suddenly replied, the communication system is being blocked by the barrier, so we can't contact Ye Lin right now. How about we go inside and look for him? 2 subordinates returned to report. One said, Sir, we've searched everywhere, but we can't find any sign of Lord Ye Lin. The other added, He's not in Li Nu's yard either. Hearing this, Vuong Tran stroked his chin thoughtfully. Missing? How is that possible? Suddenly, the little girl Li Nu's voice rang out from behind them. Misters, didn't you say you would help me catch those people this morning? Why haven't you acted yet? They turned to see her, and Tran Dung responded, We're going now! The little girl ordered, her eyes glinting dangerously. Bring them all to the riverbank. I will execute their sentence there. He then turned to Tran Dung and said, Let's go. Our only lead right now is to help the girl get her revenge. Let's finish this first. He had no other choice and could only agree. Feng He was dead, and Ye Ning was missing, so there was nothing else to be done. Those 3 scoundrels had been captured and tied up in front of Li Nu, and one of them, unable to accept his fate, spoke up. Zhang Shui wanted to die on her own. It had nothing to do with us. Another one denied it. That's not right. We really didn't kill her mother. The last one also protested. Even military personnel have to be reasonable. The little girl, filled with hatred, rushed towards the men with a pair of scissors, saying, It was you who drove my mother to her death. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Nu stabbed the nearest man in the heart and roared, Just die, making him scream in agony. You. Not stopping there, the little girl added, I don't just want to kill you, I want to cut out your tongues. Watching him die with satisfaction, Li Nu smirked and said, Who's next? The remaining 2, terrified, quickly begged for mercy. The brown-haired one pleaded earnestly, I was wrong, I shouldn't have made things up. I'm sorry. The other one tried to play the sympathy card. Little Nu, it's me, Uncle Zhang. I really didn't say anything, but it was no use. The little girl just screamed. It's all your fault. You're the one who wanted to sleep with her, but you spread lies after she rejected you. After that piercing scream, those 2 men also died at Li Nu's hands. Chen Yong asked in surprise, Is this really something a 10-year-old girl can do? Wang Zheng, who was beside him, also exclaimed, Hopefully, after she kills all these people, the matter will be resolved. After finishing everything, the little girl turned to them and said, Uncles, they're not completely dead yet. Can you help me throw them into the river? Wang Zheng replied blankly. Okay. After they were done, Chen Yong asked, Little sister Li Nu, is your mother's revenge considered complete now? As for her body, if you need help. The little girl didn't look at them, only saying sinisterly, Yes, uncle, but you don't need to worry about the other matters. Because my mother is already here, she said that you all must die too. A ghost suddenly shot up from the river, intending to attack them. Everyone shouted in surprise. What is that? Before they could even scream for help, the ghost had already bitten one of them. Everyone scattered and ran for their lives, and Wang Zheng yelled as he ran, This is bad, run! It opened its mouth wide, and a green aura emanated from it, as if trying to suck everyone inside, leaving only the sound of piercing screams. It's too strong, we can't escape! It sucked in Wang Zheng, to Chen Yong's astonishment. Seeing this, he shouted, Brother Wang, it's better to end it yourself than to die such a painful and disgusting death. But Wang Zheng was still holding on, and could only shout from inside the ghost's mouth, Chen Yong. Suddenly, a blast of purple energy stopped the knife Chen Yong was about to use on his own neck. The person who appeared to save them was none other than Ye Ning. With a single palm strike, he sent the ghost flying and saved the other two. After escaping death and landing safely, Chen Yong said, Ye Ning, Your Excellency, it's great that you're here. Ye Ning turned to the little girl in front of him and said, Li Nu, look who this is. Who is she holding in her arms? Li Nu, with tears in her eyes, looked at the woman holding a child that looked just like her and called out, Mom. Zhang Shui, holding the child, cried out, Little Nu. The little girl ran towards the woman, shouting, Mommy! The little girl, with tear-filled eyes, looked at the woman holding her own body and asked, Mom, you're not dead? But I am, Zhang Shui said tearfully. Little Nu, it's all my fault. Seeing this, Chen Yong, one of the three bystanders, suddenly asked, Zhang Shui isn't dead, so who is the female ghost in the white dress? Wang Zheng, beside him, also spoke up. Li Nu is dead, so that means Li Nu is also a ghost. What on earth is going on? At this moment, Ye Ning turned to explain. It's a long story. First, step back a bit. This place is still very dangerous. Suddenly, the female ghost from before, who hadn't been destroyed yet, let out a roar and sucked Zhang Shui into its mouth. Li Nu let out a tragic scream. No, Mommy. At that moment, the girl's spirit erupted with power from within her own body in an attempt to save her mother. Ye Ning looked up and said, Li Nu has finally come to her senses. We're much safer now. Her mother screamed tragically from inside the ghost's mouth. Little Nu! Li Nu transformed into her spirit form and rushed to save her mother, shouting, Mommy! She and the female ghost clashed, and seizing an opportunity, the little girl bit the ghost on the shoulder. Both sides unleashed their resentful spirit energy against each other, and a fierce battle broke out. It was then that Ye Ning began to recount the entire incident from that day. It was raining heavily. Zhang Shui had unfortunately fallen into the water, but was washed ashore downstream and saved. Li Nu, while searching for her mother, also fell into the water and drowned, subsequently turning into a ghost without even realizing it. Because the grudge from her revenge ran so deep, it unconsciously affected the villagers. Later, Li Ro discovered the body in the white dress in the river, mistaking it for her mother. That's the gist of the story. The only solution is to uncover the truth and let them destroy each other. Hearing this, Wang Zheng spoke up. In other words, besides talking nonsense, were the villagers we captured before actually innocent? Chen Yong also voiced his confusion. There were two demons. No wonder Feng, he and Chen Feng were killed at the same time. After the two demons finished their fight, Ye Ning obtained a round object. The system panel displayed a notification. Noble blue-grade item. Item effect. When equipped, you can receive information and system prompts within your field of vision. He held the blue eye in his hand, thinking to himself, this effect seems similar to Fang, his previous ability, doesn't it? Maybe Fang He risked his life like that because the power it offered was greater. Seeing this, Wang Zheng quietly bowed his head and said, Regarding the promise I made before, I will now transfer everything to you. Chen Yong, who was next to him, also bowed and said, We truly have Lord Ye Lin to thank for our survival this time. Ye Ning replied softly, Then I appreciate it. He was thinking to himself, In total, I've earned nearly 700,000 credits this time. That's a pretty hefty sum. But the most important thing right now is still the high-grade spirit energy fruit. Finishing his thought, Ye Ning turned to ask them, By the way, have the high-grade spirit energy fruits I needed arrived yet? Chen Yong stammered. Well, Wang Zheng, beside him, suddenly spoke up. My apologies, Lord Ye Lin. As for the high-grade spirit energy fruits, it looks like you'll have to wait a little longer. Ye Ning frowned and asked, Why? Chen Yong answered, There's no hiding it from you, sir. Right now, all the high-grade spirit energy fruits are being monopolized by high-ranking military officials in the capital. Word is, it's for something called the Seedling Project. He smirked and said, The Seedling Project again. It seems I won't get past this obstacle unless I make a move myself. Chen Yong, Wang Zheng, I'm inviting you to see a play in Tianfeng tonight. It would be best to bring your fathers or uncles along. The two of them exclaimed in unison, "A play?" He nodded, a smile playing on his lips as he replied, "That's right, a play about the Corpse Tide riot." The two of them are standing opposite each other in safe zone number 199. Chen Yong looked around and asked, "Uncle Zhang, why isn't my father here?" Vice Commander Zhang Tao replied with a serious expression, "Commander Chen was busy and couldn't get away, so I've come to Tianfeng in his stead." Chen Yong's mood brightened up again. "As long as you have the full authority to make decisions on my father's behalf, I'm sure Lord Ye Lin won't have any objections. First, let's go get Wang Zheng and everyone else, then head to Tianfeng together." Meanwhile, at the Tiancheng Merchant Guild headquarters, Wang Tian slapped Wang Zheng squarely across the face. The young man stared back at his father, completely stunned. "Dad, what are you doing?" Wang Tian, the vice president of the Tiancheng Merchant Guild, angrily pointed a finger right in his son's face. "I already promised to make a trip to Tianfeng to meet someone named Ye Lin. That should have been enough to give him face. But who would have thought you'd dare to touch the spirit energy fruits the guild had already allocated for the capital's military district? It's a good thing I found out early, otherwise we'd all have to suffer the consequences." Wang Zheng yelled back, trying to explain. "Dad, Lord Ye Lin saved my life, but I still haven't fulfilled my promise to him. The military district has already ordered tons of spirit energy fruits from numerous other guilds. Missing a few from our stock won't make any difference." His father immediately roared, "Quiet! What do you know?" Then, Wang Tian began to explain to Wang Zheng, "Son, you don't understand. It's not just the guild. The guild president himself is putting pressure on me." His eyes filled with sorrow as he said, "Even without that, we absolutely cannot afford to offend the military just to appease some Ye Lin whose background we know nothing about." Wang Tian placed a hand gently on Wang Zheng's shoulder and continued, "Ye Lin saved you in the dungeon, but he was someone you hired to protect you in the first place. Besides, it's not like we're refusing to give them to him. We're just delaying it a bit." They both looked out the window. "All right, Chen Yong has arrived. I'll go with you to Tianfeng to meet this Ye Lin first, and we'll take it from there." Wang Tian's mood lightened as well. "If he's really as impressive as you say, I'll reconsider the matter of the spirit energy fruits." Wang Zheng was still a bit skeptical. "For real? You're not just tricking me, are you?" Above the crimson buildings of the Tianfeng safe zone, the system displayed a notification for a target commander. "The Corpse Tide will make its move tonight. Please hurry and prepare all defenses." Ye Lin is commanding Tianfeng, while Xiao Hai stares at him. 1 week ago, Ye Lin sent me a message. Although, as a precaution, I had already made some arrangements in advance, but there was no movement from the old district for the entire week. Today, another message came, giving such a clear time. I don't know what to think. A man rushed in and reported, "Commander Xiao, there is indeed movement in the old district. They just broke through the barrier and are heading towards this safe zone. Among them are quite a few level 1 and level 2 variants, and for now, no level 3 variants have been detected." Xiao Hai immediately grew tense. Ye Lin's prediction was actually right. "Hurry up! Everyone activate the alarms and prepare to defend. Many people are gathering. The Corpse Tide is about to hit. Civilians in the outer areas, please evacuate to the safe zone in the rear immediately." The Corpse Tide is about to hit. Civilians in the outer areas, please evacuate to the safe zone in the rear immediately. Place a mine every 15 meters, arranged in a sharp triangular pattern. Everyone is working together to lay the mines. We must ensure we blast open a path for the zombies, making it convenient for our awakeners to charge in and eliminate the enemy. Not only that, they are also pouring a flammable liquid into the trenches. Hurry up! In the sky, airplanes are also circling. Ye Ning stood there, quietly observing. "Tianfeng, it won't be easy to defend." Fu Gui found his words very strange. "Master, I think the Tianfeng district is very well prepared." He was still looking in that direction, even though they had used every trap, obstacle, and crossfire tactic they could. But while these things can deal with the main zombie army, they are too weak against the variants. Yi Ning said thoughtfully, "The entire safe zone only has over 2,000 awakeners, over 1,000 defenders, and the front line only has over 600. Among them, the ranged forces only number over 200 people. With such a distribution of forces, it's no different from suicide." Seeing this, Fugui became worried. "Master, from what you're saying, doesn't that mean they're all in danger?" Yi Ning replied without shifting his gaze. "No, this time they're facing a realm-breaking Corpse Tide. The entire army is preparing for battle. The Corpse Tide is charging. All the soldiers have taken action. Psionic fighter jets are dropping bombs to stop them. But the helicopters were taken down by the flying ones. Watch out for the mutated flying corpses. The ranged awakeners are focusing their attacks. They swarmed in like a storm, and the mines beneath their feet were immediately triggered. At this moment, the two sides have now clashed. Fire support, melee fighters, follow me and advance." The four of them were standing above, observing. Zhang Tao said as he watched, "That Ye Lin, 2 hours before we arrived at Tianfeng, told us to wait for the Corpse Tide here. Now the Corpse Tide has arrived, but he has suddenly disappeared. What is the meaning of this? Wang Tian said in a very serious tone. He's clearly waiting for the high difficulty variants to appear. Otherwise, why put on such a big show in front of us? But right now, we still haven't seen any level 3 variants. Don't tell me he's just going to show us a level 3 fighting a level 2. Hearing this, he laughed out loud. President Wang, you're really funny. Wang Tian also smiled slightly and said, I think so too. He said he'd give us a surprise. I wonder if the surprise is just making us laugh. Chen Yong looked annoyed, his displeasure clear on his face. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, we have great respect for Ye Lin. You'd best not make fun of him like that. Zhang Tao touched his shoulder and said with a laugh, Little Young, of course I trust your judgment. Don't worry. No matter what, we will wait until he's finished. At that time, whatever he wants to say, I won't embarrass you, but I've watched you grow up since you were little. I still hope I can help you vet things a little. After all, you can't just see one mid-tier level 3 and think he's going to be a huge help. Wang Tian, who was beside them, also chimed in. That's right. You kids are still young, although a level 3 is valuable to us. There's no need to treat them like gods. Wang Zheng couldn't take it anymore. All right, Dad, let's just watch the battle. I believe Ye Lin won't let everyone down. A soldier who was attacked by the corpse tide screamed, Help! Yunming shouted with a worried expression. On the left, a peak level 2 variant, the corrupting spring corpse, has appeared. Quick, informed Commander Zhao. Everyone is charging forward together. Lord Xiao Hai has arrived. Let's go together. Xiao Hai aimed his weapon at the opponent. Blood blade break. The corpse-tide creature was slashed with a single blow. Commander Xiao is incredible. Let's get them. The ground started to crack. In an instant, Xiao Hai sensed danger. This is bad. This sound is likely a level 3 mutant, possibly even a 2-headed one. The actual difficulty is far greater than a dungeon instance. A 2-headed level 3 mutant requires at least 6 early-stage level 3 people to deal with. He then turned and ordered a retreat. All troops, fall back to the safe zone. Xiao Hai watched as the ferocious corpse tide overran the trenches, defending to the death while waiting for reinforcements. Hurry up! Just then, Ye Ning unleashed a move. Sword flow storm. The corpse tide creature was sliced in two by his attack. Xiao Hai exclaimed in astonishment. He took down a level 3 in a single move. Who are you? He had also spotted the newcomer. Yes, Ye Lin, he replied cheerfully. Commander Zhao, long time no see. Ye Ning prepared to face the enemy. Wait until I'm done with this one. We'll talk. He immediately unleashed the corpse-goading lightstream technique, and a swarm of corpse-tide creatures were instantly obliterated. Xiao Hai's jaw dropped in amazement. Ye Lin. It's really Ye Lin. In just a short half-month, he's reached level 3 and is much stronger than me. How is that even possible? Am I, Xiao Hai, destined to live in someone's shadow for over half my life? Ye Ning looked at Xiao Hai with a knowing smile. Commander Xiao, your soldiers can definitely handle the cleanup. He gently patted the commander's shoulder. Please follow me. We have something important to discuss. The four of them were still watching everything unfold. Chen Yong and Wang Zheng said excitedly, Did you all see that? That's the true strength of Lord Ye Lin. It's my first time seeing it too. He's on a completely different level than a normal level 3. Wang Tian was also startled, saying, Truly a rare sight. Zhang Tao was astonished watching the scene. This strength is likely on par with Commander Chen Kai, making him a top-tier fighter even among mid-stage level 3s. No wonder he's so arrogant. Chen Yong smiled and looked at his system panel. We have a message from Lord Ye Lin. He's waiting for us at the Tianfeng Association Hall. Let's go. In the Tianfeng Association Hall, the buildings were still illuminated, and Xiao Hai's face was tense. Ye Lin was sitting there, waiting for them. Chen Yong looked quite surprised. Commander Xiao is here as well? Yi Ning appeared very amicable. I'm sure you all know each other, so no introductions are needed. Please sit. We're all on the same side. Let's discuss things together. Xiao Hai observed everyone and thought to himself, the Vice Commander of Safe Zone 119, Zhang Tao, the Vice President of the Tiancheng Merchant Guild, Wang Tian. Just as we suspected, Ye Ning not only has backers, but they're all major powers. Wang Tian couldn't help but praise him. Lord Ye Lin, your reputation is well-deserved. Your strength is rare even among mid-stage level 3s. Zhang Tao was also very impressed by him. That's right. I heard you've helped us out a great deal. On behalf of Safe Zone 119, thank you for the invitation. Xiao Hai felt like his ears were ringing. Lord Ye Lin, did I mishear, or are they pronouncing it wrong? Ye Ning immediately corrected them. First of all, I want to clarify something with everyone. My name is actually Ye Ning, not Ye Lin. Each of them was lost in their own thoughts. What? So they didn't even know his real name. That means he has no backers supporting him. So how did Ye Ning reach level 3 so quickly? Ye Ning spoke very calmly. As you have all seen, my current strength is at the mid-stage level 3. Commander Xiao, please trouble yourself to find me a strength measurement device. I want to test it right here and now. Xiao Hai immediately stood up and replied, Lord Ye Ning, we've already witnessed your strength. Wang Tian and Zhang Tao also agreed. That's right. We know you're a mid-stage level 3, there's no doubt. Lord Ye Ning, do you think we can't trust our own eyes? But he remained insistent. Commander Zhao, please. Xiao Hai had no other choice. Fine. The other two were starting to look annoyed. Lord Ye Ning, you didn't invite us all here just to prove that you're a mid-stage level 3, did you? This is really unnecessary, isn't it? Chen Yong quickly interjected. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, since we're already here, waiting a little longer won't hurt, right? Yi Ning just smiled silently as Xiao Hai brought out the device. He presented it to him. The measuring device has been brought. Yi Ning replied to him with a smile. Thank you for your trouble. Zhang Dao and Wang Tian also found it funny. His strength is decent, but his demeanor is too petty. A little arrogance isn't a bad thing, but insisting on showing it off in front of us is a real waste of time. Ye Ning placed his hand on the device, and the system immediately gave an answer. Peak level 2. The people there were utterly astonished. What? Level 2. Xiao Hai couldn't believe his eyes. Did I hear that right? They all went to check the device again. How could this be? The device clearly showed his level. You're not level 3. You're actually level 2. Zhang Dao still couldn't believe it. If you said he was a high level or even peak level 3, I wouldn't have been too surprised. But Wang Tian was equally shocked. A level 2 who can unleash the power of a mid-level level 3. That's terrifying. Xiao Hai was still reeling. He's not a level 3. That's right. We looked up his mission to advance to level 2 before. He completed a total of 4 missions. He has the strength of a mid-level level 3. These people aren't the power behind him. What the hell is going on? Can someone please make this make sense? Chen Yong immediately turned to ask Ye Ning. Sir Ye Ning, what in the world is going on? He answered them right away. I know it's hard for all of you to accept this immediately, but I am indeed a level 2. Half a month ago, I was measured to have an SS rank talent, but because it was a will type with no potential, I was dropped by the Fire Seed Project. He asked Ye Ning again, bewildered. An SS rank talent reached peak level 2 in half a month, with strength equivalent to a level 3. Xiao Hai looked at him and screamed, No potential. If this is what you call no potential, then everyone in that Fire Seed Project should just go and die. Yi Ning's expression turned serious. Gentlemen, I invited you all here today to prove my potential and seek a partnership. I trust everyone here understands. It would be easy for me to advance to level 3. The Fire Seed Project will certainly hold a reselection. I want to completely change the military's prejudice against the will type, and I will claim the #1 spot. He was now filled with determination. As for those so-called genius seeds, I will defeat them one by one to show everyone who the true Fire Seed is. Wang Tian was impressed by this young man. So, Sir Ye Ning, what do you need us to do for you? Also, may I ask you one question? What is the true nature of your power? Yi Ning didn't hide anything and said, Actually, my talent is the ability to convert will into attack power. Additionally, I have a powerful backer investing in me, but I can't reveal their identity at this time, he thought to himself. I'll just make something up, as long as I don't reveal the Sword God system. The man seemed to understand and thought to himself, so that's it? That explains everything. Xiao Hai gritted his teeth in frustration. I knew a major power was backing him. Ye Ning continued to explain his plan. As for the partnership, I want to form an alliance with the 3 of you. You will serve me. I will be the one in charge. You will all support me with everything you have. When I take back the #1 spot, I will naturally reward you all. After speaking, he turned to leave. I'm stepping outside. You have 10 minutes to discuss this. Yi Ning slammed the door and thought, Xiao Hai has been stuck at the initial stage of level 3 for years, with no way to advance. As the vice chairman, Wang Tian is constantly overshadowed by the chairman, and Chen Yong's grandfather, the deputy commander of the North China military region, probably isn't comfortable with that deputy title. Chen Yong was the first to speak up. Uncle Zhang, what are you hesitating about? With Ye Ning's potential, he'll be at least a lieutenant general in the future, which is much more powerful than my grandfather. Wang Zheng also added his thoughts. Dad, why not agree with Sir Ye Ning right away? With his potential, forget just becoming the chairman. It's not impossible for us to become the #1 merchant guild in Huaxia. Wang Tian then turned to ask Zhang Dao, Brother Zhang, what are your thoughts on the mysterious power behind Ye Ning? He shared his opinion. First, since he couldn't obtain a spirit fruit, it's certainly not the military or any major faction. Second, he has great foresight and is clearly very experienced, so I'm leaning toward the possibility that he is a single, super powerful individual. Wang Tian continued to add, Yes, Brother Zhang, I was thinking the same thing. Chen Yong was very surprised. What are you two uncles talking about? Zhang Dao's expression grew wary. Little Yong, even though Ye Ning has immense potential, but siding with him means becoming enemies with many high-ranking members of the Fire Seed Project. For example, right now, the father of the #1, General Zhang Meng of the 3rd group is at the peak of level 3. Wang Tian gritted his teeth in frustration. That's right, that's a power as high as a mountain. Just for Ye Ning's potential, this deal is too risky. Xiao Hai then spoke up, trusting him. You two, perhaps you don't think much of me, but after hearing Ye Ning's opinion, I've decided to take a gamble on him. First, I don't want to make the same mistake a second time. Second, high returns are often proportional to high risks. I've been stuck at the initial stage of level 3 for a very long time. To be honest, I'm not content with that. Wang Zheng was manipulating his father. I think Uncle Xiao is right. Dad, you always say that the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Are you really content with being just a vice president for the rest of your life? Chen Yong also tried to persuade him. Uncle Zhang, if you're representing my father and grandfather today, then you should know what they would choose if they were here. Ye Ning walked in at that moment. So, what have you all decided? They all bowed their heads. We are willing to dedicate our strength to you. This made Ye Ning very satisfied. Good. Then my allies, this is what I need. I hope you can have it ready by tomorrow morning. Also, help me contact the military leaders in the capital. Tell them, I want to start the level 3 trial. No problem. Wang Tian held a stack of papers. Very well. The list was prepared long ago. You really don't hold back when using people. Well, you truly have the makings of someone destined for great things. Xiao Hai also turned and left. Then I'll go report the documents to the capital now. Ye Ning smiled in response. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. Xiao Hai turned away and sighed, looking out at the brightly lit city. Ye Ning was also very pleased with himself. I finally have my own forces, one in South China, one in North China, and a Chamber of Commerce. Now I just have to wait until I get to the capital for a big battle. In the conference room of the Fire Seed Project in the capital, a loud voice shouted, Have you all finished reading the report? Although it's hard to believe, it's been confirmed by Deputy Commander Chen Kai from North China. The person in charge of the Fire Seed Project, Guo Ping, pushed back his chair, slammed his hand on the table, and continued, an SS rank genius with power equivalent to level 3, but we missed him. If something goes wrong again this time, none of you sitting here will be able to escape responsibility. A member of the conference frowned and shouted in protest. General Yang, this matter is crucial. We must report it immediately and seize the opportunity to correct our mistake. Another person added, I agree. Furthermore, I suggest we directly dispatch a level 3 team to bring Ye Ning to the capital and ensure his safety. As for his ranking, we can wait until he arrives for the higher-ups to evaluate him personally. Guo Ping continued to speak. At this point, this is the only way. First, let's place Ye Ning in a special sequence. With such talent, even a one-day delay in his development is unforgivable. Hearing this, the strategist of the Fire Seed Project, Tang Zhen, stood up straight, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, General Yang, can we temporarily keep this news quiet and not report it? He glanced over, his face scowling, and yelled, Tang Zhen, back when Ye Ning was measured as SS rank, you were the one who proposed giving up on him, and now you dare to say such things? Guo Ping grew angrier as he spoke, glaring fiercely at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen, are you looking for death? Hearing this, he panicked and waved his hands, replying awkwardly, General Yang, I didn't mean not reporting it, but delaying it for half a month, or even just 1 week would be good. Tang Zhen continued to justify himself. General Zhang Ming's son, Zhang Yang, is currently number 1 in the first sequence, but he still hasn't reached the peak of level 2. Hearing this, the entire conference fell silent, lost in thought. Guo Ping spoke up. With Ye Ning's current strength, his promotion to level 3 is a certainty. Once Ye Ning reaches level 3 first, Zhang Yang, with his SS rank talent, will have to give up the number 1 position. The top-tier resources after level 3 are all unique, but Zhang Meng holds a high position and great power. He's one of the top leaders. He turned to look at Tang Zhen with a sinister smile. Strategist Tang, you truly are loyal and bold. 1 week is impossible. 3 days. The most I can do is help you keep it a secret for 3 days. Consider it a favor. If by then, if your young master is less talented than others, you can't blame us, he said grimly, then shouted. Furthermore, within the next 2 days, I will arrange for Ye Ning to come to the capital. I'd advise you not to get any ideas about him. Otherwise, not even the person backing you will be able to save you. The scene shifts to another location. Zhang Yang is with an unidentified person. He is being nurtured with a full supply of growth-enhancing drinks. Zhang Yang wipes his mouth and turns to the person beside him. He says, I just reached high-tier level 2, and you're already telling me I have to reach peak level 2 in 3 days. Don't you think that's a bit much, Dad? It turns out the person standing next to Zhang Yang is his father, General Zhang Meng. He replies, I'm being serious, son. Do you remember Ye Ning, the one who was SS rank alongside you back then? With Chen Kai Lai's support, he has already reached the peak of level 2 and possesses the strength of a level 3. Hearing this, Zhang Yang asks in surprise, Are you saying he's coming to take my number 1 spot? Zhang Meng immediately replies, That's right. Although Chen Kai Lai, who's backing him, is insignificant, but if we let him reach level 3 first, you'll definitely lose your top rank. He places a hand on Zhang Yang's shoulder, saying, I'll arrange for you to be taken to a high-difficulty dungeon. That's the only way to close the gap. Then, in the level 3 promotion trial, as long as he isn't the only one to pass, no matter how strong he is, I have ways to protect your rank. Hearing this, he clenches his fist and replies with determination, I understand. You can rest assured, Dad. I will definitely not let you down. Seeing this, Zhang Meng smiles, looking at his son fondly. My son has real spirit. Rest assured, I'll figure out a way to buy you more time. Besides, Ye Ning has only just come out into the world. It won't be as easy as he thinks. The scene shifts to the Tianfeng safe zone, where guards stand on high alert outside. Inside a messy room, Ning sits at a table, looking at a pile of green fruits and a book. It really is different when you have powerful backing. Not only did they quickly bring me spirit energy fruits, but that old man Chen Kai Lai also gave me a treasured A-rank sword technique. This sword technique alone could probably bankrupt the entire Tianfeng safe zone. He picks up a spirit energy fruit and eats it. First, I'll max out my level 2 attributes, and then we'll talk. The system panel flashes continuously with notifications. High-grade spirit energy fruit used, strength +1, burst power increased by 3%. High-grade spirit energy fruit used, constitution +1, stamina increased by 6%. High-grade spirit energy fruit used, agility +1, speed increased by 6%. Strength 31, agility 31, constitution 31, will 31. A stream of green spirit energy radiates from Ning as he smiles in satisfaction. So this is what it feels like to have maxed out attributes. My spirit energy channeling speed is incredibly fast, and my control over my attributes is much more complete. As he picks up the book, the system panel appears again. A-rank formation breaker sword technique, a super leap skill that heavily impacts the target with a suppression effect, ending with a crushing blow. While the skill is active, you are immune to all control effects and gain a 200% boost to your defense. Ning realizes, as expected of an A-rank sword technique, it's so well-rounded, covering both offense and defense. It's deadly enough even without being enhanced. Then, he immediately tosses the book into the air to use it. The sword technique is learned and enhanced. The book opens to reveal a small sword, radiating a red light and enveloped in a green aura. He braces himself, shouting as he absorbs the new power. A-rank skill successfully enhanced. Current skill, SSS rank Fallen Heaven. The system panel displays a new notification, Fallen Heaven, an SSS rank destructive skill. Skill effect 1, dash to a designated point with a targetable range of 1 kilometer. Initiates target lock. Once locked, the target is knocked back and launched into the air, then plummets in a high-speed freefall, causing an area of effect impact, while simultaneously striking the locked target. Skill effect 2. While the skill is active, you are immune to all control effects and gain a spirit energy shield that mitigates damage by consuming your spirit energy reserves. As long as an enemy's will attribute is lower than yours, they will be unable to target or attack you. Skill essence. You become a god, Ning exclaims in amazement. A 1 kilometer lock-on range is just insane. And while locking on, the target can't lock onto me. That's basically the same as being invincible while the skill is active. I can test this power when I go back to the capital for the level 3 promotion trial. He looks at his skill panel and says, too bad. My skills are all full now. I can't get any stronger before I reach level 3. But that's alright. After level 3, I'll be able to activate some powerful abilities myself, even without relying on these skills. Suddenly, a notification pops up on the system panel. Mission. Please quickly collect and use the 4 special materials. Material 1, the Heart of the Mountain-Shattering Nullifier. Material 2, the Human-Faced Bone-Gathering Marrow. Material 3, the Crushed Guardian's Jawbone. Material 4, the Precious Anomaly Core. Mission Reward 1, unlock the Skill Fusion function, allowing 2 current skills to be merged into 1, freeing up a skill slot. 2, an SSS skill will be released without consumption. The cooldown will be reduced to 12 hours, and you will gain 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Ning stared intently at the notification, thinking that the Sword God system rarely issues missions, especially with such generous rewards. But these 4 materials, speaking of which, he thought, the Mountain-Shattering Nullifier seems to be a peak Tier 3 variant that appeared 27 years ago and was slain by the combined forces of many peak Tier 3 masters. He had never heard of the others, fearing they were all ancient items. Ning's gaze grew pensive. These things could only be found in the National Resource Warehouse after he reclaimed the first sequence. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Hai opened it and called out, Ning, there's news from the capital. He smiled and replied, Uncle Xiao, please come in. He entered, his face beaming with joy as he said loudly, they said they're sending a Tier 3 team tomorrow to escort you to the capital. Ning replied calmly, it's about time they did. He then asked, what about the sequence? Has it been adjusted back to the first sequence? He replied, that hasn't been announced yet. They only said you'll be temporarily placed in a special sequence, and a final decision will be made after you arrive. Suddenly, his face turned serious. His eyes sharpened as he said, with my current strength, the first sequence is a given. The people in this Fire Seed project don't dare to make the decision. I fear they're being pressured by those with vested interests. Xiao Hai responded, Ning. Actually, Commander Chen and I both feel you might be too anxious about the sequence. The current first sequence holder is Zhang Meng's son, and Zhang Meng holds a monopoly of power in the capital. In any case, our strength here is clear, so you're guaranteed a high-ranking position in the future. It wouldn't hurt to yield a step for now. he continued to explain. This way, even Zhang Meng's faction will show a friendly attitude towards you, right? He raised a hand to cut him off. Uncle, I understand your point. A tall tree catches the wind. Yi Ning continued with a serious expression. But I have a reason I must fight. It concerns a great matter that I can't explain to you right now, but I hope you can trust me. Every step I take is not a decision born of youthful recklessness, which left him speechless. Yi Ning materialized 2 swords, one blue and one red. He looked at Xiao Hai and said, as for any stumbling blocks, I will definitely shatter them. The next afternoon, in a large hall, large vehicles appeared before Ye Ning's group. Everyone looked up as Xiao Hai spoke. They're here. This entire squadron is made up of the latest generation of spiritual energy fighter jets. Just a few of these fighters could turn Tianfeng into a pile of rubble in an instant. A loud cough was heard as they prepared to line up for the welcome. A group of people stepped out from inside with an incredibly imposing aura. They strode forward confidently. Seeing them, he couldn't help but exclaim, such powerful pressure. Truly the elites of the capital. The weakest among them is at least Tier 3. He then quickly ran over to them, extending his hand in a warm welcome. Welcome, welcome, esteemed sirs, to Tianfeng. You must have had a tiring journey. I am. The group paid Xiao Hai no mind, walking straight past him, brushing right by him. He turned to watch them, thinking with an awkward, forced smile, oh, just a minor commander of an insignificant safe zone. They didn't come here just for me, after all. Lin Rui walked up to Ye Ning and extended his hand. You must be Ye Ning? I'm the captain of the 27th Army's space team from the capital. Lin Rui. You can just call me Old Lin. We're in charge of escorting you back to the main capital district. He reached out to shake it, replying succinctly, Ye Ning. Thank you for your trouble. Looking at him made Lin Rui think, this guy is so calm. He's nothing like a young man from a small place like this. He walked past their group, waving his hand and saying, Old Lin, we shouldn't delay. Let's go. Lin Rui's men watched him go with extremely annoyed expressions. Lin Rui thought to himself, seeing his aura, the favor General Zhang asked of me might be a bit difficult. He recalled Zhang Meng's instructions. Lin Rui, while escorting Ye Ning back, find a way to put him in his place for me. The fighter jets streaked across the gray sky. Lin Rui continued to turn and invite Ye Ning, Mr. Yi Ning, we will soon be approaching the area outside the capital war zone's range. Some high-ranking friends in the military have prepared a party in your honor, hoping you could join for a bit. His face remained cold as he said nothing, while the man just kept chattering on, making Ye Ning suspicious. Trust me, you'll definitely benefit a lot from meeting them. You've also traveled a long way. You must be tired, right? Could it be that someone wants to delay my participation in the 3rd stage trial? He then decided to politely decline with a friendly smile. I appreciate Captain Lin's kind intentions. As for the meeting, let's talk about it after I've ascended to the 3rd stage. Lin Rui's heart grew even more troubled. General Zhang Meng had asked him to help delay Ye Ning. If the soft approach didn't work, then he'd have to get tough. He switched to Plan B, signaling the pilot up front. With a loud bang, the perfectly normal plane suddenly started billowing smoke, lurching in midair. The pilot's shrill scream tore through the quiet sky. We're in trouble. Something's wrong with the Spirit Energy fighter jet. We'll have to make an emergency landing at the nearest place. This made Ye Ning frown in annoyance. This was clearly deliberate. That General Zhang sure has a lot of nerve. Quick as a flash, he moved forward, pressing a dagger to the pilot's neck and threatening, I don't think the problem with this fighter jet is that big. It's just that your skills aren't up to standard. If I let you keep flying, I'm afraid you'll destroy the aircraft and kill everyone on board. If that really happens, I'm afraid your superiors will have to take the blame too. So move aside and let me fly. Lin Rui was utterly horrified, unable to believe what was happening. Did this kid figure it out? When he said the plane would crash and everyone would die, did he mean he was willing to fight? If a 3rd stage expert fights, the plane will definitely go down. Even for a prodigy, how could a young man from a small place have such courage? He quickly regained his composure and ordered the unfortunate pilot. If Mr. Ye Ning can fix the fighter jet, then just let him try. This was all to lower Ye Ning's guard. This time it was just about delaying. There was really no need to cause trouble. He quickly pressed the control buttons, scolding as he operated the controls. I, Ye Ning, will only perform this set of maneuvers once, so you all better watch closely. His hand decisively pulled the control stick as he continued to instruct, don't mess up the steps, and don't mess with the wrong person. The plane quickly returned to normal, continuing to zip forward. Both Lin Rui and the pilot were stunned by the series of actions. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Such a decisive and resolute spirit is probably something not many high-ranking officials possess. This kid definitely has a boundless future. I'm afraid I've backed the wrong horse this time, but thankfully, it's not too late to make amends. He was so impressed that he raised his hand in a military salute, saying, Lin Rui, Captain of the Air and Space Defense Force of the 27th Corps, you have my utmost respect, Mr. Ye Ning. Hearing this, Ye Ning also replied politely, Captain Lin, I look forward to your guidance in the future. The plane quickly arrived, landing at the Capital War Zone's military base number 2. Guo Ping and Tang Zhen hurried out to greet him. The man pretended to introduce himself. You must be Brother Ye Ning? I'm the one in charge of the Fire Seed project. He also politely shook his hand and replied, Ye Ning, hello, General Yang. The man got straight to the point. Ye Ning, we've specially arranged a dinner for you, and quite a few high-ranking officials want to meet you. He casually waved his hand in refusal, stating his purpose. No need to rush. I want to start the third stage trial right now. The other two stared wide-eyed in surprise. What? Right now? Ye Ning calmly retorted with sarcasm. The reason you're putting me through a special procedure now, instead of the initial procedure, telling me to take it step by step, isn't it because the higher-ups haven't seen for themselves and want to assess my potential? So right now, as long as I pass the third stage trial, my strength will be obvious at a glance, right? Wouldn't that also cut down on the formalities? Guo Ping couldn't help but frown. This kid is right. He hits the nail on the head with every word, not wasting a single minute. But this neither humble nor arrogant attitude is truly inexplicable and admirable. Behind him, Tang Zhen also rested his chin on his hand, pondering, this guy really knows how to stir the pot. If the trial is tonight, Zhang Yang is currently in a dungeon and basically won't make it back in time. After some thought, he suggested, Ye Ning, let's start the trial tomorrow. That way all the high-ranking officials can observe together. Guo Bing next to him also chimed in. That's right. Use tonight to get your condition to its peak. I'm sure your performance tomorrow will definitely be better. Having achieved his goal, he didn't push it further and agreed immediately. Tomorrow is fine. Then I'll have to trouble General Yang. Inside, Ye Ning was ecstatic. The tear-down-the-roof effect really works. They have to save face, after all. I originally wanted to make some arrangements and participate tomorrow anyway, but honestly, they would never have agreed so easily. The tear-down-the-roof effect he just used is a specific psychological manipulation technique in negotiations. For example, if you say a house is too dark and suggest opening a skylight, people will likely refuse. But if you advocate for tearing down the entire roof, they'll compromise and agree to the skylight. Lu Sun. On the other side of the base, Zhang Meng slammed his fist on the table in a rage. He roared, What? Besides delaying the report time, you guys also delayed it for another night? Where's Lin Rui? Didn't I tell him to bring Ye Ning to me? Guo Bing calmly analyzed. Don't even mention Lin Rui. That guy didn't even give me and Yang Guo Bing any face. We can't be forceful at a time like this. Zhang Meng's brows furrowed even tighter, he said angrily. No way. I must report this to Zhang Yang, and if that doesn't work, I'll send a few Tier 3 death squads after him. That's the only way to make sure they all stay in that dungeon for good. In Ye Ning's rest area, he was sitting amidst a pile of sparkling spirits, absorbing their energy, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. I can't believe this temporary special treatment is so luxurious. When did the country get this rich? But they're still quite effective for adjusting my condition. Next to Ye Ning was a booklet for the Seed Project, listing the benefits. He continued to drift into his thoughts, looking at the first item on the list. Not only is there a monthly quota of 1 million points, the more he thought, the tighter his brows furrowed, but you could also receive a full set of custom blue-grade equipment and an epic-grade weapon. Twice a month, you can go to the National Treasury and choose any resources you want. Based on these standards and this pace, I won't even need a year to advance to Tier 4. The next day, at the Tier 3 trial tower, thousands of people flocked to watch the spectacle, their chatter filling the giant tower. Hasn't this seed project just started not long ago? Says who? It took me over 10 years to reach Tier 3. When the gate below opened, the audience in the stands erupted in cheers. The seeds are entering! Seeing their faces clearly, the audience exclaimed even more. Huh. Why do they all look like they're in their 30s? Ye Ning observed for a moment, unable to resist mocking the high-ranking officials in his mind. They know the real seeds can't reach Tier 3 in such a short time, so they sent 2 peak Tier 2 individuals to take first place. They just want to exploit a loophole in the rules, delay my advancement to Tier 3, and snatch the resources. Well then, just watch how I deal with you all. Guo Bing announced, Welcome to all the high-ranking officials who have come to guide us. The Tier 3 trial will now begin. Then he started the roll call. Are all the seeds participating in the trial present? Someone suddenly spoke up. There's still me. A dirt-covered Zhang Yang pointed to himself and reported in. Ranked number 1. Seeing him appear, Ye Ning couldn't help but be wary. It looked like he had just gotten out of a dungeon, but at least he's stronger than the ones who replaced him. But so what if he's strong? Your number 1 spot will definitely be replaced by me today. Zhang Yang was also fired up. Ye Ning, to make it to this trial, I lost 4 extremely loyal Tier 3 uncles in the dungeon. You're the one who forced them to their deaths, and sooner or later, I will have my revenge for this. A spatial gate quickly opened. The organizers announced, If everyone is here, now the trial will begin. The first round, the trial of strength, is about to start. Anyone who reaches the 10th floor will qualify for promotion, and the higher the floor, the greater the reward. Not only that, if you can make it onto the global system rankings, you'll also receive exclusive rewards. The system board displays the Seed Project's list of benefits. Number 1, Bei Wei from the North American War Zone. Number 2, Ivan Wellin from the Eastern European War Zone. Number 3, Enyosi from the Soviet War Zone. Number 4, Hua An from the Huaxia War Zone. The announcer's voice blared on. This is a rare opportunity. You must seize it. Yining couldn't help but feel annoyed, not expecting his great Xia's ranking to be so low. This kind of humiliation, I must wash it away today. Zhang Yang was the first to volunteer. I'll go first. I'm taking on the strength type trial. I must rank 5th or higher in this trial. A few others quickly chimed in. I'm taking on the strength agility trial. The agile type trial for me too. Me too. Seeing a good number of people had signed up, the organizer asked, anyone else? He quickly spoke up. There's still me, Ye Ning, a willpower type, causing everyone to stare at him with their jaws dropped. Guo Ping loudly reminded him, Ye Ning, this is the strength trial. Your willpower trial is later. What's the rush? I was going to remind you later anyway, he calmly replied. Is there any rule that says I can't participate? If not, then let's proceed. This time, I don't just want to participate in the strength trial, I want to take on the other 3 types as well. Just wait, I'll shock all of you. Zhang Meng couldn't help but sneer in contempt. He just wants to guarantee his promotion to the 3rd tier. Mr. Lin turned and asked, oh, why do you say that? He calmly explained. As we all know, among the 3rd tier trials, the willpower type is the most difficult, and no one in history has ever passed it. With his attribute points, just let him try. Who knows? He might be able to pass the 10th floor. Then Zhang Meng laughed heartily. At worst, he'll just serve as a stepping stone for the other strength-type participants. But in that case, it would be better not to do it at all. Mr. Lin immediately chimed in to, suck up, General Zhang has a point. Down below, Zhang Yang also turned to provoke Ye Ning. Do you think that with the same attribute values at the 2nd tier, you can compare to me? How naive. My talent can amplify my strength. What about you? Ye Ning just coldly reminded him, talk less. As he stepped into the portal, he taunted, if you have the guts, then stop dawdling and get in here. He couldn't retort but still acted tough. A challenge it is. Who's afraid of who? The system displayed a notification. Several people have entered the strength trial. In the strength trial, you will face various types of enemies. After defeating them, you will proceed to the next floor. During the strength challenge, all equipment will be removed, and other attributes will be reduced. Please prepare. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. After entering the instance dungeon, he immediately began planning his strategy. All enchanted equipment was removed, leaving only basic functions. From the 10th to the 20th floor and above, one could enter the world's top 3, while the 23rd floor is the limit of humanity in the apocalypse. A zombie dog suddenly appeared, but of course, he calmly continued to plan. Then my goal is to break through to the 24th floor. 2 cold slashes killed the monster before it could even let out a roar. He remained unfazed. The first few floors are just appetizers, so they can be cleared quickly without much effort. The system displayed a notification. 1st tier basic zombie dog has been killed. Floor 1 cleared, entering the next floor in 30 seconds. As he sliced a hideous giant monster in half, he felt bored. These first few floors are full of weakling mutants. It's so boring. The system continued to announce. 1st tier basic steel-clawed zombie has been killed. Guo Ping, observing the situation through the cameras, couldn't help but comment. The first 7 floors are quite simple. Everyone is progressing at the same speed. To distinguish their skill levels, we'll have to wait until floors 7 to 10. It's hard to say who will get ahead first. Hearing this, Zhang Meng pointed directly at the screen, showing Zhang Yang, boasting loudly. Are you all blind? Who said it's hard to say? My son has already reached the 10th floor. After boasting, he turned to mock. Meanwhile, that Ye Ning guy is still struggling on the 8th floor. Mister? Lin immediately chimed in obsequiously. That's right. Congratulations, General Zhang. It seems Ye Ning isn't as formidable as the legends say. If you just keep chasing speed after passing the first 7 floors, you'll definitely run out of energy early. Ye Ning remained calm, luring the monster behind him while silently mocking the group. Those fools will probably never understand a simple truth. He who laughs today may be laughed at tomorrow. To see who would have the last laugh in this competition. Everyone was intently watching every single move of each contestant. As soon as Zhang Yang's camera went dark, Guo Ping immediately explained to reassure the audience. Due to the influence of a powerful mutant's energy field, the video feed can no longer be displayed after the 10th floor. Hearing this, Zhang Meng laughed even more smugly. That's fine. My son was clearly the first one whose screen went dark. Old Lin beside him didn't forget his duty to flatter. 10 minutes to pass 10 floors, you could say he finished the battle in the blink of an eye. Ye Ning, participating in the strength trial this time, is truly asking for humiliation. Hearing the flattery, he boasted even louder. That's right, the first position still belongs to my son anyway. Guo Ping paid him no mind and calmly announced. Wang Kai, ranked 11th, has passed the 10th floor, and Ye Ning, ranked 18th, has passed the 10th floor. Currently, Zhang Yang is on the 13th floor. Behind him, Zhang Meng grinned from ear to ear. 18th to pass the floor. That speed is slower than a snail. Ha ha. One person is struggling to pass the 10th floor, while another is on the 13th. General Yang, you all need to open your eyes and see clearly. Guoping couldn't be bothered with such an empty vessel. He pondered deeply, although he's not a strength type. Based on the power level Ye Ning reported, it shouldn't be like this, should it? Inside the dungeon, Ye Ning launched himself into the air, focusing on his memories. I remember from the trial in my past life, its weak spot is on its back. Before the monster could even turn around, he landed a fatal slash on its back, sending it to meet its maker in an instant. Just as I thought, he mused. He landed lightly while calculating. I've already reached the 12th floor and haven't needed to use attribute conversion yet. My spiritual energy and stamina are still full. The system announced that the 12th floor was cleared. Only 10 seconds until the next battle begins. Please be ready. Seeing this, he quickly formulated a battle plan. Next, I can gradually use attribute points for conversion to unleash my spiritual energy and stamina. I'll push hard up to the 21st floor and then use my powerful moves. Meanwhile, on the 17th floor, a smug Zhang Yang had finally cleared the 16th floor. I'm definitely the first one. However, he remained highly vigilant, thinking, I have to keep going, try to clear a few more floors, climb the rankings, and shock everyone. I have to utterly crush Ye Ning. Outside the dungeon, a group of seated contestants had given up, all of them exhausted and complaining. Damn it, why are the later floors so difficult? Yeah, are the people on the rankings who can pass the 20th floor all monsters? I know I can't do it anyway. Just getting to the 14th floor nearly killed me. It's fine though, as long as we pass the 10th floor, we've completed the objective. The monitoring screen was now filled with crossed out names, with only a few people continuing on the deeper floors. Guoping announced that most of the participants in the strength trial were now out, but Ye Ning is still inside, holding on at the 15th floor. For a willpower type, this is a remarkable achievement. Hearing this, Zhang Meng scornfully turned to gossip with Old Lin. I bet the 15th floor is his limit. Unlike my son, who has already reached the 17th floor, he just needs to pass 3 more floors to enter the world's top 10. Old Lin chimed in like a sycophantic parrot. That's right, Zhang Yang is truly outstanding. Guoping glanced over, sighing with disgust. But after the 15th floor, Zhang Yang's pace has clearly slowed down a lot. Ye Ning, on the other hand, is strange. Not only has his speed not decreased, it seems to be increasing. Am I mistaken? Instantly, the screen showed Ye Ning on the 16th floor, making him both surprised and delighted. Ye Ning is on the 16th floor. It's not an illusion. He's actually speeding up. Zhang Meng's eyes widened in panic as he shouted, Is he about to catch up to my younger? How is this possible? Old Lin beside him quickly tried to reassure him. It's just luck, or he's pushing himself recklessly. It's not impossible for him to die on this very floor. The audience below was in an uproar. The 17th floor! Ye Ning has also reached the 17th floor. A willpower type actually cleared the 17th floor. What the hell is going on? Zhang Meng's brow furrowed even tighter as he clenched his fists, silently cheering for his son. Come on, son. You absolutely cannot let Ye Ning get ahead of you. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was unleashing a flurry of slashes with all his might at the monster before him, screaming, Get lost! But the monster was completely unfazed and even managed to land a painful punch in return. He was thrown back by the last attack, struggling to stay on his feet. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth in frustration, fearing that clearing this stage was his absolute limit. This time, he had entered the trial right after leaving a dungeon, so he wasn't in his best condition. He quickly made a decision. Well, I'm already at the top anyway, no need to risk my life here. Zhang Yang focused his energy into the axe in his hand. All his spiritual energy gathered into the battle axe, and as fast as lightning, he leaped up and swung his axe, unleashing the finishing move, Heaven-Splitting Cleave. That single strike shattered the monster into 100 pieces. He was so exhausted he could barely breathe, and slowly said, Phew, finally, I withdraw from the trial. Zhang Yang was quickly teleported out of the dungeon by the system. Zhang Meng rushed over to check on him, helping him up. Seeing his father, the son happily hugged him. Dad, I did it. I cleared the 18th floor. I'm the first one. He was also gentle with his son, but joy is often short-lived, and noticing his father's silence after his recent achievement, Zhang Yang immediately turned and asked, Dad, what's wrong? He then quickly noticed something was off and looked towards the judges above, questioning, I've cleared the 18th floor. This is the best record in the Huaxia war zone in the last 2 years. I'm the first one, so why isn't anyone congratulating me? The notification screen coldly displayed. Ye Ning, 19th floor. This made Zhang Yang scream in alarm. Wait, Ye Ning is on the 19th floor? Zhang Meng added, right before you came out. He cleared the 19th floor in 3 seconds. Zhang Yang was so furious he felt dizzy, clutching his chest and coughing. He shouted, How is that possible? How could he possibly have reached the 19th floor? I don't believe it. The system must be broken. You all must have seen it wrong. Zhang Meng calmly tried to reason with his son. Ye Ning has reached the 19th floor. Although everyone was also very surprised, this had been confirmed. In fact, from the 15th floor onwards, the time he took to clear each floor was almost 1 minute per floor, just like how you performed in the first 10 floors. Zhang Yang mumbled dejectedly, No, it's impossible. How could I lose? I'm a strength type. I have an SS rank talent. Are the sacrifices made for me just a joke? Seeing his son like this, he couldn't help but comfort him in a gentle voice. Son, don't be like this. Zhang Meng placed his hands on his precious son's shoulders, gently encouraging him. Son, never doubt your own potential. This time, you were just rushed. A single failure means nothing. Besides, you're not necessarily weaker than Ye Ning. As long as we prepare thoroughly, you can definitely clear the 19th floor too. Up in the stands, another uproar erupted. Ye Ning, he's cleared the 20th floor. The 20th floor. The 20th floor. Doesn't that mean he's in the global top 10 now? Seeing this, Guoping quickly gave an order. Hurry, go inform the vice commander of the Great Xia. The subordinate immediately accepted the order and dashed off. Yes, General Yang, he announced in a loud voice. Such a genius, such a miracle, must be witnessed by the high-ranking leaders of the Great Xia. Inside the dungeon, Ye Ning was facing a hideous, giant monster. He calculated silently in his head. After the 20th floor, they're all Type 3 and Level 3 variants. Without using enchanted equipment and without resorting to powerful skills, dealing with variants of this level alone is still a bit difficult. As he charged forward, he activated the system. 5 will attribute points. Convert to agility. Flexible movement. The monster shot out countless streams of poison, obscuring his vision. Ye Ning gracefully dodged while thinking to himself, although it can't keep up with my speed after the conversion. I can't just run away without attacking. Wanting to defeat it without getting a single scratch is probably impossible. He launched himself into the air and made a decision. First, I need to find a way to stop it from spewing poison. While activating the system, Ye Ning focused energy into his sword. Preparing to strike, Convert 5 will attribute points to strength. A powerful slash cut off the monster's proboscis, but it seemed that wasn't enough. 5 converted will points is still too few. Strength, agility, and constitution can't all be converted to their optimal levels at the same time, which is a bit troublesome. He then quickly jumped up, dodging the boss's counterattack. Luckily, it can't spew poison for now. Ye Ning continued to call upon the system, accumulating spiritual energy. He unleashed his skill, power conversion. A powerful sword strike slashed across the monster's head. He leaped again, and the boss's head flew off its neck, but he didn't stop there. Each slash landed decisively, cutting horizontally and vertically all over the monster, shredding its flesh. Ye Ning landed without a single scratch. Behind him lay the scattered, mangled remains of the boss. Just then, the system announced that floor 21 had been successfully cleared, and the next battle would begin in 1 minute. Please be prepared. Hearing this, his fighting spirit burned even brighter. Phew, I finally did it. Next, I can use an ultimate move to finish it instantly. Suddenly, someone announced, Deputy Commander Fang and Commissioner Hu have arrived. Great Xia's Deputy Commander Fang Hao and the Chairman of the Political Committee, Hu Jiping. When Guo Ping saw Fang Hao and Hu Jiping approaching, he immediately ran over to greet them. Commander Fang, you've finally arrived. He asked about the current situation. Then they looked up at the screen, and Guo Ping raised his hand, saying with a beaming face, he just cleared floor 21 a minute ago and hasn't come out yet. After hearing this, Fang Hao's face lit up with joy. Excellent, he can still keep going. Our Great Xia. Before he could finish his sentence, the notification board suddenly displayed, Ye Ning, floor 22. Hu Ziping immediately pointed at the board, exclaiming in shock, Chairman Fang, Ye Ning has passed again, floor 22. He was so overjoyed upon hearing this that he began to radiate his aura. Floor 22. That means he's in the global top 3 now. Seeing this, Guo Ping hurriedly said, Commander Fang, please don't get too excited, or the others won't be able to withstand your energy waves. Only then did he realize, and sheepishly retracted his aura. He cleared his throat and replied, My apologies, I lost my composure. Back in my day, I was considered one of Great Xia's elites, and I struggled for a whole half-hour just to barely pass floor 21. Yet Ye Ning passed floor 22 in just 1 minute. How did he do that? He continued. It's strange. Before floor 15, Ye Ning's performance was actually just average, but from floor 15 onwards, his speed suddenly skyrocketed. It was almost 1 floor per minute, but he slowed down at floor 21, taking about 10 minutes. Then floor 22 was cleared in the blink of an eye. This is completely abnormal. Hu Jiping thought for a moment with a serious expression before voicing his speculation. I heard he's a willpower type. Could there be something wrong with that information? After saying this, he suddenly glanced at the group of contestants nearby, crossing his arms and sneering. After all, for the sake of power and profit, some people wouldn't hesitate to use dirty tricks, which made them feel guilty and unable to look him in the eye, only able to avert their gazes. Fang Hao suddenly became furious, scowling as he shouted, Playing some petty tricks on a daily basis might be forgivable, but anyone who dares to offend the nation will definitely not be let off easily. This made Zhang Yang lower his head, while Zhang Meng turned pale with fear, thinking anxiously, Chairman Fang, are you implying it's me? Although I did have Tang Zhen pull some minor strings, I really didn't tamper with the information, and I certainly wouldn't dare to falsify it. Guo Ping spoke up. It's been almost a minute, and Ye Ning still hasn't come out. Is he still going? He replied. I heard that after floor 22, you have to face level 3 mutants alone. The trial isn't like a battlefield. You can't use any equipment, talismans, or skills beyond your own innate abilities. Inside, Ye Ning was still using his skills to annihilate the monsters. Heavenly Rift, flowing light. The notification board continued to display new information. He saw it and shouted in amazement, Ye Ning, floor 23. Seeing this, Feng Hao was overjoyed. He clenched his fists, smiling as he said loudly, he passed floor 23. Hu Jiping also added excitedly, previously, the global #1 only reached floor 23. At Ye Ning's pace, isn't he about to surpass that? The father and son, Zhang Meng and Zhang Yang, were so shocked their jaws dropped. Someone eagerly said, that's right, Ye Ning has now firmly secured the #1 spot globally. Mr. Lin next to them could only facepalm, saying helplessly, sigh, it seems his spot in the first sequence is no longer in doubt. Feng Hao was moved to tears of joy. We originally planned to have everyone advance to level 3 to make Ye Ning a backdrop, but now it all seems like a joke. If I remember correctly, it's been 37 years. The #1 strength type from North America, North Wayne, has held the top spot for 37 years. Hu Jiping added, as for us in Huaxia, the last time we made it into the top 10 was over a decade ago. Feng Hao turned to Guo Ping and said joyfully, that's right. Now our great Xia can finally hold its head high. Very good. Report this news to the Supreme Commander immediately. Ye Ning deserves to be treated with our highest regard. We must be ready and have a thorough talk with Ye Ning when he comes out. He immediately gave a stern salute. Yes, Commander Feng. Everyone gathered near the entrance gate, waiting for him to emerge. After waiting for a while, there was still no sign of movement. Xi Ping spoke up. Has it been almost another minute? Ye Ning still hasn't come out. Does he really want to keep going? Even though he's already so strong, once the next floor opens, he won't be able to get out. Feng Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. The next floor will probably have mid-tier level 3 mutants. At that point, it won't be just a single challenge anymore. Suddenly, he looked shocked as if he realized something, and immediately turned around to shout at Guo Ping, Yang Guo Ping, hurry and find a way to notify Ye Ning. Tell him to come out immediately. He doesn't need to continue. Also, call for a medical team right away. The man immediately replied, the trial tower blocks all communication. It's impossible to contact him. Hearing this, Feng Hao grew anxious, clasping his hands in prayer. My little ancestor, I'm begging you, don't be so reckless. Don't keep pushing forward, or else with just one slip-up, it'll all be over. The time started to count down. Second by second, every one of them was anxious, their faces drenched in sweat. The system panel displayed a notification. Challenger Ye Ning has completed the strength trial. Seeing the notification, all three of them were overjoyed. Feng Hao said, he finally stopped. Then he glanced over and asked Guo Ping, so where is he? Why isn't he coming out? Is the trial over? The global announcement hadn't sounded yet, so the man hurriedly explained. It seems he requested not to leave and to proceed directly to the next speed trial gate. The global announcement will only be broadcast after he exits the trial. The system panel suddenly displayed a new notification. The speed type trial has opened its teleportation gate. All participants, please prepare. Ye Ning approached the gate, although he really wanted to continue for a few more floors in the strength trial, but the 23rd floor was already enough to secure the top spot. So be it. He would save Dimensional Slash and Heaven's Fall for the later trials to be safer. He reached his hand through the gate. Besides, there was a hidden rule in the 3-level trial. For the awakened, if they participate in the trials consecutively, the results will be cumulative and stack. If they leave in the middle, the additional rewards will be forfeited. I must get this reward. A new notification appeared on the system panel. Agility trial. The monster maze will open in 1 minute. The trial's rating will be based on completion speed. There will be monsters attacking inside. You cannot counterattack, you can only rely on agility to pass. As long as you reach the trial's exit, you will complete it. And the faster your speed, the better the reward. He stood in the middle of the maze, staring intently at the notification board, which displayed the global strength trial rankings. Number 1 Miyamoto Fujiyama from the Japan region, IB 95 Gus from the Thai-British war zone. Miyamoto. Ye Ning murmured. Miyamoto, his innate ability is a rare object fusion. As long as he merges with a wall, he can keep rushing forward without any obstruction. It seems that besides his innate speed, Gauss also has excellent calculation skills. He can precisely calculate evasion routes. The top 10 list is mostly filled with SS ranks. Just converting willpower and adding a few points to speed really isn't enough to compete. Cutting to another scene, Ling Yu was staring intently at the notification board. She said, right now, all eyes are on Ye Ning. Although it's annoying, it's not necessarily a bad thing. After all, the best of the great Xia have arrived, plus Zhang Yang was utterly defeated by Ye Ning. The agility test has begun. Please proceed to the exit quickly. She quickly started running. As long as I can beat Ye Ning in this match, I can at least fight for a spot on the second list. Getting the #1 spot like that would bring glory to our Jingyao safe zone. Ling Yu thought. What a complex maze, and the walls are indestructible. With my abilities, the optimal solution is to just follow the right side. Even if it's a bit roundabout, it's the method I'm most confident in, and also the fastest way. Suddenly, she leaped up, kicking down hard on the head of a purple serpent monster. As for the surprise attack from the mutant, it screeched in pain and spat green venom at her. She nimbly dodged it. With my S-rank agility talent, Ling Yu thought as she ran, assessing the situation behind her. Dodging it completely isn't a problem. Meanwhile, Ye Ning was being chased by 2 massive mutant monsters. He assessed the situation as he ran. Although this maze is very complex, judging from the completion times on the leaderboard, its area probably isn't that large. His eyes sharpened. I just need to run at full speed towards the center of the maze, then use Dimensional Slash to instantly teleport to the exit. However, as he neared the exit, he was blocked by 2 other mutated monsters. They ferociously rushed toward him. Damn it, the closer he got to the center, the more mutated monsters there were. Ye Ning leaped up to dodge the green monster's attack, while simultaneously slashing hard at the purple monster with his sword. Luckily, even relying solely on muscle memory, I can dodge most of the attacks. He glanced around, assessing the situation. After all, the battles in my past life have ingrained this ability into my very bones. Meanwhile, Ling Yu ran into a massive, ferocious-looking octopus monster. She said with annoyance, "What the hell is this thing? These mutants are getting harder and harder to deal with." She then used her special move to slip past the monster, but as soon as she escaped, she ran into another one. Ling Yu thought in a panic, "I'm screwed, there's another one." Then she shouted, "Ji Feng!" She was hit, and though slightly injured, she ultimately managed to escape. I'm running out of strength. I have to go faster, even faster. The exit must be just ahead. I have to surpass Ye Ning. Meanwhile, Ye Ning had reached the center of the labyrinth, only to be surrounded by a horde of monsters. He faced off against them. He'd finally made it to the center, and it was pure chaos. Then Ye Ning activated his skill, Dimensional Slash. I have to get to the exit quickly. Outside, Fang Hao and 2 others were staring intently at the screen. He said, "For this agility trial, we can't see what's happening inside at all." Guo Ping turned and replied, "Chairman Fang, don't worry, the agility trial will be over very quickly. We'll have the results in 3 to 5 minutes at most." Ji Ping also added, "Based on how Ye Ning held back in the strength test, it's clear he has excellent control." He suddenly glanced at Zhang Meng and his son, saying, "My only concern is that the greater the genius, the greater their pride, making them more fragile when they face failure or challenges. Look over there at Zhang Yang, he's a prime example. It looks like his whole spirit has been crushed." Hearing this, another man spoke up, "Ye Ning is a willpower type. I doubt he'll end up like that." Zhang Yang sadly asked his father, "Dad, is he going to lose this time? Is he going to lose?" His father turned to him and replied with a smile, "He'll lose. He will definitely lose. He's guaranteed to have a pathetic showing this time." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Looks like there's a signal. Did someone already clear the trial so quickly? Is it my Huang Ling Yu? She has the strongest talent in this trial group. To finish in just 1 minute. Wouldn't that mean another person has made the list?" The announcement board lit up. After seeing it, Zhang Meng and his son reacted. One was so shocked he coughed up blood, and the other's jaw dropped in disbelief. Guo Ping shouted in astonishment, "It's Ye Ning again! This is insane!" Ji Ping was equally shocked. 1 minute and 8 seconds. #1 in the world again. Fang Hao was ecstatic. "This kid is truly incredible. What other surprises are you hiding from us?" Ling Yu emerged, clutching her wound and limping. Seeing the scene before her, she exclaimed joyfully, "No other challengers are out yet. Ye Ning isn't out either, so I'm the first one. 2 minutes and 1 second, I did it." Her face beamed with pride. "Even though I wasn't that outstanding this time, I should at least be in the top 20 worldwide, right?" Then she looked up at the announcement board and froze in shock. "Ye Ning, rank 1. I lost. The gap between us is even wider than the one between him and Zhang Yang." Ling Yu was so shocked her head spun, and she collapsed. Her father hurried over to Ling Yu's side. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Look, the marshal has arrived! My God, this is the first time I've seen the marshal with my own eyes." The supreme marshal of Great Xia, Li Xuan Guo, entered with an imposing presence. The shockwave Ye Ning had created this time was simply too great. Fang Hao immediately went to give a formal salute. "Marshal, Ye Ning just secured first place worldwide in the agility trial." The marshal immediately asked, "Where is he?" Fang Hao replied, "He chose to proceed to the physical fitness trial." Xuan Guo roared furiously, "Nonsense! Shut down the system and get him out of there now," leaving everyone completely stunned. Then his expression suddenly changed, and he broke into a wide grin. "You all look so tense. I was just kidding. Ha ha, this Ye Ning kid is a true monster. Let's just calmly watch and see." They were left speechless and could only offer awkward smiles, thinking to themselves, "Marshal, you really need to pick your moments to joke. Things are tense enough, your joke is just making everyone more nervous." The system panel displayed the physical challenge rankings. First place in the Southeast Asia region, Yapu, with an endurance value of 1.4 T. Second place in the South America region, with an endurance value of 0.7 T. And third place. He carefully examined the endurance value of the top-ranked person, which was nearly double that of the second-ranked one. It's like he has the ability of having two lives. The system panel displayed more information. Participate in the physical challenge. The scene for this challenge is a regional battlefield type. The level of the mutated creatures changes according to the city zone level. In this challenge, you can only defend and cannot attack. The more damage you can withstand in a unit of time, the higher your evaluation will be. The time limit for this challenge is 10 minutes, and you can choose to leave midway. Leaving will be considered a failure. The front zones are all filled with small monsters. The monster level gets higher the further back you go. The time limit is 10 minutes, and you can only defend, not attack. Ning looked at the swarm of monsters rushing towards him. This means if I want to get a good score, I have to proactively enter the high difficulty zone. He added, switch willpower attribute to agility. As long as I can dodge the initial waves of attacks, I'll immediately rush into the level 3 mutated monster zone. Ning charged quickly towards the horde of monsters, then activated Fallen Angel to defend for a few seconds. My endurance value will definitely be fine. Outside, Quan Guo crossed his arms and said, Feng Hao, do you think Ning can take first place in the physical challenge? He quickly waved his hand and replied, Marshal, although I also really hope to witness such a perfect miracle, objectively speaking, it's probably impossible. As you know, physical talent isn't like other systems. You can tell just by looking at someone's physique, like the two generals Qin Feng and Zhang Hai. Both of them have extremely muscular builds, but Ning doesn't seem to fit that standard. On the contrary, the person participating in this challenge with him does. Quan Guo glanced over, smiled, and continued, Haozi, you're always so cautious when you speak. Haha. Based on theory, did you ever predict that Ning could take first place in both the strength and agility systems? This left Feng Hao flustered, not knowing how to answer. Quan Guo then started slapping his own face repeatedly, saying, let me set an example for you. I dare say that not only can Ning take first place, but he can also become the first seedling to reach the purple tier. If I'm wrong, so be it. It's just getting slapped in the face. What's the big deal? Feng Hao became even more flustered. He reached out his hand and stammered, yes, Marshal. Please stop hitting yourself. The scene changes to the peak second-tier zone. A monster was frantically attacking Ning, but he quickly dodged it. Almost there, but this area seems too difficult to cross. The monster became even more frenzied, concentrating all its strength into its arm. Taking advantage of his carelessness, it smashed down on him, sending him flying. Ning dropped to one knee, extending a leg to keep his balance. That last punch hurt so much he coughed up blood. Without giving him a moment to rest, the monster quickly used its leg to attack him again. Fortunately, Ning managed to use his strength to dodge to the side, narrowly escaping that massive foot. The thick dust cloud forced him to cover his face with his hand. Suddenly, from within the dust cloud, a tentacle appeared and whipped his arm, making him drop his sword. Ning quickly retreated, saying in frustration, damn it, my left arm is useless for fighting now. I have to withdraw from the peak second-tier zone first, and then figure something else out. Then he summoned Fugui. Li Fugui, help me get my sword back. Fugui appeared from a spatial rift and replied, yes, master. Through the thick smoke in the peak second-tier zone, a huge and heavy elephant-like monster, a strength type, stood ahead. Its trunk is its main offensive weapon. With that, Ning swung his sword and leaped high. Maybe I can use it to get past this area. His eyes turned cold. If I can successfully target its weak point, I'll be able to use its power to fly across this area. He shot straight towards the elephant monster, took a defensive stance, and shouted, physique conversion, defend! The elephant monster's trunk sent him flying just as planned. Ning flew towards the peak third-tier zone, looking down and shouting joyfully. Success! A loud crash echoed as he fell to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Ning sat up and said, my physique is still too weak. If I go any higher, I'll definitely die, no doubt about it. Suddenly, a monster burst out from the ground. He thought to himself, next I'll see the power of the fallen angel. If I really can't take it, my only option is to retreat. The monster lunged at Ning with its mouth full of sharp teeth. He raised his sword and unleashed a skill. Full spiritual power, fallen angel defense. A protective barrier was immediately erected, shielding him from those sharp teeth. Suddenly, Ning's gaze sharpened. He said with a smile, this barrier is so thick, as expected, I can always trust the system's SSS rank sword skill. The system panel displayed a notification. Endurance value 1.03 T, endurance value 1 T, endurance value 1.3 T. His endurance value had already far surpassed the previous global number 1. Why are these 10 minutes taking so long? The protective barrier was being gnawed away by the monster. Ning used all his strength to hold on. He grimaced. His spiritual energy was depleted. The barrier can't hold on any longer. I've already used up all the jump and quick strike effects, but I can't attack the mutated monster. The defensive barrier exploded, sending the monster flying. Ning seized the opportunity to leap high into the air. He shot straight up above the monster. The system panel announced, "The 10-minute trial period has ended. Do you wish to withdraw?" Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally been 10 minutes. Ning immediately chose yes. Outside, the crowd was intently watching the announcement board. Suddenly, they saw new information appear. T-rank leaderboard. Ning. Endurance value 1.74T. Guoping continued. Ning is #1 globally in the physical constitution category, surpassing Anak Fo by 30%. Fang Hao saw this and exclaimed, "This is a complete domination, an absolute crush." Tian Kwok suddenly put on a serious face and said, "#1 in 3 categories, this is a miracle. Sir, I suspect there's something up with Ning." He then changed his tone and said with a laugh, "Maybe he's not human, but a god." Haha, I was afraid you guys were too tense, I was just kidding. Haha. Fang Hao's group felt helpless and could only force a smile. "Commander, you're at it again." Meanwhile, Ning was kneeling on the ground with a notification panel in front of him. Only the final willpower trial remained. "I have to use this time to readjust my condition. Although my left hand is temporarily unusable, luckily the willpower trial doesn't require combat." The notification panel displayed information. "Please finish reading and prepare for the trial within 1 minute, or you will be considered to have forfeited your right to participate." 59 seconds, 58 seconds, 57 seconds, 7 seconds. After reading, Ning said, "It seems the system won't let me rest if I want to get the hidden reward." Then he gave a confident smile. "Then let's start the trial. No matter what, this is my home turf." The notification panel presented the information. "Please select the trial method. Normal willpower trial. In the normal trial, you will be granted the ability to use your skills normally to fight enemies. Your performance will be determined by the time it takes to eliminate the units, and you will be considered to have passed after completing 7 rounds. Special willpower trial. During the special trial, you cannot use any skills except for your innate talent. All enemies you face will be created based on your memories. You will be considered to have passed after completing 7 rounds." Seeing this, Ning said, "The first option is the most chosen trial method for the willpower category, and it's also the method I chose to level up in my past life. But right now, all my skills are on cooldown, and I can't fight with my left hand. It seems I can only choose the special trial." Then, Ning made his selection. In an instant, with the notification initiating special trial, he was transported to another space where an image of Xiao Hai was rushing towards him. Looking around, Ning thought to himself, "The memory intercepted for the first round is the Tianfeng safe zone. The feeling of being in here is too real." Just then, Xiao Hai rushed over. He said breathlessly, "Ning, you've come at just the right time. Hurry. The Tianfeng corpse tide is running rampant. Let's go fight outside the city together." But just as Xiao Hai reached out his arm, Ning immediately dodged to the side and said, "I'm very sorry, Uncle Xiao." Seeing this, Xiao Hai whipped around to face him and asked, "What do you mean by that?" But he just maintained a cold expression. Without hesitation, Ning landed a straight punch to Xiao Hai's stomach. He said coldly, "Although it's hard to tell what's real from what's fake, in this special trial, I can't let my guard down. And I'm guessing you're the monster created from my memories." Looking at the figure of Xiao Hai lying collapsed before him, Ning wondered, "Isn't the monster's true form going to appear? Do you want me to feel guilty and test my mental fortitude?" After taking a direct hit from him, Xiao Hai still groaned, "I can't believe you would." But Ning just left a message, "Uncle Xiao, I'm truly sorry." Although he felt a slight waver in his heart, he couldn't stop here and stepped into a portal that opened before him. A voice announced, "Next round," and immediately, Ning was transported to a scene where Chen Jiao and Chen Yong were fighting thousands of giant alien creatures. Chen Jiao, restrained by a tentacle monster, cried out, "Brother!" Hearing this, a frantic Chen Yong replied, "Chen Jiao, hang in there." Turning to Ning, Chen Yong pleaded for help. "Ning, help me, quick. Chen Jiao has been captured by the beast. I've never asked anyone for help in my entire life. Take my sister and go. I'll hold off this mutant." But Ning simply replied, "I'm here," and moved in to finish off Chen Jiao while she was still in the monster's grasp. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yong's face turned pale as he screamed, Ning, why would you do that?" Before Chen Yong could even understand what was happening, he struck him with a lightning-fast slash, sending Chen Yong to reunite with Chen Jiao in an instant, then said coldly, "Sorry. Although your sibling bond is touching, it's not enough to make me hesitate." With eyes as sharp as a blade, Ning didn't waste any time and commanded, "Next round." Here, he stood before Lin Lan, who was sitting on the ground. She said, "Come here, you mongrel. Didn't you say you wanted me?" With an inviting posture, Lin Lan looked at Ning with a suggestive gaze, thinking, "I can't resist now anyway, and I don't have a protective barrier. I'll give you a chance." Suddenly, Ning raised his sword and said, "Perhaps for many people with a will-based system, this level would be very difficult." And then, without hesitation, he mercilessly plunged the sword downward, thinking, "But for me, It's actually easier than the first 2 rounds. After all, I have a clear conscience killing Lin Lan. Even as Lin Lan only managed to cry out, "You," Ye Ning calmly walked away, leaving her body behind. He remarked, "The system really underestimated me this round," and he commanded, "Next round?" Now, Ye Ning had to face the 4th trial. Yu Qing. Standing before him, Yu Qing, wearing a loosely tied bathrobe, blushed and said, "Ye Ning, even though I usually seem very casual, I only do it on purpose to annoy my father." Before Ye Ning's eyes, she took off the bathrobe and shyly confessed, "Today is my first time. I hope it's you." Faced with this sight, he covered Yu Qing's eyes, his expression completely unwavering as he instructed, "Yu Qing, thank you for your kind intentions, but please close your eyes. This is the greatest respect I can show you." Then, in an instant, he finished off Yu Qing and commanded, "Next round." The scene changes to a high school where students are gathered. It seems the school has been attacked by something. The students look terrified, and the glass windows are shattered, indicating that the place has suffered a massive shock. With loud banging sounds coming from the door, even though the people in the classroom have barricaded it with desks and chairs, the teacher leading the students bravely picked up a weapon and reassured everyone, "Don't be afraid, students. I'm here, and I'll definitely get you out." At this moment, Ye Ning, dressed as a student, was a bit surprised and wondered to himself, "Is this my classroom from when I was 14? The sounds of the door being broken down grew louder. It was then that he shockingly realized that back then, his teacher and classmates all died, and he was the sole survivor. Looking at the girl beside him, who was terrified and on the verge of tears, he also remembered that it was the last time he saw his deskmate, Wang Zhen. Fond memories of Wang Zhen began to surface. Yi Ning recalled that he still remembered how she had found a piece of cake from somewhere, gave him half, but then gave him her portion as well without eating any herself. Breaking through his reminiscence, Wang Zhen suddenly grabbed his hand, sobbing, and said, "Ye Ning, you'll protect me, right? You will? You'll get me to safety, won't you?" Yi Ning, with a slightly disappointed look in his eyes, replied, "I really want to take you with me, and everyone else too." But then his face darkened, and he decisively shook her hand off, saying, "But regret is just regret, and I no longer have a real chance to make things right. If I were to take you away today, the mission would fail, and you wouldn't be able to truly be revived." This made Wang Zhen ask, "Ye Ning, what are you talking about?" Then, Ye Ning immediately pinned her down. He choked her with tears welling up in his eyes, constantly mumbling, I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry," despite Wang Zhen's struggles and her cries of, "Ye Ning." Seeing Wang Zhen go completely limp, Ye Ning clutched his head in agony and cried out, "This damn system, if you're going to kill me, don't use my feelings as the weapon." At the same time, panicked whispers erupted. Ye Ning strangled Wang Zhen to death. "He's mutated too. Everyone run for your lives." Ye Ning paid them no mind. He immediately unleashed his ability, lifting the broken glass shards and commanding, "Psychic control, kill, leave no one alive." Leaving the classroom filled with corpses, Ye Ning simply said, "I'm sorry, everyone. No matter how cruel this is, I can only move forward. If there's a next life." The familiar words echoed once more, "Next round." This time, in a certain house, Ye Ning was confronted with the sight of his little sister Xiao An, who was sobbing, "Mommy, what's wrong?" After so many trials, Ye Ning's spirit was completely broken. He wearily thought to himself, friendship, love, is the 6th round about family bonds? Just how cruel does this experiment have to be before it finally stops? His sister, Xiao An, with tears streaming down her face, said, "Big brother, you're back. Mom, Mom." A frightened Xiao An ran out and hugged him, catching Ye Ning by surprise, saying, "Brother, I'm so scared." At this point, Ye Ning was completely drained. He just gently stroked her head and replied, "Xiao An, don't be afraid. I'm here now. Mom will be okay." In the blink of an eye, the little girl's expression changed completely. Filled with killing intent, she prepared to strike him, saying, "With you here, Xiao An isn't scared anymore." With her bare hand, Xiao An thrust it straight through Ye Ning's body, which was when he finally snapped back to reality. Xiao An, still maintaining her innocent facade, came closer and asked, "Brother, why aren't you hugging me? Did I do something wrong? Did I make you angry?" Without hesitation, filled with pain and remorse, Ye Ning still forced himself to act decisively against her, pleading, "I'm sorry, Xiao An, it's my fault, please don't blame me." Seeing Ye Ning approaching, his mother trembled and cried out, "Xiao An, my Xiao An, Ning why are you?" But without any explanation, he just said, "Mom, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." Then, in agony, he raised his sword. After it was all over, he collapsed. Tears of grief streaming down his face, Yi Ning groaned in despair. He had killed his own family, and now only one final round remained. He roared in anguish, "System, what other tricks have you got? Bring them all on!" But suddenly, Ye Ning felt a bone-piercing pain and immediately passed out. A mysterious energy began to radiate from him. In a deep abyss, he wondered to himself, "Am I dead?" Suddenly, voices called out from somewhere. Ye Ning, wake up. You did it. He wearily opened his eyes as the voices continued. Please wake up, we need you. Surrounded by countless people, Ye Ning groggily came to. Seeing this, everyone around him cheered joyfully. He's awake! Look, he's awake! He's finally woken up! Ye Ning woke up in a daze, wondering, where am I? What happened to me? Wasn't I just in the Stage 3 willpower trial? Someone standing beside him exclaimed happily. Ye Ning, you did it! After you broke through to Stage 4, you fell into a coma. We were worried sick about you. Thank goodness you're awake now. This means we have hope. Hearing this, Ye Ning was stunned. Stage 4, a coma, you guys. He thought to himself, have I returned to my past life before the capital fell? At the same time, brilliant, unknown energies began to appear, coursing through Ye Ning. Seeing this, he was bewildered and thought, my left hand is completely healed. My abdomen is perfectly fine, with no injuries at all. Not only that, the power in my body is stronger than ever before. In an instant, the entire sick room was flooded with the brilliant blue glow of this energy. Seeing this, Li Yan at his side couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Is this the power of a level 4? Even a peak level 3 would be completely unable to resist it. We finally have hope. Suddenly, another soldier burst in breathlessly and reported, General Li Yan, the front line is about to collapse. That level 4 mutated monster has gradually broken through our defensive line. Hearing this, he anxiously asked, Ye Ning, how are you doing right now? Are you able to fight? If you need to rest, we'll fight to the death to buy you time. But faced with this new power, Ye Ning was still completely astonished. Me. What is all of this? He recalled that before, when he faced the level 4 mutated monster, hadn't I already died? Thinking back to when his comrades rescued him, Ye Ning thought that couldn't be right. He must not have died then. He was saved by a few level 3 warriors who risked their lives. He figured that after returning, he must have forced himself to shatter his will core, attempting to break through to level 4 before falling into a coma. But why can't I remember this part? Unable to figure it out, Ye Ning let out a soft groan. He wondered to himself, could this be a side effect of forcing the breakthrough to level 4? But then Ye Ning had a sudden realization. Could it be that the whole rebirth thing was just a dream he had during his coma, a dream that was now messing with his current memories? The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Ye Ning yelled, "What the hell is real?" and unconsciously unleashed an overwhelming aura of power. Seeing this, Li Yan immediately created a shield and warned him, Ye Ning, you can't control your new power yet. Don't try to force it. Just focus on resting. Our only hope is for you to recover your strength. While fending off Ye Ning's new power, he quickly gave out orders. Everyone, with me to the front lines. We need to buy time for Ye Ning to recover. Realizing he had lost control, Ye Ning struggled to get out of bed, trying to calm himself down. Get a grip. Ye Ning took deep, steady breaths, forcing himself to be calm. Even though he had just woken up after a long time in the infirmary, he desperately wanted to understand what had happened. To find out the truth, he knew he had to at least get out of this room. Outside, the world had become a dark and chaotic place. In the sky, swarms of strange birds flew in massive flocks, their presence accompanied by terrified screams. The front line is about to fall. The underground shelter is the only safe place now. Under the assault of the blood cave birds, which were just waiting to devour their prey, people shoved and pushed one another, desperate to get into the shelter and save themselves. They screamed things like, "Let me in first! I have an elderly mother and young children. The mutated monsters are flying in from the front line!" The unfortunate people outside were relentlessly attacked by the birds. They screamed in panic, "Help! Move! Get out of my way! Let me in first!" In the chaos, a woman was desperately trying to shield her child, even as a ruthless man trampled over her. He snarled viciously, "Get the hell out of my way! I'm an awakened one. Anyone who gets in my way dies!" Even though the woman was holding a child in her arms, the man inhumanely continued his assault, thinking, "I worked too damn hard to become an awakened one." Nearby, a group of armed thugs also moved in, brutally attacking the civilians and yelling, "You stupid peasants dare to block the path of the awakened? You deserve to die! All of you, move!" They showed no mercy, immediately drawing their swords, and began harming the people around them. They proclaimed, "I'm an awakened one too. The common rabble needs to make way. The awakened are the true hope of humanity. Normal people are useless alive anyway." Everyone around them stared, wide-eyed in shock, as a powerful force targeted the two self-proclaimed awakened ones who were murdering civilians. In an instant, that immense power tore the two thugs apart. Witnessing this, everyone stared, their eyes wide with astonishment. They recognized him. It was Ye Ning in his combat uniform, looking down from above with a new, majestic power. Seeing him, the civilians cried out, "Lord Ye Ning!" He gave a stern command. "Enter in an orderly fashion. Anyone else who harms their own will be treated like a monster." Noticing in the distance that the bird monsters were swarming towards them, Ye Ning quietly chanted the name of his technique, Spirit Gathering Sword, summoning a gigantic blade in his hand to deal with the troublesome flock. With a single slash, he completely annihilated the flock of birds, leaving nothing but feathers drifting through the sky. Using his new power in battle for the first time, Ning remarked to himself, "This level 4 power, it feels so real, so strong. This time, I feel like I'm invincible." It was time to head to the defensive line and face the level 4 mutated monster once more. Even though the threat in the sky was gone, the people on the ground were still in grave danger. Everyone scattered in a panic. A squad of armed soldiers was tasked with dealing with these monsters from underground. Among them, one man, full of fighting spirit, charged forward and yelled, "Brothers, follow me and block the breach!" But before he got far, he was instantly swarmed and pinned to the ground by the monsters. Pinned down and unable to fight, he still struggled defiantly, yelling, "Don't think you're the only ones who know how to bite. Even without arms or legs, we still have our mouths." Without hesitation, he sank his teeth into the monster's flesh. The soldier didn't forget to taunt, "Damn it, your flesh is disgusting!" But against the overwhelming numbers, he was still torn to shreds by the monsters. But with an unyielding spirit, the soldier screamed out his last words, "Humanity will live on forever." Seeing their comrade's sacrifice, the rest of the squad flew into a rage and charged, yelling, "Brothers, our commander has fallen. We must be like him and die on the front lines." High in the sky, dozens of miles away, high-ranking officers were heading straight for the monster to engage it. Their leader, Tian spoke up, "Gentlemen, we have one chance to strike. If we can kill this level 4 monster, or even just severely injure it, we'll still have a chance to go back and fight the main zombie tide. If we fail..." Before he could finish, Bin chimed in, "Commander, even if we fail, we still have Ning. Humanity will still have hope." Hearing this, Li VM sighed. "Unfortunately, Ning can't control his power yet." Huaxia added, "It's our fault for not discovering and nurturing Ning sooner." To lift their spirits, Tian just laughed heartily and replied, "If they sold a cure for regret, I'd have a house full of grandkids by now." "All right, let's not dwell on it. We're approaching the monster. Prepare to attack." As they closed in on the level 4 monster, he commanded, "Form up now. Aim for its head." Seeing the squadron of high-ranking officers, the soldiers on the ground began to regain hope. They exclaimed excitedly, "Dajia's 7 top powerhouses are attacking together." For them, moving mountains and seas is no difficult task. Killing a level 4 means we have hope. High above, the 7 officers brandished their weapons, seizing the moment to strike. Focusing all their power, they roared, "Sun-piercing arrow, chaos slash, heaven-splitting drill, kill." But then, from the eye on the level 4 monster's chest, a massive amount of power began to converge. In an instant, all of the officers' attacks were deflected. Seeing this, Tian gritted his teeth. It dodged. Immediately after, the officers were ensnared by the monster's tentacles. Huaxia screamed in frustration, "Damn it, how is the power gap this big?" With just one of its remaining tentacles, the monster dispatched one of the high-ranking officers, leaving behind nothing but a bare skull. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the soldiers below were instantly plunged into despair. "It's over. It took less than 3 seconds. It's over. It's over. We're all going to die. Why? Why is this happening?" From the command post, the entire battle was being monitored on screens of all sizes. Looking at the situation, Tian couldn't hide his shock as he ordered, "Notify Ning. Tell him to lead the last group, break the encirclement, and retreat. Preserve the flame." He struggled to make the decision. "We'll send out one final global broadcast, and then end it all." But his assistant immediately stopped him. "Wait, Commander, look! It's Ning. I see Ning." On the front lines, he was charging straight toward the monster with immense power. With a razor-sharp gaze, Ning said confidently, "We meet again. Level 4 mutated monster." Facing the massive, approaching zombie tide, Ning stood proudly, a powerful energy surging from his body. Seeing him, the people began to cheer. "He's here! Ning has appeared!" Down below, the zombie tide began to retreat in fear. The armed soldiers immediately rallied. "Look! Under Ning's pressure, the zombie tide is retreating! Brothers, charge!" As for the level 4 monster, it stood motionless, not moving at all. Seeing this, he wondered to himself, the zombie tide is retreating, but the 4th stage mutant remains completely still. Even with my current 4th stage power, it shouldn't be enough to cause this kind of stalemate, right? Ning deduced, if all of this is just an illusion, if this is the 3rd stage trial after being reborn, what exactly do I need to do to pass it? Will killing the monster before me end the regrets of my past life? From below, a soldier's voice called out, "Lord Ning, please make your move. You must act now while it hasn't attacked yet. You are our last hope." Hearing this, he grabbed the sword before him and said, "As long as I'm willing, I can end this disaster at any time and make everything beautiful again, right? Regardless of whether this is a trial or not, as long as I kill this stage 4 monster with a single strike, the regret in my heart will be lifted." But before he could finish his sentence, a voice suddenly called out, "Ning Shi," causing Ning's eyes to widen instantly. A child's voice called out again, "Big brother." Looking toward the voice, two blurry figures appeared in the space. It was Xiaoan and his mother. Ye Ning's mother urged him on repeatedly. Ningzi, what are you still hesitating for? Kill it, and our family will never be torn apart again. Xiaoan added from the side, Big brother, you kill that monster, and then we can live happily together. Their expressions looked incredibly strange. Suddenly, the figure of Wang Zhen appeared, looking at him slyly and promising, Ye Ning, as long as you kill this monster, I can come back to you. Hearing this, he shook his head vigorously to dispel the thoughts being planted in his head by the system. Ye Ning realized this system was really going to great lengths to make him act. Holding the sword, he said, I think I know what the final round of this test of will is. If everyone wants to end it all, then let's just end it. From the control center, high-ranking officers were monitoring Ye Ning's battle. Guo Ping wondered, it's been almost 9 hours. Why isn't Ye Ning out yet? Feng Hao spoke up. That's impossible. He's always cleared the stages so quickly before. Hearing this, he worried, could something unexpected have happened? Ji Ping speculated. Probably not. If Ye Ning had chosen the first test, he would have passed the stage easily without losing any skills. If he chose the second option, then he must have absolute faith in his own will. He believed that either way, based on that logic, there shouldn't be a problem, unless the first 3 rounds took too much of a toll on him. Hearing this, Xuan Guo advised everyone to just keep waiting and see. Suddenly, the sound of a hand slamming on a table came from behind, and Zhang Meng, with a serious expression, announced, Everyone, Ye Ning still hasn't figured it out. Perhaps there's another possibility. He immediately asked, Zhang Meng, what do you mean? Just say what's on your mind. He offered his opinion. Commander, my speculation is very important and concerns national interests. I hope you can issue the highest order to cut off all means of communication, ensuring no information leaks. Zhang Meng added that not only that, but everyone at this location must also undergo level 1 security screening. Feng Hao immediately retorted, Zhang Meng, what on earth are you trying to say? Do you have any idea the cost of locking down so many people? He paid no mind to his words and continued to persuade, Commander, if what I say is not important, then I, Zhang Meng, will willingly accept punishment and resign. Faced with this situation, he was in a difficult position. Seeing Xuan Guo hesitate, Zhang Meng shouted, Commander! At this point, he had no choice but to give the order. Relay my order, immediately seal the perimeter, and enter level 1 security status. Instantly, a protective shield was activated, enveloping the entire control center. An announcement was made that the protective shield had been activated. He suggested, Commander, I believe Ye Ning was able to top the global rankings in 3 systems only because he found an exploit in the system. Furthermore, no matter how strong his talent is, whether in terms of power or physique, he couldn't have cleared the stages on his own. Feng Hao then offered his opinion. Only this can explain why he's struggling with the test of will, something he should be the best at. Zhang Meng, that's a pretty bold accusation. But Zhang Meng reminded them, don't think it's impossible. Have you forgotten what happened 16 years ago? There was once an awakened one in the North American region with the talent to temporarily copy system items. Although the copied items were useless, they were accepted by the instance NPCs. He said that with this ability, he had nearly exploited all the major instances to the fullest and obtained a huge amount of resources. It wasn't until he accidentally revealed his true strength within the system that he was discovered and eliminated by it. Zhang Yang continued, Since then, we've realized that even these godlike systems can actually make mistakes. My father was right. Ye Ning must have found a loophole. Hearing this, Zhang Meng was extremely confident in his opinion. He argued, Marshal, sir, if Ye Ning can get out, I suggest you interrogate him directly. If we can just copy his ability, our Huaxia military region will take an unimaginable leap forward. He immediately interjected, Marshal, isn't it too early to jump to conclusions? It's not even certain if Ye Ning is dead or alive in there. Are we really going to capture and torture him the moment he struggles his way out? That would send a chill down everyone's spine. Absolutely not. Ending the debate, Xuan Guo spoke up, Stop arguing. I already have a plan. Let's first wait for Ye Ning to get out safely. Then we'll talk. On the front lines, voices echoed continuously in his ear. Lord Ye Ning has killed it. Big Brother has killed it. Ninger has killed it. Facing the 3 figures that always haunted him, he simply replied, I'm sorry, but I don't think you should dwell on past failures and just imagine how you could have made up for them, no matter how difficult it was or how beautiful the future might seem. Yi Ning thought that he didn't want to live in a false illusion either, and immediately ran the sword straight through his own body. Despite the pain, he held on with all his might. A look of determination flashed in Ye Ning's eyes. He said firmly, no matter how cruel and difficult reality is, I will face it again and change it, because only looking forward is real. He decisively pulled the sword out of his body. Yi Ning added, There's no denying that I lost miserably in my past life, and I've always been afraid of failing again. Raising his sword high, he gathered his strength and shouted, But in this life, I'm going to shatter you. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Due to the shockwave and his own exhaustion, Ye Ning went into a free fall through the air. At the same time, notifications began to appear continuously. The trial of will has ended. Current ranking, number 1 globally. After the trial ends, you will receive a special reward, announcing worldwide attribute settlement. Ranked first in the strength trial, awarded an additional 3 points to the strength attribute, doubled upon advancing to Tier 3 for a total of 68 points. Ranked first in the strength trial, awarded an additional 3 points to the strength attribute, doubled upon advancing to Tier 3 for a total of 68 points. Ranked first in the agility trial, awarded an additional 3 points to the agility attribute, doubled upon advancing to Tier 3 for a total of 68 points. Ranked first in the willpower trial, awarded an additional 3 points to the willpower attribute, doubled upon advancing to Tier 3 for a total of 68 points. Compiling all rewards, overall ranking is number 1. Awarded 10 bonus points to all attributes. All attributes increased to 78 points. Received strength talent enhancement, Berserk. Received agility talent enhancement, Super Overload. Received physique talent enhancement, Indomitable. Received willpower talent enhancement, Will Pressure. System announces reward equipment settlement, completed hidden challenge, and received 4,000 reputation points. Received the honorific title, The Perfect One. After equipping it, you are exempt from system transaction fees and gain Class A privileges. Another series of notifications appeared. Reward equipment settlement. Receive a choice of any 4-star blue equipment or exchange the choice for a 1-star epic equipment. Received special item, Epic Grade Rebirth Potion. Received special item, Epic Grade Key of Time. Talent Reward Summary. Current SSS rank willpower talent has been upgraded to Psychic Storm. Psychic Storm. For 3 seconds, gain a 100% attribute increase, as well as telekinetic control, a psychic defense field, and the chaotic thought skill. The talent's cooldown is 24 hours. Just then, he emerged from the spatial gate. Seeing Ye Ning, Xuanguo, and the others shouted joyfully, "He's out!" Ye Ning's trial is complete. Number 1 in the world is still number 1, and he's the only pure willpower type user to pass the Tier 3 trial. But as for him, Ye Ning, racked with pain, thought to himself, "I can't hold on much longer. The global announcement is about to be made." Immediately, a global announcement was broadcast. The global announcement has updated the trial tower rankings. Current rankings, number 1 in the strength trial, Huaxia Warzone's Ye Ning, number 1 in the agility trial. Huaxia Warzone's Ye Ning, number 1 in the Constitution trial. Huaxia Warzone's Ye Ning, number 1 in the Willpower trial. Huaxia Warzone's Ye Ning. Keywords like Huaxia's Ye Ning, number 1 globally, echoed continuously across the earth, and only then could he finally relax. Ye Ning collapsed onto the ground, his face pale. He said weakly, "This damn system. At least risking my life wasn't for nothing." Fortunately, Fang Hao and the medical team arrived just in time. He worriedly ordered, Ye Ning, where's the medical team? Don't just stand there. Hurry up and save him." After a quick examination of his condition, the doctor reassured them, "Commander, Vice Commander, rest assured, it's nothing life-threatening. It's just a broken left arm, and besides that, his stamina and willpower are severely depleted. He just needs a few days of rest to recover." Hearing this, the man breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. You had my heart pounding." Beside them, Jiang Meng thought, number 1 in the world and only lightly injured? Impossible. He then offered his opinion. "Commander, you should carefully reconsider my previous speculation. I suggest we use psychic force to forcefully awaken Ye Ning and interrogate him immediately." Unable to hold back, Fang Hao immediately retorted, "Jiang Meng, you're going too far. You want to touch Ye Ning over my dead body." But the other man didn't back down, arguing back, "Commander Fang, are you letting your emotions cloud your judgment for the nation's greater good? If my speculation is correct, then Ye Ning is just a pawn to be sacrificed." Infuriating Fang Hao. Xi Ping also spoke up, "Commander, I advise against this. Even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance we're wrong, the consequences would be disastrous." Chu Tian agreed. "That's right, Commander. Ye Ning's performance was outstanding. We shouldn't doubt him. If we do this, we won't just be alienating Ye Ning, but all of Huaxia's future prospects as well." Xuanguo pondered for a moment before making a decision. 3 days. We'll wait 3 days first to see if he wakes up. Then he added, "For now, take him for treatment and make sure he gets the best care. And allow no mistakes." Watching Ye Ning being loaded into the ambulance, Zhang Meng schemed with a cunning glint in his eyes. 3 days? I'll just wait and see if you dare to wake up, Ye Ning." All the high-ranking officers were now gathered around Ye Ning's hospital bed. Zhang Meng asked, "Commander, over 117 nations have inquired about Ye Ning. How should we respond?" Hearing this, Xuanguo replied pensively, "It's been 3 days, and this kid, Ye Ning, He immediately offered his opinion. Commander, the best doctors in Huaxia present here have all said that Ye Ning's vital signs are stable and all his wounds have healed. He refuses to wake up, most likely because he has a guilty conscience and is just faking it. I propose we proceed with the mental interrogation of Ye Ning right now. Upon hearing this, Feng Hao immediately objected, I disagree. In response, Zhang Meng said, but we agreed to wait 3 days, or can Vice Commander Fang no longer distinguish right from wrong? The commander couldn't take it anymore and growled, enough noise! This will indeed create a huge misunderstanding. Seeing this, he didn't dare to make another peep. Zhang Meng ordered, men, prepare the equipment. Get ready for the mental interrogation of Ye Ning. The equipment was immediately brought in by the staff. Even as they prepared the test, Fang Hao still tried to object. You can't, Commander. We can't do this to Ye Ning. Beside them, Zhang Meng sneered. Vice Commander Fang, are you committing treason? But Xuan Guo simply said in a cold voice, How? I don't want to do this either, but the nation's interests are at stake. Hearing this, Fang Hao fell silent. Then, the test began. Zhang Meng ordered, everyone, step back. The staff began attaching brainwave sensors all over Ye Ning's body. Just as Zhang Meng was feeling triumphant, thinking that all they needed to do was place the helmet on him to uncover all his secrets, Ye Ning's eyes suddenly snapped open. He sat bolt upright, inadvertently snapping the connecting wires as he asked, Where am I? Seeing him awake, Guo Ping exclaimed excitedly, He's awake! He's awake! Nearby, he was overjoyed and shouted, Thank heavens, he's finally awake. He immediately gave a happy command. It's good that he's awake. Stop this nonsense for me right now. Yi Ning, still confused about what was going on, asked, What are you guys doing? Feng Hao immediately rushed over to him, tossing his device aside and enthusiastically introducing himself. I'm Feng Hao, the vice commander of Daxia. He also excitedly added, Ye Ning, you've never met him before. This is Li Shuangguo, the supreme commander of Daxia. And this is Commissioner, General Zhang Meng, whom you've met before. Holding the iron helmet in his hand, Yi Ning spoke up. But I want to ask what this is. It doesn't look like medical equipment at all. In this awkward situation, Ji Ping tactfully said, Yi Ning, now that you're awake, there are a few things we'd like to ask. What is your talent? Could you open your system panel and let us take a look? Hearing this, Ye Ning simply replied, Oh, so that's what this is about, he thought to himself. Forget about them not rewarding me in a timely manner, but the first thing they do is interrogate me, and even try to torture me? How ridiculous. But unfortunately, my Sword God system can't be exposed, or it will be erased. Ye Ning immediately retorted, Commissioner, doesn't the military already know my talent? What's going on? Since when does the military require an awakened person to reveal their system panel? Hearing that, the old man was speechless, and Ji Ping just stammered, Well, this is. The man in the back, whose fun had been spoiled, spoke up resentfully, Ye Ning, we suspect there's something wrong with your trial results. Did you rely on a loophole to win the previous trial? This is very important. I hope you'll cooperate and don't try to hide anything, otherwise it will be too late. Before Zhang Meng could even finish his sentence, Yi Ning retorted, Lu Hong, are you guys suspecting me? You think I cheated? Leaving him at a loss for words, Feng Hao anxiously said, Ye Ning, it's not like that. Please listen to our explanation. But he was cut off by the commander, Hao Zi. This can't be glossed over. Ye Ning, I'm sorry. We did assume that you used a loophole. After all, your achievement is just too astonishing. Facing Ye Ning, Xuanguo said politely, First of all, we are all very happy that you could win this honor for Huaxia. Secondly, I hope you understand that even if you really did use a loophole, that loophole itself is extremely valuable to Huaxia. Here, in my capacity as the commander, I assure you, as long as you are willing to admit it, you will still be number 1. Hearing this, Zhang Meng said worriedly, Commander, Ye Ning can't be let off so easily. Once external awakening networks make contact with him, the consequences will be disastrous. But the commander just growled a warning. That's enough, Zhang Meng. You're talking too much. Can't you tuck your tail in? Which made him not dare to say another word. Zhang Meng was bitter, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, Yi Ning doesn't dare to reveal his system information, which obviously means he has a guilty conscience. It's very suspicious. But even so, the commander still wants to let him be number 1. So doesn't that mean all my efforts were for nothing? Yi Ning saw that although the problem clearly lay with Zhang Meng, from another perspective, he could understand the considerations of those in power. But he still felt very disappointed in them. This time they suspect a talent loophole. So what about next time? I can't let a tragedy like the one in my past life happen again, he agreed. All right, I'll tell you right now what that loophole is. Vice Commander Fang, please help me get a talent testing crystal orb, the highest grade one. Hearing this, he immediately volunteered. Okay, I'll go right away. At that moment, Zhang Meng was secretly delighted, thinking, it only takes a few seconds to open the system panel, Yet he's going to get a crystal orb. Does he want to prove that he's an all-rounder? Even an SS rank talent couldn't have such a heaven-defying performance. No matter what the result of this kind of test is, it can't prove that you didn't use a loophole, not knowing that Ning had already planned for everything. Suddenly, with a sharp gaze, he turned to speak. Zhang Meng. Commander Zhang, right? After I'm done with the test, if you still have any doubts, we can talk again. Just then, Fang Hao returned, pushing a cart carrying a giant crystal orb. He introduced it. This is the highest-level tribulation testing crystal. Standing before the crystal, Ning said, "You all wanted to know the loophole, didn't you? Then watch closely." Touching the crystal block, he immediately created a condensed surge of power. Faced with this immense destructive energy, everyone in the room couldn't help but gasp. This was the crystal block, gradually cracking under Ning's power, allowing his power to slowly seep inside. In an instant, the crystal block was completely destroyed, and an announcement rang out. Ding. Current test result. SSS rank, willpower type talent. Hearing this, everyone was astonished. SSS rank? Ning then asked, "Are you satisfied with this loophole now?" Witnessing the display, Quan Guo exclaimed, "Excellent." Beside him, Fang Hao added gleefully, "I told you there wasn't one." Even Ji Ping blurted out in surprise, "An SSS rank? Does such a level really exist in this world? Hasn't something like this never happened before?" Guo Ping couldn't hide his shock and said, "This is a god-level fluctuation." As for him, Zhang Meng's face turned pale as he thought, "I'm screwed. I've completely lost this time." Ning then said, "It's all right, I can understand. But I heard that besides the test, the first pick also needs to be evaluated against the competition to assess combat potential." The man then opined, "Ning, you don't need to. You've already shown you're outstanding enough. Didn't the marshal already say you'd be ranked number 1? You can rest assured about that." Ning walked over to where Zhang Meng was standing and proposed, "Commander Zhang, I heard that your esteemed son, Zhang Yang, was the previous number 1. I'm someone who likes fairness. I don't like to rely on special privileges. Zhang Yang is so outstanding, but if we don't have an actual fight, it wouldn't be fair to him at all." Hearing this, the man could only cry out. Ning spoke respectfully before all the leaders. "Marshal, according to the rules, a lower-ranked position has the right to challenge a higher-ranked one. I don't want to accept the number 1 position. I want to register for a life-and-death battle to challenge the person ranked first." Hearing this, Zhang Meng frantically said, Ning, what do you mean by this?" Although on the surface he seemed a bit pensive, after hearing these words he remarked, "You're quite something, ruthless enough. I said to your face that I wanted to compensate you, but you're setting a fire behind my back." Even if Zhang Meng went a bit too far, killing his son is also excessive. He was in a tight spot. Now he could only endure and remind himself, "I have to endure. I can't get angry, otherwise I'll become a marshal who abandons his son. Right now, the only way is to surrender, and give the marshal and this mudblood a way out." Then, Zhang Meng forced a smile and said, Ning, the number 1 position is yours. Your talent far surpasses Yang Er, so on behalf of Zhang Yang, I willingly give up the first position. I apologize for what just happened. I only said that because I was worried about your safety. It was all just a misunderstanding. Facing his two-faced act, Ning replied coldly, "Commander Zhang, you're too kind, but let's act according to the rules. After all, I don't want anyone to say that I, Ning, am an arrogant tyrant who breaks the rules. You say Zhang Yang is so excellent, so we have to fight to know who is stronger and who is weaker, right? Wouldn't you agree?" By now, all the blood had drained from Zhang Meng's face. Ji Ping also spoke up in support. "Marshal, if Ning wants to follow the rules, then let's follow the rules. However, Ning has just been promoted to the 3rd stage and needs time to adapt to his abilities. 3 days from now, after the battle results are in, we will announce the ranking list and the rewards, shall we?" Quan Guo suddenly realized that old Hu was truly a cautious old fox. Haozi didn't say a word, yet he stood up to express his stance, thinking it over and over. He must have a reason for doing this. Fortunately, there are still 3 days. Then, he made a decision. "Then let's just do as old Hu says." Hearing this, he couldn't contain his anger and gritted his teeth. "Are my son and I being abandoned? Ning, I absolutely will not allow you to lay a hand on my son. If you kill my son, I'll make sure you die first." In contrast, Ning was now just calm, a slight smirk on his lips. For a gentleman, 10 years is not too long to wait for revenge. No, being late by even 1 day is disrespectful to the enemy. "Zhang Meng, you don't have to be in a hurry. It won't be long before you and your son are reunited." On the rooftop of the building, 2 figures could be seen discussing something. Quan Guo, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke thoughtfully. "Old Hu, now that it's just the 2 of us, let's speak plainly. Why did we have to agree to Ning?" Ji Ping, standing beside him, quietly added, "Commander, have you forgotten about the Intercontinental instance 10 days from now?" The old man looked into the distance and continued, "Our previous failures have severely impacted our strategic reserves, so this time is crucial for us. If we can't obtain enough spirit energy blocks to distribute, A large number of our fighter jets will soon be turned into scrap metal. He turned back to ask Xi Ping, "You want to let Ye Ning participate?" The old man replied as if it were obvious, "That's right. Besides dealing with the aberrations, the Intercontinental instance also requires us to face Tier 3 awakeners from other nations." Then, the old man continued his analysis. "So we should also use this match to see if Ye Ning has the guts to kill people. After all, killing people and killing aberrations are two completely different things." Tuyen Kwok asked worriedly, "But old Hu, once Zhang Yang dies, I'm afraid Zhang Meng will go crazy. I fear that internal strife will break out then." Xi Ping frowned with a thoughtful expression and replied to him, "That's why I suggested a 3-day period. Once Zhang Meng arrives, he will absolutely make full preparations for his son. Secondly, it also gives us time to prepare 2 contingency plans and respond flexibly depending on the situation." Hearing this, Tuyen Kwok happily placed a hand on old Hu's shoulder and praised him, saying, "You old fox, say what you will, you're still very thorough in your thinking." Hearing his praise, the old man said worriedly, "Commander, apart from this, it would be best to announce to the outside world that Ye Ning is SS rank. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll be in mortal danger." Tuyen Kwok reassured Xi Ping and continued, "Let's do as you say. The other information must also be sealed." The scene changes to a certain room. A young man was sitting huddled on the floor when suddenly the door opened and a figure entered behind him. Zhang Yang turned to look at the person behind him. His face haggard, he exclaimed happily, "Dad, you're back. Did you find out about that brat's talent? Is he cheating?" Zhang Meng stood silent as a statue, not saying a word as his son continued to ask, "Dad, did that brat find some kind of loophole? He's probably been locked up. Right, Dad? I'm still number 1, right?" Zhang Meng still didn't answer, letting him ask questions rapid fire as if on the verge of collapse. "What on earth is going on? Dad, hurry up and say something." Only then did he speak in a low voice, "He's been checked. There's nothing wrong with that, Ye Ning. On the contrary, he's preparing for a deathmatch with you in 3 days." Hearing this, Zhang Yang replied in a panic, "What? How can there be nothing wrong with him? Are you mistaken?" As if hearing some crucial news, he hurriedly asked in a trembling voice, "Wait, what did you just say about a deathmatch? Me? Against him? No, I'm not going. Can't I just give up the number 1 spot? I'm not going. He wants the number 1 spot? I'll give it to him. He can have it all." Zhang Meng looked at his son and spoke helplessly. "I already said that, but that kid is still determined to fight you," Zhang Yang asked back in surprise. "He refused? He wants to kill me?" Hearing this, he began to speak with resentful anger. "Dad, kill him. Kill him before the match. He wants me dead, so you should go kill him now." Hearing his son say this, he only spoke in a low voice, "I want to as well, but killing him now is next to impossible. He has a team of Tier 3 masters following him now." Hearing that, he asked curiously, "Who are they?" Zhang Meng uttered with a dangerous expression, "The military." Zhang Yang seemed utterly shocked to hear that name, his face becoming tense. Then threatened them. "The military has already sent troops to protect him. There's no time left." He continued to reassure his son. Zhang Meng said, "So you think you're doomed to die? Yang you are Zhang Meng's son. I will not let you die. I have already contacted some Tier 3 masters. When the time is right, they will step in to help. I have served the country for so many years. No matter how much the higher-ups favor Ye Ning, they will turn a blind eye to this sort of thing." Hearing his father say this, he felt like he'd struck gold and hurriedly asked, "So, Dad, is there any way for me to win? For example, with items or equipment?" Although he was comforting his son, he also spoke with a sinister tone. "Those things are useless because they aren't allowed in death matches. Although you can't rely on external forces, it's not like there's no other way." Zhang Yang looked at his father with a knowing glance and said confidently, "Ye Ning keeps talking about rules, so naturally, we can use the rules to defeat him." Zhang Meng whispered with a cunning look in his eyes, "When the time comes, we won't just do that. We still have our death warriors." He chuckled with a sly expression and spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Ye Ning, no matter how strong you are, even a mighty dragon struggles against a local snake. Let's see how you're going to fight me." 3 days later, at the duel arena of the capital's military district, the stands were packed with spectators. High above where the match was being organized, Xi Ping spoke respectfully to Quan Guo, "Sir Marshal, everything has been arranged. The 3 third-tier referees are in position to secure the death arena, and the match can begin at any time." Hearing this, he ordered, "All right, go ahead and announce the start." A silver-white figure with an overwhelming aura stepped out onto the field, and suddenly, the audience erupted in discussion. "Is that the Ye Ning who's been causing a stir lately? I heard he's vicious. But why does he look like a weak chicken? He looks so skinny. I feel like I could take him down with just one finger. It's unbelievable. He looks like he's only 17 or 18 years old." Ye Ning strode out proudly and stood before the 3 referees. In front of him was the head referee, Lu Wanzhou. He handed Ye Ning a list and said, "Ye Ning, this is the combat roster for this deathmatch. Take a look. If there are no issues, you can prepare for the fight." Hearing this, Ye Ning found it strange and asked in confusion, "Oh, aren't I supposed to be fighting Zhang Yang? Why is there a roster?" After speaking, he took the list, glanced over it, and then looked up. Besides Zhang Yang, there are 9 other new third-tier challengers for me, and Zhang Yang is ranked last. Hearing this, Wanzhou quickly explained, Lord Ye Ning, this list has already been reviewed by the higher-ups. According to the regulations, since you can challenge Zhang Yang, other seeds can also challenge you. He continued, the first 9 rounds will be extremely exhausting if you can't hold on. Without waiting for Wanzhou to finish explaining, Ye Ning just smirked and said, I know, let's begin. Before anyone could understand what was happening, he raised the list high and declared challengingly, everyone on this list, come up together. I want to fight all 10 of you. A huge commotion erupted all around. What? Did I hear that right? No matter how talented he is, he can't be that insane. Fighting 10 people at once? Is he looking for a death wish? If each of them lands a single blow, not even a mid-level third-tier fighter could withstand it. Hearing such a crazy thing, he thought in surprise. The higher-ups agreed to this list to save Zhang Yang's life, but they didn't account for this scenario. Nothing can happen to Zhang Yang, and even less so to Ye Ning. What should I do now? Ji Ping panicked and ran over to stop him, shouting, Ye Ning, don't be rash. If you don't agree to the deathmatch, you can refuse. And this deathmatch won't affect your first-place ranking. Ye Ning held his 2 treasured swords and spoke confidently, to everyone's astonishment. Is there any rule that forbids fighting everyone at once? If not, then let's just start. After all, a pile of trash is still just trash. In the organizer's stand, Fang Hao said with a cheerful and excited expression, the kid's arrogant, but I like it. The old man next to him complained, all you see is the excitement. Can't you see the huge problem? At this moment, Quan Guo also gave an order. Since Ye Ning has asked, just do as he says. The referees will ensure fairness in the match, won't they? But in his mind, he was thinking, this rotten brat has the exact same personality I had when I was young. Although this old man likes it, attracting too much hostility isn't a good thing. I, your old man, suffered quite a bit back in the day. Well then, through this incident, it might be for the best to teach him a lesson beforehand. Down below, Wanzhou also thought to himself, the marshal's final words clearly mean he wants us to protect Ye Ning. Then, he gave the order, begin the match. Since the marshal has given the order, then let the 10 seeds, including Zhang Yang, come to the stage together. Nearby, Zhang Yang heard this and couldn't contain his anger, grabbing his weapon and preparing to charge forward aggressively, saying, he's insulting me, kill him, I have to kill him! Beside him, Zhang Meng tried to calm him down while secretly scheming for his son, Yang Er. This is a good thing. The crazier he gets, the greater your chances of winning. Just let the others make the first move. After they've worn down his spiritual energy, you can rush in and land the final blow. In front of Ye Ning stood 10 opponents, aggressively eyeing him with weapons in hand. Then, an announcement echoed across the arena. The life and death challenge is about to begin. Everyone, get ready. No one is allowed to use items, and all enchantments on all equipment are nullified. The countdown begins. Down in the stands, the crowd began to buzz with excitement. A situation like this had never been seen in the Great Xia Empire before. Someone asked, how many seconds do you think it'll take for the battle to end? Another person replied, 3 or 5 seconds, maybe even 2. Someone else chimed in, I'll bet 10 seconds. After all, Ye Ning is top-ranked in agility and stamina, so I guess he can last a little longer. The countdown ended, and the match began. The 10 men started shouting as they charged forward, kill him! Wear him down for me. Ye Ning just casually unleashed a windstorm sword flow. Before any of them could even touch him, they were hit by the attack and sent flying several feet, completely unable to dodge or block it. Over on the side, a pale-faced Zhang Yang cried out, help! Death Squad, charge in now! Before Zhang Yang could finish, a young man with a sledgehammer rushed forward, yelling, Ye Ning, I'll take you down with me! He leaped into the air with his hammer, aiming straight for Ye Ning as he descended. Before Ye Ning's eyes, a surge of power enveloped in a fiery red energy began to expand. He looked up and just smirked. So they even have a Death Squad member carrying a miniature nuclear bomb, huh? But too bad, you won't get a chance to perform. The man could only shrink back in fear, screaming, help, help! Another voice suddenly rang out in front of Zhang Yang. Referee team, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and help me save him! 3 members of Lu Yuanzhou's referee team appeared before him, only able to summon a defensive shield to withstand the pressure of this power. Lu Yuanzhou struggled to hold on, muttering, this speed. Can this energy really be produced by an early-stage 3rd tier? The referee next to him also spoke in a panic. Pay attention. It doesn't matter if we couldn't save the others in time, but Zhang Yang must be saved, or our jobs are on the line. Seeing this, Zhang Yang turned tail and fled, screaming as he ran. Dad, save me, save me. I don't want to fight anymore. I give up. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind Zhang Yang. It's okay now, Zhang Yang. He turned around in terror, only for his head to fly from his body. Huh? A nearby referee saw this and thought to himself, Zhang Yang? He's dead? Impossible. In the organizer's stand, the officials could no longer sit still. One of them spoke in disbelief. Holy crap, He took out the entire arena in one move. This kind of combat power, this kind of decisive killing intent. The man next to him asked, "Did anyone see that? How was Zhang Yang killed?" Guo Ping, who was beside them, replied, "No, I didn't see a thing. He was clearly being protected." Old Hu was nearby, also asked with confusion, "Was I wrong to feel like time stood still for a second just now?" Back in the fight, Ning, having used his power to kill Zhang Yang, said contemptuously with a murderous glint in his eyes, "You can't protect the people I want to kill. Potential? No, I'll let you know that right now. I am very strong." Zhang Meng desperately clutched his son's head and let out a tragic scream. "Yanger, no!" Fuming with rage, Zhang Meng gathered his power and walked toward Ning, saying, "You animal, I'm going to kill you." Ning simply replied with an indifferent, scornful, and cold tone, "Perfect timing. I was afraid you were going to hold back." Zhang Meng summoned his power, roared, and charged, "Tiger Strength Fist," then yelled at him, "Die!" Faced with this, Ning just thought calmly, "Although your strength has reached the peak of the 3rd tier, you're not that much stronger than me. But I bet not only will you fail to kill me, you will die here." From a distance, Fang Hao's shout suddenly rang out. Zhang Meng stopped his attack as Fang Hao rushed in front of Ning, forcefully blocking the blow with an Overlord Dragon Fist. Forcing Zhang Meng back a few steps, he glared at Fang Hao with hatred after being repelled and said through gritted teeth, "Fang Hao, get out of my way. If I don't avenge my son's murder, I'm not worthy of being a father." Fang Hao warned him sternly, "Zhang Meng, if you stop now, the marshal will consider your grief over losing a son and won't bring up old matters. But if you don't stop, then don't blame me for getting serious with you." But in his heart, he was thinking, even though I want to kill this guy, I can't skip the proper procedures. He was so angry he was speechless. Seeing this, Ning calculated to himself, "You want to stop? That's not happening." He stood behind them, constantly flipping off Zhang Meng with a mocking smile, provoking him, a life or death challenge, regardless of the outcome. Your son was trash, which is one thing, but you as a father are just as much of an old piece of trash. The two of you are truly a dog father siring a dog son. He gritted his teeth and yelled in anger, "Get out of my way! I have to kill this guy!" Before Zhang Meng could react, Fang Hao used his Divine Dragon's pressure to send him flying with a single shout, "Zhang Meng, are you looking to die?" He was sent flying several yards, his mouth full of fresh blood. Zhang Meng, unwilling to give up, propped himself up and said breathlessly, "Marshal, that's my son, my only son. Please consider all the years I've served the country. Consider how I, Zhang Meng, have gone through life and death for this nation. Marshal, I beg you to grant me some justice." Xuan Guo fell into deep thought. Zhang Meng has already conceded. Is all this really necessary? From behind, Ning's sarcastic voice rang out again. "Old dog, what right do you have to demand justice? When your strength fails, you resort to playing the victim? Are you planning on eating dirt?" In his heart, he calculated, even an ambush from 10 sides must leave an escape route, but this time, I have to corner this dog completely. Ning stepped in front of him again, taunting, "You want to kill me? I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Now I'm standing right here for you to kill me. Do you dare? Do you believe that if you so much as harm a single finger of mine, I'll make your entire family pay with their lives? Not even the dogs and chickens in your house will be spared." Zhang Meng was driven mad by his taunts, roaring in fury. "You animal, I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you." From behind, he secretly praised him, thinking, Ning, this kid's got some guts, huh? Since you've given me all the reason I need, I definitely won't let you down. Just as he was about to charge at Ning, Fang Hao was already in position to strike. He hit Zhang Meng with an earth-shattering punch, saying, "Today I'll show you the difference between a true peak and a fake one." Seeing this, he thought to himself, as expected, the gap between tiers isn't just about numbers. Right now, I can easily one-shot those at my level, or even jump a tier to kill a mid-stage 3. But against a peak stage 3, or even just a high-tier stage 3, I'd probably just be courting death. After punching him to his satisfaction, he turned to report to him, "Marshal, Ning was indeed in grave danger just now. The situation was urgent, so I acted carelessly." Hearing this, Xuan Guo said nonchalantly, "Vice Marshal Fang was forced by the circumstances. I'll leave it to you to arrange a proper burial for General Zhang Meng." Up above, he secretly gritted his teeth, thinking, "Howzy, oh howzy, do you take this old man for a fool? You and Ning putting on a show? Do you think I'm blind? Forget it." Fortunately, Old Hu has already prepared a contingency plan. He clasped his hands and sincerely thanked the marshal. "The vice marshal saved my life and also granted me justice. Ning is grateful for this great kindness and swears to repay the nation with my life." Xuan Guo saw this, his sharp gaze fixed on Ning, quite the smooth talker. This brat is really something else. Since you want to make a name for yourself and establish your authority, then this old man will help you do it. After thinking, he gave an order. Tomorrow at the Capitol Square, the first medal ceremony for the Seed Project will begin. The crowd's murmuring grew louder. "Oh my God." Ning just one-shotted a bunch of seeds before I could even see it, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Meng is dead too. It's one shock after another. I feel like my heart is about to stop. This Ye Ning guy is too ruthless. I'll make sure never to offend him in the future. The medal ceremony is being held at the capital's square. This is a national-level ceremony. The Great Xia is really about to change. Jiang Meng's two subordinates, Tang Zhen and Lin Rui, were also secretly trembling. Tang Zhen thought with a terrified expression, General Jiang Meng is dead. I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to escape death too. Lin Rui, next to him, was also secretly reassuring himself. Luckily, I was quick-witted at the beginning. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll die a horrible death. Over here, the commander turned to instruct old Hu. I'm leaving the award ceremony to you. Make sure it's a grand one. Furthermore, the results of today's deathmatch have all been classified, including Ye Ning's combat power and talent. Anyone who leaks it without permission will be charged with treason. Qi Bin solemnly accepted the order, replying clearly, Yes, Marshal. The next day, at the capital's square, the atmosphere was bustling with the representative's speech. After unanimous approval from the Great Xia military, Ye Ning will be the first head of the Fireseed project. For Comrade Ye Ning's outstanding performance in the global trial, the original rewards have been specially increased as follows. He continued to announce while the marshal was pinning the medal on him, the original A+ level authority has been raised to S level. The original A level resource quota has been increased to unlimited. The original 1 million credit points per month has been increased to 3 million credit points, and an additional special approval quota of 10 million points per year. The original privilege to self-select epic grade equipment will be upgraded to legendary grade equipment. It was a gold inlaid badge featuring 3 stars in the center. He continued to announce. Furthermore, the original division-level treatment has been raised to Deputy Army Commander level. The original rank of Colonel has been promoted to the rank of General. At the same time, Ye Ning is specially approved as an honorary member of the Standing Committee. Vuong Tian said with a happy expression, a 21-gun salute. This medal ceremony is practically a marshal's inauguration. Xiao Hai also chimed in. Just 1 month ago, the incident where Ye Ning broke into the Tianfeng Proving Grounds is still fresh in my mind. Unexpectedly, Kai Lai, who was next to him, also joined in the fun. Yesterday I received a promotion notice, and it's all thanks to Ye Ning. On the award stage, Tuyen Kuok asked with a smile, Ye Ning, do you have any other requests? Hearing this, he fell silent. His rewards were already too extravagant. If he were to ask for more now, it would be truly bottomless greed. But if he didn't speak up now, he feared he wouldn't get another chance. So, Ye Ning politely replied to him, Marshal, I hope to be able to attend the meeting, the triennial military meeting in the next 2 days. After hearing this, Tuyen Kuok broke into a cold sweat, thinking, this rotten brat really knows how to give me a difficult problem. The old man next to him also secretly pondered, Ye Ning is only 18 years old. What could he possibly know at this age? What is his purpose for attending the conference? Fuang Hao, standing nearby, lamented. This kid has an extraordinary talent. He should be thinking more about combat. What's the point of participating in that political meeting? Meanwhile, he patted the boy's shoulder and said cheerfully, No problem. Now that you are an honorary member, you naturally have the right to attend as an observer. Of course, if you have any good proposals, the military is willing to consider them. He also replied politely, Thank you, Lord Marshal. Night had fallen. After entering the cabin, sitting down, and resting, Ye Ning thought, Consider them? No. What I want is execution. After all, if I want to prevent that disaster in the East Sea, I must mobilize the power of at least one military region. But for now, I'll just accept this and act according to the situation later. Suddenly, he came over and said to him, Ye Ning, come with me. Ye Ning was bewildered, not understanding. At the military region's compound, a large armored vehicle was slowly entering. After leading him to the front gate of the military compound, Fuang Hao said, Ye Ning, from today onwards, you will move in and live here. This place is not only heavily guarded, but also has layers of greenery. It's absolutely top-tier treatment. This completely sealed metal room is the most top-secret conference room here. After leading Ye Ning inside, he continued, The reason I personally brought you here today is because I have a secret mission for you. Although theoretically, since you've just reached the 3rd tier, it's not advisable. But we really couldn't find a more suitable candidate than you. Ye Ning calmly replied, Uncle Fuang, just say it directly. Fuang Hao said to him seriously, An A-rank difficulty Intercontinental Dungeon, the Zombie Kingdom. Each nation is only allowed a maximum of 2 mid-stage 3rd-tier individuals and 8 early-stage 3rd-tier individuals to enter. Besides dealing with the mutated creatures and completing the main quest, you also have to fight against the awakened from other countries to harvest more spirit energy ore. Hearing this, Ye Ning secretly calculated in his mind, I've been to this dungeon in my past life, but back then, it wasn't an intercontinental dungeon, and there was no spirit energy ore. Just then, a system panel suddenly appeared with a mandatory quest, requiring him to enter the Zombie Kingdom Instance Dungeon and obtain the highest authority within it. Upon completing the quest, he would receive an S-rank strategic weapon, the design blueprint for a special sky mothership. He seriously began to instruct him. Ning, although this mission will be very risky, the combat squad will definitely prioritize your safety, even if the mission fails. Before Tian could finish speaking, he raised his hand in a military salute and replied, Uncle Hao, I'll go. I'm not afraid of the danger. Besides, I believe the mission won't fail. He laughed heartily and said, That's the spirit, kid. Very refreshing. We were right about you. So before you go to the National Treasury and find whatever you need. After leaving, a thought flashed through Ning's mind. Setting aside the fact that this is a mandatory quest, risking my life for the Sky Mothership blueprint is worth it. According to what he read, the ship is 17,000 meters long and 34,100 meters wide, with a carrying capacity of 10,100 tons. It can carry 64 psionic fighter jets, 26 psionic cannons on its belly, and 2 main cannons at the bow and stern. It can also carry 7,000 people and is equipped with a psionic tower, a psionic shield, and an automated attack network. Ning thought excitedly, This is insane. Just reading the basic description is enough to make my scalp tingle. If I can really create something like this, won't I be able to dominate the world? I have to get it. I must get it at all costs. He thought as he walked. After ascending to Tier 3, the system will grant 2 more skill slots, and I still have a few days to prepare, so I need to increase my strength as much as possible. Now that first place is in my hands, I'll go to the National Treasury and pick 2 S-rank sword skill books first. Suddenly, feeling an aura wrap around him, he recognized the presence of someone near the peak of Tier 3. The speed of their approach seemed hostile. Ning warily turned his head and shouted, Who's there? Fang, with pink hair and a tight-fitting outfit, flew out from nowhere and said, Close Protection Guard 009, reporting for duty. She pounced on him and hugged him intimately, whispering, specializing in the protection of Lord Ning. Ning pushed her away with a cold expression and asked, 009, personal guard, who sent you? Also, who told you that close protection meant this? Fang replied innocently, Vice Commander Tian sent me, and as for close protection, it's something I just learned today from some data, he asked in confusion. What kind of data? Upon hearing that, Fang immediately struck a seductive pose, presenting her plump rear towards him, shaking it and saying, Just like this. She didn't stop there. She even knelt down in a provocative pose in front of him, and then puckered her lips as if to kiss him. Ning waved his hands in embarrassment, shouting, Stop! She innocently cried. Huh? Seeing this, Ning could only sigh and curse. These higher-ups are really something else. Aren't you afraid I'll get all hot-blooded and something will happen right here on the street? Why would they do this? If this is for real, they've seriously underestimated the gravity of the situation. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his mental probe skill to examine her. A clear analysis of her body appeared before his eyes, showing an external antenna connected to a chip in her brain and numerous circuits in her physical body. Her original brain had shrunk and died. All her thoughts and actions were based on the chip's instructions. She was more like a robot than a human. After finishing the scan, he reached out his hand and asked, 009, how did you end up like this? She suddenly grabbed his wrist, then brought it to her forehead, using his index finger to activate herself. The sound of a successful fingerprint identification rang out. Ning's eyes widened in surprise as the system sounded another notification. Officially unlocked. Update command complete. Her memories appeared before his eyes. In a hospital room, Tian was anxiously holding his daughter's hand. Fang's face was pale, but she still forced a smile to comfort her father, saying, Dad, don't cry. I'm going to die soon anyway. Instead of wasting away and dying for nothing, it's better to donate this body before I die. If by some chance it succeeds, I can still serve the country in the future. I've always believed in what you said about the future of humanity, but I'm saddened by my fate. Tian gripped his daughter's hand tightly, crying out in response, But Fang, this kind of research is 1,000 times more painful than death, and besides, it has never succeeded. Even if it does succeed, your soul will disappear. At that point, she would completely become a machine. How could I be so heartless? How could I bear it? She gently reached out to wipe the corner of his eye, reassuring him. Dad, you used to tell me stories about heroic spirits. Their bodies were destroyed, but their fighting spirits remained. So why can't I do the opposite? My soul will be destroyed, but my body won't die. She smiled gently and continued. Compared to unwillingly disappearing, what is this little bit of suffering? Tian could only swallow his tears, silently feeling the warmth from his daughter's hand for the last time. Although Fang was smiling, tears streamed down as she whispered, Becoming a machine is fine too. I believe that the orders you give me will surely be the right ones. Finishing the memory probe, he was also surprised by the scene he had just witnessed. He turned away and thought to himself, Vice Marshal, Tian, Uncle Fang, what have I, Ning, done to deserve this much of your favor? What were you thinking? Telling her to come and protect me like this? Is the name 009 also new? Is it to force, restrain, and sever her own emotions? After figuring it out, he decisively gave an order, 009. Hearing the command, she immediately replied, "Here." Ning ordered her in a serious tone, 009, delete all so-called personal learning materials. From now on, just stay close to protect me and follow my orders. As if pre-programmed, she exclaimed. Understood. Then he turned away and said, Now, follow me to the military's first research institute to get the S-rank sword skills. She obeyed, replying, Understood. As he walked, he thought, Uncle Fang, the great cause is not yet complete, so how can we talk about personal desires? Although I don't completely agree with your methods, I still have to thank you. You scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours. If you all have placed your trust in my future, then I, Ning, swear I will not let you down. Ning led Fang Fang to the research institute. As soon as they reached the gate, someone ran out from inside to greet them. Hello, Ning. Welcome to the first research institute. He saluted him in a military fashion and said cordially, I am Wang Xiaotian, the deputy director. I look forward to your guidance. Ning also replied politely, Hello, Director Wang. I want to choose 2 S-rank sword skill books. Is that difficult here? Wang Xiao replied cheerfully. We have them. Please follow me. Hearing that, he turned to Fang Fang and said, 009, wait for me outside. I'll be right back. She replied softly. Understood. Leading Ning inside, he asked enthusiastically, Your Excellency Ning, we only have 4 S-rank sword skills left, but we have many more A-rank ones. Would you like to look at the A-rank skills first? He just replied coldly. No need. Just bring out the S-rank sword skills. He seemed to want to say something more, but Ning asked him directly, Director Wang, if you have something to say, please say it plainly. Hearing this, Wang Xiao also answered cautiously. Your Excellency Ning, I don't mean to obstruct you, but as you know, there are many third-tier individuals in the capital's military district. Now that only these S-rank sword skills are left, there will definitely be many issues. Ning cut him off and said indifferently, I know, no problem. Let's take a look first and then we'll talk. He looked at him with a surprised expression and exclaimed, Understood. In front of Ning were 4 thick brown books. His analysis ability once again displayed 4 information panels before his eyes. The first was the Infernal Flames Scroll, costing 6,000 spirit energy points. In a weak area of the Earth's crust, it will trigger a volcanic eruption 10 seconds after being thrust into the ground. Next was the Desperate Strike Scroll, costing 5,500 spirit energy points. After entering a critical state, with life points below 10%, you can activate Desperate Strike once, inflicting 100% damage. After killing the target, you recover 30% of your life points. After that came the Death Chant Scroll. Consuming 18,000 spirit energy points, it launches a poisonous slash attack. After the target dies, the soul of the deceased, once imprisoned, will be released within 3 seconds, allowing you to receive and use the combat power of the deceased from when they were alive. And finally, the Annihilation Scroll, consuming 8,000 spirit energy points. It continuously gathers power and deals additional damage to the target after 10 seconds. During the skill's charging time, you cannot move or release other skills. Ning looked at the 4 books before him and assessed, No wonder only these are left. Desperate Strike can only be used when you're about to die, while Infernal Flames can only be used in the right location. And Death Chant consumes 18,000 spirit energy points. Where would a normal person get something like that? And the Annihilation skill requires 10 seconds of immobility? Isn't that just being a sitting duck? Hearing him say that, the man broke into a cold sweat and cautiously asked, So, Lord Ning, would you like to see the A-rank sword skills? Their effects aren't that much worse, and we have over 800 types here. Suddenly, he raised his hand towards the books, using a technique to absorb the knowledge from the 2 nearest ones. Wang Xiao, standing beside him, saw this with his jaw dropped, thinking in astonishment, Holy crap! Did he just learn both Death's Dirge and Annihilation? Then, he couldn't help but blurt out, Lord Ning, what was that? Ning turned with a smirk and replied, Sorry, I'm in a hurry, so I really couldn't be bothered to check out the A-rank sword skills. Hearing this, Wang Xiao was at a loss for words. With that done, Ning confidently waved goodbye to the still confused Wang Xiao. He said, I've troubled you, Director Wang. I'll be on my way now. The man froze with a stunned expression, thinking, in a hurry, too lazy to look. What does that even mean? His mind was in turmoil. Aren't there restrictions on the skills a Tier 3 can learn and use? Is it possible he's not subject to them? Otherwise, how could he be so careless about it? As soon as he left, Ning began to calculate in his head, no matter how major their drawbacks, these skills were still rated as S-rank sword skills by the system. That can only mean their power is incredibly terrifying. Death's Dirge can be used to reap souls in battle, while Annihilation is for fighting over long distances. Right now, my spiritual energy is abundant, and I have a divine sword in hand. If I don't take this gamble now, when will I? The system panel appeared before Ning again with the text, Sword Skill Enhancement Successful, S-Rank Sword Skill Death's Dirge, enhanced into SSS-Rank Sword Skill Yama's Descent, S-Rank Sword Skill Annihilation, enhanced into SSS-Rank Sword Skill God's Wrath. Yama's Descent. Free cast with 0 consumption. 48-hour cooldown. Skill effect consumes 20,005 spiritual energy points. After killing a target, you can lock onto and use the spirits of the dead within a 100-meter radius, turning them into puppets for 10 seconds. The combat power of the spirits is equal to what the deceased had when they were alive. System evaluation: you control the life and death of spirits. You are Yama descended upon the mortal world. God's Wrath. Free cast with 0 consumption. 48-hour cooldown. Skill effect consumes 20,000 spiritual energy points. Summons a pseudo Tier 4 phantom for 10 seconds and inflicts massive damage on the target. System evaluation: the wrath of a god is truly terrifying. After reviewing the system's analysis, he silently marveled to himself. As expected, the Sword God system has never let me down. Storm Sword Flow is for area of effect damage. Sky-piercing Light Stream Slash is for killing elites. Giant Ape Slash specializes in assassination for survival. Heaven's Severance is for blocking and counterattacking. And now with Yama's Descent, I can turn souls into soldiers, so even if I'm caught in a zombie tide, I can quickly turn enemies into my own soldiers. As for God's Wrath, which creates a Tier 4 phantom, even a peak Tier 3 would be utterly helpless against it. As he walked, Ning silently speculated, besides the free cast every 48 hours, I can also use spiritual energy to cast them at will. Essentially, they're independent skills outside the system. I really want to try them out right now, but unfortunately, I have to go to the Intercontinental Dungeon in 2 days, so I'll have to hold back for now. Suddenly, someone blocked him at the door. It was Wan Ru, along with her 2 subordinates. She immediately questioned him in an arrogant tone. Ning, the system notified us that you've acquired 2 S-rank sword skills. He simply replied nonchalantly with a smirk. That's right. Is there a problem? Am I not allowed to? Her expression soured as she retorted, you can, but you have to leave your combat data before you leave. Ning coldly retorted, is there such a rule? Is it mandatory? She answered spitefully, that's right. Suddenly, Wang Xiao rushed over to mediate, saying, my apologies, Lord Ning. This is our director, Miss Wanru. Perhaps she wants you to leave the combat data for these 2 sword skills for future military reference. It's not exactly mandatory. It's more of a voluntary contribution. After all, it's a contribution to national research, but she aggressively refuted him. Nonsense. The rule is he has to leave the data. Not just for these 2 skills, Ning must also cooperate with our research and testing for his other combat abilities. Hearing this, Wang Xiao cursed inwardly. This crazy woman, just because her previous research was a failure and her son has a useless will-type system. If you're so intent on courting death, don't drag me down with you. Ning paid no mind to her words and simply said, I refuse. Hearing this, Wan Nu gritted her teeth and demanded, since you've received military resources, you have an obligation to undergo an inspection. Blood tests, bone strength, and muscle activity are all necessary. So what if you're famous? Do you dare to disobey a military order? He looked at her impatiently with a cold gaze, thinking, don't make it sound so serious. In your eyes, everyone is just a test subject, all in the name of the country, but purely for your own selfish desires. I wonder how many awakened people have been oppressed by you. Even if the Sword God system didn't have restrictions, I still couldn't let you off easy today. Without another word, he drew a sword from his storage space, ready to fight, and said, if I don't cooperate today, does Director Wan intend to force me to stay? She could only scream in anger, Ning, you dare. Wang Xiao, who was beside them, tried his best to intervene. Sir Ning, Director Wan doesn't mean that. You should go first. But she didn't think so, pointing straight at Ning's face and yelling, get out of the way. Ning isn't going anywhere today. He violated a military order. So, even if I arrest him today, it would be legal, and even if this reaches the ears of the Commander-in-Chief, I won't be afraid. He raised the sword in his hand, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he said, it seems Director Wan is threatening me, so don't blame me for using you as a test. She was only heard crying out, huh? What's happening? A foot was already planted on her face, and looking closely, one could see Fang Fang stepping on her face with a cold expression, saying, threat neutralized. Eliminate? Fang Fang was stomping on Wan Nu's face, and asked, should I kill her? Wan Nu, her face pressed to the ground, begged in fear, please don't kill me. I'm begging you, don't kill me. Wang Xiao, standing nearby, also anxiously pleaded for her. Sir Ning, please let Director Wan go. She knows she was wrong. I apologize on her behalf. Please spare her. Ning didn't reply, thinking to himself, although I want to kill her, I just killed Zhang Meng 2 days ago. If I go all the way today, I'm afraid it will cause a panic. Then he gave an order to Fang Fang, forget it. Don't kill her for now. Just kick her away. Don't let her block my path. Fang Fang quickly acknowledged. Immediately, Fang Fang swung her leg and kicked Director Wan, sending her spinning a few times in the air before her head slammed hard into a wall and she coughed up blood. She immediately fell to the ground, spurted blood, and stopped breathing. Seeing this, Wang Xiao stammered in fear. Director Wan, Ning standing behind him. was also startled. Fang, as if nothing had happened, calmly said, "My apologies. I underestimated the distance she would fly and overestimated her durability." Meanwhile, Ning calmly turned to Wang Xiao and said, "Director Wang, you saw it too. This was purely an accident, right?" Wang Xiao forced a smile and replied, Yes. Director Wan carelessly ran her head into the wall and died. "It has nothing to do with you." Then he lamented inwardly. "Holy crap, this guy is an absolute monster. I must never provoke him." Then Ning turned to leave, leaving only a polite remark. "Well then, I'll have to trouble Director Wang with the funeral arrangements. We'll be taking our leave now." Wang Xiao also gave a helpless smile, waving goodbye to him and replying, "Sir Ning, it's no trouble at all. Please, take care." Ning and Fang strode away. Fang, from behind, asked worriedly, "Did I cause any trouble for you?" Ning immediately reassured her, "It's fine. She wasn't a good person anyway, so killing her is fine. Besides, I wanted to kill her in the first place. If the higher-ups want to hate me, let them." 2 days later, at the National Committee Conference Hall. Inside the hall, the seats were almost all filled. At this moment, Ning was slowly walking into the hall. The people around saw him and immediately started chattering, "Holy hell, it's Ning! That brat actually showed up. He's probably just here to watch the show." Another person sneered, "I don't think so. Look at the documents in his hand. Could it be that he actually wants to submit a proposal?" Another person said, "Ridiculous. What could a kid possibly propose? He's probably just putting on a show." Ning walked into the hall and went to his seat. He pulled out the chair and sat down. Next to him was a man in a military uniform with an extremely gloomy expression. He was the Minister of the Armed Forces for the East Sea region, Fang Teng. When he saw him, he thought angrily, Ning, you killed my wife, Wan Nu. With today's proposal, even if I can't kill you, I will strip you of your special privileges." Just then, a female staff member approached, handed a document to Ning, and said, "Sir Ning, your number is 119, a special honorary member. This is the agenda for this conference. Please read it carefully." Then she instructed him that all communication devices must be turned off during the conference. Leaking any proposals is strictly prohibited. He thought to himself, "In the 3rd year of my past life, I had already organized many conferences, so I've been familiar with these procedures for a long time. But now I have to pretend this is my first time here, which is really annoying." The girl continued to explain, "In this conference, you have the right to vote after the main proposals have concluded. If you wish to express your opinion, you can press the button next to you, but please think carefully before pressing it." He gave a faint smile, waved his hand at her and said, "I understand, don't worry. Other than presenting my own proposal, I won't be pressing it randomly. You don't need to worry about it, just go do your job." The girl replied, "Yes, Sir Ning." Then, as if she suddenly realized something, she immediately asked, "Wait, did you just say a proposal? You actually have a proposal?" The girl was terrified, sweat beading on her face, thinking, "Oh my God, the leadership already told me I had to explain everything clearly to him and that he shouldn't cause a scene during the meeting." She hurried away, an alarm ringing in her head. "This is bad. I have to report this to the leadership right away." Seeing her run off in such a hurry, Ning was puzzled. Am I some kind of terrifying monster? Fang Hao arrived just in time to see this scene. He sat down and teased Ning with a loud laugh. "What's wrong? Kid, did you take a liking to the receptionist here? Isn't Jew enough to satisfy you?" Seeing who it was, Ning greeted him, "Uncle Fang." Then he looked Fang Hao straight in the eye and replied, "Uncle Fang, Jew is great. She's the best person in the world, and she treats me with all her heart. A moment ago, I just mentioned a proposal, and that receptionist ran off." Fang Hao feigned surprise with an "oh," then turned away and asked with a faint smile, "No wonder they arranged for me to sit next to you. Kid, are you really planning to cause trouble? Tell me, what do you want to propose?" Ning replied nonchalantly, "You'll find out when this process is over. And I assure you, it's definitely not about causing trouble." Hearing this, Fang Hao laughed and said, "Kid, you've learned to be mysterious, have you?" Then he turned to advise him, Ning, as someone with experience, I advise you that whatever you want to bring up, it's best to hold back. After all, military and political matters always have checks and balances." He calmly reassured him, "I know, Uncle Fang. Don't worry." Even after hearing this, Fang Hao was still uneasy, clenching his fist and bringing it to his mouth in deep thought. Ning, I believe in the man who dared to close the ruined battlefield and bring the veterans home. Surely you wouldn't do anything to harm the country, right? And you're someone who can be trusted." Li Quan Guo stood on the hall's podium and announced, "I declare the 13th Survivors Congress officially open. We will now announce the agenda." Behind him, a screen displayed the conference's content, including 1. Neighboring countries are showing signs of encroaching on the borders and plundering rare resources. In recent years, the military has been preparing to mobilize 3 major legions for deployment. 2. The barrier between the descendants of the awakened and ordinary survivors is gradually growing. 3. The North American war zone stationed on the C-shaped island chain is preparing for reconstruction. 6 hours later, Ning sat with his hands clasped on the table, thinking silently. There were a total of 9 proposals. 6 of which were related to other countries. No wonder Great Xie went through a strangely weak period before the catastrophe in my past life. It's no surprise that people like me had to rush into the Intercontinental Dungeons. Li Guo announced loudly. Now is the time for members to make proposals, and members may speak independently. After passing a vote, the review process will begin. Suddenly, behind him, the screen showed 2 names. Number 1, 119, Honorary Member Ning, submitting a proposal. Number 23, Minister of the East Sea Armed Forces, Fang Teng, submitting a proposal. After seeing his information on the main screen, Fang Teng glared angrily in his direction. The people behind them kept making contemptuous remarks about him. Ning really wants to make a proposal. How bizarre. Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he has special privileges? Just look at his age. You can tell he's too young and naive. Fang Teng, with a grim expression, asked him in a sarcastic tone, Ning, did you press the wrong button? If so, hurry up and sit down. Don't delay my impeachment of you. Ning, completely unintimidated, retorted, Impeach me? What is he talking about? But deep down, he was worried that his own proposal about the East Sea hadn't been mentioned yet. Could the other party have already taken precautions? I secretly gathered these documents over the past 2 days. There's no way they could have been leaked, right? Instead of answering, Fungdong turned to report to Li Tuan-Kwok. Commander-in-Chief, members of the committee, 2 days ago, Ning went to the First Research Institute and wantonly murdered Director Wan, my wife, and Wan Nu. This is simply lawless and outrageous, he roared, clenching his fists in anger. No matter how talented someone is, they cannot be above the law. Therefore, I propose revoking all of Ning's resources and privileges. Ning listened to his accusations, completely unafraid. He even shot him a cold glance, thinking to himself, so he's the husband of that wretched director. That makes things simple. Hearing the accusation, Li Tuan-Kwok turned to ask him, Ning, is this true? Ning calmly replied, unconcerned. I'm afraid Minister Fyung has misunderstood. 2 days ago, I went to the institute to learn 2 sword techniques, but I didn't kill anyone. Director Wan was just so excited to see me that she wasn't looking where she was going and accidentally crashed into a tree and died. Hearing this, Fungdong cursed furiously and roared, You bastard, what did you just say? Say that again, I dare you. Ning intentionally provoked him even more. I mean that when your wife saw a handsome young stud like me, she couldn't contain herself and ran into a tree and died. It's a real pity. When you think about it, she went her whole life without tasting anything delicious. The surrounding crowd heard this and began to murmur again. Is this for real? Since when did such a serious meeting turn into a gossip session about someone's wife? Shouldn't you keep such shameful family matters private? And for Fungdong to bring it up himself, Li Tuan-Kwok coughed lightly, reminding everyone, Please adhere to the rules of the hall. Minister Fung, you should settle this ridiculous family affair in private. Indignantly, Fungdong pointed angrily at Ning and said, Commander-in-Chief, it's not as Ning described. He's just a smug little villain, abusing his privileges and deserves to be executed. At this point, Fung Hao couldn't stand it any longer, leaping up and shouting at him, Fungdong, how dare you? Ning patted Fung Hao's shoulder and said, Uncle Fung, I can handle this. If Minister Fung doesn't believe it, he can just ask Director Wang of the Research Institute. Then he turned away, paying him no mind, and said, Your proposal is not qualified for discussion at this meeting, so now it's my turn. And what a coincidence, my proposal happens to be related to you. I, Ning, propose to remove Fungdong from his position as Minister of the East Sea War Zone. He straightened up, looked directly at Li Tuan-Kwok, and reported clearly, while also requesting the mobilization of all combat-ready forces in the East Sea War Zone and the immediate evacuation of 67 million survivors in Safe Zone 239 away from the coast. Because in approximately 17 to 23 days, a sea beast tide will erupt in the coastal areas. An A-level incursion? The people in the back started chattering nonsense after hearing this. What kind of joke is this? Does this kid even know what he's saying? Where did this rumor even come from? Has he ever even been to the East Sea? This is even more ridiculous than Fungdong's proposal. After hearing the report, Fungdong sneered. He said, You little brat, you're just spouting nonsense. In over 40 years, there has never been an A-level beast tide in the East Sea. Are you saying this in your sleep? Li Tuan-Kwok angrily slammed his hand on the table, knocking over the microphone, and bellowed, Silence. No outbursts are permitted during a proposal, then turned to warn Ning, if you dare to make this proposal, you'd better give me a solid reason. He wasn't frightened in the least, and picked up his report to read. East Sea War Zone, Sea Region C13. In the past 2 months, the spiritual energy content in the water has risen by 1.9%, the highest in the past 40 years. In Sea Region D51, 43 submarine earthquakes occurred in the first half of the year, with the highest magnitude being B+. This is the highest frequency in 40 years. At Resource Port Number 2, the underwater potential energy devices have malfunctioned 13 times since the start of the year. During maintenance periods, 3 combat teams have vanished, and 23 engineers have died in D-level accidents. The cause of these incidents remains unknown. He continued his report as Fengdong listened in, growing horror. Sea beast attacks in the East Sea War Zone have increased by 195% year-over-year, 7%, the highest in the past 40 years and still rising. Fang Teng wondered in fear. How could he know so much about the East Sea? He slammed his report on the table and continued firmly. All of this data is from the East Sea Safe Zone. If the military doesn't believe it, you can go to the East Sea and verify it yourselves. If any part of my report is fabricated, I, Yi Ning, am willing to bear all the consequences. Li Guo then turned to ask Fang Teng, Minister Fang of the East China Military Region, is this data correct? He could only scratch his head and think about it. Fang Teng was furious, his face drenched in sweat. He thought that regardless of whether he admitted to the data or not, he would be dismissed and sent to a military court. He quickly made a decision. No matter what he chose, he was dead. It was better to kill Ye Ning first. At least he could get his revenge. Exposed by Ye Ning, Fang Teng's shame turned into rage, wanting to kill him with a single blow. Ye Ning, I'm going to kill you. Fortunately, Ye Ning reacted quickly, blocking with his arm, which only sent him flying without much damage. But that wasn't enough. Fang Teng continued to charge forward, wanting to land another blow while Ye Ning was sliding across the ground. At that moment, Fang Hao lunged in front of Ye Ning, using his arm to block Fang Teng's attack. He shouted angrily, Fang Teng, are you insane? But Fang Teng seemed to have lost all reason. He roared madly. Enough talk. I'm dead either way. I'm going to cripple him today. Seeing this, Li Guo was furious. He pointed at the brawl and ordered, damn it, daring to fight at the conference. Are you trying to rebel? Guards, arrest Fang Teng for me if necessary. Kill him on the spot. Fang received the order and immediately approached the group as she announced she had detected a level 1 threat. Over here, neither Fang Teng nor Fang Hao would back down. Both had channeled power into their arms, ready to deliver a powerful blow to the other. Seeing this, Ye Ning was extremely worried. He shouted, Uncle Fang, get out of the way. I can handle this myself. Hearing his words, Fang Hao quickly replied, no need. One punch from me is enough to take care of him. Then he rushed towards Fang Teng, preparing to shatter his ice with his fire. Fang Hao punched straight at Fang Teng without holding back, the attack so powerful that it sent him flying backward. At the same time, Fang Hao shouted, catch him! Hearing the command, Fang instantly appeared at Fang Teng's landing spot. She stared at him with sharp eyes and replied, I'm on it. Then Fang decisively raised her leg and kicked Fang Teng hard in the back. The pain was so intense his eyes rolled back into his head, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang lowered her leg, coldly glancing at Fang Teng as he collapsed to the ground, and said emotionlessly, threat neutralized, danger averted. With the problem solved, Fang Hao turned to check on Ye Ning. Ye Ning, are you okay? Ye Ning could only manage a polite smile and reply, I'm fine. You guys just acted too quickly, leaving no room for me to shine. Everyone in the room finally reacted to what had just happened, all exclaiming in shock, holy crap, a third-tier general was taken down in less than 5 seconds? Nonsense, Vice Commander Fang is a peak 3rd tier. And even that female guard is near peak combat strength. Didn't Commander Li say to kill Fang Teng on the spot? That goes without saying. Ye Ning is now a specially protected national asset. This Fang Teng is truly insane. Li Guo then spoke up to restore order. Order, settle down. The conference will continue. Regarding Ye Ning's proposal, it is of great importance. The committee members may discuss it freely, and in 3 minutes, we will begin the vote. Hearing this, everyone gradually settled down, but instead of discussing Ye Ning, they were now gossiping about Fang Teng. From Fang Teng's reaction just now, it's clear the evidence Ye Ning presented is correct, but even if the data is right, it doesn't mean a beast tide is certain to happen. If they act rashly without a disaster, it would be a huge loss. But if a disaster really does occur, the 3 minutes passed quickly. Li Guo spoke again. Time is up. We will now begin the vote. After the vote, the results were displayed on the large screen in the hall. 14 votes in favor, 1 against, 104 abstentions. Based on the vote count, the representative announced to everyone that the motion passed. After this assembly concludes, specialists will be immediately dispatched to the EC to prepare the withdrawal plan. There must be no delay. The assembly is now adjourned. The scene then changes. The next day, at Ye Ning's house in the military district compound, Fang Hao was talking with him. Ye Ning, this afternoon you'll be departing for the Intercontinental instance. Those at rank 3 intermediate or higher cannot enter the instance. He glanced briefly at Fang and explained, therefore, 009 won't be able to go with you either. Hearing this, Ye Ning smiled warmly and replied, don't worry, Uncle Fang. I know the rules. Then he pointed to a box placed in the distance, saying, inside this box is the legendary equipment the country promised to reward you with. Inside are the A-rank materials, the Heart of the Mountain Destroyer, and the corpse-shattering Bone Pearl that you previously requested from the National Treasury. Ye Ning let out an "oh," acknowledging he understood. He asked, What about the human-faced bone marrow and the aberrant fruit core? Fang Hao turned back to face Yining again, calmly explaining to him, those two items are too special. The National Treasury doesn't have them. According to Fang Hao's story, a creature with the body of a bird and sharp eyes gradually appeared. The human-faced creature caused the deaths of 60,000 people in the South China war zone about 27 years ago. It said that 4 high-rank 3 seniors took action at the time, but they still let the monster escape. He paused for a moment, then continued to talk about a skull-shaped creature, surrounded by clouds gathering around it like a storm. As for the aberrant fruit core, it's said to be created by a spirit entity. He glanced at Ye Ning and added, I've already notified the 7th Research Institute, the one responsible for investigating 3 major incidents, but it will take more time. Ye Ning was very grateful to hear this. He waved his hand and replied with a friendly smile, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Please bring everything inside. I'll familiarize myself with these items first, and we can talk about the rest after I get out of the Intercontinental instance. Ye Ning opened the box, reaching for the reddish-blue heart inside while muttering to himself, I'll just have to search for the remaining materials slowly. I guess I won't be able to upgrade the Sword God system for a while. Holding the heart in his hand, Ye Ning quickly activated his ability and slowly absorbed it. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Special material used. Upgrade progress 2 out of 4. Material 1, Heart of the Mountain Destroyer 1 out of 1. Material 2, Human-Faced Bone Marrow 0 out of 1. Material 3, Corpse-Shattering Bone Pearl 1 out of 1. Material 4, Aberrant Demon's White Heart 0 out of 1. Finished with that, he reached for another box, saying cheerfully, Speaking of legendary equipment, what's in this box should be special enough. The box successfully scanned Ye Ning's fingerprint, and an unlocking notification sounded. Ding. Identity verification successful. Opener. Honorary Commissioner with A+ authority. Ye Ning. Item acquired. The system's mechanical voice sounded at the same time. Legendary equipment acquired. Paralyzer gauntlets. Legendary equipment acquired. Elemental Wind Blade. From inside the box, a pair of earth-red gauntlets gradually appeared before his eyes. Along with the system's introduction, Paralyzer gauntlets, equipment, attributes. Agility attribute +12. Equipment skills. Bone integrity, blood burst. Consumes 500 to 700 spirit energy points. Equipment evaluation. Blood rain corpse explosion. Excellent. Next was a sharp sword with a green gem embedded in its hilt, the elemental wind blade. Equipment attributes strength, agility +9. Equipment skills raging flame, absolute freeze, with an additional wind blade effect. Raging flame consumes 700 spirit energy points. Attack comes with a burn effect, dealing an additional 75% damage, and leaves a wall of fire in front of the enemy that lasts for 10 seconds. Absolute Freeze consumes 900 spirit energy points, and has both slow and freeze effects on attack. After the sword is plunged into the ground, the surrounding area will quickly freeze, causing a series of ice explosions. Equipment evaluation. The power of the elements is being summoned. Hearing the system's introduction, Ye Ning immediately picked up the sword, and said with satisfaction, This equipment feels like a clash of ice and fire. It's a bit powerful, I'll need to get used to it. Ye Ning immediately thrust the sword hard into the ground, and the ground at the tip of the blade glowed red as if it were being forged. In less than 2 seconds, the ground where the sword was had been smelted into a molten mixture. There was both lava and rock. Seeing this, Ye Ning couldn't help but marvel. Could the wrath flame really release magma-level temperatures with just a light thrust? Then he slammed the tip of the sword into the ground, shouting for an extreme cold change. At his command, in the blink of an eye, the ground beneath the sword instantly froze over. Ye Ning was extremely pleased with this new weapon. He held it in his hands, admiring it with a delighted laugh, saying, Combining this equipment together, it's completely comparable to an SSS rank ultimate skill. Including the previous 6 ultimate skills, I can now unleash 7 or 8 skills at once. In comparison, the old Wrathflame sword was just a hot sword. Then, Ye Ning opened the system panel, intending to spin the integrated lucky wheel. Last time I ranked first in the entire system, and the Sword God system rewarded me with a lottery chance. So, let's try my luck today. Right now, my attack damage is overflowing with power, and I'm not lacking in agility or willpower. My only weaknesses are my stamina and resistance. Otherwise, I would have been fast enough to dodge Fang Teng's punch today. Watching the wheel spin continuously in front of him, Ye Ning couldn't help but shout, Give me some defensive gear. Next up is the Intercontinental Palace Dungeon, so survival is the top priority. Without making Ye Ning wait long, the item from the spin appeared with a system notification. Received epic gear. Experimental Personal Combat Uniform. Type 3 Demon Modified. Ye Ning was a bit skeptical when he saw this item. He raised an eyebrow and said, This is an epic-level combat suit? It doesn't look like metal armor. It seems to be made of cloth. Is this system messing with me? In response to Ye Ning's question, the system displayed a detailed description of the item. Experimental Personal Combat Uniform. Type 3 Demon Modified. Equipment attributes. Constitution +7. Speed +3. Equipment effects. Rule level bulletproof, explosion proof, fire resistant up to 3000 degrees, cold resistant down to -95 degrees. Reduces pure simulated weapon damage by 33%. Reduces sharp weapon damage by 33%. Reduces ranged attack damage by 33%. Indestructible combat suit. Underwater operation. Radiation immunity. After reading it, Ning was incredibly satisfied and laughed. Damn, this light combat uniform is practically a war fortress? Ning revealed a smug smile, his eyes filled with determination as he said, and this immunity is even at the rule level. Unbelievable. All the high-end gear I've obtained in my past and present lives combined can't compare to this one. As he finished speaking, the system continued to introduce the equipment skill. Equipment skill, Avicii Hell. After eliminating a target, you can imprison the target's soul within the combat uniform and actively release it when needed to deal damage. The intensity of the damage depends on the target's strength. When it was alive, this effect stacks infinitely. Equipment evaluation. One of the divine artifacts from the world of Lingon. By absorbing the blood of a large number of high-level creatures, the originally ordinary combat uniform has become a legendary item. Warning, may be hostile to creatures from other worlds, inciting a relentless desire to hunt and kill. The blood can intimidate other living creatures and may grant special encounters. Ning looked at the ring on his hand, marveling at the synergy between the items he possessed. The attributes of the ultimate skill Avicii Purgatory and the human world's Yama are a perfect match. One collects souls and resists damage, while the other collects souls to attack. But is this world of Lingon the same as the Lingon ring from before? Where exactly is it? It seems the gods worshipped in that world are at least 5th tier. If its original owner finds out I took his stuff, will he hunt me down? Ning quickly put on the new gear given by the system. He said coolly, whatever, I'll just take it one step at a time. After all, I didn't steal it. If he wants to settle the score, he can go find the Sword God system. With preparations complete, the departure time for the Intercontinental Dungeon was approaching. The scene shifts again to another location, the capital's military district, an Air Force base where a massive fighter jet is parked. Inside the aircraft, 2 rows of people are sitting against the walls. One of them speaks to his captain. Captain, it's almost 11 o'clock. Why isn't that kid Ning here yet? It'll take us 4 hours to reach the dungeon entrance. If he doesn't show up, we'll miss the dungeon's opening time. Hearing his squadmate's concern, he reassured him, let's just wait a bit longer. He should be here any minute now. Then Minla added a warning. When he gets here, everyone watch what you say. No calling him kid or anything like that. Just call him commissioner or sir. After all, his current rank is way higher than ours. Hearing this, Koi Min spoke up. Captain Minla. Captain, it's not that. But you see, he didn't show up early and he hasn't trained with us. Hoang Van, another squad member sitting nearby, heard this and immediately spoke up. What's there to train? Didn't the brass already tell us? That's our secondary objective? Protecting him is our primary mission. Koiman was stunned to hear this. What? The orders changed again? Lamban, sitting on the opposite bench, also chimed in a disgruntled tone. Then why are we even going into an intercontinental dungeon? Aren't we just here to gather resources? If you're scared of a little danger, you shouldn't be entering dungeons in the first place. He wants to go, wants to be protected, and still wants to take all the credit. As he was ranting, another person cut in. Vice Captain Trin Thon, he's here, and he's made quite an entrance. Seeing Ning walk in with 6 other people, Trin Thon couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap, 6 high-tier rank 3 awakeners for protection. Isn't that a bit over the top? This is even more extravagant than the rumor said. Min La was the first to react. He quickly stood up and saluted. Sir Ning, I'm Min La, the captain leading this mission. Shall I give you a brief introduction? Ning wasn't standoffish. He replied with a friendly smile. Captain Min La, no need for formalities. Just call me Ning. Please, go ahead with the introductions. Min La then continued his report. There are a total of 10 people on this mission. Vice Captain Trin Than and I are both mid-tier rank 3, while the rest are low tier. Among them, 3 are ranged attackers and 4 are melee fighters. I am a dual attribute strength and agility type, responsible for raids. Quan Than is a super rare dual attribute agility and willpower type, responsible for reconnaissance. He then gave Ning a friendly smile. Let me give you a quick rundown of the mission. Our main objective is to bring back as much spirit power ore as possible. Of course, it would be even better if we could eliminate the awakened from other battle zones. Ning replied as he slowly sat down. I understand. Can you give me the files on the awakened from the other battle zones? Min La quickly agreed. Of course, but haven't you read the briefing on the dungeon beforehand? Hearing the question, he just gave a cursory reply. I've already looked into that. Min La then pulled out a file. As he handed it to Ning, he said, we'll be facing a lot of battle zones this time, including Battle Zone H, Battle Zone R, Battle Zone C, and Southeast Asia, a total of 6 nations. You could say this is the most intense mission in recent years. Ning glanced over the information in the file. He frowned, displeased, and said, Yamato, Lokdong Dafong, Kim Vu No Fap. What kind of garbage is this? I've never heard of a single one of these names. Koimin, standing beside the captain, saw this reaction from Ye Ning and muttered to himself, a newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger, huh? Or do all big shots just love to brag? Min La also spoke up to explain, Sir Ye Ning, I know you're very powerful, but we still can't underestimate them. We've clashed with these people several times. Even in the past, many of our mid-tier rank 3 members have died at their hands. Hearing this, Ye Ning became furious and crumpled the file. He growled, are you telling me they've killed a lot of our people? Then this time, I'll make them pay with their blood. The portal opened wide, waiting for everyone to enter. The group up ahead was arguing intensely. The woman in the center spoke coldly. For this operation's spoils, our Battle Zone L must receive 4 shares. The man beside her heard this and angrily retorted, 4 shares? The most you're getting is 3. Someone else from Battle Zone H chimed in. This time, aside from the 2 mid-tier rank 3s, the rest are all at the peak of the low tier. Just then, the captain of Battle Zone R, Yamato, stepped forward to stop the bickering crowd. Stop arguing. The distribution doesn't matter. Just stick to the previous ratio. The problem is, this time we can't let the Huaxia war zone take any resources. Then he smiled and reassured everyone. We just need to lock down their spiritual energy resources, eliminate their aircraft, and wait for their air defense system to be destroyed. At that point, won't Huaxia's entire safe zone become our livestock farm? Hearing this, the crowd cheerfully agreed. Yamato's right. As long as we scare them off, they won't dare to send anyone else. Only then can we be set for life. Still, a cautious person spoke up. We need to be more careful this time. After all, Huaxia has suffered consecutive defeats and will likely deploy their strongest lineup this time. Another person heard this and arrogantly replied, their old captains all died at our hands, 6 against 1, and they're still being cowards. What's there to be afraid of? The others also happily chimed in. That's right, they're different from us. They have a vast territory and a large population, but their strong ones have to guard the borders and protect the people. Those with talent and potential all come from major factions, so how many of them would dare to enter? At this moment, the captain of the Jinzu-Do war zone also stepped forward, smiled, and spoke up. They're just a bunch of A-rank talents. I can wipe them all out by myself. The girl following him replied flatteringly. Of course, our Lord Jindu is comparable to a high-level Tier 3 entity. Seeing Jindu being so arrogant, Xiao Li spoke up. But in the global announcement a few days ago, Huaxia's first quad system user appeared, Ye Ning. Jindu didn't care and replied contemptuously, so what? Not to mention Huaxia would never let him enter, and even if he did, he's just an awakened one who recently reached Tier 3. What good would he be? At this moment, Dong Ye Feng walked over imposingly and said, that's right, if Ye Ning really dares to come, I wouldn't mind taking his head as a trophy. The people around hurriedly avoided him, and someone warned, stay away from that psycho who specializes in spatial assassination. He'll kill someone if you're not careful. He flashed a creepy smile and spoke of his achievements. Among my trophies, I already have 6 pig heads, the world's #1. Well worth collecting. A system announcement rang out. The Huaxia war zone has entered the range of the Intercontinental Dungeon, Zombie Kingdom. The dungeon will begin in 60 seconds. Please enter within 60 seconds. System introduction for the Zombie Kingdom dungeon, an intercontinental dungeon with no level reset. A. Dungeon description. This is a parallel world in the future with a highly developed scientific and technological civilization. Its social order and hierarchical system are nearly identical to the real world. NPCs within this kingdom do not yet include awakened beings, but their technology is highly advanced. Various types of armor and machinery with Tier 3 power have been developed. No major zombie tide disasters have occurred before, but a small zombie tide has appeared. Yamato led the way in and waved to the people behind him. Let's go, let's enter. The person next to him also spoke up, kill them all. On Ye Ning's side, they had also teleported into the dungeon, and the people around him had collapsed and passed out. Ye Ning struggled, clutching his head, trying to stay on his feet. Ye Ning looked around with difficulty and wondered to himself, are we in? Then he thought, no wonder it's an intercontinental dungeon. Even someone with a strong will-type system like me still felt dizzy teleporting here. When he could see his surroundings clearly, he was extremely surprised to see many circles enclosing areas packed closely together. The people inside had all passed out, he asked in confusion. This is? Immediately, a system announcement was made. The scene before you is a temporary skirmish space, used to confirm the number of entrants. Attacking is not possible during entry. After a 30-second confirmation, teams will enter the zombie kingdom sequentially based on their overall strength level. He heard the announcement and wondered to himself, enter sequentially. We haven't really entered yet. Then he recalled that in his previous life, when he entered this dungeon, there weren't any of these rules. There weren't even any skirmishers. They were still unconscious. Suddenly, a person in an adjacent circle spoke up. Is that a new face in the Huaxia zone? You woke up pretty early, huh? Then that person thought in surprise. I thought I woke up fast enough, but why do I feel like he woke up even faster than me? Impossible. Based on my assessment, that kid was only at the initial stage of the third order and didn't even seem stable. Just then, Zheng Cheng also woke up, speaking with difficulty. An SS rank willpower system. I've now witnessed that recovery speed for myself. Seeing him awake, Ye Ning asked, "Are you awake now?" Then Ye Ning asked Zheng Cheng the question on his mind. "Zheng Cheng, what's the deal with this temporary combat space?" Zheng Cheng had stabilized himself. He stood up straight and answered Ye Ning's question. "This is the time advantage we mentioned to you before. The instance dungeon compensates for the weaknesses of those who enter. The team with the lowest power ranking can enter the dungeon first. The others around them also began to wake up, but those who woke up were still unstable. They got to their feet, trembling, and said, 'The side effects of this teleportation array are really nasty. My head is killing me.' Dongye Feng's group had also woken up, and one of them spoke mockingly. 'Has the Huaxia warzone completely given up this time? What's with bringing in a newbie?' Another one sneered contemptuously. 'Except for Captain Ming, the rest of the team is just trash,' Dongye Feng arrogantly declared. 'This time, I'll take that bastard Ming Luo's head and turn it into an ornament.' Yato strode towards the Huaxia sector, saying to the group behind him, 'Let's go. Let's pay them a little visit.' He walked up, banged on the shield, and called out, 'You guys still dare to show up? What's the matter? Didn't enough of you die last time?' He raised his fist, laughed arrogantly, and taunted them. 'A bunch of worthless trash, not even worthy of licking my boots. But your former captain's meat was really delicious. I had to stew it for a long time to savor it.' Standing beside him, Dongye Feng picked his teeth with a fingernail and said, 'Trash. You're only fit to be thrown into a latrine and used as fertilizer.' Yi Ning's group angrily rushed forward and yelled, 'You damn fat pig! This time, we'll definitely kill you and avenge our captain.' Yato wasn't scared at all and provoked them further. 'You better clean yourself up and wait for us. I want to make soup out of you too.' At this moment, Ming Luo stepped forward to stop his arguing comrades. 'Don't get provoked, calm down, just ignore them. They know we'll be the first ones in, so they're deliberately provoking us. Don't fall for it.' Watching from the side, Ye Ning smiled and praised him inwardly. This captain's way of handling things is pretty decent. Just then, Jin Du also walked over, speaking as he passed right through the barrier between the sectors. 'Your new captain really doesn't have any guts. If it weren't for saving him last time, your old captain wouldn't have died.' Then he arrogantly pointed to himself and continued, 'But it doesn't matter. Today, whether you have skills or not, you're all going to die. I'll be generous and make your deaths swift and clear. Got it?' Seeing Jin Du pass through the barrier, Ming Luo exclaimed in shock, 'What the hell? There's no barrier between their teams. Before, their alliance was just talk. But this time they've used an extremely precious joint item.' Ye Ning thought worriedly. 'Than the intel we had before.' Ming Luo immediately voiced the same concern. 'There's something wrong with the intel. We're in big trouble this time.' Yato laughed loudly and continued his tirade. 'Have you pigs finally realized you're about to die?' Then he taunted them again. 'Didn't your superiors tell you? Ah, I forgot you're all useless trash. You can't even get your intel right.' Yi Ning wasn't scared at all and thought, 'Let them join forces if they want. If there are no high-level third-order experts, their human wave tactics are useless against me. 63rd Order members is a bit much, but a large number of weaklings are still just weaklings. However, this information suggests there's a spy in the group or among the high-level leadership.' Yato continued to provoke Ye Ning's group. 'Kneel and beg for mercy now, and I might consider leaving your corpses intact instead of turning you into a pile of headless crap.' Then he suddenly pointed at Huang Yun and shouted, 'Or you can use that girl of yours to trade for intact corpses, and we'll have some fun with her. My technique is excellent. I guarantee she'll be screaming in pleasure.' Hearing this, Huang Yun furiously charged forward. 'You son of a bitch! I'll beat you to death.' From behind, Ming Luo quickly grabbed her hand, holding her back. 'Don't fall into their trap.' Over in the Japan sector, a group of men also chimed in. 'Don't you guys want the ore? Then trade your women for it.' The guy in the Italy sector was even more disgusting, pressing his face against the barrier and sticking out his tongue. 'That's not a bad idea. I have to say, the awakened women in your war zone are really luscious.' Yamato's eyes lit up, and he said with a perverted smile, 'Do you guys remember Zhang Wei from the last team? I even heard she was the beauty queen of your army. Do you know how long we had our fun with her after we caught her?' Then he continued to provoke. 'You really liked her, didn't you, Ming Luo? She was the most outstanding awakened one in your group in recent years, with a beautiful figure admired by many. You didn't even dare to touch a single one of her fingers, right?' Hearing him, Ming Luo thought of that beautiful and gentle girl, gritting his teeth and trembling with anger. Yamato continued with an utterly despicable smile. 'But unfortunately, do you know how many men she was forced to be with? Thinking about how she begged us before she died, I almost felt a little sorry for her. She was still waiting for you to come and save her. But it's such a shame that you rats abandoned her and ran away.' Tonokaze gave a demonic smile, then lifted the skull in his hand, licked it, and said, 'That taste, the taste of lips and teeth.' At this point, Ming Luo couldn't take it anymore and roared in anger. 'Shut up! I'll kill you animals!' He rushed forward, punching the barrier in front of them and shouting, 'Don't touch her! Give her back to me!' Huang Yun and the others immediately rushed up, and she shouted angrily, 'Captain, We're not going to make it out alive this time anyway. The others also chimed in. We'll risk our lives against them in this dungeon. At this moment, Yi Ning angrily shouted at the group. All of you, shut up! Ming Luo, calm down and use your brain for a second. Yi Ning reminded him. A Tier 3 awakened, one can self-destruct and die at any moment, so how can they let others bully them? Hearing him say that, Yamato's expression turned serious as he said, This kid isn't simple, just as we were told. Then he thought, is it because he didn't know Zhang Wei that he can analyze the situation so calmly? Or is it, Ming Luo had calmed down by now? He stood in front of him and said, I know that's not what happened, it's just... He didn't continue, instead changing the subject. But Ye Ning, don't worry, I know what's most important. We will protect you no matter what happens. If there's any danger, just use the items the military provided. When you face them, avenge us. Seeing this group so determined to die, Ye Ning sighed and thought, the fight hasn't even started, and these guys are already resigned to dying? Forget it, I'm too lazy to explain it to them. I'll just kill all of them later. Yamato turned to ask Tonokaze, you have sharp ears. Did Ming Luo just call that guy Ye Ning? Tonokaze replied with a cold smile. I didn't expect this, but the brain of this world's #1 still belongs to me. Just then, the system announcement rang out. The testing phase has ended. The squad from the Huaxia war zone is invited to enter the dungeon. Other war zones will enter in 6 hours. Hearing the announcement, Ming Luo said happily, entering 6 hours early, we might actually have a chance to turn things around this time. Yi Ning, however, was expressionless and said, this dungeon is quite merciful to the weak, but it's also quite shameful. Yi Ning's group began to step into the portal. Before leaving, Ye Ning turned back and said, you damn fat pig, you like eating crap, don't you? Wait until you get in. I'll shove your head up your own rear so you can eat your fill. Yi Ning gave the remaining group a friendly finger to provoke them. As for the rest of you animals, even if you get on your knees and beg for mercy, I won't leave your bodies intact. At the very least, I'll take your little brothers and feed them to the dogs. Hearing him say that, the surrounding crowd immediately started chattering. Is that brat threatening us? Where does a Tier 3 newbie get that kind of courage? Newbies always like to talk big. Yamato stood still, watching the direction Ye Ning left, and retorted, that's not right. That kid is unexpectedly calm. Jinzu Du spoke up worriedly. Captain Yamato, compared to that brat, we're entering much later than expected. More importantly, with a whole 6 hours, they could find a really good hiding spot. Tonokaze, with a terrifying expression, licked the skull in his hand and said, I think you're all overthinking it. Even if that Ye Ning hides in a crack in the ground, I, Tonokaze, am confident I can snap his neck. An announcement was heard. You have entered the Intercontinental Zombie Kingdom instance. Time elapsed since entry compared to other war zones is 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 32 seconds. Mission 1. Go to the Gene Research Institute and retrieve the abnormal data from the last 3 months. Mission 2. Obtain a minimum of 1,000 kilograms of psionic energy ore. The promotion evaluation will be based on the quantity acquired. Mission 3. After finding this world's key item, you can choose to begin the next Phase 1 mission. Warning. After completing the 3 missions, you can choose to leave the instance or kill the awakened from the enemy faction. Each kill will increase the mission rating by 1.2% and grant a special reward. Yi Ning's group had teleported into the instance. He immediately gave an order to his people. Hurry up, everyone! Find a system with an internet connection and locate the coordinates of the mission NPCs. We have to finish every mission and get out of here before they show up. Suddenly, someone shouted, wait a minute! Then yelled, Ye Ning, what are you doing? If you do that, we'll get a wanted level from the NPCs. Ye Ning just swung his sword and said to the group, from now on, I'm in command. I'll lead everyone to victory in this instance. Warning sirens blared continuously. Warning, intrusion alert. Warning, intrusion alert. Yi Ning leaped into the air and ordered the group behind him to find the mission NPCs. Try not to provoke the powers that be in this world. No. First, we fight to conquer this world and seize ultimate power. Yi Ning had already jumped into the system's core. The people outside voiced their fears. They don't even need to kill us. If we're completely surrounded by the Allied forces, not a single one of us will escape. Yi Ning, holding a blue orb, replied, then that will be the moment for my, Ye Ning's, slaughter. An announcement suddenly rang out. Password correct. Please initiate driving sequence. Seeing this, Huang Yun wondered aloud. The warnings are gone. Ming Luo frowned slightly and asked, Yi Ning, you've already taken control of the vehicle? How did you do that? Yi Ning replied coldly. That's a military secret. Can't tell you. We're short on time. Everyone get in. Hearing this, the man hesitated. Yi Ning immediately flashed a card and declared, Special Operations Team. Ming Luo, I'm taking over as captain. From now on, everyone follows my orders for this operation. Ming Luo was stunned and blurted out, a special military command order? Yi Ning didn't explain, only casually adding, what's the matter? Are you going to defy a direct order? At that, he obediently replied, I wouldn't dare. Everyone, get in the vehicle. Qi Ming, who had been standing behind them, witnessed it all. and then remarked, "This is just too domineering. We're supposed to be protecting him, but instead, he's leading himself straight into the jaws of death? What's with that?" Meanwhile, Huang Yun remained incredibly optimistic. "It's fine. It's not like we were going to survive this anyway." An announcement chimed in. Current destination, 91st Street, Lisan's Xiangxie Manor. The vehicle shot forward like a rocket. Inside, Ming Luo watched him for a moment and thought to himself, his actions are incredibly familiar. Just what is going on? At the same time, Ye Ning was deep in thought, weighing his options. Compared to the primary systems mission, completing the Sword God systems mission was far more important. This is the only way I can get the blueprints for the Celestial Mothership. This is crucial for humanity to turn the tide in the apocalyptic war. After all, no matter how strong I am personally, facing a world-class zombie tide is like being a drop in the bucket. He was lost in his complex thoughts when a notification suddenly popped up. Mission update. Seize the highest authority in the instance and change the world's future timeline. The greater the change, the more privileges you will receive. Warning. Avoid being killed by this instance's protagonist, Lin Rui. Ye Ning read the notification and began to reason. The protagonist can't die, therefore. The fastest way to change the world's timeline is to seize power. Furthermore, once I have power, I'll be better able to control the Six-Nation Alliance. According to the intel from the external hacker, Devil's Eye, who provided the relevant system, going to the governor's mansion is likely the fastest way. On the other side, Ming Luo was starting to figure out his plan. Ye Ning, are you planning to control the higher-ups here and use their authority to help us eliminate the other group? Ye Ning answered decisively. Exactly. That's the plan. Hearing this, Ming Luo pointed out the flaw in his logic. That's too far-fetched. It'll never work. Never mind the 63rd tier combatants, or whether we can control the army, we don't even know for sure where they will appear. We're not sure. An ambush is impossible. Ye Ning wasn't fazed by the possibilities Ming Luo mentioned. On the contrary, he calmly explained. It's not that difficult, we just need to use triangulation. First of all, the system won't separate us too far from the enemy, otherwise it wouldn't be called a versus dungeon. Second, neither side can be too far from the mission objective. Otherwise we'd spend the whole time just traveling, he said while skillfully operating the controls. With us as the center of a circle, take the maximum speed of an awakened and multiply it by 3, and that's basically the range where they'll appear. Ye Ning pointed to a spot. Then he confidently asserted that by overlapping the circles, they could narrow down the range. But it seemed his reasoning wasn't enough to convince Ming Luo. He frowned slightly and asked, but this range is still too large. After all, we can only pose a threat if we attack them the moment they appear. Far from being annoyed, Ye Ning patiently explained to him. The two main NPCs in this mission are Professor Clara and Lin Rui. The professor is in the laboratory, and Lin Rui, based on the name, is likely in Chinatown. Take the midpoint between those two locations and intersect it with the area we just narrowed down, and we get this region. The system will do its best to prevent locals from seeing the awakened. The places they'll appear will be the suburbs, highways, or parks in this area. Listening to him go on, Ming Luo was silently impressed. The analysis was crystal clear. So this wasn't an impulsive decision at all. Huang Yun, standing nearby, was also incredibly surprised by his thorough preparation. This is just insane. I underestimated him before. At that moment, Ye Ning thought smugly to himself, of course, it's not that simple. The main reason I'm so certain is thanks to a tip from the Demon Eye hacker. An hour later, Ye Ning stopped the car in front of a lavish building, then ordered coldly, "We're here. Get out." The arrival of Ye Ning's group immediately triggered alarms. "Intruder alert! Intruder alert!" One of them rushed out and shouted, "Who are you people? Don't move!" A strange power suddenly radiated from Ye Ning's body. Ye Ning looked straight ahead and gave a calm command. Go. Knock them all out. No killing, and don't worry about them contacting the outside world. I've already cut off the communication network here with my psychic power. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Luo and the others shot forward like lightning. He led the charge with a wind-breaking slash. Seeing this, the opposing soldiers panicked and yelled to each other, "Monster, open fire! Use lethal force!" On Ye Ning's side, everyone unleashed their destructive skills. Kangdong, Heartfire. Kangdong instantly froze their bodies, rendering them unable to fight. Heartfire was no slouch either, relentlessly pushing back the guards' attacks. Not to be outdone, Huang Yun cast her own skill, saying, "Too much righteousness is no good. Let's add a little curse energy." Someone's exhilarated voice rang out. A third tier against normal people is a total beatdown. It's been a while since I've had this much fun. If only the Six-Nation Coalition were this easy. Ye Ning casually remarked. Are you dreaming? He quipped. This is a good chance to use your electromagnetic guns to test the defense of my new battle cloak. Countless beams shot straight at Ye Ning, but he just murmured, "Not bad, feels like a massage." Hearing this, they were completely stunned. He can be immune to electromagnetic rounds. How is that possible? Then Ye Ning made an announcement that sent shivers down their spines. All right, I'm in a hurry today, so playtime is over. Elemental Art, Extreme Cold Wind Blade. Of course, let's not make it too cold, just enough will do. With that, he unleashed a skill toward them, creating an immensely powerful force. The bodies of the opposing soldiers were frozen in an instant. As he led his group inside, Ming Luo kept saying, "Hurry, let's rendezvous with Ye Ning. We don't know what dangers are waiting inside." The words had barely left his mouth when he was faced with a scene of bodies dropping like flies, making Ming Luo extremely awkward. It seems not only was there no danger, but it was also quite artistic. The unfortunate soldiers were frozen solid as a group before they could even mount a defense. A moment later, Ye Ning was sitting imposingly on a chair and spoke with great authority. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Governor Brad. From now on, as long as you cooperate with us, nothing will happen to you." Hearing this, he thought with suspicion. "A pleasure to meet me?" Although terrified, Brad managed to calmly state, "Hundreds of guards in my mansion were all taken down in just a few seconds. This is definitely not something a human can do. Even genetically modified individuals can't do that." After he finished speaking, he cautiously added, "Don't kill me. I'll cooperate with whatever you want. But first I want to know who you are and why you've captured me." Immediately after, a purple light suddenly appeared in front of Brad. Yi Ning seriously explained, "We are people from the future, who traveled here from this world 10 years from now. Our mission is to prevent a crisis in this world. Therefore, you can rest assured that we are not bad people. You see, we haven't killed any of your subordinates. At most, we've only restricted their movements." He paused for a beat, then continued, "Actually, it was very easy for us to find you. I need you to mobilize all armed forces in Obama province within 3 hours, and mobilize the entire Skynet system to find these people and kill them for me. They are also time travelers like us, but they came here to destroy the world." Hearing this, Brad hesitantly asked, "People from the future? A crisis? Is this a movie? Or a reality TV show? Or am I dreaming?" To prove to him that this wasn't a dream, Ye Ning used his magic to give him a taste of pain, then gently asked, "Are you awake now?" In pain, Brad hurriedly replied, I'm awake. Don't hit me anymore." After recovering, he began to make excuses for himself. "But I'm just the governor of a province. I can't mobilize that many troops." Hearing this, Ye Ning retorted, "Then how many can you mobilize? How many Class A mechs can be deployed?" He figured a Class A mech could barely match an early-stage third-tier awakened one. Thinking this, Ye Ning gave a faint smile. If they could mobilize tens or hundreds of units, there was still hope. Brad mumbled and calculated for a moment, then carefully replied, "There are at most 3 Class A mechs. And as for Class B mechs, there are more. Roughly about 120. I can command the Class B ones, but after the Class A units are transferred here, they will make their own decision on whether to attack or not. I don't have the authority to command them." Hearing him say this, Ming Luo sighed. "This is completely doomed from the start." A moment later, Ye Ning spoke unhurriedly. "Ming Luo, take some men to the neighboring manor and capture a girl named Anna." Although Ming Luo didn't understand, he still obediently acknowledged the order. The moment Brad heard his daughter's name, he immediately shouted to stop them. "Don't touch my daughter!" At that moment, Ye Ning stood up and began to expose him. According to Federal Law Number 78, you have the authority to declare a state of war and directly mobilize all armed forces. Furthermore, the armed forces of Obama province have at least 60 Class A mechs and 2,400 Class B mechs. A drill order or a declaration under the pretext of counterterrorism, any reason would have worked, but you were not being honest. Brad didn't expect him to know such details, so when he finished speaking, his face turned pale, and he anxiously explained, "No, it's not like that. To achieve what you're talking about requires a review by the AI specialist. I can declare a state of war, but if the AI specialist doesn't approve, the people under me won't listen. Besides, it's impossible to fool the AI specialist." He didn't have the patience to listen to him ramble on, so he decisively took out a control panel and gave an order. "You just need to mobilize them. Issue the order now. Within 3 hours, gather all the troops in the province at these coordinates. Also, send engineers and technicians to monitor these coordinates." Brad didn't dare to make a peep. He immediately and obediently complied with whatever was said, replying, "Yes." After achieving the desired result, Yi Ning said with satisfaction, "As for the AI specialist, just leave it to me." He secretly felt very lucky, because by cooperating with a character who completed the storyline in his past life, he had received a backdoor command from this AI specialist. Seeing his fingers fly across the control screen, Brad started to have his doubts. Could he really control an expert? Is he actually from the future? Soon after, Anna was escorted in. The moment she saw her father, she snapped, "What are you planning to do? What have you done to my father?" Brad couldn't bear to see his beloved daughter in handcuffs, so he pleaded softly with Ye Ning's group, "Please, let my daughter go." Unfortunately, not only did Ye Ning show Anna no mercy, but he also dealt with Brad with an ice-cold attitude. "I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." Seeing this, she was utterly shocked. "Father, what is this?" After knocking him out, he turned to explain everything to Anna. "Listen, your father embezzled 3.9 billion and assassinated his political opponents. If you help me find Lin Rui within 6 hours, I can spare your father's life. Don't try to trick me. I even know the details of his secret feelings for you. Of course, You don't need to worry about Lin Rui's safety either. We're here to protect him. 4 hours later, on Highway 077 in Oa Province, a group of Yang Yang's men spoke smugly. There's no one here. I told you there couldn't be an ambush. You were overestimating those pigs earlier. You're right. They must have been scared to death when they heard us coming. Angry voices continued to ring out. Damn it, they threatened us before, and now they're hiding in the city. Let's grab a few managers and make them help us find those pigs. Yamato looked at what was in front of him and said hesitantly, I keep feeling like something's wrong here. Aren't these warheads a bit too dense? Plus, the ground looks like it's been recently turned over. As he finished speaking, all the devices activated simultaneously. This made him exclaim, It's an ambush! After the probes detected the presence of outsiders, an army of robots suddenly appeared and ambushed them, catching them completely off guard. Yamato looked at the robots before him and couldn't help but speak sarcastically. So, this is this world's army. How could those Huaxia people possibly mobilize a military force of this scale? Suddenly, a voice rang out, signaling the fighter jets. Fighter jets 1, 3, and 7 began dropping poisonous fog bombs. The jets were immediately activated, and special bombs were dropped one by one, releasing a thick green smoke that enveloped the entire area. The people below felt it was hard to breathe after inhaling a large amount of the gas, and their bodies collapsed to the ground. Yamato noticed and screamed, This is a neurotoxin! He immediately ordered everyone around him to find a way to counter it. Hurry up! The will system combined, activating the mental defense barrier. Thanks to the quick thinking and combined efforts of everyone around, the defensive barrier caused the poisonous gas to gradually dissipate. Seeing that the last tactic was ineffective, a series of new commands were issued. Fighter jets 2, 4, and 6. Drop airburst bombs. The electronic battle armor army used a saturation attack method, and a barrage of cannon fire and whistling bullets erupted, destroying everything around them. Under the combined pressure from both sides, bombs from the sky and a rain of bullets from the ground caused countless soldiers to fall, with few able to escape. Seeing they couldn't hold out for long, Yamato quickly charged towards the robots, ordering the others to cover him. Early third tier, handle defense. Cover the mid-third tier, charge with me. With that, he rushed forward, punching a robot blocking his path to death, and roared, Heaven and earth splitter, anyone who blocks my path must die. Jindu was no slouch either, quickly finishing off a few others to clear a path forward. Sweeping 1,000 armies. For 7 years, I've chosen to remain at the mid-third tier, unwilling to advance. Can you guess why? The others also charged forward in unison, working together to defeat the other robots, constantly shouting to encourage each other. Even though Class A battle armor can be compared to an early third tier, in front of us, they're nothing but useless trash. That's right, and the mixed bag of Class B behind them aren't even worth mentioning. They want to rely on this bunch to kill us? How naive. While a fierce battle raged below, Ye Feng used his special ability to ambush the enemy team's aerial base. He spoke in a sarcastic tone. You guys think we can't do anything to you just because you're flying in the sky? I have a special spatial ability. With that, Ye Feng immediately launched an attack on the body of the Golden Dragon aircraft. A massive explosion rocked the sky, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. From a distance, Ye Ning and Tong watched their every move. Noticing the situation was getting out of hand, Ming Luo advised, Ye Ning, this can't go on like this. The power gap is just too massive. Even if we can wear down a few of the weaker early-stage Tier 3 fighters, we won't be able to handle the rest. In contrast to his worried attitude, Ye Ning looked incredibly calm and reassured him. It's fine. I never expected these mechs to win anyway. Hearing this, Ming Luo asked in confusion, Then what are we hoping for? Ye Ning smirked, slowly drawing the sword from his back as he replied, What are we hoping for? He continued confidently, We're putting our hope in the sword in my hand. With that said, Ye Ning didn't hesitate for a moment. Advancing with his sword, Ming Luo quickly tried to stop him. Ye Ning, wait! Ye Ning, you're just throwing your life away. It's too dangerous. Seeing he was still stubborn, Ming Luo helplessly offered another suggestion. If you're going, then we should go first. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult to protect you. Ye Ning finally agreed. All right then, you can come with me. But then he suddenly set a condition. But I only want you guys to stay on the perimeter and protect the mechs. Don't let a single enemy escape. Without my order, no one charges in. Hearing this, Ming Luo was extremely dissatisfied and was about to argue back. But before he had a chance to speak, Ye Ning cut in. Disobeying orders will be dealt with according to military law. Seeing Ming Luo fall silent, Ye Ning shot out into the middle of the battlefield, heading straight for the enemy's base. Amidst the dense barrage of fire, his figure flickered in and out of sight, making him hard to track. It looks like someone is charging towards us. In the heart of the enemy base, Ye Ning brandished his sword, ready to wipe them all out. His eyes were now filled with killing intent. The hunt begins. First, let's take out this trash. By the time someone noticed Ye Ning was about to attack, it was already too late. It's Ye Ning from the Huaxia squad. Ye Ning's slashes tore through space itself, leveling everything in the vicinity, leaving only a thick cloud of dust enveloping the entire base. Hearing his teammates report, Yamato turned around in alarm, stunned by the ruins Ye Ning had left behind. He screamed, "Ye Ning!" The moment the word left his mouth, Ye Ning's slashes reached him, cutting down his surrounding teammates. Yamato was quick-witted enough to activate his defenses in time, saving his own life. Full defenses up, even though the others managed to raise their defenses, they couldn't hold out for long. The power was so immense that their protective barriers cracked, injuring everyone inside. Ye Ning's teammates watched him annihilate everything in his path, unable to help but speak in terror. He one-shotted a group of early-stage Tier 3 fighters and even injured a mid-stage Tier 3. No wonder he didn't let us charge in. This kind of heaven-defying power is more terrifying than the legends say. How did he even do that? And these Tier 3 fighters aren't rookies like Zhang Yang, but Ming Luo kept a careful watch on the battle, ready to jump in and help at a moment's notice. Could it be because the mechs already drained a lot of the early-stage Tier 3's spirit energy? The next part is the most dangerous. We have to be ready to rescue him at any time. At the critical moment, we have to save him, even if it means disobeying orders. Ye Ning alone had wiped out nearly the entire enemy force, filling the survivors with rage. They charged forward, disregarding their own lives. "Avenge our fallen comrades! You killed all of our brothers. I'll kill you. You son of a gun. We're going to kill you and feed you to the dogs. How dare you kill our people? Ye Ning, I'm going to tear you limb from limb today." But before they could get close to him, two giant mechs suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Yamato roared in anger. "Get out of the way. You looking for a death wish?" Seeing their attention was focused on the mechs, Ye Ning took a detour to launch a surprise attack. He shouted tauntingly, "Then come and get me!" Without giving them time to react, Ye Ning swung his sword, preparing to finish them all. "This line right here is your path to death." A straight, blinding slash of light cut in half those who were charging forward. Yifeng suddenly teleported behind him. He said confidently, "Ye Ning, your head is mine." Seeing their captain had appeared, the others seized the opportunity to launch a coordinated attack, heartfire barrage of ice arrows. Yifeng, along with two streams of power from his teammates, quickly rushed towards Ye Ning, preparing to counterattack and avenge their comrades. But the two were too weak and couldn't control their power, causing it to hit Yifeng and making him scream. Seeing that stream of power heading straight for him, he didn't bother to dodge, simply saying calmly, "Coming at me? Not a chance." As he finished speaking, Ye Ning immediately launched a counterattack, Elemental Wind Blade, Raging Fire. After recovering, Ye Feng returned to his usual arrogant demeanor and ordered the others, "That Ye Ning guy has at most 2 ultimate moves, so everyone can attack him without worry. Of course, his head is mine." Yi Feng's words made Ye Ning wary, and he thought to himself, how could he be so sure that I only have these 2 ultimate moves? If he knew this, why is he only saying it now? During the ambush just now, why did he keep his distance from me and even shout beforehand? After hearing Ye Feng, the others regained their confidence and quickly rushed forward to kill him. "He's out of tricks, kill him!" Hearing them say that, Ye Ning found it utterly ridiculous and said, "Out of tricks?" Suddenly, a black mist began to envelop him. His eyes were now filled with killing intent. As he slowly raised the sword in his hand, a surge of dark energy erupted, and a giant skull was summoned by Ye Ning. It immediately devoured the 2 who dared to approach its master. He said in a cold voice, "Then let me show you what else I've got." Ye Ning's new skill was activated, Human Realm Yama, and the skull devoured those 2 guys completely, leaving only 2 dried skeletons behind. The system suddenly displayed a notification. 20,000 spiritual energy consumed, 35,000 spiritual energy remaining. Yi Feng was also enveloped by the black mist, and he quickly activated his teleportation ability to escape. He yelled in frustration, "Damn it, what the hell is this? Was I tricked? How could this be possible?" Not only the enemies, but even Ye Ning's own teammates were terrified by this ability. Is this the #1 talent of the 4 systems? It's too powerful. I've never seen a skill like this in my life. Not just the skill, but the spiritual energy released was a whopping 20,000 points. That's just insane, but the 2 captains were different. They still wanted to risk their lives and fight Ye Ning. Today, not a single Huaxia pig will escape. "Brother, let me be the one to kill Ye Ning!" Seeing they were still reckless, Ye Ning just sneered, launching the next attack. "This move of mine isn't over yet. You guys still dare to charge forward?" The soul of human realm, Yama, emerged from the black mist, summoning ghostly skulls that floated all around. He pointed his blade at Jinzu and ordered the skulls, "Go kill that Jinzu for me." They received the command and quickly moved to surround him. Now only Yamato was left. Ye Ning approached him and asked, "Yamato Ichiro, do you know why I didn't let them attack you?" Hearing him suddenly ask that, he couldn't help but feel terrified, stammering in reply, "Is it because their strength isn't enough to kill me?" Hearing Yamato say that, Ye Ning replied arrogantly, "Wrong. It's because I said I would personally shove your head up your own ****. I, Ye Ning, am a man of my word." After hearing Ye Ning's arrogant challenge, Yamato's blood boiled, and he was ready to charge into battle. Without hesitation, Ye Ning swung his sword, cutting through the air, and and activated his ultimate skill, Elemental Wind Blade, Dragon of Extreme Cold. Immediately, a giant ice dragon appeared, bringing with it a bone-chilling wind. It let out a ferocious roar, but Yamato was no pushover either. He swung his arm decisively, his spiritual power erupting violently. Amber Tiger Fist and a flaming tiger materialized to face the ice dragon head-on. The two spirit beasts gave no ground, clashing in a fierce struggle. While the two beasts held Yamato's attention, Ning seized the opportunity to flash step behind him, unleashing his attack, Elemental Windblade, Raging Flame Phoenix. As he finished speaking, a monstrous creature shot out from the sword, aggressively trying to bite its opponent to death. The collision created a deafening explosion, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Seeing this, Ning actually praised him. No wonder he's a berserker type. His defense is truly impressive. But that's all there is to it. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Suddenly, a barrage of shurikens appeared out of nowhere, aiming straight for him. But with his combat instincts, Ning quickly noticed it. He taunted, "Is that Dong Ye-feng hiding and launching sneak attacks again?" Fed up with these ambushes, he shouted and launched a counterattack. "You think you're the only one who knows psychokinesis, full mental power defense?" Ning casually tossed the small dagger in his hand, deflecting all the incoming shurikens. Just as he dealt with the projectiles, Yamato's resounding shout echoed from above. "Ning, those were just a distraction. You've been tricked. Heavenly Fire Meteor." His entire body was engulfed in a giant fist of flame, aiming straight for where he stood. Faced with this coordinated attack, Ning just gave a cold smirk, preparing to counter them. "Teamwork? Then I'll show you what it means for all schemes and tricks to be useless before absolute power." With that, Ning stood his ground and raised his sword, activating a defensive skill, Sui Tian Defense. A purple flame appeared, enveloping his sword. The moment Yamato charged in, the flame erupted, forming a sturdy shield that blocked his punch, leaving Yamato stunned. "What?" Seeing his move had no effect, he quickly retreated to a safe distance. Yamato roared in anger. "He's just an initial stage user. How can he have such defensive power?" But Ning wasn't finished. He broke out of the protective barrier, shot straight up into the air, and prepared to counterattack. "This move isn't over yet." With that, he dove down while activating his next skill, Sui Tian Locking Heavy Strike. An invisible pressure suddenly weighed down on Yamato, immobilizing his entire body, forcing him to his knees under the immense gravity. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't move at all. Yamato screamed, "I can't move at all! Impossible!" Even Ye Feng, who was hiding in another dimension, was affected. "I'm hiding in the void, yet I can still feel that pressure." In the distance, after Jindu finished off the spirits, he panted and said, "I have the power of a high-level third-stage user. You think these half-baked third-stage spirits can kill me? In your dreams! Ning, I will definitely kill you with my own hands today." But he didn't notice the beam of light flying toward his back. It wasn't until the explosion rang out that Jindu screamed in shock. "What is this now?" After the terrifying blast, a figure emerged from the thick smoke. Ning walked out of the smoke, feeling quite pleased with the skills he had acquired. "I only used the defensive aspect of Sui Tian before. I didn't expect its offensive power to be no less than Sword Flow Storm." His surrounding teammates couldn't help but be amazed by his power. Ming Luo could only exclaim, Ning, just how many moves does he have? Is he a demon or a devil?" Yamato couldn't stand being outmatched any longer, so he initiated his berserker transformation. In an instant, his body became immense and colossal. Not giving Ning a chance to adapt, Yamato seized the opportunity to launch another attack, sweeping 1,000 armies. Ning quickly ordered his subordinate to block the attack. Avicii Hell used Jindu's soul as a shield. Seeing his attack blocked, Yamato couldn't help but roar in fury. He used Jindu's soul to block it? How is that even possible? No matter how much he screamed, Ning was ready to strike back. "Are you done with your ultimate moves? If so, then it's my turn." With that, he summoned Divine Wrath, and the sword began to glow. At the same time, the system displayed a notification, consumed 20,000 spirit energy points, remaining balance 4,800 spirit energy points. Ning shouted, "Summon 4th stage Phantom." A shadow identical to him shot out from the sword, heading straight for Yamato. Ning himself was surprised by the uncanny resemblance. "I thought a 4th stage being would be at least a few dozen yards tall. I never expected its body to be just like mine. Is this for real?" Seeing the shadow's small size, Yamato couldn't help but mock. "Is this you releasing your own soul? Willingly sending it over here? Can your soul even fight? How naive." As he was laughing gleefully, his words suddenly started to stutter. How naive. When did Ning's shadow even pass through Yamato? As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed to his knees. The shadow landed on the ground as well. His entire body was covered in slash marks. The shadow's speed was so fast that Yamato didn't even notice. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was sliced into hundreds of pieces. Ning was also completely stunned by this terrifying power. An instant kill with one sword strike, even though it looked exactly like him, it was much more powerful. The onlookers were petrified with shock, silently grateful that Ning didn't let them join the fight. Does this mean we've won? Did he keep us out because he was afraid of accidentally killing us? Amidst the thick cloud of dust, Ning approached the shadow, which was sitting leisurely. Seeing him approach, the shadow extended its hand and said, "Go ahead." Ning couldn't help but be amused by its attitude and replied, "You know what I want to do?" The shadow also smiled and said, "Of course, I am you." But then, it began to gradually fade away. Ning also felt a sense of regret having to say goodbye. It was just a shame it could only appear for 10 seconds at a time. "Then you must be my future." After saying that, he turned and kicked Yamato's head away, saying proudly, "Yamato Icho, I said I'd shove your head up your A***, and I did it." Seeing that none of his comrades were left, Ye Feng, who had been hiding all this time, couldn't help but feel terrified. He thought to himself, this is way too scary. Everyone on the team except for me has been wiped out. No, I have to escape quickly. At least I can bring back some information. As if sensing his fear, Ye Ning gave a horrifying smile and said, "There's still one fish that slipped through the net, hiding in the shadows. I didn't pay you any mind before, but now, Dong Ye Feng, get the hell out here." Seeing that he stubbornly refused to appear, Ye Ning used a search technique, unleashing his full spiritual power. Investigation, raging flame pursuit. In an instant, Ye Feng was found. He screamed in hopeless terror. "Damn it! He's using raging flames to burn me out. Holy crap! Even though he can't see me, he can sense my general direction and wants to use fire to force me out." Hearing him say that, Ye Ning just snorted coldly and warned loudly, "Trying to run? I said I'd wipe all of you out. Did you think I was joking?" Seeing that Ye Ning was still stubbornly determined to annihilate everyone, his teammates rushed forward to dissuade him. "Ye Ning, don't chase him! Dong Ye Feng still has a hidden trump card. Ye Ning, your spiritual energy is at a dangerous level." No matter what they said, Ye Ning replied with determination. Letting him return alive would be even more dangerous. Ye Ning's flames relentlessly attacked Ye Feng, forcing him to find a way to deal with them. The attack speed of these flames is too fast. No, if this keeps up, I'm dead for sure. Ye Feng calculated silently in his head. He just unleashed a lot of powerful techniques. I can feel that his spiritual energy is almost depleted. Instead of turning my back on the enemy, it's better to charge forward and take a gamble. Although this move comes at a great cost, if I can kill Ye Ning, even if it's a one-for-one trade, this mission won't be considered a failure. At the same time, Ye Ning, seething with killing intent, was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, Ye Feng tore through the void, charging at Ye Ning and shouting, "Life burn, void-shattering realm, die for me." Ye Feng suddenly burst out of the void, deciding to fight Ye Ning to the death. He thought smugly, when my life force is burning, my attack power is even stronger than a normal high-tier stage 3 warrior. No matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than my supersonic blade. He burst out laughing, his eyes filled with a deadly look as he said, "Die, Ye Ning." Faced with Ye Feng's arrogant attitude, Ye Ning just gave a slight, contemptuous smile. Ye Feng was puzzled by Ye Ning's calm demeanor. Death is at his doorstep. What is he smiling about? But as he charged forward and stabbed through Ye Ning's body, he realized something was strange. This isn't right. How can my dagger pass through his body without any resistance? When Ye Feng turned around, it was all just an afterimage. He had been completely fooled. Damn it, it's an illusion. How is this possible? Could it be that he also has a space-type skill? But how can he release a skill without consuming any spiritual energy? In a flash, Ye Ning suddenly appeared behind him, launching a counterattack that gave Ye Feng no chance to react. He decisively swung his sword, severing both of Ye Feng's legs. In just a few short seconds, he was now a cripple. Ye Feng roared in pain. "I'm going to kill you, Ye Ning." After witnessing the horrifying battle, his teammates swarmed over to Ye Ning. "Ye Ning, are you okay? Everyone, let's charge and kill Dong Ye Feng." Hearing this, Qiming and Zheng Cheng immediately unleashed their full power to kill Dong Ye Feng with an ice wave arrow and a heartfire serpent. But Ye Ning stopped them all. He shouted loudly, "Stop! Keep him alive for now!" However, the two of them didn't stop, stubbornly continuing their attack, which annoyed Ye Ning, who growled, "Didn't I tell you to stop? And you even used your full power." Qiming, knowing he had angered him, quickly lowered his bow and said apologetically, "Ye Ning, I didn't mean to do that. I was too tense and couldn't pull back in time." At the same time, Captain Ming Luo also arrived. He advised Ye Ning to finish off Dong Ye Feng quickly. "Ye Ning, when you said to keep him alive, did you mean you want to get information? But even if you do, you won't know if it's true or false, so it's better to just kill him now to avoid future trouble." But Ye Ning remained firm in his decision. He turned and pointed his sword directly at Dong Ye Feng, forcing him to confess. "Speak. Who is your mole in the Huaxia squad? You've already lost your legs. Are you that scared of dying?" Dong Ye Feng remained stubborn, saying in a provocative tone, "I'm not talking. If you've got the guts, then just kill me." Hearing Ye Ning's question, Ming Luo couldn't help but ask, "Ye Ning, are you mistaken? How could there be a traitor among us? Everyone has been strictly vetted, and besides, All our communications are monitored and recorded. Don't fall for his provocations. Yi Ning turned and said confidently, "Everyone, don't panic just yet. We'll know if there's a traitor after I'm done with my interrogation." Hearing that, Ming Luo couldn't say anything more. With that, Ye Ning began to expose all of Dong Yefeng's tricks. Dong Yefeng, if you wanted to die, you could have self-destructed under normal circumstances. The reason you didn't is because your ultimate move earlier used up all your self-destruction energy, right? Now you're just a piece of meat, unable to even kill yourself. Seeing that Ye Ning knew everything, Dong Yefeng, his face filled with terror, and he was left with nothing to say. While he was still frantically searching for a way out, Ye Ning mercilessly chopped off one of Dong Yefeng's arms and threatened, "If you tell me what I want to know right now, I'll give you a quick death." You still won't talk? Simple enough. I've read the Huaxia book of ancient tortures, like the human swine, death by 1,000 cuts, and all that. Seeing Dong Yefeng still refuse to talk, he pointed his sword at his face. "Your face is next." Finally, utterly terrified, Dong Yefeng decided to confess. "Don't, please don't. I'll talk. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed towards Qiming, shouting, "My mole is Zhang Qiming." Seeing that he had been exposed, Qiming quickly turned to flee, leaving his teammates stunned by the news. "Is it really Zhang Qiming? It can't be. Zhang Qiming, what on earth did they give you to make you betray your brothers like this?" Not letting him get away so easily, Zheng Cheng unleashed a killing heartfire strike. A blazing fire immediately engulfed Qiming's entire body, incinerating him completely. After confessing everything, Dong Yefeng painfully begged Ye Ning to let him die. "Ye Ning, are you satisfied now? Can you give me a quick death now?" Hearing this, Ye Ning just snorted coldly and continued to expose Dong Yefeng. "I guess you could say I'm satisfied. But don't be in such a hurry. There are still 2 people in front of you." This made him exclaim in confusion. "Huh?" With that, Ye Ning quickly dashed off. In a flash, he appeared in front of Zheng Cheng, pointing his sword right at him. "Sacrifice a pawn to save the king. Did you really think I wouldn't see through it?" Realizing he'd been exposed, Zheng Cheng could only stammer, "Ye Ning, you." Before he could finish, Ye Ning decisively thrust his sword through Zheng Cheng's body. Seeing this, Ming Luo rushed forward and shouted, "Ye Ning, are you crazy? The traitor was Zhang Qiming. Why did you attack Zheng Cheng?" Hearing Ming Luo say this, Ye Ning just sneered. "Who told you there was only one traitor?" Still in disbelief, he replied, "Impossible." Ye Ning then turned towards Dong Yefeng, revealing his final card. "Did you really think Dong Yefeng would confess that easily? This is nothing more than sacrificing a visible pawn to save a hidden one." Dong Yefeng, seeing his entire plan fall apart, quickly tried to deny it. "Impossible. You're just making wild guesses." Without letting him finish, Ye Ning swung his hand and cut off his head. In his eyes, Yefeng was no longer of any use. "Even if I was just guessing, didn't your reaction just confirm my suspicion? If he wasn't the traitor, why would you react with such glee, as if kicking a man while he's down? Your existence means nothing to me now." But Ming La still didn't believe Zheng Cheng was the traitor, and tried to speak up to clear his name. "Dong Yefeng is very cunning. Perhaps this is just his clever trick of kicking someone when they're down." Seeing this, Zheng Cheng chimed in. "Zheng Cheng can look himself in the mirror and say he's worthy of his country and his conscience. Ye Ning, on what grounds do you falsely accuse me?" Ye Ning couldn't help but find their attitude ridiculous, so he presented a series of proofs. "On what grounds? You are indeed very careful, leaving no written evidence whatsoever, not even any contact with Zhang Qiming. So how did you pass on the message?" "It was by using a long-range attack to place a mark on your opponent. Do you remember when Dong Yefeng attacked me earlier, but he announced it beforehand to lure you and Zhang Qiming into action?" As he spoke, he took out the piece of paper. At that time, Zhang Qiming's attack hit me, while Zheng Cheng's attack hit Dong Yefeng's arm. "The mark on the piece of flesh I cut off is the proof that you transmitted the information. Similar evidence has appeared in every instance. I guess there must be even more evidence on his body." After such a series of proofs, Zheng Cheng had no choice but to confess. "You're not wrong. I am indeed a traitor." Hearing him say that, a bewildered Ming La responded, "Old Zheng, why would you do this?" But Ye Ning couldn't help but wonder why he had gone down this path. "But I'm very curious as to why you became a mole. I've looked through your file, and it's absolutely perfect." He began to briefly recount Zheng Cheng's life for everyone to hear. At 14 years old, both his parents passed away, and he was rescued by the army, with no burdens, so no one could threaten him. Enlisted at 16, to save a supply scouting team, you, a first tier, single-handedly lured away a second-tier mutant at the age of 26, became a third tier, and was recruited into the special forces, fought 13 times on the border, and was in critical condition twice. With a record and such deep loyalty like that, Ye Ning still couldn't find any flaws. Why would Zheng Cheng want to betray them? Captain Liu treats you like a blood brother. Zhang Wei also sees you as an older brother. I'm very curious what the other side promised you that made you decide to betray your comrades like this." He replied in anguish. "If I told you that I've never felt like I committed treason, would you believe me? On the contrary, I only want to do my best for the Huaxia war zone." Hearing him say that, he found it quite interesting. That's a novel way of putting it. Zheng Cheng continued to scream, trying to prove he did this for everyone. Yi Ning, you're right. I don't covet power, nor am I greedy for anything from them, and I hate those bastards even more than you do. Every day I wish I could kill them all, but I can't. To save more of my friends, I could only become their dog. Ming La, who had just been defending him, could no longer stand this betrayal, and kicked Zheng Cheng straight in the face. Zheng Cheng, what the hell are you talking about? You sold us out for our own good? Is this how you treat Zheng Wei and the old captain? Seeing the captain's attitude change, Zheng Cheng could only laugh mockingly. Captain, if I didn't do this, do you think you would have survived? Last time, the strongest old captain and Zhang Wei both died. Why did no one pursue us after that? It's because I begged them like a dog. We can't win anyway, so it's better to reduce the number of deaths. He roared in indignation, his hands clutching his shirt. Zheng Cheng, have I ever been afraid of death, but I am afraid of watching my brothers die one by one. Suddenly, Zheng Cheng ripped his shirt open, revealing a body covered in scars. He yelled in despair. You think I don't want to save everyone? I can't save them. We're like pigs in a pen. Only by sacrificing a few of us can the rest survive. Yi Ning heard this and said confidently, but this time is different. This time I can lead you all to victory. Zheng Cheng didn't argue. I acknowledge your talent. Well, Yi Ning, I really didn't expect this. If only I had known you sooner. Yi Ning, I'm actually very happy. As he finished speaking, a flame erupted, engulfing Zheng Cheng's entire body. He set himself on fire, entrusting everything to Ye Ning with peace of mind. Now that you've appeared, I can finally die without any regrets in this wretched life. Brothers, I really miss old Captain Zhang Wei and the others, so I'm going to find them first to atone for my sins. Live well for me. Protect Ye Ning. And protect the future. Ming Luo couldn't help but feel outraged as he self-immolated to escape his guilt. Uncle Zheng, Zheng Cheng, you damn bastard, you spineless scholar, you deserter. Witnessing this scene, Ye Ning couldn't help but fall into deep thought. From time immemorial, the strong have devoured the weak, a cycle that has never stopped. Any kind of weakness will inevitably be eliminated. Whether it's foreign nations, other races, or strange beasts, if I can't save the world in this reincarnation, it will be more than just a tragedy. He silently reminded himself that after everything he's been through, the only way to prevent tragedy from striking again is to become stronger, strong enough to overturn the heavens and the earth, strong enough to reverse the universe itself. Zheng Cheng was finally burned to ashes, mingling with the sand and soil. Yi Ning turned and said to everyone, "Let's go, there are still many other missions waiting for us." Returning to the Thunder Forest Manor, the governor's office of Uba Province, the whole team moved forward while observing their surroundings. One person, finding it strange, spoke up. Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? There's no one around. Just as he finished speaking, a group of robots appeared out of nowhere and surrounded them. Without giving them a chance to speak, the robots opened fire, but they quickly erected a defensive barrier. Ming Luo ordered the team members to focus on defending and protecting Ye Ning. Ye Ning couldn't just stand by either, gathering his power and preparing to find the mastermind. Isn't this the force that the governor's office can mobilize? Someone from up top must have arrived. What perfect timing. I was just looking to have a word with your governor. In the blink of an eye, Ye Ning's preemptive strike descended, crushing all obstacles in its path with wind blades and Arctic freeze. With a single swing of his sword, Frost instantly spread, turning all the soldiers before him into cold, lifeless statues. The people who were just worried about protecting Ye Ning could now let go of their burden and breathe a sigh of relief. Captain, it seems Ye Ning doesn't need our protection. You're right. However, they also realized they couldn't just stand by and let him fight alone. Ming Luo immediately ordered them to charge forward and fight together, and everyone unleashed their defense-breaking slashes. Seeing this, Ye Ning quickly reminded them, "Everyone, calm down. Don't cause too many casualties. Leave some room for the upcoming negotiations." Dong Qing replied, "We understand." Hearing that, he confidently moved forward. Every enemy in his path was turned into a soulless block of ice. In an instant, Ye Ning spotted the governor and dashed right in front of him, placing his sword at his neck and speaking in a threatening tone. "Governor Brad, I didn't expect you to pull a stunt like this." Terrified, Brad quickly denied all responsibility. "It has nothing to do with me. This has absolutely nothing to do with me." He immediately dropped to his knees, clasping his hands to explain. "You all caused such a huge commotion that my superiors noticed something was wrong and sent people here. I really didn't ask them to come. I even advised them against it, but they wouldn't listen, and they even used me as bait." Yi Ning frowned slightly, his voice still laced with suspicion as he replied, "Is that so?" Seeing that he still didn't believe him, Brad bowed his head to the ground, begging for forgiveness. "My lord, everything I've said is the truth. Please spare me. I'll cooperate with anything." Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Anna was standing there, pleading with Ye Ning. "Don't do it. Please don't kill my father. I'm begging you. I've brought Lin Rui, the one you were looking for." Lin Rui, behind her, kept trying to stop her. "Anna, it's dangerous. Get back." He stepped forward to stand in front of Anna and said with a tremble, "What do you want?" Yi Ning just smiled and said, Lin Rui. With the way you're acting, do I really look like the bad guy here? Seeing him get closer, Lin Rui tightened his grip on the axe in his hand. Not much for words. Seeing how wary he was, Ning quickly explained, "It seems that way from your perspective. It might look like that, but it's not actually the case. If you don't believe me, take a look. I haven't actually killed anyone. I just want to save this world. That's why I had to stage all of this." But Lin Rui still refused to believe him. "Like hell I'd believe a word you say." He continued trying to persuade him, making another offer. "So, young man, as the future leader of humanity, are you willing to join me in saving the world from the apocalypse?" Without letting Lin Rui answer, Ning reached out and crushed his axe as a threat. But as he thought about his words, Lin Rui responded with a hint of excitement. "The future leader of humanity, saving the world from the apocalypse? Are you really talking about me? Are you really a time traveler from the future?" Seeing this, Anna quickly smacked him on the head, yelling loudly, "Lin Rui, you actually believe this nonsense?" Lin Rui was truly convinced by Ning's words. Even after being hit, he still turned to Anna and said, "Anna, I think what he's saying might be true. Otherwise, how can you explain his abilities?" Lin Rui quickly pulled her to a corner to persuade her. "Besides, with his combat power, he could have killed us with a single strike. Why would he need to trick me? Plus, I've always felt that I was destined for great things in the future." Ning looked incredibly proud to have convinced him. "Exactly. You're very smart. No wonder you're the future savior." In his mind, he silently assessed Lin Rui. Brave, kind, a bit naive, and a high school student. He's truly a standard, hot-blooded protagonist. Someone like this is the most suitable to be a representative. But Lin Rui suddenly became worried about his current situation. "But right now I don't have any powers, so what can I do to save the world from the apocalypse?" Hearing this, Ning quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, powers will come to you sooner or later, just like me. For now, you just need to follow me and do as I say." Reassured, Lin Rui regained his confidence and replied, "Roger." Suddenly, Ming Luo and the others rushed over, and he reported the situation outside to Ning. Ning, there's a large number of fighter jets heading this way, and they're even targeting us with nuclear bombs. It must be from the federal headquarters. No matter how strong we are, we can't fight an entire civilization." Ning then grabbed Brad and went to deal with the problem. "Everyone stay here and wait for my return. Governor, I need you to cooperate with me right now." This time, Brad obediently agreed immediately. "I agree, I'll cooperate, just don't kill me." Outside, countless fighter jets surrounded the castle, aiming directly at Ning below. An order was issued. "Warning, you are surrounded. Do not resist. Release the governor immediately." Without a hint of fear, Ning held a knife to Brad's throat and loudly demanded to negotiate. "I am Ning. I want to speak directly with the federal president. If you don't want to destroy the world, then do as I say." In the Central Federal Conference Room, the federal president sat inside observing everything, and upon hearing Ning's words, he replied with contempt, "Destroy the world? Does he think this is a movie? Pass down the order. If they don't surrender within 10 seconds, commence bombardment at will, and if necessary, drop the nuclear bombs." A subordinate behind him spoke up, reminding him of his decision. "But, Mr. President, Governor Brad is still in their hands." He frowned and replied, "I don't care. That useless thing, he's already exposed everything. He deserves to die. Anyway, the people of Obama province have already been evacuated. For the safety of the entire Federation, sacrificing one governor is no big deal." As he finished speaking, a fleet of fighter jets lit up on command. Locking onto the target below, a series of announcements were broadcast. "Warning to the intruders. You have 10 seconds to surrender, or we will commence a full-scale bombardment. Warning, aircraft have locked on target. Warning, preparing to drop nuclear bombs. Governor Brad, for your great sacrifice for the Federation will never forget you." Brad couldn't believe what he had just heard. He said in terror, "What? Have I been abandoned by the Federation?" The others also didn't expect things to go this far. Min La spoke up. "This is getting complicated. I originally thought that if we just killed all our opponents, the mission would go smoothly." Lam Du Bin complained, "I'm not going to die, am I?" This isn't like what he said about the main character's development at all. Seeing that he was no longer useful, Ning bluntly dismissed him. "Governor, it seems you're of no use anymore. Just go back and wait. It's just a nuclear bomb, right? I'll take care of this." After speaking, he opened the system, his mind constantly calculating. Although his combat suit was immune to all thermal weapon attacks, his hands moved continuously on the keyboard, because Ning wasn't just worried about himself, but also the others. So he had to think carefully, as he still had to consider the lives of Min La and Lam Du. If ordinary threats didn't work, then he would have to create a real threat by actually destroying this world. Just as Ning finished his operation, the fighter jets were also preparing to launch their attack. The fighter jets had locked onto their targets, and the nuclear bombs were ready. However, inside the cockpits, red alerts continuously flashed. A subordinate immediately reported, "Mr. President, this is bad. Our nuclear bomb system has been hacked, and the nuclear strike has been aborted." Ben replied in surprise, "What? That's impossible. Suddenly, countless notifications appeared on the system. The original targets had all been changed to other provinces. Warning, warning, Bohemia province is the target of a nuclear bomb. Warning, warning. Andong province is the target of a nuclear bomb. Warning, warning. Jadi Tian province. Warning. The number of targets was so large he couldn't believe it. Over 700 provinces? No, this is impossible. Even I only have control over half of them. The subordinate quickly provided another update. Mr. President, it's true. We've been locked on as a target here as well. And what's more, there's no way to regain control. That person said they want to destroy the world, and it's the truth. They really aren't human. Ben was finally forced to agree to negotiate. He ordered his subordinate, stop it. Make them stop. I agreed to negotiate with him. Immediately send a special aircraft to bring them to me. The subordinate acknowledged the order. The fighter jets gradually withdrew, and Ning led the group forward. Everyone couldn't help but be terrified by his power. What in the world is going on? How could Ning actually do something like this? Is this the kind of power I'll have in the future? This is insane. Captain, were all our previous combat ideas wrong? This level of efficiency is just freakishly high. Ning pulled Minla closer and whispered something. Minla, after we meet the president, I need you to cooperate with me. When the time comes, do this. He replied doubtfully. Huh? Will they believe it? The Federal Grand Council chamber. Before stepping inside, he turned back to instruct everyone. Minla and I will go inside. The rest of you will wait outside and protect Lamdu. They replied in unison. Understood. Ben and his soldiers were already present. Seeing Ning enter, he said angrily, You must be Ning? I am President Ben. Tell me who you people are and what your purpose is. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point immediately. We are time travelers from the future. In 1 year, the entire world will suffer a catastrophe known as the apocalypse. Ning recounted to him the inevitable events that would occur within the next year, consequences that no one can prevent. At that time, there will be many zombies and mutants. Countless people will die at the hands of zombies, and the Federation will collapse. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, humanity launched a nuclear war to fight against the zombie wave. Even though civilization had collapsed, they still couldn't stop the disaster. But fortunately, in the 6th year, we developed a time machine, traveled back in time, and changed everything that came before. To add more credibility, he spoke while taking out evidence to show him. This is a video recording of us fighting monsters in the future. The authenticity of the content can be analyzed, so we are saviors, not invaders. Ben was gradually being convinced, but he was still half believing and half doubting, saying, You mean man-eating monsters will appear in the future? This is truly terrifying. Although the video evidence you provided is quite convincing, but how can I believe you're really here to help us and not sent by the monsters? Seeing he wasn't fully convinced, he then changed to a provocative tone. You can choose not to believe me, but I can truly destroy you all. Before the apocalypse even arrives, I am the apocalypse. Hearing Ning's words, the guards vigilantly aimed their guns at him. Stop, or we'll shoot. But with just a light tap on the table from Ning, the guns floated into the air. Our guns! He finally lost his patience and yelled, I'm warning you, I don't have time to waste here. If you don't cooperate, your future will be destroyed. It's better to be destroyed by my hand than to die at the hands of monsters. At least I can make it quick for everyone. Minla appeared from nowhere, stepping in front of the president to persuade Ning. Ning, I think the president is just having a hard time accepting this right now. I know you don't want to witness the extinction of humanity once again. I also know this is our last chance, but I still want to ask you to give them a little more time. Suddenly turning back, he grabbed the president's collar, hissing out each word coldly. You all need to stop hesitating, or we won't get another chance to come back. Last time, we risked our lives to break through to the command center, but the rescue force failed. This time, a group of monsters also traveled back with us. Those are the same monsters we killed on the road in the suburbs. The more Minala spoke, the tighter he gripped the man's collar, his voice growing louder. Lord Ning was also very disappointed with the higher-ups' actions last time. He had a teammate who died because you all surrounded them. Ning watched Minla's performance and couldn't help but regret his decision. Minla's acting skills are truly speechless. I can't bear to watch this anymore. If I had known, I should have chosen someone with better acting skills. He continued trying to persuade the president, and as he spoke, Minla took out an injector pen. If you don't cooperate this time, there won't be a next time. Of course, this time we've also brought back a genetic medicine that can enhance physical abilities. Take this, and you will gradually become as strong as us. The president took the injector pen, marveling at its effects, and immediately agreed to Ning's deal. Extend my lifespan and become as strong as you? I believe you. This time I will cooperate fully. Seeing this, Minla turned back and smiled at him. Negotiations successful. Ning finally let out a small sigh of relief, thinking to himself, it's a good thing I brought the enhancement medicine with me. As expected, besides threats, you also need to offer benefits. After the successful negotiation, the president bowed respectfully and said, Respected saviors, how do you need us to cooperate? Hearing this, Ning stated his conditions. First, I need the Federation to increase the mining of spirit energy ore as much as possible. Second, find Dr. CR to help me investigate the origin of the apocalyptic outbreak. He was surprised by these simple conditions and immediately complied. Is that all? I'll get on it right away. Everything was going smoothly. Ning was delighted, thinking to himself, this mission is going great. With the Federation's endorsement, the mining operation is no different from having my own personal mine. The system finally displayed the Heavenly Mandate Kingdom notification. The initial third-tier mission is complete. Next mission phase, search for the origin of this world's apocalypse. Do you wish to continue? Ning didn't hesitate and agreed. Continue, he thought to himself. The initial mission from the Apocalypse system is complete, but the mission from the Sword God system hasn't progressed much. It seems that if I want to change the world's timeline and future to the greatest extent, seizing power and controlling the main character is just a small step. The important thing is to find the origin of the apocalypse and stop it from the very beginning. That way, not only can I get the blueprint for the Sky Carrier, but I can also turn this place into a real-life farm. Ning's group was standing opposite a group of men in black. He gave an order, Min La, Hoang Van, and Lam Du, follow me to meet Professor Crocker. Lam Ban, you take the others and follow the army to the mines to supervise the ore extraction. Lam Ban immediately replied, got it, Ning, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Lin Bin happily turned to talk to the people beside him. In the past, we could only control a few merchant guilds, so we could only mine a few types of minerals ourselves, and the quantity wasn't very large. But this time, we just have to stand by and watch to collect billions, even tens of billions of tons of spirit energy ore. The person next to him also replied cheerfully, that's right. Thanks to Lord Ning's wise and decisive leadership, the days of us being extorted by other war zones are over. I wonder if the army will be so excited they'll faint on the spot when we get back. At the Federal Genetics Research Institute, Ning's group stopped their car and looked up at the tall building in front of them. Ning's group went straight inside and met with Crocker. Crocker introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Ning. I am the head of the Federal Gene Research Institute, Crocker, Ning said to him seriously. Professor Crocker, I need you to answer a few questions. Then he began to pose his questions. First, what are you currently researching? Second, have any unusual phenomena or problems occurred in your research projects? Third, are you conducting any other private research? Hearing his questions, Crocker broke out in a cold sweat and replied fearfully, all of my research complies with federal law. There are two main areas of research. One is gene enhancement used to improve the physical condition of mecha warriors. The second is related to the Federation's highest level secrets. He held up a card in front of the man, warning him, I now have the highest authority in the Federation, so I have the right to know. You no longer need to pay attention to security regulations. Seeing the card in his hand, Crocker became so frightened he could barely stand, and he hurriedly said, it's a presidential-level order. All right, the second project is the Human Origin Project. We are simulating the process of human evolution. Hearing this, he asked, Human origin? What kind of origin? What was the original plan? How long has this been researched? The man hurriedly replied, almost 7 years, specifically since we began genetic intervention at the human embryonic stage. Then he pointed to the glass tubes filled with strange creatures and introduced them. This one is a combination of spider genes, and this one is a combination of snake genes. These are considered relatively successful experiments. Ning's group walked down a path lined with those bizarre glass tubes, and except for Ning, who had a serious expression, the others looked around nervously with fearful eyes. Lin Rui said hesitantly, I can't believe the Federation would allow this. Ming Luo added, to actually allow humans to be used for this kind of experiment, Huang Yun exclaimed, this is just too cruel. Hearing them talk, Crocker interrupted, but these things also help humans become stronger. Besides, these are just experiments on embryos, not on actual humans. Ning suddenly asked him a question, Crocker, these are all successful test subjects, right? So where are the failed ones? The man replied, the failed test subjects and modulators are still inside, in the most core area. He opened a door in front of everyone. As the door opened, Huang Yun cried out in fear. In front of them were glass tubes with extremely bizarre creatures inside. Ming Luo covered her mouth and exclaimed, how can they look even more disgusting than mutants? Ning looked at the things before him and calmly asked, what are these? Crocker replied in a loud voice, this is a test subject codenamed Cocoon. We were inspired by the transformation of a caterpillar into a butterfly. He continued in an arrogant tone, I'm thinking about researching whether it's possible to create a test subject with 2 sets of organs. Have you ever observed a caterpillar? Before turning into a butterfly, they wrap themselves in a cocoon and revert back into cellular fluid. This cellular fluid will skillfully and spontaneously form the various organs and tissues of the butterfly. It's clearly just a pool of liquid, but somehow it knows which part of the liquid will become the head and which part will become the body. He continued with a demonic expression on his face. Not only that, but if you cut the cocoon in half, it will hatch into 2 halves of a butterfly. The upper part is the head, and the lower part is the body. If you cut it vertically, you'll get half a head on one side. It's incredible how its cellular fluid seems to know what it is. What's even more interesting is that if you stick a straw into the cocoon, it will hatch into a butterfly with a straw in the middle of its body. He continued to talk about how that bizarre creature was formed. If you mix the cellular fluid from two cocoons together, you can eventually create a butterfly with its head inside its abdomen. They hatch just the same, completely unafraid of any disorder from the mixing. Suddenly, Lin Rui rushed forward, grabbing the man's neck and head, and said angrily, "You've clearly conducted such a cruel and inhumane experiment, and you're still proud of it?" Ming Luo and Huang Yun also rushed forward immediately. Ming Luo swung his fist and said angrily, "Isn't this the cause of the mutants? I never thought they were created by humans themselves." Huang Yun also spoke up. "The root cause has been found. We just need to kill this guy and blow this place up for good." Crocker stubbornly continued to justify his own crimes. The brain cells of these test subjects aren't fully developed, so they won't feel any pain. Yi Ning stepped in front of the man, stopping the other two. "Everyone, calm down. I don't think this mission is that simple," Ming Luo said angrily. "You think it's simple, don't you? That's because you guys have it easy controlling the Federation. But this isn't easy for us at all," Yi Ning calmly replied. "Perhaps, but my intuition tells me that even though this looks disgusting, it's not the root cause." Then Ye Ning turned his head to look, forcing Lin Rui to reluctantly let go. Crocker breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thanked him. Lord Ye Ning is wise. No virus could possibly break out from the rotten flesh here. Yi Ning didn't reply to him, he thought to himself. The demon eye isn't giving any hints here, so this probably isn't it. Then he asked the man again, "Crocker, is there anything else besides this?" Crocker immediately replied, "There's nothing else." Hearing this, Yi Ning just said, "Oh," and then immediately gave an order. "That's not right, mental probe." Yi Ning's mental power radiated out, and he said coldly, "You're lying. There are still structures underground." He channeled his power, and immediately the ground beneath his feet shattered, kicking up a cloud of dust. The group lost their balance and fell down together, letting out terrified screams. Except for Ye Ning, who stood firm, the other four landed in very strange positions. Crocker hurriedly said, "This is an abandoned laboratory. It was used before, but then it was buried and abandoned." Ye Ning didn't listen and said with a cold laugh, "You still dare to lie to my face." In front of him were conveyor belts with human corpses scattered all over them. Yi Ning coldly questioned Crocker. "The time of death for the bodies here doesn't exceed 48 hours. How do you explain this?" The man didn't answer and hurriedly said, "Why are you pressuring me? Don't you already know? Everything here has the tacit approval of the High Command." He then quickly gave a reason, that some important figures are in poor health and need organ replacements. Lin Rui approached the bodies and said in a horrified voice, "You secretly kill people and take their organs. This was never about your embryo experiments. These are all living children, just like us. How could you be so heartless as to do this? And to think I once wanted to join the Federation. You people are nothing but a bunch of hypocritical scumbags." Old man Crocker quickly denied responsibility. "It's really not my business. I'm just following orders." Then he gave another reason. "Besides, these aren't human. They're all just pigs raised on an assembly line. Just like livestock, humans don't just eat them, they also skin them for their fur." Ye Ning shouted angrily, "Shut up!" Then grabbed Crocker by the collar, looked him in the eye, and asked, "Where is the production line? Take me there." 10 minutes later, Crocker led Ye Ning to another area with a closed door. In front of them, a group of armed soldiers stood guard. The lead soldier raised his hand to stop Ye Ning and spoke, "Lord Ye Ning, you don't need to see this place. I know you're looking for something unusual, but this is definitely not what you're looking for. I can assure you of that." Ye Ning ignored him, immediately swung his sword, and shouted, "Get out of the way." The guards were sent flying backward by his single move, groaning in pain. Then he walked ahead to the door and asked again, "Is this the place?" Crocker replied subserviently, "Yes, it is." Yi Ning used his bare hands to force the door open. Inside was a system with a glass cage 100 times larger than the ones outside. Inside the glass tank were countless corpses. The bodies were continuously being thrown into a strange green liquid. There were also bodies resembling fetuses with umbilical cords, as if they were still in a mother's womb. Seeing the scene before him, Ming Luo shouted in shock. "Do they even know what they're doing?" Lin Rui said in disbelief. "The people of this world are insane." Huang Yun was also too scared to speak. The system's notification immediately rang out. "The source of the virus infection has been found. The source of the virus infection has been found. A large number of virus infections have been detected." With an expressionless face, Ye Ning thought to himself, "The fetuses here seem to have no thoughts." But in reality, they were constantly eating each other. In a sense, this is another version of zombies. Yi Ning was furious. A glint of hatred flashed in his eyes as he questioned Crocker. "How long have you people been doing this? How many materials have been produced, and where else is this being done?" Seeing him approach with a fierce expression, the man hurriedly replied, "This production line has been operating for a few years and has produced millions of products. There's no other place, only this one. Mr. Yi Ning, although this production line may seem unethical, it is very useful." The man backed away in fear, trying to persuade Ye Ning. "Did you know?" Just one material is enough to save 4 or 5 citizens on the list. Many of our professors, experts, soldiers, doctors, and even congressmen have been reborn thanks to this technology. Ning ignored his words, grabbed him by the collar with one hand, lifted him up, and angrily ordered, "Within 3 minutes, I want a list of everyone who has received an organ replacement. If you can't do it, I'll kill you and ask someone else." Then he threw the man to the ground. Terrified, Crocker trembled on the ground and replied, "This. Yes." Ning thought to himself, if millions of materials were converted into beneficiaries, then there would probably be hundreds of millions of them. These people are in every field, even high-ranking officials of the Federation, and every single one of them is an original carrier of the pathogen. He coldly watched Crocker scramble away and continued to think, if I just take the list and kill people on it, would the higher-ups even listen and then be willing to die? How is that possible? If I want to solve this crisis, we might have to destroy this world, but if I do that, then I can no longer treat this place as a farm for the real world. Ming Luo frowned slightly, his voice lowered as he spoke decisively. Ning, do you suspect that this place is the root cause? Ning paused for a beat, then nodded slightly, his eyes still on Ming Luo, his voice trailing off. It's not that I suspect it, I'm certain of it. Worry was evident on his face as he hurriedly asked for a solution. Then what do we do next? Do we just destroy this place directly? Ning shook his head slightly, devoid of any emotion. It's too late. Too many people have already received organ replacements, and destroying this place now would only stir the hornet's nest. Lin Rui quickly interjected, his fists clenched with determination, his eyes resolute. Then we'll persuade or threaten the Federation to hand everyone over so we can deal with them all at once. Persuade? He replied with his eyes shut tight. That's equivalent to convincing them to turn themselves in to die. So that's impossible. As for threatening them, if everyone is going to die anyway, who would care about the threat of nuclear bombs? Unwilling to give up, Lin Rui continued to argue, gesturing frantically with impatience. Are we just supposed to sit here and wait to die? You're so strong, you can definitely kill them all. Hearing this, Ning quickly explained, my time is limited. I can't eliminate all of them in a short period. Even if just one slips through the net, the disaster will still happen. Besides, if I act alone, the military will surely turn against me. At that point, the social unrest will be no different from the apocalypse itself. Lin Rui stepped closer, gently placed a hand on his shoulder, and offered the most reasonable solution. What about working from the shadows? Even if we can't stop it, we can at least delay it. Ning pondered for a long time. That's what I was thinking. Trapped in a mess of chaotic thoughts, Ning tried to find a way out to make a final decision. If it's possible to delay the apocalypse, then this would also be a major change in the process. What else is there? As long as I can change the course of events, there's still hope of seizing power and obtaining the blueprint for the flying aircraft carrier. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, he tilted his head slightly. Lin Rui, are you willing to be a savior in the shadows? The man was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Me? A savior in the shadows? That sounds pretty cool. Ning looked him straight in the eye, his voice firm. That's right. On the surface, I will continue to cooperate with the government to maintain order, while you, as the Dark Knight, will save this world. Lin Rui stammered, feeling his own powerlessness. But I don't have superpowers like you guys. Ning said, don't worry, I can awaken your potential first. He reached into the system panel and skillfully pulled out a set of gleaming iron armor, the metal shimmering under the light, along with a pair of exquisitely designed and sturdy metal boots. Ning reached into the tray, quickly grabbing a syringe filled with a mysterious green liquid, and without a word, he immediately injected it into Lin Rui's neck, catching him completely off guard, causing him to cry out in fear. What is this? Lin Rui's entire body suddenly felt scorching hot, as purple streams of energy like blazing flames swirled around him, his breathing becoming ragged. Ning stood beside him, his expression calm as if he had anticipated everything. Calm down. This is an enhancement drug that can increase your strength. Now, put on this gear. As he finished speaking, Ning presented the combat suit to Lin Rui. The moment Lin Rui donned the armor, a powerful aura immediately spread through his body, making him exclaim in astonishment, this kind of power, this gear, it feels even stronger than a mecha suit. Ning sensed something was off as an automatic warning suddenly sounded, and a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. The automatic warning was cancelled? Is it because he's the protagonist of this instance, or is it the Sword God system? As Lin Rui was awkwardly taking off his sweat-soaked clothes, a deep voice suddenly spoke up. Don't take it off. Your body had a bit of an unusual reaction just now. But it's fine now. Suddenly, Crocker rushed in breathlessly, clutching a tablet, his urgent voice making Ning glance over. Mr. Ning, I have. The list you requested? It's all here. Ning took the tablet from Crocker, his eyes quickly scanning the information, his brows furrowing slightly. Relay my orders, lock down the entire research base. All researchers, personnel, and vehicles entering or exiting must be controlled. Without my command, not even a fly gets in or out. Ning turned to leave, glancing back at Crocker with a reassuring look. Don't worry, This is just for monitoring and also to ensure your safety. Yining's group quickly boarded the aircraft. From above, he issued a decisive command. Lin Rui, you drive to the federal government building. Lin Rui immediately replied, Roger. Ming Lang, sitting beside him, glanced over. Ye Ning, are you planning to find the president and trick him into giving you the list so Lin Rui can kill as many people as possible? But relying solely on Lin Rui as the assassin, even though he's stronger now. But he calmly explained the tactical problems. This time, Lin Rui is just supporting the act. The main slaughter will be done by us. Ming La was momentarily stunned after hearing this. Us? Didn't you say before that we can't expose ourselves or clash with the military? Yining smiled and replied, that approach definitely won't work now, but imagine if I disguise myself as a monster. Behind them, Huang Yun frowned upon hearing this, a worried look in her eyes. Then she suddenly understood the plan. I get it. Killing two birds with one stone. A brilliant plan. Ye Ning raised a hand to his forehead and issued the command. Li Fugui, help me buy 4 disguise props and 1 illusion prop. On the other end, he immediately replied, yes, master. The federal government building. Bin stood timidly in a corner of the room, his shoulders hunched as if trying to shrink into the shadows. His voice was full of caution. Mr. Yi Ning, perhaps you've misunderstood the situation at the research base. He spoke slowly. It is indeed a misunderstanding. The experiments were brutal, but they have nothing to do with the virus. Hearing this, Bin seemed to let out a huge sigh of relief, bowing his head hastily, his voice stammering with relief. That's good, that's good. He smirked slightly, thinking to himself. Bin also had a kidney transplant at this base 2 years ago, so I can't arouse his suspicion or make him wary. Ye Ning opened the briefcase in his hands. Inside were neatly and carefully arranged vials of emerald green liquid. However, Mr. President, I've observed that the physical condition of the transformed individuals might attract future monster attacks, so to prevent a tragedy from occurring, I hope you can convene a global meeting and try to gather the important people on the list. I've brought many types of medicine from the future. They can not only solve this problem, but also enhance strength and extend lifespan. The president didn't answer right away. He was stunned, his eyes seemingly drawn to the briefcase. Really? Then I'll go make the arrangements immediately. Federal Convention Plaza. In the middle of the hall, the silhouettes of 2 strangers could be seen standing there. The Special Forces soldiers, clad in black armor and wearing expressionless white masks, were lined up neatly like living stone statues. Each one was a proficient fighting machine, silent and unmoving, only quietly exuding a cold and deadly aura. Suddenly, one of them stepped forward, his deep voice ringing out like a command. Soldiers, pay close attention to security. 1/2 of the Federation's high-level leadership is already here. There will be political and business elites, including some public figures who will also be attending. There must be absolutely no problems during this assembly. The president stood beside Ye Ning, his eyes holding a solemn expression. He gestured with his hand, his voice ringing out clearly. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the envoy from the future. Mr. Ye Ning gave his speech, standing firmly on the high podium with a serious expression. Ye Ning presented a detailed analysis of the potential risks, his voice clear and echoing throughout the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have all read the information provided by the military. An apocalyptic threat is about to erupt. To protect everyone's special physical condition and escape future monster attacks, I've decided to distribute the medicine. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of power erupted. Under the dazzling light from within it, savage monsters began to materialize. Ye Ning glanced over, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. This is bad. They've traveled through space-time to get here. We were 1 step too slow. The president beside him stepped back in panic. What do we do now? He reassured him in a low voice, his gaze firm. It's just a pity that my comrades are all in the mines. But rest assured, Mr. President, I won't let them harm any of you. Huang Yun quickly rushed in to assist, one hand suppressing the forbidden curse from the monster's throat as a stream of deadly purple poison gas erupted, quickly twisting into the shape of a grotesque skull, hovering in midair and growling menacingly as if it wanted to devour everything. The fierce, poisonous gas washed over them, causing the squad members in the hall to simultaneously spit up black blood before collapsing motionless on the cold floor. In the blink of an eye, Ming Luo, like a blazing golden flame, shot forward to close the distance, unleashing a fatal blow, the 8-form leg blade, its power flashing by like fierce slashes. Dark demonic energy spread rapidly, sowing disaster for those nearby. Yi Ning erupted in a fierce green energy, tearing through the air as he rushed forward. Elemental Wind Blade! The powerful stream of magic he unleashed quickly swept everything away. The Special Forces team screamed in despair, concentrating their firepower on the 3 monsters that were destroying everything. One of them yelled, "Fire! Fire!" The giant monster continued to emit a strange purple glow, opening its pitch-black mouth wide like an abyss, creating a terrifying suction force that pulled the Special Forces agents straight into its throat like moths to a flame. The terrifying suction from its mouth continuously unleashed intensely frightening blasts of energy. Lin Rui, in the guise of Ye Ning, stood on high, the corners of his lips curling up slightly as he witnessed the destruction below, his heart burning with excitement. When will I be able to master this level of destructive power? Flashing back to the past, before this perfect plan was set in motion, Ye Ning gently placed a hand on Lin Rui's shoulder, not just to reassure him, but also as a gesture of deep trust. His voice was low and clear. Lin Rui, because the first assassination mission tomorrow night is quite difficult, we will temporarily disguise ourselves as monsters to handle it. As for you, just pretend to be me and play along. When our time is up, everything here will be handed over to you. For convenience, you can sometimes play my role, and other times, play the role of a monster. Over time, we'll be able to eliminate the infected. After hearing this, Lin Rui nodded in agreement. He said firmly, "All right, I understand." The president, his face pale with fear, cautiously approached, his voice trembling. "Mr. Ye Ning, why haven't you made your move yet? We're all counting on you." Lin Rui slowly drew his sword, his eyes sharp and cold, his voice deep and resolute. "Don't worry, Mr. President. I will definitely protect you." The blade flashed like lightning, aimed towards the monsters being controlled by my teammates. Lin Rui roared, "Die, you monsters!" The two monsters, controlled by Ming Luo and Huang Yun, feigned fear and gradually retreated, disappearing into the blazing pit of fire. Now, only a single black serpent monster remained, which was actually Ye Ning in his evolving form, controlling everything. Lin Rui relentlessly kicked away large boulders, creating thunderous echoes as he charged forward. He faked a threatening tone to deceive them. "You're the only one left, Ye Ning." In his beastly form, holding a sword that radiated a bizarre power, he declared loudly, "The ultimate move can be unleashed without any cost. All that's left is one human realm Yama and one more God's wrath. This slaughter is about to end, and the final act will be to let you all kill each other. Human realm, Yama." A gloomy purple smoke suddenly appeared, billowing like a fierce gale and emitting a cold, menacing aura. Thick black smoke billowed up, swirling into the shape of a grotesque skull, screaming terrifyingly like an echo from the depths of hell. "Kill!" The masked special agents turned pale, dropping their weapons and scattering in panic. Some stood frozen to the spot, their faces drained of all blood, stammering, What is this?" Under Ye Ning's control, the final serpent monster dove into the void, making a swift escape. Lin Rui charged forward, pretending to be furious and shouting, "Damn you! I will kill you!" At the Federal Mobile Research Facility, Ye Ning, in his serpent monster form, slowly emerged from a spatial rift. He glanced around, thinking to himself that while he couldn't destroy the research base, a monster could. Ye Ning, in his serpent monster form, opened his mouth, bearing a set of terrifyingly sharp fangs. He spewed fire from his mouth, incinerating the entire base. After this lesson, I believe the people here won't dare to easily restart the organ replacement project. After all, organ replacement here makes the body more vulnerable to monster attacks in the future. The serpent monster coiled in midair, its body shimmering with unusual purple lights before it gradually vanished, transforming into a hazy mist. The mist swirled as if alive, condensing back into Ye Ning's form. He landed gently, his feet touching the ground and causing the fine dust to silently scatter, speaking in a calm voice. This attack was to temporarily spare the president's life, making it easier to control the situation later. It won't be too late to kill Lin Rui after he has eliminated all the contaminated people. By then, Lin Rui can become the new ruler of this world and will work for me. The system suddenly activated, displaying lines of information. The current instance dungeon's progress has been altered. The original protagonist of the instance dungeon was Lin Rui. Alteration value, 49.1%. The protagonist of the original Grewer Death Dungeon has been altered by 87.2%. The number of infected people has decreased by 10.17%. Alteration value, 23.3%. The total storyline alteration is 53.2%, and you currently hold the highest authority over the instance dungeon. Suddenly, the system blared a series of rapid warnings. Warning, system process anomaly detected. Warning, unknown error detected. Warning, instance dungeon authority has been revoked. Initiating cleanup sequence immediately. Ye Ning froze, a flicker of panic crossing his face. He frowned slightly, his eyes darting over the blazing red warning messages, which flashed incessantly like spears striking the very spot where he stood. In an instant, space was torn asunder by a violent surge of power. Intense pain washed over him, searing from his flesh to the marrow of his bones. Ye Ning screamed, his cry echoing through the air. Initiating cleanup sequence immediately. A burst of green energy exploded, engulfing Ye Ning, as thick black smoke billowed from his chest. Ye Ning was thrown onto his back in midair, his body lifted by an invisible force, with black smoke continuing to pour ceaselessly from his chest. He stammered in panic. "This is..." Space shattered, a light flashed and then died out, like a dream breaking in an instant, leaving Ye Ning stunned. The pulling force suddenly disappeared, and he fell into a freefall, crashing hard onto the cold ground. A sharp pain shot up his spine as he hit the damp earth. Finally, in the center of the smoke, strange characters began to materialize, holding an unfathomable mystery. The line of characters streaked across an orb, stretching endlessly into the silent space. A familiar, cold, and emotionless voice spoke. Error, no anomaly. System check complete, canceling alert. Dungeon settlement begins. Witnessing the strange scene before him, Ye Ning couldn't help but ask, is that black and gold light the Sword God system? Could this be related to the Apocalypse system's wipe program? He suddenly paused, unconsciously recalling the system's previous warning. Asterisk, ding times. Warning. This has violated system regulations. Please retrieve all system equipment given to unawakened NPCs within 10 seconds. Otherwise, you will be forced to become a dungeon NPC. Ye Ning frowned slightly, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. It seems now that the previous incident was also due to the Sword God system's intervention. I used to think the Sword God system was just a sneaky and somewhat powerful gimmick, but I never expected it to be this strong. He ran his hands over his body, confirming there were no injuries, and muttered to himself, no injuries at all. And that golden light that appeared out of thin air, it even handled the Apocalypse system. That's amazing. You have to understand. The Apocalypse system controls the life and death of all survivors. It's like a god. Ye Ning gently tapped his chest a few times. Hello, big bro. Hey, you're really awesome. Can you just end the apocalypse directly? Hey, Sword God system, Sword bro, Swordy, little Swordy. He waited for a moment, but got no response and could only sigh, letting his hands drop. It's completely ignoring me. Looks like I still have to rely on myself. The system activated with the completed settlement information. Current dungeon completion progress, 100%. Completion, 19.7%. Current rating, SSS rank. Spirit energy, or reward. Attribute, point reward. +1 attribute. Reputation point reward. Equipment reward. Blue blood lion claws. Blue sapphire helmet. Blue elemental fist. Blue angel strategy. Skill reward. B rank enhanced learning, dungeon exclusive. A rank mechanical synchronization rate, dungeon exclusive. The dense lines of text scrolled on endlessly. Received SSS rank exclusive authority reward. Story skip 1. Skip the story when entering the dungeon next time. You can forcibly enter any irreversible future storyline. Received confrontation reward item, main battlefield, item grade, blue. Special item description. 1. After use in the Zombie Kingdom dungeon, all members will receive a +3 bonus to all attribute rewards and a 35% increase in all status recovery speeds and forced integration. 2. When entering the dungeon, you can enter first regardless of the power difference with the opponent. The maximum early entry time is 4 hours. 3. The item can be used in other dungeon worlds, but this special effect cannot increase the benefits. Ye Ning put his hands on his hips, slowly examining each item. There are quite a few rewards, but they're not useful to me right now. However, the blue equipment and skills can be given to Lin Rui for improvement. The main battlefield items can be given to Ming Luo. He can lead the team next time. Suddenly, the system panel glitched. In a flash, the system panel changed color, and Ye Ning said teasingly, "Is it flashing like this to show off?" In front of him, the system continuously flashed the words, "You have successfully seized the authority of the Zombie Kingdom dungeon. Isn't this just being too boastful?" The ring on Ye Ning's hand suddenly flashed with a mystical blue light. The sparkling ring emitted ethereal rays of light, slowly releasing the items stored inside, much to his surprise. Just now, all the ores rewarded by the Apocalypse system were ejected. System activated. Mission complete. Full S-rank combat gear set. Sky carrier has been dispatched. Please confirm receipt. Sheets of paper with experiment data flew chaotically around the room like birds from a broken nest in a storm. Ye Ning grumbled at the situation, his eyes following the pile of papers that had just stuck to the ceiling. Is all this really necessary? How long will it take to go through all this? I need to think about who to give this technology to learn first. He pondered, his gaze silently sweeping over the room cluttered with papers and their afterglow. Although I don't mind giving it to the military, I'm afraid that would lead to internal power struggles and unnecessary trouble. It would be safer to find some people I knew in my past life, like Huang Ji, Tian Sanliang, and Chu Tian. A familiar sound rang out, dungeon progress detected as complete. Dungeon items determined to have no experimental value. The system is detecting and eliminating, as sweat poured down Ye Ning's forehead like a river. System elimination. What does that even mean? The sound of the system activating rang out. The dungeon instance's authority has changed. Current dungeon instance owner, Ye Ning. Current authority level is the highest. Authority function 1, active opening. You can open the dungeon instance at any time with no time limit. 2, issue quests. You can issue quests of any level and customize the quest content and rewards. Reward items are provided by you. 3, Accelerate time within the dungeon instance. You can control the flow of time at will, up to 10 times the normal speed. 4. Create NPCs by consuming materials. To create an NPC, you can shape and craft any NPC you desire. 5. Control the weather. Ning was startled. He stepped back, clenching his fists as if to suppress the turmoil in his heart. Holy crap, is this system communicating with me? So taking over the dungeon instance's authority means I can control the entire instance with hundreds of permissions. From now on, this place is my world, and I am the god here. As long as I have enough energy, I can create millions of warriors in the blink of an eye. He suddenly paused, a vague sense of unease creeping into his mind. Wait, it seems these authorities don't include the zombies. Could it be that the zombies don't originally belong to the dungeon instance? Then Ning crossed his arms, shook his head, and chuckled. Forget it, it doesn't matter. The current authority is more than enough. If a war breaks out in the future, it'll be my own fault if I can't kill them. He casually turned and walked away, not bothered at all. After Ming Luo and the others finished mining the ore and explained everything to Lin Rui, it was time to get out. As for the movement of the East Sea Beast Tide, I wonder what the situation is like out there. In the conference hall of the border military base, the space was dead silent as representatives sat upright in long rows, their gazes fixed forward. Tianming didn't bother to change his posture as his deep voice rang out. Raise the support standard for Ning? I disagree. He loudly stated his own opinion on the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, is our meeting today really just about one dead person? There are many important matters that need to be discussed. Do we really need to bring up the issue of compensation for Ning's family in this meeting? Yuan-san sat upright opposite him, his gaze cold behind his dark glasses. The silence was suddenly broken by his voice, cold and unyielding. Commissioner Liu, please watch your words. What do you mean? A meeting about a dead person? Yuan-san crossed his arms, his ice-cold gaze fixed on Tianming in front of him. What we are discussing is how our military should properly handle the situation if something were to happen to Ning, so as not to demoralize the officers and soldiers, not because we assume he is already dead. His fists clenched and his eyes darkened. A cold glint flashed as he looked at Yuan-san. Then he frowned slightly and spoke in a dry, sarcastic tone. Commander Cheng, don't deceive yourself anymore. It's been half a month out here, and even though time is slower inside, several days have still passed. 6 against 1, even a high-level Tier 3 couldn't survive that. There's no way in hell Ning and the others are still alive, Tianming sneered. His triumphant and provocative gaze seemed to want to crush his opponent's last shred of hope. His voice dropped, as cold as steel. How many times has your special operations team failed? In my opinion, we should just give up on fighting in dungeon instances in the future. Resources should be fought for in the real world, and we should avoid letting more people die in vain. After hearing this, Yuan-san's face darkened like a thundercloud, his expression twisted, and veins bulged on his forehead. Rage flared up, and his voice was harsh, as if making an accusation. Because the difficulty was too high, and our intelligence team made another grave mistake. This isn't Ning's fault. Tianming suddenly stood up, his feigned concern unable to hide the coldness in his eyes. He looked at Yuan-san with a fake, calculating smile. It was as if he was worried, but in reality, he was mocking him. Commander Cheng, don't get so worked up. I'm just saying that if he couldn't survive, instead of wasting resources to compensate Ning's family, it would be better to save those resources and give them to someone more useful. Tianming smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Besides, I remember Ning was the top-ranked, right? Now that he's dead, that position should be given to Wang Kai. The supplies that Ning took before should also be returned to the military and redistributed. After all, we can't let the dead take up positions and resources. The anger in Yuan-san surged like an unquenchable fire. His arm tightened into a fist, muscles bulging, his face turning crimson, as if he wanted to smash everything around him. He slammed his fist hard on the table. Enraged, Yuan-san pointed a finger straight at Tianming's face and yelled, Commissioner Liu, you're really taking this too far. Tianming remained unfazed by Yuan-san's anger, merely curling his lip into a smug smile, his every word spoken softly yet filled with challenge. What? You dare to lay a hand on me? Ji Ping shot to his feet, interrupting the heated argument. The entire room suddenly fell silent. All right, let's stop discussing this matter here. The first place position belongs to our military's rising star and also represents the face of our army. Indeed, it's better to make the change sooner rather than later. Otherwise, once the news spreads, we'll become a laughingstock to the whole world. The old man slowly explained, his voice low and steady, as if making an important announcement about Ning's pension being granted according to state regulations. Of course, the premise for all of this was to confirm that Ning was dead. When I return, I will report to the commander. At the National Port Station, the entrance to the Zombie Kingdom Instance Dungeon. Beneath a swirling wave of green energy, a wide pit gradually opened, surrounded by soldiers whispering amongst themselves. It's been half a month. Do you think Dong Ye-feng and his men were killed by those Huaxia pigs? Nonsense. Do you think they're all as useless as you? The participants are all elites. I bet those pigs in there are scared to death. That's right. I heard from our spies that even the Huaxia military has confirmed that their entire team is dead. In the darkness of the barracks, a group of soldiers gathered, and a tall, skinny one with shifty eyes suddenly sneered, an arrogant smirk playing on his lips. Ah, thinking about it now, this mission is even easier than before. After this, Huaxia probably won't dare to enter again. A soft, bitter laugh was heard as a hoarse, contemptuous voice spoke up. That's right. When our people come out, it'll be time to declare war. Without the spirit energy ore, Huaxia is doomed to fail. Women, resources, land, we'll be able to take whatever we want then. The green energy swirled, and a voice suddenly shouted, Look, the teleportation gate is activating. Our heroes are coming out. Quick, go get support. Transporting the spirit energy ore this time is definitely going to take a while. The soldiers crowded around the receiving station, their eyes glued to the roaring energy vortex in midair, as if it were a fascinating spectacle. Waves of unrestrained, triumphant laughter erupted. Besides all that ore, Dong Ye-feng will probably come back with a few heads too. I'm going to record it, get a good shot of those Huaxia pigs' heads. A cold ding echoed from the vortex as a sharp notification ring appeared in midair. Instance dungeon complete. Number of survivors this time? 0. The soldiers were stunned, their mouths agape and eyes wide as if they would pop from their sockets. One of them stammered, his voice cracking in panic. 0 people? Another one next to him couldn't help but exclaim, 0 people. The dazed voices echoed. Impossible. How could this be? At the Huaxia port station, the entrance to the Zombie Kingdom instance dungeon. Among the solemn rows of soldiers under the dim lights, the long shadows of Chen Ming and Xiang Hu created a tense, silent atmosphere. Xiang Hu looked at Chen Ming with doubt, his voice filled with suspicion. Colonel Chen Ming, are we really retreating now? We don't need to wait any longer? Chen Ming heard this and quickly replied, his voice firm. There's no longer any need to waste resources here. Commissioner Liu has ordered all of you to be transferred to the southeast border immediately. Xiang Hu tilted his head, his eyes unable to hide his worry. But what if Ye Ning and the others? Chen Ming didn't even glance at him, just frowning slightly and crossing his arms. His attitude was as firm as steel, his eyes deep and cold. He lowered his voice. I am the colonel of the East Sea Border Peacekeeping Force, under the command of Liu Tianming. There is no support team for the Special Operations Unit, and no Captain Zhao Xiongtu. I'm telling you to withdraw, so withdraw, and stop talking nonsense. Xiang Hu spoke up, his voice still cautious but with a hint of shrewdness, as if weighing each word. Colonel Chen Ming, how about this? I'll leave a few men here to stand guard first, and you can take the others ahead. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming curled his lip into a cold, uncompromising smile and spoke. You really won't give up until you're at a dead end. Fine, have it your way. I'll leave 2 people at most, and the rest will obediently follow me, if after 3 more days, they both stared intently at the swirling energy vortex that pulsed with intense waves of light. Hung Ho clenched his fists, his voice hoarse with worry. Is the instance over? Are any of our people still alive? They have to make it out of there. Tran Min took a step back, his face pale, his eyes filled with panic. There's no way they made it out. You shouldn't. From the center of the vortex, a majestic figure emerged, tearing through the light with slow, deliberate steps. Ming La stepped out, his armor pristine, his expression unusually calm. Tran Min was stunned, his eyes wide with horror, his body frozen, and his mind in chaos. How could this be possible? Beside him, Hung Ho's eyes widened as he stammered. Is that Ming La? We still have someone alive. Ming La, are you the only one? From behind Huang Van, Ye Ning and the other team members also approached. Huang Van glanced at him, her tone half teasing and half urging. Captain, what are you spacing out for? Don't block the way. Yi Ning's group majestically walked out of the energy vortex, to the astonishment of the surrounding crowd. The system pinged, instance complete. Current survivors, 8. Hung Ho couldn't believe his eyes. He quickly rubbed them and exclaimed, all 8 of them are still alive. They're all alive. Am I dreaming? How are you all? Is anyone injured? Medical team, what are you standing there for? Go check on them. Beside them, Tran Min just stood there silently, not saying a word. Ye Ning slowly walked forward, his voice calm but firm. No need for medics. This is all ore. Everyone, come and get it, Hung Ho frowned, his gaze sweeping around before landing on Ye Ning, full of doubt. Is your specialized equipment for transporting and storing the ore broken? Yi Ning shook his head and let out a soft sigh. That's not it. There just aren't enough people here. Call everyone to come and move it. Hearing this, Hung Ho's jaw dropped, barely believing his ears. A single 3rd-tier person is usually enough, and you're calling everyone? Holy crap. Sparkling ore poured out from the vortex like a waterfall of light. Hung Ho couldn't contain his excitement and immediately rushed forward, his eyes gleaming, shouting, "Oh my God!" He burst out laughing, staring mesmerized at the pile of ore, speaking as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. "I've never seen so much ore in my entire life. Did you guys rob a mine? No, this is like robbing a dozen of them." While Hung Ho was engrossed with the ore, Tran Min quietly faced Ye Ning with a serious gaze. "Ye Ning, didn't you guys run into them in the RVH zone? Was our intel accurate? They didn't team up, did they? How did you all survive?" Ye Ning tilted his chin up, his cold voice ringing out. "What's the matter? You think we got out by sheer luck?" Ming La stood silently behind Ye Ning, his gaze as cold as mist, fixed on Tran Min. His voice as sharp as a sword's edge rang out without hesitation. "Colonel Tran Min, I've met you before. You're one of Commissioner Luke's men, aren't you? Let me tell you something. Not only did we bring back a massive amount of resources, but Ye Ning even commanded us to kill everyone from the other war zones." After hearing this, Tran Min's face turned deathly pale, his mouth hung open, and he stammered speechlessly. "What did you say?" An intense fear surged within him. "I'm screwed. Just yesterday, Commissioner Luke took all the resources from Ye Ning's home." Tran Min was terrified, sweating profusely, his heart pounding, and his mind in a complete mess. The report to replace the leader has also been submitted. Ye Ning didn't die, and he even achieved a great victory. If Ye Ning finds out about this, no, I can't let that happen. I have to find a way to inform Commissioner Luke as soon as possible. He stood straight, hands on his hips, his cold eyes sweeping over Tran Min, his deep voice full of power. "Colonel Tran, why is your reaction so different from everyone else's? Were you perhaps hoping we would die in there?" Tran Min recoiled, his face growing paler as he stammered, "How could that be? Commissioner Ye, you're overthinking things." Tran Min broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "This is bad. I need to come up with a reason to keep him here and buy time for Commissioner Luke to handle the fallout." Outwardly, he tried to maintain his composure and said, "The reason I'm like this is because the Donghai evacuation plan you previously proposed was cancelled, so I was worried." Hearing this, a flash of anger appeared in Ye Ning's eyes. He strode forward and grabbed Tran Min by the collar, hissing, "What did you say? Cancelled? Why?" The higher-up sent a highly influential representative to thoroughly investigate the situation in Donghai, but they found no evidence of an impending beast tide. "As for the specifics of the situation, I'm not clear. Perhaps you should go to Donghai and investigate for yourself." He turned towards the Minla squad. His decisive voice rang out, "Minla, you'll come with me to Donghai first." As soon as the command was given, Huang Van immediately took half a step forward, frowning in protest. "Ye Ning, according to protocol, we must return to the capital and report first. Besides, I suspect Chen Ming and his cronies are up to something." He spoke firmly, "I'm afraid we're out of time. The lives of the 7 million people in Donghai are the top priority. We'll file the report on the way. We've achieved a great victory, so the higher-ups won't blame us. As for any other schemes, we'll deal with them when we get back." Over Donghai, the aircraft landed gently by the Azure coast. As Ye Ning sat quietly on the plane, his gaze unconsciously drifted to the window, his mind racing. There are only 4 to 6 days left at most before the sea beast outbreak. The proposal was clearly approved before, so why isn't it being executed as I expected? The internal obstacles in this era of peace are actually much greater than before my rebirth, he recalled pensively. Before my rebirth, Ming Yi's overwhelming influence was probably due to the dawn of the apocalypse. It seems now that if I want to save the world from the apocalypse, it'll be impossible without first seizing ultimate power. If I want to seize supreme command, I must break through to the 4th stage soon. With my current authority and resources, I can reach the peak of the 3rd stage in 3 months at the fastest. But to break through to the 4th stage, Ye Ning raised a hand to his chin, his gaze as sharp as a blade. I must start the superhuman project first. After the apocalypse broke out in my past life, the reason humanity could resist for 2 years was because of this superhuman project. If I remember correctly, the lead researcher in my past life had the surname Sun and came from the Donghai safe zone. After completing the evacuation of Donghai, I must find him as soon as possible. Suddenly, a holographic screen appeared in front of Ye Ning, connecting a conference call with 4 people. He spoke up. "Uncle Xiao, Uncle Chen, Uncle Wang, I need you all to mobilize all available forces to Donghai to support me." Kai Lai, his eyes filled with worry, stared wide-eyed at the screen and blurted out, "Huh? What happened?" Yi Ning's voice came through the call. "Time is of the essence. I can't explain. If you trust me, make the arrangements immediately." While the 3 of them were still listening in shock, Fang Fang had already turned to give orders. Meanwhile, in the reception room of the Lu residence in the capital, the director sat opposite Tian Ming, his face etched with worry. He leaned forward and said, "Commissioner Lu, what do we do now?" Yi Ning not only survived, but also achieved a great victory. "The Grand Marshal and the others are all overjoyed," he said, waving his hands anxiously. "He's the type to hold a grudge and get revenge. If he finds out what we did while he was away, Tian Ming's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, he's a real monster. I have no idea how he managed to do it. The director beside him stammered, Commissioner Liu, we... Before he could finish, Tian Ming raised a hand to cut him off. But Director Wang, don't panic. Didn't Chen Ming say Ye Ning went to Donghai? We still have time to clean up our mess. We just need to return the resources we took from the Ye family. The director replied, Commissioner Liu, I'm afraid we can't return them just yet. My son already ate those high-grade spirit fruits last night. Not only that, but his sister is also very difficult to deal with. The image of Xiaoan lying motionless in a hospital bed flashed through the director's mind. He frowned slightly and sighed. I just told her that Ye Ning was dead, and it seems the girl couldn't handle the shock. She's been hospitalized. Upon hearing this, Tian Ming's face turned purple with rage. He couldn't stop himself from rushing up to the director's face and yelling, You incompetent fools! This completely messes everything up! The director's face went pale as he stammered, Commissioner Liu, is it too late for me to send someone to the hospital with flowers and a fruit basket to console his sister? Tian Ming turned around, his voice ringing out like a command. In addition, you also need to find someone to take the blame first. If Ye Ning really investigates, just say a temporary worker did it. Hearing that, the director felt a wave of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and he let out a sigh. Okay, I'll go arrange it right away. Tian Ming's expression hardened as he lowered his voice. Besides this overt plan, we also need a covert one, just in case. The director frowned and asked, What do you mean? Tian Ming tilted his head slightly and explained, Didn't he go straight to the Donghai safe zone instead of coming back to report? Being too successful and not knowing how to lay low is a huge taboo in the military. As long as he does something against the rules, then getting rid of him will be perfectly justified. In the conference room of the Donghai safe zone, Li smiled and extended his hand. In his palm was a high-level credit card. He handed it to Qian Fen, and the two happily shook hands. Li stood up straight, smiled politely, and said, Thank you, Representative Tian, for clearing Donghai's name and saving us from the hardship of relocation. This small amount of credit points is nothing. Tonight, we've prepared a seafood banquet to treat you. Qian Fen replied calmly, Commander Li, you're too kind. A person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. It was just Ye Ning being paranoid. An A-level beast tied? How could one break out so easily? Suddenly, the door to the room burst open with a loud bang. A team member was thrown inside like a human sandbag. Both Li and Qian Fen whipped their heads around. Li frowned and shouted, What? Who has the guts to barge into the Donghai Safe Zone's council room? From the doorway, a familiar figure appeared as Ye Ning's group walked in. Li froze. His eyes widened, and his lips trembled. Ye Ning! He strode forward confidently, his eyes sharp and cold, his voice deep and authoritative. I want to reinvestigate the safety issue in Donghai. I hope everyone will cooperate. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next. Qian Fen put his hands on his hips and spoke up. Ye Ning, we've already investigated the issue in the Donghai safe zone. All the anomalies you mentioned in the meeting have been cross-referenced, and there are no problems. The results were reported yesterday. You can review them and verify for yourself. Li also stepped forward and said, That's right, Commissioner Ye Ning. I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, according to Article 27, Section 33 of the Military Code, if you break into a military base to search for classified information, I have the right to kill you on the spot. The moment I give the order, hundreds of awakened ones will. Ye Ning paid no mind to the empty threats, holding up a black card in response. I have A-level authority. Ming Luo, take a few people and conduct a search. I want to see all the information within the next half hour. The focus should be on the water areas, as well as the military deployment logs. Ming Luo immediately bowed her head and gave a crisp reply. Half an hour later, Ye Ning's group, along with Qian Fen and Li, entered the information room, which was filled with brightly lit equipment and screens. Ye Ning stepped forward, his thoughtful gaze sweeping over each image on the screens. Ye Ning's entire body flared with a brilliant purple light. He crossed his arms and activated his will attribute, full release, one mind, 12 uses. Qian Fen, with an arrogant expression, began to speak in a sarcastic tone. What's he pretending for? A layman trying to direct an expert. Can he even understand the data? Even I couldn't find any anomalies. What the hell could he possibly find? Li, standing beside him, couldn't hide his anger either, pouting as he said, Is this how A-level authority is supposed to be used? I'm definitely going to report this to the capital and have the military revoke his authority. Ye Ning tilted his head, his sharp gaze fixed on them as he questioned, A month ago, there was a small earthquake in Sea Area C-07. You concluded it was a normal longitudinal wave. Did you not consider the migration of sea beasts? On the first of the month, the temperature at the tidal power plant rose by 3.9 degrees. Was your conclusion that the equipment was faulty? Li smirked slightly and replied to him, The issues you mentioned do exist, but if they can be explained by conventional theories, There's no need to attribute them to a beast tide. Minor earthquakes happen every year. If we assumed they were all beast tides, then the Donghai safe zone wouldn't even need to exist. Qian Fen immediately added, Ye Ning, I can tell you exactly why we're certain this isn't a beast tide. A few days ago, I personally led 33rd rank warriors on a search covering a radius of over 300 nautical miles at sea, but there were absolutely no signs of a gathering beast tide. Yi Ning raised his hand and pointed to the touchscreen monitor, displaying giant footprints and data on 4 hidden figures, and said, no signs of a beast tide. Then what about the battle that broke out in the offshore waters 4 days ago? The surveillance equipment recorded traces of a third-rank individual taking action. The time and location of the battle coincide with a different military deployment record. The data shows you dispatched 7 Tier 3 soldiers at 3 in the morning, 4 days ago, to carry out a routine patrol mission, but only 4 returned. So where did the other 3 die? Casualties on a routine patrol? Qian Fen looked as if he'd been hit where it hurts, his eyes wide with horror. He thought to himself, I'm screwed. He actually noticed that insignificant detail in the dispatch log. Li quickly composed himself, preparing to handle the situation calmly. This is a top national secret. It can't be exposed. Yining pointed to a coordinate clearly displayed on the touchscreen and said, at this coordinate, I see a laboratory. What are you people doing there? Are you going to take me there, or should I go by myself? Li felt a pang of guilt and immediately shouted, you have no right to go there. That's an A+ level secret. Even with A-level clearance, you're not allowed. Yi Ning tightened his grip on his sword hilt, suddenly swung a slash through the air, and said loudly, it seems the main problem is right here. Get out of my way. Li and Qian Fen were startled and stumbled back, hastily retreating, shouting an order, men, stop Ye Ning for me, don't kill the others. At that moment, Ye Ning had already turned and commanded, Fang, Ming Luo, follow me and let's fight our way through. From behind, Fang and Ming Luo responded in unison. Ye Ning, Fang, and Ming Luo attacked simultaneously, the 3 figures shooting forward like lightning, sending the charging Special Forces team flying, their bodies flung far away, smashing into the walls and floor like paper dolls. Qian Fen panicked, repeating over and over in his head, stop them, we have to stop them. Marshal, we can't kill them, we can't stop them at all. 10 minutes later, at the entrance to the Donghai research facility, Ye Ning, Ming Luo, and Fang stopped before a massive, imposing door. Ye Ning stated with certainty, this is the place. Qian Fen and his men rushed over, drenched in sweat. He yelled, Ye Ning, I'll give you one last piece of advice. This place has absolutely nothing to do with the beast tide. Even I don't have the authority to enter. If you dare to force your way in, you will be responsible for all the consequences. And when it's time to face a military tribunal, don't blame me for not warning you. Without even bothering to turn his head, Ye Ning gave the command, Fang, break it down. Fang immediately stepped forward, unleashing a punch as powerful as a thunderbolt. The thick steel door was crushed, bursting open into a large hole. Inside the vast laboratory, Yuan Xiao stood silently with his hands in the pockets of his lab coat, tilting his head slightly to look at the door, a hint of alarm in his eyes. He turned around and asked, who is it that doesn't fear death? Daring to barge into my research facility? Yi Ning stepped forward, his eyes ice cold. He pointed a hand straight at Yuan Xiao's face and gave a decisive order. Within 1 minute, I need to know all the information here. Yuan Xiao's face immediately darkened. He yelled, who do you think you are? Let me tell you, this project was specially approved by the former leader 14 years ago. Even if Marshal Li Xuan himself came, he would have to be polite to us. Without a word, Ye Ning just glanced over. A command transmitted through his mind, Fang, seize him. Within 1 minute, I must take control of this place. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang charged forward. A powerful, decisive blow sent Yuan Xiao flying, clearing the way for Ye Ning to advance. Yuan Xiao was thrown hard, sprawling on the cold floor, and raised his head to scream in pain. You're insane, you lunatics, you're all done for, you little bastard. I will definitely report this to the military. Just you wait. Yi Ning continued to command. Fang, shut him up. Fang immediately obeyed. She quickly took off a shoe and stuffed it into Yuan Xiao's mouth, not giving him a chance to speak. He could only look up, his eyes filled with resentment. Yi Ning approached a water tank, observing it silently, his mind racing with tangled thoughts, modifying sea beasts, gene extraction, biological fusion, embryo screening. Are you using human embryos to combine with sea beasts? Yuan Xiao pulled the shoe out of his mouth, his voice filled with anger. So what if we are? As long as we can combine the power of sea beasts, we can create a powerful awakened one. We don't experiment on survivors. It's all legal. Ye Ning sneered inwardly. Familiar events, familiar lines. It was exactly the same as in the zombie kingdom. Indeed, the ignorance and arrogance of humanity are nothing new under the sun. He shot forward, his movement as fast as lightning, swiping through the air straight at Yuan Xiao's face at a speed that was impossible to react to, and roared, "Talk! What happened 4 days ago? Did you guys release that modified being? Speak now, or you'll die." Yuan Xiao gritted his teeth and finally lowered his voice. "There's no way you could know about this." "All right, I'll talk. 4 days ago, a modified being did indeed escape, but it's no big deal. That thing was just a hatchling. It wasn't aggressive." Ning shot him a look and said, "Not aggressive? Then what about the 3 missing Tier 3 individuals? Don't tell me they just fell into the sea and drowned." Yuan Xiao groaned. "Ning, if I tell you, your death won't be far off. Are you sure you want to know?" Ning coldly shouted, "Cut the crap." Yuan Xiao gritted his teeth, then was forced to spit it out. "Those 3 aren't dead. They were just locked up because they saw something they shouldn't have. The mother body used for the modification. It was made using the old chief's genes." Hearing that, Ning's eyes suddenly darkened. He slowly tilted his head. "What did you say?" The system suddenly activated, with information triggering a special mission, an A-rank sea beast attack event. The mother body description states, "The newborn hatchlings have been corrupted and are leading a beast tide. They will instinctively seek out the mother body, and it's predicted that in 4 hours, the first wave of the beast tide will close in." Mission description: "Please evacuate the living from the East Sea. The completion level of this mission will be evaluated based on the number of survivors." Mission rewards: 1,000 reputation points, an epic-grade spiritual energy solution, and a notification. Killing the mother body will effectively slow the sea beast's advance. Ning looked up and let out a soft sigh, his head buzzing with thoughts. Only 4 hours left? I originally wanted to investigate thoroughly and provide enough evidence for the military to cooperate, but it seems there's no time for that now. Ning muttered to himself, "Kill the mother body to slow them down." But deep down, his thoughts were completely different. "With my current strength, it's impossible. Even the current commander couldn't do it. All I can do now is retreat and resist. Right now, my words are my will, but my thoughts are the reality I'm forced to face." Ning pushed aside his chaotic thoughts, his gaze instantly becoming sharp. He ordered 009 to contact Xiaohai immediately. "Chen Kai-lai and Wang Tian, we must re-engage and implement the evacuation plan for the East Sea. Move." Upon hearing the order, Fang Fang immediately spun around and dashed off like the wind, acting without a single question. At the Secret Research Institute in the East Sea Security Zone, Ming Luo spoke with a rather annoyed expression. Ning, mobilizing the army on your own authority is no different from treason. Even if your judgment is later proven correct, it won't be enough to atone for your crime. Are you sure you want to do this?" Ning immediately replied, "Ming Luo, I understand everything you're saying. The best thing for me to do right now would be to leave and pretend nothing happened." His expression was extremely serious. That way, I'd still be the top genius of the Great Xia, with limitless potential for the future. Not only that, but as soon as the disaster strikes, my prior warning would also bring me prestige and praise. And everyone in the military would regret not believing me. Even if millions of survivors die tragically, no one would blame me. Instead, they would think I did everything I could. He looked very surprised. "If you already know all of this, then why?" Ning glanced at Ming Luo, his demeanor suddenly becoming very grave. "I know that if I don't give my all for the survival of hundreds of thousands of people," his heart filled with determination. "If I've been reborn and still can't prevent this tragedy, then it would all have been for nothing." He once again gave him a choice. "Ming Luo, you all can decide for yourselves whether you want to jump into this muddy water with me. Even if you choose to back out now, I won't." Ming Luo could only stand there, stunned. Ning. Everyone immediately stood at attention. "Sir Ning, please don't misunderstand. You saved our lives. We will follow your orders through mountains of daggers and seas of fire. Just give the command." Ning smiled back at them. "Thank you, everyone." Fang Fang just remained silent and smiled. Ning looked at the chaotic space before him. Li laughed smugly and said, Ning, you people have learned things you shouldn't have. No one is leaving this place alive today. Although I don't dare to kill you, but if you guys dare to rush in and die in this electrified area, it has nothing to do with me." Qian Fen also sneered and said, Ning, now you know why I didn't dare to investigate further, right? This place has plenty of food and drinks, so I advise you to just stay put and wait for a decision from the higher-ups. But he immediately drew his sword and charged forward. "Time is of the essence. I don't have time to waste talking to you." The two of them were extremely shocked. "What? He can actually resist the high-voltage current? Ning, what kind of skill is this?" Both sides unleashed their techniques: extreme cold, a protective spiritual energy wall, and elemental armor. Ning immediately swung his sword, Dimensional Slash, and he quickly placed his sword at their necks. What just happened? I couldn't see how he did that at all. He looked at the two of them with a threatening gaze. "Stay still. If you don't want to die, turn off the electric field immediately. Don't dawdle." Qian Fen's face was filled with terror. Li picked up a device. Don't hurt Representative Tian, I'll turn it off. The barrier immediately dissipated. Ming Luo was still confused. Ye Ning, what should we do now? Ye Ning immediately ordered him, control Li. Ming Luo took the controller. The rest of you, cut off all communication outside the Donghai safe zone. He then snatched the device from Li's hand. Understood. Meanwhile, Fang pinned Li down. He pushed him inside and said, as for Representative Tian, this place has plenty of food and drinks, so you should just behave yourself here for now. Ming Luo immediately turned on the device, activating the electric field, preventing anyone inside from leaving. Tian Fen was furious at this action and screamed, Yi Ning, you bastard. Yi Ning immediately ordered Li, Commander Li, immediately hand over all command authority in the Donghai safe zone. I am taking over. He was furious with him. What? Yi Ning, are you really trying to rebel? You've got some nerve. Do you have any idea who's backing me? It's the former Grand Marshal. Someone even the current old chief has to show some respect to. Li immediately threatened Ye Ning. I have an irreplaceable position in the secret research lab. If you dare to touch me, you're dead for sure. Ye Ning looked at him with contempt. An irreplaceable position in the secret research lab, huh? His attitude showed he didn't take Ye Ning seriously at all. You're not qualified to know. He looked at his opponent and thought to himself, something's not right. I'm afraid that Yuan Shao lied about the mother body. The old chief is indeed a mother body. But the mother body's offspring that escaped this time might not be him. So, what Yuan Shao said back then was probably to scare me into backing off. The sea monsters were showing off their power in my past life. The main target of this Sea Beast Tide is the Donghai safe zone. After the apocalypse breaks out again, the Sea Beast Tide will begin to attack the capital. If the offspring launched the Beast Tide to find the mother body, then the mother body's target this time is likely Li. His eyes flashed with a blue light, Demon Eye probe. The system immediately returned the information, Demon Eye investigation complete. Identity, Li. Status, Commander of the Donghai Safe Zone. Hidden identity, one of the mother bodies for the Sea Beast gene fusion technique. Total of 2 mother bodies. Ye Ning raised his fist, as expected. I didn't want to kill you originally, but now it seems your death is unavoidable. Fang immediately followed the order. Kill confirmed. Complete. The system once again announced a Class A Sea Beast attack event. Progress. The mother body of the Donghai safe zone has been killed. The Sea Beast Tide outbreak will be delayed for 3 hours. Explanation. In 6 hours and 51 minutes, a wave of sea beasts will approach the coast. Please evacuate the survivors from Donghai as soon as possible. He looked at the screen and thought to himself, as expected, it only bought us 3 hours, but it's better than nothing. At least we can evacuate more survivors. The whole group then ran off quickly. Ming Luo, let's split up. You go to the outskirts of the safe zone with Chen Kai Lai, while Xiaohe and the others gather. Lead everyone into the city and arrange an orderly evacuation. If you run into any trouble, contact me through the video system. Ming Luo was also in a hurry. Understood. Many people were gathered here. In the wilderness near the Donghai safe zone, Wang Tian was feeling quite curious. Commander Chen, Commander Xiao, Yi Ning summoned us here. What on earth does he want to do? My eyelid won't stop twitching. Xiao, he was also quite bewildered. I don't know. I just hope this isn't a big deal and doesn't drag on for too long. We can still stay here to train, but if we stay too long, our superiors will definitely notice. Kai Lai said in a very serious tone. I advise everyone to prepare yourselves. If it were a small matter, they wouldn't be making such a fuss. But even if it's a big deal, they can't be this hasty. After all, Ye Ning just achieved a great victory. Just then, a helicopter appeared in the sky. That armed helicopter seems to be heading towards us. Could it be Ye Ning? Ming La approached them and said loudly, Sir Ye Ning has given an order. Immediately lead the troops into Donghai and evacuate all survivors. He will take control of Donghai within 1 hour to support the evacuation. All 3 of them were stunned. What? Xiaohai couldn't believe his ears. Lead troops into the city, take over Donghai, and even evacuate everyone. Over here. Wang Tian was also worried. Isn't this tantamount to treason? Kai Lai also asked doubtfully, is this an order from the military, or is Ye Ning acting on his own? Ming La had to confirm again. The military has not issued any directives. This is Sir Ye Ning's decision. A Class A disaster is about to occur in Donghai. We have a responsibility to evacuate the survivors. This is indeed extremely risky, but I trust Sir Ye Ning's judgment. There isn't much time left. I hope you all can make a decision quickly. He was also very worried. Regardless of whether this succeeds or fails, I'm afraid nothing good will come of it for us. Xiaohai was extremely upset by this action. Yi Ning clearly has a limitless future. Why would he do this? Kai Lai then touched Xiaohai's shoulder and said, Xiaohai, you're right. Think about it. Who here has a brighter future than Ye Ning? If he's willing to throw away his future and take such a risk, how can we still think of our own self-interest? If we've already committed to him, then naturally, we share both fortune and misfortune. Xiaohai finally calmed down. That's right. Since ancient times, a true gentleman has always sacrificed himself for righteousness. Ning was still observing his surroundings and asked, Donghai Safe Zone 009, do you think this prosperous place looks like it did before the apocalypse? Fang answered honestly, I've never seen what it was like before the apocalypse, but I heard it was very beautiful. There's a family that's very happy, everyone thinks life is getting better and better, and the apocalypse seems like just a distant legend. But unfortunately, everything will be destroyed in the blink of an eye, even if we can save their lives this time. But they still can't escape the pain of having to relocate afterward. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky. Warning, a Class A sea beast tide is about to attack. Warning, a Class A sea beast tide is about to attack. His army also began to move. All survivors in the Donghai safe zone are required to evacuate immediately and in an orderly manner with the assistance of the military. Warning, all survivors in the Donghai safe zone, please evacuate immediately. Ning lowered his head and said, if we want to end all of this, we still have a very long way to go. She also spoke up to encourage him. I understand. You can do it. Ning regained his spirits. That's right, I can do it. Now is not the time to be sentimental. Next, I have a very important mission for you. Go and search all the research institutes in the Donghai safe zone and find a researcher named Sun Li Cheng. Immediately after, bring him to me. He is a key figure for the future. Fang received the order clearly. The leaders were in a meeting. 4 hours later, in the Capital Military Region's conference room. It's a rebellion. This is definitely a rebellion. Xuan Guo was both angry and disappointed. And to think I was just considering how to reward Ning when he returned. Instead, he's caused me this huge mess, Tianming announced in a rage. Commander, I've just discovered that we can't contact the Donghai safe zone. I used a satellite and found that Ning is staging a rebellion. He's relying on his merits, acting arrogant and defiant, showing no respect for anyone. He was furious at Ning's actions, killing the Donghai commander, leading troops to seize power, concealing and deceiving, and evacuating the survivors. A traitor like this, no matter how strong, cannot be spared. Another person, extremely agitated, spoke up to defend him. Commander, it's undeniable that Ning has gone too far this time. But what if Ning's prediction is correct? What if the East Sea really is about to have a sea beast outbreak soon? The satellite map shows that besides evacuating, Ning also deployed troops to the defense line. He truly believes a beast tide is about to erupt. He looked extremely annoyed. Does Vice Marshal Fang mean that a commander who has guarded the East Sea for 14 years, a special commissioner from the capital, along with 34 senior researchers from the East Sea, and over 600 disaster warning personnel are all trash, and not even worth Ning's shadow? Even if he really did discover an anomaly, why didn't he report it to the military? Tianming was so angry he gritted his teeth. According to the psychologist's analysis, Ning has fallen into a state of paranoia, and his thinking has long been abnormal. To minimize losses, I suggest we immediately lead troops to stop Ning, and if necessary, we can carry out the decapitation plan. The director was furious upon hearing this. You've gone too far. Xi Ping also seriously gave his opinion. Let's not discuss the decapitation plan for now. We must first stop Ning. It's best if we can capture him alive and then decide. Xuan Guo also made a decision at this time. This is the only way. Commissioner Liu, you lead the troops immediately. You must bring Ning back alive. Tianming seemed very pleased. Understood, Marshal. His entire body radiated killing intent. Ning, I was worried you'd come back to settle scores with us. Who would have thought you'd be stupid enough to break down the gates of hell yourself? Capture him alive? Bullets have no eyes. During a fight, it's very normal for accidents to happen. At the coastal barrier wall of the East Sea safe zone, the system suddenly displayed a notification. Time remaining until sea beast attack. 29 minutes. Kai Lai asked hesitantly, Ning, are the sea beasts really coming? The time you mentioned is almost up, but besides the rain, there are no signs of anything happening on the sea. Ning heard this and replied, definitely, they will come. Their speed is extremely fast and they could erupt at any moment. Wang Tian hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to speak his mind. Ning, if it really does erupt, our outcome might be a little better, but if it doesn't happen, he continued dejectedly. Sigh, even if I'm right, the outcome is only a little better? This is really frustrating. Kai Lai suddenly spoke in a thoughtful tone. It's always been like this. We don't need to worry too much. A true man just needs a clear conscience. When the sea beasts arrive, should we try to hold the line here, or? Ning understood what he meant. He answered calmly, just delay them, because we won't be able to defend it. Ning paused for a moment, then explained further. The scale of this attack is massive, and the number of troops we've mobilized isn't enough to stop it. If we can hold out until all the survivors have evacuated, we'll be very lucky. But that wasn't enough to convince Kai Lai. He still had some reservations. Then what about the East Sea safe zone? A flash of sorrow crossed Yi Ning's eyes, and he immediately replied, as for the East Sea safe zone, we can only abandon it. Hearing this, he immediately objected vehemently. It took over 10 years to build the East Sea to what it is now. The higher-ups will never agree. Ye Ning knew this, and just explained calmly. That's why I didn't report or negotiate with them. If we don't abandon it, it will only lead to greater losses. Both Kai Lai and Wang Tian were stunned for a moment, not knowing what else to say. As the situation reached a stalemate, a booming voice suddenly rang out, Sir Ye Ning, I've brought the person you wanted. Li Cheng was suddenly dragged from the helicopter, panicking and screaming for Ye Ning to save him. Seeing the two appear, he couldn't help but exclaim, excellent. Before hitting the ground, Li Cheng was caught by Fang Fang in time. As soon as they landed, she quickly reported, when we found him, this guy was being chased through the streets by some low-level awakeners, as if they were trying to steal his black box. Hearing this, he immediately explained, Sir, my name is Sun Li Cheng. I'm just a temporary janitor at the Research Institute. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. These things are mine. I didn't steal them. Yi Ning understood everything when he heard Li Cheng's words. A janitor, huh? No wonder I couldn't find you on the list before. After speaking, he didn't forget to reassure him. Don't worry. How could I possibly kill you? On the surface, he was calm, but inside, Ye Ning's heart had been soaring ever since he found Li Cheng. He joyfully thought that finding Sun Li Cheng was just as significant as saving all the survivors in Donghai. This man, with his extremely timid appearance, played a role after the disaster that was nothing short of a godsend. A few thoughts kept popping into Ye Ning's head. In his past life, his research technique for extracting spiritual energy could pull it from spiritual ore for human use. After absorbing it, ordinary people could awaken. This was an extraordinary apocalyptic plan. The more he thought about it, the more confident he felt. And in this life, with the mines in the Sanghi Kingdom, there was an endless supply of spiritual ore. I can support him in his research and development to speed things up, which will help me smoothly ascend to the 4th tier. After reorganizing his plan, Ye Ning gave an order, 009, arrange for a special armed helicopter to take him to Uncle Fang's house. You must ensure his safety. Wait for my return. Fang Fang obediently accepted the order. Understood. I will definitely make the arrangements and ensure he is well protected. Li Cheng still didn't understand what was happening, so he took the opportunity to ask, Sir, when you say protect, does it really mean protect in the way I understand it? Before Ye Ning could say anything, she grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back to the helicopter with the most reassuring promise. Let's go, mister. Son, I'll get you on the plane, and they will take you to a safe place. Li Cheng could only scream in terror. Help me. Fang Fang watched the helicopter fly away, then reported, Sir Ye Ning, I've arranged everything. Seeing this, he praised her. You've worked hard. Scene change. A series of urgent announcements suddenly blared out. We are the border peacekeeping force under the command of headquarters. By order of Commissioner Liu Tian, chairman of the peacekeeping force, all rebel forces must surrender immediately. All survivors, halt your evacuation. You have all been deceived. The military never issued an evacuation notice, nor is there any sea beast attack. At the same time, countless warriors were flying straight toward them. Kai Lai asked in a panic, Did the higher-ups send people? Ye Ning narrowed his eyes in fury and cursed. Damn it, the troublemakers have finally arrived. Uncle Chen, you guys keep an eye on the sea for me. Leave these people to me and 009 to handle. As soon as he finished speaking, one of them spoke aggressively. Yi Ning, I am Luo Cheng, Vice Commander of the Border Peacekeeping Force. I am here to arrest you under the order of Commissioner Liu. Then, as if feeling that wasn't convincing enough, Luo Cheng added, Xiao Hai, the person you arranged to evacuate, has been captured by us. Your evacuation plan has completely failed. Hearing this, Ye Ning became even more furious, his extraordinary power radiating in all directions. If you know what's good for you, come with me quietly. If you resist, we'll kill you on sight. Kill on sight. Not only did you capture Uncle Xiao, but you're also stopping the survivors from evacuating? You fools. You're really asking for death. At that moment, he still didn't know he was talking to the god of death, so he maintained an extremely arrogant attitude and threatened him. Yi Ning, the military has checked via satellite. Everything in Donghai is normal. There are no signs of a beast tide outbreak. Give up your foolish delusions. Do you have any idea how much damage you've caused to Donghai? The higher-ups are furious. They've dispatched the capital's 3rd-tier elite forces, and they will be here soon. I won't let you off today. In contrast to Ye Ning's fury, Fang Fang was completely calm as she asked. Sir, should I kill them? He calmly replied. Not yet. Try to delay as long as possible. Save our energy to deal with the beast tide later. Besides, their worthless lives will be useful later. Hearing this, she obediently acknowledged the order. Understood. Before they could even get started, Luo Cheng suddenly attacked first. He attacked while cursing, stubborn fool, Attack, heaven-splitting axe. Ning immediately called out, convert all points to the agility attribute, then dodged his fatal attack as fast as a squirrel. A series of moves like void-shattering fist, thousand jin mace, earth-breaking axe, and sun-chasing arrow were fired continuously at the two of them. However, even without a weapon, Fang Fang could block those powerful, overwhelming attacks. The moment Ning spoke, he switched to a Type 3 full-coverage defensive combat suit, and a solid red protective barrier appeared around him, making the attacks from all sides completely useless. A moment later, Ning was forced to break out of the cocoon, and the resulting burst of power sent his attackers flying. It was then that Ning realized, damn it, these people are actually trying to kill me. Just you wait, I'll settle this score with all of you later. While Ning was still lost in thought, Luo Cheng suddenly lunged forward, his voice dripping with contempt. Ning, you're just a third-stage beginner, yet you dare to fight high-level awakeners like us? What an ant trying to topple a tree, completely overestimating his own strength. Ning began using 6 arms to counter all the attacks thrown at him while issuing a warning. I'm warning you, it's best not to push me. But it seemed his words had no effect on them at all. A second later, another man charged toward him. Just as he was about to land a hit, Ning shot into the air to dodge, causing the man's fist to slam into the rocky ground below. He moved with incredible agility, dodging and attacking them simultaneously. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, but Ning paid it no mind as he was busy calculating, I'll save my ultimate move for now. Besides these, I still have another ace up my sleeve. It looks like I have no choice but to reveal the strongest killing move of the willpower system today. Although this move might not be effective against the Beast Tide, it's extremely effective against other awakened ones. With that thought, Ning unleashed his Psychic Storm technique. The moment he finished speaking, an immense wave of power erupted, leaving his opponents frozen in place, too afraid to even move. Luo Cheng's group was instantly overwhelmed by Ning's power. They collapsed weakly to their knees, shouting to each other, "Is this a willpower system attack? Quick, activate your mental defenses." "It's already activated, but the impact of his willpower is too strong. It's impossible to block," one of them said, still reeling in shock from Ning's incredible power. Is this really the power of the so-called useless willpower system? Impossible. I can't fight back. I can't even move my body anymore. Fang Fang seized the opportunity while they were weakened, unleashing a whirlwind kick that sent them all spinning into the air before they crashed painfully back to the ground. Just as Ning landed, he said confidently, "Those 2 consecutive moves should be enough to hold them off for 2 minutes." Right at that moment, Wang Shan suddenly shouted, "Quick, look, out on the sea!" Kai Lai also asked in astonishment, "Is that the Beast Tide? Is it really here?" The system began sending continuous warnings. Beep, beep. High-speed moving objects detected, 1034. Beep, beep. High-speed moving objects detected, 771. Facing this dire situation, Luo Cheng and his men completely panicked. What? The Sea Beast Tide is really here? Was Ning's prediction right? What do we do now? Hurry and inform Commissioner Lu. Meanwhile, seeing the Beast Tide approach, Ning issued a command, Ming Luo, immediately launched 2 nuclear bombs from the underground reserves, intercept the first wave of the Beast Tide. On the other end, Ming Luo received the command and immediately complied. Order received. A second later, a cold command rang out, "Launch the nuclear bombs now." Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire sea. Seeing this, Kai Lai exclaimed in shock, Ning, did you just detonate nuclear bombs? If you did, the East Sea will no longer be habitable. Hearing this, Ning calmly explained, "When you see the sheer number of beasts in the next wave, you'll understand why I've given up on the East Sea. This is only the beginning, and the nuclear bombs are just a delaying tactic." Finishing his explanation, he raised his voice and commanded, "All artillery units, prepare to fire. Awakened Corps, get ready." The moment they approached the coastline, attack immediately. Everyone responded with fiery determination. "Roger!" After organizing his own forces, Ning turned to negotiate with Luo Cheng. "You're Luo Cheng, right? Can we proceed with the evacuation plan now? Release Xiao Hai and order the entire city to continue assisting with the evacuation. Then, risk your lives and fight the Sea Beast Tide. If you manage to survive, I promise I won't hold this incident against you." Hearing this, he replied decisively, "Deal." At the East Sea Command Center, Tian Ming asked casually, "So, have you captured Ning yet, or is he already dead?" Suddenly, a report came in that left him furious and utterly shocked. Tian Ming's face twisted in anger as he demanded, "What did you just say? Did the Sea Beast Tide really break out? Did Ning also detonate a nuclear bomb in the East Sea?" After speaking, he suddenly put on a dangerous expression, then muttered to himself, "Haha, it seems the tables have turned. So what if that Ye Ning made the right call, repelled the beast tide, and evacuated the survivors? The radioactive contamination in the East Sea. That alone is enough to make you pay the price. In the capital's conference room, high-ranking officials were meeting in the main hall of the building. Li Kuangguo was so anxious he nearly jumped out of his seat. Everyone, the East Sea's beast tide has truly erupted, and we're running out of time. We need to discuss and find a solution as soon as possible. Moreover, we must also make a swift decision regarding Ye Ning. Hu Zhaiping presented his decisive opinions to the conference, explaining that the 6 major war zones were currently mobilizing high-rank awakeners to provide support. 27 safe zones near the coast were also ready to receive survivors. He proposed an extremely clever strategy. If they could hold the front line for 2 hours, casualties could be kept under 7%. Fang Hao happily agreed. Then what's left to discuss? Ye Ning has saved millions of people. This is a monumental achievement, he declared boldly. As for the truth about the military evading its duty, covering it up would be very simple. Just announce to everyone that all of Ye Ning's actions were arranged by the military. As for the third-tier awakeners sent to arrest him, just say they were sent as reinforcements. After the disaster ends, we'll actively promote Ye Ning as our nation's hero and reward him handsomely. But Lu Tianming immediately objected. Vice Marshal Fang, what kind of joke is this? Ye Ning forged military orders, deployed troops without authorization, imprisoned a representative, acted on his own judgment, and violated military commands. Which of these isn't an act of treason? Furthermore, he secretly detonated a nuclear bomb in the East Sea. Just because he achieved something, can we pretend nothing happened? He argued that Ye Ning's actions could set a dangerous precedent for the future. Next time, what if he uses his merits to do something even crazier? Like killing us, for example. Could we just pretend nothing happened then? Where's the law? Where's the nation's law? Besides, who can guarantee that his prediction this time wasn't just a lucky guess? After all, he couldn't provide any evidence. The sharp-tongued, blue-haired man next to Tianming chimed in. I agree with Commissioner Lu's thinking. Merits and demerits cannot cancel each other out, otherwise it will cause great trouble. I propose we arrest Ye Ning as planned and announce to the public that the military had already discovered the problem. Ye Ning's actions had nothing to do with saving the East Sea. As for Ye Ning saving people, at most, we can give him a light punishment. But the group under his command must be severely punished. Fang Hao roared in anger. What the hell are you talking about? Have you all lost your damn minds? They're fighting for their lives on the front lines right now, and you're still thinking about arresting people. How is saving people wrong? Was his warning wrong? He brazenly jumped onto the table, pointing directly at Tianming. If he hadn't dropped the nuclear bomb, could the defensive line have held? Besides, the nuclear contamination can be cleaned up over time. The East Sea commander and the military representative kept saying there was no problem. And what was the result? Do they have a death wish? He questioned further. Since ancient times, a general in the field is not bound by the orders of his sovereign. Don't you understand a simple principle like that? Lu Tianming was left speechless. Seeing the situation escalate, Hu Zhaiping stood up to intervene. Stop arguing. In my opinion, let's compromise. It's true that Ye Ning acted on his own, but it's also true that he saved people. If Ye Ning hadn't acted so recklessly, what would have happened to us? Even if we did manage to arrest him, could we really deceive the people and the soldiers by claiming the rescue was the military's work? We didn't believe him. We were wrong. We must admit our mistake. We cannot disappoint everyone any further. Li Kuangguo could no longer sit still and made a swift decision. If that's the case, then notify all the major war zones. All of Ye Ning's actions were in accordance with military orders. Temporary command over this Class A beast tide in the East Sea is hereby transferred to Ye Ning. He ended the meeting before another argument could break out. Now, they would wait for Ye Ning's return. If there's significant evidence, those involved will be severely punished. Dismissed. The secretary following him quickly understood the situation. Commander, you never intended to pursue Ye Ning's case from the start, did you? This meeting was probably just to shut up the forces of the 6th faction. He chuckled and walked away with a swagger. The little girl has grown up. That's right. After all, I also bear some responsibility for what happened in the East Sea. If you're wrong, you must admit it, and even if you take a beating, you have to stand firm. She has the best intentions, thanks to this supreme commander of the Great Xia. Ye Ning is indeed very outstanding, but I don't know how he made this prediction. But Commander, don't you think he looks a lot like that man from over 10 years ago? He raised his hand to signal for silence. Shh. This is a taboo subject. Don't say another word. In the East Sea Command Hall, Tianming was slamming the table in anger over the recent setback. Damn it, you call this a compromise? The State Council and this bunch of old geezers from the new faction are deliberately messing with me. I see you've all completely forgotten about the old chief who died over 10 years ago. Tianming's eyes turned cold and resolute. Anyway, I'm not the one risking my life on the front lines against this beast tide. Whether Ye Ning can survive or not will depend on his own abilities. At the East Sea defensive line, the battle was still raging with dozens of beast-tide creatures attacking relentlessly. Ning, now in command here, immediately gave an order. The sea beasts approaching all have spiritual energy shields. Conventional artillery fire is useless against them. I am now in command of the East Sea situation. All Awakeners, form up on the coastal defense line. If the sea beasts get close to the line, do not engage them head-on. They have a massive amount of health, so separate them and deal with them one by one. Remember, our most important mission is not to win, but to stall for as much time as possible. He leaped forward to take the lead. 009, come with me to the sea and kill these Tier 3 sea beasts. Stall them from all coming ashore. The pink-haired girl nicknamed 009 acknowledged the order. Roger. He drew his sword, preparing to strike the horde of sea beasts. Kill! First, let's wipe out the small fry in front. He unleashed a series of blue sword slashes at the monsters, obliterating them. Sword flow storm. Tian couldn't help but exclaim, this destructive power is a single move, equivalent to 2 nuclear bombs. A heavenly prodigy of this caliber, we definitely didn't pick the wrong person. Kai Lai beside him didn't let his guard down. Some sea beasts are about to breach the shore on the right flank. It's time for us to use our real skills to stop them. Meanwhile, Ning unleashed another dazzling ultimate move, wiping out a swarm of monsters. Heavenly Rift, flowing light. The girl, 009, also threw an earth-shattering punch that swept away countless sea beasts, direct strike of the yellow dragon. At the head of the water, a monstrous whale with toad-like bumpy skin and sharp jaws appeared. 009 immediately spotted it and charged forward. Spotting the high-level Tier 3 giant whale, she rushed in to kill it. She launched a divine palm kick right into the whale's throat, nameless whirlwind kick, but it seems she only angered the whale, causing it to unleash a boundless sound wave that blasted everything around it. The others were affected by this sound, starting to bleed from all 7 orifices as their bodies felt like they were shattering. Someone clutched their head. This sound is terrifying. Another person vomited blood. My internal organs feel like they're about to rupture. 009 was sent flying by this surprise attack. Suddenly, a monster with a crab's body but a spider's eyes appeared behind 009, forcing her to temporarily disengage. Detecting a Tier 3 giant crab attacking from behind, she immediately jumped up to avoid its pincer. Extreme evasion. A tail appeared above her, about to strike down, and she thought for a moment that she couldn't escape. Detecting a powerful enemy attacking from above, it was impossible to dodge. Ah! A voice rang out. Dimensional slash. Ning rushed out from nowhere and blocked the attack for her. He executed a clean sword strike, breaking the pincer formation of the 2 monsters and freeing 009. She felt guilty. I failed in my duty as a protector. He immediately dismissed it. I don't see you as a bodyguard, but as a comrade in arms. For a moment, she was stunned. A comrade? He gently calmed her. 009, don't lose focus. These sea beasts are harder to deal with than mutants of the same level. She immediately regained her composure and resolved to fight the horrifying crab. Roger, comrade, but for some reason, I feel full of power now. He provided support from behind, slashing at the whale with one hand. The whale suddenly dove deep into the water, leaving 009 stunned. Huh? Did that big whale get scared and run away? Ning couldn't explain it either. Ah, no way. It's just a high-level Tier 3 sea beast. It just has a lot of health. But immediately, they were surrounded by 3 giant sea beasts as a shrimp monster joined the fray. Ning was caught off guard. Damn it, they're not just intelligent, they even know tactics. He recalled the events of his past life. He had only heard that this battle was incredibly brutal. The East Sea had fallen, and all subsequent attempts to reclaim it failed, but he never knew this was the real reason. The 3 beasts attacked Ning's group simultaneously. He activated his protective armor to block the fierce attacks of the 3 monsters. Fallen Heaven defense. He gripped his sword tightly, trying his best to defend. Their attack power is too strong. I can't hold on any longer. We have to find a way to counterattack to have a chance. 009 agreed. Okay. He and 009 shot up from the battlefield. The 2 of them prepared to unleash their ultimate moves on the beasts. He unleashed an extremely powerful killing move, Fallen Heaven Lock-On Impact. 009 simultaneously supported with her own attack. The heavenly meteor strike descended from the sky, blasting all 3 beasts to pieces. He immediately commanded 009, take this chance and land another blow on the giant shark. She understood and flew forward, Roger. Comrade 009 landed another strike right on the shark's head, but then a swarm of jellyfish surrounded the 2 of them. He assessed the situation as extremely critical. Damn it, Tier 3 morning jellyfish monsters. Fighting them would be very disadvantageous. He quickly made a life-or-death decision. 009, you break through the encirclement immediately and retreat, while I'll go into the sea to hunt the giant whale. It's probably the leader of this sea beast wave. We must kill it first. 009 immediately carried out the order. Roger, comrade. He dove deep into the sea at his fastest speed. He activated his special ability to search for the lead whale, unleashing his mental probe. Let's see where you can hide. I have 3 types of upgraded battlesuits. Even if you hide at the bottom of the sea, I can still find you. He didn't have to search for long. The whale appeared right in front of him with a school of sea monsters. You've already mobilized all the high-level ones, haven't you? Relying on this army of shrimp, soldiers, and crab generals won't be enough to stop me. He unleashed a move to clear away the small fry, blocking his path. He swung his sword, transforming it into a super-powered variant, ready to face the giant whale. Tier-4 God's Wrath. Once I kill you, your army will be like a flock of dragons without a head. Then I'll use your soul to deal with your beast hide. The whale was no pushover either, launching orbs from its mouth to attack Ning, while simultaneously emitting a deadly supersonic wave. But Ning wasn't one to just stand there and take it. He moved like lightning, tearing through the whale's attack. Your strongest attacks can't even hit me. He swung his sword for the decisive blow, time to die. He plunged the sword into the center of the whale's forehead, creating a massive surge of power. But the whale immediately threw off the attack and retaliated. Ning had to admit, this giant whale was impressive. No wonder it's a pseudo-sea beast king. This level of power is truly impressive. Quick as a flash, he unleashed a treacherous sword technique, slicing vertically along the whale's body. It's just a shame that you ran into me today. As Ning finished his attack, the red power began to fade. He stood high above, watching the whale slowly sink to the seabed. That was pretty spectacular, but 10 seconds is really too short. He pushed off the water and shot upwards, as if he hadn't just been in a life-or-death battle underwater. He swung his sword, creating a blue sword aura that enveloped the sky. One more move. The rest will depend on my people and the reinforcements sent by the army. Then, as the human world Yama, he summoned the souls of the defeated sea beasts, forming a powerful army of beast souls. Soul arise. He raised his sword and pointed towards the enemy's position. Oh, mighty souls of the sea beasts, turn back and hunt them down for me. Meanwhile, 009 was still surrounded by hundreds of strange jellyfish. She cursed. Damn it, these Tier 3 jellyfish are really hard to deal with. She readied herself to fight the jellyfish that were raising their electric tentacles. Not only can they use their tentacles for long-range attacks, but they can also surround and block my vision. She threw a punch towards the tentacles of the approaching jellyfish. What's even more disgusting is that their tentacles grow back very quickly whenever they're severed, making it difficult to get rid of them for good in a short amount of time. Her fist was caught by a jellyfish's tentacle, which annoyed her even more. Going around in circles like this, forget breaking through. Even my stored spirit energy is about to be completely depleted. She unleashed a move, slicing off all the annoying tentacles clinging to her. She panted heavily as a red warning flashed on her forehead, signaling that her energy was about to run out. If I can't get back to replenish my spiritual energy in time, I'm afraid I'm going to die here. An electric tentacle struck her body before she could dodge the blow. Taking the full force of the electric shock, she collapsed helplessly. Tears streamed down Nine's cheeks. I'm sorry, comrade. This time, I can't complete the mission you gave me, and I won't get to see the day this world ends. Ning, riding on the soul of that terrifying whale, rushed over, leaving Nine completely stunned. Is that you, comrade? Did he really come back? He quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her up. Nine, come with me. She was overjoyed that he had come to rescue her in time and for their unbreakable bond. Okay, comrade. The whale led the army of spirit beasts, wiping out the troublesome jellyfish. At this moment, Nine seriously voiced her feelings. Excuse me, comrade, should I activate the blushing and rapid heartbeat effect right now? He quickly dismissed it. There's no need for that. You should just delete this useless knowledge. She immediately complied. Roger. Meanwhile, monsters were swarming into the city. The axe-wielding warrior swung straight down, chopping the neck of the bull-headed, spider-faced monster and making it collapse. He panted and exclaimed, Huff, 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 I never expected that a peak second-tier sea beast would be so much harder to deal with than a mutant of the same level. But I've been fighting on the battlefield for many years. I'm no pushover. A spiky ball flew around, shooting deadly spikes at the soldiers. Everyone joined forces to fight an octopus that was flailing its ton-heavy tentacles all over the place. This is too dangerous. The bearded warrior led the charge, ready to fight to the death. Damn it, these sea beasts are too tough to handle. Countless of our low-tier soldiers have already died. Let's just take down as many as we can. With this number of sea beasts, I'm afraid we're all going to die here today. He decisively raised his axe, commanding the support soldiers behind him. First, focus all our power on killing the third-tier octopus in front of us, and we'll deal with the rest later. An axe blow split the left side of its face, and another strike landed right in its right eye, causing the beast to collapse completely. The bearded warrior panted heavily. Huff huff, just one third-tier monster took this much effort, and yet there are still countless peak second-tier ones left. Huff huff, they're simply throwing our lives away. Huff huff, what the hell is Commissioner Liu doing? What Ning said was completely right. If it weren't for him, things would be even more disastrous. Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. Huff huff. How dare you speak to a superior like that? A chameleon-like dragon was attacking from above. The bearded warrior with the axe took the lead, ignoring the raging thunderstorm overhead. So what if I said it? This time, he really did something inhumane. In a dangerous situation like this, there's no way in hell he'd show up himself. We're all going to die here anyway. Who gives a damn about him being our superior? Follow me. Let's lure that electric ray from the sea over here and finish it off. Behind the dragon, countless sea spirits appeared, flying upwards. He looked up, completely astonished. These are the spirits of sea beasts. You're telling me these sea beasts can keep fighting after they die? What is this? How the hell are we supposed to fight something like this? No, wait. These spirits are attacking the other sea beasts. Someone is controlling them. Indeed, the spirits were swarming the dragon from all sides. Someone else blurted out, "Who could it be? We're the highest level people on this battlefield, so who could possibly have this kind of ability?" The bearded warrior was skeptical. Could it be Ning? He's only at the early 3rd tier. How is that even possible? The gray-haired guy wasn't sure either. I don't know. It's not certain. Do you remember that strange willpower attack he used on us earlier? The man looked horrified. If he has this ability to control spirits, does that mean he was holding back on us before? Just then, Ning suddenly appeared in front of everyone. He pointed his sword at the bearded commander. The sea beasts are on a rampage, yet you high-level warriors are just standing here gawking. Do you all have a death wish? The man relented and stepped back. No, Sir Ning. We were just amazed by you. Ning didn't have the patience to stand around and chat. All right, enough nonsense. Although the main force of this beast tide has been brought under control, there are still quite a few stragglers. Everyone, hurry up and take care of them. The bearded man immediately complied. Yes, Sir Ning. Ning walked ahead, his heart heavy with worry. He had already used all of his zero-cost ultimate skills. Although he still had enough spiritual energy, he could only use Divine Wrath and Inferno of the human realm one more time. The rest was, at most, only enough to use common skills like Elemental Windblade and Paralyzing Guardian Aura. The remaining sea beasts could probably be handled by the other awakened. He wouldn't make a move unless it was absolutely necessary. His status panel appeared. The first wave of sea beasts has been contained. The second wave of sea beasts will arrive in 3 hours, with twice the numbers of the first. He focused on the last item, a second wave of sea beasts. He carefully recalled this exact moment from the past. At this time in his previous life, he hadn't been discovered by the military yet, so he didn't participate in this battle. He had only heard that this battle was especially brutal. The East Sea safe zone was completely unprepared and was utterly destroyed. Afterwards, the military sent people to retake it but were repeatedly defeated, and finally had to give up. So there really was a second beast tide. He exhaled in disbelief. 3 hours? The other army corps wouldn't make it in time. It was already a miracle that the soldiers here survived this battle. Now, everyone was exhausted and couldn't possibly fight the second wave head-on. The only way was to create an isolation zone to quickly ensure the survivors and soldiers could get out of here. He made a video call to his uncle on the other side of the front line. "Uncle Xiao, how is the evacuation on your end? Is everything okay? How much longer will it take to complete?" His uncle on the other end was also struggling. Things were not going smoothly. The people assigned here had convinced many previously evacuated survivors to return. His uncle spoke in a voice trembling with suppressed anger. They crammed all the survivors into the shelter and posted guards. He was shocked that the situation over there had gotten so much worse. "What did you say?" His uncle aimed the screen at a hopelessly sealed door. "As you can see, the survivors inside have been deceived. They don't trust us at all and refuse to open the door. We can only break it down by force and take everyone away. But this has only made them trust us even less. The evacuation mission has become many times more difficult than before, and it's taking too much time." His uncle was very anxious. Based on the current progress, it's estimated to take at least 3 hours to evacuate everyone. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the storm in his heart. This is tough on everyone. Keep up the good work." He clenched his fist and turned off the call screen, but his uncle's voice still echoed, "Don't you worry, even if I have to risk this old life of mine." His face darkened, his eyes showing immense determination in this era of abundant resources and apparent peace. Trying to get things done was 100 times harder than it would be in the future. Similar incidents were bound to happen again, and the results he wanted would surely face obstacles. His eyes lit up. After the East Sea incident is resolved, he must first reach the pinnacle of power and gain the final say. Now, if he wanted to solve the extreme disasters to come, he would need extreme concentration and extreme measures. He declared tyrannically, "Whoever gets in my way, dies." 009, who was following him, asked for the next step. "Comrade, where are we going now?" He gave a decisive command. 009, go and collect data on the fuel reserves of the safe zones near the East Sea. Then notify them to transfer all their stored fuel to the East Sea safe zone within 2 hours. Also, find a way to replenish your spiritual energy and protect yourself well. 009 raised her hand in a salute. "Roger." "Yes, comrade." He looked up at the pouring rain and the silhouette of a distant airship. The East Sea safe zone was now completely beyond saving. It's better to rip the band-aid off quickly than to let this drag on. He curled his 5 fingers, setting his target to create a massive fire, and burn down the entire East Sea safe zone to create an isolation belt. At least this way, it would guarantee the survivors wouldn't be pursued. East Sea safe zone, inland border. Ning stood on a rooftop looking down at the chaotic battlefield, connecting a call. On the other end, 009 was reporting, "Comrade, I'm afraid there isn't enough fuel in the surrounding safe zones." He was shocked by this information. "That's impossible. I've already checked the fuel reserves in each region before. A woman is stepping on a punk she just defeated. It seems most of them are cooking the books. And the ones who aren't cooking the books refuse to cooperate. Even killing them won't solve this urgent problem," the man complained resentfully. "Isn't the sea beast tide already under control, and you still want to burn down the entire East Sea safe zone? Do you know how many years the East Sea safe zone has been established? I've already coordinated with the 6 surrounding safe zones and reported to the capital." He stubbornly insisted, "The capital will never agree. You have no right to demand fuel from us," Ning said through the screen, his expression unreadable. "I get it. Jiangju, come back." His eyes flashed with indignation at this injustice. "They're beyond saving, completely hopeless. If I don't wipe out these scumbags, I'll end up dying from exhaustion sooner or later. But for now, I need to calm down and figure out how to solve this problem first." He took a deep breath to compose himself. "Calm down." A pickup truck leaves the chaotic city, the people on board weeping. "Sob, sob, our home is gone. Sob, why are the authorities so hostile? Why didn't you tell us sooner? Why are we only evacuating now?" A person in a cloak complained. "We paid so much in taxes. And this is how the army treats us?" Some people who stayed behind were confronting the army, trying to get back in. "Let us go back. Let us go back to get our belongings. Give us back our cars. By what right do you commandeer my car?" A woman with her arm in a cast knelt on the cold ground as heavy raindrops fell. "I'm begging you, soldiers, please. We risked our entire fortune to gather this shipment. More than half of our people died just to transport it here. The men in my family risked their lives for this. If you destroy the city, how will we survive without these things?" Gu Yu suddenly stepped forward, placing a hand on his chest in a sincere gesture. "The city must not be destroyed. All the surrounding safe zones have expressed their opposition to burning the city, refusing to provide fuel to the East Sea safe zone." He looked at the innocent civilians with a determined gaze, as if making a solemn promise. "I, Gu Yu, as the relief representative from the Dongthon safe zone, assure you that the situation on the front lines is very good. In just a few days, everyone will be able to return home." The people were overjoyed. "Really? That's wonderful." The woman who was helped up thanked him profusely. "Thank you, officer. Thank you. We will cooperate with the evacuation." But as soon as the civilians turned to leave, he began to relentlessly badmouth Ning. "See that? How could we possibly destroy the city? If we destroy the East Sea Zone, what will these poor people do? What the hell does that brat Ning know? He has no idea how much damage his actions will cause to the East Sea Zone." He laughed smugly. "It's just a bunch of sea beasts. What's the big deal?" A subordinate with spiky gray hair next to him chimed in. "Representative Gu is wise." He pointed and ordered the soldiers, "Everyone, follow me into the city to search for and evacuate any survivors hiding in the buildings." The soldiers saluted in unison and shouted, "Sir!" His eyes revealed a murderous intent as he thought of Ning. Of course, all the financial assets of the survivors, especially those of the major chambers of commerce, will be protected by us. While the city is empty, let's move quickly. During a disaster, no one will investigate. How much we can make this time is all up to us." But he never expected that Ning was watching everything from afar with his divine eyes. "Ha ha ha, okay, very good, just great. This is profiting from a national disaster. Brilliant, just brilliant. It turns out, when you're at a loss for words, all you can do is laugh." He gave a bitter laugh, unsure if he was mocking himself or those deceitful people. "Ha ha, to think I was still so naive even after being reborn. I forgot that this is a time of peace, and most of the high-ranking positions are still occupied by scumbags. I mistook them for the United Army from my past life. An army forged in blood and tears. I was wrong. I forgot that people won't shed a tear until they see the coffin." He tilted his face to the sky, letting the rain calm him down. "This is just a minor sea beast disaster, and I've already come so close to failing. From warning the East Sea Zone to Fang Teng getting in my way, the army just turned a blind eye. I forced the deployment of troops, only to be slandered by dissenters. Even though the truth came out, the command was still flawed. The survivors returned. I wanted to burn the city to stop the enemy, but a bunch of parasites stirred up trouble." He opened his eyes wide, seeing the world for what it was, and found it utterly ridiculous. He leaped from the highest floor, descending like an arrow through the rain. "I originally wanted to save Donghai, but I never wanted it to come to this. You all have forced my hand." He sprinted, leaping across buildings toward his objective. "Trying to make a profit during a national crisis? Then by all means. Enter the city. Today, I'll send you all to the afterlife. Beneath the Spirit Energy Tower in the Donghai Safe Zone in the post-apocalyptic era, spirit energy nodes, provided by the system, appeared across the globe, and humanity began to awaken. The towers housing the energy orbs were formed from these nodes. The original world was destroyed by the corpse tide, and the survivors established new safe zones around those nodes. Each spirit energy node in a safe zone is the core that sustains the energy regeneration of the nucleus. For the awakened, without a spirit energy node, there is no safe zone. The Donghai Spirit Energy Tower housed a third-tier spirit energy node. If it were to erupt, the Donghai safe zone would be gone forever. Ye Ning appeared beneath the energy tower, but if he didn't do this, how could humanity be warned? What they stood to lose in the future was far more than just the Donghai safe zone. This explosion would release a torrent of berserk spirit energy, which could at least erase all human traces, interfere with the sea beast's senses, and prevent them from attacking. This would create the most powerful isolation zone. On the other end of the line, Xiao Hai was reporting the situation. Ye Ning, the survivor rescue mission is essentially complete, half an hour ahead of schedule. However, we've received reports that some soldiers from the surrounding war zones have returned to the city. We've discovered he cut the older man off to deal with the immediate problem. Ignore them. All you need to do is get the evacuated survivors out of the Donghai safe zone as quickly as possible. I'm hanging up now. Right after, he immediately contacted the pink-haired android. 009. Quickly contact Ming, Chen Kailai, and the other frontline soldiers. Evacuate them from the coastline within 10 minutes. She immediately complied. Roger. He swung his Huaxia sword at the energy orb. Farewell, Donghai safe zone. Wind blade of raging fire. He slashed right through the center of the energy core. The massive blast dealt significant damage to his barrier. He struggled to withstand the powerful impact of the energy field. Battlesuit, full power to shields. He charged forward to finish it. One more strike! He delivered a fatal blow right into the heart of the energy core, piercing through the orb before leaping high into the air. The orb, seemingly pushed past its limit, began to crack apart. He flew out of the building at the fastest possible speed. Just before the massive explosion could engulf everything, he activated his Godspeed ability, a skill from his maxed-out agility stat. Meanwhile, Gu Wu's group was busy looting civilian homes. A subordinate excitedly carried out some stashed goods. Representative Gu, there are so many high-grade materials and pieces of equipment here. We've struck it rich. He smugly turned up his nose. Of course. This time, we won't even have to fake the ledgers. He then shamelessly shouted a slogan, as if it were a joke. Everyone, we must save all the people of Donghai. It is our responsibility, his close aide praised him. Representative Gu is so wise. Every single word of that speech must be clearly noted. The energy orb had already expanded to Gu Wu's location, consuming everything in its path. He didn't even have time to react. Huh? What is? Before he could finish, he was mercilessly consumed by the orb. The sphere expanded, engulfing the entire city like a miniature sun. It devoured building after building as it spread. In the capital's conference room, the council members watched on a monitor as the Donghai safe zone was swallowed by the orb. Hu Jiping's face darkened. What is Ye Ning doing? Li Kuangguo's expression was thunderous. Is this the destruction of a spirit energy node? The purple-haired secretary quickly reported the critical situation. The spirit energy node is irreplaceable, and the Donghai safe zone can now never be rebuilt. Fang Hao was stunned by the situation Ye Ning had caused, while Lu Tianming barged straight into the meeting. Ye Ning! He's simply lawless! The sea beast tied in the East Sea was clearly under control, and the situation was very favorable, but that Ye Ning proposed a plan to burn down the city. It seemed like he was just waiting for that opportunity. So he reported Ye Ning immediately. I tried to advise against it, but it was no use, so I could only hurry back to report. I never expected him to do that. Marshal, this kind of insolent madman cannot be trusted or coddled. Li Kuan-Kuok had lost all his patience by now. Ye Ning, could it be that I really trusted the wrong person? Guards, go! Fang Hao immediately volunteered. Marshal, let me go personally. I guarantee I'll bring Ye Ning back. Whether it's dealing with Ye Ning or his bodyguard, number 9, it's no problem for me. But deep down, he had a plan to investigate this matter thoroughly. If the Marshal were to send more people, I'm afraid there will be more misunderstandings. Then it would be difficult to save Ye Ning. Li Kuan-Kuok made a quick decision. All right, take my Thunder Fighter and bring Ye Ning back to me as soon as possible. I will interrogate him myself. 10 minutes later, in the East Sea safe zone, the state-of-the-art aircraft landed in the area closest to Ye Ning. The accompanying assistant's voice reminded him, Vice Marshal Fang, according to Commissioner Ye Ning's Class A authority card, this is a restricted location. He is on the mountain outside the East Sea safe zone. Fang Hao immediately ordered, land the plane, I want to see him. Ye Ning calmly awaited what was about to happen. Haha! The most advanced supersonic jet of the Great Xia has been dispatched. It seems another big shot has come to hold me accountable. Fang Hao landed on the ground. Ye Ning, you've caused a huge disaster. He quickly recognized his uncle. Uncle Fang? Fang Hao tried to persuade Ye Ning to voice his concerns, so he would have evidence to defend him. Ye Ning, you destroyed the East Sea spiritual energy node. If you have anything to explain, say it now. Before we go back, I can help you think of a solution. But he didn't seem to care at all. Uncle Fang, I'm tired. I'm too lazy to explain anymore. Right before your eyes is the energy field spreading throughout the city. Yi Ning pointed in that direction. Look over there. In another 1 minute, you'll understand. Fang Hao still didn't understand what his nephew was planning to do. What do you mean? But 1 minute later, strange, giant shadows bobbing in the distance made him realize immediately. This is the second sea beast tide. They attacked the energy field, but were instantly reduced to dry bones. Yi Ning asked again. Do you understand now, uncle? Fang Hao finally understood. I get it now. You used this extreme method to stop the sea beast tide from pursuing the survivors, but why didn't you explain it clearly to your superiors? Yi Ning closed his eyes, explaining wearily. Was there even time? Didn't I explain it clearly at the beginning? But what was the result? Who would have believed it without seeing it with their own eyes? Fang Hao patted his shoulder comfortingly. Ye Ning, you've been through a lot. Although it's very unfair, Uncle Fang still wants to advise you to first return to the capital and explain everything clearly. He continued to advise. Now the result is clear. The marshal is not an unreasonable person. Next, as for the ones that got away, just leave it to me to arrange and handle. Yi Ning obediently listened. Okay. Fang Hao added more about the tense situation at headquarters. Oh right, when you get back, be careful of Lu Tianming's group. Earlier, while you were struggling in the dungeon, they went to your house. Your mother and sister are in the hospital now. Yi Ning was stunned upon hearing this news. What did you say? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the empty street. Yi Ning frantically rushed towards the building. His every step was heavy with anxiety. Xiao An was curled up on a small chair next to the hospital bed. Her face was stained with tears. Brother, where on earth are you? If you're still alive, please come back quickly. Mom has been in a coma for 2 or 3 days. I'm so scared. Yi Ning burst through the door, his face panicked, his worried voice ringing out. Xiao An heard the noise, slowly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes widened, and she whispered through her sobs, Brother? Xiao An immediately rushed over and threw her arms around Ye Ning, sobbing as she spoke. Brother? Sob? I thought you were dead. Yi Ning gently patted his sister to reassure her. Xiao An, don't cry. I'm not dead. Haven't I returned safe and sound? He gently stroked her head and said softly, Xiao An, be good now. Let me go see Mom first. Xiao An nodded slightly. When Mom heard you were dead, she fainted. She lowered her head, her voice trembling. Even though the doctor said Mom is fine, she still hasn't woken up. Yi Ning quietly walked to the bedside. He gently held his unconscious mother's frail hand. Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm back now. I'm okay, Mom. Please wake up, Mom. That frail hand trembled slightly, as if it had faintly stirred at his earnest call. Ye Ning was startled and looked up, his heart feeling tight, his voice trembling with hope. Xiao An, beside him, sobbed, Brother, what if Mom doesn't wake up? Yi Ning gently squeezed her hand, his gaze firm. She will. Xiao An, Mom knows I'm back. She'll definitely wake up. He turned around, his face serious. Xiao An, who came to our house? Who said I was dead? Do you remember? The little girl replied, I think it was someone called Chief Wang. They came to the house to take all your things, but I didn't let them. Then they said you were dead. Xiao An frowned slightly, but the strange thing is, he came back yesterday, and he even brought a basket of flowers and fruit, saying something about an intern making a mistake, and that you weren't dead. After he took a phone call, he completely changed his story and said, you were about to die. I didn't believe a single word he said, so I threw his things out. After hearing this, Ye Ning wasn't surprised at all, and quickly figured out who it was. I know, he said nothing more, carefully planning his next move in his mind. Chief Wang, Wang Kai's father, Lu Tianming's subordinate. You shouldn't have touched my family. Now that I'm back, let's see how I'll uproot all of you. Witnessing Ye Ning's terrifying aura, Xiao An couldn't help but worry and quickly said, Brother, your expression just now was really scary. Actually, besides the bad guys, some good people came too, like Uncle Fang, for example. He arranged for Mom and me to be hospitalized and even sent 2 people to protect us. Ye Ning smiled gently, a warm and tender smile, as he patted Xiao An's head. I know. Don't worry, Xiao An. The little girl looked up at Ye Ning, her voice soft. Can you wait until Mom gets better before you leave? I'm scared being all by myself, he replied gently. Xiao An, don't be afraid. I won't go anywhere before Mom wakes up. In the reception room of Lu Tianming's house, Tianming sat with his legs crossed on a chair and spoke. Commissioner Lu, the people we sent to capture Ye Ning have returned to the capital. They said it seems a second beast tide has broken out, and Ye Ning has also returned, Tianming said, without a moment's hesitation. I'm asking you, Chief Wang, can you get to the point? Don't be so paranoid. With guts like yours, how can you ever accomplish anything great? Tianming frowned, his voice slow. There's still time before the Marshal convenes the Commissioner's Council. We still have plenty of time to maneuver. Don't forget, the Marshal's final order was for Fang Hao to arrest the person. Whether there's a beast tide or not after that is irrelevant. As long as we remain calm, we can win. Tianming leaned forward and replied, Chief Wang, do you still remember the person from more than 10 years ago? We will arrest Ye Ning at the meeting. At this, the chief exclaimed excitedly. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. That's a move that pulls the rug out from under him. That's a taboo in Daxia. Anyone who touches it will die. At the military airport, a plane screeched down the runway at a dizzying speed. 4 people, Wang Tian, Ming La, Xiao Hai, and Kai Lai, disembarked from the plane one by one. Everyone looked haggard, with exhaustion etched on their faces. As soon as they set foot on the ground, Chen Kai Lai, deputy commander of the Hubei military region, Xiao Hai, marshal of the Tianfeng safe zone, Wang Tian, vice president of the Tiancheng merchant guild, and Ming La, captain of the special operations team. Someone spoke in a stern voice. You have seriously violated military orders and discipline. You'll have to come with us. Ming La, filled with indignation, shouted loudly, We shed our blood in a desperate battle and just rescued millions of survivors. On what grounds are you arresting us? We want to see the marshal. Kai Lai turned his head and calmly reassured him. Ming La, save your strength. There's no reasoning with them. The 4 of them strode forward proudly, and Kai Lai spoke in a clear voice. Get out of the way. I can walk on my own. I, Chen Kai Lai, have lived my entire life with a clear conscience. From a distance, Fang witnessed everything. She told herself she had to quickly inform Comrade Ye Ning. In the capital's military conference hall, Xuan Guo stood majestically on a high podium in the middle of the vast auditorium. His voice rang out solemnly. I believe everyone has seen the information about the second beast tide outbreak in Donghai. Vice Marshal Fang is currently taking charge. Furthermore, the Huadong safe zone has erected barriers, so for the time being, there will be no further major chaos. The reason I've gathered everyone here today is mainly to discuss and assess the nature of Ye Ning's series of actions. Guo Ping sat thoughtfully in the delegates section. His face was solemn as he slowly raised his hand. Based on the outcome, Ye Ning saved millions of survivors and stopped the sea beasts. Although his methods went against the rules, I believe the merits outweigh the demerits, especially considering his foresight. He should be exonerated and praised for this. Furthermore, we should offer Ye Ning a sincere apology. Tianming leaned forward slightly, his voice laced with insinuation. Commissioner Hu, aren't you jumping to conclusions a bit too quickly? Qian Fen suddenly shot to his feet, his firm voice ringing with indignation. I do not agree with this. Everyone has been deceived by Ye Ning. Do you know that before Ye Ning destroyed Donghai, he broke into the secret High Research Institute? Ye Ning not only killed Commander Li but also stole all the research results there for his own selfish gain. He decided to destroy all of Donghai just to eliminate the evidence of his crimes. Qian Fen yanked open his collar, revealing a large scar. He pointed forward, his voice trembling with rage. He almost killed me too. If Commissioner Liu hadn't sent people to rescue me in time, I'm afraid I would have been left for dead in Donghai. And then the truth would have never been exposed. Lu Xiang, sitting beside him, gently raised his hand, an unhurried yet commanding gesture that instantly silenced the room. He looked up, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before he spoke. In addition to the crimes already mentioned, I wish to say a few words as the representative of the capital's coastal region. Lu Xiang shot to his feet, his voice grim. First, the sea beast tide in Donghai was not that severe, yet Ye Ning completely destroyed the Donghai safe zone. Second, the safe zones near Donghai sent dozens of officers to help with the rescue. But as soon as they entered the city to conduct search and rescue, Ye Ning destroyed the spiritual energy node and killed all of them. All because their safe zone's commander refused to provide fuel to burn down Donghai. This was simply a personal vendetta. Before the silence could even settle, the chief also abruptly shot to his feet. The chair behind him screeched loudly as he said, Furthermore, we discovered that Ye Ning also embezzled a large amount of supplies from the Donghai safe zone. I even suspect Ye Ning's so-called prophecy. In fact, he was the one who instigated this beast tide. Otherwise, how could he have made such accurate predictions? It's a classic case of a thief crying thief. Hearing these blatant accusations, Yuan San couldn't contain his anger and protested. That's enough. You people are just spreading baseless rumors and twisting the truth, making slanderous accusations. Damn you all. All you do all day is scheme for your own benefit and frame others. If you're so capable, why don't you go to the front lines and kill the beast tide? The chief retorted sarcastically. Commander Cheng, are you that angry? I know Ye Ning made great contributions to your useless team in the Versus dungeon, but let's not mix things up. You need to open your eyes and see clearly. Don't be like your treacherous subordinates, siding with Ye Ning's rebellion. Yuan-san was so furious he couldn't hold back, pointing a finger straight in his face and yelling, "Rebellion, my A, asterisk, asterisk! I'll kill you, you better believe it!" Seeing this, Guo Ping rushed over, trying to calm him down. "Old Cheng, calm down. Chief Wang, your actions are understandable," Guo Ping continued. "After all, if he can use this to eliminate Ye Ning, then his son, Wang Kai, will be able to rise to the #1 position. He's just being a father." Haha. After hearing this, the chief's face turned panicked, as if he had just been exposed. He stammered, "Li Xuan Guo, you're slandering me." Tian Ming raised a hand to interrupt. "Allow me to say a few words." He calmly stepped out from his seat, his voice clear. "Commander-in-Chief, it's undeniable that Ye Ning is the world's best in 4 systems and has achieved great merits, a rare talent indeed. But regardless of his talent or his methods, Commander-in-Chief, don't you find him somewhat familiar? Do you remember the small-scale beast-tide outbreak from a decade ago? That person seemed to be pursuing that thing." Xuan Guo, standing on the high platform, slammed his hand on the table, his shout echoing throughout the hall. "Silence, Commissioner Liu. Watch your words." Tian Ming walked straight towards the platform, still speaking. "Commander-in-Chief, rest assured. I will of course be discreet and won't leak anything. I just wanted to let you know that I found something very interesting." His voice was cold, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Before coming to the capital, Ye Ning used the name Ye Lin in several different dungeons. Do you think that's just a coincidence? Suddenly, a strange noise from outside made them both whip their heads around. Tian Kwok immediately asked, "What's happening outside?" Tian Ming narrowed his eyes and said, "I guess that noise might be Commissioner Ye Ning's arrival. If you don't believe me, let's go out and see." Tian Ming and his men rushed outside, and the scene before them left everyone speechless. Amidst the scattered rubble, Ye Ning stood silently, surrounded by soldiers who had been struck down by his cold, sharp blade. Tian Ming approached. "What did I tell you? Those are the legendary paralysis gauntlets and the wind blade element, aren't they?" Ye Ning spun around, his expression filled with disgust, and said, Just as I thought, it's a trap. A damn chain plot." 2 minutes earlier, in front of the conference hall, Ye Ning stood facing Fang Fang, speaking with frustration. "I can't believe those bastards moved against Ming Luo's group so quickly. Luckily, Ming's mother has woken up, so it's time to deal with them. Jiu, hide for a while. I'm going inside to check things out. Act according to the situation." After hearing him, she replied decisively, "Understood." Ye Ning sensed something was off. He thought to himself, "Oh, there's hidden killing intent," and slowly drew the sword from his back. His wary eyes scanned the surroundings as 3 figures suddenly descended from above. He spun around, his eyes locked on the 3 approaching soldiers, their weapons swinging like lightning bolts ready to tear through space. Ye Ning calculated inwardly, early 3rd tier using killing moves, and none of these guys are making a sound. If I use God's Wrath and accidentally kill them, I'm afraid I won't be able to explain it later. His hands clenched, and fiery red sparks shot out from his 2 gauntlets. He thought to himself, "I can only clash with this one first." Bloodstorm Paralysis Gauntlets. Ye Ning swung his arm, and a powerful surge of red energy erupted, flinging the soldiers away, shattering the ground, and sending debris flying through the air. One of them coughed, and thick blood gushed from his mouth like a spring, staining the ground red at his feet. Ye Ning blinked, his face showing clear astonishment. Damn it, they hastily retracted their moves, and they didn't even put up a defense? Are they intentionally getting injured? Is this a self-harm ploy? Back to the present, one of the defeated soldiers struggled to get up and said, "Marshal, we just asked Commissioner Ye Ning to wait a moment, but he used lethal force on us. Cough, cough." Tian Ming waved his hand and said slowly, "See, Marshal? I told you Ye Ning has gone mad. He tries to kill people whenever he's displeased." Tuan Kwok stood watching silently, his voice deep. "Ye Ning, do you have anything to say?" Ye Ning snorted lightly and replied, "Very interesting. To be honest, whether it's about this or the whole EC affair, I'm too lazy to explain it again." Ye Ning stood tall and proud, placing a hand on his hip as he gave a firm command. "Jiu, come out." Immediately, Fang Fang descended from above. She spoke, recorded footage, project. A blue light flashed from her eyes. Then, a clear image appeared in the space before them. The scene of the men attacking Ye Ning, capturing the entire moment before they appeared. Tian Ming stood frozen, his eyes wide as he stammered, "What?" Ye Ning looked smug, his gaze sweeping over Tian Ming with a hint of sarcasm as he said casually, "Commissioner Liu, it's too bright out here, so the projection effect isn't great. Why don't we go inside and watch it slowly?" In front of all the leaders, Fang Fang projected everything for them to see. Turning off the projection, Fang Fang announced, "Video playback complete." After everything, Tuan Kwok's face darkened, trying to suppress his anger as he stated, "Commissioner Liu, what you did here was completely wrong." Tian Ming immediately replied in embarrassment, Marshal, I admit that ambushing him at the gate was wrong, but I only did it for the safety of Great Xia. He tried to justify himself, saying, Marshal, based on the video that was shown, although the beast tide in the East Sea was fierce, it wasn't so bad that the entire East Sea needed to be destroyed. Ning only did that for his own selfish gain. Marshal, have you perhaps forgotten what I told you before? This made Tian Quoc fall into deep thought. A notification suddenly appeared, warning that the Huaxia war zone was about to be attacked by an AC+ class sea beast. Please be prepared. War zone level mission. Eliminate the peak 3rd tier sea beast, the giant sea Yao. Seeing this, Tianming took the opportunity to feign ignorance and exclaimed, What? Xuan Guo and everyone else immediately received the notification as well. He said in shock, This is an event identified by the system as a disaster, and it's a peak 3rd tier sea beast mission. The second wave has already escalated to A+ rank. This has never happened since the rebuilding of Great Xia. At this point, Ning just calmly remarked, Haha, this system's warning is very timely. It saves me the trouble of explaining. Marshal, you don't need any more explanations from me now, do you? Just then, a call came in from Fang Hao. Seeing this, Xuan Guo asked, Fang Hao, what's going on? Fang Hao reported, Marshal, the scale of the beast tide here is unimaginable. Although I have mobilized the troops, our current forces are still not enough to fight off this beast tide. Even though the soldiers are not afraid to die, charging into a direct confrontation would only lead to pointless losses. He projected the situation there and added, Fortunately, the Snow Point spirit energy has held them back, so we can ensure the retreating survivors won't be pursued. Xuan Guo immediately ordered, I understand. Ensure the safety of the survivors, abandon the East Sea, and withdraw the troops. Hearing this, Fang Hao replied, Yes, Marshal. Suddenly, Tianming questioned, Marshal, how could Ning predict this so accurately? He's clearly manipulating all of this, which made Cheng Yuan unable to hold back, rushing forward to get physical while cursing. You son of a b times che. By your ridiculous logic, does that mean all heroes in history were the ones who caused the disasters? Have you no shame? Hearing this, Tianming provoked him. Cheng Yuan, are you trying to pick a fight with me? Unable to stand it any longer, Xuan Guo's eyes flashed, and he growled, unable to hide his anger. Shut up, both of you. Then, he immediately created a huge explosion, sending the arguing Tianming and Cheng Yuan flying. Xuan Guo said in a stern voice, Things have come to this point, so there's no need for any more speculation. Ning is the undisputed hero of this sea beast incident, and tomorrow we will hold a national commendation ceremony. Ning offered his opinion. Let's skip the commendation ceremony. Just publishing a news report to show appreciation will be enough. If the Marshal really wants to compensate me, then I want to personally investigate and handle a certain matter. After all, some bastard had the audacity to go to my home and harass my family while I was fighting in the dungeon. Hearing this, the chief's face turned pale as he spoke up. Commissioner, yes, about this matter, please let me explain. Everything was done by an intern. Xuan Guo didn't give him any more time to make excuses and said, This matter is indeed a violation of the rules. In that case, let Commissioner Ning investigate it. I will assign an action team to assist you. Just be mindful of your limits and act within the law. Getting what he wanted, Ning immediately thanked him. Understood. Thank you, Marshal. At this, the chief couldn't help but tremble in fear and cry out, This! The scene changes. As the sky gradually darkened, a private car drove out from the high-ranking officials' center. Inside the car, a voice spoke with urgency. Commissioner Liu, we're in the same boat, so this time you have to save me no matter what. Beside him, Tianming asked with a cold expression, Chief Wang, are you threatening me? Hearing this, the chief could only stammer and reply, I wouldn't dare. With a cunning expression, Tianming confidently said, All right, what's there to panic about? Didn't the Marshal warn him not to go too far? We'll handle problems as they arise. The law of the land is supreme. Would Ning dare to run rampant? Don't worry. If he doesn't know what's good for him and back off, the Marshal won't let him off the hook. After all, the seed of taboo has already been planted, despite the chief still being in a state of anxiety. Meanwhile, in the high-ranking official's compound, Fang wondered, Comrade, aren't we going to rescue Ming Luo and the others first? Hearing this, Ning replied, No rush. Let's kill a chicken to scare the monkeys first. If we can scare them, more people will naturally talk to us when we get back. Fang asked further, So, which chicken should we kill first, without delay? With a look of great interest, Ning said, Chief Wang, of course. At Chief Wang's house, Ning thought to himself, In 4 years, he's amassed 30 million points, not even sparing the subsidy money. Looking at the gemstones, diamonds, and money filling the chests all around, Ning thought to himself, Do you have any idea that a normal family's monthly living cost is only 20 points? He said with a serious face, I've truly underestimated you. Hearing this, Director Wang, who was now restrained by the guards, still tried to act tough and cursed loudly. "Ye Ning, these things aren't yours. You have no right to search my house." As soon as he finished speaking, he was told to know his place, but he wouldn't stop. Fang, who was standing nearby, gave the director a hard slap. She just kept slapping him across the face relentlessly. Seeing this, Ye Ning silently drew his sword, walked over to him and taunted, "How does a parasite like you have the right to talk to me about going too far?" Ye Ning pressed the tip of his sword against the director's neck. Ye Ning said sternly in a loud voice, "I'm killing you today to rid the people of a menace." Even so, the shameless director was still confident. "Ye Ning, you can't execute me on your own authority." With cold eyes filled with extreme anger and resentment, Ye Ning growled, "You dared to touch my family. You think I wouldn't dare to touch you?" Only then did the director finally feel fear. He pleaded with tears in his eyes, No, don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I'll do anything you say." Seeing this, Ye Ning sheathed his sword and said with satisfaction, "That's more like it. Just tell me who ordered you, and I'll let you go. Don't even think about hiding anything. I'll find out even if you don't tell me, but if you talk, you might get to live. And don't think about some misplaced loyalty. It's obvious you're just a pawn that's been cast aside." Recalling the look on Tianming's face in the car, the director was shocked to realize that Lu Tianming had no intention of saving him, and even wanted to use his death to take down Ye Ning. All of the marshal's men remained silent, clearly wanting to use him as an outlet for Ye Ning's rage. After a moment, he confessed, "I'll talk. It was Lu Tianming who ordered it. All the most valuable things taken from your house are with him. He said he would mentor my son, so I followed him. Besides me, the one responsible for the fuel incident in the East Sea vicinity was also him." Having achieved his goal, Ye Ning gave an order. "Very good. 009. Make a recording for him and have him sign it, then release him nearby." Fang replied, "Understood." Then, Ye Ning used his power to confiscate all of the director's wealth and said, "I'll be taking these for now. They will be redistributed after a thorough investigation." Once outside, he called Xiaoan. Seeing the call, Xiaoan spoke up, "Brother, what's wrong?" Hearing his voice, Ye Ning suddenly said, "Xiaoan, brother wants to teach you something." He advised, "When facing bad people, those who bully us, you must kill them. Deceiving the dead doesn't count as lying." Meanwhile, behind Ye Ning was the scene of the director being decisively dealt with by Fang. At the same time, at the Lu residence, that Lu Tianming fellow was completely oblivious to what was happening, calm as ever, cuddling Lin Lan in bed. In Lin Lan's arms, he said perversely, "Lin Lan, I'm extremely frustrated today. You have to help me relieve this anger." Just then, a guard suddenly burst in and announced, "Commissioner Lu, this is bad." Seeing the shameful scene before him, the young man immediately blushed and exclaimed, This is..." His fun ruined. Lu Tianming grabbed a nearby teacup and threw it straight at the guard's head, yelling, "Damn it!" Tianming hurriedly got dressed while asking irritably, "What happened now?" Seeing this, the guard quickly replied, Director Wang, he's dead. Ye Ning also arrested many of our people just now, and he's heading this way." Hearing this, Tianming couldn't help but curse. Is he crazy? If this goes on, how will the army have any face left? Report to the marshal immediately. Say that Ye Ning has gone insane. Receiving the order, the guard replied, "Yes, sir," and hurried away. Only then did Tianming's face turn pale as he realized, wait, the marshal sent people to follow him, so he must know what's going on. This is bad. I need to see the old chief immediately. Outside the Lu residence, the influential figures connected to Tianming were also being restrained by Fang. Ye Ning and she calmly walked straight towards Tianming's place. Ye Ning ordered, "Take these people and parade them around Chang'an Avenue, especially in front of Lu Tianming's house, and live stream all of their crimes. I have to let everyone know everything." Behind him, Wang Hai desperately tried to intervene. "That's enough, Commissioner Ye Ning. Please stop. The higher-ups know you're dissatisfied and have been quite lenient with you, but what you're doing now is going too far. Do you have any regard for the laws of the nation and the military?" Ye Ning, with rage boiling inside him, just scoffed and replied, "Humph, you think this is going too far? When they framed me and tried to kill me, did you not think that was going too far? When they didn't care whether the survivors lived or died, you didn't think that was going too far?" he shouted. "Going too far? I'm just getting started. There are even more outrageous things to come." He fully unleashed his spiritual power, covering the entire city and heading straight for the Liu residence. Ye Ning continuously launched attacks to provoke Liu Tian, shouting loudly, "You dog thief, Liu Tian, get your ass out here for me." He frantically swung his sword with powerful slashes and growled, "Liu Tian, get the hell out here, you damn dog. You got the guts to do it, but not the guts to own up to it?" And so, the flames Ye Ning created grew larger, engulfing the entire Liu residence. Ye Ning thought to himself, "Anyway, I've already decided to reveal my authority over the Zombie Kingdom Instance Dungeon to save Ming Ya and the others. Now, I naturally need to maximize the benefits. The more shocked everyone is, the more it benefits me. Only by fighting the sea beast to the end will I have a chance to take him down. Political calculations? No, the world won't give me or humanity time to hesitate. Facing the taunt, old dog Liu Tian, stop being a coward and get out here for me. Liu Tian fled for his life to escape the Grim Reaper named Ye Ning. Watching his mansion get engulfed in a sea of flames, Liu Tian said furiously, "He's actually using his spiritual power to insult me across the entire city? This is going too far. I absolutely can't tolerate this," he roared. "I must kill this animal with my own hands," and started to rush towards Ye Ning to settle the score. But his attendant immediately stopped him. "Commissioner Liu, that kid is deliberately provoking you to come out. The outcome is uncertain if you face him now, not to mention he's being protected by a master like Kong Qi." Liu Tian then gave a cold snort and said, "Let's go. After I meet the old chief, I'll make sure that kid dies without a grave." Inside the capital's military conference hall, all the high-ranking officials were gathered. Tuyen Kwok spoke up. "Ye Ning, there are no outsiders at today's meeting. There are some things we need to discuss beforehand." He added, "Seeing how far things had gone, it's time to put a stop to this. Otherwise, we won't be able to protect you in the future." Ye Ning replied, "Commander, this is Chief Wang's confession before he died. All of this was masterminded by Liu Tian. Do none of you know this? Or are you choosing to turn a blind eye?" Qi Bin took the written testimony and said, "Ye Ning, even the commander's secretary isn't here today. That's because we want to be more open with you. Can't you see that?" The old man said irritably, "Is there a need to be so sarcastic?" Beside him, Vian Tam also chimed in, "Ye Ning, my support for you has been clear ever since you left the confrontation dungeon, right? Although I also want to kill Liu Tian, the timing just isn't right. We can't force the commander to get involved." Hearing this, Ye Ning asked, "What is everyone trying to say?" Qi Bin immediately spoke frankly, "Ye Ning, there are some matters that you aren't supposed to know at your level, but considering your potential, we've decided to take a risk." The old man continued, "Taking action against Liu Tian isn't a simple matter. His influence runs deep. He has powerful forces backing him, so much so that even the commander has to be cautious. If we make too big of a move, the Great Xia could instantly plunge into civil war. The bordering nations are watching us like vultures, waiting for an opening. Even if the commander were to risk it all and won control of the government, we would just be setting the stage for other nations to take over." Tuyen Kwok added, "So, it's not that we don't want to do certain things, but that we simply can't. No one wants to kill them more than I do, but the situation is dire. For now, as long as we aren't divided, we can at least stand united against outside threats. So you'll have to grit your teeth and bear this internal affair. As for Liu Tian, he can be punished, he can be demoted, we can slowly boil the frog, but we absolutely cannot kill him recklessly." Hearing this, Ye Ning fell silent for a long moment, then his expression darkened as he replied coldly, "I understand everyone's point, and thank you for trusting me. If we can't just kill indiscriminately," he offered his opinion, "then please allow me to challenge Liu Tianming to a life-and-death duel, fair and square. After all, according to Article 131 of the committee's legal regulations, the standards for rotating standing committee members can be based on ability." Hearing this, Xuan Guo growled, "You little brat, don't you understand plain language?" He was furious. He slammed the table and stood up abruptly, saying, "First of all, let's not even talk about how those are old laws that no longer fit the current system. But as for a death match, do you think Liu Tianming's third-stage strength is just for show? Let me tell you, you're mistaken. He climbed to his current position by dominating the battlefield with his own power." Yi Ning didn't back down, jumping to his feet to retort. "So what?" Xuan Guo immediately yelled. "So what? I see you, you little brat. Really have a death wish, don't you?" He furiously summoned his power to suppress Ye Ning in anger. He acknowledged that Yi Ning's power wasn't much weaker than his. "Do you really think an early third stage like you can even compete? Let me tell you something today, kid. Potential and actual strength are two different things." Beside them, Xi Ping tried to intervene. "Marshal, please calm down. Fighting with a child is beneath you." Yuan San also tried to calm Ye Ning. "Ye Ning, the marshal is only doing this for your own good, and for the good of the Great Xia." Unwilling to submit, even under the pressure of Xuanguo's power, Ye Ning struggled to channel his internal energy and said, "Humph, how cowardly. Although from your point of view and standpoint, I can understand." But in an instant, he erupted with power, blasting away Xuanguo's suppression as he shouted, "I want to offer a different perspective." Hearing this, Xuanguo asked in shock, "Brat, are you really trying to rebel?" With rage boiling inside him, Ye Ning, his eyes filled with killing intent, said, "What if our greatest enemy isn't factions or even the influence of foreign powers, but something far more serious? What if the East Sea Beast Tide was just a small beginning, and then A+ rank and S rank Beast Tides, along with Corpse Tides, erupted in many places? What if the apocalypse comes again, and 4th stage mutants attack the cities? Wouldn't all of humanity be destroyed? What happens if we don't have time to be the frog boiling in warm water? Hearing this, Ji Ping anxiously asked, "The apocalypse is coming again? 4th stage mutants? The destruction of humanity?" Yuan-san asked with great concern, "Ye Ning, have you gone mad?" Xuanguo also heard this and wondered, "Ye Ning, why are you saying such things?" Ye Ning simply replied confidently, "If I told you I have the ability to predict the future, would you believe me?" For a moment, the entire room fell silent. Just then, a call from the old chief came in. Seeing this, Xuanguo said, "Here comes trouble." Answering the call, he greeted politely, "Old chief, you were looking for me?" Beside him, Ye Ning thought to himself, "The old chief. Could it be the old chief of the central mother body?" On the screen, the old chief, wearing a mask and a black cloak that completely covered his body, spoke up, "Little Li, still in a meeting this late? It seems being a marshal is quite tough. You're getting old now. If you really can't handle it, why not hand it over to the younger generation?" Hearing this, Xuanguo replied, "Old chief, you're teasing me again. I'm only 60 years old, still a kid who can eat 8 bowls in one sitting. At this age, I can still charge into battle. I still have plenty of energy for important work." The old chief got straight to the point. "Enough with the chatter. I heard from little Lou that there's a genius recently, one who dares to do anything from murder to arson." Of course, I don't mean to blame him. He's a genius, so naturally, he should be treated differently. Such actions are indeed acceptable, but his subordinates who violated laws and discipline, shouldn't they also be severely punished? Beside him sat Tianming. Tianming leaned into the frame and said smugly, "Marshal, if you really want to follow the law, then Ming Luo, Chen Kailai, Xiao Hai, and the others all deserve to die." At this, Xuanguo simply replied, "I will handle this matter with great care. Please rest assured, old chief." Hearing this, the old chief reminded him, "Good then. Remember, don't destroy the great Xia just for some so-called genius," the old chief advised. "Don't let the tragedy of the so-called genius from 14 years ago happen again." Seeing this, Ye Ning wondered, why is this old chief wearing a mask? His voice also sounded like it was coming from an electronic voice changer. Judging by their conversation, it seems these two powers are in a very fragile balance right now. What was he talking about? Something that happened 14 years ago. After that, Xuanguo said, "Ye Ning, you heard everything, didn't you? If you want to save Ming Luo and the others now, you must release Lu Tianming. Make your choice, or Great Xia will be in big trouble." But then, Ye Ning made a proposal. "Commander, if I have a way to help you withstand the pressure at the border, will I still need to make this choice?" Which made Xuanguo ask in confusion, "What did you say? What do you mean?" Ye Ning confidently boasted, "I've obtained the authority of the Zombie Kingdom dungeon." Hearing this, all 3 high-ranking officials immediately buzzed with excitement. "What did you say? Dungeon authority? You've obtained the legendary dungeon authority? What kind of level is that? Can it teleport awakeners?" Yi Ning explained that it's the highest level of authority. "I can use all the resources and technology within the dungeon. All the people in the dungeon are under my command. I decide all the rules of the dungeon." Hearing this, the high-ranking officials couldn't help but be flabbergasted. As soon as they recovered, they immediately rejoiced as if celebrating, exclaiming, "Holy crap, it's divine, it's rule level authority, that's rule level authority. We've struck gold. We're soaring, we're taking off." Seizing the opportunity, Ye Ning slyly made a suggestion. "Hey, are you all getting a little too excited? Will this be enough for everyone to withstand the pressure of internal conflict? Please give me a definite answer." This question immediately brought Xuanguo back to reality. He said wearily, Calm down, everyone calm down." He walked straight towards Ye Ning, ignoring the other 2 high-ranking officials who were still celebrating joyfully, and said sternly, "You damn perverted genius. Kid, I'm gonna make my position clear to you right now." Then Xuanguo immediately threw himself into Ye Ning's arms and puckered his lips at him, causing Ye Ning to cry out in alarm, "That's enough, that's enough." Hey, after pushing Xuanguo away, Ji Ping and Yuan-san also rushed in, shouting that it's rule-level authority. "This means we can kill as many lackeys of foreign powers as we want. All we have to do is say the word, right? No wonder you little brat could go on a killing spree in the dungeon. Let me give you a kiss." This made Ye Ning say wearily, "Is it necessary to be so dramatic? Keep your mouth to yourself." Ugh, ugh, you stink." Finally, Xuanguo happily made a decision. "Tomorrow morning, I'll release Ming Luo and his group, and everyone will get a promotion and a raise." Ye Ning then brought something up. "Then what about my death match with Lu Tianming?" Xuanguo simply replied, "Ye Ning, for your own safety, I still advise you not to do it. Yi Ning announced, the death match will take place in about 3 months. 3 months is enough for me to be certain I can defeat him. You all can also use this time to prepare for the internal conflicts that might happen afterward. 2 months from now, I will open a confrontational dungeon to eliminate a large number of foreign forces to relieve the pressure. At this point, Xuan Guo could only remind him, so, Ye Ning, the reason you can kill without any restraint is because you have this ace up your sleeve, right? It might seem reckless, but in reality, every step is carefully calculated. He asked Ye Ning, I want to know, do you really have the ability to predict the future? But Ye Ning just replied, if you believe it, then I do. If you don't, then I don't. Of course, I also want to ask you, Commander, if I really do have it, what will you do? Hearing this, Xuan Guo replied, if that's really the case, then an old man like me is willing to hand things over to the younger generation. Do you really think I can still eat 8 bowls of rice in one meal? Ji Ping spoke up excitedly. You predicted the East Sea Beast Tide and then obtained the dungeon authority. It's hard for us not to believe you. If the future is as bad as you say, then we really don't have time to boil the frog in warm water anymore. Yuan-san also added, I feel the same way. Seeing them, Ye Ning said softly to himself, maybe even in this era, I'm not as alone as I thought. Then he spoke up. Oh right, who is that old chief? He mentioned something about 14 years ago. What was that about? Hearing this, Xuan Guo began to explain. That's a taboo in the Great Xia Empire. 14 years ago, there was a genius just like you, also from a commoner background, who was so gifted that she quickly rose to fame and was considered a rising star in Great Xia. Then, she also secretly led people to the East Sea, and after returning, she rebelled. He said she secretly tried to assassinate the former marshal, who is the current old commander. But she failed and was killed. Because of that, the old commander had to step down due to severe injuries, which is how I got the opportunity to sit in my current position. Even more coincidentally, her name was also Ye Lin. At this, Ye Ning wondered, how can there be such a coincidence? That's why everyone both valued and was wary of me before. Xuan Guo replied, that's right. Although it's absurd, everyone was indeed afraid that you might be her. At that moment, a suspicion arose in Ye Ning's mind, the same style of action. Could it be that she was also reincarnated, or was it all just a random coincidence? The experiment in the East Sea was conducted 14 years ago, and she assassinated the old commander. Could it be that she also discovered this? In that case, this old commander is the progenitor. Ye Ning asked, Marshal, do you know why Ye Lin suddenly assassinated the old commander? And has the old commander always worn a mask and cloak like that? Xuan Guo replied, the old commander only said the reason for the assassination was a private matter, so no one dared to investigate further at the time. As for his attire, it seems he only started wearing it 14 years ago. It's said to be because he was severely injured in the assassination attempt. Yi Ning asked further, has anyone seen what he looked like after being injured? But then Xuan Guo wondered, why are you asking that? Are you questioning his identity? Faced with this question, Ye Ning just suggested, please answer me first, and I will explain later. Ji Ping then realized, Ye Ning, asking that question reminds me of something. He recounted that a few years ago, a servant in the old commander's house suddenly went mad and fled from his home. He was saying something about the old commander not being human, something about fish scales, but he was quickly killed, so no one paid attention to his crazy words. Hearing this, Ye Ning immediately understood. It's just as I thought. Do you gentlemen know the real reason for each beast-tide outbreak? This is a gene fusion experiment between humans and sea beasts. The progenitor is the cause of the beast-tide attacks. He revealed that there are 2 progenitors. One is Li Li, but he's not fully mature yet, and the other is the old commander. And he is the one who initiated this secret research, Ye Ning said seriously. The scale of this beast tide is still considered small compared to the future apocalypse. The next time they charge, they will break through the spiritual energy storm barrier and directly occupy the capital. Political struggles aside, for this reason alone, we must kill him. Hearing this, Xuan Guo couldn't hide his worry and wondered about this. Does the old commander know that he himself caused the beast tide outbreak? Yi Ning, with a grave expression, added, I hope he doesn't know, because if he does, the trouble will be even greater. I'm afraid things won't go as we wish. Not only that, what's more worrying is that he not only knows but might also be able to control the future beast tides. After all, these newly genetically modified people can no longer be considered human. Xi Ping then offered his opinion. Marshal, from this perspective, the political struggle is actually a minor issue. Yuan San also spoke up, I support Ye Ning. After all, the war will happen sooner or later. It's better to just resolve it quickly. Seeing this, Xuan Guo concluded that we indeed need to put this matter on the agenda. Ye Ning reminded them, we have a lot to do in the next 3 months. If we want to win this battle, you all will handle the grand strategic arrangements. As for me, I will do everything I can to reach peak Tier 3 as quickly as possible. 3 months from now, the life and death battle between Lu Tianming and me will be the signal to start the war. But then Xuan Guo thought that to advance from initial Tier 3 to peak Tier 3 in 3 months. Are you dreaming, kid? It takes an average person at least 10 to 20 years to go from the initial stage to the peak. Hearing this, Ye Ning asked, then how long does it take for a normal person to reach Tier 3 from awakening? And how long did it take me? Then he proposed that with the right resources and conditions, it would take less than 3 months. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Xuan Guo immediately agreed, saying, all right, just tell me what kind of resources you want. Later, at Ye Ning's house, he was sitting on a pile of gold, silver, and precious gems, saying, after absorbing this batch of high-grade spirit essence, I should be not too far from the mid-3rd stage, but I shouldn't rush too much in the early stages of leveling up. I need to build a solid foundation, and then everything after that will progress faster and faster. Just like that, Ye Ning's power notifications kept popping up. Strength +1, agility +1, constitution +1, strength +1, agility +1, strength +1, and then a large notification window appeared. It stated that the A-rank event quest, Sea Beast Ambush, was complete. Current number of survivors, 93, 31%. Current Sea Beast threat level low. Mission rating, SSS. Rewards received epic grade spiritual energy solution, 1,000 reputation points. Additional reward, 1 epic grade awakening token. Seeing this, Ye Ning said excitedly, looks like the subsequent evacuation mission for the survivors went smoothly. The higher my reputation, the easier it will be for me to seize power later. I can give the spiritual energy solution to Sun Licheng, which will help with his research on the transcendent plan. Suddenly, an item appeared. Seeing it, Ye Ning realized, and this is the additional reward. The system also provided information. Epic Grade Awakening Token, a one-time use consumable. Item effect after use. It will summon a mutated sea beast to a designated sea area and launch devastating attacks on the surrounding areas. The summoned sea beast will depend on the current sea region, with the highest awakening level being peak 3rd stage. Item evaluation, awaken the fear from the deep sea. Hearing this, Ye Ning couldn't hide his astonishment and exclaimed, holy crap, this is basically a weapon of mass destruction, summoning a sea beast. If any neighboring country wants to cause trouble, I can totally use a sea beast to deal with them. Besides the authority of a dungeon master, I have another safeguard to deter external forces. Then, through the system, Ye Ning continued to observe everyone's situation. He didn't forget to ask, Uncle Xiao, Uncle Chen, Uncle Wang, are you all out? Is everyone all right? On the other end, the 3 of them happily replied, not only are we fine, but we've also just received information from the military. According to the North China War Zone, the 3 large safe zones around Tianfeng have been merged to form the Huafeng War Zone. I will become a colonel. From now on, the Zhenjiang Safe Zone will also be under my management. Not only that, the capital has also given me the opportunity to be promoted to the mid-3rd stage. Wang Tian, who was beside him, also said excitedly, I've been appointed as the director of the Foreign Resources Bureau for the North China War Zone, a position with much more power than the president of the Tiancheng Merchant Guild. Yi Ning, following you was definitely the best investment I've ever made in my life. That's right, Ming Luo also received a lot of resource rewards, but he had something to do, so he left early, so he asked me to express his gratitude on his behalf. Hearing that, Ye Ning replied happily, it's good that everyone is satisfied with the results. Kai Lai also expressed his thanks. Ye Ning, not only did you save us, but you also gave us such important positions. You must have put a lot of thought into this, right? Hearing this, Ye Ning replied politely, Commander Chen, you can choose to become the commander-in-chief of the North China battlefield, or let Chen Yang go there. Of course, I'd much rather you become the commander-in-chief of the new Port Corps. Chen Yang will be your successor. He said that this is a newly established military unit, which will be directly under the Special Operations Bureau, or as you could understand it, under my name, which made Commander Chen stammer in response to this. Then he said decisively, in that case, let's do as you've arranged, Xiao Hai said excitedly. A new corps, a brand new war zone. With this, Ye Ning had officially opened his path to becoming a supreme commander. By the way, Commander Chen also reported, that's right, our sun is about to rise. At Research Institute number 7, Ye Ning introduced Sun Licheng. This is the secret laboratory I opened for you inside Research Institute number 7. Are you satisfied with it? Whatever you need, be it personnel or equipment, just make a list. Research Institute number 7 will provide full support from behind the scenes. Li Cheng hurriedly ran after him and stammered, My own laboratory? Commissioner Ye Ning, are you really that interested in my project? He asked timidly. You're not joking with me, are you? I used to be just a janitor. You haven't mistaken me for someone else, have you? But then, without another word, Ye Ning clapped his hands once. In an instant, a group of researchers appeared, standing respectfully and greeting him. Professor Sun, if you have any requests, please just give your orders to Research Institute number 7, and we will cooperate with all our might. To Li Cheng's astonishment, witnessing this scene, he was so moved that his eyes welled up with tears. Dark memories from the past suddenly flooded Li Cheng's mind. The bullies who used to mock him would always say, "A janitor wants to be a researcher like everyone else? That's hilarious. You actually want to use the spiritual energy from industrial mineral ores on humans? How is that any different from forcing people to drink gasoline? Instead of doing that, you might as well buy a cleaning robot and have it sweep you away too." To calm Li Cheng's emotions, Ning walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said with conviction, "Please believe me, your research will shake the entire world. It will even change the world." Hearing this, Li Cheng couldn't hold back his emotions and exclaimed, Ning! Then, with newfound determination, Li Cheng regained his confidence and stepped forward to announce to all the staff, "I declare the superhuman project officially initiated. Prepare the Type 3 gaseous spiritual energy purification device and the cryo-electron microscope." Seeing this side of Li Cheng, Ning thought to himself, "That's right, Dr. Sun," he then exclaimed. "Now that's more like it." A moment later, the director of Research Institute number 7 rushed over and announced, "Commissioner Ning, we have news about the human face compendium and the aberrant demon core you previously asked us to investigate." Hearing this, Ning replied, "Where are they?" The director, with an extremely serious expression, urgently reported, "The human face compendium is currently in the hands of Captain Ying Long of the Blood Shadow Legion in the Far Frontier region. As for the aberrant demon core, no one possesses it at the moment, but there are legends about it in the Far Frontier region." Hearing this, Ning wondered, "In that case, can the military transfer the human face compendium over first?" The director immediately replied, "That would be very difficult. Perhaps you are not aware. For historical reasons, there are many private forces in the frontier regions, especially the Blood Shadow Legion. They are the local overlords there and are not under the military's jurisdiction. If we were to force the issue and send troops to fight, a fierce battle would be unavoidable, which would lead to the deaths of some innocent survivors." Seeing this, Ning replied, "All right, I understand. Thank you, Director Chen." He thought to himself, "There isn't much time left. I need to quickly gather the materials to upgrade the Sword God system. The military is about to start an internal power struggle, so I'm afraid they won't be able to pay attention to the far frontier for a while." Stepping outside, Ning considered, "I might as well go there myself, and while I'm at it, I can search for the aberrant demon core. Besides, going to the far frontier to train for a bit would also be beneficial for consolidating my third stage foundation. If I can subdue the forces in the far frontier, wouldn't that be even better?" In the underground military training room, the place was equipped with a series of advanced combat robots. Not only that, but the interface of the entire robot army displayed Ning's face. Tian furiously cursed aloud. "That old fox Li Shuangguo not only didn't treat me badly, but he even gave me a lot of rewards. It's obvious he's still wary of the old chief. If he's so wary, then why did he release Ning's subordinates and even let that brat Ning challenge me to a life and death duel?" Recalling the events of the past day, the old vice minister mused, "Tian, isn't this a good thing? People who were difficult to assassinate before can now be killed openly. Perhaps Li Shuangguo is still worried about what happened more than 10 years ago, but he can't do it himself." Conveniently, Ning himself was foolish, so Li Shuangguo took the opportunity to give him a push. "He's using a borrowed knife to kill someone." Hearing this, Tian could only reply, "Then it will be as the old chief wishes." Seeing that Tian expression was a bit unusual, the old vice minister then suggested, "Tian, you're so angry. Could it be that you're not confident you can kill Ning?" Hearing this, Tian confidently asserted, "I'm at the peak of the 3rd tier. Killing him is no different than killing a dog." Recalling his own words, he mused, "Even though I said that at the time, I heard Ning's performance on the Beast-Tide battlefield was extraordinary. Besides, I haven't fought in 2 or 3 years, so I still can't take this lightly. For these 3 months, I will intensify my training to prepare for any surprises." Then he pressed the button to activate the combat mode for the robots. Seeing a bunch of Ning's faces looming before him, Tian got into a fighting stance, channeling all his rage as he roared, "Ning!" He furiously unleashed his power to destroy the robots with Ning's face on them while cursing, "Just die." In an instant, with just a few moves, Tian finished off all the robots there. Afterward, he satisfyingly remarked that although it had been a while since he'd gotten a workout, the warm-up didn't feel bad at all. "Tomorrow, I'll go to the Hell's Gate dungeon to get back into fighting shape." Suddenly, a guard entered and reported, "Commissioner Liu, there's new information. Ning has departed for the far-flung territories." Hearing this, Tian asked, "The far-flung territories?" He thought smugly to himself, "Isn't that Lin Lan's hometown? How interesting. Tian Ming immediately ordered, "Go now, bring Lin Lan to me." Acknowledging the order, the soldier quickly replied and left. Entering the room, Lin Lan spoke. "Commissioner Liu, you were looking for me?" Seeing her, Tian Ming caressed her and proposed, "Lin Lan, Ye Ning has gone to the far-flung territories. I want you to go and kill him for me." Hearing this, Lin Lan replied hesitantly, "Commissioner Liu, it's not that I don't want to go, but with my current strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it." Seeing this, Tian Ming moved closer, leaning in towards Lin Lan and whispering, "Of course you can't do it with your strength, but you can try using other things. For instance, take his life while he's enjoying himself." He added excitedly, "There's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Do you remember how Ye Lin humiliated you? Haven't you always wanted to kill him for revenge? I've discovered that Ye Ning is actually Ye Lin." Hearing this, Lin Lan exclaimed, "What? How is that possible? Ye Lin was only a second tier, and as for Ye Ning, it's only been a short time." But Tian Ming simply replied, "You'll know when you meet him." Lin Lan thought that if this was true, it would be even more difficult. Ye Lin has already seen me, but if he... Before Lin Lan could finish, Tian Ming cut her off. "That's simple. Just find a disguise item." He flew into a rage, suddenly grabbing her by the neck and growling, "No buts. Let me tell you something. I don't have the patience to reason with women." Tian Ming threw Lin Lan to the ground, his face darkening as he said, "Even if you have to take him down with you, you must kill him. And if you can't kill him, you must ensure he is severely injured. Do you hear me?" he threatened. "Otherwise, I can't guarantee your little sister will survive the night." Hearing this, Lin Lan could only reply, "Understood. Commissioner Liu, I know what I have to do." Tian Ming mused, "Even if this mission fails, it won't affect me at all. But why not watch a good show?" In the far-flung territories, looking down from the aircraft at the rolling hills below, Huang Yuan spoke up, "Commissioner Ye Ning, we have arrived over the far-flung territories. Further to the southwest, you will reach the Blood Shadow Legion's sphere of influence. The main military forces are still far from the Tarim border," he suggested to him. "So it would be best if we land outside the Kanglan safe zone." Yi Ning was lost in thought. "So there's a large private force separating the central and local military borders? I never came here in my past life. I vaguely remember a rebellion happening next year." He turned to ask Huang Yuan, "The Kanglan safe zone was established 22 years after the apocalypse, right? I heard their safe zone's commander is very powerful. Is that correct?" Military envoy Huang Yuan, a mid-level third tier, heard his question and immediately replied, "That's right, Commissioner Ye Ning. The Kanglan safe zone is an incredibly large safe zone, and although its population isn't huge, it still has over 8.6 million people. Among them, according to military statistics, there are 3 large awakened legions, with over 200,000 second-tier awakeners and 31 third-tier awakeners." The people from his story began to appear. The commander of Kanglang became a high-level third-stage warrior 17 years ago, but his current specific strength is unknown. As for Mullah Dili's father, he became a high-level third-stage warrior over 40 years ago. Copper was also mentioned in his words. The special mineral of the safe zone is starborn copper ore, which is extremely hard and suitable for crafting spiritual energy tools. Not only that, because it occupies a central position, it's also one of the main trade routes between the far frontier and the mainland. Huang Yuan gave him a suggestion based on his own experience. "Therefore, I suggest that when we enter the city, we disguise ourselves as merchants, which will be more convenient. I was stationed here over 20 years ago, so I know a little about the situation here." It sounded reasonable, so he agreed. "Then let's do as you say, Uncle. I'll have to trouble you." He looked out the window. The sun was gradually setting. He was still silently calculating in his head. "The strength here is much greater than the surface-level data suggests, so I can't be reckless. If I want to take back this position, I first need to increase my strength, as quickly as possible," he said. At the Kanglang safe zone, the shouts of people lining up mingled together. "Get in line. Anyone who dares to cut in line, I'll break their legs!" Yi Ning, now in disguise, had made it inside the city. He walked while observing meticulously. Most of the stalls at the entrance to the inner safe zone were selling fried rats and similar dishes, while this side sold equipment. Suddenly, a soldier stopped him, shouting loudly, "Stop! You want to enter the city without paying the entrance fee?" he asked back in confusion. "An entrance fee? We are merchants, and second-stage awakened ones at that. Do we also need to pay an entrance fee?" The guard didn't care and yelled even louder. "Merchants especially have to pay, so what if you're a second-stage awakened? Don't you understand this place has rules? What's all this then?" Huang Yuan quickly pressed some money into his hand and said, "My apologies, our young master is here for the first time. This is the entrance fee for our merchant group. Please accept it, sir." The guard, still extremely arrogant, yelled loudly, "Young master my ass! Once you're here, you're all just dogs, so tuck your tails between your legs, you hear me?" The guy took the card Huang Yuan had just handed him and cursed angrily. "What the hell is this? Are you dogs from the military? And from the capital, no less. Then, a group of guards appeared and gave an order. Security team, arrest them. These people are from the capital. Get them. There's a bounty for them in this area. Ning looked around and asked, Uncle Huang, what's going on? He looked around and replied, I haven't been here for many years. I didn't expect the situation to have become like this. Fang, seeing the situation was bad, asked him, should we make a move? He replied, if we make a move before even entering the city, things will probably be very difficult later on. Just then, Fang Hao's voice rang in his ear. Ning, I heard you went to the far frontier, so I've arranged for someone to pick you up. If you run into any trouble, just mention his name is Tang Hai, and that you are young Master Yi. After hearing this, he smiled to himself. Uncle Fang is really a huge help. He then stepped forward to negotiate with the guards. Sirs, we are here to deliver goods to Tang Hai. A guard replied with a disdainful attitude. Tang Hai? Which Tang Hai? You mean Director Tang of our supply department? Are you damn dogs from the capital even worthy? Before he could even reply, they moved in and swung a blade at him without hesitation. Hurry up and surrender, otherwise you'll only find death. Suddenly, from a distance, another man ran over, shouting repeatedly, Stop! Stop! The person running over was none other than the director of the supply department, Tang Hai. He began to question them. You blind dogs, you dare to touch a guest of I, Tang Hai, Kanglang Safe Zone, director of the supply department, Tang Hai. The guards could only stammer, Die, Director Tang. The guards gathered, knelt on one knee, and began to explain, but they were holding a card from the capital. He retorted, so what if it's the capital? My clients are all from major merchant guilds. Can't they do business there? The guards then replied in unison, Yes, Director Tang. After that, he turned towards Ning and spoke respectfully. This must be young Master Ye. My sincerest apologies for letting you be wronged. Tonight, I will definitely host a fine banquet to atone for this. He simply replied, Director Tang is too polite. Huang Yuan wondered why he was acting this way. He then asked, Brother, are you also with the military? What's the deal with the soldiers here? Why did they kill the capital's soldiers on sight? I know they weren't welcome before, but it was never this bad. Director Tang replied with a laugh. I think you might be mistaken. I'm not one of your military men. I was once saved by Lord Fang Hao, so welcoming you is my way of repaying his kindness. He continued with a mocking tone. As for the military, their current status here is no different from rats scurrying in the streets. Especially a while ago, I heard the military clashed with some major factions, and a lot of people died. Hearing him say that, he came to a conclusion. No wonder Fang Shi told me to introduce myself as young Master Ye. Aside from his impressive power, it turns out Tang Hai isn't completely trustworthy. I'll have to be careful. They arrived at the Heavenly Wolf Palace, and Director Tang led them in and offered them a place to rest. All right, enough of this talk. Let me show you to your rooms first. Then he turned to Ning and asked, Young Master Ye, do you know what the most appealing thing is after the apocalypse? Do you know what the true specialty of the far frontier is? He led the three of them into the main hall. He looked up at the huge chandelier hanging in the middle of the hall in awe. This Heavenly Wolf Palace is so luxurious, it must have cost over 10 million to build. This Heavenly Eye Orb should be a blue-grade item on the battlefield, yet here it's being used as a central air conditioner. Then, a person appeared. It was the manager, Ha Na. She spoke up. Director Tang, is this your esteemed guest? He immediately replied and gave her detailed instructions. That's right, prepare tonight's reception at the highest level. If you neglect these three honored guests, you know the consequences. Ha Na bowed her head and spoke to him. Young Master Ye, you've arrived just in time. We've just received a new shipment, and I hope you can give us some guidance tonight. He observed her and then asked, Are you a second stage awakened? Director Tang replied with a slightly indecent joke. That's right. If young Master Ye is interested in Ha Na, just say the word and she'll willingly climb into your bed tonight. She might be a bit older, but her skills are exceptional. I still advise you to watch the other performances before deciding who will accompany you. He placed a hand on his shoulder and said, There's no rush for the performances. First, let's find a place to talk. Afterwards, they sat and talked in a private room. As the host, Director Tang took the initiative and said to young Master Ye, The Heavenly Wolf Palace can be considered my property. Almost everything here is mine. This place is protected by a soundproofing barrier. If you want to know anything or need help, just speak freely. Hearing this, he immediately asked about the matter he was curious about. First of all, I'm very curious about the conflict with the military that you mentioned earlier. What happened? Director Tang began to explain. Actually, 2 years ago, the major factions here still cooperated with the military, always ready to work together. After all, the military's power is formidable, but just 2 months ago, the military demanded that Blood Shadow and the major safe zones of Heavenly Wolf all dispatch their high-level members to protect the border. This caused great dissatisfaction among the major leaders, especially since the military used the name of the country to demand our cooperation. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, clenching his teeth as he said bluntly, The military didn't protect us when the apocalypse happened, so on what grounds should we exhaust our strength for them now? Hearing this, Huang Yuan, who was beside them, became indignant and retorted, Director Tang, how can you say that? During the special incident in the Takan Desert, if the military hadn't sent high-level reinforcements, this place would have been destroyed long ago. He lost his composure and anger, standing up to explain forcefully, we also saved so many people. Do you have any idea how many soldiers died here? Do you know how difficult things were for the military 20 years ago? Not to mention the zombie tide outbreak 60 years ago. We chose to drive the monsters north rather than let them hit the west. Just because these things aren't mentioned, does that mean they can be forgotten? Hearing this, Director Tang paused for a moment. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Ning coughed a few times as a reminder. Uncle Huang, don't get so worked up. Sit down and talk. It seemed Huang Yuan realized he had gotten a bit too agitated and took the initiative to say, my apologies. I didn't mean to be rude, but thinking of the comrades who died in battle, he didn't feel happy at all. Then, Director Tang eased the atmosphere by clinking glasses. Young Master Ye, I'm truly sorry. I just wanted to remind you that you have to be extremely careful here. I'm not very good with words. Perhaps it's because I've heard since I was young that the army abandoned this land. Just pretend I didn't say anything. I'll punish myself with a drink. He happily agreed, I'll drink with you. As he drank, he reflected on their conversation. It seems the previous generation had long since distorted memories and twisted the concepts for their generation. Taking over this place seems much more difficult than expected. After finishing his drink, Ye Ning got to his main point. Let's not talk about the military anymore. Actually, the main reason I came here this time is for a personal matter. I want to buy the high-grade material, the Human Face Collection, from the captain of the Blood Shadow Legion, Ying Long. Hearing this, Director Tang immediately refuted without hesitation. The Human Face Collection? That's impossible. I'm afraid you don't know. The strength of the Blood Spear, Lord Ying Long, reached the peak of the Third Calamity 17 years ago. He explained that under the Blood Shadow Legion, there are 3 main safe zones, 16 gathering points, and most importantly, a spirit energy mine. The Human Face Collection was a spoil of war from a famous battle before he established the Blood Shadow Legion. There's no way he would sell it to you. Hearing that, he tried another approach. Then, can you introduce me to him? I want to talk to him and see if I can trade it for other equipment. Director Tang shook his head and replied, forget about you. Even I am not qualified to meet him. Seeing that it seemed unlikely, he inquired, then do you have any information about his recent whereabouts? Director Tang then told him, I heard that he seems to be moving to a newly formed dungeon recently, but I don't know exactly where the dungeon is. Having gotten some information, he said happily, I can investigate the matter of the dungeon myself. Thank you, Director Tang. He replied, you're too kind. Then, he thought to himself while Director Tang observed him. At this time in his previous life, a famous dungeon appeared in the far frontier, and a legendary set of gear once dropped inside it. I think the only place that would make him go personally is, 8 out of 10 times, that very dungeon. In this real world, the 3 of us have no chance of snatching the Human Face Collection from Yinglong's hands. But it will be different once we enter the dungeon. If our blade is sharp enough, perhaps there's still a chance. Then, Director Tang clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. He said, Young Master Ye, business is concluded. It's time to relax. I'll let you experience what the Great Khan enjoyed back in the day. Every horse here is a prized Fergana steed. You can ride any you please. Next, he brought out a lineup of beautiful women and introduced them. Young Master Ye, the dancers here are all carefully selected virgins. Moreover, they've been well trained, so they understand what needs to be understood. Not only that, all of them are awakened, and although their level isn't high, they can coordinate very well in any position. He continued enthusiastically. Anytime, anywhere, any position, no matter who, no matter how many. Are you still too stunned to process this? Then, one of the 4 girls approached him, her body continuously striking flexible poses as she said, My lord, please allow me to pour you some wine. After that, she practically flew onto him, draping her arms over his shoulders, leaving Ye Ning utterly bewildered. She took a sip from the wine glass, then moved it close to his lips, leaving Ye Ning completely stunned. He then quickly backed away and refused. No need. I'm not used to this. Seeing this, Director Tang, who was beside him, gave an order. It seems young Master Ye is very dissatisfied with her service. Guards, drag her down for punishment. Hearing this, he quickly spoke up to explain. That's not it. It's mainly because I'm worried that when my desires awaken, I won't be able to control my strength. They are all so delicate. What if I use too much force and break them? Yi Ning was now extremely scared and panicked. I can't ruin the image of a second-generation young master. I have to find an excuse to get out of this first. It seemed Director Tang had misunderstood his meaning. Young Master Ye, why didn't you say so sooner? Young people like to play with fire. They all want something exciting. Well, you've come to the right place today. He immediately had a bad feeling. He then ordered the beautiful women, all of you, withdraw. Bring up the third rank Miss Blood Oriole. They reluctantly withdrew. Yes, sir. The three of them were shocked after hearing Director Tang's words. He said aloud, Tier 3? Huang Yuan thought in shock. A Tier 3 can become a toy here? Has it really gotten this lawless? Fang Fang said nothing, but her eyes were cold. Director Tang placed a hand on his shoulder comfortingly. Young Master Ye, you don't need to doubt it. When I say Tier 3, I mean Tier 3, and with her stunning beauty, she will absolutely suit your tastes. Not only that, Miss Huet Owan is not some piece of trash we deliberately created, but a genuine Tier 3 awakened one. Her strength might even be greater than yours. That aura, that beauty, I dare say it bluntly, across all of Dacia, she is the absolute finest. After hearing Director Tang's words, he couldn't help but ask, according to what you're saying, Director Tang, you greatly admire this Miss Huet Owan, and yet you're willing to give her to me? He immediately explained, if I could keep her for myself, I certainly wouldn't be doing this. But this Miss Hewitt Owen has an arrogant personality. She's not one to flatter others. You wouldn't know, would you? So many safe zone commanders have wanted to get her into bed, but they all failed. Director Tang mentioned another name to persuade him. Even Ying Long, the captain of the Blood Shadow Legion, was attracted to this Miss Hewitt Owen, but he couldn't touch her either. He exclaimed in admiration, Ying Long? The director immediately replied, that's right. The name Huyet Owen was actually given to her by Lord Ying Long. So today, I've only invited her here, and whether you can have her or not depends on you. Miss Huyet Owen has arrived. A woman in a red dress walked in, her figure and aura completely different from the four girls earlier. He was momentarily stunned. Seeing this, Director Tang laughed loudly and said, Young Master Ye, your expression is exactly like mine when I first met her. He added a gentle reminder, but you should prepare yourself. If you can stay and keep the young lady company for even a few moments, it would be considered quite an achievement. You must not be disrespectful. Suddenly, he made a request. Director Tang, could you give me your seat? I want to get a closer look at her. Director Tang was stunned. Huh? Then he chuckled to himself and had to say, young people are indeed full of vigor. All right, I'll give you my seat. Director Tang then sat in the chair next to Huang Yuan, laughing to himself inwardly. Weren't you just pretending to be calm? You couldn't hold back so soon? Young people are so impolite. Let's see what kind of fool you'll make of yourself in a bit. Huet Owen approached him and politely called his name, Young Master Ye. He replied, Miss Huet Owen, please don't be so formal. He patted the empty space next to him, gesturing for her to sit. Come sit here. Let me get a good look at you. Huet Owen seemed displeased. She snorted in annoyance. Young Master Ye, you are being very rude. He didn't argue, but instead cheerfully feigned surprise. Is that so? Is everyone else very rude to you? Hearing this, Fang Fang, who was beside him, stood up angrily, radiating a threatening aura. Miss Hewitt Owen, if you dare to cause trouble, I can kill you within 3 seconds. Seeing this, Huang Yuan realized in shock, this is the pressure of someone approaching the peak of Tier 3. Director Tang, beside them, was both nervous and shocked. Is this kid Ye Ning trying to flex his power? Isn't he afraid of mutual destruction? He spoke up to de-escalate the situation. Young Master Yi, this isn't good. Hearing that, he also ordered Fang Fang, it really isn't good, is it? Miss Hewitt Owen and I, we've just met, but it feels like we've known each other for a long time. We're not enemies. Relax a little. She obeyed. Understood. Then he moved closer to Hewitt Owen, touching her face and asking, Miss Hewitt Owen, I feel like we've met somewhere before. He continued teasingly. Was it in a dream, or perhaps a past life? Huyet Owen, who had been surprised, was now annoyed by his playful words. Young Master Ye, it seems you're not just handsome, but also have a silver tongue. I'll temporarily forgive your rudeness from earlier. Huet Owen then bent over to pour a glass of wine. It's a pleasure. Please allow me to offer you a drink. Director Tang watched this scene, endlessly shocked. What is happening? It actually worked like that? I had to spend 30,000 credit points just to get her to have a single drink with me. What does Ye Ning have? Can being rude and blunt actually work? He could expose her identity just by looking. A disguise tool can change a face. But how can it fool someone about aura and killing intent? He chuckled to himself. What blood Oriole? This is clearly Lin Lan, the former captain of the Blood Wolf team. He looked at her, his mind already calculating his next moves. But according to what Tung Hai said, there definitely was a real Miss Blood Oriole here before, but now Lin Lan is pulling a switcheroo. After all, the disguise tool has a time limit. Using it for a whole year would be very expensive, so it's completely unnecessary. Her appearing as Blood Oriole this time must be to target me. I won't expose her just yet. I'll play along with her plan and wait until we're alone in bed to slowly interrogate her. Blood Oriole raised her wine glass, and Ye Ning said loudly, It smells so good. She then explained, Of course it does. This is a specialty of the far frontier. But before she could finish, Ning cut her off, poured out the wine, and said, I was talking about you. Blood Oriole was stunned into silence. Sir, he swept her up into his arms. Blood Oriole quickly said, Aren't you being a bit too hasty, young Master Ye? He retorted. A moment of passion is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. As for the foreplay, we can take our time with that in the room. Then he carried her away. Blood Oriole still managed to say, Young Master Ye, won't your female guard get jealous? I don't want to be killed in 3 seconds, he reassured her. Don't worry. If you're going to die, you'll die in my bed. Director Tang wondered what on earth his past simping behavior was all about. Lin Lan wrapped her arm around his shoulder, but her mind was scheming. What Blood Oriole said wasn't wrong. The colder and more reserved you appear, the easier it is for men to fall into your trap. But in bed, Ye Lin and Ye Ning are no exception. Now that the toughest guard has been dealt with, if I want him dead in bed, all I have to do is say the word. He tossed her onto the bed and said, Miss Blood Oriole, we've arrived at the battlefield. Ye Ning pressed close to her, caressing her thigh and saying, These legs are so fair and soft. They'd be perfect with a pair of black fishnet stockings. Tell me, what position do you like? You on top or me on top? Lin Lan quickly stopped him. Don't be in such a rush. We should wash up first. Take off all this gear, or it'll be uncomfortable. Be good now. I'll wait for you in bed. Ye Ning touched her lightly, and she could only cry out, Sir! He teased her playfully. Miss Blood Oriole, your rose is already dewy. If anyone needs a shower, shouldn't it be you first? He tried to touch her face, but she stopped him. I don't know if it's because you're too hasty or too excited, but in reality, I'm someone who likes to take things slow, even though I know you really want it. But it's still too soon right now. She then turned and got off the bed to take a shower. All right, I'll go first. Lin Lan went into the bathroom and turned on the shower. She stood under the shower, trying to calm herself down as she washed. Calm down. I have to stay calm. If I want to kill him, I absolutely cannot let him lead me by the nose. Lin Lan's face was filled with sorrow as she recalled the past. Is this body's weak resistance a side effect of the time he humiliated me before? The more she remembered, the more she hated and resented herself. That should never have happened. After that incident, seeking a way to survive, I went to Lu Tianming for protection. I've long since thrown this body away, so what is there to be ashamed of? She thought of Xiao Yu, her sister who was battling an illness. Is this my body's way of resisting death? But what can I do? If I don't die, Xiao Yu will. Although I'm a little uneasy, at least the real Blood Oriole has gone to the capital to take care of her for me. But I hope that after this mission is successful, Lu Tianming will keep his promise. She calculated that the only way was mutual destruction. Lowering his guard first would be a good start. After all, a small-scale nuclear bomb has been implanted in my body. I just need to wait for the right moment during intercourse and use my own spiritual energy to detonate it to end everything forever. I guess this is as far as this life goes. Yi Ning lay waiting on the bed. He hadn't expected her to agree. She actually agreed to shower first. There's no way she could possibly like me. If that's the case, it means she doesn't plan to kill me with external equipment. Could it be that she wants to take me down with her? In the last battle, she showed an incredibly strong will to live. That kind of person wouldn't gamble with her life just for revenge. Unless this is her last resort and she's being forced to do it. There must be someone behind the scenes directing her. He thought of Lu Tianming. He analyzed meticulously in his head. At this point, he figured only Lu Tianming's faction could investigate his whereabouts and set up such a careful arrangement. Before killing Lin Lan, I need to find out where the real Shui Ying is and then use her to get close to Ying Long. Just then, Lin Lan walked out of the bathroom, her feet still wet, wearing a nightgown. She said to him, I'm done with my shower. It's your turn. Seeing this, he teased, Dressed like that, I'm not really in the mood for a shower anymore. Then she climbed on top of him and said, Even if you don't need a shower, you should at least take your clothes off. He grabbed her hand. You're right. Let me do it. Then he smoothly pinned her down. Lin Lan couldn't react in time. What are you trying to do? Yi Ning said with a smile. I like it from behind. With one hand, he opened the closet and pulled out a rope. Then he tied her hands. Lying underneath, Lin Lan continued her seduction. Young Master Ye, how do you want to play? I'll do whatever you want, but you haven't even taken off your clothes. That doesn't show much sincerity. Hearing this, he laughed, removed his cloak, and said, Don't be so hasty. I'm taking it off now. Seeing him remove his cloak, Lin Lan said excitedly, Hurry up. I can't stand the wait. Let me experience a pleasure that's out of this world today. Yi Ning took the cloak and threw it over her. Here we go, Lin Lan shouted. Why aren't you taking off more clothes? Then he used the cloak to wrap her up completely and said cheerfully, Because this cloak of mine is epic-grade equipment, it can even withstand a nuke. Just in case you decide to self-destruct and ruin this perfectly good bed, I wouldn't be able to afford to replace it. Lin Lan panicked, realizing she'd been found out. What do you mean? He wrapped her tightly in the cloak and tied it. She lay writhing on the floor. Ye Ning crossed his arms and questioned her. Lin Lan, stop the act. From the moment I walked in, I recognized that familiar aura. I suspected it was you, and when I deliberately tested you, you accidentally released your killing intent. That just confirms it. At this, Linlan stopped denying it and just screamed, "No, impossible. My disguise item can't be seen through by a normal Tier 3 awakened." He laughed and said, "I'm afraid you've forgotten. I'm no ordinary Tier 3. In fact, I'm that useless will-type Tier 3 you all look down on." He kicked her and began his interrogation. "There's no point in self-destructing now. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better start talking. Talk, and I might consider letting you live. First off, did Liu Tianming send you?" Wrapped up tightly, Linlan had no other choice, so she compromised. "I'll confess, but can you at least let me out of this thing first?" Ning agreed to her request. "Fine, but I'm warning you, with my current power, you'd better not try anything funny." He allowed her to stick her head out, and she said through gritted teeth, "He's the one who sent me, but if you think you can use me against him, I'll self-destruct on the spot." Hearing this, he asked with curiosity, "You've already confessed, but you're still considering self-destruction? It seems he has some leverage over you. Besides death itself, what else could you be so afraid of? Could it be your relatives?" Linlan mumbled dejectedly, "If you already figured it out, why ask?" Then he asked, "So where is the real Shui Ying?" Linlan answered truthfully, "She went to the capital to take my place caring for our little sister." Hearing this, he frowned slightly and thought to himself, "The capital? This just got complicated. If I want to get to Yinglong quickly, it looks like I'll have to keep using Linlan's disguise." He questioned her further. "To be able to impersonate the real Shui Ying so perfectly, you must have a special relationship with her, right? How much do you know about this remote borderland compared to her?" Linlan explained, "Shui Ying and I both grew up in this frontier region. We're like sisters." She then explained the reason for her current situation. "Later, I took an injured Xiao Yu to the capital to find resources for her treatment, and to make money, I joined the breeder squad. Meanwhile, Shui Ying used her looks to get close to powerful men in the frontier, also to make money for Xiao Yu." Ning grew annoyed listening to her story, and shouted at her, "I'm not interested in your sob story, especially since you've killed so many innocent awakened ones. Now get to the point." Linlan could only reply, "I know everything Shui Ying knows, and I also understand this entire frontier region. That's it." Then, Ning sat down, pointed at her, and made a proposition. "First, I'll tell you the benefits I can offer. Not only can I save your life, but I can also rescue your sister from Liu Tianming. Also, whatever healing resources Liu Tianming can give you, I can offer just as much." Hearing him say that, she asked, "What are your conditions?" He lifted her chin with one hand, smiled, and said, "Very simple. Just keep wearing this face and help me get the human face collection from Yinglong." Linlan quickly refused. "Yinglong? That's impossible. You're overestimating Shui Ying, and at the same time, you're underestimating how valuable that thing is to Yinglong." As he untied the ropes, he said, "Aren't there rumors that Yinglong is pursuing Shui Ying? Can't you just ask him for that thing?" Linlan scoffed and said, "Pursuing her? To get that thing? Do you really think this is the apocalypse? Do you really think a simp like that exists? Yinglong's pursuit is just him trying to get her for free. It's hard enough to get guys like him to spend money, let alone give up resources. Don't even dream about it." Linlan continued grimly. "They barely have enough resources for themselves. So to get something from them, what price do you think Sui Ying would have to pay? Sleeping with him? Basically, that's like killing the chicken to get the egg. Actually, no. It's like killing the chicken and not even being guaranteed to get the egg." She explained that the reason Shui Ying is so sought after is because of her pride. It's because she's unattainable that she can maintain her status. Ning realized he couldn't use Linlan the way he'd planned. He smiled, held out his hand to her, and said, "I get it. Then, can you at least help me find his schedule and travel routes? Or, to put it another way, take me to meet him." Hearing this, she asked worriedly, "You want to go up against Yinglong? Do you have a death wish? He's at the peak of the 3rd stage. For him, killing you would be as easy as killing a dog." Ning just replied, "You don't need to worry about that. Just do as I say." She rubbed her wrists where she had just been tied and asked him, "Aren't you afraid I'll betray you and have Yinglong kill you?" Ning replied confidently, "You won't do that. Frankly, if you did, the price you'd pay would be no less than the price for killing me yourself. Furthermore, do you know what would happen? Not only would you die, but your little sister wouldn't survive either." He continued bluntly, "Of course, if you don't betray me, then even if I die, it will have nothing to do with you. But I can guarantee that live or die, I will never sell you or Shui Ying out." That sounded reasonable enough to Linlan, so she agreed, "If you put it that way, I really have no reason to refuse to work with you." After that, Ning took a scroll from his inventory. He unrolled it in front of her. "This is the life and death contract for our transaction. All the conditions and promises are written on it. Signing it will be a guarantee for both you and me." Linlan said, "For me, this really is all pros and no cons. After all, you're the one who intends to confront Yinglong, which is basically a suicide mission, so there's no need for me to betray you." She placed her hand on the contract without hesitation, saying, "If you die, then not only will I have completed my mission, but I can also retreat safely. If you don't die, then according to the contract, you'll have to fulfill your promises." Afterwards, they walked back out to the living room. Seeing him emerge, Director Tang asked, "Young Master Ye, why are you done so soon?" He replied, "It's not what you think. It's just that after a brief encounter, I realized Miss Xueying is someone to be admired from afar, not to be trifled with." Director Tang was very pleased to hear this. He laughed cheerfully and said, "I told you so, didn't I? Have you learned your lesson now? Good, very good. Xueying is still my goddess." Then, Ye Ning made a proposition to him. "Miss Xueying wants to take us to the Blood Shadow safe zone to have an audience with Lord Ying Long. I wonder if Director Tang could provide a psionic aircraft." When he heard the name Ying Long, Director Tang blurted out, "What? Are you insane?" Lin Lan spoke up from behind him. "Don't worry, Director Tang. I'm just arranging an introduction so we can talk." Ye Ning also added, "That's right, Director Tang. It's just a friendly visit, nothing more. There won't be any trouble." In the end, he finally agreed. Then a psionic aircraft is just a trivial matter. He also kindly gave him a gentle reminder. "But before you go, I want to strongly remind you of something. Ying Long's combat power is unfathomable. If a real fight breaks out, even Lord Hao Tian might not be guaranteed to win. You all had best be clear on this." He replied confidently, "I know, Director Tang. Don't worry." At the Blood Shadow Legion's safety zone, number 1, Yi Ning's group's aircraft had arrived and was preparing to land. The guards immediately surrounded them and gave an order. "Shut down the engine. Everyone get off the plane one by one and present your identification cards. If you make any other moves, you'll be killed on sight." He looked around and said, "The security here is clearly much stricter. Compared to the Kang Lang safety zone, let's disguise ourselves to be a little safer." The disguise props activated. Director Tang approached, handed them a few things, and said, "Gentlemen, this is our young master, Young Master Ye, here on the director's orders to trade supplies. Here's a small gift. Please accept it." The guard holding the card sneered, "So you know the rules. Go on in, and remember, you can stay for a maximum of 3 days. After 3 days, you must report to the Kanglang safety zone again." Suddenly, he recognized Lin Lan, disguised as Xueying, from behind. He shouted, "Lady Xueying!" She walked up and presented her card, but he quickly waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be checked. Lady Xueying, we didn't know you were on the aircraft. Are you visiting the safety zone this time?" Lin Lan replied, "I want to go to the commander's area. Can you arrange it?" The guard immediately agreed. "No problem at all. We will arrange an escort for you, my lady." He turned and called to his men. "Where is everyone? Immediately arrange for third-rank guards to clear the way. We must ensure Lady Xueying's safety." Seeing this, Ye Ning couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. "I never expected Xueying's identity to be so useful here. Could it be because of the rumors that Ying Long likes Xueying?" The guard explained to her, "Lady Xueying, if you want to meet Lord Ying Long, there's no problem at all. But as for these people from the Kanglang safety zone, we don't have the authority to make arrangements for them." Lin Lan casually replied, "You don't need to arrange anything for them. Just let them handle themselves." After that, Lin Lan was led inside by the guards, while the rest of the group was stopped. He thought to himself, "It's just as she said before. The difference in treatment is like night and day. To meet Ying Long, we have to let her go first, and then she can figure out a way to recommend us." Then, his group also started to move. "Let's go. We'll stick to the original plan. First, we'll go to the commercial night market to check out the situation here and wait for news while we're at it." All right. At the Blood Shadow Legion's safety zone, number 1, the commercial night market, they entered the night market. The surroundings were bustling and noisy. The voices of merchants filled the air. "Raisins, raisins, get your fresh raisins here. 6 points a pound. Fresh meat, freshly butchered and roasted, guaranteed not to be human meat. Mother's milk, goat's milk, camel's milk, free samples right here." Yuan Hao observed the surroundings meticulously and said, "Young Master Ye, the development here is much better than it was 10 years ago. This level of prosperity is comparable to the areas surrounding the capital. Have you noticed? The small vendors here can afford to pay for electricity. Not only that, their management is much more standardized than in Kanglang. I think, for the Blood Shadow Legion to have such a complete administrative system and military control regulations, it proves their ambitions are anything but ordinary." Suddenly, a voice called out, over here, don't miss out." He looked over, drawn by the crowd. "Why is it so crowded over there? Let's go check it out." At the center of the crowd was a merchant, a slave trader. The latest goods from the Black Camel Merchant Guild are on display. If you're interested, bosses, just make an offer directly. He boldly advertised the bound man, prying open the man's jaw and shouting continuously, come on, look at these teeth. They're all perfectly healthy and well cared for. Good teeth at this age prove he was well fed before, with a strong body. Buy him as a slave, and you can use him however you want." Yuan Hao, standing beside him, said, They must be a slave trading caravan. Those people up there were likely captured after their settlement was raided. This kind of thing happens often in the borderlands. Fang, standing beside him, said through gritted teeth, "Aren't there female slaves over there? That slave trader is even called a madam. She was auctioning off the slave girls. 400 transaction points. Gentlemen, this is the lowest price. Take a look. All the ones we have here this time are very young. All the lower quality ones have already been sold to the mines." A man below shouted, "400 is too expensive." The madam held up the girl's hand and continued, "You think 400 is expensive? They've all been trained, and many are still virgins. Look, this child's hands are so delicate. She's got a great figure and is very obedient. Don't you worry, sir. She won't fight back no matter what you want to do with her. Her family is still in our mines, so she knows every trick in the book." A man in the crowd sneered, "Is she really untouched? I have to go up and inspect the goods myself." The madam immediately refused. "Come up here to inspect her?" "Absolutely not. If you get a look, how am I supposed to sell her? Rest assured, sir, we have a 10 times your money back guarantee if she's not genuine." The man below grew even more insistent. No inspection, no sale. So the madam grabbed the girl by the chest. The girl let out a cry, and the madam said, "Sirs, did you hear that voice? That's the sound. How could it sound like that if it weren't the cry of a virgin? Well, do you two want to buy her? 750 for you two." The man below heard the price was quite a steal, but he was still weighing his options. It wasn't a bad deal, but 750 points could buy several hundred kilograms of food. Besides, they are just ordinary people, not awakeners. Aside from entertainment, they're completely useless. The madam on the stage laughed. "You want an awakener for just a few hundred points? Are you dreaming?" Ning observed the scene and remarked, "The girls brought here likely won't survive for more than 2 or 3 years. Yuan Hao, who was beside him, heard this and asked, "Young Master Ye, are you thinking of buying these people? It would be pointless. It's tragic, but there are just too many of them. Buy this batch, and another will come, and then another. Besides, even if you save them now, if you can't get them out of here, they'll likely just be sold again. Unless you can solve the fundamental problem with the system here." Ning's face darkened, and he said sharply, "Uncle Huang, you're right. It's like adding hot water to a boiling pot. Not only does it not solve the problem, but you could get fatally scalded. To get to the root of the problem, you have to pull the firewood out from under the pot." Fang pointed in one direction and asked, "Quick, look at the people being tortured over there. Are they our people?" Looking where she pointed, they saw a group of soldiers holding people in identical uniforms by their hair with chains. Their mouths were gagged. Yuan Hao found the scene vaguely familiar. "Aren't those the uniforms of the 3rd Combined Infantry Brigade of the Construction Corps?" a soldier yelled. "You still dare to make a scene?" The guard slammed his baton into them. "You mother of times, cur! Stay in line. I'll show you. Making a scene." The person who was struck collapsed to their knees. The people behind them could only let out muffled cries. A woman in the back, outraged, glared at the guards with hateful eyes. Seeing this, one of the guards approached her, sneering. "You B times T, you're not fighting back, but what's with that stare? These guys used to protect you, but today, I'm going to tear you apart right in front of them." Watching this, Ning made a decision. It seemed that today, he would have to make a move whether he wanted to or not. He knew that female soldier from his past life. The guard menacingly pointed a dagger right at the female soldier's eye. "You mother of times Reger, you want to look? Let's see if I don't gouge your damn eyes out." Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Stop!" The guard looked toward the sound. A captain yelled, "Luo Hei, that's enough!" Startled, Luo Hei exclaimed, "Captain," he yelled again, "are you brainless? If you damage the merchandise like this, how are we supposed to do business?" At this, Ning breathed a silent sigh of relief. It seemed they were only interested in selling, so nothing too serious had happened yet. There was still hope. It would be best to save them without resorting to violence. The captain pointed at the girl in frustration. "Tell me, are you an idiot or just crazy? After you manhandle her like that, who's going to want this woman? Don't you know those big shots are extremely picky? If we can't get a good price, I'll be the one to chop you up for sale." Ning frantically explained, "Boss, these soldiers are all awakened, and Tier 2 at that, so how could anything go wrong? And yet they still dared to cause trouble. This woman keeps glaring at me. Besides, some of our brothers in the group died at their hands." He rambled on. "All right, since there's a big crowd today, let's sell them off quickly. If we can recoup our losses, we can consider it revenge. I see some people from the major powers arriving. It's very likely related to the banquet Lord Yinglong is hosting today. They'll definitely be interested in this merchandise." As soon as he finished speaking, the captain turned around, not forgetting to order his underlings to get them on the stage and call the madam over to handle this high-priced merchandise. Very quickly, night had fallen. The madam stood among the human traffickers and announced, "The final main event is here. I invite all you bosses to come take a look." From the Frontier Construction Corps, Tier 2 awakened. Anyone with a grudge against the military or who wants to try something new, absolutely do not miss this opportunity. The crowd below couldn't help but get excited. Military personnel, and high-quality goods at that. Buying this merchandise would be very prestigious. What fine goods, huh? Yuan Hao was furious. Ning. He immediately put a finger to his lips. Shh, Uncle Huang, I'm young Master Ye now. I will save these people, don't you worry. The man was startled and quickly replied, My apologies, young Master Ye. I was so angry I lost my composure. Why don't you let me handle these people? To avoid implicating you if we really have to make a move later, Ning whispered softly. Uncle Huang, if a problem really does arise later, I can't just stand by and watch. Besides, if a fight breaks out, you won't be able to escape from here on your own. Up on the stage, Luo Hei began to entice the crowd. We'll start the bidding with this one, a peak Tier 2, awakened. A dog of the military, and a company commander at that. His strength is immense. You can tell just by looking at his killing intent. The madam next to him chimed in, Dear bosses, as long as you win the bid, we will train him for free. Even making him kneel and eat dirt won't be a problem. Buying this guard dog will even boost your prestige. The starting bid is 70,000 transaction points, with each increment being 10,000. The crowd below started buzzing. A peak Tier 2, and from the military too. This item is very interesting. 70,000 for a starting bid? I bid 80,000, he sneered contemptuously. I'll buy him to be a guard dog, these disgusting damn soldiers. Another man said, I bid 90,000. The first bidder immediately cut in, I bid. Manager Xiao frowned. Hey friend, I am Manager Xiao of the bone-crushing arena. Why don't you give me some face and let me have him, so I can take him back to please my boss? The other guy was startled. I didn't realize Manager Xiao had graced us with his presence. Since you've taken a liking to him, then please, be my guest. Hearing his identity, the crowd began to think to themselves, the bone-crushing arena, although Manager Xiao's own strength isn't great, the one backing the bone-crushing arena is a high-level Tier 3, and there's a whole group of Tier 3s under him. People started assessing the situation. In terms of power, they're probably even stronger than our small private safe zone. Who would dare to compete with him? Manager Xiao quickly stepped onto the stage. No need for training, just send this one to our arena. It just so happens the arena is lacking this type. I want to see if he can defeat that mutant. It's been a long time since we've seen a fight to the death. Besides this batch, are there any other types? Just introduce them directly to me. If they're suitable, I'll buy a few more. You people are lucky to have met me. Hearing this, the madam became excited. Yes, sir. Luo Hei smiled warmly. Please take a look at this one, sir. A mid-tier 2 range type. When we captured him, we lost 2 men. And then there's this scout here. He's also a mid-tier 2. Although he's just in charge of scouting, when he fights for his life, he's no different from a madman. And then there's this big, tall, physical type. His strength is also excellent. The madam spoke up. That's right, sir. You can see it in their eyes. They're full of killing intent. This type of merchandise all comes from the border. They regularly fight with awakened from foreign countries. What do you think, sir? How about buying all of them? Manager Xiao hesitated. That's a bit much. Let me think about it. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the girl in the back. Is this woman also a Tier 2 from the military? Drag her out here. I want to see her figure. Hearing him mention that girl, the madam suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Manager Xiao, aren't you looking for someone suitable to kill monsters? This one isn't a good fit, I won't lie to you. We were planning on training this type for a bit and then selling her into prostitution. He frowned, telling her to just bring her out and cut the chatter. What I do with her after I buy her is none of your business, is it? So what if she's a woman? Watching women fight without clothes is all the rage these days. The madam was clearly startled. Manager Xiao, sir, please don't be angry. I'll bring her out for you right now. This pervert looked at the girl, a wicked idea forming in his mind. A rank 2 female soldier from the army fighting monsters completely naked. What a thrilling sight that would be. If we added a few special mutants into the mix, her death would be spectacular. At this thought, he couldn't contain his excitement. Manager Xiao Shen declared, a performance like that will definitely get the big shots excited. Down below, Nguyen Hao was about to explode with rage. Ning knew he was furious with these perverts and spoke to calm him down. Uncle Huang, be patient. Let's just watch for now. We'll wait until they give a final price. Right after that, the girl was brought before him. The madam chirped. Here she is, Manager Xiao. Just look at everyone's reaction. She's absolutely the belle of the army. He couldn't help but step forward and caress her face. You can see the wildness in her already. Her body and face aren't bad at all. She's a real top-quality piece. He then ordered his subordinate, strip her clothes off for me. She's covered in filthy blood, I can't see a thing. The man immediately acknowledged the order. With his master's permission, the subordinate began to drool. He lunged at the girl like a wild beast, ready to tear his prey apart. A guard laughed slyly. If it weren't for these ability-suppressing collars, this lot would have already torn this place apart. It's true. Looking at your helpless state, you've probably never even touched her little hand, have you? Today is your lucky day, so take your time and enjoy the show. The madam rushed forward to stop him. Wait, this is a bit inappropriate. If Manager Xiao here changes his mind, it'll be very difficult for us to sell her to other important figures. Hearing this, the subordinate hesitated. His master angrily slapped the madam across the face, shouting, "You be times, me, have regrets. Don't be ridiculous. Pack them all up. Is 350,000 enough?" Lahak was overjoyed. Enough, more than enough. The subordinate then lunged at the girl with a wicked grin. If Manager Xiao wants it, then of course we have to do as he says. You filthy wench. Look at you now. At that moment, Ning suddenly spoke up. Hold on. 400,000. I'll take them all. And all the other slaves here too. I also want the Kanglang safe zone. Manager Xiao was stunned. The Kanglang safe zone? Who are you people? Ning replied. Tianlang Hall. He heard this and sneered. Just the tiny Tianlang Hall? You dare to compete with a big shot like me? Just then, a powerful voice boomed. 410,000. The Blood Shadow Legion is conducting business. Everyone else get lost. The crowd buzzed. The Blood Shadow Legion? We'd better stay out of this. Manager Xiao couldn't help but stumble back a few steps in fear. The Blood Shadow Legion. I withdraw. I'm no longer bidding. Feeling this powerful presence, Ning also fell silent to observe. The madam looked dejected. The Black Camel Slave Caravan welcomes you, sir. Just say the word and we'll deliver anything you need directly to you. The leader of the group shouted, You old hag, are you implying we won't pay you? Everyone knows the rules of the Blood Shadow Legion are ironclad. Don't worry. We won't short you a single coin. The newcomer quickly gave an order. Men, pay them and take everyone away. His soldiers complied. Yes, Captain. Ning then called out, I bid 420,000. This is an auction, isn't it? Highest bidder wins. I'm sure the Blood Shadow Legion wouldn't break the rules of the safe zone, right? The surrounding crowd began to whisper, Damn, he dares to snatch someone from the Blood Shadow Legion? Is this punk from the Kanglang safe zone insane? The Blood Shadow captain glanced over disdainfully. Rules? Fine then. I bid 430,000. The Kanglang safe zone? Are you sure you want to go against me? Ning immediately bid 440,000. Whatever you add, I'll add the same. The captain felt a sting of anger. Kid, do you really think your status in the Kanglang safe zone means anything here? You really dare to bid against me? Ning replied calmly, An auction is about financial resources. What does status have to do with it? Unless you intend to break the rules and use your status to bully people. The Blood Shadow captain sneered. You talk big. You must have a lot of money, right? He held up 2 more cards. Is 10,000 enough? If not, I'll add another 1 million. The crowd was shocked once again. Damn it, how are people from the Kanglang safe zone so rich? What the hell good is money? Do you really think those rules can restrain the Blood Shadow Legion? How naive. Their bidding is just a formality. If they really want someone, they don't even need to say a word. This little brat is a dead man for sure. The madam was secretly horrified. If we hadn't run into the Blood Shadow Legion, we would have struck it rich. Meanwhile, the bald man was also secretly on guard. 2 million to buy us as slaves? This doesn't make any sense at all. What on earth does this person want to do with us? The Blood Shadow captain then began to have malicious thoughts. I really don't have the authority to mobilize assets over 1 million, but there are still rules from above. Looks like I'll just have to play dirty with him. Thinking of this, he shouted, Kanglang, I know most of the big shots in your safe zone. How come I don't recognize you? Why do you want to buy these people? Are you a spy from the military? Ning calmly replied, I work in the logistics department of the Kanglang safe zone. Our Heavenly Wolf Hall also wants to start a business in this killing game. To make a name for ourselves, I need these people, he retorted loudly. Nonsense. No one in this world does business without considering the cost like you do. Men, arrest them all and take them in for questioning. I'm extremely suspicious of their identities and motives. Please come with us quietly. Xiao, he whispered to him. Should we make a move? I can take these guys down in 1 move. Ning was calm. So can I. But don't rush. I've already sent word to Shui Ying. We need to wait for news from her side first. Calculating the time, it should be soon. After saying that, he spoke loudly. Looking at this situation, it seems the Blood Shadow Legion intends to use force instead of bidding. Don't you always proclaim to the outside world that you believe in fairness and never abuse your power to bully others? The Blood Shadow captain's face darkened. Abuse power to bully others? Stop trying to frame us. 2 days ago, we received intel that a group of military spies had snuck into our safe zone, preparing to rescue their people. Why do I get the feeling they were talking about you guys? Ning decided to play along. If that's the case, then it's fine for me to go with you. But if Lord Ying Long invites me to the banquet later, you'll be the ones escorting me there. As for what I'll say at the party, I can't make any guarantees. He held his forehead and sneered. Listen to this guy. You dare use Lord Yinglong to threaten us? You idiot. The banquet has already started, and you're still here spouting nonsense? If they're going to be this clueless, then we'll have to beat some sense into them first. Yes, sir. At the same time, after checking the system, the Blood Shadow Captain shouted in alarm, "This! Stop!" He then bowed low and walked over. Young Master Ye, my sincerest apologies. I've made a grave mistake, failing to recognize a superior. I truly didn't know you were a guest of Lord Yinglong. I will arrange an escort to take you there. Ye Ning sneered a little. This lord here sure changes his tune quickly. I much preferred your arrogant and defiant attitude from before. He broke out in a nervous sweat. Understood. Men, immediately escort this esteemed guest from the Kanglang safe zone to the central district. Do not offend him. Yi Ning then arranged things for his people. Old Huang, take these soldiers and find a place to settle them. I'll come back to inspect the goods later. Xiaohei, let's go meet Lord Yinglong. The two replied in unison. Yes, young Master Ye. At this moment, at the Heavenly Dragon Manor, Ye Ning and his group quickly arrived. Ye Ning scanned the area, assessing it silently. Just as I expected, all the guests here are high-ranking members of the private factions around this area. As for us, we're just a bunch of nobodies here, so we won't receive a warm welcome. The reason the Blood Shadow team was so polite to us earlier was entirely because the message got distorted as it was passed down, eventually becoming a personal invitation from Yinglong himself. He then said to Xiaohe, "Let's be low-key. We should just stand in a corner and observe secretly." She immediately replied, "Understood." Just as she finished speaking, Lin Lan was already waiting for them. As soon as she saw Ye Ning, she called out loudly, "Over here!" Everyone couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. Who is this person? Is he really worth being personally welcomed by Miss Shui Ying? Contrary to the crowd, Ye Ning was secretly annoyed. Damn it, what is this woman trying to do? Didn't we agree to keep our distance? As the hostess of the banquet, is it really appropriate for her to be welcoming someone herself? Seeing him hesitate, Lin Lan shouted, "Little brother, hurry and bring your girlfriend over to sit with me. I've saved you a spot." Yi Ning was stunned by her, but thanks to that, the attacks on him stopped. So he's her little brother. That explains it. Ye Ning quickly walked over. "Thanks, sis. Xiaohei, let's go to our seats." The crowd continued to buzz. I've never heard that Miss Shui Ying had a younger brother before. He's probably a sworn brother. Even so, he's not the type of person you're thinking of. Didn't you see he has a girlfriend with him? As soon as Ye Ning sat down, he asked impatiently, "What are you trying to pull?" Lin Lan whispered, "Didn't you say you wanted to observe Yinglong? This is the perfect spot for that. Besides, I've already told Yinglong that you're my very capable adopted brother. You know as well as I do, you wouldn't have been able to get in here otherwise. Just try to act as natural as possible," she whispered. "Don't you realize you're putting me in a very dangerous position?" Lin Lan chuckled softly. "Yinglong isn't even here yet and you're already scared? And with that attitude, you want to plot against Yinglong? Isn't that laughable?" he retorted. "It's not the same. I don't like taking risks that are outside of my control, unfortunately." Lin Lan cut in, "Yinglong is the master here. Nothing is within your control." Ye Ning's face soured as he secretly analyzed the situation. She's clearly testing my ability to handle unexpected situations to determine whether she should side with me. Truly cunning. This kind of provocation doesn't count as a betrayal, so she has nothing to fear. I must absolutely hold my ground and not be put at a disadvantage. Before he could finish his thought, a blazing red aura instantly flooded the room. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe. Yi Ning was utterly astonished, as a resounding shout quickly echoed, welcoming the captain of the Blood Shadow Legion, Lord Yinglong. Yinglong appeared. "My apologies for keeping you all waiting," he immediately explained. "Something came up, causing a slight delay. Please, everyone, take a seat. There's no need for formalities." The crowd shouted in unison, "Thank you, Lord Yinglong." Ye Ning silently made an assessment. His presence is as vast as mountains and seas, his aura like a blood-soaked hell. This power is probably even greater than Uncle Fang's. The smell of blood is still fresh. Did he just kill a mutant before coming here? To go hunting a mutant right before a banquet? He seems to be a typical battle maniac. The people nearby whispered with apprehension. This pressure alone is enough to make us break out in a cold sweat. It feels like Commander Yinglong's power has grown even stronger. That's right. Did you see the blood shadow behind him? I feel like it's about to come alive. I wonder if Lord Yinglong killed another high-level mutant and fused with it. Ye Ning thought to himself, fusing with a blood shadow mutant. Is this a special innate ability? Then he whispered to Xiao. 0-0. If you were to fight Yinglong, what would be your chances of winning? She contemplated for a moment. Based on the power he just displayed, I'd have a 30% chance of escaping at best. If he's still hiding his true strength, it would be nearly impossible. After greeting all the guests, Yinglong immediately went to his seat. Meanwhile, Ye Ning was still deep in thought, as expected. There's a massive difference between being on the verge of peak stage 3 and being a true peak stage 3. Even though I have many sword techniques, If I wanted to escape, perhaps only my dimensional slash would be effective. I need to analyze his fighting habits just in case. The muscles on his left arm are more developed. The spear on his back has blood on its tip. That means he's left-handed and specializes in thrusting. He continued his analysis. There's a special anti-slip grip on the spear. Is he accustomed to dragging it? Is he trying to maximize his attack range advantage? Ning imagined him moving at high speed, and just as he gets close, he would instantly swing the spearhead to shatter his opponent's defense. Without a doubt, this is the fighting style of an agility type awakened. He also observed that there was very little blood on the entire spear. This shows his explosive power is terrifying. Judging by the direction of the stains on his clothes, he has at least 2 movement skills. Ying Long spoke as soon as he sat down. Miss Shui Ying, is this your adopted younger brother? This kid is pretty interesting. It seems like he's been sneaking glances at me this whole time. Yi Ning had been dazed and couldn't hide his gaze, so he was startled when suddenly called out. Lin Lan quickly replied, yes, that's right. His name is Ye Lin, and he's probably a bit nervous since it's his first time seeing you. Sir Ying Long, you're actually his idol. He tells me every day how much he admires you. Then she turned to Ye Ning and said, I've already told you, Sir Ying Long is a very nice person, so you don't need to be so tense. If you want to look, just look. Why do you have to sneak peeks? He stuttered. I understand, sis. Then he pretended to be shy. I'm really sorry, Sir Ying Long. He immediately relaxed his killing intent. So that's how it is. If he's Miss Shui Ying's brother, then he's one of us. You're from the Kanglang safe zone, right? Your commander and I are quite close. When I go back this time, I'll tell him to look out for you. Yi Ning quickly replied, Thank you, Sir Ying Long. He thought to himself, this is clearly a huge honor. It seems Shui Ying's importance to Ying Long isn't what she claimed. Right after, a man bowed and approached, speaking in a low voice. Sir Ying Long, on behalf of the Yihu safe zone, I'd like to offer you a toast. By the way, I want to report to you on the situation in our safe zone, he replied cheerfully. All right. Yi Ning picked up his chopsticks and thought, the strength others can perceive from me is at most early stage 3, but I didn't expect this Ying Long to be so on guard. So this kind of instinctual vigilance is likely related to his experience of climbing up from the bottom. At the same time, Ye Ning suddenly felt something strange at his feet. He was startled. Yi Ning glared darkly at Lin Lan, cursing inwardly, damn it, is this witch trying to get me killed? She looked at him provocatively and whispered, if you dare to move, I'll dare to touch it. What's wrong? You don't like this? Isn't it scary? Yi Ning's body trembled slightly. No, I can't lose my composure, or we'll all die. It doesn't matter if this woman lives or dies, but Jiangju and I can't afford to lose. His body kept trembling. This is insane. At this distance, if Ying Long uses even a bit of his spiritual perception, he'll definitely get furious. Lin Lan, what the hell are you thinking? This isn't her best option at all. Ye Ning couldn't help but ask, are you trying to get revenge for how I humiliated you? Or are you trying to test my self-control? Lin Lan said casually. Both, but I'm more curious about the latter, he said again. If you do this, you'll die too. You've completely lost your mind. I don't believe someone with your intelligence could be this stupid. She remained perfectly calm. Even so, it's no real loss to my plan. Yi Ning was speechless. If your only goal is to kill me, then you could just tell Ying Long my identity. Why go through all this trouble? Lin Lan glanced over. This is much more interesting. Just imagine the explosive news of the Far Frontier's military commissioner Yi Ning confronting Ying Long and getting killed by him. She reminded him sharply. Do you remember how you humiliated me the first time we met? Besides, I've always wondered if you're a eunuch. He was speechless for a moment. Yi Ning then tilted his head back and took a gulp of wine. She was furious, but not because she was about to die, but because he had ruined her plan. Lin Lan then actually reached for that intimate place. I'm very curious, just how important is that mutated material to you that you'd endure this much? With your current status and power, why would you accept this kind of risk? Every time I think about you, this contradiction comes up. I feel an inexplicable excitement. I want to devour you, to crush you inside my body. Tell me why. Why do I feel this way? He sweated, thinking, you think this is enough to kill me? No, let me tell you. I can kill you and still escape. You crazy witch. If you really want to die, I will definitely grant you that wish. Lam feigned surprise. Oh, is that so? Unable to reason with this woman, he turned to instruct Xiao. Blood Oriole has gone crazy. She's completely stopped listening. In a moment, if you see me unleash a dimensional slash, be ready to break through together, she quickly acknowledged. The two people opposite them quickly noticed something unusual about Ye Ning. That kid over there seems a bit off. Maybe his girlfriend is messing with him under the table. These kids are pretty bold. I don't think so, though. On the contrary, look at Miss Blood Oriole's posture. Should we use our mental energy to check it out? Shh. Do you have a death wish? Overhearing their conversation, Ye Ning couldn't help but wonder. Those 3 third-rank individuals all felt something was wrong, but what was up with that guy Ying Long? Although he wasn't looking this way, As a peak third rank, even if he didn't deploy his mental energy to cover the entire area, he should at least be able to maintain his perception of the surroundings. Lam Lam gave him a firm squeeze down there. Still getting distracted, are we? Is it because my skills aren't good enough? Or should I say, you're actually into men? Yi Ning was furious. Lam Lam, you've successfully ruined my plan. He stomped hard on her foot, but don't worry. After I kill you, I'll run away with your leg. When I get back, I'll turn it into a greatsword to remind myself never to underestimate a woman again. Lam Lam finally got nervous. Are you really going to do that? No, stop, we won't be discovered. Yinglong won't find out. I was just teasing you. I never thought about dying with you. Yi Ning was surprised. What do you mean? He's not using his perception? Could it be that she has a way to block his perception? Is Yinglong's strength fake? No, that's impossible. Lam Lam seems to know this guy very well. You want to know? Then beg me. Are you worried about others noticing us? No one would dare. Others are even more afraid of facing Yinglong's wrath than you are. Yi Ning looked over. Just don't be crazy. Tell me, this information is very important to me. You know very well that the more I know, the greater my chances of success. When this is over, I'll give you everything you want. I have that kind of power, Lam Lam whispered. Not so fast. Yinglong is about to give a speech. Just as she finished, Yinglong began to speak. Everyone, I believe you can all feel the threat from the military, but it's truly ridiculous. They watched us struggle on the distant frontiers with cold eyes, without sending a single soldier to help. Now that we've established our own safe zone, why does the military demand we give up our rights with just a single sentence? The peace in the frontier region, the survival of the people here, was all bought with our very lives. Therefore, I propose that all commanders and the higher-ups of every zone unite and stand together. The crowd immediately roared in agreement. Lord Yinglong is right. The frontier was originally the military's responsibility. They only guard that place to save face. But what does that have to do with us? If people from other nations enter the frontier, will they really declare war on us? I don't think so. The times have changed. Why are we still talking about nations? We are all human. Lam Lam clapped while giving him a flirtatious glance. I want you. Ye Ning was startled. Really? He was secretly on guard. This witch was changing her tune again. Could this expression mean she's actually caught feelings? How could that be possible? What kind of trick is she planning now? Yi Ning then retorted in annoyance. You want me? You want my head, more like. Stop playing these games. Do you know Yinglong's secret? Tell me now. Lam Lam stood up and said lazily, My leg hurts, follow me to the restroom. She turned to leave, not forgetting to threaten him. If you have the guts, come over, and I'll tell you Yinglong's secret. If you're not there within 3 minutes, I'll come out and tell Yinglong that you're really into me. Yi Ning reluctantly stood up as well. The secret this woman held could very well help him gain the upper hand later. To get the advancement materials, even if it was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, he had to charge in. As soon as they entered the restroom, Lam Lam casually applied her lipstick, leaving him to wait on the side. Ye Ning grew anxious. Are you sure you want to talk about this here? This is the men's restroom. Lam Lam glanced over. What are you afraid of? This place is abandoned, so no one will come here. She couldn't help but tease him a little. What's wrong? Don't tell me you want to go to the restroom again? Yi Ning shouted in frustration. Cut the chatter. You knew all along when Yinglong would enter the dungeon, didn't you? Lam Lam quickly turned around, then beckoned with her finger. If you want to know, then come over here. She opened a stall door. Come in here and I'll show you all my secrets. The moment he entered, he pressed a knife to Lam Lam's throat. I've already shielded this place with my spiritual power, so spit it out. My patience is limited. If you still want to play games while Yinglong isn't here, I won't hold back. She was satisfied. As expected, you're still you. All right. The dungeon is located on the front lines of Blood Shadow's third safe zone, a city in ruins from ancient times. It's 370 kilometers from here, and its coordinates are beneath the air raid shelter in the suburban district hall. Lam Lam recounted that this dungeon had only appeared recently. It was probably activated by the Blood Shadow Corps' supply squad about 2 months ago. This is a large-scale dungeon. This dungeon is very special. It only opens at 6 in the morning on the second day of each month, which is tomorrow morning. The opening lasts for 30 seconds. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until next month. He wondered, why didn't you tell me before and deliberately lure me to the party just to test my courage? Lam Lam said, not exactly. Based on my understanding of Yinglong, he will most likely clear the area before entering the dungeon. In other words, you have to follow Yinglong the moment he enters without being detected, so I doubt you'll be able to get in at all. Yi Ning frowned. Very well, you don't need to worry about me getting in. Now tell me, what is Yinglong's secret? Lam Lam said casually. I've already said so much. Are you really going to make me stand here and talk like this? Right after that, he put the knife away. If you cooperate, I naturally won't make things difficult for you. But you. Immediately after, Lam Lam aggressively pushed Ye Ning back. She placed her foot on his body. Hey, my feet are really sore. Don't you feel any pity for me at all? Help me massage them a little and then I'll tell you Yinglong's secret. Ye Ning shouted, "What the hell are you trying to do? I don't think you're foolish enough to believe I'd submit to you." Lam Lam smiled slyly. "It's nothing. I just don't believe you're truly devoid of any feelings." At this moment she seemed possessed, her expression incredibly serious. "Besides, I don't want to die with you. I want to live with you." As Lam Lam spoke, she took off her outer coat. "As long as you can live to fulfill your promise, I'm willing to completely betray Lu Tianming and be loyal to you. Therefore, you can do whatever you want with me. Once you've fully matured, we will." Ye Ning quickly grabbed the collar of her shirt and pulled it up. "Do you think I'll definitely die if I enter the dungeon?" Lam Lam immediately grabbed his hand. "That's right. I've thought about it for a long time and I feel that there's no hope left. I know you have the military backing you, but they won't shed blood fighting Yinglong for you. Otherwise, why would you have to take such a risk?" She began to analyze. The people Yinglong is bringing this time are at least 12 early 3rd tier and 1 advanced 3rd tier. Although your bodyguard is very strong, even if you all charge in together, you can't defeat Yinglong alone. The human face collection is Yinglong's most prized possession. If you want to take it, you have to kill him first. As she spoke, she reached out to unbuckle Ye Ning's pants. "Yinglong is very suspicious. Even if you don't betray me before you die, I will still have to die. After all, it's too much of a coincidence, even if I'm lucky enough to get it. As long as Yinglong isn't dead, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape death either." He frowned. "But I thought Yinglong treated you very well?" "That's completely different from what you said." Lam Lam said sadly, "The relationship between him and me isn't as simple as you think. He has never truly cared for me as a person." Looking at her, Ye Ning felt his resolve weaken a little, clicking his tongue silently. Her expression and her eyes are completely different from the crazy woman I used to know. Moreover, it doesn't seem like she's acting or lying. Forget it for now. I won't worry about the relationship between her and Yinglong. Right now, it was more important to ease her worries and get that crucial secret out of her. Ye Ning pushed her away again. "What if I told you I have the authority to mobilize some peak Tier 3 warriors to enter the dungeon with us?" Lin Lan was startled. "What? How is that possible?" As soon as she said that, to make her believe him, he immediately took out a card from the system. Ye Ning explained, "This token is a secret reward I received after defeating the East Sea Beast. You recognize it, right?" Lin Lan was shocked. "An S-rank military token. No, wait, if this is real, then why not just send people to raid it directly?" Ye Ning continued. "That's because compared to a direct raid, the price to pay would be much greater than playing some tricks inside the dungeon," he thought. Although this token isn't real, it's enough to scare her. After all, with her status, there's no way she could have ever seen a real S-rank token like this. Lin Lan also told him a secret. Yinglong has no spiritual power, so he can't perceive anything outside of his line of sight. Ye Ning was surprised. He couldn't believe it. A peak Tier 3 expert with no spiritual power? How is that possible? Spiritual power and willpower are closely linked. Even a 3-year-old child has 2 points in the willpower attribute. Lin Lan continued. Yinglong's innate ability is very special. He passively converts his spiritual power into other attributes. Except for the willpower needed to maintain consciousness, any other willpower attribute points will be converted into other stats. He said again. So he has no spiritual power for scouting and can't perceive anything, relying completely on observing targets with his naked eyes, Lin Lan replied. That's right. Ye Ning was still in shock. This is incredible and also very beneficial for us. She added, but don't underestimate him because of that. On the contrary, his body is incredibly tough. Lin Lan made up her mind. I'm the only person in the world who knows this secret. Initially, I wanted to use it to trade for a suitable Tier 3 expert, like Lu Tianming, but now I've decided to give it to you. Ye Ning remained wary. Your information on Yinglong seems absurdly detailed, doesn't it? Besides, it seems you want to kill Yinglong even more than I do. She cupped his face. You see, I'm cooperating with you so well. So how are you going to reward me? Ye Ning was surprised. A reward? After this is over? What do you want? Lin Lan pouted and pressed her cheek against his. I don't want it later. I want it right now. He was startled and pushed her away. You're insane. Oh, I don't have time for this right now. Scene change. Over at the Blood Shadow safe zone, Kang Lang rest stop, Yuan Hao was standing outside. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Why has he been gone for so long and still not back? Nothing can be allowed to go wrong. At the same time, inside the warehouse, the bald man spoke up. It seems quiet outside. That group from the Tianlang zone must have left already. The guards here are very lax. In a moment, I'll break down the door. Everyone just split up and escape. After you get away, don't come back, find a way to destroy the collar, and then find our people's meeting point. The other two spoke up. But didn't that old man say our people were coming to save us? That's what he said, but they still haven't released us. Who knows if they're just doing this on purpose to stop us from escaping? The other guy felt uneasy, but that young man was willing to spend 2 million for us. Another one cursed, "Don't be so damn naive. Have you forgotten who those people are? From the Kanglang safe zone. What kind of place is that? It's notorious for its pleasure slaves. Have you ever thought about what will happen to Lin Ru?" Hearing this, he was genuinely scared. We really can't take that gamble. In the end, they all agreed. The bald man spoke. On my command, 3, 2, 1. Immediately, the group smashed through the door and rushed outside, making a loud noise. As soon as they burst out, they were stunned to see the person in front of them. Ning was already outside, looking bewildered at the scene. "Uncle Huang, didn't you tell them?" Yuan Hao replied, "I did, but maybe it was too simple for them to believe." Yuan Hao sent a telepathic message. "Even though this is the Kang Lang rest stop, it's still within the Blood Shadow safe zone, so you should resolve this quickly." Ning replied, "I understand. The leader took all the blame on himself. I was the one who wanted to escape, so if there's a problem, just come at me. Then you will be severely punished." "Xiaohei, Uncle Huang, grab them and give them a beating," the two replied in unison. Immediately after, everyone was quickly herded inside. Ning carefully created a mental protection barrier around the area. Then he took out a token. "The capital's army, the special operations team. We're on your side. You can all speak freely now." Everyone was overjoyed. It was a grade A military token. Did the army send a large force to fight their way here? "I told you so. If they weren't on our side, why would they spend 2 million to save us?" the young man next to him asked with confusion. "Then why didn't you unlock our restraints?" Ning replied, "It was to maintain my cover. If the act wasn't convincing enough, not only would we fail to save you, but our identities would also be exposed." He added, "But rest assured, at most, you'll only have to endure one more night. Tonight, I will arrange to get you all back to the border. Once you're out of the Blood Shadow Legion's sphere of influence, you'll all be free." Everyone was ecstatic. "That's great. We're saved," Ning continued. "Before we leave, I want to speak with Lin Ru privately." She still hadn't let her guard down around him. Lin Ru frowned warily. The two led her outside. Ning shouted loudly, "Uncle Huang, keep hitting him. Beat him until he submits." "Xiao Ju, give this girl a good wash. I'll personally discipline her tonight." Knowing they were being watched, Yuan Hao replied clearly, "Yes, young Master Yi." Then Ning looked at the resilient girl before him, thinking to himself, "Lin Ru, I know your identity very well. As the future queen of the Kyrgyzstan border region, how could I possibly remain indifferent? In my past life, I had to use decisive and ruthless methods. If I can win her over and make use of her beforehand this time, wouldn't that be for the best?" The two then secretly went to the Kanglang rest stop, inside Ning's room. Lin Ru couldn't help but be surprised. "You're so young, yet you have a grade A military token. Could you be the legendary Ning?" He got straight to the point. "You're smart. You're an early-stage Tier 2, an agile melee type, with a talent for water control, right?" Lin Ru didn't beat around the bush either. "That's right. Tell me, why did you want to see me alone?" Ning began. "First, tell me why a border guard like you was captured along with a group of survivors at a gathering point." She recounted with resentment. "About 2 weeks ago, while on a border patrol mission, we discovered that awakened individuals from a neighboring country's war zone had infiltrated. After crossing the border, they frequently attacked some small and medium-sized safe zones, plundering resource mines and capturing survivors for food. So we fought them. During the pursuit, they attempted to break into a gathering point. After dealing with the enemy, we were preparing to go to the gathering point to recover from our injuries. But no one expected that this gathering point had already been ambushed by the Black Camel Merchant Guild. At first, we didn't pay it any mind, and none of the local survivors warned us. Then the slave-hunting squad ambushed us. In the chaotic battle, many of our people died. Of course, the slave-hunting squad suffered even heavier casualties. Because of that, they called in a nearby Tier 3 expert to take action. As you know, facing a Tier 3, we're basically powerless to resist. You pretty much know the rest of the story. Thank you for saving us." Ning replied, "We're both part of the military, so it was my duty." Ning then recalled the rumors from his past life about Lin Ru's bloodthirsty and brutal behavior, but there were no detailed accounts of events like this. He only heard that she was a slave and somehow became a Tier 3 slave. After the cataclysm, she openly challenged the leader of the Black Eagle safe zone and killed him, then quickly seized control of the entire safe zone. During the subsequent rebellion in the distant frontier, a battle broke out with the Blood Shadow Legion. In the end, she took the entire population she had gathered from several safe zones, left the distant frontier, and entered the Kyrgyzstan war zone. After that, her strength soared, and she seized power in Kyrgyzstan with ease. Ning speculated internally. "From my current perspective, if I hadn't shown up, her fate after becoming a slave would have been unimaginable. Even with such a tragic start, she still managed to become the queen of a nation. That's something even I couldn't do." Then he asked what her next plan was. Was she going back to the border with everyone, or something else? Lin Ru immediately replied, No, I don't want to go back to the army. I don't want to protect anyone anymore, Lin Ru said, trembling with anger as she made up her mind. I want to kill them all, he asked again. Do you hate the army? Do you feel the army was wrong? Lin Ru replied scornfully. Hate? You could say that. Ning then said, do you hate the army for not sending reinforcements in time? As a soldier, you of all people should understand the army's current situation. Often, it's not that they don't want to save people, but that they can't. They have to consider the bigger picture. He added, besides, among the survivors, there are good people and bad people. Most of them are innocent. You can't just generalize and kill them all. Lin Ru found it laughable. Good and bad? She quickly retorted. What do you mean, good and bad? What if 9 out of 10 people are bad? The settlement where we were captured was supposed to be the most friendly towards the army. We clearly saved them from invaders and slave hunters. But when those bastards from the slave hunting team were preparing to leave, they hadn't even discovered Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang was injured and hiding in a cellar, but the survivors dragged him out and handed him over to the slave hunters for a reward. She continued indignantly. If they had betrayed us simply to survive, I could have accepted it. It's just ridiculous. They watched us struggle on the frontier with cold eyes, not even sending a single soldier to help. And yet these wolves in sheep's clothing still sold us out completely, just as before. They don't actually hate those villains. They hate us. They aren't afraid of the army. They're only afraid of a small merchant caravan. Seeing the hatred in her eyes, Ning lowered his voice. Isolated incidents can't represent everything. Ordinary people don't have professional training, but Lin Ru scoffed. Isolated? She pointed right at him and vented her anger. What do you mean isolated incidents? Is it an isolated incident that there are over 300 slave hunting teams of all sizes across the entire frontier? Is it isolated that over 60% of the population sells their lives to those forces? Is it isolated that our soldiers are being hunted like dogs, not even daring to reveal their own identities? Painful memories flashed vividly in Lin Ru's mind. She pointed at Ning's chest. This place is rotten. The frontier is rotten. Everything from top to bottom is rotten. To please high-level awakeners, they'd even offer up their own flesh and blood like hunting dogs. Have you been to the bone-crushing field, to Kanglang, to the blood mill? Look at those people. They don't fundamentally hate the bastards who rule them. They just hate themselves for not being one of them. As she spoke, Lin Ru couldn't stop the tears from falling. The history here has been twisted beyond recognition. No one remembers what we've done. They see us as the enemy, as a dog on the run. They'd rather grovel and cooperate with foreign races than offer a single drop of water to the army. Tears of blood streamed from Lin Ru's eyes. We're clearly saving people everywhere. All of our soldiers are struggling to defend the border. Even though we were starving, we still shared our food with them. But what did we get in return? Overwhelmed with emotion, she couldn't stop herself from slamming her fist on the table, shattering the teacup. Why? Tell me why. Is it because we're the good guys? Is it because we have to endure and consider the so-called bigger picture? It's because of people like you, sitting up high in your ivory towers, who can send us to our deaths with a single word, right? It feels so much better to finally get it all out. The higher-ups say it's for the peace of the frontier, while those of us on the ground have to keep retreating. At this, she slumped helplessly into her chair. Have you ever been to the front lines? Do you know what kind of lives we lead? Do you see how many of us have died? It's just a number to you, right? Lin Ru continued. The frontier lacks water, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, the army ordered us to source it locally. Even though my talent is water manipulation, where are you supposed to find water in a desert? During the hardest times, we even had to drink our own urine. As for the safe zones and those merchant caravans, they just jack up the prices whenever they want. A bucket of water? We have to trade a bucket of ore for it. Do you have any idea how many of our people had to die to secure these things from the awakened ones of enemy nations? The border is too far, making transportation a nightmare. And the higher-ups, they just tell us to struggle on and ration our food and water. But how are we supposed to fight if we can't even eat our fill? Can empty words fill our stomachs? In the first half of the year, we managed to clear a resource dungeon with great difficulty and brought back a little food from it. And what was the result? Some nearby private force declared it was theirs and demanded we hand it over. And then what? That same force sold supplies back to us at 10 times the price, and they even had the gall to sell us their dishwater. We retreat and retreat, give up everything, endure everything, no spirit stones, no equipment, no supplies. How many soldiers lost their strength because of this, and how many more died for it? Lin Ru couldn't help but feel helpless as she recalled the words, "The great home front. Our families are behind us." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ru didn't hesitate to rip open the buttons on her shirt, revealing her chest to him. Ning was startled, but Lin Ru continued, "Do you know what I saw in the slave camp after I was captured? I saw a girl in a military uniform being pinned down by a zombie. She was already dead, not just bitten to death by the zombie, but also disemboweled and left to dry out. 2 large numbers were carved into her chest. The wounds were cut down to the bone." She asked in anguish, "Do you see it clearly? I am number 12, and that girl was number 11. It's unclear what he was thinking, but Ye Ning remained silent the whole time. He stood up, took out a cloak, then walked over to Lin Ru and gently offered it to her. "Put this on! It's cold tonight." Lin Ru took the cloak, a little surprised. "I thought you were going to righteously condemn me in the name of the greater good. That you'd say my will wasn't strong enough, that sacrifice is unavoidable, and that you'd call me a traitor." He didn't answer, instead asking directly, "Where do you want to go after leaving the army? Or would you be willing to follow me?" Her mood seemed to lighten a bit. "Maybe I'll find a squad to join, hunt mutated beasts with them, and get stronger. Or maybe I'll try to figure out how to establish my own settlement and gather people." Lin Ru started to leave. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. But there's no need. I'm not as noble as you are. Right now, all I want is to kill every bastard I've ever met, cut off their heads, and mount them on pikes." She contemptuously threw the dog tag to the ground. "This is the military insignia I swore an oath to. Now I'm giving it back." Seeing that she was about to leave, he spoke up. "Lin Ru, what if I told you I'm different from them? What if I told you I can change everything? What if I said that if you follow me, you'll have limitless resources and the freedom to kill to your heart's content without worrying about the bigger picture?" She frowned and turned back, asking, "Do you have any idea what you're saying?" Ye Ning replied calmly, "Of course I do. Just stay here and wait for me. I'll be back in a week." The scene changes to another location, where Ye Ning is sitting on an aircraft. He asked pensively, 9. According to your analysis, if we fight Ying Long, how many seconds can we hold him off? Fang Fang immediately replied, 4 seconds. In a direct confrontation, I can hold him off for a maximum of 4 seconds. If his target is you, I can only stop him for 1 second. Ye Ning analyzed, a maximum of 4 seconds, a minimum of 1? Even though I can unleash my ultimate move 7 or 8 times, I'm still not completely confident when facing a peak 3rd-tier expert. He looked out the window. Besides, Ying Long is a peak 3rd-tier master. After so many years, he must have a trump card, although he doesn't have spiritual power. This also means his physical defense is definitely not on the level of a typical peak 3rd-tier expert. If I use up all my ultimate moves and still can't kill Ying Long, he'll kill me as easily as flipping his hand. Even if I use a spiritual power attack, he must have prepared for it. What if he has a high-level shielding artifact? Then he said to her, No, this time when we enter the dungeon, we should do our best to stay away from Ying Long, and also avoid confronting Shui Ying." Fang Fang was surprised. "Then how are we supposed to get the human face codex?" Ye Ning added, "If you want to take something from someone else's pocket, besides stealing and robbing, you can also just trick them." At this moment, at 5:30 in the morning, at the dungeon entrance, Fang Fang reported, "We've arrived." He ordered 009 to activate the floating device to avoid leaving footprints, and she immediately replied, "Understood." "Teammate, after landing," Ye Ning silently observed, "this unexpanded sphere of light must be the dungeon entrance, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and touched the sphere of light. Looking at the system panel, Ye Ning thought to himself, "Weird ghost battlefield. I wonder if this has anything to do with the weird ghost core that the Sword God needs? If it's really related, then maybe on this dungeon run, I can gather all the materials and complete the Sword God system's upgrade." A group of people in formal attire entered the tunnel. Ying Long spoke up. "Miss Shui Ying, you seem to be very interested in this place." She replied, "I'm just a little curious, wondering if there's anything unusual around an A-rank dungeon. After all, this is my first time visiting a dungeon of this difficulty," he remarked. "So, that's how it is?" Inwardly, Shui Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Ye Ning didn't leave any traces. If I hadn't received the message, I really wouldn't have known he was already here. Ying Long reminded her, "There are still 3 minutes until it starts. Zhang Ming, go and sweep the entire building one more time. Confirm if there's anyone else nearby. If you find anything unusual, report to me immediately." The subordinate replied, "Understood." Kang Hai Ying Long. She cursed inwardly. Did my actions just now make him suspicious? Judging by the situation, he probably plans to enter during the last 30 seconds of the countdown. I don't know if Ye Ning is well hidden. What if he gets discovered? Ying Long pointed out, "Miss Shui Ying, your heart seems to be beating very fast. What's wrong? Are you very nervous?" Shui Ying quickly replied, "Ah, I was just thinking that this dungeon might be very difficult." In the dark space, voices echoed. "First floor clear, 6th floor clear, 30th floor clear." Ying Long asked curiously, "Miss Shui Ying, you can rest assured now, right? Once we're inside, you don't have to worry. Just stick with me," she responded. "You're too kind," a group of men discussed as they walked. "Captain Zhang, do you think Lord Ying Long is really trying to woo that woman? This is the first time I've seen him show so much concern, and she's just a low-level tier 3. Why not just get straight to the point? Why go through all this trouble? Stop your baseless talk. What do you two know? This is his hobby." The night sky gradually descended, and dark clouds gathered. Someone ran in frantically. Sir, we've confirmed the entire building and there's no one else nearby. Good, he approved. The dungeon has opened. Prepare to enter. Shui Ying was bewildered. They couldn't find them? Where on earth are they hiding? They're not going to stand me up, are they? Or are they hiding very far away? But after we go in, I'm afraid he'll only have 10 seconds at most. Will that be enough time? At the same time, Ye Ning was observing from a distance and commented, this Ying Long guy is way too cautious. 10 seconds is just right. I can use Dimensional Slash to get there. Can you get to the basement in 10 seconds without destroying the building or making any noise? Fang Fang replied. I can teleport to the surrounding area within a 1 kilometer radius, but the price is that I'll lose this ability for 10 days. He was satisfied. As long as we can get in, it's fine. Losing the ability for 10 days, huh? After we get in, we'll have to be even more careful. Yi Ning used his skill. Time is running out. Dimensional Slash. Then, he flew up under her astonished gaze and entered the dungeon. At that moment, a powerful vortex appeared, and darkness gradually descended, covering the sky. Yi Ning plummeted uncontrollably towards the ground and crashed onto a rock. He clutched his head and complained, my head hurts. Didn't 009 come in with me? Probably not. As soon as I entered the dungeon, I clearly felt her teleport away behind me. Could it be that we get separated after entering the dungeon? Fang Fang said helplessly. I'm in. Don't worry. Once I pinpoint my location, I'll rendezvous with you. Ye Ning replied. It's good enough that you made it in. System. Entering the weird ghost battlefield dungeon. Dungeon difficulty, A rank. Current area level, D rank. Danger level, extremely low. Instance background introduction. 400 years ago, the first wave of aberrations invaded the human world. They disguised themselves and slaughtered humans. When humanity's awakeners emerged, they launched a counteroffensive. 270 years ago, the leader of mankind was assassinated by aberrations hiding in their midst, and from that point on, humanity was steadily pushed back. In order to survive, the people of this world built subterranean cities and now live underground. Note 1. The aberrations have seized control of the surface. Please do not leave the underground city. Second notice, aberrations have occupied the center of the underground. The deeper you go, the higher the level of aberrations you will face. The final reward for this dungeon is distributed according to the depth reached. If you withdraw halfway, 90% of the benefits will be deducted. The final reward for this dungeon is a set of mysterious epic-grade equipment. If Ying Long is making a move personally, there's an 80% chance he's here for this set. Yi Ning analyzed. A dungeon format? On each floor, you'll encounter that floor's monsters. No equipment will drop during the monster fights. It's not much different from the gates of hell. The main difference is that you lose a lot if you quit halfway. The final reward is an extremely rare epic-grade set in this world. Aberrations have no reproductive system, but otherwise look identical to humans, so don't trust anyone. No time limit on the quest means I have enough time to formulate a plan. This is a single room, and the low danger level of this area indicates that this must be a human survival zone. Are Ying Long and his group on the same floor as me? Suddenly, a photo on the table caught his attention. Is this the ID card the system gave me? I'm a rookie aberration hunter? An orphan, huh? That's convenient. Suddenly, Ye Ning sensed footsteps. Who's there? Just then, Ru Yi pushed the door open. You're awake? Do you know that today is the day of the aberration hunter exam? Don't just stand there. Hurry up and come with me. If you miss it today, you'll have to wait until this time next year. Yi Ning guessed. Is this the Dungeon's Guide NPC? What's her role? My girlfriend? She moved closer and guessed. Did you get scared stiff? I told you not to go to the lower levels. Did you run into an aberration? I heard there are aberrations near the City Lord's district recently, so you can't go out. There was even a half-eaten corpse left in Sector B. Yi Ning, I know you want to increase your strength to avenge your parents, which is why you thought of exploring the lower levels first, but it's very dangerous. If I hadn't found you last time, have you thought about the consequences? If you die, there's nothing left. He thought, is this dialogue arranged by the system? Is this meant to introduce my background story? She seems less like a girlfriend and more like a relative. She must be a guide, NPC. In this place, can killing aberrations make you stronger? On this point, it's not much different from reality. This girl's strength is equivalent to a second tier, the Aberration Hunter exam. If I follow her, I can probably get the qualification and then go down into the dungeon to kill monsters. And they even assign a girl as a guide. They even preset her combat power. Isn't this dungeon a bit too meticulous? He wondered. Are you my family? She replied casually. Didn't I tell you already? My family was also killed by aberrations, Yi Ning probed. How long does this exam take? Approximately. Ru Yi explained. I've told you this before. It'll probably end in 1 day. And after you get the qualification, I can take you to a lower difficulty area to test your skills. Yi Ning, you're acting very strange today. Unexpectedly, Yi Ning moved closer and whispered the final question. Do you want to sleep with me? She shrieked in alarm. What are you saying? Yi Ning, how could I want to sleep with you? That's for people in love, unless... Immediately after, his expression turned vicious. Then I'm sorry, Ru Yi, blushing with embarrassment, asked, what do you mean? Right after that, Ye Ning launched an attack at her. You don't want to sleep with me, then you must be an aberration. I'm truly sorry. Time is of the essence. I don't have time to follow the script with you, so I can only assume you're an aberration. Just die for now. If I get a chance to come back, I'll definitely love you and follow the plot. Finally, the status window appeared. You have killed an important aberration, obtained an aberration core fragment. Collect 10 fragments to receive a complete aberration core. You have killed an important aberration early, receiving 13% of the dungeon's progress. After reading it, he couldn't help but curse. Holy crap, this actually worked? I just blurted out a random password and it was right? Well, it makes sense. This is an A-rank dungeon after all. It's just that the guide NPC's disguise is way too effective at making you lower your guard. They set a huge trap right from the start. If I had brought that monster along, I wouldn't even know how I died. It seems focusing all my energy on scheming against that guy Ying Long was too dangerous. The Sword God system is reacting. This monster core fragment is indeed an upgrade material. It takes 10 fragments to assemble a complete one, and not every monster can drop this item. She's an important monster, and monsters don't have reproductive systems. After looking, Ye Ning was shocked. Wait, why does she have one? I have to dissect her to understand this thoroughly. She has the same internal organs and skeleton, but she really doesn't have a reproductive system. So that thing was just a simulated prop that was stuck on. In other words, if you want to verify whether something is a monster, you can't tell just by taking off their pants and looking. There are also human teeth in her stomach. Did she eat people before? At that very moment, Fang Fang pushed the door open and entered. Is this a monster? He replied. You're here? Did any monsters appear where you were? Or maybe some kind of guide NPC? She answered, no. Ye Ning guessed. It seems they coordinate in teams, so Ying Long's side must have one too. I wonder if his level of vigilance is high enough to spot it. If he can't, then this will be a pretty good card to have up my sleeve. Fang Fang continued. I discovered that this underground city is huge, equivalent to 2 major cities. This is the structure of the underground city. The human shelter is around the 12th floor. The first 3 floors are completely safe. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it gets. We are currently in the border zone of the monster invasion. 6th floor, Area C. I heard that below the 12th floor is the real monster battlefield. He replied, all right, I get it. Was there any surveillance on your way here? She nodded. Yes, a lot of surveillance. The infrared image recognition is old, but it's widely distributed. After a moment, Ye Ning exclaimed, I've roughly come up with a plan to trick them. Li Fugui, he appeared. Master, what are your orders? I'm happy to help, Ye Ning whispered. First you do this, and then that. Li Fugui agreed. Understood, Master. You can rest assured. I was born to scam people. He tempted him. After this succeeds, I'll reward you with 10,000 points. Hearing the number, he got excited. 10,000 points? Oh, my dear Master, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. 009, let's go. First, take control of the cameras and monitor Ying Long's actions, then make money and recruit people. This scam requires the cooperation of many NPCs. We have cameras, NPCs, and even Shui Ying as an inside agent. If I still can't fool Ying Long's group with all this, I might as well just die. Zhang Ming reported, Sir, the others have been notified to gather at the testing site in Area B. They are on their way here now, Ying Long asked. All right, by the way, ask if the people who entered the dungeon last time also met a guide NPC upon entering. He replied, yes, sir. They said that as long as you follow the procedure, there's no problem, but the later parts were too difficult, so they gave up halfway. He ordered, to be safe, send a message to Shui Ying and ask her to come and help check this NPC. Zhang Ming acknowledged the order. Understood. Brother Zhang asked, Ying Long, we have to hurry. If we miss this test, we'll have to wait until next year. Ying Long agreed. All right, Brother Zhang. Suddenly, at that moment, Shui Ying accidentally fell into him, and while no one was paying attention, her hand lightly touched Brother Zhang's pocket. He blushed and pushed her away. Miss, are you all right? Shui Ying said loudly. Sorry, I'm so sorry, I carelessly bumped into you. The guy next to them asked with concern, Miss Shui Ying, are you hurt anywhere? She replied, I'm fine, no problem, that's good then. Brother Zhang realized, so you two know each other? Ying Long, let's hurry and get to the test. Ying Long agreed. Okay, in her heart, it seems he's really just a guide NPC and not a monster. To be safe, following him through the dungeon is the safest way. The communication device Ning gave me is still silent. Did he really not make it in? Only 10 seconds to enter? That's incredibly difficult. If he didn't get in, I'll just have to treat this as an instance run. A voice came through Blood Oriole's earpiece. You guys are on the 6th floor, right? What's your exact location? Have you met the system-assigned NPC yet? She mused. So he actually made it in. Yi Ning reported. We're in Sector B on the 6th floor. As soon as we met up, Yinglong found the guide NPC. We're now following the NPC to take a test. Excellent. It seems Yinglong trusts me. If we just follow the procedure, I'll have at least half a day to prepare. When are you planning to make your move? What's the plan? You don't need to worry about these things. The less you know, the safer you are. Just do as you're told. All right. The system's voice rang out. You have 16 credit points remaining. You have 19 credit points remaining. You have 690 credit points remaining. He assessed that aside from the aberrant girl who had some points, the rest of them were dirt poor. This amount of money is nowhere near enough to get anything done, he thought to himself. Yinglong is a cautious person, and there's only one chance for Li Fugi to make an appearance, so he has to be tricked on the first try. To catch a big fish, you need to lay out enough bait, and you also have to get them used to taking the hook, Ning said. Besides money, we also need a large amount of this world's equipment and resources. That way, the rewards won't arouse suspicion, and the better equipment and resources are likely in the hands of high-ranking military officials. 009. We'll split up now. I'll be in charge of making money, finding people, and surveillance, while you'll be in charge of the gear. As long as we can escape, don't hold back, Fang Fang replied. Understood. As night fell, he stood before a building, lost in thought. The Debo Club looked like a playground for the rich and powerful. Indeed, no matter what the apocalypse is like, as long as it's not complete annihilation, human nature never changes. A guard spoke up. Welcome to the Debo Club. May I see your identification card? I'm sorry, but according to your ID, you don't have the clearance to enter. Please go to a lower-level area to spend credits or upgrade your status before coming back. Ning unleashed his aura and replied, Is the power of a peak second-tier expert qualification enough? The two guards were immediately intimidated by his aura. More than enough. We are so sorry, sir. Of course you have the qualifications to enter. May we ask, he stated his demand. Who is your biggest client right now? I want to meet him, the staff member explained. That would be Boss La. He's the magnate of the corporation that supplies the underground city with groundwater. And you wish? Ning nodded. That's right. I want to pledge my services to Boss La, the man said respectfully. In that case, please head upstairs. He stepped inside, his eyes silently assessing the interior. Quite the party animal, huh? I opened the door this loudly and he still can't hear me? Ning knocked and said, Let's take a little break. I'm here to see Boss La on business. Annoyed, Boss La yelled, Who the hell do you think you are? He arrogantly hurled a wine bottle. You dare ruin my fun? Seeing Ning calmly dodge enraged him further. You dare to dodge? Boss La commanded. He's hostile. Guards, protect me. The bodyguards immediately responded. Yes, Boss La. Ning retorted contemptuously. To deal with a bunch of second tiers like you, I don't even need to use any skills. The girls began to scatter in a panic, while he cowered in fear. Ning struck at the fleeing girls. If you don't want to die, just take a little nap. Terrified by his aura, Boss La collapsed onto the floor and screamed, Are you a third tier or an aberration? Ning stepped forward and pinned him with his foot. I ask, you answer, scream, and you die. Boss La trembled and begged, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me. Ning was satisfied. Good. How many credit points do you have on you? The untraceable kind. How much can you transfer within 10 minutes? He yelled. 200,000. Sir, I have 200,000 on me. It's all in my pocket. The password is 47998. Ning stepped on Boss La again. 200,000? You're not being honest. Try again. If it's a cent less than 10 million, I'll gouge your eyes out and shove them down your throat right now, he begged. No, please, I'm begging you. Please spare me. 7 million. The most I can get is 7 million. Sir, you can kill me, but I don't have 10 million. Ning commanded. Transfer it to this untraceable account for me right now. He agreed. Yes, I'm doing it right now. Ning continued. Also, do you know anyone in the government? For example, from the police department. Boss La shouted, I know someone who's the deputy chief of the police department. Half an hour later, at Chief Chen's house, the guards were constantly on high alert. The person on the other end of the line reported, Chief Chen, I have something very important to discuss with you privately. It's about an important water filtration project. He cursed under his breath. This fatso suddenly came looking for me. Could there be a problem with the project? I already told him not to be so greedy. Suddenly, Ning landed on the table from above. A bewildered Chief Chen pointed and asked, That's La Wei. Ning spoke up. I ask, you answer. Answer wrong, and you die. He agreed. Okay, go ahead and ask. Ning took out a photo to threaten him. You have two choices. 1, I kill you right now and then release your entire bribery record to the public. Don't worry, I won't let you go alone. Your wife is very beautiful, and your child is very cute. His name is Chen K, right? Chief Chen panicked. Don't touch my family. I choose the second option, Ning praised. Very smart. It's very simple. Cooperate with me, work for me. Not only that, the 1 million that La Wei promised you, I'll pay you every last cent. This is a 500,000 deposit. All of it is untraceable. After the job is done, I'll send you the other half, he asked. What exactly do you want me to do, sir? Ning reassured him. Don't worry, it's very simple. First, give me partial access to the surveillance cameras. Second, I need some information on survivors whose families were killed by those demons. It's best if they have some money, but are unable to get revenge on their own. Chief Chen was surprised. Is it really that simple? Ning nodded. That's right, I'll give you 1 hour to get it done, he quickly replied. No problem at all, Ning requested. Oh, right. Can you handle the matter of Lo Wei's death? A small matter, Chief Chen assured. You can rest assured, sir. At the Demon Hunter exam, a stream of thoughts echoed. Ying Long. Test passed. First in speed, first in strength, first in overall score. His underlings cheered. Amazing, truly amazing. Lord Ying Long, with your raw strength, if you're second in all of Huaxia, no one would dare claim to be first. Ying Long ordered, cut the flattery. I'm just someone who's revealed a bit of my Tier 2 strength. That's all. In the darkness, Brother Zhang praised. Ying Long, I never expected your talent to be so powerful. Compared to me, you're much, much stronger. He asked, Brother Zhang, I've been secretly hunting demons lately, so I've made some progress. Didn't you say before that you'd found a gathering place for demons? Why don't we prepare a bit and head over there? He quickly ran off. No problem, let me go prepare. With everyone coming along, this time will definitely go smoothly. Ying Long chuckled and commented, this NPC's strength is lacking, but he should be fine as a guide. Someone tapped him on the shoulder and said, Hello? Did you all just complete the Demon Hunter test? Could I entrust you with a task? Ying Long thought, is this a guide NPC? Then he spoke up, what is it? The person replied, I want to hire you to help me hunt and kill a demon to avenge my wife and children. This demon is a Tier 2, and it's hiding on the 7th floor of the Daxia commercial building. I don't have the ability to kill it myself, but I'm willing to pay 2,000 credit points to ask for your help. Ying Long replied, find someone else, we're not interested. Shui Ying stopped him. Wait, sir, the place he mentioned seems to be where we want to go. Isn't it on our way? In her mind, although the reward for the side quest was quite small, it could still increase the overall completion rate of the dungeon. He thought, but we haven't received any prompts from the system. That means his actions are spontaneous. The last time you entered a dungeon, did you guys encounter this type of NPC? Zhang Ming replied to his thought. Probably not, but maybe it's because your performance was so outstanding that the NPC came to ask for help? After all, you're too strong. The system's arrangements for you are definitely different from ours. Ying Long agreed. All right then, it's just a small detour. It won't affect anything anyway. The other person was delighted. Thank you, Mr. Demon Hunter. After it's done, just take a picture and send it to me, and I'll transfer the money to you all. He ordered. Zhang Ming, go verify and accept the quest. He replied, Understood, my lord. At the police headquarters, in the top floor surveillance room, Ye Ning watched the screen happily and praised, Very good. The fish has taken the bait for the first time. Go ahead and verify all you want. The best lie in the world isn't half truth, half false, but a lie connected by a chain of truths. Ying Long's group was constantly on the move. A subordinate spoke up, I hear the sound of flesh being eaten, so the aberration that person mentioned is most likely over there. He ordered, Zhang Ming, you go. Make it quick. He replied, Yes, my lord. Just then, Zhang Ming approached and cautiously asked, Who's there? That madman turned to leave, veins popping on his face as he leaped up and cursed. Trying to run? It's too late. Ying Long remarked, So this is an aberration? It looks exactly like a person. Zhang Ming, pull down his pants for me. He agreed. Yes, my lord. Ying Long sensed it, and sure enough, there was nothing down there. Where's the communication device the NPC gave us? 2,000 credit points in this instance are useless to us, so why bother working so hard? Shui Ying replied, I just wanted to see if there were any system rewards. Besides, taking a picture isn't a big deal. Huh. What's this? He noticed her attitude and asked, What's wrong? Shui Ying replied, The reward transferred from the man in the suit wasn't 1,000, but 100,000 credit points. Ying Long was curious. So did you get any system notifications? She retorted, No, but I received a message from the government. This aberration is on the wanted list, and the official reward is 98,000. I don't know if this counts as the system. He was intrigued. How interesting. Is this the system encouraging us to interact more with NPCs? It seems this instance has changed a bit because of me. Tell me, what can 100,000 points be exchanged for? Shui Ying said, My lord, 100,000 points can probably be exchanged for a worthless white-grade item, but equipment from the instance can be brought into the real world, so it's considered system equipment. Ying Long explained. Although this item isn't very significant, Miss Shui Ying, please take it. She was delighted. Thank you, my lord. Brother Zhang instructed. The next place we're going is Area B on the 7th floor, where there's a group of long-tongued aberrations. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror and replied, All right. Then, an aberrant aura surged from Ying Long's position, and someone shouted, Are you all monster hunters too? Hurry and help us. If you help us get revenge, I'll give you anything. Meanwhile, Ye Ning and Fang Fang were watching from a distance. He spoke, It's been 3 days, and 6 missions have been issued. No matter how cautious that Ying Long is, he's already formed a habit. The 9th floor is about to end, and it's time to increase the reward for the next mission. Fang Fang reported. The blue-grade equipment is ready. Ye Ning replied. Good. Although Ying Long won't even look at it, his subordinates might. As for Ying Long, I just want to get his mind into a routine. Suddenly, something caught his attention. What's this? Meanwhile, Ying Long was relentlessly fighting for points. Brother Zhang was astonished. You one-shot a Tier 3 aberration with a single spear thrust? Ying Long, are you also a Tier 3? That's unbelievable. Ying Long spoke up. As you all said, Tier 3 aberrations in this instance drop fragments and aberration cores. It's just a shame we didn't collect enough last time, so we don't know what they're used for. I suspect these things are related to the disaster that happened 27 years ago. Zhang Ming added, activate the soundproof barrier. There's screaming outside. Don't come over here. Shui Ying realized. Is that the legendary corpse tide that nearly wiped out the entire frontier? He nodded. That's right. Back then, the strongest on the battlefield were the 4 great mutants, starting with the corpse breaker. Ying Long began to recount the mountain destroyer. Then he mentioned a flying beast, the human-faced swarm, and the anomalous demon. In reality, aberrations aren't like the humanoid creatures in the instance, but are giant, mutated humans. Miss Shui Ying, did you know? I made my name 27 years ago by slaying the human-faced swarm, but I'm sure you don't know that I actually survived an encounter with an anomalous demon. Zhang Ming hurriedly asked. Back then, Lord Ying Long was only a mid-tier 3, yet you not only survived an encounter with an anomalous demon but also had enough strength to kill the human-faced swarm? He replied, that year, the anomalous demon was a high tier 3, but it was far more terrifying than a peak mutant. It's said that before the disaster, someone saw them crawling out of cracks in the ground. After they came out, the zombies and other mutants followed. I've always suspected that these 4 mutants are hiding some kind of secret. Hopefully, if we gather enough fragments this time, we can uncover the secret. In the dark room, Brother Zhang hurriedly asked, Ying Long, what were you all just talking about? Was it a secret? I saw you guys fighting on the way here. Hurry up and tell me, are you all tier 3, right? Ying Long nodded. That's right. He got excited. Oh my god. Ying Long, I was wondering if you'd be willing to go down with me to meet someone. He's also a demon hunter, and has found a demon's secret realm, so he's always wanted to go down there. Since you're all tier 3, there's hope of wiping out the demons. He thought, a demon's secret realm. I've been patient for so long, and I finally found a clue for this important mission. Far away, Ye Ning was analyzing the situation. Judging by Ying Long's lip movements, tier 3 demons drop fragments too? The disaster from 27 years ago were the 4 mutants what's needed to upgrade the Sword God system. So, what exactly is the connection here? Fang Fang spoke up. Partner, we should probably split up. He nodded. You're right, tier 3 demons can drop fragments, so staying here is just a waste of time. You stay here and monitor the cameras while I go hunt demons, she agreed. As Ye Ning walked, he said, according to the files, a tier 3 demon is suspected to have appeared at the sewage treatment plant on the 9th floor. According to the map, this is the place. He unleashed his spiritual energy to probe the area. It's pretty smart. After eating people, it even knows how to stage the scene, making this place look like a safe zone, but the stench of blood here is too strong to hide. Yi Ning concluded that this must be the source. Pickling something? These demons have some seriously strong tastes. A moment later, Ye Ning happily found it. Judging by her expression, she must have already sensed my presence, right? First, I'll pretend to be a rookie so I don't scare her off. This speed is pretty good. Is she coming to eat me? No, wait. She's running away? That can't be right. I don't seem like a threat to her at all. Suddenly, someone approached and asked him, Hey friend, don't you know this place is very dangerous? Where are your teammates? Follow me and let's get out of here. Yi Ning assessed the situation. She didn't run, nor did she launch a sneak attack, so she chose to trick me instead. Fine, I'll send you to meet your buddies. I've got a big appetite. All right, it'll be easier to kill her when she gets closer. The woman continued. Are you scared stiff? Hurry and follow me to find your teammates. He spoke up. Miss? My legs have turned to jelly. Just then, someone shouted, Don't trust her, she's a demon! Yi Ning was confused. A rugged-looking woman ran over. It's dangerous, run! Then she ran so fast that she shoved Ye Ning aside. Pushed away, Ye Ning let out a small grunt. He thought, It seems they really are trying to save me? Suddenly, the first woman's eyes turned a terrifying red, and she transformed into a demon. Her claws grew long. Zhang Ke quickly used her skill, Raging Silver Arrow. She fired an arrow at the horrifying female demon. Suddenly, Zhang Ke grabbed Ye Ning's wrist. This is a tier 3 demon. What are you spacing out for? Run! Ye Ning stood still and asked, Why should I run? Then he flung Zhang Ke aside, shouting, Get out of the way! And then Ye Ning used his Raging Flame skill, making the female monster scream in pain. It quickly turned to flee. He immediately gave chase, trying to run. Finally, Ye Ning used his Absolute Zero Freeze skill. Next, he continuously unleashed a barrage of wind blade slashes. He scoffed, "This Tier 3 demon's defense is pathetic." Internally, he thought that the demon was weaker than he expected. Killing a low-level Tier 3 demon cost less than 10% of his spirit energy. The status panel appeared. Obtained 1 demon core fragment. Demon core fragments, 2 out of 10. Zhang Ke asked in confusion. "You're Tier 3? My god, I thought you hadn't even passed the Demon Hunter exam yet?" And Ya said that when you got back, she was going to take you to test for the intermediate Tier 1 Demon Hunter license? Ye Ning was surprised to hear the name Anya. Wasn't Anya the key demon from the beginning? Do they know each other? He looked her straight in the eye and asked, "Do you want to sleep with me?" Zhang Ke immediately became wary and shouted, "No way, you pervert! I don't want to be here!" Ye Ning repeated, "You don't want to? You don't want to sleep with me? I see you don't dare. If you don't dare, then you must be a demon," she stammered, trying to explain. No, I'm not a demon. I can prove it. My teammates are coming." Ye Ning concluded. "Your teammates can't prove anything. If you want to prove it, take off your pants." Zhang Ke retorted. "But this doesn't prove anything. Don't you know? An aberrant can actually stick on a fake that looks identical to the real thing, unless... Otherwise, it doesn't really prove anything." Ye Ning demanded. "Then I won't touch you. You do it yourself. Show me your proof." Her expression was fearful, and sweat began to pour down her face. Suddenly, a group of people ran over from a distance. "Captain Zhang Ke, are you all right? Who is this guy? What is he trying to do?" Zhang Ke replied, "He's Anya's friend. His name is Ye Ning. I wanted him to join our team, but now he suspects I'm an aberrant." They moved towards him menacingly. "You damn brat! How dare you suspect Captain Zhang? She just killed an aberrant today. And that's not all. The captain is the one who discovered the secret of the aberrant's origin." Ye Ning thought to himself, "The origin of the aberrants." She spoke up, "Ye Ning, although I don't know how you suddenly reached level 3, but if you want, you can join us." Her subordinate was in disbelief. "What? This kid is level 3? Zhang Ke continued. "Of course, if you think we're too weak, then never mind. We have a mission to complete and must be on our way, so we won't bother you any longer." Ye Ning coldly agreed. "All right, I'll join you." This startled her, and she asked again. "Really?" he demanded. "First, tell me about the origin of the aberrants." Zhang Ke explained. "On the 10th basement level, there's a top-secret research lab with a tunnel that leads directly to the underground origin of the aberrants. They say you can also find a way to counter the aberrants there." Ye Ning was surprised. "A direct path underground? Does that mean we can avoid the fierce battles with the swarms of aberrants on the 11th and 12th floors of the normal route?" She nodded. "That's right, but before we get there are still several aberrant extermination missions on the 10th floor that we need to complete. We can't handle those level 3 aberrants, but you definitely can." In his mind, after Anya's death, his entire progress had been thrown into chaos. This character was most likely a substitute inserted by the system. Whether she was human or an aberrant didn't even matter anymore. After all, these people pose no threat to me. I might as well use them to find the research lab first and decide what to do next. Based on the current progression, the trap is likely set near the end. I'll still have time to kill them all before then. Right now, Ying Long is still on the 10th floor. But on the 11th floor, I won't be able to use surveillance cameras or set up bait anymore. To make the deception smoother, I need to go down first and arrange for Li Fugi's appearance. The shortcut is exactly what I need. Meanwhile, the 10th basement level was in utter chaos. Ying Long's subordinate was praising him non-stop. "So powerful, truly so powerful, my lord. I fear that last shot of yours could have instantly annihilated even a high-level, level 3 aberrant." Shui Ying couldn't help but be astonished. To casually kill a mid-level, level 3 aberrant from dozens of meters away with a single shot, Ying Long is even stronger than I imagined. He asked to see the rewards for this NPC mission. The subordinate reported, "My lord, besides trust points, there is also blue-grade equipment, awarded by the official system. However, my lord, this equipment requires us to submit 2 aberrant eyes as proof." Ying Long scoffed. "Aberrant eyes? They're worthless. Just gouge them out and hand them over. As for that set of blue-grade equipment, it's too low level for me to use. You all can split it. Once you're done, we're heading to the 11th floor." The subordinates immediately agreed. "Yes, Lord Ying Long." At the same time, Zhang Ke yelled, "It seems the deeper we go, the lazier the aberrants are about pretending to be human. All right, don't let your guard down. There are at least 2 or 3 level 3 aberrants still hiding in this building. We can definitely handle the level 2 aberrants here, but we'll have to rely on you for the level 3 ones." Yi Ning stood alone, thinking, "Good grief, are they really killing their own kind just to keep up their disguise? If I hadn't accidentally discovered it before, I doubt anyone would ever suspect they were aberrants, right? But seriously, what do they gain from doing this? Could it just be to lure enemies into a trap down the line?" He raised his voice. "It's here. Its power seems a little stronger than the last one, but in terms of speed, I absolutely won't lose to you." And then Ye Ning used his sweeping skill, Raging Flames. An aberrant clutched its missing arm and screamed, "Get out here and attack him together," he said in a scornful tone. "Is this it? All low-level, level 3s? Then, both sides prepared to charge into a fierce battle. As Ye Ning moved, his mind was made up. Kill. Followed by the flame dragon technique, they began to scream in fear. It's dangerous, run. Only at this moment did they realize they were no match for him. And so they all followed the command and scattered. Ye Ning noted that while their strength didn't match the aberrant beings, their intelligence was much higher. I just don't know how strong your spiritual power is. He focused and unleashed his full spiritual power to control the field, but their spiritual power was very weak. After confirming this, the aberrations cried out in pain, their heads about to explode. Even Zhang Ke clutched her head and asked, Ye Ning, what are you? Ye Ning reassured her, sorry, you got caught in the crossfire. This will be over in a second. And then he unleashed a 2-move combo, the Extreme Cold Ice Thorn. The system announced, killed a level 3 aberration, aberration core 5 out of 10. At that moment, dark energy swirled around her. Zhang Ke turned her head and begged in fear. A high level 3, Ye Ning, save me. Zhang Ke focused all her mental energy, biting her lip hard. Across from her, Fang Fang watched with a cold expression. Just then, Ye Ning shouted, everyone stop, we're on the same side. The fist she threw suddenly stopped right in front of her face. She turned her head in surprise and asked him, you two know each other? Ye Ning nodded. That's right, she's my friend. A high level 3 aberration hunter, Ye Ning. Zhang Ke exclaimed, you really exceeded our expectations. Meanwhile, Fang Fang sent him a signal. Zhan Yu has handed over all the equipment, and there's no suspicion. All the miscellaneous items they demanded have also been given. Ye Ning replied with satisfaction. Very good. The next bait will be Li Fugui. She held out an object. This is what I killed on my way here. Ye Ning was excited. Excellent. With this, I now have 8 fragments. Including them, we might just have enough. Fang Fang was surprised. Are they aberrations too? He replied, whether they are or not, we'll find out soon enough. Ye Ning spoke up. Don't just stand there. Take us to the research institute now. Zhang Ke agreed. All right. Right at this moment, the desolate scene of the abandoned research institute appeared. He walked over and assessed the situation. It seems a lot of people died when this place fell. Artificial spinal cord project, new blood extraction report. There's no useful information in this pile of documents. Zhang Ke had already searched the entire map of the institute, but she couldn't find the passage she mentioned. The documents had no clues. And were the computers all broken too? She immediately stammered, this. It can't be? Ye Ning shouted threateningly. You wasted half an hour of my time. What is your real purpose? Zhang Ke was speechless and could only say, I. Her subordinate yelled, Ye Ning, what are you doing to our captain? In that instant, a person suddenly stepped out of a spatial gate. He repeatedly shouted, Ye Ning, stop, don't fight. He was surprised and questioned him. You came out of the wall? Who are you? The manager quickly explained. I'm the manager here. The wall behind me is a special passage. After you go through the passage, you must first take a stone from the altar. That stone is the key to entering the aberration's critical battlefield, and it's also the final item for dealing with the aberration king. Ye Ning was curious. The aberration king, what level is it? He replied, level 4. He couldn't help but be surprised to hear that. Level 4? Suddenly, the system popped up. Final mission activated. Defeat the aberration king. Reward. Epic grade equipment set. Ye Ning stared at the message, stunned. The final mission? It seems the Yinglong side hasn't activated it yet. Besides, this mission doesn't even specify the aberration king's level. If this aberration king is really level 4, then the dungeon difficulty should be S rank, not A rank, unless there's something that can help us win, which is why that old man mentioned the stone item. This makes sense. But if Zhang Ke is an aberration, then there's an 80 to 90% chance this old man is one too, in which case his words are definitely a trap. And the trap most likely lies with that stone. After all, there's no need to lie about the passage. And whether the stone is the key to the critical area is easy to verify, so there's no need to lie about that either. So the only possible trap is the claim that the stone is an item to counter the aberration king. Working backward, the aberration king is definitely not level 4, otherwise the dungeon's difficulty wouldn't make sense. In that case, I'm afraid this stone not only doesn't counter the aberration, but also restricts our own abilities. Of course, the prerequisite to verify all of this was for him to unleash a fire attack, shouting, "Are you aberrations or not?" Zhang Ke stumbled back in panic. Ye Ning, what are you doing? He's not an aberrant demon. Why did you kill him? Ye Ning immediately gave the order, not just him, but all of you too. Zhu Fangfang rushed forward and replied, "Understood." She was attacked by her in a state of confusion. Why? Ye Ning looked at the system with satisfaction. As expected, both Zhang Ke and this old man are aberrant demons, and key ones at that. Defeating a key aberrant demon grants an aberrant demon core fragment, with 10 fragments needed for 1 core. The other NPCs probably don't matter anymore. The content on the screen, aberrant demon core fragments, have been fully collected. Do you wish to synthesize it now? He made his choice. Yes, synthesize. The system continuously displayed, Special material used. Upgrade progress 3 out of 4. Material 1, mountain shattering armor. Material 2, human-faced puppet bone fluid. Material 3, shattered fetus, false spine. Material 4, thunder aberrant demon. Ning clenched his fist in excitement. Awesome! Now all that's missing is the human-faced puppet. Li Fugui, come out, it's your turn to appear. He appeared. I'm here, master, he whispered. Our previous deception plan was too crude. We need to improve it now. When the time comes, first you do this, then after that. Finally, Li Fugui understood. Got it. Ning grabbed his collar threateningly. So, are you confident you can fool a peak level 3 person? He quickly reassured him. Don't worry, master. It's just fooling a peak level 3 person. Never mind wanting a human-faced puppet. Even if you wanted his underwear, I'd trick him out of it. The 11th basement level, Yinglong instructed. 23 early stage level 3s, 11 mid-stage level 3s. That's quite a number. Everyone, gather to me! All the subordinates replied in unison. Yes, my lord. Suddenly, Brother Zhang shouted, Yinglong, help me! I'm surrounded. I can't get through. He quickly used his skill, Blood Shadow Point Spear. A terrifying beam of light shot out, shaking the space. White smoke covered everything here. The ground was covered in debris. A stunned demon muttered softly. He also said in terror, one shot took down 3 mid-stage level 3s. Zhang Ming reminded, hurry up, if you don't want to die, run behind Lord Yinglong, don't get in his way. Brother Zhang agreed. Okay. Meanwhile, Yinglong stood from afar and let out a soft sigh of relief. He created a dragon that lunged forward. Blood Shadow Dragon Soul. The terrifying power created by Yinglong swept through everything. Shui Ying, watching from a distance, couldn't help but ponder. One move cleared the entire field, and it looked effortless. Yinglong's strength is much greater than I imagined. Is Ye Ning really confident? Just then, Ye Ning's voice came through. Shui Ying, are you guys about to reach the 12th floor yet? When you get to the 12th floor, find a way to lead Yinglong to the research area in the central zone. Coordinates 104, 279. She understood. Yi Ning continued to instruct. Just say you received a hidden quest, that there's a secret there to defeat the aberrant demon emperor. Shui Ying replied, Ye Ning, Yinglong's strength is far beyond imagination. Are you really sure about this? What's your specific plan? Are you planning to make a move on the 12th floor? Ye Ning gave a smug, meaningful smile. You'll know when you get here. Yinglong walked over with concern. Miss Shui Ying, how are you? Are you hurt? She replied, I'm fine, just a little shocked. Thank you for your concern, my lord. He smiled smugly. Miss Shui Ying, you flatter me. This floor is still considered simple. I wonder if a high stage or peak level 3 will appear on the next floor. Shui Ying walked over and announced, Lord Yinglong, I just received a hidden quest right at the central research area of the 12th floor. It says there's a secret there to defeat the final boss, the aberrant demon emperor. Yinglong stroked his beard and said agreeably, Come to think of it, did only Miss Shui Ying receive this quest? Why didn't we receive it? Yinglong spoke up. I wonder if Miss Shui Ying would be willing to show us her system panel for a moment? After hearing this, Shui Ying fell silent. She felt uneasy inside. Damn it, Yinglong is starting to suspect me. Calm down. I have to clear his suspicion first before thinking about anything else. Shui Ying spoke up, of course. But Lord Yinglong, this quest wasn't issued by the system. It was revealed by an NPC we helped before, who said this was an extra reward, a hidden quest for us. He was surprised. There's such a thing? Zhang Ming spoke up. My lord, thinking back, the NPCs we helped along the way all gave us extra rewards. If we consider all of those as system side quests, it's entirely possible that they would eventually combine into a clue for the main storyline. Yinglong agreed. That does sound reasonable. She praised him. My lord, with your strength, we could probably clear this instance even without doing these quests. He refused. The whole point of doing all the quests along the way is to avoid missing anything, lest we fail to get the final equipment set. We might as well add this one to the list. Besides, it mentions the secret of the Demon Emperor and the equipment set. Let's go. We'll head to the Research Institute on the 12th floor first. His subordinate quickly replied, Yes, my lord. The 12th basement floor, the abandoned Research Institute. Yinglong confirmed. Based on the landmark, this must be the place. Zhang Ming, take some men and check the surroundings and inside for traps? He replied, Yes, my lord. You few, follow me inside to search. The rest of you, check the surrounding area. The others replied in unison. Yes, Brother Zhang exclaimed. I never thought someone as strong as you, Yinglong, would still be so cautious. Yinglong replied, Better safe than sorry. If I weren't this careful, I wouldn't have the strength I have today. He praised, I truly admire and respect you for that. Actually, I've also heard a legend related to this research institute. Yinglong responded, I'm not sure if it's true or not yet. Let's talk about it once we're inside. Zhang Ming reported, My lord, there are no demons ambushing us here. We can enter now. He agreed, All right. He led the way, my lord. Not only are there no demons here, but there are no people either. There's nothing at all. Yinglong wondered, Where is the NPC that Shui Ying mentioned? Shui Ying pondered. There's nothing here. So what exactly is Ye Ning planning? Is he just tricking me? What does he gain from doing this? He asked Miss Xue Ying. What do you think? She replied, it might be false information. If there's nothing here, we should just leave quickly and not waste any more time. Suddenly, a massive surge of power appeared right before their eyes. At that moment, the person emitting the aura was Li Fugui. Everyone was bewildered, and Yinglong made a judgment. This is a hidden NPC. He does have the feel of an NPC, but not one from this instance. Zhang Ming and the others didn't find him. Did he just teleport here? What kind of power is that? He gently looked up and inquired, You are? The man stood high above like a god, with an incredibly arrogant attitude. Zhang Ming shouted, Lord Yinglong is asking you a question. The others chimed in. Are you deaf? Yinglong quickly turned and yelled, All of you, show some respect. Li Fugui spoke up. It wasn't easy getting here from the gates of hell. He pondered. The gates of hell? Isn't that a special underground instance in mainland Huaxia? An NPC escaped from an instance on its own and even crossed over to another one. What in the world is this? Could these two instances be connected? They're thousands of kilometers apart. How is that possible? He said contemptuously. So you're the humans from around here, huh? A peak, Tier 3 is considered a fairly strong insect. However, little insect, your soul seems to have some problems. Yinglong assessed. What does he mean my soul has problems? Could he have detected the abnormality in my divine power? Not even in the real world can anyone do that. He not only saw through my suppressed strength, but also my divine power. Could he be Tier 4? Li Fugui shared his vision with Ye Ning. Judging by Yinglong's reaction, he's clearly been intimidated by Li Fugui. Although I can feel this guy's legs trembling in front of a peak Tier 3. Luckily, it's hidden under his cloak. His acting is really good. And he even made such a majestic entrance. With one sentence straight about his divine power, Yinglong is most likely convinced he's Tier 4. Yinglong let out a soft, helpless sigh, then he spoke. Your Excellency, you must be joking. May I ask who you are? Is there anything we can help you with? He replied, Who am I? You are not yet worthy to know. Help me? With little insects like you, you'll only slow down my pace of destroying the Demon Emperor. My master already instructed me. When facing a cautious expert, the more arrogant you act, the safer you are. No matter what, I can't reveal any weaknesses. Yinglong's indignant subordinates cursed. Who are you calling an insect? Do you have any idea who you're talking to? Zhang Ming spoke up. My lord, this NPC doesn't seem willing to give us a quest. I think there's something wrong with him. Should I test him with a move? Li Fugui was screaming internally, 1,000,000 times no, don't do that. The moment you attack me, I'm afraid a notification will immediately pop up. Ye Ning's pet. The man shouted, Zhang Ming, don't make a move. The rest of you, shut up. He backed down, obeying, Yes, my lord. He breathed a sigh of relief. The master was right. The more cautious a powerful expert is, the more likely they are to fall for simple tricks because they overthink things and try to be too thorough. Yinglong released his aura. Sir, compared to you, our strength is indeed somewhat limited, but we all wish to destroy the Demon Emperor. I am certain that we are not so useless as to be completely unable to help you. Xue Ying felt uneasy. The more cautious a powerful expert is, the more likely they are to fall for simple tricks because they overthink things and try to be too thorough. It was terrifying. But on the other hand, Li Fugui fell silent. Yinglong assessed that this NPC was indeed very strong. Even when he revealed his full power, the man showed no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. He probed, What do you think, sir? The man spoke arrogantly. I suppose you have a tiny bit of strength, but if that's all, it's far from enough. Meanwhile, his lower body was feeling uncomfortable. Oh crap, I really have to pee, Li Fugui asked. Do you know what level the Demon Emperor is? Just a peak 3rd tier, only good enough to be cannon fodder. Yinglong thought, Could it be? Zhang Ming blurted out in alarm, 4th tier. From a distance, Ye Ning telepathically instructed him, Li Fugui, the time is almost ripe. You can reel in the net now. Li Fugui immediately spoke up. That's right, 4th tier. Unless you are fast enough, you might be able to contribute a little in the battle between him and me. Other abilities are useless. Yinglong thought to himself. Years ago, the demon in the real world was only at the peak of the 3rd tier, and it nearly destroyed the entire frontier. A 4th tier emperor would surely be a world-destroying entity. Without clues and help from the system, this dungeon could absolutely not be A rank, and no one would be able to complete the mission. The system never gives out meaningless quests. This NPC is definitely the key assistance to clear this stage, just like the guide after entering, and the 2 3rd-tier demon hunters who joined the team later on. Just like the side quest NPCs along the way, they are all assistants arranged by the system, and this is the final and greatest help. This time, I need to personally step up to secure it, which also reflects the mission's difficulty. My lord, my maximum speed can reach 3 Machs per second. Please trust me. I will definitely be useful in the battle. After that, he quickly generated a burst of energy. Yinglong assured him, Not only that, but I'm also extremely skilled at kiting. I will absolutely not disappoint you. In his heart, he looked down on him, thinking, all talk and no action, not even as scary as that blood shadow from before. Seeing his attitude, Yinglong became bewildered. He didn't even bat an eye at such a perfect shot. Just how strong is this NPC? Could it be that I don't even have the qualifications to complete the mission? Li Fugui commented coolly. It's passable, not too weak. But what's the use of that shot of yours? What I need is speed. For example, have you ever killed any extremely fast monsters? Tell me about it, the man hurriedly said. An extremely fast monster? The human-faced swarm. I've killed a human-faced swarm before. Is that enough proof? Li Fugui floated in the air and called down. The human-faced swarm? I've heard of it. That little thing is indeed very fast, but that's just empty talk. Yinglong's hand reached into a blue screen. These are the remains of the human-faced swarm. When I first killed this monster, my speed wasn't as fast as it is now. Standing behind, Shui Ying thought to herself, Ye Ning doesn't intend to fight Yinglong here, but plans to trick him instead? That damn guy. Is he really trying to trick it out of his hands? Li Fugui thought, success. I'm about to succeed. Ye Ning suddenly spoke. Li Fugui, don't get excited. This is a crucial moment. Keep acting. Tell him you want to verify this material. He confidently continued. Let me see. If it's real, then you are qualified to fight alongside me. Yinglong handed a piece of bone to Li Fugui. My lord, please take a look. His hand was slow and a little hesitant. Yinglong thought, the mysterious expert's fingers seemed to be trembling just now. Was that excitement? Why would a powerful expert who looks at me like I'm an insect get excited just from holding some remains? My lord, you seem to be very excited. Li Fugui gave an awkward laugh. Damn it, did he notice my hand trembling just now? I have to find a way to cover this up. Excited? I'm just curious about this little thing. My collection just so happens to be missing a small item like this. Give this to me, and you'll earn the right to join me. Yinglong hurriedly said, Sir, wait. No, just knowing we can kill the human-faced spider is enough, so why does he want to take it? For his collection? Even though the human-faced spider is very special, it's still just a third-stage mutant. As a fourth-stage powerhouse, what's so special about it to collect? Even I only kept it until now for its sentimental value. Besides, the power he used when reaching for the human-faced spider felt off. Yining's eyes suddenly lit up. Li Fugui, it's okay to have a flaw, but whatever you do, don't panic, and don't try to add to the story. Don't worry, stay calm, take a step back to advance, and we can win this. Huet Owan, help when you get the chance. If the NPC is exposed, you won't be able to escape either. Remind Yinglong about the NPC's requests along the way, and use the quests you've received to distract him. There won't be any danger. Your system quest will be announced soon. Li Fugui seemed a little angry. Forget it. You have no sincerity at all. I've decided not to take you anymore. He turned around coldly. You're on your own. Farewell. Huet Owan rushed over. Sir, wait. Lord Yinglong, have you forgotten the small things the NPC told us to bring along the way? I think this powerhouse really wants to collect it, and also wants to use it as a token, like some kind of hidden rule of the dungeon. If we don't give it to him, I'm afraid we won't get the hidden reward. Yinglong thought to himself. What Huet Owan said makes sense. Perhaps I'm being too cautious. Thinking back, before I entered, I had someone investigate, and there was no one else besides us. Why would an NPC want to trick me? Did he lower his power because he didn't feel the need to show off to me? Besides, he wasn't the one who brought up the human-faced spider first. I was the one who did. If I really miss out on the final set equipment reward because of this trivial thing, it wouldn't be worth it. But if that's really the case, why hasn't a quest been announced yet? Without a system quest, there's no way to be sure about any of this. Huet Owan continued, Commander Yinglong, I've received another special quest. Quest requirement, with the help of the Guardian, kill the pseudo-demon king. Yinglong was surprised. Oh, he continued to ask, why was it sent only to you? A subordinate suddenly announced, Miss Huet Owan, none of us have received the quest. It's only sent to you each time, which is really strange, she said loudly. To be honest, I'm not sure why it's always sent to me either. I wonder if it's because I've interacted with many different NPCs along the way. The subordinate added, that's possible, but to put Lord Yinglong at ease, why don't you share the quest panel for everyone to see? The system appeared in front of Huet Owan. All right, this was sent to me by the Guardian of the Hellgate. Damn you, Yining. I'm about to be exposed. You better think of something quick. Yining's voice was low. Li Fugui pretended to turn and leave, diverting Yinglong's attention. Li Fugui spoke up. I'm sick of watching you insects put on this suspicious act with each other. It's clearly just a waste of my time. I won't bother with you anymore. Yinglong reached out. Your Excellency, wait, we are still very sincere and just need. Suddenly, someone shouted, so the legends are true? The Mystic Research Institute really has the secret to defeating the pseudo-demon king? The system appeared, announcing the quest. With the help of the NPC, kill the pseudo-demon king. Quest reward, equipment set. Yinglong stared at the system panel in astonishment. Oh, this quest really does exist, and it's quite similar to the one Miss Huet Owan received. Because she had close contact with the NPC, all the quests were sent to her in advance. So giving the human-faced spider to this fourth-stage NPC is no longer a big deal. Huid Oan smiled confidently. The system quest was finally sent. Yi Ning replied, "Excellent," she asked quietly. "So when do you plan to make a move against Ying Long? You'd better not be playing me," Yi Ning continued. "We'll assess the situation at the central demon battlefield." Luckily, my quest was pre-arranged, which is how I was able to set them up. It seems intentional, but Ying Long's mission is a bit different from the one I received. Is it because his first NPC, Zhang An, isn't dead yet? No, that can't be right. When I first entered the system, didn't it say there were no missions at all? Their mission was just activated, and it seems it was triggered by something Zhang An, who is also an aberration, said. Could it be that the missions in this dungeon are created by the aberrations? Why would an aberration assign a self-destructive mission? If that's the case, then all of these missions could be a trap. Whatever, Li Fugui is about to succeed anyway. I won't think about this for now. Ying Long has the bone fragment, and upgrading is what's most important. Even if there is a trap, it would only appear on the main battlefield of the aberrations. My lord, please forgive my rudeness from before. Please accept this, Li Fugui said, holding out the bone fragment. Seeing that you know your mistake and are willing to correct it, I'll let it slide this time. Ye Ning quickly took the weapon. It's mine now. Li Fugui used a reverse-dimensional slash to teleport, and a portal suddenly appeared behind him. He shouted, "I will appear when you face the Aberration King." He quickly went through the portal and returned. Did it work, master? Yi Ning praised him. Li Fugui, you did a great job. He tearfully hugged Yi Ning's leg. Master, your most loyal servant almost died. Thank you, master, Ye Ning chuckled. All right. It's okay now. I won't reduce your promised reward. For now, go back and rest. In 2 years, I'll give you a long vacation. Li Fugui turned and said, Wonderful. You truly are the best master in the world. Ye Ning began to manipulate the bone fragment, crushing it with his spiritual power, and streams of green light shone above his head. The system appeared. Material for upgrading the Sword God system. The material check confirms that the upgrade materials for the Sword God system have been gathered. Do you wish to initiate the upgrade? Yes or no? Yi Ning's face was filled with determination as he shouted, Upgrade, the system announced. System upgrading. New teleportation channels are now opening. Suddenly, Ye Ning's entire body levitated, enveloped in a bright light. Fang rushed over. Yi Ning, he said in pain. No. Soundproof barrier. Fang controlled her power to create a soundproof shield with her palm. After 3 minutes, the system appeared. Sword God system upgrade complete. Ye Ning was finally released, panting heavily. Fang hurriedly asked, Ye Ning, what happened to you just now? Were you attacked by some mysterious power? His voice trembled as he replied, I'm fine. It's just that absorbing the material was a bit overwhelming. It's nothing. No. Please patrol the surroundings for me. Make sure no danger approaches. She accepted the order. Understood. The system announced, Mission complete. Received 1,000 spirit energy points. Sword skill power increased. Power will increase based on the host's actual combat power. Cooldown reduced to 12 hours. Skill function activated. Current fusion is 1. Any 2 skills can be combined into 1. The rank will increase. Ye Ning breathed a sigh of relief. The cooldown time was cut in half, and I can even fuse skills to free up a skill slot. The most surprising thing is that all sword skills can finally be enhanced by my own attributes. The system announced the completion of the mission in less than 3 months. Received a hidden reward. Choose 1 skill to upgrade to S rank. Yi Ning was shocked and excited. S rank? If I choose to upgrade God's Wrath, can I go from summoning a pseudo 4th tier to summoning a true 4th tier? Ye Ning looked at the system analysis. If I'm going to upgrade, I should obviously choose the strongest one. Being able to summon a 4th tier by just meeting a small activation condition is no big deal. He accepted, touching the selection screen. Yes, upgrade. So, this is the feeling of a 4th tier? It's so powerful. The status panel showed God's Wrath had been upgraded to SSS rank, able to summon a 4th tier phantom for 1 second. This is a small activation condition. It's clearly 100 million points. 10 seconds turned into 1 second, and I still have to kill 10 enemies of the same level before I can even summon it. And all my spirit energy gets consumed too. This thing, aside from being free, is basically unusable. Did the system just screw me over? But with such harsh conditions, forget about the power for now. I'll just have to wait for a real battle to see how it is. If I can one-shot a peak 3rd tier, then it might not be impossible. Luckily, I can still merge 2 sword skills, which frees up 1 slot. But which 2 should I fuse now? I only have 1 chance. I need to be careful. What about Heavenly Void Flash plus Sword Flow Storm? Within the range of Sword Flow Storm, could I instantly release several thousand instances of Heavenly Void Flash? What about Kangyuan Slash plus Fallen Heaven? Instantaneous movement tore through space, detonating a massive area. Ye Ning was curious, wondering what would happen if he fused Human World Yama. Never mind. Human World Yama is a relatively strong move, and the initial activation conditions for the sword skill are already very strict. If by some chance new conditions were activated after the fusion, it would be a real tragedy. It's much more practical to combine weaker, early-stage skills into one powerful skill. So what in the world should I choose? This is really tough. Just then, he received a message from Shui Ying. Ye Ning, we're about to reach the final floor. We're heading to the altar to get the stone. Where are you? When are you planning to make your move? According to the mission, only by obtaining the stone can they enter the final core. You can't just jump into the middle of the final battle, so if we want to set up an ambush, we have to get there first. Although I could run away now, with my current strength, it's not like I can't fight the final battle. She grew impatient. Hello, say something. Don't tell me you're planning to back out. What about me then? Are you trying to screw me over? Yi Ning reassured her. I'll be there. Don't worry. Fusing skills is like cheating on the spot, so I'll just fuse whatever I need when the time comes. Yi Ning rushed towards the research institute, heading straight for the center of the battlefield. Fang Fang followed closely behind. Understood. Night was gradually falling, and the entire space was shrouded in darkness as their two bodies moved gracefully with the wind. Yi Ning reminded her, this must be the altar. The stone mentioned in the mission. Must be that glowing stone on the wall. Remember, after we go in, throw the stone away. She agreed. Got it. A blue light appeared in the sky of the dimension, and he and Fang Fang stepped through the barrier together. They were pulled in, and Fang Fang said urgently, it's dangerous, let's go. Ye Ning swung his sword to reassure her. Don't panic, this thing is just an aura. The two of them arrived at an altar where rituals were being performed, with ferocious, red-eyed monsters lined up in rows. He spoke up. Look ahead. That thing on the altar in the air must be the royal aberration. She keenly observed. It's not even moving. It's as if it's already dead. How can it still have this kind of aura? Yi Ning concluded. It's not dead. It's probably in a deep sleep or in a sealed state. After we entered, its guards didn't move. They're probably waiting for Yinglong and his group to enter before waking up. Let's hide first and act according to the situation when Yinglong's group arrives. Fang Fang agreed. Okay. The gloomy space was filled with a dangerous atmosphere. Someone reminded him, Yinglong, once you pick up the stone, you can enter the central battlefield. After you enter, do not throw the stone away. That stone can suppress the aberrations and the royal aberration. He accepted. Got it. Miss Shui Ying, has your mission information changed? Is that Tier 4 NPC here? Shui Ying replied. There's really no news at all. I guess it's like before. He'll probably be teleported in later. Yinglong continued. Joining the battle midway again? But that's a Tier 4 aberration. We need to be more careful. Huh, why are there two stones missing from up there? Could it be that someone has already entered? She worried inwardly, fearing that Ye Ning had taken them. Did he only bring one person with him? Could it be that NPC? Yinglong is about to figure it out. How should I cover for him? One of the subordinates shouted, perhaps it was originally like this, or maybe it was taken by other demon hunters, or even that mysterious Tier 4 person. Lord Yinglong, don't hesitate any longer. Let's grab the stones and prepare for battle. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this guide NPC is even more anxious than we are. His words sounded reasonable to the man. All right, what you say makes sense. All members, grab a stone and prepare for battle. Right, there are 12 high Tier 3 aberration guards, and there are also mid-tier aberrations and 100 low Tier 3 ones. I'll take care of the aberration guards. The rest are up to you all. Everyone, hold your stones tight and kill them for me. A chorus of agreement. Yes! Yinglong quickly used his 8 Desolations Tyrant skill. Following that was a barrage of skills, iron chains, ice lances. The monster retaliated with lightning techniques, but he refused to back down and fought back. Blood Shadow Poison Dragon Swirl. Instantly, a giant dragon appeared, wielding terrifying power. It gnawed on every body, and the entire space echoed with blood-curdling screams. One by one, they were taken down with ease, as horrifying sounds echoed. Elsewhere, hidden behind sturdy and secluded cliffs, Ye Ning spoke up. Yinglong's squad has 10 early-stage 3rd-tier members, just enough to activate My God's Wrath condition. Among them are 6 melee fighters, 3 ranged attackers, and 1 elemental support. If I first use the hard control skill, Psychic Storm, and then fuse Dimensional Slash with Heavenly Rift Flowing Light, I might be able to wipe them all out in a single move. Yinglong is still a bit difficult to deal with. I'm afraid I can only use God's Wrath to kill him, but as for the Demon Monarch, if it wakes up, even I will be in danger. So I should just wait and see for now. It's best to wait until both sides have worn each other out before I make a move. As for these demon NPCs around Yinglong, I really can't figure them out. Do they really need to keep up the act until the very last second? They're even willing to die for this charade. What is its purpose? Yinglong shouted angrily. One last one. Blood Shadow Point Swirl. A subordinate hurriedly reported. My lord, we're almost done over here. Our men are still standing, but there are only 2 demon hunters left. And then, the horrifying thing behind them appeared. The leader of the zombies, Yinglong, was slammed to the ground and hastily exclaimed, He's so strong! Someone shouted, Yinglong, hurry and grab the stone. Everyone, attack the demon monarch too. It's about to wake up. He quickly ordered, Everyone, charge with me, a thought echoed. Right, and so, a group of people gathered to attack the monster's shield. Long commanded, "Hurry, attack with all your might, break its defensive layer, or else it will revive." Meanwhile, he narrowed his eyes and observed, something's not right with this demon NPC. Everyone is so focused on the battle that they haven't noticed the connection between the stone and the demon monarch's defensive layer. As the attacks get stronger, the defensive layer and the stone's light also grow stronger. I understand their purpose now. How insidious. From the very beginning, the undercover demon had no intention of launching a surprise attack at the last minute, but rather to trick everyone into attacking. Furthermore, that's not a protective shield at all. It's a shield that collects human energy, or it's a seal. The stronger the attacks, the more energy the demon monarch will absorb, or the faster the seal will be broken. This also means its recovery speed will be even faster. This demon monarch is a genuine 4th tier, but it's sealed, making it nearly impossible to kill. But this is an A-rank dungeon, so the key to clearing it isn't to kill the 4th tier after it awakens, but to see through the conspiracy and kill the sealed demon monarch. This is bad. I need to stop them immediately. If it wakes up, we're all dead for sure. Huaxia stood from afar, glancing at the rushing crowd. Ning's voice startled her. Huaxia, pretend to drop the stone, and at the same time, find a way to make Long drop his stone. Huh? Just do it. Immediately after, Huaxia quickly followed his instructions and threw the stone down. After that, her body swayed as she stumbled towards him. Long quickly reached out to support her. "Miss Huaxia, are you all right?" Huaxia replied, "My lord, I feel a little dizzy." He said, "Miss Huaxia, your level is too low. This battle is not suitable for you. You should go back to the bridgehead and rest. Otherwise, your presence here will distract everyone." And so, she left. Ning, if you don't give me a good reason, I have no way of making Long drop the stone. Forget it. I can't explain it to you right now. It's better if you stay away. Meanwhile, Long ordered Trung to make it easier to fight and to prevent the stone from being accidentally dropped. "Can we tuck the stones into our chests?" Your subordinate agrees. "All right. As long as it's touching our skin, it's fine." "Hurry up! Everyone do it!" Ning, hiding nearby, thought to himself, Long is being completely fooled by that NPC. It's basically impossible to completely sever the connection now. Even if I have Huaxia tell him the reason, he won't believe her. It will only make him more suspicious. I have no choice but to intervene myself. First, I'll kill 10 of Long's subordinates to activate God's wrath, then we'll see. To start, if I want to deal massive damage without being detected, I'll need an instant skill with a stealth effect. The only ones that fit the bill are Heavenly Rift Flash and Dimensional Slash. Just then, the system chimed in, asking to confirm a skill fusion, and Ning quickly accepted. Then, the status window popped up, showing the successful fusion of the skill effects, and he was immersed in new streams of spiritual energy. The system continued to announce that the post-fusion skill effect had entered an accelerated state. He remarked that after the fusion, although it's still SSS rank, it's probably only on par with the human world's Yama. After entering another dimension, I can keep attacking for 10 seconds, while only 1 second passes in the outside world. In the other dimension, regardless of the order or number of my attacks, the final burst is synchronized. Isn't this simply the perfect divine skill for an ambush? Finally, Ning saw a stream of black energy approaching and wondered, what is this? Meanwhile, Long observed, has the Emperor awakened? The system retorted, no, it hasn't fully awakened yet. There's still time. Hurry, kill it now. Zhang-an, don't you dare go and die. Opposite them was a nightflower monster with a brilliant eye in its center. It then frantically unleashed a terrifying amount of energy. The shock and power were enough to wipe out a crowd. The man clenched his fist and shouted, everyone, get back, I'll take the lead. From above, Ning concluded that the shattered light barrier must be the seal. It needs an external force to be broken. Although its current momentum is very strong, it definitely hasn't reached the 4th stage, and is even weaker than Long, so Long has nothing to worry about. Fang, beside him, asked, so, are we going to make our move now? He instructed. Just wait and see for now. Let the Emperor and Long wear each other down first. The more they exhaust each other, the safer it will be for us to make our move. Even now, the undercover ghouls are still using their lives as bait. This just shows that we still need to fish them out. If I'm not mistaken, there's another seal inside the Emperor's body. We'll strike before the next seal is broken. When we do, you hide first and don't move. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't do anything for now. After all, once we're exposed, never mind the Ghoul Emperor, even dealing with Long will be difficult. Ning knew his god's wrath could only be activated once. If he could kill both the Ghoul Emperor and Long at the same time, that would be the best case scenario. If he had to choose between the two, he would kill the Emperor first, since killing him would grant a reward set. Meanwhile, Long was still struggling with the monster. My movement is restricted. What kind of ability is this? The monster sneered. You dare disturb this venerable one. Prepare to die. The man roared as his body transformed, blood shadow reaching the heavens. Yinglong stood there, his body emitting immense energy. Break! Then, he aimed his scepter at it, blood soul spear. The skill caused the monster immense pain. Blood break. Yi Ning assessed that Yinglong's strength was truly unfathomable. At the peak of the third stage, he's considered top tier, but the Ghoul Emperor probably has more strength than just this. I keep getting the feeling it's just putting on an act to lure its enemy in deeper. The monster sneered, "Insect, you have successfully angered me." A miraculous green light emanated from its heart, and the monster created a huge fire, using the skill Flesh and Blood Regeneration. It quickly laughed in triumph, infuriating the man. Flesh and Blood Regeneration? This Emperor is truly difficult to handle. It seems I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Yinglong quickly counterattacked with Blood Shadow Embodiment, followed by the move, Man and Shadow Merge. Then, he pulled his arm back and threw a punch carrying immense magical power. The monster, not to be outdone, unleashed the Emperor's fist. The two colossal streams of magical power collided, warping the space around them. Yinglong shouted, "The suspension bridge is about to collapse! Everyone get to the main platform!" Finally, with a ferocious expression, he used Blood Shadow Storm, powerfully combining his moves and unleashing them. The scepter in Yinglong's hand began to hum. He glanced at the fallen monster and muttered in disbelief, "Did I win?" Yinglong immediately leaped up. "It's still breathing. Just die." The man looked at him defensively, annoyed that he still hadn't won. Is this the aura of a breakthrough to the fourth stage? After fighting so hard for half a day, is he only just entering the second phase? I've already used up a lot of my energy. If he really breaks through to the fourth stage, will that mysterious NPC come to help? No, I can't rely entirely on the NPC. "Hurry! Tell everyone to attack together and break his defenses." His subordinate replied, "Yes, my lord." At that moment, Ye Ning felt the second seal appear. The time has come. First, I'll wipe them all out and activate God's wrath. He powerfully slashed, creating a dimensional shock space. Inside this dimension, the enemies moved so slowly they seemed frozen, while only he could move at normal speed. Isn't this just like chopping wooden steaks? The first one, Ye Ning moved back, his face full of confidence. The second one, Ye Ning moved, quickly dashing past each one as he counted. 3, 5, 8, 10. Still 3 seconds left. I can use Zhongming and Yinglong to test its power. A moment later, Ye Ning stopped, finishing his attack and retracting his power. It's a shame I can't use other skills inside the dimensional shock. Just in case, I still need to put on a little show. Li Fugui. Prepare the invisibility and short-range teleportation props. Li Fugui replied, "Yes, master." And then Ye Ning flashed from place to place. Among them, Zhang Ming quickly activated his full defense, but blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth as he clutched his neck. Yinglong was bewildered. My passive defense has already been triggered? He turned just in time to see him in agony. Zhang Ming. Next, his key subordinates fell one by one. Huang Yuan and Hong Dao launched a wide-area attack at the same time, but the source of the attack was invisible. Could it be that the royal aberrant has already recovered? Or is something else secretly stopping me from breaking the light barrier? What is this? Another fourth stage aura is appearing. I don't have much spiritual energy left, and it would be very dangerous to be attacked from both sides. Should I run? Suddenly, Li Fugui stepped forward with a loud laugh. "Looks like you're having a tough fight." Yinglong was excited. "It's you, sir," he offered. "If you can't kill this monster, then allow me to handle it." "Really? That would be great." The man quickly agreed. "Then I'll have to trouble you, sir. My subordinate is injured, so I'll take him to get treated first." He thought to himself, "Just in case, I'll watch from the sidelines first. If things go south, I'll retreat immediately. If things look good, I'll swoop in for the final blow." Shui Ying asked Yinglong, "My lord, what about Zhang Ming?" He replied, "His blood vessels have been temporarily sealed, so his life isn't in danger, but he needs urgent medical attention." She sat down to treat Zhang Ming. "Leave him to me." Shui Ying thought, that last move looked like Ye Ning's sword technique. Could he have been the one who attacked? Has he really gotten that strong? And then there's that NPC. Isn't he just a con artist? Then who does that fourth stage aura behind him belong to? Could it also be Ye Ning? Is it an invisibility prop? Meanwhile, down below, he and Ye Ning were fighting together. Ye Ning was shocked. This energy is about to exceed my limits. It hurts so much. Now, his body and his true form merged, a perfect union of twin swords, and the system reported that he had entered the God's Wrath state. Ye Ning sighed in relief. I finally reached this stage. Now I have 3 seconds to make my move. These 3 royal aberrants are no joke. Is he planning to take them down with him? Li Fugui. Prepare to attack. He replied, understood. The two of them attacked the monster simultaneously. Their faces showed clear determination, God's wrath, and then they fused into a new body, summoning the fourth stage. A single sword strike from Ye Ning was enough to shake the 3 realms. Finally, an explosion that shook the 3 realms erupted. The monster, affected by the fire attribute, cried out in pain. When it was all over, Li Fugui couldn't help but be astonished. Ning smiled smugly. So this is the power of the 4th stage? Not bad. Although the activation conditions are a bit strict, they're not too unreasonable. It's just a shame Yinglong is so cunning. It would have been awesome if I could have killed him at the same time. Yinglong's jaw dropped, one-shotting a royal aberrant. This NPC is terrifying. His power is monstrous. Shui Ying couldn't believe it. He was pleased. Giving the human face collection to that person was truly worth it. If I hadn't given it to him back then, not only would I have failed to escape, I would have surely died. If it weren't for you, this 4th stage NPC would have never appeared. Yinglong, I'm truly fortunate, she said politely. You flatter me, my lord. It's all thanks to your wise leadership. But, my lord, we didn't get the last hit, so the mission isn't complete, right? Yinglong thought. An NPC probably won't take the reward. Shui Ying was confused. But we haven't received any system notifications. He grew uneasy. This is bad. I can't be careless about this. I've spent so much time, lost so many people. If I don't get that gear set, it'll be a huge loss. Yinglong quickly asked, Sir, may I ask if the aberrant demon emperor is dead? Our items. He sneered. Can't you tell if it's dead or not? Are you blind? The man was suspicious. So it's dead? Then Li Fugui assured him. Of course it is. When I make a move, any emperor is nothing more than a fly. What are you spacing out for? I saved your life and helped you deal with this monster. Aren't you going to show some sincerity? Yinglong hesitated. This guy, he fumed internally, stole the last hit, and now he's demanding good stuff. Is he messing with me? Or is this the final step to complete the mission? He asked directly. May I ask, my lord, what do you want? Please just say it. Is my mission considered complete? Then Ning told him, repeating, not necessarily complete. It depends on what you can give me. Looking as poor as you do, you probably can't pull out anything good, can you? In that case, give me 100 high-grade spiritual energy fruits to grind my teeth on. Yinglong was horrified. 100 high-grade spiritual energy fruits? He screamed in his mind. High-grade spiritual energy fruits can increase 3rd-tier attributes. They're hard to buy on the market even if you have money, let alone 100 of them. I couldn't find that many even if I pulled them out of my rear. This is basically extortion. What the hell is this dog of an NPC? What should I do? Attack or not? If I attack, can I still get the gear set? But I couldn't withstand that last attack. Beside him, Shui Ying pondered. This is too absurd. Doesn't Ning plan to kill Yinglong? Could it be that he wants to trick that Yinglong guy again before retreating? That bastard, that last move must have drained all his spiritual energy, right? To be safe, I shouldn't add fuel to the fire. She glanced at Zhang Ming lying on the ground, who was intently looking at the system. The message read, Commander, I suspect our reward gear set will be given out during the instance settlement, but we probably need to meet this NPC's demands first. Shui Ying scoffed. Injured like this, and you can still imagine things? You guys got tricked so badly this time, and Ning's scheme is just too sinister. Yinglong looked at the system and understood. It seemed what Zhang Ming said made sense. Immediately after, he quickly took out some Yang crystals. Yinglong put them down and said, My lord, I really don't have enough high-grade spiritual energy fruits. Will these do? Li Fugui collected them into his space. Fine, whatever. This will do. I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Seeing your filial piety, I'll give you one last clue. Your instance progress is still short by 103rd tier aberrant demons. The man thanked him. So that's how it is. Thank you for your guidance, senior. The system chimed continuously. Aberrant demon emperor has been slain. Final boss of the instance killed. Epic equipment obtained. Epic grade materials obtained. 300 reputation points awarded. Unique title obtained. Emperor Slayer. He said urgently, Let's run. While Yinglong and his group are looking for 3rd-tier aberrant demons, we need to go back to the 6th floor and cover our tracks to prevent Yinglong from investigating. Fang Fang spoke up. Are you talking about the NPC we met on the 6th floor? I already took care of it before I came down here. Ning was curious. How did you take care of it? She calmly stated her 2-word plan. Arson. Ning reminded her. Do you know that doing that could destroy the entire instance? Fang Fang said nonchalantly. We got what we needed, so isn't it good to just destroy it? He sighed. Forget it. The most urgent thing is to get out of this instance first. The status panel showed the instance was not yet complete. Do you want to exit now? Ning quickly grabbed her hand. Withdraw! Confirmed. He reminded her. We can't get greedy. By the time Yinglong figures out what's going on, we'll probably die here. The system continuously announced the instance settlement information. For killing a higher level enemy, you have received 6 blue rarity equipment draws, received 1 A-rank skill draw, received 6 free attribute points, and obtained the exclusive Demon Hunter equipment for this dungeon, and received the dungeon's exclusive resources. He thought, with so many rewards, it might take me half an hour just to sort through them. 009, first find a nearby abandoned building and stand guard for me, Fang Fang replied clearly. As night fell and the city was shrouded in darkness, Ning curiously stroked the epic-grade skull equipment. This type of skill, which grabs objects and allows for quick movement, is perfect for an agility build, but it's a pity it doesn't really suit me. I'll consider giving it to Lin Ru when I get back. This strange demon marrow essence can enhance my demonized strength after use, but there's no rush to use it right now. Drawing blue-grade equipment, drawing a skill. I hope I can get a powerful sword skill. System. Draw successful. Obtained the blue-grade bear barbarian helmet. He looked at the information and said indifferently, Dragon's Thorn, huh? The description read, Dragon's Thorn absorbs the enemy's energy after eliminating a target. Ning quickly threw the blade, controlling it with his mind, and immediately a huge surge of power shot straight into the sky. He was satisfied. It's quite sharp, not bad for assassinations. Now it can replace my previous dagger. The rest of these things are useless to me. I'll sell them or give them away when I get back. Li Fugui packed these items up and put them away, he replied cheerfully. Understood, master. System. Draw successful. Obtained A-rank skill. Earth Flame Eruption. Ning gritted his teeth in frustration. Is this thing even worthy of being an A-rank skill? I was really looking forward to it. Activating the underground earth flame probably takes time to set up, and the explosion is delayed. Moreover, it erupts from the ground up, has no target lock effect, and has a high cost. It has no special effects, and seems to only get a bonus from special terrain, which is very restrictive. Overall evaluation, garbage. Li Fugui appeared. Master, I am your most loyal trash can, he complained. Most of the dungeon rewards are useless, so let's just check the equipment. Next, the system displayed the spiritual shockwave set. Ning thought. Spiritual power converted into physical damage. This is even more useful than spiritual storm. Although spiritual storm has a confusion effect and is an AoE attack, it can't be used multiple times in a short period, and its accuracy isn't good enough. Now that I have this, I no longer need to use spiritual storm as a trump card. Then he slowly felt the power of fusion. A huge stream of magical power flowed directly into Ning's forehead. He analyzed. Before I got the equipment, my spiritual power was scattered and unfocused. After equipping it, all my spiritual power is concentrated in my forehead, as if ready for battle at any moment. It's like having a gun in my head, and my eyelids are the trigger. And then Ning unleashed that power, spiritual shockwave. Seeing its power, he was amazed. Who wouldn't be thrilled with this effect? A single glare can blow things away. The only drawback is that it doesn't have any additional buffs. Based on my current spiritual power, I can at most one-shot 3 opponents of the same tier before I'm exhausted. But it's quite useful against lower-level opponents, especially for insta-killing common enemies and zombies. A single thought can blow away thousands upon thousands of heads. Ning curiously looked at the next item. The system then displayed the stats of the equipment named Spiritual Light. Ning curiously activated the fusion technique. The 15 points in Constitution can completely cover my shortcomings. After being used, Spiritual Light also provides a buff to the team. If I reach the 4th tier and unlock its aura, then an ordinary person could even reach the 3rd tier. And then he snapped his fingers. Magical light. Under the aura, my strength increased by 6 points. That's not a lot, is it? But maybe this aura. Li Fugui immediately appeared. Master, were you looking for me? Ning asked for his opinion. Li Fugui, do you feel anything? Li Fugui quickly replied, this. Master, I haven't even gotten married yet. Why did you put a green halo on my head? Don't be fooled by my short stature. Deep down, I'm a real man, Ning said, annoyed. Cut the crap. Show me your current strength attribute. Suddenly, Li Fugui was stunned, his face filled with utter disbelief. He exclaimed in astonishment, 19 points. I actually have 19 points of strength. 19 points of strength. Before, it was clearly only 15 points. Master, I've gotten stronger. He thought to himself, as expected, this circle of light still has hidden information. The weaker the strength, the greater the increase. I only gained 6 points. Meanwhile, Li Fugui got a whole 14 points. Currently, the maximum range of the circle of light is 20 meters. Although it's not large, it can hold dozens of people. With the added buff from the circle of light, a peak 2nd tier can almost become a 3rd tier. Although spiritual energy doesn't increase, combat power can be greatly improved. A battlefield divine skill. This is absolutely a battlefield divine skill. Ning quickly took out his chains, locking down his thoughts, and at the same time, he burst out. I've gotten stronger. I am the strongest, Ning explained. This 2nd skill, thought locking, must also work on oneself. Locking in this frenzied state is equivalent to having a legion that will never betray you. Let's try combining the effects and see what happens. After all, the strength of a deck isn't in the individual cards. Effective combos are what's strongest. The system detected that the Spirit Devourer's equipment items were activating the set effect. He was satisfied. Convert Aberration. This skill is a bit heaven-defying. As Ning stared at him, Li Fugui grew anxious. Master, why are you looking at me like that? He crossed his arms and turned away. It's nothing. Forget it. You're still too weak. It would be a waste. He complained. Master, that's so cruel, so disheartening. Li Fugui ducked into the space and fled. Suddenly, Ning's expression changed. An intense light was being absorbed into his body. The system explained the phenomenon. Level up, Ning thought to himself. This dungeon run was really worth it. Leveling up lets me convert 100 aberrations. And doubling my spiritual energy means that besides God's wrath, I can use at least 10 sword skills in a row. At this rate, I can probably break through to the 4th tier in less than half a year. That's more than twice as fast as in my previous life. Then, an option appeared on the status panel. Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai appeared, looking extremely rushed. Commissioner Ning, when are you returning to the capital? Something has happened at our spiritual energy mine. The 3rd Legion under Lu Tianming has stolen our mineral resources. They even beat up me and Wang Tian. If it weren't for Commander Cheng's protection, we would have been captured. They not only stole the operations department's quota, but they also took the share you intended for Commander Chen. After stealing the spiritual energy ore, they even sold it privately for a high price. They even publicly declared that your subordinates are lining their own pockets and harming the national interest. Ning closed the chat. I understand. Just focus on recovering. I will get justice for you guys. He was filled with rage. Lu Tianming, you've got some serious nerve. Because they're afraid I'm progressing too quickly. They want to cause some trouble for me. Ning went to Tianlang Station, the Blood Shadow safe zone. Lin Ru, sitting in the corner, heard the noise. Is he back? He walked over and asked. Lin Ru, I heard from Uncle Huang that you haven't left your room these past few days, she questioned. Didn't you tell me to wait for you here? Ning probed. So? Have you thought it over? Do you want to follow me? Lin Ru pressed on. Follow you to do what? To be your what? What would a big shot like you need me for? To serve you tea, or be your kept woman? Besides these things, I really can't think of any other value I could offer you. Ning took out a sack and asked, You really want to become stronger, don't you? Resources, equipment, skills, I can provide you with all of it. She was surprised. These weren't things a kept woman could get. What exactly do you mean? He replied. It's very simple. I want to solve the problems of the frontier, so I need subordinates. There is only one requirement, which is to obey my orders and mine alone. After hearing this, Lin Ru frowned. To only listen to your orders? Do you know what it means for someone of your status to say something like that? Ning replied firmly. Of course I do. She asked, Then why me? What exactly do you see in me? Don't you know what I want to do? He replied impatiently. You don't need to worry about what I see in you. Just give me your life, and I will let you have your revenge. Don't you want to kill those bastards and stop hearing about the so-called bigger picture? Then kill them. Kill as many as you want, and after you're done killing them, become the sword in my hand. Lin Ru confirmed. Become a sword in your hand? It doesn't matter. As long as I have power, anything is possible. Ning was satisfied. Very good. I'll be back here in about half a month. I hope you're still alive the next time we meet. Outside, the sky was dark, covered by black clouds. Shui Ying's hurried voice reached his ears. Ning, did you escape the instance dungeon? Yinglong was still inside the dungeon, searching for the 3rd rank aberrant demon. If he finds out he's been tricked, he'll definitely suspect me. Answer me now. Ning replied, I'm sorry, Shui Ying, but before I left, I arranged for Li Fugui to show up. He's actually already cleared up his suspicions about you. With your versatile survival skills, I believe you can protect yourself. After hearing this, she exclaimed in shock. What? He continued. Besides, the collapse of this instance dungeon also has some benefits for you, but how you specifically take advantage of it will depend on your intelligence and luck. Shui Ying cursed. Ning, you bastard. Ning called out. No, let's head back to the capital. Fang Fang asked curiously. Are you sure nothing will happen to Shui Ying? He replied very calmly. Not entirely sure, but I'm sure that a man with no woman in his heart will naturally become a god when he draws his sword. At the Capital Military Region's Special Operations Bureau, Cheng Yuan came out to welcome Ning. You're back? You couldn't get the item? It's all right. The military will help you find a solution. It's good that you're back. We've just discovered a special event recently. Are you interested in participating? Ning replied, Uncle Cheng, you don't have to beat around the bush with me. You know exactly why I came back. Can you give me the list of people who stole the mineral ore? He called out, Ning! The Marshal and Commissioner Hu have gone abroad to prepare for major events. Vice Marshal Fang is also in the far northwest. You absolutely cannot cause trouble this time. A moment of impatience could ruin the entire grand plan. Besides, this time, Lu Tianming used the military's name to take the ore, so procedurally, there was nothing wrong. He asked, So, are you saying the entire military faction led by Lu Tianming is corrupt? Cheng Yuan quickly tried to explain. Ning, calm down. The military will definitely fight this battle, but not now. We at least have to wait until the Marshal and the others have made a detailed plan. Besides, for a gentleman, 10 years is not too late for revenge. Just wait until you reach the peak of the 3rd rank or even become a Marshal, Ning retorted. 10 years? A gentleman's revenge must be seized at the right moment. Tomorrow, I will initiate a life-or-death battle with Lu Tianming. He was horrified, his body unconsciously recoiling. What? He stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Uncle Cheng, don't you want to take this opportunity to suppress Lu Tianming and his forces? Just think of the coming civil war. This is the perfect opportunity. Cheng Yuan hesitated. Even so, you're thinking too simply. Lu Tianming's strength is not to be underestimated. You can't possibly. Yi Ning showed his determination and guaranteed. To kill him, one strike is all I need. At Lu Tianming's new house, he was deep in thought. Tianming smoked and thought, there's been no news since Linlan left. Could she have died in the far frontier? Useless trash. Her death is worth nothing. Instead of waiting 3 months for Ye Ning to grow stronger, it's better to force him to come find me for a life-or-death battle. A subordinate ran in to report. Commissioner Lu, I just received a report that Yi Ning has returned to the capital. He went to the Special Operations Bureau, he mused. So he's back, as expected. Is he trying to tattle on me first? How is he? Has his strength improved? The man reported. The informant said he didn't notice any change. In just 1 short week, there probably wouldn't be any major advancement. That brat seemed to have gone to the far frontier to find some materials, but he probably found nothing. Tianming understood. That makes sense. I probably overestimated him. The subordinate hesitated. But Commissioner Lu, when Ye Ning returned, his expression was unusually calm. He didn't seem. He ordered, keep an eye on him, and while you're at it, find a few people to proactively challenge him. Isn't the brocade armor finished already? Send it to his house. Just say it's a thank you to Ye Ning for supporting our military. I don't believe this kid can still hold back. Lu Tianming's subordinate saluted sharply and replied clearly. Suddenly he was startled. What did you say? Commissioner Ye Ning has directly applied for a deathmatch with the military. The time is tomorrow. Hearing this, Tianming burst out laughing. Has this fool gone insane? A deathmatch tomorrow? If you're in such a hurry to die, I'll grant your wish. At Ye Ning's house, Ming La was reporting, Commissioner Ye Ning, this is the information on Lu Tianming that Commander Cheng asked me to give you. I hope it can be of help to you. Yi Ning replied, thank you for your hard work. Oh, Ming La, you can just call me by my name, he asked curiously. Yi Ning, although I know you're very strong, you're facing a peak 3rd-tier opponent in a deathmatch, he reassured him. It's all right, just trust me. Ming La sighed. All right then. Yi Ning, the data we obtained is actually from 6 years ago. At that time, he was still a high-level 3rd tier, but he was a very strong prospect among the high-level 3rd tiers. He has a dual system of strength and constitution, a talent for using dual blades, and it's also suspected that he possesses a dual defense skill. Ever since Lu Tianming became a standing committee member 6 years ago, there have been almost no records of him. It's only rumored that a year ago, he had an unconventional promotion to peak 3rd tier. Yi Ning wondered, what does an unconventional promotion mean? Ming La explained, although his normal attributes haven't reached the peak, it was thanks to a special talent. He was surprised. What kind of talent? He explained. Although it's not public knowledge, it's speculated that he can switch between offensive and defensive attributes at any time. In other words, when defending, his defensive power is more than double that of others at the same level. It's the same when he's attacking. To some extent, his combat power is equivalent to 2 high-level 3rd-tier individuals. Yi Ning smiled smugly. So that's how it is? The file also says that when he draws his dual blades, he's in an offensive stance, and when he sheathes them, he's defending. It also states his speed is average. This is probably the impression he deliberately leaves on people, believing that is what's truly dangerous. Ming La asked, puzzled. Is that so? He explained. On the contrary, he must be able to switch between offense and defense freely. Although speed isn't his strong suit, his explosive power is not to be underestimated. But it doesn't matter, since it'll all be over with a single slash anyway. Yi Ning looked at the file and emphasized, the only thing I need to think about now is, the next day, at the military training ground, thoughts from the crowd, even though there's no suspense, being able to witness Commissioner Lu in action again is well worth it. That's right, I bet Commissioner Lu will kill him in one blow. I don't know who gave that Ye Ning guy the courage. Maybe all the recent attention has gone to his head. Someone approached and called out, brothers, the betting is open. Do you guys want to place a wager? The 6 great merchant associations, joint betting is now open, capital guaranteed, no scams. Someone asked skeptically, what the hell? You're not military personnel. How did you sneak in here? The promoter replied, brother, I know this deathmatch is organized by your military, but there's no limit on the number of spectators. They just said not to publicize it. But who doesn't know what a deathmatch means? Don't worry. The fact that I could sneak in proves I have connections up top. Anyway, let's not talk about that. Brother, do you want to bet? The odds are 84 to 1. If you just bet on Commissioner Ye Ning to win with 10,000 credit points, you can earn 840,000 credit points. Even robbing a bank isn't this fast. The listener shouted angrily, how dare you? The promoter assured him, don't worry, it's absolutely safe with my backers. And then that spectator glanced at the screen and exclaimed, this match, the promoter urged. It's already 90 to 1 now, so what do you think about betting on Commissioner Ye Ning's victory? 10,000 becomes 900,000. Brother, this is a God-sent opportunity. The other guy crossed his arms and exposed the scheme. A God-sent opportunity? With odds that high, even an idiot knows you're just collecting free money. I'm with the Lu faction, so in this matter, I'll definitely bet on my own guy to win. 100,000 credit points on Commissioner Lu. Whether I make money or not isn't important, as long as I'm supporting our commissioner. Master, he spoke up. 100,000 points. Asterisk swipes card. Asterisk. Jia agreed. Good, that works too, he thought to himself. This guy doesn't look very smart, but he's great at calculating. He wondered, could it be that you all won't have the money to pay up in the end? Nobody makes such a small bet. If Commissioner Ning wins, where are you going to get the money to pay us? He coughed lightly to reassure them. Don't worry, don't worry. With the 6 great merchant guilds working together, there will be no shortage of money. Actually, there were other options, and many people had already placed their bets. For example, if Commissioner Ning can't last more than 1 minute, the odds are 80 to 1. For 30 seconds, the odds are 40 to 1. For 10 seconds, the odds are 13.2 to 1. Furthermore, there were bets on the extent of his injuries, whether his defense would be broken, or even if Commissioner Ning would call off the death match. He regretted his choice. Why didn't you say so sooner? I want to change my bet. Change my bet to him not lasting more than 10 seconds. Just then, someone stepped forward. I'll bet 170,000. 15 seconds? Another person teased. 15 seconds? You're overestimating him. 10 seconds at most. 200,000. Just then, Wang Lu came over to join in. I don't think 10 seconds is even necessary. 1,600,000 on him being taken down in under 8 seconds. Someone shouted, Wang Lu, are you crazy? Where did you get that many credit points? He said confidently, I'm a proper 3rd-tier warrior, so what if I have some savings? I just killed a mutant not long ago, so I have some spare cash on hand. They started discussing that normally a 3rd-tier warrior wouldn't have that much money to bet. I heard he's in charge of supplies and equipment for our company. Someone else added, using company resources to line his own pockets is normal. If it were me, I'd do the same. If someone just handed you free money, wouldn't you take it? As for the other guy, he was extremely excited. I'm risking it all, 3 million, betting that kid can't even withstand a single blow. I believe in Commissioner Lu. I believe in Commissioner Lu, he prayed inwardly. Ning, I've bet my entire family's fortune on this, so you better lose quickly for me, and the more pathetic, the better. At that moment, General Gay was watching from above. Hao stepped forward and spoke. General Gay, are you also interested in this matter? Interested? He gave a forced smile. I feel like I should send someone to see what's going on. Commissioners are in a death match, and yet they dare to do this. Those merchant guilds are way too bold. If Commissioner Liu finds out about this, they'll be in big trouble. Hao explained. General, this was actually all arranged by Lord Liu. Commissioner Liu is trying to offer some benefits to everyone. You see, if Ning lasts for 1 minute, it means Lord Liu held back and didn't let Ning lose too miserably. But that way, no one makes any money. 30 seconds is a bit riskier, which shows the battle will be fierce, and everyone can make some money. 5 seconds, 3 seconds, that's an instant kill. People could make even more. If Ning gets seriously injured, the odds will be higher. After all, it's a life or death battle, but the military will certainly step in to protect our genius. So, if Ning unfortunately gets a broken arm or a severed leg, the payout on that bet would be astronomical. General Ge understood, so that's how it was. In other words, the odds of Ning dying in the arena were actually about the same as the odds of him winning. With the military's protection, who would think Ning could actually die in the arena? He thought to himself. Commissioner Liu's scheme is truly vicious. Lowering his own status to create this betting market is a way to both reap benefits and gain support in return. Just think about it. If a referee or even an entire faction bets that Ning will be seriously injured, what would they do? If the rescue is just a little bit delayed, with the amount of money poured into this market, hundreds of millions, even billions, would be on the line. Although the true higher-ups wouldn't care, what about their descendants and relatives? Without this betting pool, these people wouldn't care who wins or loses, nor would they care about Ning's life or death. But when the entire death match is tied to such enormous profits, everything changes. Hao asked curiously, General, do you also want to support Commissioner Liu? Actually, half of the 3rd-tier warriors in Huaxia and all the major merchant guilds have already placed their bets. Those private factions are getting more and more ruthless. The amount of money poured into this match has already exceeded hundreds of millions. He was startled. Hundreds of millions, General Gay thought to himself. With such a huge sum of money and such a deep scheme, it's no wonder Liu Tianming has so many supporters. This outcome was likely decided the moment Ning proposed the deathmatch. These so-called betting odds are simply a great gift from Liu Tianming to certain people. Anyone who sides with him is set to make a fortune. He asks Jiu what he thinks. He explains, It's up to you, sir, but I heard Commissioner Liu plans to teach that kid a lesson. This single strike is guaranteed to draw some blood. The generals take out their cards, agreeing to 10 million. Plus my salary for the next 10 years, I'm betting it all. The battle ends in 7 seconds, and all 4 of his limbs are severed. Elsewhere, Cheng Yuan runs while cursing. What the hell are these disorganized people in charge of arrangements doing? I clearly requested the military to be seated in the bottom row with Fang Hao for easier access to provide aid, so why did they still stick me in the top row? Liu Tian reports, I asked the person in charge, and he said the military has dispatched 2 high-level third-rank guards who specialize in defense to protect the battle, and has also prepared the most luxurious protective items to ensure Ye Ning can be rescued as quickly as possible. He says, annoyed, all right, even though I'm not too happy about it, hasn't Fang Hao arrived yet? What about Ye Ning? The match is about to start, he reports. Commander Fang says he's on his way. He'll definitely be here before the deathmatch, but as for Ye Ning, I really don't know where he went. He's not even replying to messages. Commander, why do I feel like so many people are hostile towards Mr. Ye Ning? I even heard them say he picked the wrong person to mess with. Cheng Yuan orders, go and see what's going on. Liu Tian turns and agrees. Understood. I'll go check it out. Alone, he begins to ponder. Is Liu Tianming pulling the strings behind this public opinion? At that moment, outside, the sky is incredibly gloomy, without a single ray of light. He runs over in a panic. Commander Cheng, someone has started a betting pool, and many people are betting that Ye Ning will lose, and lose horribly at that. Cheng Yuan quickly grabs the computer, alarmed. 1.8 billion to win 1,300 points, with odds of 1 to 698. Liu Tian asks tentatively, Commander, should we support Ye Ning? The current situation is just too grim. He orders, bet 1,000 points. At least it will boost his morale. He hesitates. Then I'll bet 100 points. Is that too little? After all, Ye Ning did help us get that ore deposit, so, Cheng Yuan replies, I'm only betting a little because I feel bad for the kid. The ore he brought back has already been divided up by those bastards. If we just throw money around carelessly, what will we do if we're short on cash later? That kid is a real spendthrift. That researcher's son he asked me to look after is nothing but a money-eating beast. He's already devoured so much of our money. Liu Tian sighs in understanding. That's true. He directs, that's right. Just tell Feng Hao to bet more. He's got money. Tell him to bet 100,000 points. After all, he's always saying Ye Ning is just like him when he was young, so shouldn't he show some support? At the same time, at the Capital Military District Hospital, Ye Ning walks in and asks with concern, Uncle Xiao, is everything arranged? How big is this business deal? Xiao Hai calls out, Lord Ye Xiao, 144 billion, all of Huaxia has gone crazy. Almost all the third rankers have joined the betting. Furthermore, Liu Tianming is really secretly pushing things along, just as you said. According to the information we've gathered, Liu Tianming himself has also invested a lot of money. He says, dissatisfied. 140 billion is still too little. Wait until it reaches 300 billion, then we'll join the game. Notify Wang Tian, Chen Kailai, and get all the funds you can muster. He replies, understood. Ye Ning seethes with hatred, grinding his teeth as he says, you dare steal my things, and you even injured my people? Your worthless life isn't enough to pay for it. He thinks of the face of the person who caused all this, his current enemy. Elsewhere, Ye Ning's personal information appears on a screen. Ye Ning killed Liu Tianming with a single sword strike. At the North China Military Region Command, cards are scattered on a table. Chen Dao sits on the table, her voice full of doubt. Brother, do we really trust Ye Ning? Chen Yong reminds her. Little sister, say no more. I believe in him, and I also believe in Grandpa's judgment. Grandpa made it very clear. We have no other choice, nor do we need one. Regardless of whether he wins or loses, whoever follows him in this round will become one of his people. It's not just about whether we believe in him, he's also screening us. She brings up again. Last time, Grandpa almost lost his life trying to help him. This time he's even betting his own coffin money and even embezzled funds from the Corps. If something happens, it wouldn't matter if we lost everything, even if we had to face a court-martial. I'm really scared. My mind is a mess. Little sister, you don't understand, and maybe I don't fully understand either. But do you still remember the battlefield miracle? A while ago, I went back to that village to visit the descendants of those soldiers. I don't know about other things, but I know Ye Ning is a truly good person. Even though Grandpa took a huge risk helping Ye Ning save Donghai, he has no regrets. Grandpa said, he saw in Ye Ning a kind of courage that most people have long since lost, or perhaps it's an unimaginable sense of responsibility. Sometimes I wonder, if we were the people of Donghai, who would save us under such immense pressure? Compared to the pressure Ye Ning is facing, what's this little bit of pressure on us? Besides, people like Liu Tian are all parasites, and we can't change them. But maybe Ye Ning can. Besides, don't forget that when Ye Ning was only in the early 2nd rank, his combat power was already equivalent to the 3rd rank, right? Who knows? He might actually win. Chen Jiao pondered, replying with a sorrowful expression. She realized, Wang Zheng, did you bet everything too? Yeah, Wang Zheng replied. Even the abnormal demon dungeon scroll we got last time was used for the bet. My father said he believes in Lord Ye Ning, but he also said Lord Ye Ning is most likely gathering resources to deal with an even greater disaster. At the capital's military district hospital, Xiao Hai exclaimed excitedly, 299.6 billion! Lord Ye Ning, It's hard to imagine the awakened in Huaxia are so wealthy. They're clearly so rich, yet why are the people at the bottom still suffering so much? If this money were used for construction, I'm afraid it could create dozens of armed safe zones for millions of people. You have to understand, the government could only provide 1 billion to relocate the victims of the Donghai disaster. Ning replied calmly. This is very normal. Ever since the apocalypse began, resources have become increasingly concentrated in the hands of powerful individuals. Are you expecting them to use their own supplies to build safe zones or rescue common people? That would be no different from killing them. But when profit is on the line, forget 3 billion, they'd even pull out 3 trillion. Let's not talk about this anymore. How much is in our betting pool? Xiao Hai reported. So far, we've gathered 37 million, which, based on the odds, is enough to cover the entire payout. He turned away, satisfied. Good, close the betting in 3 minutes, Ning declared powerfully. And now, I have to enter the arena, Ning analyzed, recalling his past life. After the disaster struck, the government repeatedly mobilized all the major powers to rescue the survivors. But without exception, everyone chose to protect themselves, and no one answered the call. Even the allocated relief funds were embezzled at every level, with not a single cent reaching the lower classes. When the beast tide erupted, millions didn't die in the mouths of monsters, but from starvation. So, those with the will to save the world but lacking resources and supplies were rendered useless. Even more ironically, when the major war zones collapsed, vast amounts of supplies and equipment piled high in the warehouses of various factions and high-ranking officials had all rotted away. Clearly, after 30 or 40 years of recovery, humanity's situation should have been much better than at the beginning of the apocalypse. But with the extreme concentration of wealth and resources, things were even worse than before. It was clear that hoarding served no purpose. If only the unused equipment and resources had been distributed to the lower classes, humanity's overall strength could have made a huge leap forward. But corrupted by capital and power, they were like greedy leeches, sucking the blood of the people. Compared to the monsters that no longer actively attacked the cities, these people were the true monsters. Furthermore, they secretly spent money behind the scenes to block the distribution of awakening protection potions to the lower classes. Even though it was only a few billion, one of those ringleaders nearly killed me in my past life, and this one. In my past life, I should have had many opportunities to retest my talent, but being poor, I simply couldn't afford to get tested. But in this life, I recklessly rushed into the testing area without any protection potions. That was nothing less than a gamble with my life. After all, no one knew if I, being tested 2 years earlier than in my previous life, would have my body explode from the spiritual energy. Suddenly, a call from Wang Tian appeared on the system. He began, Commissioner Ning, are we really going to swallow up all those credit points? Even if I believe you'll win, what will happen to the losers after you do? He replied, does it matter? In Ning's mind, even if he personally didn't need them, the Final Fortress, the Void Mothership, and the Superhuman Army all did. Even if this incident hadn't happened, he would have still found a way to pry money from the mouths of these people. As for what happens after, it's not a problem. If they don't accept it, we'll just have another deathmatch. After all, it's just a matter of killing a few more people. In the waiting room of the military training ground, a subordinate reported, Commissioner Liu, everything has been arranged meticulously. I guarantee there will be no mistakes. However, the only worry now is that he might back out. As soon as Ning appeared, Cheng Yuan and the marshal came to persuade him to give up. Liu Tian replied confidently, it doesn't matter. If that brat dares to back out, he'll never be able to stir up any trouble again. Ning will forever wear the label of an arrogant and conceited bookworm. In the future, even if he reaches the peak, he'll just be an ignorant scholar, and I'd like to see who would dare support him to become marshal then. The subordinate praised, that's true. Commissioner Liu is truly brilliant. But if he really dares to step into the ring, then you must win the deathmatch within about 7 seconds. Only then will our profits be maximized. Most people have bet on 15 seconds because they think your fighting style doesn't specialize in instant kills. He scoffed. Those idiots who think I don't specialize in speed are truly foolish. Otherwise, who would I make money from? The time is almost here. Take all the money we've raised and bet on him being crippled. The deathmatch will end in 7 seconds. While we're at it, let's give everyone a big gift. The subordinate replied respectfully, understood. Elsewhere, the deathmatch would begin in 2 minutes. Both sides, please get ready. Ning walked over. Uncle Cheng, I'm heading to the ring now, Cheng Yuan scolded. You stubborn kid, why are you so obstinate? I've been talking to you for so long, yet you haven't listened to a single word, he assured him. Uncle Cheng, do you still remember what I told you before? Trust me completely. Bet on my sword. The two people behind them couldn't help but feel helpless at his attitude. The battle will begin in 60 seconds. Both sides, please prepare, the referee announced. This deathmatch is a fight to the death, with no time limit and no restrictions on life or death. In the event of special circumstances, we will personally intervene. After that, he gave the signal, and the countdown began. Liu Tian said smugly, Ning, I know you're young and hot-headed, but there's always someone better out there. It's not too late for you to regret this now. Just kneel and sincerely apologize to me, and I, Liu, will not hold this against you. Ye Ning raised his sword and cursed. Old dog, are you done talking? Today, only one of us is walking out of here alive. He used a mid-tier 3 technique. You've actually reached mid-tier 3, inner thought? He went from initial tier to mid-tier in just 1 month. This speed is just too absurd. It's a good thing this deathmatch is happening now. Otherwise, he would have been at my level in just a few months. He sneered. Is this the source of your confidence? You dare to challenge me just because you've reached mid-tier? How ridiculous. He cursed back. Old dog, you talk too much damn nonsense. Outside the ring, thoughts were racing. Mid-tier 3. Could this kid be hiding another ace up his sleeve? No way. A 1-level difference in tier 3 means a 10-fold difference in strength. Not to mention there's a 2-level gap here. Even if he's reached mid-tier, he can't possibly make any big waves, he deduced. Under normal circumstances, the referee present can activate the spiritual energy shield at any moment to block an attack from a peak tier 3 expert. But now that they've placed their bets, they'll definitely delay the timing of my rescue. However, that's fine. But if Liu Tian is in danger, they will definitely rush to save him immediately. A sword strike with power surpassing even peak tier 3. It's impossible for me, but I can do it. While Ye Ning was lost in thought, Fang Hao made his move. He rushed forward and shouted, Ye Ning, end the deathmatch. You brat, come with Uncle Fang. Things have gotten out of control. We don't accept a deathmatch. Wait, you're already a mid-tier stage 3. Huh, no, you're about to reach high tier? This is impossible. Weren't you always chasing skirts in the far frontier? The referee reminded him. Commander Fang, this is a deathmatch. I must ask you to be mindful of your position. How can a deathmatch be stopped arbitrarily once it has begun? Tian Ming interjected. Commander Fang, this deathmatch was proposed by Ye Ning himself. Aren't you just using your status to bully people by doing this now? Fang Hao angrily shouted. Cut the crap with me. Don't think I don't know what you guys are plotting. I'm talking to Ye Ning, and anyone else who dares to butt in, I'll smash their mouth in with one punch. The referee was speechless, not knowing how to handle the situation. He stood on the sidelines, stunned and speechless. He advised, just forfeit. You should just forfeit. Live to fight another day. Ye Ning replied, Uncle Fang, I understand. This deathmatch was meant for someone to die, but the one who dies won't necessarily be me. Uncle Fang, the fact that this betting pool could even open is partly thanks to me. I have an ace up my sleeve. If you trust me, then bet on my sword. After that, he turned back and demanded, continue the deathmatch. Fang Hao was kicked out of the arena, shouting, Ye Ning! Tian Ming burst out laughing. Not bad. Not bad at all. So spirited for a young man. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to take it. Hell has no gate, yet you insist on breaking in. The referee announced the continuation of the deathmatch, to begin in 3 seconds. Outside, he cursed angrily. If I can't stop you, then I'll go all in with you. 200,000 in coffin money. Bet it all on Ye Ning's sword for me. He used a series of moves. 1. The deathmatch begins. Blood Boil, Metal Berserk, Full Speed, Divine Blessing, Triple Defense. Ye Ning defended while analyzing. Liu Tianming has at least 300,000 consumable points and buffs. This setup is truly comprehensive, completely unlike his outwardly disdainful demeanor, so treacherous. The scene was chaotic, as terrifyingly powerful steps erupted and cracked the ground. He flew up like the wind with the skill heaven-shattering wrathful slash. He mused in frustration. This old dog was indeed hiding his true strength. The angle of the wrathful slash's right side is off. It seems he's worried I'll launch a mental attack. Is he cautiously using his first strike to probe for my trump card? Yi Ning quickly created a shield. Fallen Heaven Defense, Tian Ming exclaimed. Is this your defense? The intensity is a bit. He continuously pushed him back and sneered. Weak! Unafraid. Ye Ning used another skill. Fallen Heaven, second stage. Then his whole body shot into the sky like a rocket. He shouted, trying to run? You think I can't hit you just because you escaped into the air? How ridiculous. And then Tian Ming created countless streams of spiritual energy. Blade Net Sky Curtain. The skill quickly enveloped Ye Ning's body to shred him. A series of swift slashes appeared in midair, attacking him. Tian Ming swung his sword and shouted, with a single blade that covers everything, even if Fang Hao wanted to save him, there's no opening. The people below watched the match and thought, is the fight over already? It hasn't even been 3 seconds. Is this what you call suppression? Even if Ye Ning wanted to forfeit, it's too late now. The guy over here cried out worriedly, what a high-level move. Anyone who wants to save him would have to wait until after this blade strikes. The guy next to him said, damn it, I bet on him lasting 15 seconds. This Ye Ning guy is such a piece of trash. Down below, Fang Hao raised his hand. This is clearly a conspiracy. At that moment, Ye Ning suddenly shouted, Dimensional shock! Instantly, he vanished from where he stood. The crowd below watched, stunned into silence. Then Ye Ning immediately rushed forward, saying, time to die. He delivered 2 slashes, the first to the throat. Next, a blade pierced through the head, followed by more strikes stabbing towards his body, heart, liver, intestines, lungs. Then, sharp spikes pierced his 2 arms, and finally his legs and the rest of his body. The lines of spikes gradually enveloped Tianming. Ning muttered, "When the skill ends, the effect will surely be horrifying to watch. But this old dog, who seems arrogant on the surface, is actually very cautious, wearing multiple layers of phantom armor," he thought to himself. "If I can't break through his defenses right after it ends, with his reaction speed, he might even be able to survive, and the conditions for God's wrath are very strict, so it can't be used here." Ning smiled and attacked. "After it ends, only by instantly activating Swordflow Storm can I make it look like a one-hit kill. If I can't one-shot him, and if this old dog still has a trump card, I'm sure to lose." He then made a guess. Right now, Dimensional Slash still has 3 seconds left, which means it's 0.3 seconds on the outside. Liu Tian probably sensed the danger and pulled back, switching to a defensive stance. Ning just slung his sword over his shoulder, thinking, what if I reactivate Dimensional Impact one more time? After instantly activating Sword Flow Storm, I'll get another 10 seconds of Dimensional Impact. That counts as another move, right? So he smiled and said, let's give it a try. There's nothing to lose anyway. Ning immediately turned and said, retreat. He then leaped up. Below, a confused Liu Tian disappeared into thin air. Is he using an invisibility item, or is he using spiritual power to conceal himself? If I let him drag this out for 10 seconds, even if I lose, my losses won't be severe. Immediately after, he bowed his head, placed his sword by his sides, and laughed loudly. Ha ha. Liu Tian then swung his sword forward multiple times, saying, get out here. On the other side, Hao Tian's jaw dropped. Ning disappeared. Even if I wanted to save him, I wouldn't know where to strike? He also thought, Commissioner Liu definitely won't let him escape within 4 seconds. The girl over here smiled faintly. Ning did well. Just keep this up and dodge for 10 seconds before you die. These waves of sword chi have absolutely no blind spots. It's impossible to dodge. At that very moment, Ning suddenly appeared behind his head. Ning then slashed down multiple times, saying, Storm! He vanished into thin air again before the sharp slashes of the dimensional impact. Then, Ning unexpectedly appeared in front of him and attacked. He quickly charged down to strike. The commentator's voice rang out, absolutely brilliant. The two appearances, front and back, were a perfect combination. Even the effect of Sword Flow Storm was seamlessly connected. Ning didn't stop and continued to attack. Elemental Wind Blade, freezing ice. He assessed the situation and said quietly, first, I'll freeze your sword, then we'll see. Even if you're covered in armor, how can you defend when you didn't think to armor the gaps between your fingers? Ning said while attacking, just wait for the effect to burst, then you can see your own pained expression. Your legs are also in the wrong position. He easily saw his opponent's weakness. It seemed he wanted to unleash a skill in an instant. Ning quickly attacked. Trying to run? That's not nearly enough. The 6-7 sword strike is enough to root you to the spot for half a second. He appeared behind him again. As he unleashed Elemental Wind Blade, Blazing Flame, Ning said, you can't escape from behind either. I'm just attacking in a 360-degree circle with no blind spots. He chuckled softly and said, so this is the right way to use Dimensional Impact. If I combine it with Psychic Shockwave in the middle, it would be no different from standing still and hitting a monster. It's just a pity that this period is too short. There's no time to activate more abilities. I'll have to research this more when I get back. At this moment, his opponent jumped up, and Ning said softly, Ice and Fire Double Heaven. 4 rounds of SSS rank sword skills with nearly 100 slashes. Even a peak 3rd tier master would be helpless. Not to mention Liu Tian has only just been promoted to the peak tier. If he has even a single strand of hair left, I'll consider it my loss. At this point, he was a little startled. It seemed that Brat just appeared right above my head. Just as I was about to use a skill, he was gone. Liu Tian looked ahead. The skill had also stopped. Why didn't it activate? He became tense. What kind of trickery is this? Why do I feel like I'm surrounded by something? Liu Tian then said, this is not good. To be safe, I must first prepare Shield Shift. The moment he appears, I'll use my talent to lock onto him and cut him down with a single slash. He then leaped high into the air and shouted, get out here! Ning, who was below, looked up and said, here I come. He swung his sword and charged forward, shouting, Sword Flow Storm, restarting the stalled skill again. Liu Tian immediately said, Shield Shift. But when he looked down, he saw his feet were frozen. My feet are frozen solid? Then, at some point, the sword froze solid. A sharp pain shot through his fingers, causing the sword to fall from his hand. Immediately, his entire body was assaulted by slashes he couldn't defend against. Ning shouted from the other side, time to die! Liu Tian cried out in pain. Even Tian's face couldn't escape the sharp cuts. He immediately ducked and created a defensive barrier. The sharp slashes relentlessly attacked that barrier. Ning smiled, intending to use all his mental energy to buy time. A purple crystal materialized on his forehead. Psychic Shock Blast. A dark energy immediately shot out from Ning's forehead as hundreds of sharp slashes cut straight into Tian's protective shield. Right after that, his protective shield was quickly shattered, and his body was pierced by the slashes, accompanied by a desperate scream for help. A slash then pierced through his forehead, causing his body to be gradually torn apart. He was sliced into pieces, a truly terrifying sight. The group watching from outside saw this and screamed in terror. "Commissioner Liu!" A man rushed to the barrier, shouting repeatedly, "Save him! Hurry and save him!" Everyone outside frantically surrounded the barrier, shouting, "Hurry! Activate the protective cage!" One man saw his comrade about to interfere with the shield, and quickly stopped him, saying, "It's already been tampered with, so activation will take time." The other man was startled, having almost forgotten about that. Seeing everyone hesitate, the commander yelled, "Just attack directly! Save what you can!" Ning watched the chaotic and urgent scene. He couldn't help but sneer. If he hadn't been more skilled, he would be the one they were desperately trying to save. Now they're reaping what they sowed, yet they still have to put on a show. How comical. He looked through the barrier, assessing the situation. Liu Tian has been dead for a while now. At this point, the protective shield can only keep his remains from scattering everywhere. It's not like they can just glue him back together, right? Just then, another person appeared in the distance, slowly moving towards the arena. Immediately after, Commander-in-Chief Wang Feng leaped up, throwing a powerful punch towards the group standing in front. Wang Feng rushed over, shouting urgently, "Tian, you useless trash! I told you to stay out of my way!" A man saw him arrive and hurriedly ran over. "Commander Wang, Commissioner Liu," Before he could finish, Wang Feng cut him off with a yell, "Get out of my way! I'll punish all of you for your incompetence when we get back." They stood frozen at Wang Feng's command. Yes, Commander Wang. He stood outside observing the scene within and couldn't help but remark to himself, "This is even more gruesome than what happened to Ling Ji. Is this something a human is even capable of?" He then stood outside and began to shout incessantly, "Tian, with you ending up like this, how am I supposed to explain it to his father?" Then, Wang Feng became furious, emitting an incredibly powerful killing intent. "Yay, Ning, you've got some serious nerve. You actually dared to kill a standing committee member." Ning was unfazed by his threat and even chuckled, "And which commander might this be? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? This was a death match, where life and death are disregarded and only skill matters." He ignored Ning's explanation and continued to press him. "Only skill? You're just in the intermediate tournament. How could you possibly kill a peak third-stage expert with one sword strike? You definitely cheated. Who is secretly helping you?" Ning ignored him and laughed mockingly. "What's this? Can't handle it? Can't accept a loss? Are you going to be a sore loser? Or perhaps you'd like a deathmatch with me as well?" Wang Feng didn't let him finish, lunging forward to attack. "It seems you've chosen the hard way." Immediately, his arm was caught, stopping the attack. Feng Hao had appeared just in time, shouting angrily, "Wang Feng, you're a commander. How can you act with such a lack of decorum? If you really want to fight, fight me. What kind of man bullies a junior?" Wang Feng's face darkened when he saw who stopped him. "Feng Hao, are you trying to cover for him? Were you also involved in Liu Tian's death?" Feng Hao's grip tightened, his anger flaring. "Nonsense! If you lose, you accept it. Even when you're beaten, you have to take it." Then he quickly shoved Wang Feng far away. "You got a problem with that? Fight me, or wait for the marshal to return and decide." His body was thrown into the distance as he continued to shout arrogantly, "Feng Hao, stop using the marshal to throw your weight around. Don't forget how the marshal got to that position back in the day. If it weren't for the old chief, and if Tianming's father hadn't yielded to a more worthy man, how could the marshal have ever risen to power?" Feng Hao was furious upon hearing Wang Feng's words and roared, "I have no idea what you're talking about, and I don't have time to argue with you. Ning, let's go." He, who had been standing by watching the drama, was finally led away. "All right, Uncle Feng." Wang Feng gritted his teeth, staring resentfully after the two of them. "I'm warning you, don't get too cocky. This isn't over yet." The people at the scene were all horrified by this sight, screaming loudly, "He's dead? Is Commissioner Liu dead? How is this possible?" They couldn't stop exclaiming at Ning's overwhelming power, refusing to believe it. Ning killed him in a single strike? I must be dreaming. Ning walked carefully behind Feng Hao, lost in thought. "It seems I need to give these people a wake-up call." His eyes flashed as he glanced at the aftermath. He had some spirit, at least. Meanwhile, Wang Feng carefully knelt on the ground where pieces of Tianming's skin lay, lamenting. "Shattered into so many pieces, it's impossible to put him back together. How am I supposed to bring him back? Even if I collect it all in my storage space." Just then, a surge of power suddenly appeared, causing the pieces of Tianming's skin to gradually float into the air. Immediately after, the pieces of flesh and skin gathered into a clump of meat in midair, horrifying him. Tianming. Seeing this, Ning couldn't help but smirk deviously. Heavenly Maiden scatters blossoms. The chunks of meat in the air then exploded, creating an incredibly loud noise. The spectators below couldn't escape the assault. Inside a private viewing room, the man watching the grotesque scene on the stage was horrified, and his body gradually lost all its strength as he vomited a large mouthful of blood. He finally realized this was Liu Tianming's corpse. His body suddenly collapsed, motionless. He's dead, and now I'm dead too. The audience in the stands screamed incessantly. My life savings are gone! I bet my entire family's fortune on this! Good thing I'm a coward and didn't dare to bet. Two people standing right below the stands couldn't help but remark as they watched Ning and Fang Hao leave. He said 1 strike, and it really was just 1 strike? The man next to him heard this and said sarcastically, if I had known, I would have bet everything. Now I only have 1,000 points. Hearing the commander say that, his companion retorted, Commander, 1,000 points is a lot. You should be grateful. The most important thing is that you're okay. Ning. Fang Hao boasted excitedly as he led him away. You crazy kid. You're really something else. Including the outside bets, you just made me 1 billion. Hearing this, Ning chuckled. You bet that much, uncle? Fang Hao looked at his nonchalant expression and leaned in to whisper in his ear. Why are you so calm? Something's off. Spill it, you little brat. Did you bet on yourself too? How much did you make? Ning didn't deny it and answered immediately. Not much, just under 4,000. After hearing the amount, Fang Hao exclaimed in suspicion. Only 4,000? Are you sure you're not leaving out a few zeros? Then, Fang Hao seemed to realize something and cried out, Wait, that's not right. Based on the outside odds, 4,000? Betting on such a small amount? What kind of bet is that? But wait, the 4,000 you mentioned. He hesitated for a moment, then whispered softly, 400 billion? Ning quickly gestured to Fang Hao and clarified, Not quite 400. Only 380. Inside the old chief's residence, a group of people were intently watching the match between Ning and Lu Tianming. The old chief watched and remarked repeatedly, This 1 strike is quite interesting. The black light shooting from the third eye is also very interesting. A subordinate standing behind him then asked, Old chief, should we go and avenge Lu Tianming? Hearing this, he replied without a second thought, No rush. He was just a useless piece of trash. Then, as if remembering something, he added, Besides, doesn't he still have a father who's the former vice-marshal? At that moment, in the Northern Command sanatorium, a man's blood-curdling scream echoed through the night. My Ming'er, Lu Tianming's father, Lu Haishan, was furious, emanating an immense killing intent. Ning, I'm going to kill you. In a fit of rage, he immediately ordered his subordinates, Army, hear my command, march on the capital with me. The group behind him responded in unison to his command. Yes, Marshal Lu. At that moment, in a hotel in Country B, Ping spoke slowly. Although Country B has agreed to help us contain Country Y, Country B's strength might not last long. Hearing this, Guo could only sigh. See, the deployment was originally scheduled for 3 months from now, but now, the deathmatch between Ning and Lu Tianming has been moved up. I'm afraid a great storm will soon follow. Damn it, what's meant to be will be. That bastard, Lu Tianming, blatantly stole the resources, just to force Ning to issue the death challenge first. Ning risked his life to obtain those resources. If it were anyone else, could they just let this slide? Compared to the bigger picture, I'm more worried about Ning's safety right now. Ping earnestly reassured him, Sir, don't worry too much. After all, we've already sent people to implement comprehensive protective measures. Fang Hao and Cheng Yuan are also there, so nothing too serious should happen during the deathmatch. From a distance, Shu Qi came to report, Marshal, I've just received good news. Something big has happened at the deathmatch. Ping immediately turned around, his voice urgent. Who is it? Ning? Is it serious? Guo, standing beside him, also frowned and complained. What have those people in charge of security been doing? Shu Qi looked at the screen, flustered, and replied, It's Commissioner Lu. Commissioner Lu is dead, and he was killed by Commissioner Ning with a single sword strike. Both men were shocked to hear this. What? Ping was so astonished he had to ask again. That's impossible. Lu Tianming had already reached the peak 3rd tier after all. Plus, with so many high 3rd tier experts protecting him at the scene, how could Ning possibly kill him? Meanwhile, Guo impatiently urged, Hurry! What's going on? Did Fang Hao and Cheng Yuan pull some strings behind the scenes? Shu Qi immediately held up the screen. No, sir. Marshal, Ning really did kill him. This is the video recording from that moment. Guo watched the video for a while, then frowned. He vanished midway, and with just 1 strike, not even a corpse was left. What kind of innate skill is this? To go from the initial tier to the mid-tier in just 1 short week? What on earth happened during this time? Ping suggested. Marshal, should we ask 9 about this? But Guo said, More important than all this right now is to find Lu Haishan quickly. Then he ordered, Ning is in danger. We must return immediately. Shu Qi replied at once, Understood. I'll make the arrangements immediately. But she added another report. Marshal, there's one more thing. Before the deathmatch, betting took place in many parts of the capital, and Ning was the biggest winner. Hearing this, Guo grew worried. Damn it, no wonder the security was so useless. This is bad. Then he shouted, Hurry! Tell Fang Hao and Cheng Yuan to move Ning to the underground defense level of the National Assembly Hall, and don't leave his side for a second. Shu Qi immediately complied. Yes, Marshal. At the ground defense level of the National Assembly Hall, the three of them, Ye Ning, Fang Hao, and Cheng Yuan, were now underground. Cheng Yuan reminded him, Ye Ning, until the Marshal returns, you are not allowed to go anywhere, and you can't leave our sight for even a single step. Nine and Ming Luo have also been sent to protect your family. Yi Ning asked curiously, is that Lu Haishan guy really that scary? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Fang Hao replied in a serious tone, Ye Ning, you don't understand. Lu Haishan was one of the first people to survive after the Apocalyptic War broke out. Lu Haishan was once one of the vice-marshals in charge of the Northern Military Region Command, with the same rank as me. No, based on the military system back then, his rank was even higher than mine, and he was also the most renowned successor to the Marshal at the time. He's different from Lu Tianming. He is a veteran peak third-tier master. I grew up listening to legends about him. Hearing that, he wondered, a real peak third tier? You mean Lu Tianming wasn't? Fang Hao explained. In reality, Lu Tianming was basically a high third tier, but because of his special talent, his combat power is comparable to a peak third tier. That's why he always claims to be at the peak of the third tier. But you probably know the difference between the real deal and a fake, right? He calculated internally. If he had to face Lu Haishan in his current condition, he'd probably have to bet his life. The remaining non-draining sword skills were Mortal Yama and God's Wrath, and he had enough spiritual energy left to launch one-dimensional shockwave. Just then, Cheng Yuan reassured him, but you don't have to worry. With Fang Hao and me here, even if Lu Haishan comes, he won't be able to touch you. Fang Hao also added, you just finished a big fight, so you should go rest first. Yi Ning replied, yes sir. Yi Ning sat cross-legged and began to recover his lost energy. First, he had to use spiritual light to quickly restore his physical and mental strength. If Lu Haishan arrives, I can use this ability to absorb the damage. Seeing his recovery, Cheng Yuan couldn't help but be astonished. What a bizarre way to rest. Fang Hao, who was beside him, was also surprised. This type of energy feels like some kind of restorative equipment. Meanwhile, in the sky, high-speed jets were flying towards the major city, causing a stir among the people below. It's already 3 o'clock. Why is there such a loud rumbling sound? Look up there. There are so many fighter jets. Why are so many rank 3 personnel being deployed? Could it be that zombies are attacking the city? The capital defense team below also saw the fighter jets appear. Huang Zun frowned and asked, how much longer until Lu Haishan arrives, and how many people is he bringing? Qing Yi looked at the screen and quickly replied, he'll reach the capital's no-fly zone in 7 minutes. With a total of 48 rankers, including 6 high-level, 14 mid-level, and 20 low-level personnel. Hearing this, Huang Zun growled, what about the other military units? Are there any signs of infantry troops being mobilized? Qing Yi shook his head. There's no movement for now. There were signs of troops gathering earlier, but old General Lu stopped them. Huang Zun thought to himself, what a cunning old fox. He clearly wants to create an intimidating presence to apply pressure, yet he still has to pretend to be considering the bigger picture, Han Yi said loudly. It's good that he's not mobilizing troops. Otherwise, with just the few of us, we wouldn't be able to hold them off. What is happening? Huang Lin angrily spat out his blame. Isn't this all caused by that brat Yi Ning? Ever since the Awakened appeared in Great Xia, how many geniuses have there been? But has any of them caused trouble everywhere like he does? If it weren't for the army's protection, he would have died 10,000 times over. And now look at this mess. After he killed Commissioner Lu, we're the ones who have to clean up the mess he made. Huang Zun shouted, that's enough, Brother Huang. The commander-in-chief only asked us to delay General Lu for a while. Huang Lin sneered. Clean up what? Just with us? You're thinking too highly of yourself. Then his face darkened as he thought, he killed my good friend, Lu Tianming, and cost me everything. Yi Ning, a wet behind the ears kid. On what grounds does he deserve such protection? This world is so unfair. At the same time, a report came from the cockpit of a fighter jet. General Lu, the capital's no-fly zone is right ahead. Should we slow down? It wouldn't be good if this turned into a misunderstanding. Inside the cabin, Haishan roared in anger. A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? That I, Lu Haishan, am a traitor? Full speed ahead. I want to see who dares to stop me. The pilot immediately complied. Roger! Instantly, warning sirens blared from the ground. Warning. Fighter jet B-988 has crossed the restricted air defense line without authorization. The capital defense team immediately took to the skies, and Huang Zun shouted, all soldiers, on my command, activate the air defense system, scramble the fighter jets, and intercept them. The rest of you, follow me to negotiate. Inside the plane's cabin, someone reported, General Lu, we've been intercepted. Should we engage? He replied coldly, first let's see what they have to say. Huang Zun approached with a tense expression. General Lu, it's so late. You must be very tired after returning from the northern battlefield, right? We have prepared a room for you. Why don't you rest for a while at the military district first and meet the marshal tomorrow morning? But Haishan, burning with rage, seethed. Cut the crap. Where is Ye Ning? Huang Zun, startled and scared, replied, Ye Ning? You came looking for Ye Ning? Well, here's what happened. General Lu, there's something. Before he could finish, the general roared. I asked you where Ye Ning is! Bring that bastard out here to me right now! What? Are you trying to stop me? Or are you also involved in Tianming's death? Hai Sun's aura flared, forcing Huang Zun to try and respond calmly. Please calm down, General Lu. We truly don't know Ye Ning's location, but please rest assured, the Marshal will definitely give you an answer. Hearing this, his face darkened. An answer? The military's answer is to hide him, isn't it? Just then, Hai Sun received a notification. He smirked as he looked at the information on his system. Ye Ning is in the basement level of the National Assembly Hall. Without a second's hesitation, Hai Sun immediately shot downwards. I'm going ahead. You all track my position and follow me. Hai Sun's men replied crisply. Yes, General Lu. Huang Zun watched Hai Sun's retreating figure and cried out in confusion. What's happening? It seems like he already knows. Could someone have leaked the information? At that moment, Huang Lin, standing behind, thought with a sinister smile, Ye Ning, your time has come. Once you're dead, whether the bet is won or lost will be a different matter entirely. Right then, Hai Sun plunged straight down into the National Assembly Hall. He smashed through from above, piercing the underground defensive layer. You little brat, get out here and die! As Hai Sun charged straight for Ye Ning, Feng Hao immediately intercepted him with his arm. Get back. Meanwhile, Cheng Yuan also stood in front to protect him. Ye Ning, be careful! Behind Cheng Yuan, Ye Ning could feel it. Is this the power of a peak stage 3 expert? It's truly extraordinary. Feng Hao shouted, General Lu, you're making a move here? Are you trying to stage a rebellion? Hearing this, the general laughed. Haha, I didn't expect there to be 2 more Godgate experts here. It seems that bastard Li Jianguo has no intention of getting justice for me. Feng Hao reminded him coldly, General Lu, watch your outrageous words. Hai Sun roared in anger. Outrageous? When my son died, why didn't anyone say that was outrageous? If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. The only outrageous thing I'll do is kill Ye Ning myself. Then he struck the ground around him, sending debris flying. Hai Sun deliberately projected his voice. Tianming, watch closely from the heavens. Father will avenge you now. His voice continued to echo. Ye Ning, die. Then Hai Sun unleashed an incredibly powerful palm strike, rushing straight toward the 3 of them. Feng Hao immediately shouted, Lu Hai Sun, you really dare to attack in the National Assembly Hall? Then don't blame me for not holding back. Immediately after, he used Azure Dragon's Blazing Sun, creating a bursting blue wave that directly countered Hai Sun's palm force. The 2 powers collided, creating a terrifying pressure, forcing a purple mud-like substance to fall to the ground, corroding the floor. Seeing this, Ye Ning wondered, Lu Hai Sun's innate spiritual energy has a corrosive effect? This old brute is truly on a different level than Lu Tianming, but just now, it seems Uncle Fang held back his spiritual power, only defending, not attacking. I should observe the situation first before making a move. Hai Sun pointed forward and yelled, Fang Hao, are you determined to oppose me? Hearing this, Fang Hao frowned and replied, Lu Hai Sun, that's enough. Don't force me to get serious with you. The general laughed coldly, threatening, Get serious with me? Go ahead, if you're not afraid of disappointing the older generation. This made Fang Hao think, now is not the best time to start a civil war. Moreover, if I act ruthlessly, public opinion will turn against me. I have to restrain myself, but even if I can't use my full power, I can't let anything happen to Ye Ning. Hai Sun roared again. Fang Hao, you think you alone can stop me? Hai Sun unleashed Aurora Fission Slash. His body instantly split into 4 more figures, which shot out and surrounded them from all sides, closing in to prevent any escape. Let's see how you protect him now. Seeing this, Fang Hao grew worried. Damn it, how treacherous. Cheng Yuan shouted, Ye Ning, put up your defenses now. Ye Ning immediately activated his 3-form demonic armor defense, while Cheng Yuan drew 2 spiked maces and roared, Maces, come! Then activated his heavy mace guardian domain to protect them as 3 of Hai Sun's figures began to furiously smash against it. Long cracks began to appear on the defensive layer. Cheng Yuan narrowed his eyes with a determined look. You want to break my defense? Then he took the initiative, lunging forward to unleash his heaven-shattering, earth-breaking mace technique. A shockwave erupted, a heaven-shaking blast that shattered all of Hai Shan's afterimages. Ye Ning couldn't help but be astonished, thinking to himself, damn, Uncle Cheng's strength is actually pretty good. Well, that makes sense. With 2 peak 3rd stage fighters against 1, how could they possibly lose to that old bastard? He even stood behind them and taunted, Old bastard, you're not doing so hot. Look, my defenses are wide open. This drove Hai Shan mad with rage. Damn it, why is everyone stopping me? He drew his sword and charged like a wild beast. Let me kill him. I have to kill him. Across from him, Fang Hao yelled, Lu Hai Shan, Do you really want to risk your life? Then I won't hold back. Haishan unleashed his sky-piercing void slash, sending countless purple streaks tearing through the air. Fang Hao countered with his 800 Dragon Fist, launching a barrage of fiery punches. These powerful fists created a solid defensive wall. Then, Fang Hao activated 10,000 fists into one, merging all the punches into a single giant fist. It flew up, shattering Haishan's attack, and then shot forward, slamming straight into him, sending him skidding back several meters and carving a long trench in the ground. As Ye Ning witnessed this scene, a thought flashed through his mind. I always knew Uncle Fang was a top-tier fighter in Daxia, but I never imagined he was this powerful. Fang Hao stepped forward and advised in a low voice, General Lu, stop this now. If you keep going, you'll lose all face. But Haishan just roared, stop. My son is barely cold in his grave, and you're telling me to stand down? Just then, reinforcements arrived. General Lu, we've arrived. Haishan laughed triumphantly and commanded, perfect timing, kill Ye Ning for me. The soldiers immediately charged, shouting in unison, yes, General. Across from them, Fang Hao bellowed, do you have any idea what the crime is for actively attacking a commissioner? It's treason punishable by death. The advancing reinforcements quickly halted, but Haishan continued to command from his position. I can handle the consequences of killing one measly honorary commissioner. Kill him! While holding them back, Fang Hao ordered, Cheng Yuan, break Ye Ning out of the encirclement. I'll hold them off. Cheng Yuan swept his mace, knocking the reinforcements aside, and said, Ye Ning, stick with me. I'll fight our way out. Ye Ning felt his spiritual power explode. Weren't these third-stage fighters the perfect sacrifices for his divine wrath? With the addition of his psychic shockwave, not a single one of them would escape today. He asked Uncle Cheng loudly. If I slaughter all of these guys today, it still counts as self-defense, right? This left Cheng Yuan stunned. What? As he spoke, Ye Ning raised his sword, his aura flaring. Just as he was about to unleash his psychic attack, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. All of you, stop right now! He stopped instantly and turned around. Such powerful pressure. It's the marshal. Just then, Xuan Guo entered with a cold expression on his face. Xuan Guo spoke in a low voice. Old General Lu, it's been a long time. Perhaps we should move this conversation elsewhere. The military will give you an explanation. Hearing this, Haishan roared. An explanation? What is there to explain? I refuse to believe Ye Ning alone could kill Tianming. Hand over everyone else who was involved. I want them to pay with their lives. But Xuan Guo presented a video. Old General Lu, Ye Ning, and Lu Tianming engaged in a fair deathmatch. We have video evidence from the arena. Life and death were to be accepted. You of all people should be well aware of this rule. Haishan immediately slapped the device to the ground and roared, I don't give a damn about rules. Tianming was holding back for the greater good, but that brat used a dirty trick to land a ruthless blow. Xuan Guo, now angry, frowned and began to yell, but Haishan immediately cut in. How ridiculous! I, Lu Haishan, have bled for this country for 30 years, achieving great merits for Huaxia. My son was loyal and worked tirelessly for the nation, and in the end, he gets bullied by some kid in his own military. I just want to ask one thing. On what grounds can this brat even be compared to my son? Has he made any contribution to this country? What gives you the right to protect him? I won't accept this. I refuse to accept it. At this point, Ye Ning spoke up. Great merits? For the country? You won't accept it? You really have some nerve. Lu Tianming was corrupt, abused his power, obstructed the rescue mission in Donghai, stole my resources, and framed my subordinate. Why don't you bring any of that up? Let me tell you, that old bastard Lu Tianming deserved to die, and even if I had to do it 100 or 10,000 more times, I would still kill that piece of trash. You're just blaming the circumstances for his failure. You think your son was so amazing that I shouldn't have been able to kill him, right? Fine. Let's you and I have a deathmatch right now. Do you dare accept? At that moment, seeing how aggressive Ye Ning was, Haishan pointed his sword forward and roared. You bastard, I dare you to say that again. Ye Ning also raised his sword and shouted, I'll say it again. Huh, are you so old you've gone deaf? Will you accept the deathmatch? I'll let you bring 10 more men. I'll fight all 11 of you alone. He furiously charged forward with his sword. You bastard, if you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Fang Hao ran out to stop them. Both of you, stop. And then used his war god's domain, trapping Haishan and causing him to roar. Fang Hao, you? Ye Ning, also getting angry as he was held back, yelled, Uncle Fang, don't stop me. Now is the perfect chance to kill this old dog. Fang Hao shouted, Ye Ning, stop causing trouble. Inside the barrier, Haishan frantically swung his void-breaking slash, creating purple sword waves to shatter the shield. Just then, Tuyen Kwok threw out a scroll and shouted, Stop it, both of you. This is the National Assembly. You are not allowed to fight here. The scroll immediately transformed into a barrier, immobilizing them. From inside the transparent cage, Ye Ning continued to shout, I've said it. A deathmatch is a deathmatch. Let's announce it before all of Huaxia now, and head to the martial arts arena. Old dog, do you dare accept? On the other side, Hai Sun also roared. You bastard. Don't think I wouldn't dare to kill you. If you've got the guts, let's arrange it right now. Whoever backs down is a coward. Just then, Chi Bin received a message through his earpiece and went to whisper something to Tian Kwok. Marshal, sir, I just received a message from the secretary. According to the records from 009, it seems Ning summoned a Tier-4 shadow. Tian Kwok was startled. What? Then he retracted the scroll and announced, since you both want a deathmatch, then I will state the harsh terms right now. Both sides voluntarily agree to a deathmatch on the martial stage. Life and death will not be questioned, and no revenge shall be sought afterward. Ning was also quite surprised, thinking, why did the marshal suddenly change his tune like this? Is he not considering the bigger picture anymore? This is good. With the government's backing, I'll have an advantage. On the other hand, Hai San started to feel uneasy. Something's not right. This Li Tian Kwok guy came here to protect Ning, but now he's actually agreeing to a deathmatch. Does this Ning kid have some trump card I don't know about? Or is the military setting a trap? Someone behind him reminded him, General Liu, don't fall for his trick. That brat is aiming for the fact that you're injured right now, and your spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Hearing his subordinate's analysis, Hai Sun grew smug. Brat, out of respect for the marshal, I will send you on your way in 3 days. These 2 or 3 days will let you live a little longer. With that said, they took off, creating small sonic booms as they flew high into the sky and departed. Hai Sun said, let's go. Ning was bewildered. What the hell? He's just running away like that? Seeing this, Tian Kwok chuckled to himself. That old fox. Chi Bin came over and patted his shoulder. Ning, come to my office tomorrow morning. Just get some good rest today. He turned and replied, yes, sir. Then thought to himself, 3 days seems like a turning point, but it's actually not good for me. It's too difficult to activate God's wrath in a one-on-one deathmatch. A one-on-one duel isn't as good as fighting a crowd. Luckily, I still have an open sword skill slot, so I need to quickly learn a new S-rank sword skill. Back at Ning's residence, Wang Tian ran over from a distance. Sir Ning, you're finally back, Ning instructed. Let's go to the study to avoid worrying my family. Once inside the room, Wang Tian excitedly handed him a report. Sir, these are our profits this time. After deducting the system tax, the total is 377 billion, with 240 billion in credit points. The rest is in equipment, skills, items, and even servitude contracts. It will take approximately a month to liquidate this much into cash. He read the information and said with a smile, I understand. Everyone has worked very hard. From this money, 1 billion goes to Chen Kai Lai, 1 billion to Xiao Hai, and 1 billion to you. Hearing this, Wang Tian exclaimed in shock. 1 billion? Isn't that too much, sir? Ning smiled and explained, compared to the total amount we won, this is nothing. Please, accept it without any worries. Tears of joy streamed down Wang Tian's face. My lord, following you was the best choice we've ever made in our entire lives. He said that with this money, on one hand, it would be enough to fund Sun Li Cheng's extraordinary plan, and on the other, he would recruit talented people in the field of aircraft carrier manufacturing. Also, as I said before, recruit the refugees from the East China Sea as soon as possible. I hope that within 2 months, you can assemble a team that's ready for deployment. Wang Tian immediately complied. Understood, Ning continued. Oh, right. Remember to check for me if we can acquire any S-rank sword skill books. Wang Tian was a bit surprised. A sword skill? I remember a private faction contacted me and said they wanted to use an S-rank sword skill to pay off a 900 million debt, but 900 million was too absurd, so I didn't agree at the time. Hearing this, Ning asked, and then what? Contact him right now. Tell him to bring the sword skill here tomorrow for me to inspect. If it's suitable, 900 million is not a problem, Wang Tian replied. Understood. I'll get on it right away. The next day, at the marshal's office, Ning opened the door and walked in. Marshal Xuan Guo looked up and said in a low voice, You're here? Have a seat. Ning, I called you here for 2 matters. One is about Lu Haishan, and the other is something you've been wondering about. Lu Haishan? Marshal, have you had a change of heart? Are you trying to convince me to give up the fight? I'm sorry, but my mind is made up. Xuan Guo sighed softly. Just hear me out first. I don't want to stop you. Ning, there are some things you're still not qualified to know, but now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to tell you the truth. First of all, in the Huaxia region, there are actually 93 peak Tier 3 individuals. Hearing this, he was startled and asked, What? Weren't we told that even including the remote border regions, the entire country only has about a dozen of them? He then explained. In fact, if you also count the peak Tier 3 individuals hidden within private factions, the number would be even higher. Ning got to the main point. With so many at the peak strategic level, then the apocalyptic war in my past life shouldn't have been so disastrous. Xuan Guo replied, Ning, you are still too young. Much of what your generation knows has been concealed. Over 60 years ago, when the apocalypse first began, there were indeed fewer than 10 in Huaxia. But ever since the Awakeners appeared, our strength has grown exponentially. Around the 13th year, safe zones were established in various locations. By the 30th year, our population had soared to over 700 million people. The number of Awakeners even surpassed 20 million. Peak Tier 3 individuals also began to appear continuously, and by the 40th year, their number exceeded 100. Hearing this, he spoke up. That's not right. Following that development trajectory, why is Huaxia getting weaker and weaker now? Xuanguo asked him, Ye Ning, have you heard the story of the 33 Tails of Silver? In this world, it's not just zombies that eat people. People do it too. 33 Tails of Silver. That was a type of tax from an ancient dynasty, the amount a person had to pay over their entire lifetime. It was a cruel, insidious, and extremely sophisticated method of oppression. While it squeezed as much surplus value as possible from a person, it also encouraged them to work their hardest, making people mistakenly believe they could live a better life if they just worked hard. Similarly, this tax law also appeared after the apocalypse, and it all originated from the first group of peak Tier 3 individuals. When the zombie tide became relatively stable, the corruption of power began to emerge. Over the next 30 years, the resources accumulated by the military were almost completely plundered by those very people. Among the first generation of peak Tier 3, it was the clans that sat atop the entire war zone, draining its lifeblood. This weakened the military's combat strength and depleted its financial resources, creating a vicious cycle. Ye Ning listened, then slammed his hand on the table in anger. They've drained the military dry. After that, these people started suppressing and exploiting the survivors, right? Seizing spirit minerals, shutting down industries, and even preventing the distribution of awakening potions to the lower classes. And no one ever fought back? Xuanguo replied, Of course, we resisted. We even launched a great war among the peak Tier 3 over 10 years ago, but unfortunately, we failed. Afterward, the assassination of Ye Lin forced the old chief to step down. The first generation of peak Tier 3 individuals also retreated into the background after that. I had to endure humiliation for many years to finally reach my current position. Ye Ning asked again. If you have such great ambitions, why didn't you do anything after taking office? Xuanguo explained. Because most of my power has been stripped away. I'm willing but not able. For example, do you remember the last Asian PvP instance? It's not that there weren't suitable Tier 3 individuals to enter before you, but without exception, they all refused. This is their way of pressuring us. If we want them to act, we have to pay a corresponding price. Ye Ning growled. They want personal gain but refuse to provide strategic assets, and they're even forcing the military to spread its limited forces thin for the sake of the greater good. They're targeting me because I upset the balance. Xuanguo frowned and replied, That's right. Liu Tianming and Liu Haishan both belong to the old guard. He thought to himself, the military I saw in my past life was probably the final result of a war between two factions, which is why there were so many top-tier strategic assets I never encountered. Xuanguo said loudly, Ye Ning, killing Liu Haishan means completely wiping out the old guard. Look at me and tell me, your current combat power is on par with a peak Tier 3 warrior, isn't it? Your talent is definitely not what you claimed it was, right? Ye Ning hesitated for a moment, and then sighed. He asked, What will I have to face if I get involved? The general explained, In this nation war, each country will send at least 6 peak Tier 3 combatants. If the old guard doesn't send anyone, the military can only dispatch a maximum of 4 peak Tier 3 warriors. His eyes were filled with firm determination. So if I kill Liu Haishan, then in the nation war 1 month from now, I'll have to fight at least 2 peak Tier 3 warriors? That's a price I, Ye Ning, can afford. Xuanguo sat on the table and said, I'm not asking for much. As long as you can hold back the enemy, our loss won't be too devastating. As long as our ranking isn't too low, we can still endure the system's penalty. Ye Ning smiled, clenching his fist. Commander, I have faith in my strength 1 month from now. Hearing this, the man smiled and praised him. Excellent. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Cut to the study in Ye Ning's home. From a distance, Uncle Wang ran over to inform him. The sword skill has arrived, sir. Please take a look. Ye Ning was delighted to hear this. Excellent. Ye Ning picked up the book and smiled. Sword of Judgment. That's a pretty badass name. Just then, the information for Sword of Judgment appeared. S rank. Skill effect. After consuming 6,000 points of mana and mental power, it maintains the power of judgment for 3 seconds. During this time, it gains locking, anti-stealth, and tracking effects. Furthermore, it inflicts armor-piercing, high-temperature, crushing, suppression, and melting damage. This skill can attack both mana and physical matter, ignoring 50% of the target's total mana defense stat, and its speed is 3 times the speed of sound. Even if the target dies during activation, the attack continues. He looked at it for a moment and thought, the effects are too good, especially the anti-stealth ability, which renders all of the opponent's hiding skills useless. The supersonic attack guarantees a 100% hit rate, and it's 3 seconds of judgment, like a divine punishment. It's almost sickeningly powerful. Then Ye Ning's eyes widened in shock. Wait a minute, does that mean this skill is just as amazing as Divine Wrath? If I use the Sword of Judgment first, then stack 2 dimensional impacts on top of it, then during the 3-second judgment period, couldn't I stack even more? He smiled and said aloud, Uncle Wang, I'm keeping this sword skill. Hearing this, the old man grew worried. Are you sure? It costs 900 million. At first glance, this sword technique seems completely impractical. Otherwise, he would have used it long ago. But Ye Ning just smiled confidently. I'm sure. It's no problem. You can go about your business, Uncle Wang said quietly. All right then. He then stepped outside and closed the door. Ye Ning immediately activated his mana, creating a soundproof barrier. He quickly touched the book in his hand, learning the sword skill. System. Enhance. Immediately, streams of blue mana soared upwards. Sword skill enhancement successful. Current sword skill. Final judgment. SSS rank. Ye Ning was stunned. Final judgment? This display panel looks different than before, doesn't it? It looks rather sinister. At that moment, the streams of mana turned red and a system window appeared. Activation requirement consumes 40,000 mana points and 20,000 mental power points. The skill will be released once mental power reaches 70%. If any stat requirement is not met, the cost will be deducted from life points. After the successful deduction, he will enter the first judge form. He let out a slight smile. The activation condition, aside from God's wrath, is considered the most demanding. At this moment, all the effects of the first judge form appeared, all with a plus 10 bonus. The second effect increases movement speed, and the third effect reduces damage by 50%. The fourth effect makes attacks create an explosive effect. The fifth effect suppresses all enemies you are attacking. The sixth effect is a forced lock-on. After seeing this information appear, Ye Ning couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, Holy crap! This has so many effects. It's just too overpowered. Is this really just the first judge form? Next up is the system window for the final judge. The skill is that after being locked on by the judgment for 3 to 10 seconds, he can unleash the Divine Punishment attack. The Divine Punishment here is a sword that deals invisible damage, but it's extremely powerful against the target. Seeing this information, Ye Ning smiled. Divine Punishment, isn't this just like God's wrath? This enhancement effect is stronger than ever, even 10 times stronger than Tian. As expected, the higher the basic triangle level, the better the enhancement effect. Then he put it away and continued on to another place. So, I wonder how powerful it is. I need to find an expert to test it on. The scene changes to another location, the military district's underground training ground. He was now standing in front of Feng Hao. Feng Hao looked annoyed. Ye Ning, you little brat, do you think I'm easy to bully? Why come looking for me instead of Cheng Yuan? He smiled and replied, Uncle Feng, you're the strongest one. Sparring with you will give me more confidence when I face Lu Haishan. Hearing this, he smiled confidently. That's true. At the pinnacle of Huaxia, my strength is definitely in the top 10. It's no exaggeration to say that on a real battlefield, I could kill Lu Haishan within 10 seconds. You probably wouldn't even last a single second. So think carefully. Ye Ning didn't say anything more and just gripped his sword. Uncle Feng, I want to try. Feng Hao didn't waste any more words and said, All right, you brat, then come at me. Immediately after, he shouted, Spiritual energy pressure, and a stream of blue spiritual energy erupted towards Ye Ning's red spiritual energy. Feeling its power, he couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he's a peak 3rd tier. This spiritual energy pressure is really strong. On the other side, Feng Hao beckoned provocatively and said, Ye Ning, you go first. Even though I'm not a defense type, if you can manage to damage me, even just a little, you'll be ready to fight Lu Haishan. Without hesitation, Ye Ning gripped his sword and charged forward. Then here I come. He immediately unleashed a flurry of sharp slashes. Sword flow storm. Seeing this, he exclaimed, Damn! I wasn't even finished talking! So Feng Hao quickly put up a defensive layer. But I do admire your decisive personality. As your scale suppression, instantly, the attacks shot straight towards that defensive layer. An area of effect attack. For a mid-3rd tier, this level of damage is considered extremely powerful. He raised one hand to block and said, If an ordinary high-tier user were hit by all of these attacks, they probably wouldn't be able to take it, but this trickery won't be able to break my defense. Immediately after, a pillar of light shot straight up. It's still far from enough. Azure scale suppression. Feng Hao laughed challengingly. Ye Ning, is this all you've got? Bring it out. Use that disappearing move of yours from last time. Hearing this, Ye Ning didn't hesitate. Dimensional impact. Feng Hao looked up and saw it, marveling. He really disappeared? Suddenly, Ye Ning quickly dove down. Uncle Feng, my apologies. If we're going to test this in a real fight, then we have to be serious. Ye Ning charged forward, adding, Although I believe in your strength, he then suddenly appeared from behind. But I'm also very curious if dimensional impact can hit a peak 3rd tier. On the other side, Feng Hao was shocked. He couldn't sense any presence at all. Isn't this an invisibility ability like I thought before? Why do I feel like I'm being attacked? What is happening? Immediately, his entire body radiated spiritual energy. This move is too strange. I can't be careless. Azure Dragon Cyclone, double defense activated. At the same time, Ning also activated Dimensional Impact ×2, appearing behind Fang Hao. Only then did he see him appear and then disappear again. Just like when he killed Lu Tianming? Immediately after, Ning reappeared below, unleashing elemental wind blades, extreme containment 3,000 slashes, and sharp cuts instantly materialized around Fang Hao. Startled, he vanished for a second time, sensing faint signs of spiritual energy fluctuations around him, feeling as if hidden sword gleams surrounded him, just waiting to explode at the final moment. Fang Hao's caution was justified. This was a delayed burst. So this is how Lu Tianming died. Fang Hao looked around. What's next? A mental shock or a spirit lamp disruption? Are you going to use both techniques to burst out and shatter my defenses the moment my spirit lamp is stalled? He shouted out. This combo is truly sharp and hard to counter, but this level of swordsmanship can't break my defense. Just then, Ning suddenly appeared from above, rushing down and saying, my attack will pierce right through his defenses. Fang Hao immediately realized, not bad, kid. This is clearly a chaotic barrage, yet every single strike hits a vital point. While blocking the attack, he added, and there's even a slash from the inside out? Frenzied aura. Instantly, Fang Hao roared, heavenly astral body protection, external fortified aura. He looked around and let out a breath. Kid, you actually managed to drain this much of my spiritual energy? With this kind of power, Lu Tianming's death was well deserved. Fang Hao laughed. But what a pity. It seems you didn't use a mental shock on me. What's wrong? Afraid I can't take it? Let me tell you, even if I took another mental shock, you still wouldn't be able to break my second layer of defense. He continued to taunt. Can't do it? At this rate, the most you could do is injure Lu Haishan. Ning raised his sword and said, I know this move probably can't kill Lu Haishan, but what about this one sword strike? Ning immediately leaped high into the air as brilliant red spiritual lights gathered like darts ready to be thrown. Final judgment. A terrifying phantom appeared behind him. Final judgment. Fang Hao looked up in shock. What kind of phantom is this? Damn, why is this phantom so terrifying? Immediately after, Ning slashed downwards. Uncle Fang, take this. The sword struck directly against his defensive layer. Fang Hao quickly activated Azure Scale Shield, but the shield was instantly shattered, sending him flying backward. Immediately, Fang Hao activated another defense, Ascending Dragon Defense. Block it for me. Ning quickly rushed forward with another sword strike. The sword instantly slashed through, shattering all of Fang Hao's defenses. He knelt on one knee and said, You're good, kid. I am one of the 4 great vice commanders, yet you're actually suppressing me? Fang Hao laughed with excitement. I won't go easy on you anymore. At this moment, he was finally getting serious. An Azure Dragon instantly appeared behind him. Azure Dragon's Descent. Ning also quickly brought his sword down, locking it in place. Instantly, a circle of light seemed to lock Fang Hao within. Am I locked down by a mysterious power? But he didn't hesitate, immediately raising his fist. Azure Dragon's Power Fist. Feeling the pressure of this spiritual technique, Fang Hao buckled. What? I really can't escape. Am I completely locked down? Then, Ning suddenly appeared behind him. Heaven's scorching cloud of flames. Fang Hao was startled. Such incredible speed. Immediately after, he created a defensive layer to block Ning's attack. At this point, Fang Hao was forced to use all his strength to block that sword, and was subsequently knocked back again. Fang Hao, brimming with excitement, said, Haha, you little brat, you actually managed to injure me. What kind of power is this? You still have a sword strike you haven't used, don't you? Ning stood tall and said, Yes, I'm afraid. He thought to himself, according to the description of divine punishment, it's too overpowered. Even if it can't kill Uncle Fang, it could still severely injure him. Seeing this, Fang Hao was confused. What's with that expression? Are you afraid of killing me? He then conceded, saying, Aya, just wait here. I'm going to find the commander-in-chief. Hearing this, Ning smiled smugly and said, Looks like killing Lu Haishan won't be a problem for me at all, huh? Just then, the phone suddenly rang. The caller was Wang Tian. The person on the other end said, Lord Ning, I just received some news. There's a problem with Sun Licheng's superhuman project. Hearing this, Ning exclaimed in shock. What? The scene shifts to Research Lab number 7. At that moment, everyone was standing outside the door, and they were happy to see him. Commissioner Ning, you've come at just the right time. The man in charge walked over anxiously. I am senior researcher Zhao Yu. Sun Licheng can cause over a dozen explosions a day. He's a con artist. Don't let him fool you anymore. Hearing this, Ning calmly asked, Where is Sun Licheng? Zhao Yu pointed inside and said, He's the one smoldering in there. Right then, he was tied tightly to a chair. Upon seeing Ning, Sun Licheng cried out, Commissioner Ning. Seeing his state, Ning turned and asked them, Did you all tie him up? Zhao Yu replied, Yes, we did. He's a fraud. If this continues, he'll blow up the entire institute sooner or later. Zhao Yu also added, I heard you previously approved tens of millions in funding for this liar to conduct his research. Our academy has many talented people. Why not let us handle it? He's just throwing your money away. He deserves to die. You have no idea. He burned through 1 million of your funds in just 2 weeks. Sun Licheng panicked when he saw Ye Ning approaching with a sword. Commissioner Ye Ning, please let me explain. Behind him, Zhao Yu continued to list his crimes, not to mention the equipment he's damaged. It could be worth up to tens of millions. But surprisingly, Ye Ning swung his sword before he could even finish speaking. Then he asked, Sun Licheng, are you all right? With the ropes now cut, he stammered, I'm fine. Seeing this, Zhao Yu shouted angrily, Commissioner Ye Ning, he's not doing any research at all. He's just wasting resources. If we hadn't denied his next request for materials, the losses would have been even greater than you think. But Ye Ning spoke coldly. Saving me money? Ye Ning asked coldly. When was the funding cut? Zhao Yu replied. 3 days ago, and yesterday, he tried to steal from the warehouse. Scientific research is a serious art, but he's just a useless bum who used to be a janitor at the research institute. He pointed at Sun Licheng and added, Ask him if he's ever had any professional training. Who taught him? Does he have any degrees? I even suspect the spiritual energy for his explosions was embezzled by him. Hearing this, he cried out in confusion. No, I didn't embezzle anything. Sun Licheng immediately knelt on the ground in front of Ye Ning. Lord Ye Ning, I don't understand why it's just a little bit off. If the next batch of materials fails, I'll pay with my life. Is that all right? Ye Ning smiled and pulled him up. It's fine. Tens of millions is indeed too little. I don't blame you. Hearing this, Sun Licheng stammered. What did you say? Ye Ning smiled. I said, stand up. I believe in you. Is another 1 billion enough for you? If not, then 10 billion. Hearing this, tears welled up in his eyes as he said, I. On the other side, Zhao Yu was shocked. This is, he continued, Commissioner Ye Ning. Don't you understand what we're saying? Just give this research to us. I guarantee results within 1 year. The people behind him also said, that's right, he's a liar. We are the ones who are truly high level. He approached Ye Ning and added, Ye Ning, forgive me for being blunt. It's normal for you to be tricked since you don't understand technology. But if you admit your mistake and correct it, we'll be happy to accept your funding. Leave it to us. The profits will be split evenly with you. That's right, Zhao Yu was right. But suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy radiated with immense pressure. Silence. Everyone else was terrified and prostrated themselves on the ground. Ye Ning looked at them and said, Good. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. The truly capable people have followed the old professors to research new technology. The ones left here scheming against each other are just fakes trying to make a quick buck. Hearing this, Zhao Yu retorted defiantly, Ye Ning, I know you're good at fighting, but do you understand technology? I guess when it comes to technology, you have to be a fraud to get ahead. He appeared stubborn, but what he hated most were brutes. Besides threatening us, what else can you do? Are you too scared to admit you've been tricked? Are you afraid of losing face? You idiot, you're a complete moron. Hearing this, Ye Ning immediately swung his sword without hesitation. Haha, what a fine image of someone unafraid of power. Do you really think saying that will make me praise you? At this point, Zhao Yu finally felt scared and backed away. What do you want to do? Ye Ning smiled and stepped closer. Since you're so courageous, I'll give you 2 choices. 1, die by my sword, and I'll give you the project. 2, pack your bags and get out immediately, and never work at the Research Institute again for the rest of your life. Hearing this, he was stunned. Ye Ning continued, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't say anything, I'll choose for you. 3, 2. At this moment, Zhao Yu stubbornly said, I'm just a researcher. How can I fight against a... Before he could finish, Ye Ning sent the guy flying. Got it. You chose the second option. Then he turned to the others. What about the rest of you? They immediately turned and ran. We resign. Sun Licheng, standing behind him, was still in shock. Commissioner Ye Ning. Ye Ning just smiled at him. Can you be more confident and decisive from now on? I'll back you up. What are you afraid of? The scene changes to another location. At the Marshal's office, Fang Hao walked in. Marshal, something big has happened. I've discovered that Ye Ning has another ace up his sleeve. Look at my wound. It can really kill Lu Haishan. We have to make the first move. Hearing this, Xuan Guo calmly replied, I understand, but you won't be able to kill Lu Haishan. Hearing this, he was confused. Why is that? Xuan Guo replied, Lu Haishan has canceled the deathmatch. Fang Hao was shocked to hear that. He added, the deathmatch was canceled, but a more forceful method has been used to ensure Ye Ning's death. Hearing this, Fang Hao was astonished. What do you mean? After things settled down, Ye Ning said, based on Sun Licheng's current progress, the Transcendent plan will be successful in less than 3 months. Around the end of the year, the strategy of the Huaxia war zone will be greatly improved, and by then, the Sky Mothership will also take shape. Unfortunately, after killing Lu Haishan, the old faction has made a move, so I can no longer act alone. The national war is a battle between 2 pinnacles, and with my current strength, it's barely enough. Although the Marshal is mentally prepared, the The penalty the system imposes for losing the national war is tied to the nation's fate, including unlimited consequences like reducing the birth rate of awakeners, an increase of monsters in the war zone, and geological disasters. The national war is something the system imposes on all nations. Refusing to participate is equivalent to a complete failure. Although the penalty can be endured for a while, the chain reaction will directly affect the level of the next disaster. In the past, the Great Xia was destroyed by natural disasters, foreign invasions, and internal strife, so I absolutely cannot allow myself to make the same mistake again. To minimize natural disasters and foreign invasions, the national war must be won so that other nations will bear the punishment of national fate. During the national war, I'll cripple them, and after the national war, I'll flatten them. The key issue now is that after killing Lu Haishan, how can I avoid being surrounded and attacked by the old faction? 1 month before the national war breaks out, where should I go to level up? Suddenly, the system appeared. He said, "Oh, Shui Ying, you've escaped the demon battlefield?" Shui Ying's voice came from the screen. "Help me kill Ying Long. I know you can do it. It's really not easy for me to talk to you, so just promise me now." He asked her, "Where are you?" "Don't tell me you've been captured again," she replied. "Stop playing dumb. I already helped you get the materials, and you've already taken the set. Will you agree to my request or not?" Ying Long struggled to kill 100 demons, but not only did he not get the set, he also discovered the instance dungeon had been destroyed. At this moment, the tall buildings were engulfed in a sea of fire. Seeing no reward appear, Ying Long roared, "Ah, where's my reward? Where's my equipment set? It's fake. It's all fake. Who on earth tricked me?" He angrily grabbed Zhang Ming's head. "Who is plotting against me? Is it you?" With his head in the man's grip, Zhang Ming replied in fear, "No." Before he could finish, Ying Long crushed his head. "Damn it, who could it be?" He turned to Shui Ying and said, "Let's go. What reward did Miss Blood Oriole receive?" She panicked and stammered, "Nothing." Tears streamed down her face. "If I hadn't played the victim earlier, I'm afraid I would have been killed already." "Yi Ning, you're such a heartless bastard. You've made me suffer like this. Do you even have a conscience?" Yi Ning sneered. "A conscience? Oh, sorry, it hasn't fully developed yet. And if Ying Long didn't kill you, it's definitely not as simple as you say, right?" She replied to him. Blood Oriole said helplessly, "Ying Long didn't kill me this time because he hasn't found any evidence." "Are you really going to be so cruel?" Ye Ning replied coldly, "I am." She was provoked to anger by him. "Damn it, Ye Ning, you're such a heartless bastard. You've made me suffer like this. Do you have any conscience at all?" He burst out laughing. "Oh, you're not wrong. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." Blood Oriole desperately tried to keep him on the line. "Wait, I really know Ying Long's weakness. His real weakness. If you can kill Ying Long, you can get huge benefits from him." Yi Ning replied, "That's more like it. Now we're talking. What's Ying Long's real weakness? Isn't it that he has no mental strength?" The reason Ying Long has no mental strength is because he has an item on him, the Blood Shadow, which can instantly convert the will attribute into physical strength. Ying Long isn't actually a peak 3rd tier. He's just a false peak. Blood Oriole said, "His own talent is very poor. His entire combat power depends completely on this item." Yi Ning chuckled to himself. "Is that so? This is indeed huge news." He thought, "Isn't this will conversion just like the effect of my Spirit Peace Ring?" However, the conversion limit for a 3rd tier with the Spirit Peace Ring is 10 points, but the Blood Shadow item has no limit. My current will attribute is much higher than my other attributes, plus the 3-second, 100% boost from my Spiritual Storm talent. If I can get my hands on the Blood Shadow item, wouldn't my physical body be able to match a peak 3rd tier? He said to Blood Oriole, "I can go kill Ying Long anytime, but why does it have to be now? What's in it for me if I save you?" Blood Oriole explained, "Ying Long's Blood Shadow item has a side effect, which is that the conversion is irreversible, and only I know how to remove this side effect." Yi Ning said, "How do I know you're not just lying to save your own skin? How about you tell me the method first, and then I'll consider saving you." She got angry. "You bastard. What reason do I have to trust you?" He replied, "I've already killed Lu Tianming, your 2 younger sisters. I've also sent people to take care of them." Hearing this, Blood Oriole froze, choking back sobs, unable to speak. "All right, I'll tell you. Actually, in my Blood Shadow safe zone, Ying Long killed my father, and Blood Shadow was my father's talent. That Blood Shadow item was made from my father's skull." Yi Ning was surprised. "What did you say? Explain clearly. Was that your father, or Blood Oriole's father? Isn't your real identity Linlan?" Blood Oriole sobbed. "Linlan is just a cover for me. The previous Blood Oriole was actually Sister Xiao Yan, disguised for my safety and for intelligence purposes. It's a long story. In short, I am the real Blood Oriole. Kill Ying Long, and the Blood Shadow safe zone is yours. The Blood Shadow item is yours, and I, Blood Oriole, will be yours too." After listening to her explanation, Ye Ning was satisfied. "So that's how it is. The information checks out now," she continued. "I've given you everything I can, so are you going to save me or not?" Yi Ning bluntly hung up. "Let me make some arrangements." Blood Oriole stared at the screen, angry and helpless. "Damn it, is that a yes or a no?" Yi Ning pondered. Although I'm really tempted, this is a really troublesome time. The day after tomorrow, I have a death match with Lu Haishan. It'll be too late to go there after that's settled. Maybe I should ask Uncle Fang to go for me? Then, he called Fang Hao, who answered and informed him, Yi Ning, something big has happened. I have to go to the border urgently. You should go find the marshal quickly. He will explain it to you. In the marshal's office, he said, Ye Ning, Lu Haishan has canceled the death match. At the same time, the old faction's warlords have secretly launched a coup. Yi Ning asked, a secret coup? What does that mean? He explained, West Hua, East Hua, South Hua. In addition, Putan, Shancheng, Qinggan, and 12 other military districts have all shown abnormal troop movements. These are all places where our control is weakest. He asks, is this a clear sign of a declaration of war? Xuanguo says slowly, it hasn't reached that point yet, but the situation is indeed very bad. Some of the old third-tier forces on the frontier have resigned, citing health reasons or requesting leave. Yi Ning asks again, Yi Dao still doesn't want to show their true colors yet? So what is their goal? He replies, their goal is to force us to make a choice. Either hand you over and force you to your death, or force us to give up the national war and drag down the army in Great Xia. He asks curiously, so what is everyone's choice? The man says, Ye Ning, don't overthink it. Since we've chosen you, we will definitely stick with you to the end. Yi Ning stands up, turns, and walks away. So our difficulty right now is that we don't have any peak combat power to participate in the national war, right? In that case, I'll go alone. Seeing his attitude, Xuanguo angrily slams his hand on the table. He says, Ye Ning, if you think like that, you're playing right into their hands. They just want to force you to die in the national war, then slander your name and say you died because of your own arrogance. Killing you would be as easy as flipping their hand for them. We would rather give up the national war and plan for the long term than let anything happen to you. They're doing this because they're certain we care more about the people than they do. If the pressure becomes too great, at worst, I'll just... Before he could finish, Ye Ning cuts him off. Commander-in-Chief, don't get so worked up. First, I will definitely go to the national war. Second, I am completely confident. The man furrows his brow and asks, are you serious? He clenches his fist and pounds his chest, affirming, absolutely. But right now, immediately give me some high-level third tiers. I need to go to the far frontier. Ye Ning thinks, once I kill Yinglong and get the Blood Shadow item, my physical combat power will be on par with a peak third tier. The national war, it's just a bunch of trashy countries. When I return, I alone will be enough to slaughter all of you. The scene changes to the Geje Desert in the far frontier. Yinglong announces, this is the territory of the Blood Shadow Legion. You are not welcome here. Go back to where you came from. These people are from Fenkasikeki. He says, Commander Yinglong, you Huaxia people, have a saying that guests from afar should be treated with hospitality. Not to mention I've come this time to discuss a partnership. Yinglong scoffs. A partnership? Is the partnership you're talking about invading my territory and stealing my ore mine? Hakichi says, it's all just a misunderstanding. Commander Yinglong, we didn't know this was your territory before. As long as you're willing to cooperate, not only will we not mind compensating you for your previous losses, a second later, he takes out a red crystal and says, as far as I know, you have always been collecting resources and items that can enhance the will attribute. Although this blood crystal isn't high grade, it's still useful to you. As long as you're willing to share this spirit or mine with us, we can provide you with a continuous supply of our country's unique blood crystals. Hearing this, the man replies softly, I admit, I do need this. Then he raises his voice. But your goal isn't just the spirit or mine. You want to take over this place, right? This is the border, and there's an army stationed nearby. You've miscalculated. Heikiki bursts out laughing. Pfft, the army? They can't even protect themselves, so why must Commander Yinglong deceive himself? Even if the army attacks you later, with my country's support, they won't be able to do a thing. At this moment, Yinglong displays his power. What you call a partnership is treason in the eyes of the army. No matter what, I am an awakened one from the Huaxia war zone. The man laughs sinisterly. Ha ha ha, Yinglong. Does the commander need to be so dramatic? Are the soldiers who have died at your hands not enough? Treason? In the face of sufficient benefits, what the hell is a country? Then Hakiki takes out the blood crystals and piles them into a small mound. Make a decision. I get 4, you get 6, and a full supply of blood crystals. With our help, establishing your own nation will no longer be a problem. Hearing this, Yinglong is satisfied. Now that's more like it. But before we officially cooperate, first, you must destroy the construction core to show your sincerity. He agreed without hesitation. No problem. A pleasure doing business with you. Suddenly, Yi Ning's group appeared. They made the two suspicious of each other. Yinglong said, Keqi, are you planning to kill me? Keqi turned to look at them, stunned. Yinglong, you ambushed me? Yi Ning laid out the plan for everyone. First to kill the Blood Shadow Legion. They obeyed, replying, yes, Commissioner. Seeing the critical situation, Yinglong ordered them to spread out and activate the psionic shield. The newcomers were all high-tier rank 3, and they were military personnel. On the other side, Keiichi guessed they were here for Yinglong. The entire army was ordered to fall back and observe. Down below, Yinglong prepared to attack. "You dare sneak attack me? You're asking for death." Yinglong pointed his spear. Yi Ning told everyone, "It's dangerous. Dodge now. You guys spread out first. Lure away the high-ranking ones. I'll kill Yinglong in the mid-tiers." Everyone followed the order. "Roger." He closed in, facing him directly, and greeted him. "Long time no see, Commander Yinglong, huh?" Yinglong blocked the blow and asked, "Who are you? A mere mid-tier rank 3 dares to challenge me? How absurd! I don't care who you are. In my eyes, you're just a dead man." Yi Ning then held up the ring on his hand. "If you don't recognize me, you should at least recognize him, right?" Then, Fugui emerged from the ring. "Hello there, little bug." The man realized this was that rank 4 NPC. How could an NPC appear in the real world? Yi Ning seized the opportunity to strike. Now's my chance. I'll take your life while you're vulnerable." Dimensional shock. Everything seemed to freeze, and he immediately killed all of Yinglong's troops. Dimensional shock. 10-hit slash. Next, he dealt with the man himself. "All the remaining time is for you." Then he used a new move to finish him off. Enlightened Flame. Extreme Cold. Right now, Yinglong could only see Ye Ning in the void. He thought to himself, that guy disappeared. Was this NPC summoned by him? How could a rank 4 be turned into a summoned pet by a mid-tier rank 3? That's right, there must be a trick to this. He pondered for a moment, then used all his power. Blood Shadow, full release, full defense release, and protected his mind. He charged forward to attack Fugui. "Stop playing tricks, die." Seeing this, he cried out for help. "I'm dead, master, save me." At this point, Ye Ning used the ring to retract Fugui back inside. Then he held out his hand and used the skill Open Dimensional Shock. In just a few short seconds, Yinglong saw that his underlings had been defeated. "Ha," he said. "This is. So it turns out you were the one who killed all my subordinates in the dungeon." At that moment, Ye Ning was slashing relentlessly. He was protected inside by Blood Shadow full release. He grunted, Then he proceeded to use another skill, Blood Shadow Defense. Meanwhile, he got into a stance to use a new skill. He shouted, "God's Wrathlock, rank 4 summon." Immediately after, his own figure charged forward from behind him. He commanded, "Slash him for me." Seeing this, Yinglong hurriedly used rank 4 Phantom, adding Blood Shadow Embodiment and Man and Shadow Fusion. But Ye Ning's skill was too powerful, and he couldn't resist, so he called out, "Keiichi, help me." Keiichi, standing far away, thought to himself, "This move is too bizarre. If I go help him, is this business deal worth it?" Seeing this, Ye Ning turned towards Keiichi and fired a laser-like skill at him. "Mind Blast. You dare to help? Then I'll kill you too." He leaned to one side to dodge the attack, and witnessing Ye Ning's destructive power, he thought to himself, "Damn, this kid still has a card up his sleeve. I'm afraid Yinglong is a lost cause. It's better to just watch the show from the sidelines and see if I can get anything out of it." This time, Yinglong had no support. The weapon in his hand was shattered, and he fell to the ground. "Ah!" Yinglong struggled to get up and unleashed a move. Zone Sacrifice, Blood God's Descent, Protect Me. But this skill of his was also useless, as he was immediately slashed across the body by Ye Ning's rank 4 summon. He cried out, "Arg!" Then, he fired a Mind Blast beam at him. He said, "Let's add another Mind Blast." Yinglong stammered, "Gay K." This was the fake Demon King's equipment set, and just like that, Ye Ning blew his head off. Everyone who witnessed this scene was astonished, their minds completely shaken. Keiichi took this opportunity to approach and flatter him. "My good brother, may I ask what I should call you? How about we become friends and discuss a partnership?" He turned back and glared at him. "What a coincidence. I was just about to discuss a partnership with you too." Keiichi said, "Brother, I see you have extraordinary strength. How about joining us? Not only will the benefits be generous, but I can also directly promote you to vice commander. Just sign the contract." Ye Ning replied, "Wait, aren't you getting things backward? Do you guys really think you're stronger than Yinglong? Can you withstand my ultimate move?" Hearing this, he laughed. "Ha ha, although I'm not as strong as Yinglong, I've at least reached the peak 3rd stage. For a mid-level 3rd stage user to unleash an ultimate move like that is truly astonishing, but at the end of the day, your spiritual energy is already depleted." He then summoned an orb surrounded by purple lightning, continuing, "I am a dual type, psychic and agility, so your last psychic attack isn't as effective on me as it was on Yinglong. Therefore, I'll give you a chance to survive now." He gave a sinister smile. "Either submit or die." Ye Ning burst out laughing. "Pfft, ha ha ha, that joke is good enough to make me laugh for a lifetime." At that moment, a powerful red energy radiated from around him. He said, "I'm dying of laughter. Who told you my spiritual energy was depleted, huh?" He thought to himself, I didn't even use any spiritual energy for that last move." Seeing this, Keiichi thought, how can this be? Does a mid-level 3rd stage guy actually have more spiritual energy reserves than a peak 3rd stage one? Then Ye Ning leaped high into the air, lunging towards him. Judgment Lock. Keiichi's men closed in, forming an encirclement. Guard! After just a few seconds, the orb in his hand dissipated. He was shocked. My lightning orb? This oppressive aura is different from the move that killed Yinglong. Yi Ning shouted, now it's your turn to choose. Submit or die. Even then, he remained stubborn. How ridiculous. I am a mighty peak third-stage warrior. How could I possibly submit to someone else? Yi Ning replied, unwilling? Then die. Then a slash from his sword shot straight towards the group of people in front of him. Keiichi's technique was shattered, and he pleaded, no, don't, wait a moment. Seeing this, Yi Ning retracted the skill on his sword. Oh, then Keiichi presented a contract saying, my lord, I admit I'm afraid of death, but honestly, even if I agree to submit, would you trust me and be at ease? Why don't you just let us go? I can sign a secrecy pact, guaranteeing I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Besides, you can have anything you want. All the equipment and items on me are yours. Yi Ning sheathed his sword and said, you're overthinking things. I have my own way of ensuring your loyalty. Keiichi was curious. Haha, what way is that? Immediately after, he released a stream of green energy. Just answer me, submit or die, or I can gravely injure you and then force you to submit. Keiichi spoke in fear. This is? Yi Ning didn't answer. Then I'll assume you've chosen the latter. All of Keiichi's men knelt and kowtowed to him. He said, I choose to submit. But in his heart, he was still scheming. Survive first, think later. After all, I can break any contract. Then Yi Ning made his move. Mind Devourer set activated, demonic conversion, and his skill immediately penetrated his head. He cried out in pain, Arg. His men suffered the same fate. Yi Ning whispered, the rest of you should change masters too. 2 high-level, 6 mid-level, 8 low-level. The low-level ones can be used as cannon fodder, while the mid and high-level ones can be raised as sacrifices. With that done, he and Keiichi's group flew back to the gathering point. They were in a panic. Ah, my lord, why is my staff gone? Ah, my little Kiki. Oh my god, I'm still a virgin. Huh. Did something happen to Commissioner Yi Ning? Let's go back and check. He landed on the ground and said, I'm fine. Don't kill these high-level guys just yet. Just leave them to me. A teammate asked curiously. Commissioner Yi Ning, he said, you're no longer needed here. Return to the capital quickly and report to the marshal. They obeyed. Yes, sir. Commissioner Yi Ning. As his teammates left, he began to convert the others. Mind Devourer, demonic conversion. The skill immediately corroded deep into their minds, making them cry out, and he held out the ring on his hand to absorb them inside. Soul-collecting ring. Yi Ning was pleased with his substantial loot. This harvest was huge. With these sacrifices on hand, I can unleash my rage at any time. Just then, Keiichi came up to him, whimpering, boo-hoo-hoo. My staff, my little Kiki. Boo-hoo-hoo. Yi Ning slapped him and said, it's just a bug, what's the big deal? He muttered. Yeah. Yi Ning continued. You're supposed to be at the peak level, yet you're so pathetic. If you say one more word, I'll sew your mouth shut. Open your status panel and see for yourself. Haven't you gotten stronger? Keiichi immediately obeyed. Ah, yes, master. He looked at the screen and said happily, my willpower stat is a little weaker than before, but my strength and constitution stats have increased significantly. I told you, this is all about compensating for your weaknesses with your strengths. Yi Ning held the ring in front of him and said, all right, go back to the storage space for now. I'll summon you again when there's a mission. He obeyed. Understood, master. After that, Yi Ning stored them all inside. Inside the spirit ring's storage space, Fu Gui stood with his hands on his hips, lecturing the minions. Another newcomer? First, call me boss. As long as you understand the rules, I'll arrange rooms for you. Outside, Yi Ning returned to Yinglong's body, thinking, according to Shui Ying, the blood shadow item is embedded in his back muscles. It's a type of equipment that's powered by an energy source, so it should be easy to find. He stood before Yinglong's body, observing it for a moment. Then, he stabbed his sword into the body. A red, triangular object flew into his hand, and he guessed, oh, this must be it. A notification panel appeared. You have obtained an ownerless item, a special grade item. Item effect 1, Limit Break. After equipping, you can extract spiritual power from the wielder and convert it into any attribute in a very short amount of time. The upper limit of this conversion can exceed your current level. Item effect 2. Illusory God Blood Shadow can extract stored spiritual power from the body upon use, consuming it to resist damage. The maximum damage resistance is 10,000 points. Warning, the blood shadow stored in this item carries an unknown curse. Once equipped, the conversion rate cannot be manually adjusted and can only be converted passively. Yi Ning said, it's just as Shui Ying said, this thing can convert power beyond one's level. Ying Long, a high-level third-tier being, was able to use it to become a peak-level expert, then so can I. Yi Ning collected all the useful items from their bodies into his ring, but this curse, the price is indeed very high. I'll just store it away for now and deal with it after I find Shui Ying. If I can really break the curse, Wouldn't fighting a peak third-tier opponent be much easier? Then I can use the Abyssal Demon transformation to create my own army of peak-level experts, and winning the war between nations will be a piece of cake. At Yinglong's villa, Shui Ying, who was imprisoned inside, heard a noise from outside. She grew anxious, hearing footsteps outside. Who could it be? Ye Ning or Yinglong? Haha, what am I even thinking? Setting aside whether Ye Ning would even agree, even if he did come, he couldn't be this fast. Shui Ying lowered her head and slammed her hand on the ground. Yinglong doesn't allow anyone near this place, so it can only be him returning. My time is finally up. Just then, Ye Ning calmly walked into Yinglong's villa. The two guards saw him and stopped him. Stop! Who are you? How dare you trespass in Lord Yinglong's mansion? Don't waste time talking to him. Lord Yinglong has ordered that anyone who comes here must be captured immediately. Ye Ning held out a token and said, "Recognize this? It's the commander's token Yinglong uses to command the Imperial Guards." Shui Ying sat in her cell, nervously keeping her eyes fixed on the door. The moment she saw him enter, her eyes lit up. Yi Ning shouldered his sword and smiled playfully. "What's wrong? Who did you think it was?" With two swift slashes, the shackles on Shui Ying's hands and feet were shattered. "It's nothing. I just wasn't expecting you." Yi Ning dropped what he was carrying. She recognized it at a glance. It was Yinglong. He nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Shui Ying was so moved she covered her mouth and cried, "I've finally lived to see this day." Memories of that tragic day flooded back. "Laojiang, I'm entrusting Ying to you. Please take good care of her for me." Both her father and mother had sacrificed themselves to protect their child. Ying, run, and don't look back." Shui Ying clutched the piece of shackle in her hand, praying silently. "Mom, Dad, that traitor is finally dead. Even though I wasn't the one to kill him, I did everything I could. I hope you can both rest in peace." Unable to contain her emotions, she rushed forward and hugged him. "Thank you, Yi Ning." He coldly pushed Huaxia away and demanded, "If you want to thank me, then tell me right now how to break the curse on the Blood Shadow artifact." She exclaimed in confusion. "Huh?" Ye Ning didn't like to wait and urged her, "Hurry up. I'm very busy." Huaxia's face flushed, and she stammered. Yi Ning took out the item and guessed wildly, "How do I fix this thing? Is it like in those blood magic novels, requiring virgin blood or for us to mate? Or do I have to resolve your grudge? If that's the case, let's save some time. You take the initiative, and just let me know when you're done." Huaxia's face flushed with anger, and she gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly. How can such a shameless, clueless, and perverted man exist in this world? Before we do that, I have another question. Yi Ning replied calmly, "What do you want to ask, or are you tricking me? There's actually no way to break it, right?" Huaxia waved her hands, correcting him. No, I'm not tricking you. I can break the curse, but some things are really important to me." At this, Ye Ning sat up to talk. "So, what is it you want to ask?" She then fired off a series of questions about this place. "Yinglong is dead, so what are you going to do with the Blood Shadow safe zone? Will the army take it over? Can the far frontier be reclaimed? Can I meet the person who killed Yinglong?" Instead of answering, Ye Ning posed a few questions of his own. "Do you want to return to the Blood Shadow Legion? Do you want to replace Yinglong? Do you want to negotiate terms with me or with the army? You're not qualified to negotiate with me. I killed Yinglong for you, and you'll help me break the curse. That makes us even. As for the army, they won't be taking action for the time being. As for the great person you want to meet, he's far away, yet right before your eyes." Hearing this, Huaxia began to understand. "What do you mean? Don't tell me. You're the one who killed Yinglong?" Ye Ning confirmed, then lifted Huaxia's chin threateningly. "That's right, so you'd better not test my patience. Get on with breaking the curse. After that, I'll consider what you want. If you try to use this to force my hand, I have plenty of ways to make you cooperate, so no more arguing." She stated it plainly. "The way to break it is to sleep with me. A drop of blood after I get pregnant can undo it." He thought it was a joke, but she was serious. "Is there really a blood magic method like this?" Before they did anything, Ye Ning warned her, "Don't think you can use the child to threaten me later. I won't feel a thing for it. Besides, wouldn't we have to wait 9 months for you to get pregnant?" She began to undress, saying, "That won't be necessary. You've awakened. We just need to combine, and the birth can happen in 1 or 2 days." Even as she said this, she was thinking to herself, "Damn it. Of course this method is a lie, but what can I do when you're so powerful? To capture your heart, I have no choice but to use this underhanded tactic. As for the real method, I'll just help you with it in secret." The events that followed are censored by this screen. Before you know it, 2 hours have passed. Huaxia couldn't bear it any longer and cried out, "You bastard! Aren't you supposed to be busy?" Ye Ning replied sinisterly, "A little faster." Sure enough, as if implying the seed had been sown, one must sacrifice for the sake of world peace. The jade orb began to glow, and a bolt of lightning struck its core, causing it to burst open. The next day, Ning looked at the item with fascination as it had already begun to repair itself. In a corner of the bed, Huaxia lay paralyzed and motionless. She listlessly mumbled some nonsensical words. God of the vast desert, by the blood of the Father, the sages, and the Holy Spirit, cleanse this filth. Break the curse. Ning glanced at Huaxia, already knowing the answer. The real way to break the curse was probably to use her blood with an incantation, but it didn't matter. As long as the curse was broken, it wouldn't affect him anyway. The jade orb lit up in the middle of the room, and the system announced its completion. The unknown curse had vanished. Do you wish to select settings? He quickly made his choice, installing it without hesitation. A massive surge of power entered Ning from behind, erupting with such force that he couldn't suppress a groan. Everything in the room nearly exploded, and even Huaxia was thrown into the air, sent flying away, and slammed hard against the wall. Without hesitation, Huaxia quickly commanded, Ning, control your spiritual power and retract the blood shadow. Upon hearing this, he quickly stopped and asked, I've withdrawn my spiritual power. Are you all right? Huaxia replied as if she'd just escaped death. Besides almost getting blown to smithereens, I'm fine for now. Why is your blood shadow so much stronger than Yinglong's? Ning reminded her. Have you forgotten? I'm a will awakener. My spiritual power is naturally stronger than those of other types. Huaxia didn't believe it, and retorted defiantly. But even so, a mid-tier 3 can't possibly be stronger than a peak tier 3. Hearing this, something felt off, so he asked again to be sure. Peak tier 3? Didn't you say Yinglong was actually a high tier 3? Realizing she'd been caught, she looked away and said evasively, I certainly didn't tell you everything. Besides, I never expected you to actually kill Yinglong. Ning didn't say much. A simple "oh" from him was enough to make Huaxia confess. All right, the truth is, Yinglong's combat power is equivalent to a peak tier 3. I was afraid you wouldn't come to save me, so I had no choice but to say that. Ning just laughed heartily without saying more. So that's how it was? Since you helped me break the curse, I'll let it slide. This is Yinglong's command token. Take it. The Blood Shadow Legion is temporarily under your command. I hope your abilities can match your ambition. Huaxia took it and exclaimed in surprise, Are you really giving the Blood Shadow Legion to me? He had to clarify for her. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not that I have feelings for you. I just need a helper. Or, to be more precise, a loyal subordinate. Huaxia stepped forward, referring to what happened yesterday, and asserted, Besides admitting that I am your woman and the mother of your child, how else can you verify my loyalty? Ning crossed his arms coldly. Without a contract, I could also make you barren for life and turn you into an aberrant demon, loyal to me forever. Huaxia stepped back, her voice still undaunted. Is this the outfit of that aberrant demon? Are you saying you can turn me into one? Ning gave a sinister smile with a chilling look in his eyes. What do you say? Want to give it a try? Huaxia waved her hands in fear. No, even without any contract, I would never betray you. Not waiting for her any longer, he assigned the task. I have no use for this equipment and these spirit fruits, so take them and use them. Also, I will leave you some money and some high-level aberrant demon subordinates to help you manage this frontier. In addition, I will arrange for 2 people to help you. One is Lin Ru and the other is Tang Hai. With this support and power, even if news of Yinglong's death spreads, the Blood Shadow Legion won't have to worry about being overthrown. Huaxia quickly realized his scheme. You've arranged all this just to keep me in check, haven't you? No, that's not it. Do you mean you're about to leave the frontier? Ning nodded without a hint of reluctance. That's right. I've already said it. I don't have time. She stomped her foot in frustration and yelled, How can you be so heartless? He turned and left silently, without a word of goodbye or regret. That's right. So, instead of wasting emotions, it's better to focus on building a powerful empire. After some time, I'll come back to check on things. Don't disappoint me. Huaxia was heartbroken, her expression pained, wanting to hold him back but unable to find the words. Ning walked to the gate, calculating his next move. Now that I have the Blood Shadow, my combat power is on par with the peak level. Even without using sword skills before the National War, I can still stir up a huge storm. Whether it's the peak tier 3 class change, or dungeons, secret realms, equipment, and sword skills, I'll just have to tackle them one by one. Ning said in a low voice as he walked. Before going abroad, I need to sort out the frontier first. On the roof of a ruined building, a female archer was watching him. She immediately drew her bow and shouted, Halt! Who goes there? He was a little surprised, but instead of being afraid, he smiled. Even though he had chosen a ruined place, the guards were not careless at all. From above, she asked in a stern voice, Are you here to cause trouble? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Stop! Startling her. She immediately called out, Commander! Below, Ning also tilted his head to look over. Bing Shui pointed directly at Ning and shouted, He's one of us, here to see me, stand down. Hearing this, the archer immediately lowered her bow and nodded seriously in compliance. Yes, Commander. A moment later, Ye Ning looked at Bing Shui and praised her. You've already reached early Tier 3 in such a short time, and you've even built up your own little faction. Oh, well done, Bing Shui humbly replied. If it weren't for the resources you provided me last time, I wouldn't have been able to achieve what I have today. Let's skip the small talk and get straight to the point. Who do you want me to help you kill? Hearing this, he laughed. So smart and straightforward, you truly have the makings of a queen. However, the current mission isn't about killing someone. Shui Ying has temporarily taken over the Blood Shadow safe zone. Take your people and find her. Bing Shui was a bit surprised. So Shui Ying is also one of your people, and she was able to take over the Blood Shadow. Does that mean Ying Long was killed by you? Yi Ning asked in return. Smart Bing Shui, tell me, what happens after you find Shui Ying? She answered without hesitation. Observe her. If she's loyal to you and competent, I'll help her secure power. Otherwise, I'll kill her for you. He smiled with satisfaction. Correct. Talking to a smart person is indeed simple. Of course, with your current strength and squad, you can't do it yet. So this time, I've brought you some equipment, supplies, and money, plus one absolutely loyal third-rank subordinate, 8 early-stage third-rank subordinates, and 2 high-stage third-rank subordinates. That should be enough for you to handle things. These men immediately knelt and greeted in unison. Greetings, Commander Lin. Bing Shui looked at them and immediately recognized them as members of the Variant Legion. Yi Ning continued. If these men aren't enough for you to handle the situation, then the 4 people beside Shui Ying, the high-stage third-rank members of the Blood Shadow Legion, are also my people. She smiled with a look of admiration. Truly meticulous. If I'm not mistaken, these people are only absolutely loyal to you, right? Ye Ning put a finger to his lips. Shh, you see it, but don't say it. Bing Shui declared seriously. Ye Ning, although I find everything astonishing, I don't want to ask how you did it. I just want to say that I will never betray you. Working with you is the first time in my life I've felt so exhilarated. In the Kang Lang safe zone, the Kang Lang Palace, the former commander of the Kang Lang safe zone, Mu La Di Li, spoke up. Isn't it just a trade with outsiders? You're all grown up, yet you can't handle it. Do you really need an old man like me to come here? The current commander of the Kang Lang safe zone, named Kang Lang, explained. Please calm down, father. This matter is truly important. Hakichi insisted that you and I must both be present, and he also said it's not just about trading ore, but also equipment. Di Li gave a sinister smile. Equipment, you say? In that case, I really must make a trip. Where is Hakichi's group? Why aren't they here yet? Just then, the sound of the door opening was heard from outside. Ye Ning entered with Kei-Chi's team, and Kei-Chi shouted loudly, Commander, old Commander, Commander Kei-Chi has arrived. Beside him was Tang Hai, looking cheerful. Brother Kang Lang, old Commander, it's been a long time. Then, Ye Ning snapped his fingers, and the door shut. Tang Hai froze and asked in confusion, young Master Ye, what are you doing? He replied nonchalantly, locking the door to beat the dogs, leaving Tang Hai stunned. Di Li, sitting above, said in a cold voice, Ha Kei-Chi, this subordinate of yours seems quite disrespectful. Kang Lang also added, a mere subordinate is already so arrogant. Where is your sincerity in this cooperation, Ha Kei-Chi? But Kei-Chi looked towards Ye Ning as he spoke. Humph, he is not my subordinate, he is my master. Hearing this, all 3 of them were startled and exclaimed, What? Immediately after, Ye Ning stepped forward and got straight to the point. I am Ye Ning, number 1 on the Huaxia list, an honorary committee member. Today, I, Ye Ning, have come to take over the Kang Lang safe zone, and I hope you will all cooperate. Tang Hai couldn't believe it, Ye Ning. Then he thought to himself, Fang Hao, you son of a bee. You've screwed me over. What do I do now if the commander investigates this? Then, Tang Hai pretended to fall and cried out, I'm having a heart attack! He told himself to play dumb for now. At this moment, Kang Lang spoke up. Someone from the military? Father, we've been tricked. Di Li stood up and added, This visitor comes with ill intentions. Ye Ning laughed in response. If you can be like Hakichi and willingly become my subordinates, the Kang Lang safe zone will still be under your command. How about it? Kang Lang raised his mace and shouted, What kind of times are these that any random stray dares to come here and bark? What's so great about the military? So what if you're a committee member? You're just a scrawny mid-stage third-rank brat. He rushed straight forward, his voice echoing. I'm the dignified peak third-rank commander of a district. Why would I ever let you oppress me? But Ye Ning immediately unleashed his full-blood shadow, and the energy enveloped and blasted Kang Lang away. He skidded across the ground, growling. Blood shadow. Isn't that Ying Long's ultimate technique? How can you use it? Di Li also shouted. What is your relationship with Ying Long? He confidently replied. I already killed him. Hearing this, Kang Lang was shocked. What? That's impossible. Di Li, beside him, was also confused. Among the peak third-rank individuals, Ying Long was considered one of the very best. You're only a mid-tier third rank, so how could you possibly have done it? Kei-Chi ran over to intervene and explained. Why not? I witnessed it with my own 2 eyes. Otherwise, do you think a peak third-rank cultivator like me would become his servant? Tang Hai, lying on the ground, was stunned when he heard this. Oh no, young Master Ye killed Ying Long? If this is true, it's a good thing I've always been polite to Ye Ning. Qi put his hands on his hips and warned them, I advise you to accept my master's proposal. Or do you want to get beaten up before you accept? Besides, if you submit, aside from losing your manhood, your strength will also increase. Across from them, Kang Lang was shocked. If we submit, besides losing our manhood, our strength will also increase? Di Li also asked in surprise, how is that possible? Yi Ning walked over and pushed Qi aside. That's enough, you idiot. You talk too much. Qi's voice still called out, you'll understand in a moment. Yes, master? At that moment, Di Li and Kang Lang charged forward anyway. Di Li roared, ridiculous. What kind of men would we be without our manhood? And Qi is actually proud of it. How absurd. This old man would rather die than submit just to survive. Hearing this, Ye Ning drew his sword. It seems you've chosen to do this the hard way. Are you sure you're stronger than Ying Long? At that moment, Di Li swung his mace, his voice steely. We'll find out who's stronger after we fight. Kang Lang closed in beside him and added, even if we're not as strong as Ying Long, we refuse to believe you can defeat us. Yi Ning frowned and gave an order. Qi, you take the younger one. The old man is mine. Qi, standing nearby, complied. Understood. Yes, master. And just like that, Di Li and Kang Lang were blasted by Ye Ning's heaven-piercing blood shadow, shattering everything. Inside the tower, 2 powerful magic spells clashed. Wolf Shattering Mountains. Blood Shadow Windblade. In a corner of the room, Tang Hai struggled to block the flying debris with a weak shield. He trembled in fear from the immense magical power. This wave of energy. Damn it. Kang Lang looked around in annoyance and demanded, this place is too restrictive. Let's take this fight somewhere else. Qi nodded. Agreed. Meanwhile, the battle between Ye Ning and Di Li was just as intense. Ye Ning's eyes flashed as he activated his magic, attribute power transfer. The system quickly responded. 153 points of the willpower attribute transferred to the strength attribute. 94 points plus 153 points. With the setup complete, an explosive move sent Di Li flying. Blood Shadow Landslide. With his vast experience, he easily blocked the powerful attack. Xuanling Reinforced Armor. Activate. You're just a mid-tier 3rd rank. How can you possess this much power? Yi Ning gloated, pointing to himself and boasting. Of course. It's because I was born with a powerful willpower system. So, old man, have you given up yet? Di Li felt insulted and raised his axe to retaliate. Give up my ass! A mere willpower system brat dares to match strength with a dual strength constitution user like me. Doesn't that mean my 80 years of training were a complete waste? As he spoke, a massive wolf made of magical energy lunged forward. Vicious Wolf Shadow Pounce! Yi Ning remained perfectly calm, activating armor that covered his body and converting his entire constitution. The wolf lunged and bit down on him, but unfortunately, it ended up breaking a few of its teeth because he was too hard. Ye Ning smirked sarcastically. Is this pathetic amount of power all you've gained in over 80 years? He swung his sword fiercely, sending the oversized wolf flying. Elemental Wind Blade. Raging Flame. Unwilling to admit defeat, Di Li instantly summoned several dozen more wolves. Bloodwolf Howling at the Moon formation. Yi Ning clenched his fist, concentrating all his power. Full Blood Shadow. Power Conversion. A spirit beast in the form of a tribal warrior materialized behind him. Arbiter, to your post. Yi Ning swung his sword down forcefully, unleashing a torrent of magical energy. The wolves cautiously backed away. Blood Shadow Judgment. In the blink of an eye, the intricate web-like threads easily annihilated the entire pack of wolf cubs. The elder fiercely resisted the giant spear with his azure wolf iron wall. But all his struggles were futile. His shield was completely shattered, and his body was sent flying. The elder was pushed to the brink, literally coughing up blood. Meanwhile, the battle between Kang Lang and Qi was still going on. Azure Wolf Mountain Crusher. Qi easily dodged the feeble attack. It's the same move, but your power is far inferior to your old man's. He slipped behind him, his hands quickly forming a ball of lightning. Lightning Phantom Prison. Kang Lang was too slow to react and took a critical hit. Both father and son were defeated and dragged to the same spot. It was then that Ye Ning began to use his ultimate move. The Soul Devourer skin activated. Mind-controlling magic spread out, and he gave the command to convert them into demonic servants. The father and son were helpless as the magic seeped deep into their brains, stripping them of their humanity. As soon as Ye Ning retracted the magic, they both became his subordinates. Greetings, master. Yi Ning nodded, satisfied with the result. This is more like it. All right, go back and heal. I'll still need you to help me manage the Kang Lang safe zone. The two bowed their heads and shouted in unison, Yes, master. After that, Ye Ning turned to him and offered some praise. Then the far frontier is no longer a major issue. Qi, your performance wasn't bad. Qi immediately sat down like a dog with its tongue out and replied, Thank you for the praise, master. I will continue to work hard. He suddenly realized something was wrong. Why do I seem to be acting more and more like a dog? Could it be that my dignity and pride disappeared along with Gui's kunfish? In a corner of the ruins, Tong Hai watched with a chill running down his spine. This young Master Ye Ning, is he even human anymore? What should I do now? Surrender or run? I wonder if I'll be turned into a demonic servant too? While he was trapped in his thoughts, he suddenly heard Ye Ning's voice. Uncle Tang! That voice almost made him wet his pants. Ye Ning. No one said a word, but he kowtowed and begged. Don't convert me, I beg you. Ye Ning was a bit surprised. Huh? He bent down, smiled, and helped Tong Hai up. Uncle Tang, you're being too formal. You've taken such good care of me. I couldn't be more grateful. Hearing this, he felt a great sense of relief. Thank you, young Master Ye. Ah, no thank you, Lord Ye Ning. However, Ye Ning still used his killing intent to threaten him. But Uncle Tang, look, this Heavenly Wolf Palace has been destroyed, so don't bother rebuilding it. As for those girls from before, you should let them go. Tang Hai didn't dare to argue back. Yes, I'll do everything you say, my lord. Compared to enjoying life, saving his own skin was more urgent. In addition, Ye Ning gave him a few more instructions. From now on, you'll be in charge of supplying materials. If Xue Ying needs anything, do your best to help her. Also, Ying Long's death must not be leaked. Is that clear? Tang Hai nodded repeatedly and said, understood. I'll go contact Miss Xue Ying right away. Ye Ning reflected on his own strength, concluding that with the blessing of Blood Shadow, his physical strength could indeed match a peak-level expert for a short time. But because his will attribute was too high, the consumption for using Blood Shadow was also immense. By his calculations, with his current strength, he could only transform a maximum of 3 or 4 times in a single day. Dealing with 2 ordinary peak Tier 3 experts at the same time wouldn't be a big problem, but if he had to face several or even dozens of peak-level experts in the National War, it would be impossible. I need to use the remaining 20 days to improve my strength as quickly as possible. The situation in the country is quite limited, so which country should I go to next to level up? The war zone in country Y. It's the closest. And the number of peak Tier 3 experts there is probably no less than in Huaxia. The danger is immense, but the rewards are certainly great. Without much thought, he picked up the phone and called Wang Tian. Lord Ye Ning, didn't you ask me to look for high-level sword skills before? I've received news that the nation is now organizing a Divine Warrior selection plan. An information panel appeared to give him more details. The Divine Warrior selection plan is limited to those under 35 years old. Those below mid-Tier 3 are not allowed to participate, and the reward is the Tier 5 National Treasure Sword skill, Amaterasu, and the nation-guarding divine weapon, the Sword of the Heavenly Gathering Clouds. The resources are immense. Ye Ning was a bit surprised and asked, the Divine Warrior plan? Isn't this just a copy of the Huaxia rankings? Wang Tian nodded in agreement and analyzed further. That's right, because of your performance in the last Zombie Nation dungeon, plus the fact that you're #1 in the Xia Kingdom, they mistakenly believe your strength is built on national resources. Country L is going all out this time. Their goal is to quickly create a divine martial artist who can confront you to avenge their humiliation. Hearing this, he crossed his arms, amused, and instructed Wang Tian, excellent. This is practically tailor-made for me. Uncle Wang, please arrange this for me right away. And also, don't tell anyone about this. Wang Tian ended the conversation with, understood, sir. Ye Ning, however, was troubled as he thought about his skills. The S-rank sword skill and the Heavenly Cloud Sword are both essential items for me, but unfortunately, all 6 of my great sword skill slots are already full. Just as he was stressing over it, a quest appeared. Sword God System Quest. Obtain the #1 spot in the Divine Martial Artist plan. The reward, Skill Fusion, which would free up a skill slot. Ye Ning clenched his fists in excitement. This is perfect. This quest is a godsend. This divine martial artist's #1 spot is as good as mine. After a moment, Ye Ning then called the national commander. The commander was very surprised and asked, Ye Ning, are you returning to the capital soon? Ye Ning gave a long explanation before asking to borrow something. I'm not returning just yet. I need to secretly leave the country for a bit to prepare for the national war. Does our army have any national-level disguise tools? The kind that even a peak 3rd-rank pinnacle can't detect. The national commander hesitated a bit over this. Oh, it's about that? But to reassure him, he promised firmly, you don't have to worry about my safety. Just give the tool to Wang Tian right away. The national commander didn't want to make things difficult for Ye Ning, so he had to accept. As long as you can guarantee your own safety, that's fine. If you don't want to talk about the specifics, I won't ask for now. With that settled, he walked away confidently, feeling very satisfied. Before the national war, besides the authority from the Zombie Nation dungeon, he could kill a bunch of Country L's primary combatants, and now, he could openly and legitimately kill another bunch in their divine martial artist plan. A while later, at the border port in the Jichun area, Wang Tian followed closely behind Ye Ning, reporting, Sir, this time we've contacted a smuggling force from Country R. They have their own safe zone, and their leader is a high-level 3rd rank. A squad of their awakened ones will arrive tonight, including 3 low ranks and 1 mid-rank. They have the qualifications to nominate someone for the Divine Martial Artist plan without them having to go through the 3 selection rounds. To avoid revealing his identity, having a major power vouch for him is the safest option. Ning put his hands on his hips and nodded in agreement. Good. What did you tell them? That we're trading military supplies for spirit energy ore? Wang Tian quickly nodded in confirmation and explained the reason. Yes, sir. If we didn't say that, they wouldn't even bother with us. After a bit more conversation, they finally arrived at their destination. This route was shown to me by an old friend. Seeing Ning, the man nervously turned and introduced himself. Hello, sir. My name is Wang Dekun. Ning smiled relaxedly. You've worked hard. Dekun joyfully raised his hand in a salute. Working for you, sir, is my honor. Sir, they've arrived. The leader is Hirata Jiro, a mid-level 3rd rank. Hirata-kun, you've kept me waiting for too long. Jiro landed with a displeased attitude. Why the rush this time? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to rush here at night? If something like this happens again, it won't be settled just by adding more money. Dekun understood the implication and waved his hands awkwardly. Sorry, but these military supplies need to be sold urgently, so we're also taking a risk. How about this, esteemed sirs? After the transaction is complete, I'll arrange for you all to have some fun. His words were pleasing enough that the man didn't refuse. Make sure the arrangements are clean, young, preferably an awakened one. Oh, right, the price of these ores has gone up, so you'll have to pay me 30% more. Suddenly faced with such an outrageous demand, he was momentarily at a loss for words. From the side, a voice spoke up, pulling Dekun out of his panic. Too weak. Jiro felt insulted and pointed accusingly. Is this your subordinate? What does he mean by too weak? Without even bothering to answer, Ning used a spell, Psychic Storm. Caught off guard, Jiro's entire group was quickly defeated. It's an ambush. His spell suppressed their minds, leaving them able to do nothing but groan. Ning taunted them with amusement as he continued to switch spells. Now do you understand what it means to be too weak? Demon Transformation. A moment later, a luxury plane flew to the Jusai safe zone in Country L. Seeing him walk in, the guards all started to make a fuss. Hirata-kun, how are you back so soon? Didn't it usually take you a few days? Didn't you find some girls to have fun with? Didn't they treat you well? Hitting a sore spot, Erlang shouted in frustration. Quiet down! Get out of the way! I have something important to report to the leader. The man sitting listlessly on the chair asked him, Hirata, what is it? This man was the leader of the Chusai safe zone, Tujuku, a high-level 3rd rank. Tujuku guessed curiously. Is there a problem with the transaction? Did they not agree to our price? But that wasn't the issue. Leader, do we have any nomination spots left for the Divine Martial Artist project? I have someone very important I want to recommend. Seeing Erlang make such a big deal out of this, the man grew annoyed. There are no spots left. I've already given it to a promising candidate in our safe zone. What? The important thing you mentioned is just a recommendation? Don't tell me it's the kid next to you. Is his talent that special? Before Tujuku could ramble on, Ning made his move. We'll find out if he's special after a test. Under the pressure of the dark arts, no one could resist. Ning stopped, stepped forward, pointed his sword, and ordered, either submit or die. Before Tujuku could even understand what was happening, it had already come to this. Wait, let's talk about this calmly. Ning slung his sword over his shoulder and made the decision for him. So you've submitted voluntarily. With no other choice, the man bowed his head and accepted his fate. Tujuku pays his respects, my lord, Ning said with his hand casually on his hip. All right, stand up. He bowed his head, unconvinced. Thank you, my lord. Having just taken charge, Ning gave an order. Go find the candidate you recommended and bring him here. Also, bring me all the documents with information related to the Divine Martial Artists. Tujuku quickly ran off to do it. Yes, my lord. 10 minutes later, everyone had gathered, and the atmosphere became strangely gloomy. The man stepped forward and asked again to be sure. My lord, you were looking for me? Tujuku gestured towards Ning to introduce him. Yes, someone wants to have a little match with you to compete for the nomination spot. The man frowned in annoyance, guessing immediately just by looking at him. Judging by his age, I doubt he's even reached the 3rd rank. And he wants to fight me? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Meanwhile, Ning could see the man's weakness with just a glance. A+ grade talent, dual system of will and agility, specializes in using skills for short-term explosive power boosts. Everything is fine except for his weak observation skills. Yotakam, you use swords? Dual swords. What a coincidence. So do I. The man scoffed contemptuously. Kid, didn't anyone teach you some manners when facing a superior? Ning's face darkened mysteriously. Manners? Without wasting any more time, he directly sent Yotakam's soul to the afterlife. Is this the kind of manners you were talking about? Tujuku's face froze for a few seconds as he watched, an answer forming in his mind. A one-hit kill. Could he be a peak 3rd rank? Erlang felt lucky about his initial choice. Good thing I submitted quickly, and good thing I still have some use. Ning sheathed his sword and observed the body. The physique looks decent. With that said, he pulled a mask out of thin air. Wujian mask. He pressed it against the man's face and shouted a command, sample. A brilliant red light radiated strongly from within the mask. Blood sacrifice. Once it was done, Ning picked up the mask, unable to hide the sinister look on his face. Then he pressed it to his own face and shouted, "Transform!" In an instant, Ning had transformed into Yotakum. Ning admired his new body with delight. From now on, I am Yotakum, and even if I run into a peak 3rd rank or a high-level detection item, they won't be able to see through my disguise. Erlang quickly took out a mirror for him. "Master, please." Ning examined his new appearance. "Interesting. Yotakum, even though you're dead, at least your name will become the #1 divine martial artist. With this kind of honor, you can die with pride." A moment later, Tujuku brought him a file. "Sir, this is the list of all participants as well as documents about the competition. Please take a look." The first person shown was a tall, stout man, and on the document was written, "Nurture the top talents of Country L and restore its glory." Ning found those lines laughable. "Select divine martial artists. Nurture the top geniuses of the Country L war zone and reclaim glory." He tore the paper to shreds. "This time, let me help you recreate it. S-rank sword skills. A national treasure grade divine sword. All the chosen ones must die." The elimination hunt begins. Right now, at the Nakata Arena, a voice rang out, "Welcome everyone to the qualifying round of the Divine Martial Artist Project." Mizako began the opening. Host Mizako will be broadcasting this entire event live. Today marks the first round of the qualifiers, featuring one-on-one arena matches. All the fans in the stands are incredibly excited. Ning thought to himself, "A live broadcast? In this apocalypse, that's truly unbelievable. Is the situation in Warzone R really that good? They even have the luxury of letting people watch TV?" Erlang spoke up. "Master, are you curious about the live broadcast situation in Warzone L?" He ordered. "Tell me about it," he said. "First, not every survivor can watch the live broadcast. Instead, they watch the program together in various safe zones, organized by different factions. Second, our entertainment industry has always been highly developed, and even in the apocalypse, it still promotes idols. Based on this, awakened idols have even appeared. Country L suffers from severe class division. The descendants of the upper class become the upper class, and the descendants of the elite clans become the elite clans. This easily leads to dissatisfaction among the lower classes. Therefore, the upper class believes that creating a group of awakened idols will help stabilize their ruling power. Idolizing some of the powerful individuals can divide and weaken the collective consciousness of the lower class people." Ning interrupted. "So this whole thing is just an effort to alleviate the pressure from class stratification. But this approach probably only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. They want to use the Divine Warrior plan to create a star, but they never dreamed that this year's new star would be me." Mizako continued. 76 truly spectacular matches. Kimura's performance simply drove people wild. Did you all love it? Next up is Arena number 3, the 77th match. Taking the stage is Yotakum, the genius representing the Chusai safe zone. His opponent is Hanzo Ichiro, the genius representative of safe zone number 1. He said smugly, "I am Hanzo Ichiro, the most elite Yakuza ninja of Warzone R. I hope everyone will pick me. I will definitely bring everyone a visual feast. A friendly reminder, the content might be a bit bloody, so viewer discretion is advised." Ning thought to himself, "This kid has some serious Chunabu syndrome, and he really thinks he's going to be chosen as the star?" She hyped up the match. Both are 3rd stage. I wonder who you all think will win. Although they seem evenly matched, Mizako thinks Lord Hanzo will be stronger. After all, Lord Hanzo is much more handsome. Ning cursed inwardly. A serious matter like a deathmatch is being treated like child's play here. Just as expected of Country L, this is what they call searching for hope. No wonder they were destroyed so quickly when the apocalypse broke out in my past life. After the introductions, Mizako ran off the stage and gave the signal, "Prepare to fight. This is a life or death battle. Anyone who doesn't want to lose their life can surrender, admit defeat, and leave the arena." The battle was about to begin. Hanzo Ichiro bowed politely. "Hanzo Ichiro, I await your instruction," but only received an "O" in reply. He yelled, "Hey, you brat! Don't you even understand basic courtesy?" He said, "Sorry, my waist has been stiff since birth, so I'm not good at bowing." Hanzo Ichiro angrily pointed his weapon forward. "You bastard! You don't respect the strong. I'll make you pay for it," he said softly. "Oh, good," he thought to himself. Although according to the intel, killing him won't be a problem for me, the key to this battle isn't just winning, but fighting beautifully and flamboyantly to attract fans. Ning also pondered. Although I can insta-kill this kind of guy, I should still hold back my power a bit. I shouldn't appear too shocking to avoid unnecessary trouble. The announcement rang out, the match began, and Hanzo Ichiro immediately launched an attack, Illusion Jump. Suddenly, many images of him appeared along with his voice. "Take this." Mizako cheered enthusiastically. "Everyone, keep your eyes on Lord Hanzo this time." Before she could even finish her sentence, something suddenly happened that surprised her. Hanzo Ichiro's attack seemed to have failed against Yotakum. He was counterattacked and sent sliding across the arena floor. Ning thought, "I knew you were weak, but this is just pathetic." I haven't even activated my attribute conversion yet, and he couldn't even take a single kick. The people in the stands started murmuring, "What is this situation? Was Hanzo killed with a single kick? That was way too fast. I didn't even see him make a move. That's just too brutal. It's supposed to be a match, but deaths rarely occur." Misako had a mental breakdown. "This is so terrifying. I want to go home." Ning quickly handled the media, explaining it was a special skill that could be cast instantly. He pondered, "I need to come up with a plausible reason." Everyone who witnessed it was shocked, so it turns out it's a special skill that can be cast instantly. Then it's no wonder Hanzo was so careless. Who told him to choose a flashy fighting style, creating an opening for his opponent? The match ended, and half an hour later, an announcement rang out. Match number 113. Yotakam of the Chusai Safe Zone versus Fujino Hiroshi of the Choco Safe Zone. The announcer eagerly anticipated it. I believe quite a few people witnessed Yotakam's performance in the last match. His opponent must still be terrified. I wonder if he can achieve another victory with such overwhelming power this time. Let's wait and see. The starting signal rang out. The match begins. Fujino Hiroshi entered a challenging stance. "Yotakam, come and show me what you've got." Instantly, Ning shot forward like a flash, yelling, "Here I come." He moved like the wind, striking straight at the man's chest. The punch sent Ning's hand right through Fujino Hiroshi's body. The spectators were in an uproar. So fast, so powerful, it's another one-shot kill. Oh my god. Has a god of slaughter really appeared in our selection zone? No, wait. Look at his hand. He got injured this time too. The explosive power of his skill is certainly strong, but his defense seems to be very weak. Ning thought to himself, "Getting a little injured makes me seem less ridiculously overpowered, I guess. Even though this competition is as simple as dicing vegetables for me, it's not without its challenges. In that case, I'll stick to one-hit kills, not giving them a chance to surrender and making them think my weakness is my poor defense." A voice spoke up. "Yotakam's performance is indeed excellent, but if people keep dying like this, it'll be difficult to explain to our superiors." Jin Xia commanded, "Go tell the referee to secretly change the tournament rules, cancel his original agility-type matches, and arrange a strong, dual-strength constitution-type opponent for Yotakam." The other person replied, "Understood, sir." Half an hour later, Min Hao stepped out to make an announcement. Match number 144. Appearing now is One Punch Corpse Shatterer, Yotakam, or rather Ning, mumbled. "They're already giving me nicknames, huh?" He introduced the opponent as the Berserker from the Toyo Safe Zone, Hiroto. Ning thought for a moment. A dual-strength constitution type, so they secretly changed my opponent's profile? The warrior plotted in his mind, "If I can just withstand his instant cast skill, I'll be able to drag him into close combat. He can bully agility types, but against me, his poor defense means the advantage is mine." The starting signal went off. Ning shouted, "I'll let you save some face this match. I'll use my dual swords for a bit." The warrior quickly activated a defensive skill, Golden Rock Shield. Ning unleashed a continuous barrage of sword strikes, but they had no effect. A thought flashed through Ning's mind. "I'll hold back my strength for now, just feel him out and then decide." His deliberate action made the warrior think smugly, he really can't break through. The guy seized the opportunity to attack. Then it's my turn. Berserker Axe Slash. The spectators were thrilled. Yotakam has finally met his match. Min Hao also commented, "It's true that everything has a counter. It seems this is going to be a fierce battle. The outcome is very hard to predict. I wonder who." Before he could finish his sentence, Ning had already dealt with the warrior, asserting, "Is this all you've got?" Ning leaped high into the air to launch an attack, Dual Sword Void Rend. He then unleashed another skill, Ultimate Art, Shield Shatter. The panicked warrior cried out, "My shield!" Ning didn't stop there and continued his assault, Cross Slash. The man stammered, "I surrender." But it was too late. Ning could only reply, "Sorry, you were too slow. I couldn't stop my attack in time." Everyone started talking about it. Not even a dual-strength Constitution Berserker could withstand his instant cast moves. Ning spoke up. "Just bring on the next opponent. No need to rest. Let's save some time." All the remaining fighters ran away, screaming, "I quit. I give up. I forfeit. I concede. I concede. Forfeit." Min Hao announced that because Yotakam's performance was too terrifying, all the contestants scheduled to fight him had withdrawn from the competition. Yotakam directly advances to the second round of the tournament in 3 days. Ning smugly thought to himself, "I was even holding back. These guys are so cowardly and dull. It's really boring." Just then, in the safe zone, Erlang reported, "My lord, many people wish to see you, and some even want to propose a marriage alliance. They've even brought their daughters here, sir." Ning replied, "I'll accept the resources. You can agree to whatever they offer, but I don't need to meet anyone." Ning thought to himself, "Anyway, once I become the #1 divine martial artist, I'm out of here, so it doesn't matter what I promise them." He turned and asked, "A marriage alliance? Daughters? What's that about?" Another man said, "Sir, these are all schemes by the third-tier wanderers. They have no backing and only became third-tier by chance. Their best option is to either become a subordinate or to form a marriage alliance with a promising awakened one. Their so-called daughters are actually adopted orphans. If you're interested, you can just have your fun with them and then cast them aside. Ning replied, "Forget it, I'm not interested. Send them back," he thought to himself. The class system here is truly rotten. There's not much to do these next few days, so I'll use the resources they offered to focus on improving myself. However, I can't level up too quickly. I'll hold off on advancing to a higher tier for now to avoid exposing myself. I can only stay at the intermediate tier and continue to increase my basic stats. 3 days passed in a flash. Ming Hao announced, "Welcome everyone for tuning in on time for the second selection round. This round is a free-for-all dungeon exploration contest with a total of 300 participants. The top 30 players will qualify. This round is a deathmatch. During the competition, those who surrender will be immediately teleported out of the dungeon." Ning thought to himself, "A battle royale-style massacre? I like this. The top 30 will qualify, so if I just kill until only 30 people are left, it'll be over," Tian said. "Those members of the Kyokuan Guild are teaming up right away." Isn't a talent selection supposed to be done individually? It's really not fair," Hino replied. "Fair? That's ridiculous. The children of the higher-ups who want to secure a spot will definitely bring a group of bodyguards with them," he continued nonchalantly. "I even suspect that the final divine martial artist has already been decided." The other man interrupted. "Shh, you have no proof, don't speak recklessly." Tian said, "Hey, why don't we form a team? If we stick together, our chances will be a little better." The Kyokuan Guild Alliance was also present. Shinichi sneered. "Forming a team now? How foolish. Ignore them. Let's just stick to our plan. After we enter, we'll use Lord Shinichi as our center. He's carrying a special item that allows us to see his coordinates. Once we've gathered, we'll start clearing out one side. Our priority targets to eliminate are Fukuda, Abusinim, and Kudo Takakume. Pay special attention to this guy Yotakum. His strength is immense, so everyone must be careful." Another member said, "Captain, I've seen the video of that guy. He only has some explosive power, but that's just in the arena. In the maze, the time it takes for him to charge at us is enough for us to unleash a concentrated barrage of firepower. Not to mention his defense is extremely poor. If we all attack together, we'll definitely insta-kill him." Ning also thought to himself, "It's better that these guys team up and wait to die together. That'll make killing them all the more satisfying." An announcement rang out. The match has officially begun. Players are being teleported into the arena, and drop locations are random. Although the dungeon is unrestricted, we cannot broadcast live footage of every instance. However, based on the red dots and their numbers, we can still observe the battle situation. The disappearance of a red dot means withdrawal from the competition. A dot changing from red to black signifies death. Currently, Inakun, number 147, has been teleported to the center of this maze. Although he isn't very strong, he is extremely fast. This gives him a significant advantage in the chaotic battles within the maze. Now, Okamoto, number 259, who is also an agility type, is approaching Enya in the corner. Enya didn't have time to create any distance and was severely injured by Okamoto. Enya has withdrawn from the competition. Unfortunately, even Okamoto, the previous winner, was also very unlucky, running into a team of 3 and getting killed. Many viewers are worried about Yotakum-kun's situation. He was obliterated with a single punch. Found him. Number 7 Yotakum has been teleported to a dead end in the maze. Ning thoughtfully whispered. "The material used to build the walls seems to be specially crafted. It's incredibly hard. No one below the peak of the 3rd stage can break through it. Not only that, but this wall can also weaken spiritual probing abilities. If I were to use my full strength, I could blast an escape route, but that would be too conspicuous. As for spiritual probing, having the range reduced from hundreds of meters to just tens of meters is no big deal. For now, I'll just take it slow and kill anyone I come across. I'll wait for the whole team to gather, then I'll hunt them down and kill them all at once." The commentator was still fired up. Yotakum's movements are incredibly precise. He's continuously cutting through the enemy's defenses. He's just too strong. In a one-on-one fight, there's absolutely no chance of winning against him. Ning was surprised. "I finally found a team. This is great. Killing them one by one is just too boring." Outside, the comments were flying. "Huh? Is Yotakum actively charging into a team of 3? That's not wise at all. Even the strongest individual can't defeat a group." But before they could even finish that thought, Ning had already struck. His dual sword barrage defeated them one by one. The number of people killed by him was skyrocketing. The commentator was still in a state of shock. "What? A team wipe? Is this Yotakum guy even human?" Yotakum didn't stop there. He went on to annihilate another team of 4, then ambushed a 3rd team of 6 and achieved a total victory. "He's not human. He's the god of slaughter from our country." Yotakum seems to have gone berserk. Is he actually charging towards the Kion Guild? This time, it's going to be really tough. The Kion Guild not only has 30 members, but also an extremely powerful mid-tier 3rd stage user. Their key member, Shinichi, is the son of the Kion Safe Zone's commander, and both his strength and equipment are top tier. Does Yotakum intend to charge in and fight them all alone? All I can say is, even the strongest will die if they become too arrogant. Alas, a brightly shining superstar is about to fall. What a pity. A commanding voice rang out. Everyone has assembled. Everyone, protect Lord Shinichi in the center. Let's begin the sweep, the man replied. Yes, Captain. Yi Ning rushed in from afar, shouting, Are you finally all gathered? I've been waiting for you for quite a while, Shinichi exclaimed in surprise. Yotakam, the other guy chimed in. We were just about to look for you, and here you are, delivering yourself to us. He encouraged them. Everyone, don't be afraid. We have the numbers. Killing him will be a piece of cake. This guy is very strong. Don't underestimate him. Everyone, concentrate your firepower. Frost Nova, Crimson Flame Purge. Ye Ning thought to himself, it's a shame. I could obviously wipe them all out in one move with Sword Storm, but I have to maintain my disguise. So I have to make this fight look tough. He continued to calculate. To deal with these 30 people, it should reasonably take at least 6 minutes. I need to make the spectators feel the intensity of the battle, while also preventing my opponents from admitting defeat and retreating. The others were already in their fighting stances, shouting, Kill! A thought flashed through Ye Ning's mind. But they can't see this part from the outside, so I might as well use this move. With that, he immediately unleashed his skill. Psychic Storm. Instantly, the attack sent them staggering and screaming. What is this? Yi Ning said smugly. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. An average of 10 seconds per kill should be about right. I can't be idle the rest of the time. I still need to make them all move around with mind control. Now, all of you, revolve around me. The commentator excitedly narrated the events. Although Yotakam managed to get the first kill, but now he's been completely surrounded by the Kion Guild, he couldn't escape even if he grew wings. Yi Ning's opponents were floating in the air, completely unable to resist, while he was below, planning to kill them one by one. The time is almost up, an average of 10 seconds per person, but I can't be too precise with the timing, or it'll look fake. For example, this time I'll kill 2 people in 15 seconds, then the next kill will happen. Then 30 seconds after that, I have to make it seem like it's getting harder to defeat them. Then, he fought while shouting, Come on, hit me a little harder. Outside, the commentator was excitedly saying, Yotakam instantly killed 2 more people. He's too strong. However, this will also infuriate the Kion Guild. Their counterattack will become even more severe. The battle is escalating fiercely, and it's unclear how long Yotakam can hold out. Suddenly, he unexpectedly said, Oh, wait a minute. On the screen, many red dots are approaching the area where Ye Ning is fighting. The commentator said, It seems another allied team of 20 people is heading towards this area. Will this battle turn into a free-for-all? Yotakam is fighting all alone, completely beyond help. Leading the approaching crowd is number 38, Hayasimori. He shouted, Hearing the sounds of battle up ahead must mean multiple teams are fighting. Let's get there quickly. We'll observe in secret and wait until they're both exhausted. Then we'll take them all out in one fell swoop. The men behind him silently acknowledged their captain's orders. Hayasimori sensed the presence of the new group, and Ye Ning thought, Another team is coming, and there are quite a few of them. It seems I can unlock a new way to play. Hayasimori was hiding to the side. He said, Don't act rashly just yet. I'll go observe first. The men whispered back, Understood, Captain Hayasimori. After observing, he reported that the Kion Guild Alliance was surrounding and trying to kill Yotakam, who was all by himself. Hayasimori found it strange, thinking, This is weird. With so many people, it should be easy to kill one person, right? But why are they just jumping around without attacking? What's the point of not killing him like this? He frowned and thought, Something's not right at all. Why do some of the Kion Guild members have their eyes closed? A few people were floating with their eyes shut tight. Hayasimori saw this and thought, It looks like they're unconscious. Yotakam just killed one with a casual slash without any resistance. How is this possible? Ye Ning slashed a man, and his head unexpectedly flew towards where Hayasimori was standing. He dodged in surprise, thinking to himself, Was I discovered? No, there's absolutely nothing wrong with Yotakam. Could it be that all those people are actually being controlled? Could he be a hidden high-level 3rd stage, or even a peak 3rd stage user? His subordinate next to him found it strange and asked, Captain, you look pale. Are you okay? What did you see? He turned back to everyone and shouted, It's dangerous. Everyone run. Find a place to hide. Then he ran in a hurry, and the men following him thought, What on earth just happened? Let's follow the captain first. Hurry up. Suddenly, he appeared in front of them, blocking their path, and said, Where is everyone going? The men thought, Yotakam. Then he smiled and said, What? Facing the Kion Guild, don't you want to ally with a powerful figure like me? Hayasimori stuttered in fear. Don't. The underlings behind him held their weapons, ready to fight. One of them said, For you to run into us alone is a death wish. Another added, Captain, there are 20 of us against him alone. What's there to be afraid of? Then they all charged forward, shouting in their minds, Kill! Seeing this, Hayasimori broke into a cold sweat and stammered, Don't, retreat quickly! A black 4-pointed star appeared on Ye Ning's forehead. His eyes lit up as he said, Want to retreat? Too late. Mind blast. Then the men were suspended in the air, screaming in pain. Ning stood majestically and said, "Demonic conversion. Join me in an alliance against the Cayenne Guild, and kill." Outside, the commentator excitedly said, "Yotakum has finally escaped. He has chosen to ally with Hayasamori's team of 20, number 38. What a dramatic turn of events. Hayasamori's squad is now fighting the Cayenne Guild, and with Yotakum's help, Hayasamori's team has the upper hand. The Cayenne Guild has been completely wiped out. Yotakum and Hayasamori have passed through the maze tunnels, eliminating 6 teams in a row. Unfortunately, Hayasamori's squad also suffered losses, with only 6 people remaining. A stream of blue light emitted from Ning and entered the foreheads of each of them. He said, "There aren't many left in Hayasamori's squad either. Now I'll send these few demonic squads to kill the rest. It's best if no one else besides me makes it out of here." Outside, everyone was in an uproar. One person said, "The other teams have also started to encounter each other and are killing one another." The death toll inside the maze has risen to 153 people. Noticing many abnormalities, a few people couldn't sit still. The person in charge of the maze said, "This is strange. How could the death rate suddenly spike so high? But why would these contestants rather die than withdraw from the competition? And what about Yotakum? Has he killed dozens of people by himself? This is just monstrous. Isn't he tired? Is his spiritual energy infinite?" He thought worriedly. "We can't just keep dying like this. At this rate, the young people in this region are going to be wiped out." Then he turned to the person beside him and said, "Go and report immediately. Explain the situation and request to end the match, and also submit Yotakum's information." He replied, "Yes, my lord." Half an hour later, the announcer said, "Due to special circumstances, the Labyrinth selection competition will end in 10 seconds. Rankings will be determined based on the number of kills or defeats, and all participants will be forcibly removed from the instance dungeon. Please cease fighting and prepare to exit." Ning stopped and thought to himself, "They're canceling the competition? It seems the organizers can't take it anymore. Oh well, there probably aren't many left anyway." Then he gave a cunning smile and said, "No more pretending. I'll use the teleportation delay to wipe out one more wave. When I get back, I'll just blame it on the teleportation." Wherever Ning's body flashed, people died. He thought to himself, "Except for a few oddballs who will vouch for me, no witnesses can be left alive." In Xinjiang, at the State Council of Country L, many people were in a tense meeting. The vice chairman of the Parliament of Country L, Hara Fuji, said, "Honorable members of Parliament, 1 hour ago, the Nakata Central War Zone sent an urgent message." He then pointed to the screen and said, "It is said that during the regional selections, an unprecedented super-awakened individual has appeared. As you can see, this is Yotakum. From the Toei War Zone in the second round, he single-handedly eliminated nearly 70 contestants." A man in a military uniform said, "1 versus 70? Even a high-tier stage 3 couldn't do that." Another person said, "Could the Nakata War Zone have made a statistical error based on the information they provided? Is this person even human?" After that, he shouted loudly, "Mr. Chairman, if I may be so bold, I would rather believe they fabricated this story." The man in the military uniform continued, "The other regional qualifiers have only just begun, yet the Nakata region has already been nearly wiped out? This is fundamentally absurd." Hearing this, Harafuji quickly added, "It's not what you're imagining. Looking at the photo, you can see he was quite heavily injured when he came out." According to the surviving witnesses, Yotakum not only has explosive power, but also understands how to form and break alliances. His actual combat power might have reached the peak of a mid-tier stage 3. Of course, even so, it's still hard to imagine. There are reports that the military has dispatched high-ranking naval officials to Chozai to investigate Yotakum. So I believe we will soon know the truth. He stood up, slammed the table, and said, "If he truly didn't cheat, or if he is a high-level awakened one in disguise, then without a doubt, he is the super genius we've been searching for. Think about it, everyone. If that is the case, then we can, after our failure in the zombie kingdom, rely on him to take everything back." Everyone at the meeting table cheered excitedly. "That's right, the chairman is right. If this is true, our great country L will rise again. A super genius is worth more than hundreds or even thousands of ordinary people." Inside the main hall of the Chosai safe zone, Ning sat imposingly. Then, a man entered and said, "Sir, the naval chief of staff of the coastal military forces has arrived and wishes to see you personally." Ning replied, "Oh, is he here to investigate, or to try and recruit me first?" The man continued, "Anything is possible. After all, your performance in the second round was truly outstanding, my lord. Right now, all of Country L is buzzing about it, and your ardent fans have even started a fan club." Ning stood up and said, "This time, the commotion seems a bit too big. Oh well, whether it's a blessing or a curse, I can't avoid it. Bring him in." Then he ordered, "Everyone, return to your posts, and remember not to reveal anything." Hearing the order, everyone shouted, "Yes, my lord." Then a man entered, gave a military salute, and said, "Yotakum, I am Harano Hiroshi, Chief of Staff of the 2nd Naval Corps. It's a pleasure to meet you." Ning crossed his arms and said, May I ask what business you have with me? Hirano thought to himself, his gaze and aura are so imposing. Then he said, here's the situation, Yodakam. It's not that the military doubts you. Rather, we need to reevaluate your talent level to make our next selection.